Our protagonist is called Jian Chen. From the moment of his birth, he could already speak. He is beloved by every member of the clan, and all his meridians were opened while still in the womb. Yet no one Nosh is the sword god. A single strike from him can annihilate heaven and earth. But enough preamble, let us begin. Two supreme experts at the pinnacle of the world, clash of heaven and earth, can no longer endure the devastation. Mountains split in two. Magma boils and surges in a furious torrent. The apocalyptic battle rages on with savage intensity. Violent shockwaves erupt from each strike, obliterating the surrounding earth and stone into fragments. Thunderous booms echo without end. One of them takes a devastating blow and slams into the mountainside with bone-crushing force. The other grips his sword and charges forward. They collide with a deafening roar that splits the heavens, cracks spiderweb across the surrounding terrain. The mountain begins to crumble and collapse, yet the two supreme experts show no sign of halting their battle. They tear across the battlefield, trading devastating blows. Each is struck by the other's attack, mouthfuls of blood spurting endlessly from their lips. Clang, they separate at last, each landing on an opposing cliff face. Dugu Kyubi clutches the wound on his arm, his voice laced with pain as he speaks. Sword God, you truly possess the qualifications to contend with me for the title of the world's strongest. What a pity you are still too soft-hearted. Across from him, the sword god thinks to himself, damn it, I lost by a single move. What a shame I'll never get to explore the Tao of the sword. The moment the thought crosses his mind, the sword in his hand loosens and begins to fall. He stands frozen in place. Suddenly his eyes snap wide open. His body tenses violently. A torrent of magical power erupts from within him. His eyes blaze with fury as he gazes skyward, his voice thundering with rage. Violetage sword scripture break first, establish after. Control the sword through the spirit, shatter the boundaries with the soul. The moment he speaks, a colossal phantom sword materializes in the sky above. Its form grows sharper and more distinct with each passing breath. Wreathed in countless arcs of mystical black lightning, streams of power coil around the blade like serpents. The sword soars into the heavens. Jian Chen sweeps his arm to the side. A blinding column of light engulfs the sword, and it rockets toward Dugu Kyubi at terrifying speed. A piercing, blade-like whistling tears through the air without pause. Dugu Kyubi witnesses the spectacle, his eyes bulging in disbelief. His mouth hangs agape, his expression twisted with terror. Boom! The sword slams directly into the spot where Dugu Kyubi stands. The surrounding earth shatters and collapses. Dust and debris billow across the battlefield in a choking haze. Dugu Kyubi cannot believe what unfolds before his eyes. He exclaims in shock, a breakthrough at the brink of death. How is that possible? Rage consumes his features. Countless streams of violet energy coil around his limbs, binding them tight. The sword carves a devastating gash across the old man's body. The mountainside crumbles away. Boulders rain down into the abyss below. Jian Chen plummets in freefall alongside them. His face utterly exhausted, he stares upward and thinks the sky changes color. At that very instant, pitch-black clouds engulf the heavens above, smothering all light. A colossal meteorite hurtles down, plunging into the heart of the dark vortex. The stone descends relentlessly, its size growing with each passing moment. Jian Chen's vision plunges into absolute darkness. Nothing remains but the echoing crackle of thunder all around him. Oh, could it be that I'm not dead? Jian Chen thinks in bewilderment. Then, from somewhere outside, a voice pierces through. Come now, young master. Hearing those words, his eyelids flutter weakly open. It's time to eat. A beautiful maiden with striking orange hair stands right before Jian Chen's eyes. Here, tuck that dangling thing away already. Insolent wretch, Jian Chen exclaims, his voice dripping with irritation. Hearing his words, the girl jolts in shock, letting out a startled shriek. Oh, master, madam, the young master can speak. The orange-haired maiden panics and bolts out of the room at full speed. Hearing this, Jian Chen murmurs in confusion, young master. He looks down at his own body and startles. What the? Why have I become a baby? Was she calling me just now? All I remember is fighting that old monster Dugu to the death. In the end, we both perished. Then the sky changed. The sky changed. No way. Could it be that I've transmigrated? Jian Chen exclaims in utter disbelief. He surveys his unfamiliar surroundings and mutters, where in the world is this? The decor is utterly bizarre. Could this be a foreign land? Although that old monster Dugu was slain by my hand, the remnants of his power may yet linger. I must return to Tianjian Mountain at once, Jian Chen declares, struggling to climb out with his tiny infant limbs. From outside, a voice immediately rings out. Xiangshan is only 6 months old. How could he possibly speak? Aren't you supposed to be nursing him? The door to Jian Chen's chamber bursts wide open. An elderly lord strides in, trailed by a crowd of attendants. Jian Chen surveys them and speaks in a low, commanding voice. You lot take me back to Tianjian Mountain immediately. Hearing this, the old lord freezes in his tracks. His mouth drops open in shock. He rushes forward and scoops the baby into his arms, his face erupting with unbridled joy. Xiangshan truly can speak. Ha ha ha, the Chengyang clan finally has a son of heaven. The clan's hope for revival is at hand. Hearing his proclamation, the two servants behind him burst into joyful laughter, their faces beaming with happiness. A man chimes in, congratulations, master. Speaking at 6 months good, the young master truly be the legendary son of heaven spoken of in the ancient tales. Jian Chen has now become Xiangshan. Changyang Ba pulls his son into a tight embrace, pressing his cheek lovingly against the baby's face. Witnessing this, Jian Chen thinks in bewilderment, I couldn't care less about any clan. All I want right now is to return to Tianjian Mountain. It is only later that he learns this place is called the Tianyuan Continent, an entirely different world. Is that so? I've become the young master of the Chengyang clan. I suppose I'll keep this identity for the time being. Everyone around crowds in eagerly, each wanting to hold Xiangshan and rub their cheeks against his in delight. His face twists into an expression of pure, unwilling suffering. He decides to recall the memories of his past life. While secretly investigating how to return to Tianjian Mountain, he simultaneously cultivates the Violetager sword scripture. In the blink of an eye, 3 years pass. The Saint Force testing ceremony of the Chengyang clan begins. After 3 years of cultivation, I am certain I will shock every last one of them. A smug expression settles across Xiangshan's face. A smile brimming with pride unfurls on his lips. Behind him, a crowd of fervent supporters erupts into cheers, chanting for the young master before them. Xiangshan thinks, with my strength, can I not frighten these fools into submission? Uncle De, standing beside him, speaks up, young master, simply press your hand against the stone tablet. Hearing this, Xiangshan responds, huh. His hand gently touches the slab before him. An X-shaped light pattern materializes across the surface of the stone tablet. Every pair of eyes in the vicinity snaps toward the glowing symbol. Xiangshan asks in confusion, what does this symbol mean? Does it mean the same as an X? Hearing his question, the silver-haired elder stammers this. His gaze drifts away, refusing to meet the young master's eyes. Uncle De clears his throat and speaks. After the testing, the young master is unable to cultivate Saint Force. At his words, everyone present is stunned. They cannot believe what they have just heard. Every face is etched with shock. The old man continues, in plain terms, is a good for nothing. Hearing this, Xiangshan's expression freezes. Sweat beads across his forehead. He mutters under his breath, what? The commoners outside erupt into thunderous uproar. We will forever stand behind the young master. The young master is surely the chosen one. An old man nearby weeps openly. In his heart, he thinks, at last, I live to see young master Xiangshan crowned as the foremost talent of the estate. A solemn voice announces, testing complete. Young master Xiangshan possesses no Saint Force. The old man and everyone around him hear the declaration and reel in utter disbelief. What? Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Is there some mistake? How can the young master be unable to cultivate Saint Force? The patriarch of the Chengyang clan hears the verdict and rises to his feet, stunned beyond words. Changyang Ba stands and speaks, duh. Unclear you telling me Xiangshan cannot cultivate Saint Force. Bai Yunshan, the fourth madam of the Chengyang family, calls out to Xiangshan with a worried voice. The third madam of the Chengyang family props her chin on one hand, watching the scene with an expression of immense satisfaction. Xiangshan immediately speaks up. I am a good for nothing, stop joking. Uncle De, this stone must be broken. Uncle De replies, this old man will inspect it once more. His tone carries a hint of disbelief at the events unfolding before him. Hearing the young master's words, Uncle De responds with his all-seeing eyes. As he finishes speaking, his eyes ignite with a blue radiance. Changyang Ba stands below, his gaze fixed intently upon the two of them. Uncle De lets out a long, heavy sigh. The magical glow at the corners of his eyes slowly fades away. Xiangshan scratches his head and asks, is that it? You're done looking. You're not going to examine any further. He turns toward Changyang Ba, clasps his hands and bows deeply. Master, this old man has examined thoroughly. There is not a single trace of Saint Force within the young master's body. He truly cannot cultivate. Changyang Ba's face darkens upon hearing this news. He chokes out with a stifled voice, while Bai Yunshan, standing right beside him, cries out in anguish. How can this be? Feng Yan observes the scene and cups her cheeks with both hands, her voice dripping with mockery and delight. My Mya, genius, who guzzles so many cultivation resources from the estate every month, yet turns out to be nothing but trash. She rises to her feet, strides toward the patriarch, and hurls her voice at the crowd below. Did you all hear that? Your young master is no genius anymore. Hurry up and clear out, you're embarrassing yourselves. Fury surges through Xiangshan. His hands clench into tight fists. He thinks to himself, all these years, I have been cultivating the Violet Azure sword scripture, and I've already achieved some results, so why is there no saint force in my body? The spiritual energy here is far denser than in my original world. Cultivation should have yielded even greater results. Where does the problem lie? Could it be because a flash of insight sparks through his mind? His gaze turns sharp and resolute. The first layer of the Violet Azure sword scripture is body tempering. I infused all of my saint force into my physical body for temper ringso. That's why there's no saint force left to be detected. Understanding dawns upon Xiangshan, and he exclaims, so that's how it is. Feng Yan walks to Changyang Ba's side with a bright smile and says, Master, since Xiangshan has proven to be trash, the future of the Changyang family must naturally rely on our care. He waves dismissively and says, enough, I understand. Bai Yunshan's eyes fill with worry as she glances at her husband. Changyang Ba, with undisguised reluctance, speaks in a strained voice. From this day forward, all cultivation resources originally allocated to Xiangshan shall be transferred to care. The fourth madam's allowance is also to be cut in half. Fury boils within Xiangshan's heart. He thinks the moment they deem me trash, their attitude shifts overnight. How utterly pragmatic. Changyang Ba furrows his brows and glances at his son. The boy does not flinch, staring straight back into his father's eyes. Changyang Ba waves his hand. That is all for today, everyone dismissed. As Feng Yan passes by Bai Yunshan, she speaks with open mockery, whispering, fourth sister, raising a trash of a child, how exhausting it must be for you. Uncle Du approaches Xiangshan and speaks in consolation. Young master, do not blame the patriarch. After all, he bears the weight of the entire family on his shoulders. Hearing these words, the boy replies softly, I know, I understand. Xiangshan thinks to himself he has his reasons. I have my own convictions. A clan like this, if it won't keep me, then so be it. He walks to his mother, Bai Yunshan's seat. She sits alone, her figure draped in solitude. Xiangshan kneels before her feet and speaks in a sorrowful voice. Mother, your son has failed you. Bai Yunshan's expression softens. She speaks gently, so what if you cannot cultivate? Then she breaks into a warm smile and says to him, our Xiangshan possesses extraordinary talents in other areas, will not be inferior to anyone. He will still stand head and shoulders above the rest. Bai Yunshan embraces Xiangshan. Xiangshan, do not be afraid. As long as your mother is here, no one will bully you. He answers with a gentle yes. She adds, truly, my good son. As she speaks, Xiangshan thinks to himself, mother is the only one who truly treats me well. Xiangshan turns around, grasps Bai Yunshan's hands, and says, Mother, rest assured your son will absolutely never let you down. And in his heart, he thinks, for mother's sake, I will make every last one of those who look down on me hold their tongues. Bai Yunshan hears her son's words and replies with a joyful smile. Good, mother naturally believes in you. Xiangshan speaks with a gaze sharp as a blade. Brimming with resolve, I will use my strength to make every petty faction in this estate pay the price. At night in the Changyang estate's library, the 7-year-old sword god sits reading, a towering stack of books piled beside him. The sword god wearily closes the red-covered book in his hands. This is the last one. Every single one of the 1,000+ volumes in this library, I've read them all. He rises, circulates his internal energy, and burns with eagerness to merge every technique from the library with the Violet Azure sword scripture, and see just how powerful the result would be. The sword god conjures a 5-colored sphere in his right hand, channels every ounce of power, and slams a palm strike into the wall between 2 bookshelves. The remnant force of the technique sends out a shockwave, leaving trails of white smoke in its wake. He slowly withdraws his hand. Traces of spiritual power linger on his palm, and the walled strike was so devastating, it left a palm print embedded in the stone. The sword god beams with delight, eyes crinkling with joy, and exclaims happily, after the body tempering session 3 years ago, I no longer need to infuse saint force into my physical form. My cultivation has indeed advanced at a remarkable pace. At Bai Yunshan's residence, the sword god stands outside the door gazing at the dawn, murmuring, the sky is about to brighten. I should go pay my respects to mother. Must not discover that I've been cultivating in secret. The sword god sits at the table in Bai Yunshan's room. The space falls into utter silence. Bai Yunshin picks up a neatly sliced cucumber from the plate and gently reminds Xiangshan, "You must remember." Bai Yunshin cups his face with both hands and says with a smile, "No matter how harsh the circumstances, you must become a good man." The sword god also receives a few slices of cucumber from Bai Yunshin. He says with a pained expression, "Mother, I'm sorry. If not for me being trash, you wouldn't have to suffer like this." Bai Yunshin laughs, her eyes crinkling. "What silly nonsense is that? Things are perfectly fine as they are now." Bai Yunshin says cheerfully, "Even though every day is cold tea and plain rice, eating healthy cucumber slices that are both delicious and slimming that killing two birds with one stone." The sword god pats his cheeks and listens eagerly to his mother's words. Bai Yunshin recalls hearing that Feng Yan recently bought expensive skincare products that turned out to be defective. Her entire face swelled up like a balloon. The sword god bursts into uncontrollable laughter upon hearing this. Ha serves her right. Suddenly Bai Yunshin claps her hands together and exclaims, "I nearly forgot." This catches even the cucumber-eating boy's attention. Bai Yunshin hands her son a sheet of paper and says, "Xiangshan, these are the assignments you need to complete today." The sword god, having just returned from a full day of reading and utterly exhausted, now faces yet another pile of Bai Yunshin's assignments. He can only sigh. The sword god nearly breaks into a cold sweat. "Mother, can't I just read books instead? These assignments are such a hassle." Though he says this aloud, the sword god thinks to himself, "I only need to read a book once to memorize its contents. I truly don't need to do homework." Bai Yunshin eats her cucumber while listening to the sword god's complaints. With a face full of concern, she says, "Xiangshan, you cannot cultivate saint force. If you wish to become someone of ability in the future, you can only rely on scholarly pursuits. Mother only wants what's best for you." The sword god, overcome with guilt, is suddenly tempted to just tell his mother the truth that he can actually cultivate saint force. Bai Yunshin, meanwhile, remains lost in her own contemplation, oblivious to his inner turmoil. Bai Yunshin's determination burns so fiercely, she practically snorts smoke. If you could cultivate saint force, the demands mother places on you would increase tenfold. The sword god can vividly picture that nightmare scenario. Bai Yunshin brings over a mountain of assignments, and the sword god looks as though he's about to keel over and die. The sword god imagines Bai Yunshin's demonic form and turns deathly pale. Demonic Bai Yunshin declares, "Xiangshan, since you can cultivate saint force, all assignments shall be doubled." After bickering until the break of dawn, the sword god makes a hasty retreat, offering his farewell. "Fine, mother. I'm heading to the library to read now." Bai Yunshin replies cheerfully, "Go on then. Don't forget to do your assignments, mother. We'll check them tomorrow." Jian Chen replied, "All right." He mulled it over as he walked. The scripture pavilion had nothing left for him to browse, and he had no desire to do homework. Where could he go to kill time? Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted into Jian Chen's nose. Jian Chen perked up. That smell." Jian Chen looked toward the kitchen. That was where the aroma originated. His eyes lit up with excitement. Turnip cakes, his mother's favorite. Without hesitation, the boy sprinted toward the kitchen. "I'll grab some turnip cakes for mother. She would definitely be overjoyed." The turnip cakes were artfully arranged on a plate, garnished with a flower and a scattering of leaves, their aroma absolutely mouth-watering. Jian Chen smiled and reached out to take the plate of turnip cakes from the table. A hand shot out and snatched the plate away, causing Jian Chen to grasp at empty air. The owner of the hand spoke in a mocking tone. Well, if it isn't the little young master." The one who had grabbed the plate was Qiu a kitchen servant. He sneered down at Jian Chen. The young master of the Changyang family skulking around the kitchen to steal food if word got out. That would be quite the scandal, wouldn't it? The servant's mockery drew the attention of everyone else in the kitchen. Jian Chen's expression darkened. "Qiu I am the young master of the Changyang family. How dare you speak to me with such disrespect? Are you not afraid of punishment?" Jian Chen was growing weary of these blind, ungrateful servants. Far from showing any remorse, Qiu only grew bolder. "I serve the third madam. The fourth madam has no authority over me, let alone a worthless trash like you." Indeed, Jian Chen was utterly dwarfed by Qiu imposing frame. Jian Chen repeated himself with forced patience. "Hand over the turnip cakes." Qiu's face twisted into a sinister grin. "Oh, I recall that the fourth madam is quite fond of turnip cakes. How filial of the little young master." The other servants chimed in with their own sneers. If it weren't for this good-for-nothing dragging her down, the fourth madama spirit master, no less so could she not even afford turnip cakes. If it weren't for the second master's benevolence, You two mother and son would have been thrown out long ago. Their cutting remarks about Bai Yunshin sent Jian Chen's expression turning pitch black. Killing intent flashed in Jian Chen's eyes. I said hand over the turnip cakes. Q grew even more brazen, dropping the plate to the ground with a sneer. Oops, Butterfingers! The plate shattered into pieces, turnip cakes scattering across the filthy floor. This had truly pushed Jian Chen past his limit. You bastards! Jian Chen clenched his fists, channeling Saint Force into his palm. With a single palm strike, Jian Chen sent Q flying, blood erupting from his mouth. The other servants watched in stunned disbelief. All they could see was Jian Chen's body surging with formidable Saint Force, while Q lay crumpled on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. Completely unconscious, Q collapsed to the floor. Jian Chen then rounded on the other servants and exposed their misdeeds. You lot, hiding behind the third madam's protection over these past 2 years, you've committed countless acts of treachery behind our backs. His words struck fear into their hearts. Jian Chen turned back, his gaze radiating lethal killing intent. Today, I've come to settle accounts with every last one of you. Q took a devastating punch straight to the face. Blood from his mouth and nose sprayed everywhere. If his nose doesn't break from that, this one would be thoroughly impressed. Changyang Xiangshan sent Q hurtling through the air, his face caving in from the blow. The sheer power behind that punch was truly staggering. Q-Er's entire body slammed into the wall with a deafening thud. The impact left Q-Er nearly paralyzed, slumped against the wall in a daze. The collision also dislodged several dishes from the shelf above. The plates came crashing down straight onto Q-Er's face, one after another. Q-Er was caught completely off guard and couldn't dodge. A shrill scream and the cacophony of shattering porcelain turned the other servants' faces sheet white. Q-Er slumped forward, unconscious. Changyang Xiangshan stood tall and imposing. Changyang Xiangshan spoke in an icy tone. Over these past years, you've been skimming from my allowance and using the money meant for my mother to fund your own debauchery. Did you think I didn't know? The servant's eyes darted away guiltily, unable to meet his gaze. Changyang Xiangshan turned and strode toward the exit. As he left, he delivered one final warning: if anything like this happens again, I will show no mercy. Do I make myself clear? Having said his piece, Changyang Xiangshan didn't linger for even a second. He swept out of the kitchen without a backward glance. The servants hurriedly stammered their assent. Why, yes, young master. The moment Changyang Xiangshan stepped out the door, the servants began to chatter among themselves. Was that really the good-for-nothing young master? He actually sent a man flying with a single palm strike hand. That man had cultivation at the third layer. A good distance from the kitchen, Changyang Xiangshan's mood lifted considerably. Giving those ruffians a proper lesson had done wonders for his spirits. Indeed, disciplining the wicked was good for the soul. Suddenly, Changyang Xiangshan was distracted by sounds emanating from nearby. The Changyang family's third young master, Changyang Qi, was training diligently with a wooden weapon. Haya, Changyang Qi swung with great vigor. Haya! He swept his wooden axe to the left, then leaped with full force and swung to the right. His finishing move was a full 360-degree spin, a truly spectacular display of whatever that was supposed to be. Changyang Xiangshan watched, his mouth twitching. The chubby son of Yu Fengyan was putting on quite the ridiculous show, yet he had the audacity to call this martial training. Is that what passes for martial practice? Changyang Xiangshan scoffed inwardly and considered taking a different route, but Changyang Qi had already spotted him. There was no escaping fate. Changyang Qi blinked in surprise. Huh, isn't that the little good-for-nothing? A wicked grin spread across Changyang Qi's face. He shut the training ground gate. He absolutely had to bully the brat. Changyang Qi put on a friendly act and called out sweetly to Changyang Xiangshan, "Little brother, come here. Third brother has candy for you." Changyang Xiangshan's face darkened. He replied coldly, "Candy? Do you think I'm some 6- or 7-year-old child?" Changyang Qi scratched his head in genuine confusion. "Aren't you?" A footnote on Changyang Xiangshan. His actual age at this point is 7 years old. Changyang Xiangshan was forced to accept this uncomfortable reality. Fine then, he didn't need anyone's permission anyway. Changyang Qi grabbed Changyang Xiangshan's arm, as though they were the closest of brothers. "Come spar with third brother. Don't worry, I'll definitely hold back." Changyang Xiangshan was thoroughly annoyed, but held his tongue. Yu Fengyan and Changyang Qi had bullied his mother and him countless times over the years. He might as well take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. A sly grin crept onto Changyang Xiangshan's face. Changyang Xiangshan smiled back, though the expression looked rather strained and unnatural. "All right then, third brother, you must remember to hold back. Changyang Qi noticed the strange look on Changyang Xiangshan's face and his odd tone, and felt a flicker of wariness. The little good-for-nothing seems off today. Could he be plotting something? But he quickly dismissed the thought. HMPH? A kid who can't even cultivate, what do I have to fear? My cultivation is already at the 4th layer. Changyang Qi gestured to one side. Changyang Xiangshan played along with a dim-witted expression, following along. The weapons rack was quite well-stocked: swords, spears, shields, and more, all neatly arranged in one corner. Defensive equipment was also available. Changyang Qi declared with bravado, "Little brother, go ahead and pick any weapon you like." Changyang Xiangshan casually snapped off a thin tree branch and confidently turned Changyang Qi down. "No need, third brother. I'll use this to fight you." Changyang Qi watched Changyang Xiangshan test the branch and couldn't help but feel a surge of glee. A tree branch? This little good-for-nothing has truly lost his mind. He's courting death. Changyang Qi called out, feigning concern but hiding ill intent. "Little brother, be careful. Third brother is coming." The very next instant, Changyang Qi charged forward with blazing momentum, swinging his axe with all his might and bellowing. "Take this!" Changyang Xiangshan curled his lip in contempt and sidestepped effortlessly, expending not a single ounce of energy. Changyang Qi's jaw dropped in disbelief. In that split second of shock, Changyang Xiangshan seized the opening. With nothing but a thin branch in hand, he struck. Changyang Qi couldn't even react in time. The branch came to a halt, resting against the side of Changyang Qi's neck. Changyang Qi froze. "What?" Changyang Xiangshan cheerfully tapped the branch against Changyang Qi's shoulder a few times and announced, "Third brother, you've lost." Changyang Qi gnashed his teeth in frustration, unwilling to accept it. How is that possible? The outcome was clear as day. Changyang Xiangshan had won. Changyang Qi had lost. Changyang Qi slapped the branch away and stubbornly insisted, "That doesn't count. You cheated. I refuse to accept it." Changyang Xiangshan twirled the branch lazily and replied with an arrogant smirk, "Oh, third brother, pray tell, how exactly did I cheat?" Changyang Qi was rendered completely speechless, his face twisting in embarrassment. "That wealth is..." Changyang Qi threw a childish tantrum and shouted, "Whatever, it doesn't count, let's go again." Changyang Xiangshan cheerfully twirled back to his starting position. "No problem at all, let's do it again." Changyang Qi seethed with rage. The brat was this young and already this insufferable. I underestimated him last time and he caught me off guard. As long as I stay focused, the little good-for-nothing stands no chance against me. But even if I was careless, could the good-for-nothing possibly beat me? Changyang Qi mulled it over. Changyang Xiangshan toyed with his branch, looking utterly at ease. "Third brother, are you still not going to? If you won't go, then I'll go first." Changyang Qi's eyes locked onto the branch in Xiang Tian's hand. Could there be something special about that branch? Then Changyang Qi softened his tone and said, "Little brother, could you let me have a look at that branch of yours?" Xiang Tian tossed the branch lightly into the air and said helplessly, "What's there to look at about a branch?" Suddenly, Changyang Qi let out a malicious laugh. Changyang Qi swung his axe, sending the branch hurtling away. "Ha-ha, little good-for-nothing. Without that branch, let's see how you beat me now." Xiang Tian's expression darkened. So he's resorting to dirty tricks now. A glint flashed through Xiang Tian's eyes as realization struck him. The sword on the mountaintop immediately shattered its seal. Controlling the sword with divine sense, Xiang Tian channeled his energy, summoning it forth. Changyang Qi, knowing nothing of this, sneered. "Ha-ha, so you know you've lost? Going to just stand there and take it." Changyang Qi swung his axe with savage force, roaring, "The future master of the Changyang family is me. Die, you good-for-nothing." Xiang Tian, however, remained utterly calm. He waved his hand unseen. A surge of power erupted, hurtling straight toward Changyang Qi. Changyang Qi's eyes went wide as the force bore down upon him. It struck him clean off his feet. The branch slammed into the ground, and he clutched his face in horror. Blood poured from a deep gash carved across his cheek. Changyang Qi stared at the blood staining his hands, trembling. "Blood, blood." Changyang Qi whimpered through his bloodied face, his threat laced with terror. "You little good-for-nothing. Yao, you hit your own brother, I'm telling mother." Xiang Tian's expression turned glacial, as though a demon had awakened within him. He cracked his knuckles with a series of sharp pops. "Call me good-for-nothing again, and next time I will kill you." Changyang Qi screamed and sobbed, scrambling away to find their mother. "Mother, mother, save me." Xiang Tian watched him flee and let out a resigned sigh. It seems there's no hiding it this time. Yet Xiang Tian still skipped along carelessly. So be it, at worst, he'd take whatever punishment came. Even so, Xiang Tian could only hope pray that this wouldn't implicate his mother. A mysterious figure approached, pulled the branch from the ground and murmured under his breath. So he finally couldn't hold back and revealed his true strength. The mysterious figure watched Xiang Tian's retreating figure in silence. It seems a storm is about to sweep through the estate. A short while later, Feng Yan, her face swollen from an allergic reaction to some beauty supplement. Tears streaming down both cheeks, came clinging to Changyang Qi, sobbing her grievances to Changyang Ba. "Master, you must stand up for care. If the boy hadn't been lucky, Xiang Tian would have killed him." Qiu also filed her own tearful complaint to Changyang Ba. "Master, the young master is violent and unreasonable. He beat this servant for absolutely no cause. Master must punish the young master." Changyang Ba cleared his throat and questioned sternly. Xiang Tian clearly cannot cultivate any power. How could he have repeatedly wounded both the guards and care? Feng Yan puffed up her neck, whining and spinning fabrications. "Fourth Madam has always doted on Xiang Tian. She must have pushed him to use despicable means to harm Care. Care is the future master of this house. Master, you must avenge us, mother and son." Changyang Ba spoke with grave authority. The Changyang family has always valued benevolence and magnanimity above all else. If Xiang Tian truly committed violence without cause, I shall punish him without mercy. With that, Changyang Ba called out in a booming voice, "Someone bring Xiang Tian to me." If the master truly condemned him for conspiring to harm his own flesh and blood, and punished him under family law, Qiu was secretly overjoyed. "By your command," Feng Yan was immediately brimming with triumph. "By Yunxianth's time, I will drive you and your son out onto the streets for good." Within Changyang Ba's estate, a matter demanded his swift resolution before everything spiraled further. Changyang Ba turned his face away, clasped his hands behind his back, and spoke coldly, "This matter I will give you the proper account." On the other side, the second madam, her face bruised and batter-red, was weeping and pleading. "Master, you must stand up for us." To everyone's surprise, Xiang Tian's mother, Bai Yunshan, spoke up first. "There is no need to summon Xiang Tian." She calmly explained the unfortunate misunderstanding that had occurred earlier. "Master, today's incident has nothing to do with Xiang Tian. It was I who intervened from the shadows." Changyang Ba was stunned by Bai Yunshan's admission. He pressed her further. "So it wasn't Xiang Tian who harmed Care and Kier, it was her." Madame Yunshan's expression darkened as she spoke her heart plainly. "Xiang Tian cannot cultivate saint power. I feared he would be bullied, so I have been secretly watching over and protecting him all along." She pointed at the scheming mother and son of the wet nurse's quarters, and immediately filed her accusation before the patriarch. "Today I witnessed Kier and Care bullying Xiang Tian. In a moment of fury, I stepped in and disciplined them." Every face in the room was etched with shock and tense apprehension. They reeled from Yunshan's sudden, unflinching exposure of the truth. The wet nurse's mother and son began their theatrics wailing and lamenting over their supposed mistreatment. Care is a kind-hearted child, and Kier has always known his place. Why would they ever bully Xiang Tian? On the other side, Changyang Qi followed his mother's lead, denying everything. "I never bullied Xiang Tian." Meanwhile, Kier, his face bruised and swollen, sobbed and pleaded his innocence. "This humble one has been wronged." The wet nurse continued her performance, then turned to level accusations at Yunshan. It was obvious that Fourth Madam was simply shielding Xiang Tian, deliberately taking all the blame upon herself. Unable to let these people run rampant any longer, Yunshan immediately fired back. "Everyone in the entire manor knows Xiang Tian cannot cultivate saint power. How could he possibly have harmed Care and Kier?" Before Yunshan's ironclad reasoning, the woman could only stammer in silence, utterly tongue-tied. Then suddenly, she threw herself to her knees before Changyang Ba, pleading desperately. "My lord, everything was my doing. Xiang Tian had no part in this. I willingly accept any punishment." Changyang Ba was startled by Yunshan's actions and spoke up. Not wanting to make things difficult for Yunshan and understanding the depths of her feelings, Changyang Ba offered a gentle reminder. Since Yunshan has already confessed, she shall be punished with 1 month of solitary confinement to reflect upon her transgressions. Yunshan accepted the sentence with calm composure. This one has no objections. The wet nurse was far from satisfied with the lightness of the punishment, and brazenly demanded the patriarch reconsider. "My lord, Care nearly died. How can you let her off so easily?" Changyang Qi chimed in to support his mother's theatrics, crying out on cue. "Oh, father, it hurts so much. Am I going to die?" In her mind, the wet nurse seethed, "No, I cannot let them gain the upper hand like this." She brazenly turned to condemn Yunshan's actions once more. "Care's life is tied to the fate of this clan. How can you not expel this venomous woman from the family?" Seeing this woman go too far, Bai Yunshan flew into a rage and produced a prized treasure, intent on punishing the shameless mother and son. "Is it not so? As long as I can heal Care's wounds, you will drop all of this, will you not? The wet nurse refused to yield. She stuck out her tongue in provocation while shielding Changyang Qi with her body, vehemently objecting. Absolutely not. Who knows if you're only pretending to treat him just to injure Care even more. Changyang Ba watched the two women go back and forth, helpless and silent. Yet the quarrel showed no signs of stopping, and Yunshin pressed on with a sharp retort. HMPH, it's clear as day you're just looking for an excuse to bully me and my son. The wet nurse craned her neck and snapped back in defiance. Nonsense, you were the ones who struck first. Yunshin thundered back at the stubborn woman. Your son is a brat who had it coming. Did he not deserve to be disciplined? The wet nurse was no pushover either, snarling right back. It's your son who's the brat. Wearied and utterly defeated, Changyang Ba gave up on the two of them. He slipped away unnoticed while they were still at each other's throats, escaping the whole mess entirely. At a tranquil, picturesque pond within the Shang Manor, Xiang Tian sat alone in quiet contemplation. The young boy sat listlessly, picking at his nose as he muttered to himself. It's been so long now, so why haven't they come for me yet? Don't tell me Changyang Qi and his mother didn't go tattle to father. Xiang Tian furrowed his brows in annoyance, propping his chin on his hand with a sigh. Mother's gone off somewhere again. Sitting here alone is unbearably boring. Suddenly, a shadowy figure flickers into view, hurtling at breakneck speed toward Xiangshan, who sits lost in thought. Something feels wrong. Xiangshan whips around something razor-sharp, is already closing in on him. His reflexes kick in. He bolts upright just as a sword pierces clean through where he'd been sitting. A tall figure, face concealed behind a mysterious mask, assumes a combat stance challenging Xiangshan. You dare lay hands on the third young master. You must die. Xiangshan doesn't flinch. He faces his would-be assassin head-on. Did Yu Fengyan send you? The figure drops all pretense and charges, hell-bent on claiming Xiangshan's life. Correct. The third madam has endured your existence for far too long. He vaults into the air and crashes down toward Xiangshan with savage, overwhelming force. Below, Xiangshan assumes a defensive posture with nothing but a slender branch in hand. He nimbly evades the stranger's strike, then launches skyward with a burst of lightness skill. The man wastes no more time, unleashes his saint force, intent on subduing Xiangshan. A deafening explosion erupts right beside the boys. Earth blast has narrowly missed its target. Xiangshan remains calm, analyzing his opponent and reading every move the masked figure makes. Saint Force fourth layer, I can handle this. He channels every ounce of Saint Force into the slender branch. Xiangshan rockets straight at the masked figure. Take this. A razor-sharp beam of light streaks directly toward the man. The attacker finds this utterly laughable and sneers at Xiangshan. You think a mere branch can wound me? At that moment, a torrent of blue Saint Force erupts from Xiangshan's body, radiating a terrifying surge of energy. A confident smirk tugs at his lips. Who says a branch can't draw blood? He strikes with absolute decisiveness. A catastrophic force materializes above the masked man's head and slams down without warning. The man has no time to react. His eyes go wide as he takes the full brunt of the blow. The torrent of power punches clean through, splitting the mask in two with a stunning crack. Behind the shattered mask stands none other than Changyang Ba, his disguise played to perfection. Xiangshan's body trembles with alarm. In a panic, he raises his hands. Father. Changyang Ba faces his son and calls out his name in a stern voice. Xiangshan, but his composure shatters. Tears of joy spill down his face as he witnesses the hidden power his son had concealed all along. You truly can wield Saint Force now. Today is a beautiful day. Xiangshan stands before Changyang Ba and declares plainly, Saint Force, I've been able to use it for a long time now. Third brother and Qiu both were wounded by my hand. Beat me, punish me, do as you please. Just don't drag my mother into this. Changyang Ba anxiously grips Xiangshan's shoulders. Xiangshan, if you could cultivate, why didn't you tell your father? Then none of this would have happened to you and your mother. Xiangshan's discomfort is written all over his face. He shoves Changyang Ba's hands away, his expression dark with killing intent. And if I had told you, what then? You'd have branded me trash and cast us aside without a backward glance. The more I dwell on it, the deeper the hatred burns. When you thought I was a genius, you showered me with 100-fold of your love. Xiangshan tears away the facade of the man who dares call himself his father. He stares at Changyang Ba with undisguised hatred, his eyes devoid of all warmth. What am I to Yorieli? A son or a tool? Changyang Ba rushes to explain, desperate before his son's accusations. I had my own bitter reasons. I had to think of the clan. Xiangshan channels every ounce of resentment bottled up over the years and screams it into Changyang Ba's face. Bitter reasons. What about my mother and me? How do you think we've lived all these years? Did you ever once ask how we were doing? When you Feng Yin bullied us, did you ever lift a finger? If I truly were trash, even if I died, you probably wouldn't have spared me a single glance. Changyang Ba's composure crumbles. He pleads with his son. Xiangshan, how can you say such things? How could your own father ever treat you that way? Xiangshan lets out a weary, exasperated sigh. Honestly, I don't care how you treat me, but lay a finger on my mother and all bets are off. Changyang Ba presses on. Things aren't what you think, son. I am the head of this household. There are many things beyond my control. Xiangshan turns his back and walks away. Yes, you're the head of this household. You have to think of everyone, but I only care about my mother. Beat me, blame me, do as you wish. Either way, this household means nothing to me anymore. These words strike Changyang Ba like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. Changyang Ba calls out his son's name in anguish. From behind, Dugu Kyubei, who has been watching from the shadows all along, steps forward, stopping Changyang Ba from giving chase. Master, admitting your mistakes truly isn't that hard. Changyang Ba turns to see Dugu Kyubei, his body trembling, tears streaming down his face. Uncle Dugu, you saw everything. I did, every last moment. Dugu Kyubei and Changyang Ba walk side by side, sharing a quiet, heartfelt conversation. Dugu nods earnestly. In truth, the young master injured the third young master with nothing but a tree branch and nearly wounded others as well. Such talent is truly extraordinary. Changyang Ba agrees. I had to unleash the full power of my fourth layer saint force just to subdue him. Then Changyang Ba turns to reproach Dugu. Dugu, why did you say during the initial assessment that Xiangshan couldn't cultivate? How is he able to do this now? Hearing this, Dugu shares the truth openly, concealing nothing. Even during that first examination, I sensed something was off. The young master is clearly heaven-blessed. How could he possibly be unable to cultivate? That is why, over these past years, I've been quietly watching over him. He was secretly cultivating Saint Force in the scripture pavilion. All along I knew, from the very beginning. Changyang Ba is stunned. Uncle Dugu, you knew all along, why didn't you tell me? Dugu explains calmly. I was observing the young master, yes, but I was also observing you, master. Observing me? Changyang Ba is bewildered. Dugu continues, if you, master, remained willfully blind, I would have taken Xiangshan away to a place where he could truly flourish. Changyang Ba's fury erupts. He raises his voice, bellowing at Dugu. The Changyang family has treated you with nothing but kindness. How could you even consider such a thing? Dugu turns away with an exasperated sigh and shakes his head. Master, I am merely a servant of the Changyang household. You couldn't even be bothered to care for your own son and yet you blame an outsider like me. The words strike Changyang Ba's deepest shame. His throat goes dry. He stammers, unable to form a coherent response. Changyang Ba hangs his head, his face etched with bitter regret. You're right. It is I who am wrong. I admit all of it. I failed in my duty as a father. And because of that, misunderstanding festered between my son and me. Dugu speaks gently, but locking the stable only after the horse has bolted. By then, it may already be too late. The young master is a deeply feeling soul. If you treat him with genuine sincerity, master, he will surely come around. Hope rekindles in Changyang Ba's eyes, his face brightening. Dugu, thank you. Dugu nods in understanding. At the Changyang Estate's scripture pavilion, amidst scholars poring over texts and cultivators deep in meditation, there are still those who are quarrelsome and unruly. An argument erupts. Feng Yin's face is swollen and battered, yet her venomous tongue shows no sign of relenting. She keeps pestering the master, demanding he go punish Xiangshan. You and your brat are finished this time. Bai Yunshan fires back, calling the woman a pig-headed fool. Don't be so dramatic. If push comes to shove, I'll just take Xiangshan back to my family's home. It's no big deal. Bai Yunshan lets out a mocking laugh. On the contrario, you even dare show your face outside looking like that. Feng Yin is absolutely livid. Her beauty has been struck at. HMPH, I've already recovered these past few days. Don't you worry about me. Just as the argument reaches its peak, Changyang Ba leads little Xiangshan inside, making introductions and explaining the situation to Bai Yunshan. Feng Yin, I've investigated thoroughly. The one who inflicted those injuries was Xiangshan himself. Bai Yunshan's heart sinks. Worried for her son, she moves to plead with the master. Feng Yin, sensing she now holds the upper hand, jabs a finger at the master. You must absolutely punish Xiangshan. But at Feng Yin's aggressive stance, Xiangshan simply sticks his tongue out at her, taunting. Changyang Ba raps Xiangshan on the head, a token warning, nothing more. He mediates the quarrel. Though Xiangshan was wrong to resort to violence, Qi and Qu had no business bullying others either. Consider the matter settled, let's not pursue this any further. Feng Yin is fuming, practically steaming from the ears. Xiangshan, meanwhile, offers the third madam a mocking apology, while pulling faces behind her back. Feng Yin explodes with rage. This is how he apologizes. Feng Yin wants to cough up blood at Changyang Ba's indifference. How can you simply let this slide? Master, Qi is the future hope of our branch. How can you? Feng Yan is mid-sentence when Changyang Ba silences her with a single authoritative word. Qi secretly makes life difficult for Bai Yunshan and her son behind the scenes. He violated the clan rules. I have already expelled him from the estate. Changyang Ba then pats Xiangshan on the shoulder. Well done. From this day forward, anyone in the entire estate who dares bully Bai Yunshan and her son shall be severely punished. Feng Yan hears the devastating news like a thunderclap overhead and nearly faints on the spot, while Bai Yunshan is the complete opposite. Her eyes sparkle with radiant happiness. Then, Changyang Ba turns to Xiangshan. How about it? Can this be considered fair? Xiangshan, I suppose that'll do. On the other side, Feng Yan and the other Changyang concubines weep bitterly together, while Bai Yunshan claps her hands joyfully, reveling in delight. Xiangshan rushes to Bai Yunshan's side, grasping her hand with concern. Mother, were you bullied? Bai Yunshan asks back with worry. My child, your mother is fine. What about you? Didn't your father punish you? At this, Xiangshan turns his head away with a petulant look. No, I spoke with him man to man. Bai Yunshan can only sigh. This brat, what kind of talk is that? Sounding like a little old man. Changyang Ba, also hoping to reconcile the two women, speaks to Bai Yunshan first. You've already healed Qi, so while you're at it, please heal Feng Yan as well. Bai Yun, Tian agrees, but with one condition: as long as Xiangshan is not held accountable. Feng Yan hears that the woman she despises will be the one to heal her and thrashes about. We absolutely don't need her treatment. Changyang Ba can't take it anymore and commands loudly, Feng Yan, stop making a fuss. Feng Yan can only pout, and Relentivrion defers to the old man. Bai Yunshan begins her healing technique. From a distance, Xiangshan watches his mother in admiration. Special energies from heaven and earth flow through her hands and into the patient's body. So this is the true power of a spirit master. Feng Yan, her beautiful appearance fully restored, is overjoyed. She touches her face all over. Wonderful, it's healed. Bai Yunshan stands proudly with her hands on her hips, basking in everyone's praise, beaming with delight. Seeing his mother's remarkable abilities, Xiangshan grows interested in this discipline. If only I could learn to harness and control this energy, my cultivation would surely double. While he is lost in thought, a hand suddenly lands on Xiangshan's shoulder. It is Changyang Ba, who has something to say. Although I will not pursue this matter further, Xiangshan was still in the wrong. He cannot go unpunished. Upon hearing this, Xiangshan's face falls. But you already said it would be different. Seeing her son about to be punished, Bai Yunshan demands loudly, so you're still blaming us. Only Feng Yan delights in pouring oil on the fire. The master is truly wise. Xiangshan has been cultivating in secret all this time, without any proper system or structure. Starting tomorrow, Xiangshan and Uncle De will begin cultivating in the secret passage behind the mountain until he reaches the 8th layer of Saint Force. Could this even be called a punishment? But Feng Yan's jaw drops in bitter grievance, while Bai Yunshan's eyes widen with delight at this unexpected boon for her son. Changyang Qi grows jealous upon hearing this. Father, I want to be punished too. Xiangshan strokes his chin, weighing the punishment. Very well, having Uncle Do as my instructor isn't bad at all. Changyang Ba suddenly remembers something. There's also this. Changyang Ba hands Xiangshan a sealed letter. Once you reach the 8th layer of Saint Force, you may open this letter. When that time comes, your future will be transformed. Changyang Ba speaks with eyes brimming with hope, fixed upon the sun before him. Xiangshan hesitates, wary of accepting the letter. He raises his guard, uncertain of what connection this letter has to his future. 7 years fly by. At the estate, Changyang Ba sits drinking tea with Uncle Do and inquires about Xiangshan's cultivation progress. How has he been recently? Has he been able to break through to the 8th layer of Saint Force yet? Uncle Do replies, in recent years, the young master's rate of progress no longer astonishes me as it once did. He is currently at the 7th layer of Saint Force. Holding his teacup, he continues gravely, at merely 14. This level of achievement is enough to call him a genius. But this old man has always felt that the young master doesn't seem to be putting his full effort into cultivation. He sips his tea as he speaks. Hearing this, Changyang Ba is alarmed. What do you mean by that? Do you have any proof, Uncle De? Uncle De slowly strokes his silver beard and replies, no. This old man merely has a feeling as long as the young master wishes it. He could break through to the 8th layer of Saint Force at any time. Chang Ba ponders deeply. If Xiangshan doesn't reach the 8th layer of Saint Force in time, then we'll simply have to wait another year. Only then does he glance down at the letter resting on the table. Meanwhile, at Bai Yunshan's quarters, she lounges under a parasol, basking in the warm sunlight and gentle fragrance of flowers. Placing cucumber slices on her face, a maid approaches and announces, "Madam, these are seasonal fruits and pastries that the master specially ordered to be brought for you and the young master." She lazily points to the table Xiangshan is cultivating. "Just leave them here, I'll bring them to him later." The maid hears this and bows slightly in acknowledgement. "Yes, madam." Bai Yunshan reclines contentedly and says happily, "Xiangshan, the treatment we receive really does keep getting better and better." At this moment, through the window, 14-year-old Xiangshan is fully immersed in cultivation. He struggles to suppress his discomfort, cold sweat beating on his forehead, as visions of his past sect's chaos flood his mind faced with the enemy's devastating power. The disciples showed no fear and fought back fiercely. Dugu Kyubai's underlings jeer and sneer without end. "Ha, without Jian Chen to back you up, you trash are nothing but pray for us to tear apart." The celestial sword sect disciples stand shoulder to shoulder, forming a defensive line, refusing to yield. They shout with conviction, "Big brother Jian Chen will surely return to avenge us. We'll fight you Dugu sect villains to the death." But with their overwhelming power, the enemies swiftly shatter their defenses. Jian Chen and the Dugu sect master have perished together. He's never coming back. Ha! Those villains charge forward with swords drawn, bellowing, "Kill them all, slaughter them." In the next instant, fresh blood flows in rivers, painting the entire celestial sword mountain crimson. Witnessing this scene, Jian Chen within Xiangshan's soul screams in agony, "No! Wait, stop!" Unable to contain his fury, he slams his fist into the ground. A burst of azure chi erupts with a thunderous boom, yanking him back to reality. Only then does Xiangshan realize it was all just a dream. Gazing at his own weary reflection in the blade, he thinks, "All these years, you have truly been exhausted. I know you never experienced the warmth of home in your past life, and all of this now makes it impossible for you to let go. You haven't been pushing yourself to grow stronger. Instead, you've grown comfortable with life in the Changyang estate. But you are not Changyang Xiangshan, you are Jian Chen. The people of your sect are still waiting for you to return." Having said this, his expression turns resolute. His hand grips the sword tightly, resolves to grow ever stronger and find a way back. Suddenly a streak of azure light flashes past, inscribing words upon the wall. Reading the inscription, he says, "I have broken through to the 8th layer of Saint Force." Sometime later at the estate, Changyang Ba exclaims with joy, "Xiangshan, you've truly reached the 8th layer of Saint Force." Uncle De chimes in from the side, "Wonderful. The young master has truly lived up to our expectations." He points to the letter on the table and asks, "May I open this letter now? I want to know how it is connected to my future." Changyang Ba replies, "Of course. The letter bears an enrollment notice." Seeing his confusion, Changyang Ba explains, "This is an admission notice from Kargath Academy, the most prestigious academy in our entire empire. Kargath Academy has produced countless peak-level powerhouses. Only those who reach the 8th layer of Saint Force before the age of 18 are eligible to enroll." He pats Xiangshan's shoulder and continues, "Your talent is truly exceptional, and Kargath Academy is the perfect fit for you. The future of the Changyang clan rests on your shoulders." Uncle De smiles and adds, "Kargath Academy's enrollment is in 3 days. The young master will make it just in time." Xiangshan finally responds, "I understand. I will not let you down." Bai Yunshan points anxiously at a pile of large bags and says, "Xiangshan, this is your first time away from home. Without your mother by your side, you must take good care of yourself. I've written down everything you need to be careful about when you're out there. Study hard." He smiles wryly, "Mother, I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself." Bai Yunshan then breaks into a mischievous grin. "When Feng Yan heard you were going to the academy, she was so furious she fell ill." "My son, you've done splendidly." Xiangshan laughs. "Mother, you're gloating over someone else's misery." Seeing this, Uncle De hurriedly reminds him, "Young master, it's getting late. You should set off now." Aboard the giant eagle, he calls out, "Father, mother, I'm leaving." Changyang Ba responds, "Travel safely." At the same time, Bai Yunshan adds, "Remember to write letters home." The giant eagle flaps its wings, letting out a mighty screech as leaves scatter in all directions. Xiangshan raises his hand and shouts excitedly, "Kargath Academy. I have come." Beneath the clear, cloudless sky, the protagonist soars atop a massive eagle. gliding over a rocky gorge lined with rows of ancient trees. The protagonist thoroughly savors the sensation of flight, a feeling he has not experienced in a long, long time. It fills him with a deep sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, Uncle Do appears out of nowhere and begins recounting something about the protagonist's elder brother, who was once sent to Kargath Academy, but was so frightened he dared not even move. Uncle Do's story catches the protagonist completely off guard, has no recollection whatsoever of having an elder brother at Kargath Academy. The kind-hearted old Uncle Do simply laughs heartily, having completely forgotten to mention it before. According to Uncle Do's gentle account, the protagonist Changyang Xiangshan's elder brother, Changyang Hu, was born to the first madam. The protagonist's father married 3 wives, but the 2 other madams could never see eye to eye. Changyang Hu's mother flew into a rage and took her newborn son back to her maiden home, severing all ties with the Changyang clan. All of this is the first time the protagonist has ever heard of it, which is why from childhood until now, he has never once heard of this elder brother. Xiangshan feels that his own mother is truly formidable, otherwise she would have been crushed by Yu Fengyan. The tangled web of love and hatred among great noble clans also makes the protagonist heave a sigh. Uncle Do feels that the protagonist is remarkably understanding, perhaps, not merely a child after all. In Uncle Do's telling, the young master had already reached the 8th layer of Saint Force at the age of 17, before coming to the academy. If the protagonist ever runs into trouble at the academy, he can seek out the young master. Xiangshan expresses heartfelt gratitude for Uncle Do's advice, then turns to leave. After that, the giant eagle carries them onward to yet another destination. Uncle Do turns to inform Xiangshan that their destination lies directly ahead. The protagonist seems utterly captivated by the sight before him. Spread out below them is the vast expanse of Kargath Academy, its buildings packed tightly together as far as the eye can see. Xiangshan descends toward a distant courtyard where a massive crowd has gathered. Xiangshan grows slightly anxious. Is he supposed to find his elder brother in an academy this enormous? Uncle Do laughs heartily and tells the protagonist not to worry, for the young master is easy to find. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. From the distant courtyard, an enormously boisterous voice rings out, calling Changyang Xiangshan's name. It turns out to be none other than the protagonist's elder brother, Changyang Hu. Changyang Hu appears to be an extremely amiable and sociable person. He beams with a radiant smile upon seeing his little brother, the protagonist. The overwhelmingly enthusiastic welcome embarrasses Xiangshan so much that he wants to turn around and go home. Old Uncle Do waves in greeting to this special elder brother he has not seen in many years. Xiangshan's elder brother rushes over to Uncle Do, and the white-haired old man mentions that Changyang Hu's father has always remembered him, who merely scoffs and purses his lips, unwilling to speak of their father, because between him and the patriarch there is no longer any relationship. Then Hu asks after Xiangxi, and his little brother, whom he has not seen in so many years, has grown so much already. The protagonist surely has plenty to say to his elder brother as well. The 2 brothers then throw their arms around each other's shoulders and talk animatedly. Hu tells his little brother that if anyone ever bullies him, he should come straight to his big brother. Meanwhile, Uncle Do has business to attend to, needs to go meet with the academy headmaster. The 2 of them, Hu and Xiangshan, set off to tour the academy together. Deep down, the protagonist is beginning to feel a flicker of admiration for this elder brother. Kargath Academy is sprawling, its architecture steeped in classical antiquity. Hu eagerly points at every landmark they pass, brimming with excitement. Xiangshan's elder brother grins broadly, offering a rather superficial introduction of the academy to his bewildered younger brother. Xiangshan had just begun to think his elder brother was somewhat reliable, but now he deeply regrets retracting that assessment. Hu mentions that tomorrow is the day of the new student martial tournament. He has already registered Xiangshan in his place, so that his little brother can integrate with the other students. The protagonist feels somewhat hesitant about his elder brother Hu's proposal. Hu insists that Xiangshan must perform well, for this is his registration qualification on the line. Xiangshan merely thinks to himself, this elder brother is just a touch too enthusiastic. The protagonist has no interest whatsoever and intends to skip the tournament entirely. Before the protagonist can say a word, Hu suddenly remembers he still needs to pick up Xiangshan's registration materials and dashes off, saying they'll meet again at the dining hall. Xiangshan stands frozen like a statue, utterly unable to react to this bizarre elder brother. The dining hall is magnificent and warm. Xiangshan is leisurely savoring the lavish spread of delicacies before him, when suddenly someone slams their hand down on the table, claiming the table as his own and ordering Xiangshan to get lost. It is Dai Liang. Flanking him are Dai Yun with his long, spiked red hair and a scar across his mouth, and his younger sister Dai Shuli, who radiates arrogance. Xiangshan merely glances at them. He says this table belongs to the academy. If they want to eat, they can sit down and share it. But the brazen trio only grows louder, openly showing their contempt for Xiangshan. Xiangshan stands his ground and tells them to just stand there and wait. When he's done eating, he'll vacate the seat. Dai Liang and Shuli immediately resort to their intimidation routine. "Do you even know who my father is?" they bark at Xiangshan. Dai Yun, who has been silently observing all along, now calmly asks about Xiangshan's background. He reminds everyone of the academy's rule. Nobles are strictly forbidden from oppressing commoners, but disputes among nobles are outside the academy's purview. Then his expression suddenly darkens as he threatens Xiangshan, vowing that from this day forward, the protagonist will never be able to survive in the academy. The surrounding students buzz with whispers. One says it's the three Dai siblings. The student beside him says, "How did this new student manage to provoke them?" Xiangshan thinks while eating, nonchalantly bragging about family background with such crude words. "I've seen plenty of this in my previous life." "How utterly childish." Dai Yun says, "Oi, I'm talking to you." Dai Shuli sneers, "Wretched brat, what tricks are you trying to pull?" "Big brother, I'm talking to you." Dai Liang roars furiously. He charges at Xiangshan. "Eat, eat, I'll give you something to eat." Xiangshan rises to his feet and effortlessly dodges Dai Liang's punch. Xiangshan then delivers a sharp strike to the back of Dai Liang's neck, sending him crashing face first into the ground. Xiangshan remarks, "Hot-tempered, unstable, and sloppy martial form, your cultivation is lacking." Dai Liang roars with fury, "You dare mock me? Today I will not rest until blood is spilled." Suddenly Tai Tao interjects, "Stop fighting. I'm done. I think this spot is yours." Dai Liang wheels around and curses, "This has nothing to do with you." Tai Ta says calmly, "We are all classmates, there's no need for conflict." But Dai Liang remains belligerent. "Get lost. Can't you understand what I'm saying?" With that, Dai Liang charges at Tai Ta and throws a punch, cursing, "You lowly commoner, you dare talk to me." But the one who ends up in pain is Dai Liang himself. Tai Ta laughs heartily. "If you truly want to fight, come at me. My flesh is tough, I don't fear your punches." Dai Shuli stands to the side and sneers. "This lowly commoner is asking for a beating. Second brother, teach him a lesson." Dai Yun's eyes turn sharp and cold. "Wretch, you brought this upon yourself." Xiangshan's anger finally erupts. "Enough. If you have a problem, come at me, leave others out of this." Dai Liang immediately says, "Second brother, use your hands." Within the academy, clashes between nobles and commoners are strictly forbidden. From a distance, a student notices and exclaims, "Hey, it looks like there's a fight over there." The student beside him says, "That's Dai Yun, let's gotta get dragged into this." Dai Yun sneers at Xiangshan. "Oh, you've offended the Dai family and you still think you can remain in this academy. After all, the academy won't interfere in disputes between nobles. You wouldn't want to be carried out of here with broken arms and legs, would you?" Xiangshan replies without hesitation, "You want to make a move? Then I'd like to see who dares touch my fourth brother." The person descends from above, a single kick shattering the table. It is Changyang Hu. Xiangshan is startled. What kind of table breaks from a single stomp? Xiangshan sighs, "Big brother, could you perhaps make a normal entrance for once?" Hu declares boldly, "Dai Yun, if you want to fight, I'll gladly play with you." He suddenly realizes he's still holding something. He hands it to Xiangshan and says, "Oh right, fourth brother, here are the registration materials for the new student martial tournament." Xiangshan says, "Is this really the time to worry about registration?" Dai Yun raises an eyebrow. "The new student martial tournament." A cunning glint flashes through his eyes. "So this brat is your fourth brother?" Who immediately throws his arm around Xiangshan's shoulder and asks cheerfully, "Doesn't he look just like me?" Dai Liang demands, "And just who are you?" Dai Shuli adds, "You dare provoke the Dai family? Are you courting death?" Dai Yun's mind races with calculations. That wretched Changyang Hu is not someone we can provoke. There's no way to deal with this kid right now. He can only find another way. Dai Yun turns and walks away. "HMPH, I'll remember today's matter well, let's go." Changyang Hu grins triumphantly. "How about that? Does Big Brother really have that much clout?" Xiangshan speaks up. "I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple." The three Kargeth brothers reach the doorway. Kargeth Li asks who the newcomer was. Kargeth Yun replies, "His name is Changyang Hu, a very dangerous man to provoke." Kargeth Liang asks, "Big brother, are we just going to let this slide?" Kargeth Yun sneers. Let it slide. How could we possibly let it slide? He grins cunningly. That brat also signed up for the new student martial tournament. We can kill him on the tournament stage. Changyang, who has nothing more to say. Anyone who dares offend the Kargath family must die. Xiangshan strolls along, grumbling. Big brother really just suddenly said he had something to do and dashed off. He recalls Changyang Hu's carefree grin before he left. Fourth brother, I just remembered something I need to handle. Go explore the campus on your own. Xiangshan sighs miserably. His first day here, a stranger in a foreign land, how is he supposed to just explore? Truly a sorrowful state, having a big brother who can't be relied upon. A thought suddenly strikes Xiangshan. It's not entirely true that I have no friends here. He thinks of Tai Ta. The big fellow had waved cheerfully when they parted. Xiangshan, I'm heading back to the dorms. From now on we're friends, anything you need, just say the word. Xiangshan chuckles. That Tai Ta fellow is actually decent company. He hugs the stack of tournament enrollment forms with a helpless expression. That boring new student martial tournament holds no interest for me. I might as well cast a blank ballot. He wanders aimlessly through the campus, strolling through the grounds to broaden his knowledge of the Empire's foremost academy. Within the campus courtyard, Xiangshan crouches behind a tree, eavesdropping on two classmates. The girl speaks in a melancholy voice, Senior. The boy replies with equal emotion, Junior. Xiangshan muses. Back in my previous life at the sect, the junior brothers and sisters used to hide in the bushes like this too. It seems no matter the world. People all share the same 7 emotions and 6 desires. Suddenly, several masked figures tiptoe past. Xiangshan narrows his eyes, suspicious. If they're not crooks, they're certainly thieves. The masked men huddle together, whispering. Their leader speaks, I've scouted the area. She'll pass through here soon. You lot set up an ambush and play the part of ruffians harassing her. Then I swoop in like a hero, rescuing the maiden. His lackey nods eagerly. Rest assured, boss, we'll sell the act like our lives depend on it. Another chimes in. For boss's pursuit of beauty, we'd leap into a sea of fire without hesitation. The leader adds, my goddess is a delicate little lamb. Be gentle, you hear me. His subordinates chorus, understood. Xiangshan, hidden behind the tree, shakes his head. What a crude and unoriginal scheme, truly devoid of creativity. The group begins their operation. Xiangshan leaps onto a tree branch. Using such a stale trick to deceive a young lady. I can't just sit back and watch. The night is beautiful. A lone figure approaches from the distance. The 2 classmates from earlier stare, wide-eyed. She's breathtaking. Isn't she that stunning new student everyone's been talking about? The 3 masked men leap out. One leers, hee, little miss, how about having some fun with our big boss here? Another sneers. Aren't you lonely all by yourself? Yue recoils in fear. Why you? What are you trying to do? Stay away from me. One of them closes in on Yue, taunting. What are you afraid of? Little sister, let big brother give you a little touch. He reaches out his Hondan. Yue seizes it in a vice grip. She swings him in a full circle and hurls him away. His accomplices freeze, utterly dumbstruck. One thinks, WWW, what the hell is this? The boss called her a delicate little lamb. His companion thinks bitterly. So this is what they mean by speaks the gentlest words. Fights the most brutal fights. Yue dusts off her hands. Though I don't enjoy fighting, I show no courtesy to scoundrels. The ringleader, one Xiangshan, had already thrashed and dragged out from his hiding spotlies in a battered heap. Who would have thought that the girl with such a delicate and fragile appearance could fight with such devastating precision? The 2 remaining lackeys wail. Bo, SS, save us. The ringleader seizes the chaos as his chants and bolts. Xiangshan bellows, who the hell is your boss? Don't you dare drag me into this nonsense. Yue narrows her eyes. You're their ringleader, huh? Then you need a proper lesson too. Xiangshan blurts out in a panic. Wait, miss, this is a misunderstanding. Yue's fury only intensifies. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining masked men exchange glances. One mutters, hey, who the hell was that guy anyway? Where did our boss go? The other hisses, forget about him, it's got nothing to do with us. If not now, when? Run. Xiangshan smirks faintly. Well then, since I'm bored anyway, let me see what you're made of, miss. With that said, Xiangshan drops into a fighting stance. Just as Changyang, Xiangshan, and Yue are about to clash, a figure descends from above furious, channeling Saint force through both hands. You too. She weaves a binding spell instantly, freezing both of them in place. The newcomer roars at them both, stop right there. Xiangshan's expression darkens. He thinks, my body, it's been completely immobilized. The girl beside him, however, lights up and calls out excitedly, teacher. The teacher stands with a stern expression. The academy has rules. Unauthorized combat is strictly forbidden. Have you forgotten already? The girl immediately wilts under her teacher's scolding. "Teacher, I'm sorry, I was wrong." She points at Xiangshan behind her. "But he's a bad person. Didn't you always say we should never show mercy to bad people?" Standing frozen behind her, Xiangshan seethes internally. "I've been branded a villain over a misunderstanding. Unbelievable." The teacher responds coolly, "Leave this matter to me. Continue your training." The girl responds promptly, "Yes, teacher," completely disregarding Xiangshan, who seethes with utter indignation behind her. Then she turns and brandishes a fist at him. He cannot move an inch. Utterly helpless, it looks like nothing more than two children squabbling. To top it off, Yue sticks out her tongue and makes a face at him. His face darkens with rage as he curses inwardly. "Damn that wretched girl!" She pays him no mind, flips her hair, and saunters away, leaving him standing there, a ball of barely contained fury. Xiangshan then turns his gaze to the female teacher, who regards him with an impassive, stern expression. He thinks frantically, "Elder, please, let me explain. This is not at all what your disciple made it out to be." The teacher studies him with a contemplative gaze. Then she speaks. "The power within your body, it is unusual." Hearing this, Xiangshan's heart lurches. "Don't tell me. Can she actually sense that I'm a transmigrator?" The female teacher leans down, locking eyes with him. "No need to panic. I have never been one to pry into others' secrets. Even if you are a son of the Changyang family," Xiangshan's eyes widen in alarm. "This woman, does she know who I am?" The teacher continues, "However, before anything else you must prove that you have the worth to keep living." As she speaks, she raises a hand before his face, her fingers brushing against a formation circle. She fixes him with a chilling stare. Instantly, a sphere of blazing energy materializes beside his head, sending a jolt of terror through him. The female teacher regards him with killing intent radiating from her eyes. "Otherwise, I will kill you with my own hands." Xiangshan's face goes dark. He thinks, is this woman insane? What grudge does she even have against me? Before he can dwell on it further, she channels her internal energy, conjuring a swirling sphere of light around her body. She speaks little. "Master of the Changyang family, remember my words well." In the next instant, a formation circle blazes to life beneath his feet. He barely thinks, "What is this?" before his body plunges downward through the ring. The female teacher watches him sink away, her expression utterly indifferent. Consider this a small, welcoming gift. All he can manage is a wide-eyed stare of disbelief. A welcoming gift. He crashes down into a forest bathed in crimson light. A teleportation technique? Just as he scrambles to his feet, wondering where he is, a voice calls out, "Fourth brother." Changyang, who stands there, his body covered in wounds, clutching his abdomen. He stares at Xiangshan in shock. "What are you doing here?" Xiangshan calls back, "Big brother." He rushes over to support Changyang, who, "What happened? How did you end up this badly injured?" Changyang, who answers through gritted teeth, "I came to the back mountain to hunt a rank 1 magical beast and get you a monster core. But I accidentally provoked a rank 3 creature and took a few hits." He produces a monster core, holding it up in his palm with a strained grin. "I thought I was going to die here for sure, but then you showed up. I wasn't sure I could hold on much longer. Thank the heavens, I can still hand this over to you." He presses the monster core into Xiangshan's hands. "You're about to compete in the new student martial tournament. This energy core can amplify your strength during combat." Xiangshan grips the monster core tightly, moved. "Big brother, the business you mentioned earlier, was it really just to get me this monster core?" Changyang, who laughs and glances at him. "I'm your older brother. I don't have much talent or skill. All I can do is these kinds of things for you." He then turns away, his body trembling. "The new student martial tournament. Fourth brother, you'd better put on a hell of a show." Xiangshan hears this and clenches his jaw, thinking, is this tournament really that important to him? Big brother risked his life for Mejas to get a monster core. After that, Changyang, who suddenly collapses to the ground. Xiangshan startles. The big fellow sprawls out flat on his back. Xiangshan cries out, "Big brother, what are you doing?" Changyang, who half opens his eyes and wheezes, "Fourth brother, big brother can only help you this far. Remember to bring my bones back home." Xiangshan's face goes blank at his brother's dramatic last words. He scratches his head. "Big brother, can we stop messing around? I just examined your wounds. They're all external injuries, serious, yes, but you're not going to die." Hearing this, Changyang, who bolts upright. "What? I'm not going to die." No sooner are the words out than he coughs violently, spitting a mouthful of blood, then bursts into laughter. "I genuinely thought I was done for." Xiangshan can only laugh in exasperation. "Honestly, big brother, if I weren't here, you probably would have bled out and died." He tears a strip of cloth from his own sleeve. Xiangshan moves in, and begins wrapping the wound around Chang Yang-hu's abdomen. The big fellow ruffles his hair with a grin. Xiangshan speaks firmly, "The bleeding has stopped for now. As long as you get back to the academy for treatment quickly, you'll be fine." Chang Yang-hu beams. "Fourth brother, you're incredible, truly worthy of being the genius uncle depraised." High above in the canopy, the female teacher watches in silence. She thinks to herself, "Already catching up, are we?" Her eyes darken with an ominous gleam. But there is still a long road ahead. A few days later, at the new student tournament grounds of the Changyang estate, a massive crowd gathers, buzzing with animated chatter. The new student tournament is about to begin. Who will claim the crown this year? Hurry, grab your seats before they're gone. Inside the arena, thunderous cheers erupt without end. Xiangshan gazes around, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He marvels Kargath Academy truly lives up to its reputation. They've made the new student tournament this grand. While he's busy admiring the spectacle, a sudden shout rings out Changyang, Xiangshan's lone rider at the vanguard. It turns out his big brother Changyang, who is up in the stands, waving a banner and screaming at the top of his lungs. "Fourth brother, give it your all. I bet everything we have on your victory. We're gonna clean house." Down below, Xiangshan is so mortified he wishes the ground would swallow him whole. He tremblingly gives a thumbs up in that direction, thinking to himself, with a big brother like this, how could I not lose face? Right at that moment, a distinguished voice rings out, "Dear students, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai En, Vice Principal of Kargath Academy. Today's martial tournament shall be overseen by yours truly." The Vice Principal continues with a smile. "The prizes this year remain the same as always. Allow me to present them one by one. First place receives a rank 3 Monster Core. Second place receives a rank 2 Monster Core. Third place receives a rank 1 Monster Core. Any student who places within the top 50 shall receive 1 amethyst coin. Monster cores and coins of varying shapes and colors are displayed one after another as the prizes are announced. The crowd below erupts in murmurs. Just placing in the top 50 means you can receive an amethyst coin. A single amethyst coin is enough for an ordinary person to live on for 10 years. Over on the side, Taddy Shuli hears their excitement and scoffs at their poverty country bumpkins who have never seen the wider world. Getting this worked up over a single amethyst coin. How truly pathetic. The young man beside her also chimes in with a sneer. "My daily pocket money alone is worth no less than 3 amethyst coins." At this point, Bai En continues to explain the rules based on the bracket draw. A single elimination tournament will commence. The rules are simple. No weapons are permitted, but killing is strictly forbidden. He hopes everyone will put on a good show. Bai En then waves his fan with a flourish and declares. Bai En shouts with great vigor, "The tournament begins." At that instant, fireworks explode across the sky, and the crowd erupts in deafening cheers. Xiangshan watches the spectacle and lets out a sigh. How theatrical. At this moment, Taddy Shuli and the young man from earlier speak up, looking down on him with contempt. "Kid, don't get eliminated too early. I still need the pleasure of crushing you with my own hands." The girl continues, "But looking at him now, he probably won't even survive long enough to face us." Hearing their words, he responds with utter indifference. Sure, you're both very ugly, and everything you say is correct." With that, he lets out a sigh, turns on his heel, and walks away, leaving the two of them absolutely livid. "Damn you, you'd better pray you don't run into me, or I'll cripple you for sure." A short while later, after the first round, Xiangshan knocks out his very first opponent with a single punch. Chang Yang-hu immediately roars in encouragement. "Fourth brother, incredible. The next few poor sods get crushed by Taddy Liang Tutho's commoner dogs can all go straight to hell." At the end of his own match, Tai Ta scratches his head and extends his hand to the girl on the ground. "Are you all right?" The girl simply laughs. "Haha, I lost. You threw me clean out of the ring. Well, I guess I'll take my place in the consolation bracket. Quarterfinals, round 1, Changyang Xiangshan versus Taddy Shuli." The Taddy girl flashes a bright smile. "Making it to the quarterfinals, I suppose you could call that luck." The two step onto the arena stage. From below, someone shouts, "Little sister, crush him." Over on the other side, Changyang, who doesn't back down. "Fourth brother, give him hell." Up on stage, Xiangshan stands with leisurely composure, picking his nose with a sigh. What a small world. Without hesitation, the girl lunges forward. "But your luck ends right here." Xiangshan simply crosses his arms and sidesteps her opening strike with effortless grace. He dodges a few more, leaving her fuming. "Let's see how long you can keep running." Watching this, she grits her teeth and thinks without even lifting his feet off the ground. "He can evade every single one of my attacks." Before Shuli can process further, Xiangshan speaks up. "My turn now." And right before her astonished eyes, He cocks his fist and prepares to strike. Shuli watches through gritted teeth as the blow comes. Fortunately, she manages to dodge just in time. Xiangshan then speaks in a serious tone, "I don't want to hit a woman, I accept your surrender." Hearing this, she panics. Could it be? Is he actually stronger than me? How is that possible? Her face darkens. Gritting her teeth, she thinks, no, I absolutely cannot lose to him, or where will I ever show my face again? In an instant, Shuli launches a kick straight at him and screams, "I haven't surrendered." He stands firm, catching her kick with one hand, and snarls, "You pig." At that very instant, a sharp needle emerges from the tip of her shoe. The needle rockets toward him. Catching him completely off guard, it comes within a hair's breadth of piercing straight into his eye. Tatty Shuli grins triumphantly, "I've won." Chengyang Xiangshan, losing his balance and about to collapse, suddenly undergoes a transformation. His eyes morph into something resembling the Bagua, yet different, one half blue, one half white. A streak of light like a violet-blue flame surges toward his eyes, then abruptly halts. That beam of light reverses course and rockets back straight toward Shuli's eyes, catching her completely off guard. "What?" Tatty Shuli screams in agony and collapses backward. Xiangshan, returning to normal, wipes the beads of sweat from his forehead and thinks, thank heavens, my Violet sword scripture has reached minor completion, or that would have been truly deadly. The spectators watching the match exchange bewildered glances. Someone asks, what just happened? Why did Tatty Shuli suddenly collapse? We were too far away to see clearly. It looked like something shot out from under Tatty Shuli's shoe. Bai En rushes over to the two of them. Seeing that Shuli is unharmed, he breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just an ordinary poison needle. It won't be fatal. This has nothing to do with me. Disqualified from the tournament, Chengyang Xiangshan wins. After the announcement, Xiangshan cheerfully raises his thumbs and strikes an incredibly cool pose. Down below, Chengyang, who is so happy he's practically in tears. "Fourth brother, we struck it rich." Meanwhile, on the other side, Tatty Yun and her companions are visibly seething with rage. At this moment, Bai En approaches Chengyang Xiangshan and praises him. "Not bad at all, kid." Xiangshan is slightly startled by the compliment and wonders to himself, is he actually praising me? Why does it feel like the vice principal has some ulterior motive? The tournament bracket now advances to the next match. Meanwhile, in a hidden cellar, two brothers are in conversation. The elder speaks first. "Second brother, this forbidden pill can amplify your strength to its peak. Drink it." The younger brother, Tatty Liang, responds, "Big brother, don't you trust in my strength?" Tatty Yun answers flatly, "I won't allow any unexpected variables." Third sister's failure brought shame upon the family. "You must claim the championship to restore the Tatty family's honor." "Understood, big brother." Tatty Liang nods. Meanwhile, out in the arena, the result of Tang Jia versus Xiangshan is announced. Tang Jia has lost consciousness. Chengyang Xiangshan wins. Xiangshan celebrates wildly, and Bai En ruffles his hair, praising him, truly impressive indeed. Xiangshan then watches as it's Tai Ta's turn to face Tatty Liang. Xiangshan cheers. "Tai Ta, give it everything you've got." Tai Ta grins back, "Hee hee. Let's meet each other in the finals, brother." Tatty Liang strides onto the arena. His eyes blaze with murderous intent, radiating killing aura so fierce he looks ready to devour his opponent whole. Xiangshan observes this and frowns. Tatty Liang's state of mind isn't right. Tai Ta, still in good spirits, laughs and says, "My strength is enormous and I won't hold back when I fight. Prepare yourself." Tatty Liang responds with a vicious snarl, "Cut the nonsense. You're not even close to being my match." Bai En declares the match begins. Tai Ta charges forward with a fist aimed at Tatty Liang. Tatty Liang throws a punch right back at him. The two fists collide, generating a massive shockwave. Tai Ta is sent flying. He thinks to himself, unbelievable, his strength surpasses even mine. Seizing the opening, Tatty Liang closes the distance in an instant. He drives a fist into Tai Ta's gut and roars, "I'm going to cripple you." The devastating blow forces Tai Ta to cough up a mouthful of blood. Tai Ta takes a vicious kick to the abdomen, the impact sending him hurtling backward as he vomits a stream of crimson. Tatty Liang raises his fist high and declares, "Die." Bai En immediately intervenes, his fan sweeping out to intercept Tatty Liang's fist. He shouts, "Stop." Chengyang Xiangshan rushes over as well, asking with concern, Tai Ta, are you all right?" Tatty Liang's face is flushed crimson with fury. Tai Ta, in agony, closes his eyes. Blood still trickles from the corner of his mouth. He speaks to Xiangshan, "Xiangshan, I'm sorry I lost." Xiangshan gives a thumbs up, his expression brimming with unshakable confidence as he comforts Tai Ta, "Don't worry, I'll avenge you." Tai Ta, reassured, manages a faint smile in response. Xiangshan turns to face Tatty Liang, his expression turning ice cold. "Hey, Prepare yourself to Taddy Liang, still restrained by Bai Yin, grows even more enraged and screams at Xiangshan, Changyang Xiangshan, I'll kill you. Xiangshan turns to Bai Yin and asks, Vice Principal, may we begin our duel now? Changyang, who stands beneath the arena, bellowing, Vice Principal. Taddy Liang clearly used drugs. He cheated to disqualify him. Bai Yin ignores Changyang Hu's cries entirely, turning to the opponent instead. If you both agree, he says, while Changyang Hu continues to shake his fist and bellow from below, disqualify him. Disqualify him. Bai Yin speaks the final words with visible reluctance. Then let the duel begin. Changyang Hu cannot believe what Bai Yin has just declared. He launches into a tirade of insults, his voice dripping with contempt. The vice principal is sheltering the clan's trash. This match is unfair. I demand to see the principal. Bai Yin endures the relentless barrage of insults, each word piercing him like 10,000 arrows of condemnation driven straight into his flesh. Before Changyang Hu can utter another word, Bai Yin spins around and sweeps his fan through the air, sending him hurtling away with a thunderous shout. Enough. Fly far away and reflect on your own conduct. Though Changyang Hu has already been sent flying, his voice echoes back on the wind, I will return. Xiangshan glances at Bai Yin with a hint of apprehension, his thoughts racing. So Taddy Liang really did use drugs. Changyang Xiangshiando, you have enough confidence to face him in this state. Bai Yin seems to read his thoughts through his expression and casts him a confident glance. The arena falls deathly silent. No one speaks. The three figures stand locked in a tense standoff as wind sweeps through their garments. Taddy Liang's blood boils, his entire face flushed a deep, furious crimson. He raises his fist and snarls to defeat you. I have cast aside every shred of my pride and reduced myself to this. He slams his fist into the ground with earth-shattering force and roars, Changyang Xiangshan, I will make you remember the consequences of offending the Taddy clan. Xiangshan raises a hand to shield his face, somewhat helplessly, as the shattered rock and debris from Taddy Liang's strike sprays outward in every direction. Taddy Liang roars and charges straight toward Xiangshan, fury blazing in his eyes. The drug coursing through his veins has clearly reached its peak effect. Taddy Liang slams both hands into the ground once more. The earth around him shatters and fractures, giving rise to a massive, blinding golden vortex that spirals upward. Taddy Liang snarls, my power now rivals that of the 10th layer of Saint Force. What do you possibly have to fight me with? Xiangshan casually brushes the dust from his robes and replies, you'll find out soon enough. Taddy Liang sneers, wait until I beat your teeth out and scatter them across the ground. He leaps into the air, swinging his massive fist as he roars. Let's see if you can still smile then. Taddy Liang throws a devastating straight punch at Xiangshan, but Xiangshan dodges with effortless ease. Xiangshan casually raises one hand, poised to counter. His palm gently taps Taddy Liang's elbow. Instantly, Taddy Liang's own fist snaps backward, smashing straight into his own face. Xiangshan, having delivered the strike, steps back with calm composure. Taddy Liang hurtles backward, his face plowing into the ground, legs sticking straight up in the air. He lies there writhing in agony, his nose as red as a tomato, yet he still cannot fathom how Xiangshan could so effortlessly bring him down with a single move. Xiangshan stands in the shade and speaks calmly, this is how I fight you. Taddy Liang turns to glare at Xiangshan, hissing inwardly, damn him. Taddy Liang suddenly lashes out with a vicious kick at Xiangshan, but Xiangshan swiftly tilts his head aside, evading it by a hair's breadth. Xiangshan seizes his leg midair, a victorious smile spreading across his face. Xiangshan hoists Taddy Liang high into the air by his leg, spinning him around and forcing Taddy Liang to awkwardly prop himself up on both hands to break his fall. Then he releases his grip with a mischievous grin. Taddy Liang crashes down with his legs splayed wide apart. He howls in agony, letting out a wretched, ear-splitting cry. Taddy Liang grits his teeth in excruciating pain, tears streaming down his face. That bastard set me up. The spectators below burst into mocking laughter. Someone jeers, ha ha. What is Taddy Liang doing down there? Is this some kind of circus act? Another, tears of laughter in his eyes, adds, who knew Taddy Liang could do the splits? Meanwhile, far in the distance, a figure seethes with rage, practically fuming with smoke. That would be Taddy Liang's eldest brother. Taddy Yun roars in fury, second brother, what the hell are you doing? Get serious, stop embarrassing the clan. Taddy Liang scrambles to his feet, clutching himself and pointing accusingly at Xiangshan. Do you dare to fight without your dark sorcery? Face me in a fair and proper fight. Xiangshan, with an amused grin, raises both hands in a casual shrug. Then he closes his eyes and sighs, fine. Then I'll fight you seriously. Taddy Liang channels his power, his body swelling with bulging muscles, his shirt ripping apart as he snarls, "Watch, I'll beat you into a pig's head." Xiangshan also channels his power, his physique surging with strength. His expression darkens with lethal intensity, yet he remains strikingly handsome. When Taddy Liang sees Xiangshan's figure begin to blur and seemingly split apart, he is utterly shocked and more than a little apprehensive. Taddy Liang has become a towering giant, but Xiangshan refuses to yield an inch. He throws his fist straight into Taddy Liang's massive frame, but it seems to have no effect whatsoever. Taddy Liang breaks into a sweat but still mocks Xiangshan. "Fast enough, I'll give you that. But what a pity your fist technique is utterly powerless. Go ahead, take another swing. What of it?" Xiangshan faces him with a confident expression, drawing back another fist. "Who," he says calmly, "said it was only one punch?" Suddenly, Taddy Liang's body convulses with agony, steam erupting from his skull. A fist crashes into his face, squeezes his eyes shut, and clenches his teeth in pain. Another punch hammers into his cheek, sending even more blood gushing from his nose. Xiangshan strikes again and again, pummeling Taddy Liang's face without a moment of respite. Taddy Liang writhes in agony, given no chance to retaliate. Xiangshan's expression is razor-sharp. His fists rain down so fast they seem to multiply, his hands appearing to split into blinding afterimages. Taddy Liang can only stagger backward before crashing to the ground. Taddy Liang's face, now pressed into the earth, is swollen beyond recognition. The stone beneath him cracks and fractures from the sheer impact. Xiangshan's face turns solemn as he speaks. "You are not even worthy of me drawing my sword." He buries his face in his hands and lets out a helpless sigh. "Alas, here I stand, a sword god of unmatched renown, and yet I've come all this way just to bully a mere brat. If word of this ever got out, it would be utterly humiliating." Bai Yin raises a megaphone and announces with unrestrained excitement, "Changyang Xiangshan wins. He is crowned the new student king." Yet in the next breath, he thinks to himself Changyang Xiangshan is only 14. Why does it feel as though he has weathered 100 battles? Could this truly be what they call an old soul in a young body? Bai Yin strokes his chin in deep contemplation. At last this year has finally produced a new student with real, undeniable strength. Changyang, who suddenly appears atop a hot air balloon. Seeing his brother victorious, he bursts into raucous laughter and shouts, "Ha ha, Taddy Liang is utterly humiliated. In the end, he lost to my fourth brother. So embarrassing, utterly embarrassing." Down below, both Bai Yin and Xiangshan look up with identical expressions of exasperation and helplessness. Suddenly, Changyang Hu's hot air balloon begins to deflate. He glances up and snorts. Down on the ground, both Bai Yin and Xiangshan have each hurled a hidden projectile, puncturing the balloon. Both speak in unison, "Well done." "Too late," a voice echoes from the deflating hot air balloon. "I shall return." Then both man and balloon drift away into the fading sky. Taddy Yun's blood boils with rage, his entire body practically radiating killing intent. He snarls, "Changyang Hu, Changyang Xiangshan, I will never let this go." Meanwhile, all around, thunderous cheers erupt for the victor. Taddy Yun's fists clench so ferociously, they crumble the reinforced concrete wall beside him. His face contorts with murderous rage as he hisses through gritted teeth. "Within 3 days, I will personally see you both expelled from this academy." At the academy, as dusk descends, a wooden box gleams with the radiant golden glow of the treasure within. A voice sounds beside it. "Student Xiangshan, congratulations on becoming this year's new student king." Bai Yin smiles gently, spreading his hands as he addresses Xiangshan. "This is the new student king's reward, a grade 3 monster core. Once you have received it, you may take your leave." Xiangshan swiftly takes the box, then turns to leave with cold indifference, offering only a single parting remark, "Thank you, Vice Principal. I'll be on my way." Bai Yin watches him go, bewildered by the boy's frigid demeanor. He flutters his fan nervously, then walks to the doorway and calls after him, "Xiangshan, continue to work hard in the future. I have high hopes for you." Xiangshan replies, his voice icy, "Yes." After Xiangshan departs, Bai Yin closes the door. His expression slowly shifts to something far more dangerous. He speaks to the figure lurking behind him. "Principal, what do you make of him?" The principal, pipe still in hand, lets out a hearty laugh. Outstanding strength, a temperament far beyond his years. Is he truly only 14? Bai Yin presses further. Should the academy provide resources to aid his cultivation for a favorable relationship with him? The principal replies, "Not yet. A talent as exceptional as Xiangshan. There are those who will not sit idly by." Bai Yin's eyes narrow. "You mean them?" The principal's expression grows solemn. "If he can survive the tribulation that awaits, it will not be too late for us to lend our hand." Bai Yin understands at once. He bows his head respectfully. Yes, Principal, I understand. Meanwhile, as Xiangshan descends the stone steps, he notices someone slumped against the wall. Surprised, he calls out, Big Brother. Changyang Hu, who had been dozing off, snaps awake. Seeing Xiangshan, his eyes widen as he asks, The vice principal called for you. What did you go to his study for? What did he say? Xiangshan simply holds up the treasure box, showing it off with a grin. Nothing much, just gave me the reward. Xiangshan beams brightly and offers, Big Brother, since you risked yourself alongside me to earn this monster core, this grade 3 monster core is yours. Changyang Hu flatly refuses. This is your reward. Keep it will do wonders for your cultivation. Xiangshan murmurs softly, Big Brother. Changyang Hu suddenly declares loudly, Xiangshan, I'm your big brother. You listen to me. Xiangshan smiles warmly and says gently, All right, I'll keep it. Changyang Hu grins from ear to ear, draping his arm over Xiangshan's shoulder. Now that's more like it. Come on, Big Brother's treating you to a proper feast to celebrate you becoming the new student king. This brings a genuine smile to Xiangshan's face as well. Two silhouettes walk side by side, inseparable as shadow and form, their cheerful steps carrying them beneath the fading glow of the late evening sunset. Xiangshan spots 2 long strips of dried meat hanging from a tree branch and asks shyly, Big Brother, did you bring all of this? Changyang Hu declares proudly, Of course it's a great honor. You've really given me a great deal of face this time. Suddenly, Xiangshan tenses. His voice drops cautious. Big Brother, something's off. Changyang Hu also grows wary, scanning his surroundings. Why is there no one on the road? 2 figures materialize out of thin air before them. One of them is Takai Shuli. She speaks up. Big Brother, you have to teach them a lesson. Takai Liang chimes in as well. Big Brother, Changyang Xiangshan practices demonic arts. Be careful. Takai Yun furrows his brow and speaks. Changyang Xiangshan defeated my second brother and little sister through despicable means. I must seek justice on behalf of the Takai family. Changyang Hu scoffs. What, you lost and now you rush to save face? Takai Yun, how about you and I settle this? As he speaks, he extends his arm, shielding Xiangshan behind him. Takai Yun's eyes widen. He sneers in response. Fight me. His body begins to radiate raw power as he mocks Changyang Hu. You think you can. Changyang Hu eyes the swirling energy around him. You can already condense a saint weapon. You've already achieved saint weapon condensation. Xiangshan thinks to himself, Takai Yun's power has already surpassed Big Brother's. Takai Yun is seething, yet he bears a threatening grin. Changyang Hu, today I will cripple you brothers, and have you expelled from the academy. Takai Yun holds a sword in hand, smiling faintly. The Takai family leads by virtue. We do not strike an unarmed man. Here, take it. With that, he hurls the sword toward Changyang, who amid a bout of gleeful laughter. Changyang Hu catches the sword with ease and retorts, So what if you've advanced to saint? I'm still not afraid of you. He glances at Changyang Xiangshan, then instructs, Fourth brother, hold Takai Yun off. Find an opening and break through. Changyang Xiangshan stares back, bewildered. Changyang Hu grips the sword and charges forward with ferocious speed. A tremendous surge of saint force erupts around him, leaving Changyang Xiangshan wide-eyed in shock. Takai Yun lunges forward as well, grinning as he mocks Hu for overestimating himself. The two collide, swords swing furiously, clashing against each other. Takai Yun grins. His blade carves through Changyang Hu's sword with ease, leaving Hu staring in disbelief. Changyang Hu dodges just in time, but his sword is cleaved clean in 2. He clenches his jaw in fury, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Changyang Hu clasps his hands together and roars, Don't underestimate me! He shouts anxiously, Fourth brother, go now. Takai Yun flashes a vicious smile. A radiance begins to coalesce around his body. He grins and sneers. You think that's enough to restrain me? Moments later, the radiance solidifies into a sphere of blazing light, enveloping Takai Yun entirely. It unleashes a violent burst of energy, blasting Changyang Hu away. He is gravely wounded. Blood begins to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Takai Yun says smugly, That's what you get for overestimating yourself. Takai Yun's overwhelming saint force slams into Changyang Hu's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. Changyang Hu crashes to the ground in agony. Changyang Xiangshan rushes to his side and catches him. He calls out anxiously, Big brother. Changyang Hu grits his teeth against the pain, blood flowing steadily from his mouth. He asks his fourth brother, Why didn't you seize the chance to escape? Changyang Xiangshan replies at once, Big brother, how could I leave you behind? His expression darkens. A wave of fury begins to surge within him. Changyang Xiangshan says, This wretch struck with such cruelty. Between him and me, this is far from over. He strides forward with murderous intent. Changyang Hu is overcome with worry. He trembles, reaching out to stop him, straining to call out, "Don't go, you're no match for him." Takai Liang approaches Takai Yun, his face alight with excitement. "Big brother, let me handle him." Takai Shuli also raises her hand eagerly. "Big brother, let me deal with him." Changyang Xiangshan clenches his fists and walks forward in silence. This time, Takai Yun decides to let Takai Liang take the field. Takai Liang storms onto the scene, immediately threatening Changyang Xiangshan with arrogance. "Last time I was careless," before he can finish the sentence, Changyang Xiangshan strikes, and blood comes gushing from his nose. A massive flame erupts from his hand, incinerating everything in the vicinity. He speaks calmly. "I'm in a foul mood. I have no patience for your rambling." One of Takai Yun's underlings, her face hidden behind a black cloth, cries out in terror as Takai Liang is sent flying. Changyang Xiangshan walks composedly toward Takai Yun and declares, "I've come to test your strength." Takai Yun says nothing. A thin smile merely plays across his lips. Takai Yun regards him with contempt. "Defeating my second brother does show some ability, but even Changyang Hu, at the 10th layer of Saint Force, couldn't stand against me. A mere 8th layer wretch like you dares to challenge me." Takai Shuli stands behind him, urging eagerly, "Give him a lesson he'll never forget. Cripple him." Takai Yun smiles faintly. A golden radiance once again envelops his body. He answers haughtily, "Then let me have some fun with you." "Ah, nah, forgive me. I should say let me play with you." Changyang Xiangshan furrows his brow. He raises his hand before him, battle-ready, and declares boldly, "I'll gladly accompany you to the very end." Changyang Xiangshan closes his eyes. He lowers his arms, and a fierce violet energy erupts from his body. When his eyes snap open, they blaze crimson, brimming with fury. Nothing but killing intent radiates from his gaze. Changyang Xiangshan recalls a memory from his past life. In a battle long forgotten, he once spoke before absolute power. "No demonic art, no matter how cunning, can save you." Takai Yun seems utterly oblivious to his impending fate. He grins smugly, raising his sword into a fighting stance. He charges forward with his blade and sneers, "Clever tricks. Take this sword strike." The two clash in a fierce exchange. Dust and smoke billow as flames rage around them. With blinding speed, Changyang Xiangshan easily evades Takai Yun's sword strike. The two of them flash past each other. Changyang Xiangshan throws a punch. A ring of energy encircles his fist. He hurls it forward. A decisive, devastating blow. Takai Yun takes it head-on. He grits his teeth against the impact and sneers. "A saint's body is hard as iron. Your attacks are utterly meaningless." He roars in fury and swings his sword forward. Fortunately, Changyang Xiangshan dodges in time. But Takai Yun's blade strikes with such relentless, blazing speed that it conjures afterimages, forcing Xiangshan's eyes to widen. He worries to himself it didn't work. Meanwhile, Changyang Hu watches the battle from afar, his heart heavy with concern for his fourth brother. He calls out repeatedly, "Fourth brother, run, you're no match for him." Takai Yun leaps skyward with his sword raised high. He laughs with glee, then declares smugly, "Too late to run now." Changyang Xiangshan stands motionless. A faint smile crosses his face. He replies calmly, "I admit the power of a saint is truly formidable." But Takai Yun roars with arrogant fury, "Die." He brings his sword crashing down without the slightest hesitation. Yet Changyang Xiangshan dodges with astonishing speed, leaving Takai Yun strike finding nothing but empty air. He executes his technique and continues. No matter how tough the body, the joints remain vulnerable. Changyang Xiangshan's palm strikes Takai Yun's wrist joint. Takai Yun's eyes go wide. What? That single strike wrenches Takai Yun's arm backward. He screams in agony, "My army arm. This is impossible. I am a saint." Changyang Xiangshan watches him writhe from a distance, thinking to himself, a young master raised in silk, and luxury his combat experience is utterly lacking. Takai Shuli sees this and rushes over in panic. "Big brother, are you all right?" "Your hand," but answering her concern was a vicious slap from Takai Yun himself. He bellowed at her to get lost, then stormed over to where Xiang Tian stood. He seized Xiang Tian by the collar and roared, "I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Yet Xiang Tian remained perfectly calm. He asked coolly, "Tell me, have you ever killed anyone before?" The question stunned Takai Yun into silence. Xiang Tian's hand clamped down on the man's trembling fist, gripping it like iron. His voice was cold as a blade. "Trust me, on this taking your life on a gamble will end in a gruesome death." Then he laid out two choices without a shred of mercy: leave or die. Takai Kielai was the first to turn and bolt. Takai Liang cried out in panic, "WH big brother." Takai Yun was drenched in cold sweat, his limbs quaking like leaves. Before stumbling away, he stammered through clenched teeth, "You, just you wait. Xiang Tian crossed his arms and said flatly, and off he scampers, truly pathetic. Taddy Yun's lackeys scrambled after him, shouting, "Big brother, wait for us." Cheng Yang, who stood watching his little disciple, his expression brimming with admiration. Once the commotion died down, Xiang Tian slipped back into his usual gentle, easygoing demeanor. He beamed and asked, "Big brother, wasn't I amazing?" Cheng Yang, who replied, "Fourth brother, are you really only 14? That was absolutely terrifying." Xiang Tian pressed both hands to his cheeks and pouted. "What kind of question is that? I really am only 14, you know. Won't you take me out to play?" That display of childishness left Cheng Yang, who gaping in sheer disbelief. "A ghost would believe you with an expression like that?" he muttered. From a high vantage point, Bai Yan watched the two of them with keen eyes. Xiang Tian kept chasing after his big brother, calling out sweetly, while Cheng Yang, who kept retreating in mock terror, waving him off, "Stay away from me." Bai Yan burst into laughter and remarked, "That little brat Xiang Tian is quite the character, wouldn't you say?" The silver-haired woman with a lithe, alluring figure sat with her arms folded and replied coldly, "There is no need to speak on his behalf. His life and death are not for me to decide." She let out a weary sigh and continued, "Those above may already be watching him. You should." Bai Yan answered softly, "This is simply fate." Dusk settled over the estate. Down in the courtyard, Cheng Yang Hu and Xiang Tian were still chatting and laughing together, their warmth a small island of light in the fading day. On a crisp, beautiful morning on the Tianyuan continent, Xiang Tian stood at the doorstep clutching a towering stack of books. He eyed them and grumbled, "Big brother is so unreliable, says he's going into seclusion, then tells me to return his books to the library pavilion for him." As he walked, a sudden unease crept over him when he recalled what had happened yesterday with Cheng Yang Hu. "Oh, knowing a moment of carelessness, I taught him the cultivation technique from my previous life." To make matters worse, Cheng Yang Hu had asked him, "Fourth brother, the cultivation technique you taught me is truly miraculous. Where on earth did you learn it?" The question sounded simple enough, but how could Xiang Tian possibly reveal the truth? Caught completely off guard at the time, he had no choice but to fabricate an answer on the spot. "Oh, I found it in our clan's library pavilion." Cheng Yang Hu believed it without a shred of doubt. "So that's how it is. I left the Cheng Yang family when I was young, so it's no wonder I never knew." No sooner had those words left his mouth than Cheng Yang Hu exclaimed with blazing enthusiasm, "With this technique to aid me, I'm certain I'll advance to the saint realm in no time. I'm going into seclusion to cultivate starting today." Hearing this, Xiang Tian could only fall silent in exasperation, though inwardly he thought, where did this sudden burst of fire come from? Snapping out of his reminiscence, Xiang Tian wore a dejected expression wrapped into running errands just like that. He glanced down at the stack of books in his arms and muttered, "But as it turns out, one of the books Big Brother had me return was content strictly not suitable for anyone under 18. Xiang Tian wondered aloud, how does the Academy's library pavilion even carry books like these? I think I now understand why Big Brother found it so inconvenient to return them himself. He decided not to dwell on it any further. With a quiet hum, he strode up to the grand entrance of the library. The sheer scale of the building loomed before him, and Xiang Tian couldn't help but gasp, This is the library pavilion of the Taji Academy. Truly, the scale is magnificent beyond words." Too thrilled to contain himself, he dashed inside without a second thought. As he ran, he marveled at the sheer grandeur of the place, his eyes wide with wonder. This place is even larger than the Changyang clan's library pavilion. Surely it contains far more books. Truly an excellent place for cultivation. He intends to return his books here and take the opportunity to cultivate as well. When suddenly, two figures step out and block Xiang Tian's path. One of them shouts for him to stop, leaving our young master staring in bewilderment. They turn out to be two disciples of the Tajia's academy. The burly one standing in front barks an order at him, brimming with arrogance. "Hand over the protection fee." Hearing this, Xiang Tian asks in surprise, "Protection fee?" The lackey jabs a finger behind him, puffs up his chest and sneers. "That's right. Taddy Yun has dropped out and gone home. The library now falls back under the management of our big boss, Luo Jian." Xiang Tian furrows his brow in confusion. Taddy Yun dropped out. The lackey no longer bothers to answer. He barks directly, "Cut the chatter. Why do you ask so many questions? Hurry up and hand over the protection fee." These words drain the color from our young master's face, cold sweat beating across his forehead. At the same time, two silhouettes approach from behind. They quickly reveal themselves. The moment one of them speaks, he immediately refutes the protection fee demand, calling the whole thing nonsense. As it turns out, these lackeys are split into two factions. One side serves Luo Jian, the other answers to Cheng Mingxiang. Another lackey steps forward and says, "Fine, we're all classmates here, let's make money together. Fellow student, hand over 2 portions of the protection fee." After listening to their absurd chatter, Changyang Xiang Tian not only refuses to pay, but puts on a look of utter disdain and asks, "Are you lot being serious right now?" Without warning, one of Luo Jian's lackeys lunges forward and sends the stack of books in Xiang Tian's hands scattering across the floor, leaving the boy gawking in shock. He snarls, "We're collecting the protection fee here. Cooperate a little, will you? Otherwise, we'll beat you senseless." No sooner are the words out than the entire gang clenches their fists, twisting their faces into menacing glares meant to intimidate the child before them. Seeing that they are about to get physical, our young master can only sigh. He thinks inwardly, HMPH, I wanted to keep a low profile, but you lot refused to give me that chance. Very well, whatever comes, comes. What follows is a scene of utter chaos, a brawl, if one could even call it that. Needless to say, a bunch of mediocre nobodies have no business trying to lay a finger on Xiang Tian. Indeed, just as expected, what a pity for these good-for-nothings. They forgot to check the almanac before leaving the house today, and ran into the wrong person. These brutes thrive on bullying the weak, but the moment they get a taste of their own medicine, they straighten right up. Every last one of them drops to their knees and kowtows before Xiang Tian. Luo Jian's lackey wails miserably, "Boss, we were wrong, we had eyes but failed to see MT. Tai." Beside him, Cheng Mingxiang's minion is no better off, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begs for mercy. "Boss, we'll never dare to do it again. Boss, please spare us." Xiang Tian, irritated, commands them coldly, "Tell Muher exactly where you wrong." Luo Jian's lackey blurts out instantly, terrified of eating a few more palms to the face, "Boss, we were wrong. We shouldn't have come to the library to collect protection fees." But while they are still groveling, a woman suddenly appears out of nowhere. By sheer coincidence, just as Xiang Tian bends down to pick up his eldest brother's indecent book, she arrives and stops right in front of him. The woman is none other than Yu Yue. One can only wonder what she will think when she lays eyes on that book. Xiang Tian lifts his head and recognizes her at once. "It's you," he says. Yu Yue pouts and retorts, "The teacher even said you weren't a bad person. Turns out all these protection fee thugs are your lackeys." And then the real disaster strikes before Xiang Tian can react. Yu Yue snatches up the book. Her face flushes with anger as she exclaims, "You even read this kind of vile, degenerate filth. One misunderstanding is bad enough, but 2 at once?" Xiang Tian's face burns crimson. He snatches the book back in a fluster and stammers, "You've got it all wrong, let me explain." But Yu Yue isn't interested in hearing a single word. She crosses her arms, furrows her brows, and scolds, "HMPH, you shameless, perverted scoundrel. I won't let this slide." Even so, Xiang Tian refuses to give up, insisting on explaining himself. "You've truly misunderstood. This book isn't mine." The more he protests, the angrier she grows. "You still won't admit it." Without warning, this seemingly delicate girl drives her fist straight into his gut. "I heard them call you boss with my own ears," she shouts. Whether Xiang Tian is frightened or not remains to be seen, but the minions from both factions have already gone deathly pale with terror. They scramble to their feet and bolt, without daring to linger a moment longer. To make matters worse, they have the gall to shout threats as they flee, "Just you wait. Someone will come to settle the score with you. Someone will come to avenge us." Seeing this, Xiang Tian turns and shouts after them, "Hey, at least explain things for me first, will you?" At this point, not even the protagonist's halo can save him. He thinks to himself, "This is a nightmare. Now it's even more impossible to clear things up." Misunderstood beyond redemption, with absolutely no way to explain himself, Xiangshan has no choice but to unleash his full power. A torrent of saint force erupts from his entire body, yet Yu Yue remains utterly calm, showing not the slightest surprise or fear before this display of power. Facing her, Xiangshan extends his hand toward her, his domineering aura surging as if ready for a life-or-death duel. She widens her eyes and glares at him. She braces herself, expecting them to clash in a spectacular battle. But to her shock, Xiangshan suddenly points behind her and exclaims, "Vice Principal Bai." Instantly, Yu Yue whips around in surprise to look. Vice Principal Bai. It turns out the entire thing was a ruse Xiangshan had set up. The moment he sees her take the bait, he bolts for his life better to flee than to take a beating. Yu Yue had genuinely believed the vice principal had arrived. which is why she fell for the trick so easily. But there is no one there at all. Confused, she turns back to speak. But before she can finish her sentence, the second problem reveals itself. Xiangshan has already vanished without a trace. Only then does she realize she has been utterly played. Smoke practically shoots from her ears in fury. Yue stomps her foot so hard the ground cracks beneath her, then screams in rage. "Damn you, he got away again. Don't let me catch you next time, or I'll make you regret it." She turns and storms off, muttering before she leaves, "HMPH, all my interest in reading is completely ruined now." Little does she know, Xiangshan is hiding behind a nearby wall, drenched in cold sweat from head to toe. Even though she has left, his expression does not improve one bit. He thinks to himself, "Phew, I escaped her. What dignity would a sword god like me have left if I got into a spat with a little girl?" But as it turns out, he is not alone here. At some unknown point, Vice Principal Bai En has appeared right behind him, speaking in an amused tone. "You're quite the fast runner." Hearing this, Xiangshan whips around and stares wide-eyed at the figure behind him. He stammers in shock. Vice Principal Bai, when did you arrive?" Bai En casually leans a hand against the wall. He smiles and replies, "Oh, since the moment you faked calling for me. Quite the performance, really." Xiangshan, receiving the compliment, answers with a trembling voice, My apologies, Vice Principal Bai." But Bai En presses on, "What is your relationship with that girl? Why did you have to run from her?" Xiangshan crosses his arms and replies, "No relationship at all. We've only met twice and a small misunderstanding arose. That's why I ran from her." Hearing this answer, Bai En suddenly turns around and asks, "Xiangshan, do you believe in fate?" Xiangshan asks back in surprise, Bai En quickly explains, "Our academy has 4 districts and tens of thousands of students. The fact that you and she keep crossing paths and generating misunderstandings, no less. This is fate." Our young protagonist hears these words and falls into deep contemplation. He replies, "You call this fate? It's clearly just a misunderstanding getting worse and worse." But Vice Principal Bai En pays him no further mind. He simply turns and walks away, laughing as he goes. "Haha, you'll understand someday. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." He leaves Xiangshan standing there, utterly bewildered. Watching Bai En's retreating figure, the vice principal even waves goodbye over his shoulder. Only then does Xiangshan voice his thoughts aloud. What's with the vice principal and his cryptic nonsense? Utterly baffling, but at this point he decides to stop overthinking it. Shaking off everything that just happened, he returns to his original purpose for coming here. He bends down to pick up his book, muttering to himself, "Forget it, I'll just go read." Honestly, can't a person get even a moment of peace around here? Because from behind Xiangshan, a mob of people is suddenly approaching. The one leading them is none other than one of Cheng Mingxiang's lackeys. And this time, he has brought 500 brothers along. The moment he spots Xiangshan, he jabs a finger toward him and screams, "Brothers, that's him. Bosses, that's the one." The whole mob swarms forward to corner him, jeering arrogantly. "Last time we were short on number stats, the only reason you had the upper hand. This time we'll teach you some proper manners." Before this spectacle, Xiangshan can only heave a long, weary sigh. He thinks to himself, all I wanted was to go to the library. What follows is a chorus of agonized screams. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what happened. In no time at all, the very students who had been so arrogant moments, vowing to teach someone a lesson, they'd never forget are now groveling on their knees before a 14-year-old boy. They cry in unison, "Boss, we were wrong." Xiangshan has no desire to waste words on them. He simply says, "Stay here and reflect on what you've done. I'm going to return my books." Then he turns and walks away. The mob answers obediently in chorus, "Yes, boss." The scene shifts to another location. A student of Kargath Academy is currently sprinting through the halls. He runs frantically, shouting, "This is bad. This is really bad." He reaches a room and slams the door open, delivering urgent news to the person inside. "Big bro Luo Jian, our guys at the library got beaten up." This one is yet another lackey of the man called Luo Jian. The moment he hears those words, Luo Jian drops a massive iron weight onto the floor with a deafening crash, nearly scaring his lackey half to death. The man before us is Luo Jian himself, a hulking brute with a scar slashed across his face, gripping a weapon that radiates a fearsome, fiery aura. He snarls furiously, "Lackey, who the hell dares to touch my people?" This concludes Luo Jian's scene. Now let us shift to yet another location. Though it is no monster-infested jungle, a ferocious beast appears, and the floor beneath it is slick with crimson blood. Whatever befell it, the beast suddenly opens its maw and lets out a pained howl. The very next instant, someone tears it apart as if it were a sheet of paper. Who on earth possesses such terrifying strength? This person is no stranger at all. The moment he appears, he speaks. Someone dared to beat Cheng Ming's people. You are courting death. Who else but the second-ranked boss of the academy, Cheng Mingxiang? Meanwhile, Chengyang Xiangshan walks out of the library entrance, scratching his head with a sigh. Finally returned those books. Next time, I'm not helping Big Bro with something this embarrassing. Suddenly, he senses something odd. Xiangshan gazes at the massive crowd ahead in confusion and wonders aloud. When did so many people gather at the entrance? He immediately weaves through the crowd, peering over the shoulders of the other students who have come to watch. Luo Jian opens with a mocking sneer. Cheng Mingxiang, I hear Taddy Yun dropped out. You think that gives you a shot at fighting for the top spot? Cheng Mingxiang lets out a hearty laugh and replies, Luo Jian, you know full well that Taddy Yun was never my match. I simply couldn't be bothered to compete with him. Chengyang Xiangshan turns to the disciple beside him and asks, Excuse me, fellow student, what's going on here? The disciple glances at Xiangshan and answers, You don't know. Someone beat both Cheng Mingxiang and Luo Jian. Chengyang Xiangshan's eyes widen in surprise. Oh, I know about that. It was me. The disciple, still focused on watching the two rivals face off, responds absently. If you know, why are you asking me? But the instant those words leave his mouth, he freezes in horror. Huh, you did it. Everyone around them turns to stare at Xiangshan, eyes wide with shock. A disciple with a swollen, battered face immediately points at Xiangshan and shouts, Boss, that's him, that's the one. Luo Jian and Cheng Mingxiang step forward, both gazing down at the small, unassuming figure of Xiangshan standing in the middle of the crowd. Luo Jian furrows his brow and speaks in a cold, threatening tone. So it was you, brat, who injured my people. I hear your name is Chengyang Xiangshan, this year's new student king. Beside him, Cheng Mingxiang radiates killing intent, his deep, unreadable gaze fixed squarely on Xiangshan. Sensing that stare, Xiangshan glances back and thinks this man's aura is dangerous. Those are the eyes of a killer. Luo Jian raises his voice in open contempt. Don't think being new student king means a damn thing, you little brat. Even if you kneel and beg now, it's too late. The surrounding lackeys roar in support of Luo Jian. Our boss Luo Jian is here, know you are finished. So what if you're tough? Can you beat all of us at once? Cheng, Yang Xiangshan reveals a dangerous glint in his eyes. A contemptuous smile curls across his lips as he surveys them. You call this many people? A vision from his past life slowly materialized, gripping a silver sword, his white robes drenched in blood, standing alone against 1,000 enemies. That day, robed mages pointed at Hymno, at Jian Chen, and howled, Jian Chen, today is your end. With this many of us, don't tell me we can't kill you. Xiangshan closes his eyes, pressing one hand to his chest. Even if the whole world stands as my enemy, a single sword shall shatter them all. He tells himself, it's just a mob, nothing more. Xiangshan opens his eyes, channeling power into his palm, ready to strike. I don't even deem you worthy of my attention. Before he can strike, Tai Ta leaps over him and lands between them, blocking his path. Wait, Xiangshan turns to him in frustration. Tai Ta, what are you doing here? Tai Ta grins broadly and declares with full enthusiasm. Chengyang Xiangshan is Tai Ta's sworn brother. Bullying you is the same as bullying me. If you want to fight, count me in. Xiangshan frowns and warns him. Tai Ta, this is between me and them. Don't get involved, or you'll only bring trouble upon yourself. Tai Ta crosses his arms and answers calmly. Xiangshan, do you take me for a coward? Do you still consider me your friend or not? Luo Jian, seemingly fed up, bellows, Enough talk. You're all here, no, grab them all. The moment he finishes, Luo Jian's underlings charge forward. Cheng Mingxiang is no different, orders his own followers to surge in as well. Chengyang Xiangshan watches as enemies swarm in from every direction. Chengyang, who declares boldly, All right, Tai Ta, let's fight side by side. Tai Ta, of course, agrees without hesitation. The entire crowd closes in around the two of them. Despite the situation, Tai Ta is brimming with excitement. He raises his fist and launches a punch, charging straight into them. Meanwhile, a mysterious smile suddenly blooms across Xiangshan's face. He glides forward, one thug drops. His footwork flows like water, drifts like clouds, another crumbles. In an instant, every last one of them lies defeated. He drives a palm strike straight into the man's skull. That single blow alone is enough to send the wretch hurtling through the air. Tai Ta punches one of them clean off his feet on one side, shouting excitedly, Come on, the fight's not over yet. Cheng Mingxiang's face darkens with fury as he watches the spectacle unfold. He glares at his subordinates and curses, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Cheng Mingxiang personally intervenes, attacking both of them. He slashes through the air with his claw-like fingers, unleashing waves of crushing oppressive force that surge straight toward the two. The blast of internal energy forces both of them to stagger back several steps to brace themselves. Seeing this, Taita cannot help but feel a chill of terror. He stammers in fear, "We're done for." Faced with this dire situation, Xiangshan immediately activates the Violetager sword scripture, employing sword control via spirit. In the next instant, sword chi erupts and spirals around his body like a raging cyclone. He unleashes a torrent of sword intent directly at them. The sheer oppressive force scatters sand and debris in every direction, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Taita is somewhat awestruck by this display of Xiangshan's power. "Whoa, Xiangshan, you're incredible. If it weren't for you, I'd have been done for." Xiangshan stares at his own hand, trembling from the strain. He ponders seriously indeed. The gap in raw strength cannot be bridged by technique and experience alone. That fellow is a high-level saint, a full 2 ranks above him. That strike only contained 50% of his power. Cheng Mingxiang grins with an eerie, sinister smile and muses. "The way you neutralized that sword chi was fascinating. I've never seen anything like it." His tone shifts to one of menacing demand. "Hand over that method, and I may spare your life." Xiangshan frowns and asks, "Threatening to kill someone inside the academy, are you not afraid of punishment from the institution?" Taita chimes in from the side, "If the principal finds out, you'll definitely be expelled." Hearing this, Cheng Mingxiang not only remains unfazed, but a torrent of dark, suffocating energy erupts from his body. He sneers arrogantly, "You think I care?" Xiangshan falls silent and launches himself forward in a blur. Seeing this, Cheng Mingxiang raises his claw-like hand and roars, "Die!" But just as the two are about to collide, a terrifying wave of power descends from above, slamming down between them and forcing them apart. Bai En's voice cuts through like a blade, "Everyone, cease fire at once." His expression is one of open displeasure as he continues, "The academy is not a place for you to run wild." Xiangshan bows respectfully to the vice principal. Bai En demands furiously, "Fighting in a public area, a blatant violation of academy regulations. Have you no sense of propriety?" Luo Jian and Cheng Mingxiang shrink in fear, not daring to utter a single word. Bai En continues with anger still simmering in his voice. He issues his judgment, "Since you're all so eager. In the Monster Core hunting tournament 1 month from now, every last one of you had better perform impressively. For those who fail to meet the standard, I will not show mercy when dispensing punishment." Xiangshan grows curious. "The Monster Core hunting tournament," Luo Jian protests. "Freshmen don't participate in the hunt. Vice Principal, aren't you specifically targeting us?" Bai En replies calmly, "Starting this year, freshmen will also take part in the tournament. Those who fail will be eliminated outright." He turns to Xiangshan with a meaningful smile and adds, "Everyone is required to participate. No one may request leave or opt out." Hearing this, suspicion flashes across Xiangshan's face. He silently ponders mandatory participation. There seems to be a hidden agenda at play. Meanwhile, on a certain mountain peak, deep within a dark cave, the principal and vice principal are engaged in conversation. Bai En asks with concern, "Principal, are you certain there won't be any problems with letting Changyang Xiangshan participate in the Monster Core hunting tournament?" The principal responds with a hint of irritation, "Those people are pressuring our academy, what else can we do?" Bai En furrows his brow and presses, "I didn't expect them to make their move so quickly. Should we warn the boy in advance?" The principal captures another chess piece as he answers, "No need. Consider it part of the trial." Bai En grows curious, "Principal, does that mean you just took another piece while I wasn't looking?" The principal explains gently, "All the candidates will participate in the hunting tournament. Let them settle things through strength." He captures yet another piece. The principal's expression turns utterly terrifying. "Winner takes the crown, loser plays the fool. Only the victor earns the right to claim Princess Kara." The principal declares with excitement, "Checkmate, I win." Bai En stares blankly at the board. Stunned, "Principal, did you just sneak in several extra moves while I wasn't paying attention?" The principal suddenly behaves like a child, sweeping the chess pieces off the board in a huff. "A loss is a loss. Except it don't go making excuses." Bai En sighs, utterly exasperated. "Principal, you are always like this." The principal suddenly asks with curiosity, "By the way, how has Changyang Xiangshan been doing lately? I heard that same day he vanished without a trace." Bai En smiles faintly and replies, "He found a hidden spot and went into seclusion to cultivate. The boy is young, yet his composure and methods are remarkably seasoned." The principal grins with enthusiasm and declares, "I have a feeling in this hunting tournament he is bound to achieve outstanding results. The scene shifts to a secluded cave, where a figure is earnestly refining a monster core. It is Xiangshan. He channels the power of this monster core into his cultivation, steadily bolstering his own strength. Xiangshan's expression carries a tinge of discomfort. He silently reflects combining the Violet Azure scripture with the cultivation methods from the library has indeed skyrocketed his cultivation speed. The formidable Saint Force contained within this level 3 monster core is enough to propel me directly from the 8th layer of Saint Force all the way to the Saint Realm. Xiangshan accelerates the absorption at once. The monster core is fully consumed. Now he attempts to condense his Saint weapon and break through to Saint in one leap. Xiangshan channels every ounce of his willpower into the condensation. Minuscule fragments of energy begin to coalesce into the silhouette of a sword. The crushing pressure racks his body with searing pain. The Saint Force required to condense a Saint weapon is far too immense. My Saint Force is nearly depleted. Without warning, a violent explosion erupts. Xiangshan coughs up a mouthful of blood. He gazes at the nearly complete sword form with a trace of regret and lets out a heavy sigh. Though I failed to force the Saint Force into the shape of a sword, the distance to the Saint Realm is merely one final step away. I can only advance to Saint by infusing my spiritual consciousness into the Saint weapon, merging spirit and blade as one. Xiangshan's eyes blaze with unwavering resolve. To break through to Saint, I need a massive amount of Saint Force. This monster core hunting tournament is my chance. Meanwhile, in a grand mansion elsewhere, someone slams his fist down on the table in a fit of rage. It is Cheng Mingxiang, his face twisted with fury. Chengyang Xiangshan, that wretch dares call himself my rival. He barks at his 2 subordinates standing before him during the monster core hunting tournament. Eliminate every last one of those trash who offend my eyes. They respond instantly, yes, young sect master. Cheng Mingxiang growls under his breath. Princess Kara belongs to me. No one has the right to compete for her. Within a sprawling jungle enclosed by towering mountain ridges, clouds and mist swirl through the peaks. Everyone gathers at the entrance of the teleportation array, waiting in anticipation. Xiangshan watches the teleportation gate with an anxious gaze. Why hasn't Big Brother come out of seclusion yet? Could it be that he intends to miss this competition? Xiangshan's gaze suddenly locks onto a direction. Yue approaches, stunningly beautiful and radiant. Golden sunlight cascades down upon her, illuminating her striking platinum-white long hair. The young woman's emerald eyes are gently narrowed. Xiangshan recognizes her at a single glance. He watches Yue's silhouette intently, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. Come to think of it, we've had quite a few misunderstandings, and I still don't even know her name. Yue suddenly opens her eyes. Her emerald pupils drift to the side, and then her eyes widen in startled recognition. Xiangshan catches her gaze and offers a slight smile, raising his hand in a casual wave. Hello. The moment Yue spots Xiangshan, irritation flashes across her face. She puffs out her cheeks and turns away with a huff. Xiangshan sees this cold reception and knows for certain that Yue still harbors misunderstandings about him. Sigh, I really need to find an opportunity to clear things up with her. At that very moment, 2 figures emerge from the teleportation gate. Bai Yen strides forth alongside a masked figure clad entirely in black, cutting straight to the matter at hand. The Monster Core hunting tournament is about to commence. I'm here to briefly outline the rules. From the outer edges to the deepest reaches, the forest is divided into 3 zones: Ren, Dai, and Tian, human, earth, and heaven. The deeper you venture, the more powerful the magical beasts within become. The competition spans 3 days. You must submit a minimum of 5 monster cores to be considered as having passed. Withdrawing midway or failing to submit enough cores will be counted as failure. What happens to students who violate the rules? Those whose results fall short of the standard will face severe punishment. Bai En finishes speaking and narrows his eyes, casting a sharp warning at the contestants. Do not even think about cheating. Luo Jian scoffs dismissively. Just 5 monster cores. Piece of cake. Luo Jian makes no effort to lower his voice, so Cheng Mingxiang naturally hears every word. He frowns, casting a displeased glare at Luo Jian. Xiangshan closes his eyes with a helpless sigh. The vice principal is so long-winded. Bai En produces a spatial belt roughly 4 inches in length and continues explaining the regulations. Each of you will be issued a spatial belt. Any monster cores you acquire are to be stored inside it. Upon the conclusion of the competition, half of your monster cores must be surrendered to the academy, while the remaining half shall belong to the individual as personal property. Xiangshan fastens the spatial belt around his waist, a resolute smile spreading across his face. This time, he must obtain enough monster cores, all to prepare for his breakthrough to Saint. Bai-En turns to address the assembled students. Those who have not yet reached the Saint level may form teams and hunt in the Ren and Dai zones. Students who have already attained Saint rank shall proceed into the Tian zone. Just as Bai-En is about to declare the start of the competition, a thunderous laugh cuts him off. Ha ha ha, everyone's here already. Splendid. All eyes turn skyward. Cheng Yang-hu comes sailing and riding a hot air balloon. An enormous red silk banner hangs from Cheng Yang-hu's balloon. Impossible to miss. Cheng Yang-hu stands tall atop the balloon and bellows. Everyone, pay attention. The great Saint Cheng Yang-hu has arrived in all his glory. The crowd below stares at the airborne show-off in utter speechlessness. Xiangshen's face turns as green as a leaf. Big Brother really does love being the center of attention. Cheng Yang-hu's moment in the spotlight doesn't last. The hot air balloon suddenly begins to deflate. He stumbles and plunges from the sky, letting out a terrified shriek. Whoa, 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 I've lost control. Xiangshen watches with a dark expression as the deflated hot air balloon flops and tumbles through the air like a punctured ball. Cheng Yang-hu clings to the air balloon above, screaming for his parents like his life depends on it. I can't stop it. Help, somebody help. The corners of everyone's mouths twitch uncontrollably down below. Bai-En looks utterly exasperated. Aya, and now Cheng Yang-hu has tormented us all like this. The solemn atmosphere has been completely ruined. Bai-En sighs helplessly and gestures with his fan in a single direction, signaling everyone. Begin the competition. Everyone do your best. Everyone quickly snaps out of their daze and follows the guidance to set off. Yes, Xiangshen scratches his head as he walks. Big Brother really has a talent for ruining the atmosphere. Saying so, he follows the other disciples through the teleportation gate one after another. Cheng Mingxiang watches Xiangshen's retreating figure with a sinister, shadowy gaze. He instructs the two black-robed men beside him to keep a close watch on Cheng Yang Xiangshen inside the forest. Find an opportunity to dispose of him. As he speaks, Cheng Mingxiang's face twists with unmistakable malice. Dispose of him completely. No survivors. The black-robed men immediately accept the order. Understood. Meanwhile, Xiangshen strolls leisurely into the teleportation gate with his hands clasped behind his head, utterly unaware that an assassination plot is closing in around him. The moment Xiangshen steps through the teleportation gate, a lush, dense forest materializes before his eyes. Xiangshen employs his movement technique, leaping nimbly from branch to branch with practiced grace. At this gliding speed, he covers a considerable distance in mere moments before alighting on a branch, silently surveying his surroundings. This forest is truly vast. So many students entered, yet not a single soul is in sight. Xiangshen's pupils suddenly constrict. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. Xiangshen's gaze locks onto a pair of purple beast horns at the base of a tree below. The beast sports long brown fur, with two purple horns atop its head, each branching into three prongs. The corner of Xiangshen's mouth curls slightly upward. A first-rank magical beast, Xiangshen silently condenses his chi into a sword, intending to start with this first-rank beast. He closes in with utmost caution on strike, one kill. Who could have guessed that just as Xiangshen raises his sword to strike? A familiar scream tears through the air. Tai Ta's voice. The first-rank beast beneath the tree, startled by that piercing shriek, bolts in the blink of an eye. By the time Xiangshen notices from his perch on the branch, the beast has already put a considerable distance between them. Xiangshen stands frozen with his sword, rolling his eyes as he watches the creature flee. Fast little thing. However, Xiangshen doesn't pursue. Instead, he turns toward the source of the voice, casting a worried gaze into the forest ahead. That voice just now, it was Tai Ta. He's in danger. Xiangshen wastes no time. He immediately activates his movement technique and rockets toward that direction. The mist here is exceptionally dense. Visibility drops to nearly nothing within 10 meters, further hampered by a sea of bones scattered across the ground. A colossal green python coils among the bones, its forked tongue flicking menacingly as it watches Tai Ta swinging his hammer wildly before it. Help, someone help! Xiangshen, perched on a nearby branch, also spots the massive python, a second-rank magical beast. Wasn't the human zone supposed to contain only first-rank beasts? Tai Ta, unable to pinpoint the python's exact position, stands with his back turned to it, screaming his lungs out. The python rears its gaping maw fangs bared and glistening, its jaws unhinging to several times the size of Tai Ta lunges downward. In that razor-thin moment between life and death, Xiangshen swings in just in time, seizing Tai Ta by the collar and yanking him away. The python's strike misses, its fangs snapping harmlessly into its own coils. Tai Ta stares at his savior, eyes wide with sheer relief. Xiangshan pulls Tai Ta through the air and gazes down at the python below, bewildered. Tai Ta, how did a second-rank magical beast set its sights on you? Tai Ta grits his teeth, glaring at the python slithering on the ground beneath them. It charged at me out of no retreat to eat me. I took a swing at it with my hammer, and that only made it angrier. Xiangshan, why are you here? Xiangshan sets Tai Ta down on a large nearby branch. Why else? I came to save you. Now let's join forces and kill this thing. Tai Ta glances nervously at the massive python below. But it's a second-rank magical beast. Are the two of us even enough? Xiangshan, however, doesn't seem to regard the enormous python as anything noteworthy. He grins. No problem. The two of us joining forces is more than enough. Seeing the giant snake slithering toward them, Tai Ta grips his hammer even tighter and turns to Xiangshan. All right, what's the plan? Xiangshan instructs. You find a way to hold the snake off. Leave the rest to me. The moment Tai Ta hears this, he leaps into action without hesitation, jumping down from the branch. Understood. Fueled by Xiangshan's confidence like a shot of adrenaline, Tai Ta lands hard on the ground with a fearless grin splitting his face. Bring it on. Whatever tricks you've got, I'll take them all. The snake flicks its black tongue, then suddenly unhinges its jaws, a maw several times larger than Tai Ta, himself its twin fangs poised to plunge downward. Tai Ta grits his teeth and channels his saint force. He raises his hammer high overhead and bellows with every ounce of his strength. With that, he swings the hammer, sending the beast hurtling through the air. The creature's entire body crashes into a cluster of trees nearby, splintering wood on impact. Xiangshan surges upward, his figure cutting through the air like a blade. He descends upon the python's head in an instant, his eyes flashing with piercing, razor-sharp killing intent. The python is cleaved apart in a single strike, its bones left coated in thick crimson blood. Chengyang, Xiangshan, and Tai Ta continue onward. Tai Ta hacks away the vines blocking their path with his hammer, chanting to himself. Monster core, he chuckles. Suddenly, Xiangshan's eyes widen. A beast with two razor-sharp claws materializes from the undergrowth. Xiangshan shouts a warning right, and Tai Ta, startled nearly out of his wits, swings his hammer down at the beast with a panicked yelp. The beast collapses, blood spraying everywhere. Tai Ta picks up a glowing orb from the ground and exclaims, Xiangshan, you're incredible. How did you know that thing would attack from the right? Xiangshan replies calmly, probably because my reflexes are quite sharp. Tai Ta thinks to himself, good thing it was just a weak beast. Xiangshan smiles faintly, lost in reverie. Back in my past life, when I stood at the very threshold of ascension, everything within 100 miles was blanketed by my spiritual sense. Nothing in existence could escape my perception. What a pity, my current strength is limited, so my spiritual sense can only operate within a small radius. Otherwise, hunting magical beasts would be as easy as turning my hand. Saying so, Xiangshan casually kicks the fallen beast. Tai Ta speaks up. Xiangshan, this is only a first-rank magical beast. Not satisfying at all. Xiangshan responds. This is the human zone, so it's only natural that first-rank beasts are all we find. Tai Ta counters. But that giant python was second-rank. If we join forces and take down another one like it, that should be enough. Xiangshan rests his chin on his hand, a contemplative look crossing his face. That second-rank beast's origins are unclear. There may be some hidden secret behind its appearance. Birds circle lazily in the sky above the forest when suddenly, a thunderous crash echoes through the trees. Tai Ta and Xiangshan whip their heads toward the source of the sound. The noise draws closer. A werewolf emerges from the mist. Tai Ta stares at the werewolf and lets out a heavy breath. A voice reaches them. It is merely a single first-rank werewolf. Tai Ta grins broadly. First rank is first rank. As Mom always said, who cares if the bread is cheap, as long as it fills your belly. Xiangshan chimes in. I once read about this in a reference book at the library. That is a jungle werewolf. They have never once fought alone throughout history. The moment you lay eyes on a single jungle werewolf, it means you're already surrounded by a pack of over a dozen. Tai Ta, we can kill them to our heart's content now, Xiangshan says with a calm smile. Tai Ta responds with a cheerful grin. Yeah, clear blue skies and green bushes as far as the eye can see, perfect day for a hunt. Two men clad in black cloaks converse amongst themselves. Damn it, how did Chengyang Xiangshan move so fast? The moment he entered the jungle, he vanished without a trace. If the young sect master finds out we lost him, we're dead men. HMPH. A magical beast descends from the sky above. The beast crashes down hard, sending up a massive cloud of dust and debris. A voice suddenly rings out from within. Screams echo from deep within the forest. Allah, help! Bai-En rushes in, his expression urgent. Headmaster, we have a problem. The dense forest has suddenly been sealed off by a barrier completely cut off from the outside world. The headmaster exclaims in shock. What? A barrier has engulfed half of the entire forest. The headmaster and Bai-En rush to the barrier's edge to inspect it. Bai-En speaks up. After the beast hunting competition began, the dense forest was sealed shut by this barrier. I've tried every method I know, but none of them can break through it. The headmaster responds gravely. This barrier was erected by the founding headmaster himself. Don't say Yaovan, I cannot shatter it in a short time. Bai-En places his hand against the barrier. The formation array left behind by the founding headmaster has it activated at this precise moment. The headmaster replies, I don't know. Perhaps the founding headmaster's research was somehow connected to the dense forest. Unfortunately, the founding headmaster passed away unexpectedly. Whatever research he conducted within the dense forest has become an eternal secret. Bai-En asks in alarm, what do we do now? All those students are trapped inside, and the others are in there as well. The headmaster responds, his voice heavy. If something happens, they are the students of our Kargath Academy. I will exert every ounce of my strength. Perhaps within one day I can break this barrier. Beyond that, all we can do is pray. The academy director stands before the barrier with a resolute gaze. He kneels and clasps his hands in prayer, while Bai-En stands before the barrier and speaks. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. The barrier encases the forest. Numerous werewolves howl. Xiangshan and Tai Ta still stand their ground. Tai Ta grips his axe, grinning broadly. Half each, let's see who finishes first. Xiangshan holds his sword and replies, no problem. Then they each sprint off in opposite directions. One werewolf after another is torn apart by razor-sharp sword intent. Xiangshan lands with a cool, effortless flare werewolf corpses piled high around him. Tai Ta flashes a bright grin. Tai Ta leaps into the air and brings his axe crashing down. A single horizontal slash of Xiangshan's sword sends werewolf blood spraying through the air. The werewolf collapses, blood splattering across the ground. One werewolf turns and flees. Xiangshan's expression is helpless as he speaks. Just like that it runs, Tai Ta's expression turns terrifying as he speaks. Where do you think you're going? You're already done for. Tai Ta leaps up and brings his axe cleaving downward. A death cry echoes through the forest. Tai Ta speaks up. Xiangshan, we're incredible. We actually took down that many werewolves. Xiangshan replies, these werewolves are strange. According to the books, the werewolves of the jungle are all first rank low tier. But these ones are first rank high tier. Tai Ta replies, is that so? I didn't notice. Werewolves lie on the ground, drenched in blood. Xiangshan speaks up. Their bodies reek of human blood. The bloodstains are still freshly clearly just fought people. Could it be that people nearby were ambushed? Suddenly, a noise comes from ahead. Numerous corpses lie in pools of blood. Tai Ta speaks up, they're all dead. How is that possible? Xiangshan replies, those werewolves were stronger than expected, but killing this many students is simply impossible. Tai Ta asks, Xiangshan, how can you stay so calm at a time like this? Are we really the same age? Xiangshan replies, the strange occurrences in this sealed-off area keep multiplying, don't they? It seems someone's still alive. Xiangshan's eyes widen and Sapricia girl lies on the ground, still breathing. The three of them sit around a campfire. The girl, leaning against a tree, slowly opens her eyes. Tai Ta speaks up, Halu, you're awake. The girl, her face filled with terror, asks, where am I? I remember. We were ambushed by werewolves and then. Wait, me teammates? Where are my teammates? Xiangshan replies, they're all dead. The girl stares in disbelief. What? How is that possible? It's true. Where are those werewolves now? We should find somewhere to hide. Her face is still etched with fear. Tai Ta, roasting werewolf meat over the fire, grins and says, no need to worry, they have all been dealt with. The meat's done too. Want a bite? The girl lets out a startled cry. How those werewolves? The girl's face remains frozen in fear. Tai Ta grins and says, Xiangshan and I are pretty incredible, you know. Her eyes widen in surprise. The three of them sit around the campfire, talking and roasting meat. Suddenly, a strange noise echoes from the distance. The girl exclaims in alarm, that sounds like a big one. Xiangshan replies, finish eating quickly, let's go check it out. The girl says, still wide-eyed, you two are really going. Just from the sound alone, you can already tell how dangerous that magical beast is. Tai Ta replies, dangerous for us, only if it's dangerous to us to go. Do you want to come with us? The girl says, no, I want to get out of here. Tai Ta replies, what's wrong with that? Be careful out there. Now Xiangshan and Tai Ta look at the girl. She turns back and says, thank you for saving me. Farewell. With that, she walks away. Now only two remain. Tai Ta speaks up. Was she really that scared? Xiangshan replies, that girl was a bit strange. With that, the two also rise and walk away. Tai Ta asks, Xiangshan, it's normal for a girl to be timid. What's there to be suspicious about? Xiangshan replies, just a feeling. Forget it, let's go hunt some magical beasts first. 3 ferocious magical beasts appear, howling as they emerge from the depths of the forest. Xiangshan speaks up. Second-rank magical beasts fire cloud beasts. The books say they're not particularly dangerous. Their only notable trait is their high defensive capability. Tai Ta replies, Xiangshan, you sure know a lot. Looking at the magical beast before them, Xiangshan replies, I just read it all in the library. Prepare to strike, don't let it escape. Tai Ta responds with a firm, got it. The two leap into action. On axe comes crashing down, followed by one sword slash. Now Xiangshan and Tai Ta are mounted on the magical beast's back. Tai Ta exclaims, you said its defense was just a bit high. It's insanely high. Are you kidding me? We can't even scratch the damn thing. The magical beast's eyes ignite with streaks of crimson. The beast lets out an enraged roar. Xiangshan looks up and shouts, damn it, we have angered it. The monster bares its razor-sharp fangs, gathering force for an attack. It unleashes a devastating beam of light, obliterating everything in its path. Tai Ta raises his axe to block. Changyang Xiangshan asks with a pained expression, Tai Ta, are you all right? Tai Ta reaches up to touch his head. His hair has been singed off completely. He says he's fine. Then Tai Ta suddenly screams, where's my hair? I'm bald. His face twists with fury, teeth bared as he snarls, you bastard. I'm only 16. Tai Ta grips his axe and bellows, how did I go bald? The monster's jaws still gape wide open. Countless streams of dark energy swirl through the surrounding air. Tai Ta's axe begins to radiate with streams of black light trailing behind it. He lets out a series of guttural grunts. He swings the axe forward and roars, die. Azure light erupts, forming concentric rings. Advancing toward the monstrous beast, Tai Ta strains with all his might, using his bare hands to hold open the colossal beast's maw. Changyang Xiangshan descends from above, shouting, Tai Ta, hold on, I'm coming. A brown-haired youth nearby chuckles softly, how interesting. A few others arrive, sneering. 2 new students actually dare challenge a second-rank magical beast. They truly don't know the meaning of death. Xiangshan casts a cold glance at the speaker. The brown-haired youth continues, why don't I show some mercy and lend them a hand? The lackey beside him chimes in, big bro, these two actually seem to have some real strength. Why don't we wait until both they and the fire cloud beast are badly wounded, then we swoop in and reap the benefits? Wouldn't that be far better? The brown-haired youth grins. Remember, boys, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Consider this free advice from your senior, a sincere lesson for you juniors. The 3 of them sit there laughing, and Changyang Xiangshan's expression darkens with barely suppressed rage. Xiangshan calls out, Tai Ta, let's broaden the horizons of these dear seniors. Show them why we dare provoke a Class 2 magical beast. Tai Ta trembles with rage and snorts coldly. HMPH, I refuse to acknowledge scum like these as seniors. He braces his legs and heaves the colossal beast's weight onto his shoulders. Tai Ta grimaces and roars, come at me, you bastard. Suddenly, a purple-furred beast materializes before them, its eyes radiating an eerie, piercing glow. The beast charges forward, then slams its massive claws into the earth. The ground shatters, splitting apart in jagged fissures. Its 2 horns splinter and shatter. Tai Ta collapses to the ground, gasping, I'm spent. Can't move anymore. The beast bares its razor-sharp fangs over Tai Ta's fallen form, unleashing a guttural, bone-chilling growl. Around Changyang Xiangshan's body, crimson streams of saint force erupt into blazing existence. The beast opens its cavernous maw, fangs bared, its murderous gaze locked dead ahead. An orange glow coalesces within the beast's gaping jaws. A white radiance bursts into being directly before the beast. White streaks of light and golden-orange radiance swirl and coil around Changyang Xiangshan's body. Xiangshan grips his blade and aims straight for the beast's eye. Lashing out without mercy, Changyang Xiangshan drives his blade directly into the beast's eye. His mind races if the fire cloud beast's fur is impenetrable across its entire body. Then strike where it is weakest, eyes. Xiangshan murmurs with solemn resolve. Violet azure sword scripture, one sword shatters the heavens. Purple smoke erupts from the beast's ravaged eye. It throws its jaws wide in a howl of pure agony, then crashes to the earth with earth-shattering force. The ground splits apart, shards of rock hurtling in every direction. The brown-haired thug and his companions freeze in stunned silence. A figure sits perched atop a rocky outcrop, voice laced with amusement. "Who were you just calling a mantis?" The brown-haired thug stares ahead, cold sweat streaming down his pale face. Changyang Xiangshan asks with a leisurely smile, "And who, pray tell, is the Oriole?" Xiangshan stands tall atop the outcrop, his robes billowing in the roaring wind as thunder rumbles overhead. The monstrous beasts now lie sprawled across the ground. A sandy-haired man drops to his knees, pleading, "Sirs, these are all the monster cores we've managed to collect. Please spare our lives." Tai Ta picks up a glowing monster core and examines it. "HMPH, this time I'll let you go." The brown-haired thug forces a sycophantic grin. "Thank you, sirs, thank you," he says timidly, "then we'll take our leave." Xiangshan, standing atop the rocky outcrop, calls out sharply, "Wait." The brown-haired thug looks up nervously. "Sir, do you have further instructions?" Changyang Xiangshan narrows his eyes and asks, "You lot are upperclassmen, aren't you?" Before him, countless streaks of light converge into a shimmering circular formation. Changyang Xiangshan asks, "Has this thing always appeared in every hunting trial?" The brown-haired thug blinks in confusion. "What is that?" "It wasn't there last year." Another brown-haired youth, a green headband tied around his forehead, chimes in, "First time I've seen it. Looks like some kind of barrier or shield." Changyang Xiangshan tilts his chin upward, arms folded. "It wasn't here last year. Could this be a new measure introduced by Vice Dean Bai?" Xiangshan strokes his chin in contemplation, a nagging sense of unease gnawing at him. Something feels fundamentally wrong. The sandy-haired thug scrambles to his feet. "If we don't leave now, when will we? Let's go." Tai Ta hoists the bag of glowing monster cores onto his shoulder. "Can't fight worth a damn, but they sure know how to run fast." He turns to Xiangshan. "Is there something wrong with that barrier?" Xiangshan replies, "This hunting trial has too many irregularities. I have a bad premonition about all of this." Xiangshan adds, "Then again, perhaps I'm overthinking it. After all, the Academy hasn't called off the trial, which means everything should still be under control." Tai Ta nods. "Exactly. Hunting for more monster chorus, that's what we should be focusing on." High above, the spherical formation of light still pulses ominously in the sky. A massive crater scars the rocky terrain, and within it lies a beast, its body drenched in blood. Yue emerges and demands, "Since when did these magical beasts become so terrifying?" Many students sit scattered across the ground, exchanging anxious words among themselves. "If Senior Sister Yue hadn't intervened, we'd all be dead by now. These magical beasts are far too powerful. We simply can't fight them. I want to withdraw from the trial. I want to go home." Yue smiles gently and says, "Don't panic, everyone. If something has gone wrong with the hunting trial, the Academy will certainly not stand idly by." She continues, "As long as we hold on, the Dean and the others will surely come to rescue us. We just have to survive until then." A student wearing a helmet bares his teeth in a fierce grin and declares boldly, "Let's go all out." A brown-haired student snarls, "They're nothing but legless reptiles, slaughter them all." Yue holds her sword behind her back, smiling with fierce determination. "Everyone fight together." But above them, the silhouette of a monstrous beast materializes against the sky. The creature's visage is utterly savage and terrifying. Yue soars upward, her blade cleaving through the beasts with devastating precision. Sweat pours down her face. As expected of Class 2 magical beast thighs is no easy fight. She lands on a rocky outcrop, sword in hand. Before her looms a savage beast, its jaws dripping with malice. The creature advances toward her and she grits her teeth. "Damn it. At this rate, I won't last much longer." The beast closes in, yet Yue continues to swing her sword, her expression cold and resolute as she faces the creature head-on. Her face twists with anxiety as she stares ahead. A chunk of rock hurtles into the air. This is bad. A blue radiance engulfs the beast's body. It opens its maw to its fullest extent and lunges straight at Yue. Her face contorts as she stares at the charging beast. It's over. Then Changyang Xiangshan's voice thunders across the battlefield. Violet Azure Sword Scripture One sword shatters the heavens. The beast lunges forward, but Yue whips around in astonishment toward the source of that commanding voice. Beneath Xiangshan's feet lies the blood-soaked carcass of a beast. Changyang Xiangshan breathes a sigh of relief. "Made it just in time." He grins and asks, "So, how do you plan to repay this life-saving grace of mine?" Yue stares at him, bewildered. "Why are you here?" Meanwhile, Tai Ta hefts his war hammer and charges at the beast, roaring as he prepares to smash it into oblivion. Take this. He swings his massive hammer with every ounce of his strength, slamming it squarely into the colossal beast's torso, launching it several meters through the air. It hurtles far into the distant sky. Only then does Taita realize he may have slightly overdone it. He mutters in dismay, "Oh no, I smacked it clean out of reach. There goes the monster core." Taita hoists his great hammer onto his shoulder, while Chengyang Xiangshan hovers in midair, arms crossed, surveying the ferocious beasts surrounding the survivors below. Chengyang Xiangshan gazes down at the pack of beasts with an icy stare. His voice rings out soothing yet commanding, "Fear not, everyone. We're here to help." The students who had been struggling desperately moments ago erupt into excited chatter, their morale surging like a dam breaking. A student in a black robe with red trim exclaims joyfully, "Is that really them?" Chengyang Xiangshan, the new student king, and Tai Ta, champion of the arena, others quickly recognize them as well, and the tension in the air begins to ease, if only slightly. "We're saved. Yue never expected Xiangshan to appear like this." She stares at him with a dazed and unfocused gaze. Something seems off with Yue. He is Chengyang Xiangshan, new student who displayed his astonishing talent at the new student tournament. Chengyang Xiangshan looks at Yue with a self-satisfied smirk and asks, well, has my overwhelming brilliance rendered you speechless? Let's see what you have to say now." Yue pays no mind to Chengyang Xiangshan's teasing. She sways unsteadily, her breathing ragged and shallow, and whispers hoarsely to him, "Thank goodness." A trickle of crimson blood suddenly seeps from the corner of her lips. Her eyes, once bright, are now heavy with exhaustion, her face pale and utterly haggard. "Everyone here is counting on you." In truth, Yue's body has already reached its absolute limit. This battle was clearly far too much for a girl like Yue to endure. The moment she finishes speaking, her knees buckle and she collapses to the ground. Alarmed, Chengyang Xiangshan dashes toward Yue, calling out urgently, "Hey, what's wrong?" He catches her gently in his arms, and the instant he holds her, something registers immediately. Xiangshan's eyes widen with a flicker of surprise. Her pulse, it's dangerously weak. She sustained severe internal injuries. "I can't believe she held on this long." Chengyang Xiangshan whips around and demands of the student in the black robe with red trim from earlier. She's been fighting the entire time while carrying injuries this severe. Caught off guard by the sudden confrontation, the student stammers, momentarily at a complete loss for words. The reply comes timidly, cautious in Xiangshan's presence. "That's right." Xiangshan gazes down at Yue, unconscious in his arms, boundless sorrow etched deep into his eyes. "She risked her life to block those colossal serpents and save us, fighting without a single thought for her own injuries. She could have abandoned us to fend for ourselves, but she said she would never leave a single friend behind." Xiangshan suddenly breaks into a faint smile. This girl is certainly not as fragile as she lets on. Chengyang Xiangshan then turns to Taita, his voice quick and decisive. "You get them out, I'll cover our retreat." But Taita crosses his arms, turns his head away, and purses his lips flatly, refusing Xiangshan's order without a word. "HMPH, let them leave if they want. Taita never abandoned my brothers." Chengyang Xiangshan can only sigh helplessly before Taita's stubborn, immovable loyalty. He hands Yue over to the others and gives them his final instructions. "Fine, Taita and I will hold the line. Get her out now." They reply, "Then we're counting on the two of you." Chengyang Xiangshan gives a firm nod. Hurry get her somewhere safe for treatment. Once everyone has safely departed as he arranged, Xiangshan stands shoulder to shoulder with Tai Ta and grins. These magical beasts are no low-level creatures. Tai Ta, it's not too late to turn back. Beside him, Tai Ta hoists his stone hammer onto his shoulder, beaming like a sunflower in full bloom. "You joking? If you're scared, I'll protect you." He means every word. Tai Ta charges headlong at the colossal serpentine beasts, roaring over his shoulder at Chengyang Xiangshan. "Let's go." The ferocious strikes of the two cleave the colossal beasts apart, severing them into multiple writhing segments. Tai Ta fights on the ground, slaughtering the beasts at their roots, while Chengyang Xiangshan soars into the air and casually lops off their heads with effortless flicks of his blade. One massive beast coils around a towering stone spire, watching as every lesser creature around it is annihilated one by one. Fury blazes in its eyes. It flicks its long, forked tongue outward, fixing its murderous gaze upon the two fighters. Only now does Chengyang Xiangshan truly notice it. He exclaims, "So the big one's shown itself." The colossal beast radiates terrifying magical power. It's easily 20 times the combined size of both of us. This reptile has already broken through to nearly the third order. Tai Ta says to Chengyang Xiangshan, "Leave me and go. One dying is better than both of us dying." but Xiangshan clearly thinks otherwise. He dismisses Tai Ta's noble sacrifice without hesitation. "Don't be ridiculous. I will never abandon a comrade and flee alone." Now both his body and the sword in his hand radiate an incredibly fierce and imposing power. Xiangshan grips the blade firmly in hand, staring straight at the colossal beast. After a few rounds of fighting, I can feel Itmi power has broken through to another level. Xiangshan is taken aback. So it's true and can only achieve a true breakthrough by walking the razor's edge between life and death. Tai Ta stares at Xiangshan, utterly speechless, not knowing what to say. "Xiang, Tian, now you, Chengyang Xiangshan, are truly unleashing your full power." He grips the sword of life and death. Xiangshan's gaze, already cold as winter frost, now carries an edge sharp enough to cut steel. He says to Tai Ta, "Put your faith in this blade." Chengyang Xiangshan's eyes glint like sharpened steel. He clutches his sword tight and rockets forward. His speed is staggering so fast that no comparison to any living soul could do it justice. The dragon-headed, serpent-bodied beast opens its maw bearing rows of razor-sharp white fangs and extends its impossibly long, forked tongue. Its pupil-less eyes flash with a dangerous golden gleam, and there isn't just one, three of them appear at once. Each body stretches hundreds of meters long, encased in scales hard as stone. One bears golden eyes, another red, and the third white. Each gapes its enormous maw wide, as if ready to swallow Xiangshan whole. All three beasts lunge in unison, jaws gaping wide, devouring the air as they charge toward their prey. With nimble grace, Xiangshan leaps onto their elongated bodies and kicks off, spinning midair to land safely on the ground, evading their venomous assault entirely. In a blur, Chengyang Xiangshan traces his blade edge along the massive bodies of the beasts, his speed still utterly terrifying. Wherever his sword strikes, blood erupts in an unceasing torrent. Tai Ta stands below, draped in wolf fur, watching as a beast's severed head tumbles from its neck. His jaw drops in silent awe, his heart thundering with disbelief. So fast, Chengyang Xiangshan's expression grows solemn. His cold gaze delivering devastating sword strikes against over a dozen beasts. Quiet pride swells within him. "Back then, I truly was the #1 swordsman under the heavens." Xiangshan then rockets forward like a bolt of lightning, weaving around the enormous bodies of the beasts. The beasts can do nothing but collapse helplessly, waiting to meet the king of hell. Suddenly, a thick white mist erupts from the white-eyed beast's maw. Its eyes blaze with wild, unhinged fury. The beast spews a massive cloud of lethal venom directly at Chengyang Xiangshan. The toxic mist dissolves the surrounding rocks on contact, but Xiangshan dodges in the nick of time. He dives from above, sword in hand, to counterattack. As he rockets toward the beast, he murmurs under his breath, "Violetage sword scripture." A single horizontal strike cleaves from the beast's body to the crown of its headraw, transcendent power splitting it in two, as Chengyang Xiangshan's blade carves clean through. Xiangshan lands safely, gasping for breath. Gasp, gasp. Behind him, every one of those seemingly invincible beasts lies toppled on the ground, utterly vanquished. Chengyang Xiangshan frowns, murmuring to himself through labored breaths, "My strength is spent." The next instant, Xiangshan collapses backward onto the ground. Tai Ta panics, screaming his name at the top of his lungs. Tai Ta rushes over, tears streaming down his face in torrents, and grabs Xiangshan's body, shaking him frantically. The scene at this moment looks somewhat comical. "Xiangshan, what happened to you?" Shaken so hard he's about to cough up blood, Xiangshan wheezes out a response. "Nearly done for. Stop shaking me. I'm fine. My saint force is completely drained, just need a bit of rest." Only now do the two of them notice the massive pile of green monster cores amassed behind them from the battle. Not just green, either purple and dazzling golden cores are mixed in as well. Chengyang Xiangshan sighs in amazement. "I never expected our harvest to be this plentiful." Tai Ta plops himself down atop the corpses of the beasts, scooping up monster cores by the handful and tossing them into the air. "Haha, we've struck it rich. So many monster cores." Suddenly, something rockets into the sky like a launched projectile, but this one is rather peculiar. It screams. "Ag!" The shrieking demands both of their attention. Tai Ta looks up just as the object plummets downward, slamming into the rocks right before them. Falling from such a tremendous height, the crash produces a deafening impact. Dust and debris explode in every direction. The object, no more accurately the person, lies sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed in every direction, groaning loudly. "Damn it all, beaten again." Chengyang Xiangshan's eyes go wide, his jaw dropping in utter shock. "Big brother." Almost immediately, they hear Luo Shiking's voice echoing from the distance. Chengyang, who still wants to run. One of them bursts into excited laughter, upon spotting the Hall of Monster Cores from Xiangshan's group. Boss, the Monster Core's herethis is a fortune. Luo Jian speaks up. Looks like both sides them and the serpent suffered heavy losses, leaving us the easy pickings. But Luo Jian quickly spots Changyang Xiangshan's group of 3 across the rocks, not far away. It's them. Luo Jian's face twists into a smug grin. Ha, killing 2 birds with 1 stone will eliminate you brothers, and walk away with a mountain of monster cores. Changyang Xiangshan turns to Tai Ta. Tai Ta, take care of big brother. Tai Ta gives a firm thumbs up, signaling he understands. Hang in there, Xiangshan. But Changyang Hu grows anxious, desperate to stop his younger brother. Fourth brother, don't be rash. Luo Jian is a mid-rank saint. Xiangshan pays no heed to his elder brother's warning. He summons his sword and speaks, his voice cold and steady. Eliminate us. The sheer force of his aura erupts, cracking the earth beneath his feet wide open. He hoists the sword onto his shoulder, smirking with utter disdain, leaning back as casually as if lounging on a sunny afternoon. Changyang, who never imagined that his younger brother, once dismissed as nothing, could become so formidable in such a short time. He calls out to Xiangshan, fourth brother, have you already entered the saint realm? Changyang Xiangshan channels his power into the saint weapon in his hand. Changyang, who is bewildered, fourth brother is a saint. Since when? Tai Ta quickly answers it was just now. The saint weapon in Changyang Xiangshan's hand has already cracked and shattered. Changyang Xiangshan tries desperately to sustain the saint weapon, but it is futile. The saint weapon in Changyang Xiangshan's hand vanishes completely. Changyang Xiangshan gazes down at his palm, having just broken into the saint realm. Combined with the massive depletion from moments ago, his saint force is no longer enough to maintain a saint weapon. Luo Jian's group sneers. Ha, ha, so it was just for show. At first glance, I thought you were some kind of genius. It was quite intimidating, I'll admit. Big brother, using a butcher's cleaver to slaughter a chicken is overkill. Let me deal with this trash for you. Luo Jian begins summoning something. Kid, let me give you a taste of real power. Luo Jian has summoned his saint weapon. A massive sword plunges into the earth. Luo Jian declares with absolute pride, this thighs is what a true saint weapon looks like. Changyang Hu shouts, fourth brother, I'll hold him off, get out of here, all of you. Tai Ta places a hand on Changyang Hu's shoulder. Relax, Xiangshan will be fine. Changyang Xiangshan turns around. Big brother, don't worry, I don't need a saint weapon to crush him. He kicks the wooden stick at his feet upward and catches it lightly in his hand. Changyang Xiangshan says with unwavering confidence, this will be more than enough. Tai Ta exclaims, wait a moment, isn't that my hoe handle? Luo Jian snorts coldly. Kid, you dare look down on me. Luo Jian charges at Changyang Xiangshan with his greatsword juicing, a mere wooden stick against a saint weapon. You are courting death. Changyang Hu roars. Fourth brother, be careful. Luo Jian possesses wind-attributed saint force. His speed is extraordinary. Luo Jian circles around Changyang Xiangshan's group at blistering speed. So what if he knows? Can he even keep up with my speed? Both Changyang Hu and Tai Ta are stunned by Luo Jian's speed. Far too fast. Luo Jian possesses the fastest movement technique among all academy students. Once he starts running, all you can do is passively endure his blows. Changyang Xiangshan rests his hand under his chin, his expression brimming with confidence. Fast, if I were to let you in on a secret that I can predict the future Ruho, do you think would win? Changyang Hu is puzzled. Predict the future. Changyang Xiangshan says, watch closely. Luo Jian will thrust straight ahead, then sweep horizontally and vertically before being defeated by a single strike of mine. Tai Ta and Changyang, who exchange bewildered glances at Changyang Xiangshan's words. At a time like this, can you be serious for once? Exactly, fourth brother, we are facing a high-level saint here. Isn't our lives more important? Changyang Xiangshan charges toward Luo Jian. Then watch closely. Luo Jian suddenly descends from above, bringing his greatsword crashing down toward Changyang Xiangshan. Haha, where are you looking? I'm right beside you. Luo Jian thrusts his sword straight at Changyang Xiangshan, but the strike is dodged. The blade plunges deep into the ground. Tai Ta and Changyang Hu gape in shock at Luo Jian's move. He actually thrusts straight ahead. No way. Changyang Xiangshan announces. A horizontal sweep. Luo Jian immediately executes a horizontal slash hit. Changyang Xiangshan dodges it once again. Tai Ta and Changyang Hu watch the battle unfold, utterly transfixed. He was right again. How is Xiangshan doing this? Could it be magic? Luo Jian raises his sword behind him, leaps into the air, and prepares to deliver a devastating cleave down upon Changyang Xiangshan. Changyang Xiangshan leaps to the side, dodging Luo Jian's cleaver followed by a vertical slash that whistles past him. Tai Ta and Cheng Yang, who are no longer surprised. Xiangshan was right again. At this point, nothing Xiangshan does could surprise me anymore. Cheng Yang Xiangshan declares, and finally is defeated by a single strike of mine. Cheng Yang Xiangshan thrusts the wooden stick straight into Luo Jian's shoulder, piercing clean through his body. Luo Jian glances backward in disbelief. Clearly my speed far surpasses yours. How could you have dodged every single one of my attacks? Tai Ta and Cheng Yang Hu exclaim with glee. Haha, didn't see that coming, did you? Xiangshan can predict the future, already knew every move you were going to make. Luo Jian demands, you can predict the future. Cheng Yang Xiangshan answers calmly. I was joking. In truth, I was baiting you into attacking. Everything you did was exactly what I wanted you to do. Luo Jian collapses to the ground with the wooden stick still lodged in his shoulder. Cheng Yang Xiangshan continues, I deliberately exposed openings to bait you into a straight thrust. After that, every move you made fell perfectly within my calculations. Tai Ta says, I don't understand a word of that, but I'm completely floored. Cheng Yang Hu chimes in. That sounds even more mind-bending than predicting the future. Luo Jian recalls his master's words. Jianer, your combat experience is sorely lacking. A veteran expert can anticipate your opening moves and even manipulate the flow of your attacks. Luo Jian stares at Cheng Yang Xiangshan. How can he possibly be a veteran expert? He's clearly several years younger than me. Luo Jian grits his teeth. Cheng Yang Xiangshan, what in the heavens are you? From a distance, a mysterious figure watches Cheng Yang Xiangshan's group from the shadows. The figure murmurs, excellent. He truly is the perfect prey. In the forest, the very site where Cheng Yang Xiangshan and Luo Jian just clashed, Xiangshan and his brothers begin to depart. Tai Ta says, Xiangshan is incredible. Even Luo Jian has been completely subdued. Cheng Yang Hu laughs, haha. Cheng Yang Hu recalls Luo Jian's words, Boss Xiangshan, from now on at the academy, we all follow your lead. He smirks, HMPH, let's see if Luo Jian dares to pick a fight with us again. Xiangshan says, Luo Jian has already paid the price. One must show magnanimity. Cheng Yang Hu nods in agreement with his brother's words. Fourth brother is truly benevolent and righteous. In the future, he will surely become a great figure of the Jessa kingdom. Tai Ta agrees as well. Indeed, Xiangshan is simply too noble. Xiangshan gazes up at the sky, his eyes tinged with melancholy. Compared to all this, what weighs on my mind far more is the present. He furrows his brow. We've already entered Zone C. Why haven't we encountered a single magical beast? Tai Ta finds it strange as well. That's right, where are the magical beasts? Cheng Yang Hu scans the surroundings. This is strange. Back in the hunting competitions I've participated in, there were magical beasts everywhere. Suddenly, a streak of light flashes across the treetops. Tai Ta and Cheng Yang Xiangshan crouch behind a tree, watching in silence. Tai Ta leads Cheng Yang Xiangshan toward the source of the crimson glow. Xiangshan, what is that? Hurry, look, Cheng Yang Hu murmurs, puzzled. What the? At that very moment, a shadowy figure materializes behind him. The mysterious figure clamps a hand over Cheng Yang Hu's mouth in an instant. A sinister grin spreads across the figure's face as it drags Cheng Yang Hu backward. He is hauled into the nearby underbrush, struggling desperately to cry for help. MMPH. Cheng Yang Xiangshan turns his head to look. He frowns, puzzled. Where is Big Brother? Tai Ta answers. He was right behind us just a moment ago. Big Brother suddenly rises from the bushes and stumbles, losing his footing. It's nothing. Tai Ta replies, you sure were careless, Big Brother. Cheng Yang Xiangshan stares at him, suspicion flickering in his eyes. He takes the lead, then let us continue searching the area for monsters. Tai Ta and Cheng Yang Hu both nod in agreement. No problem. Cheng Yang Hu lingers behind, watching the two walk ahead. A terrifying smile creeps across his face. His entire body emanates a sinister dark aura, as though his body has been seized by something unholy. At this moment, in another location, someone frantically rifles through a pile of books for information. Not this one either. This isn't it either. The person slams a hand down on a book. Found it at last. Bai En reads the tome spread upon the table. It records that the first-generation headmaster had sealed a Class 4 monster deep within the Forbidden Forest. The monster is formless and shapeless, impervious to conventional arts. Even reading of it sends a chill down his spine. The monster possesses the ability to seize and inhabit a host's body. The image of the monster materializes on the page, utterly terrifying. It lets out a hissing cackle, kek. In a certain location deep within the forest, a powerful barrier suddenly materializes. It turns out this barrier was erected specifically to contain the monster. The headmaster picks up the book and speaks. Once the monster breaks free from its original seal, the barrier will activate and trap it within the deep forest. Bai En's expression darkens. This monster can possess others and seize their bodies entirely. Its methods are utterly vicious. The headmaster closes the book. The students' safety is paramount. We must rescue them at once. Bai En grows anxious. If the monster possesses a student and finds an opening to escape, capturing it will become nearly impossible. The headmaster replies, it can only possess those at the elementary saint rank and below. After breaking the barrier, gather all the students and inspect them one by one. The headmaster extends his hand and begins channeling his power. Simply use the hunting tournament inspection as a pretext. Yue's master demands, do you have a better plan? Bai En replies flatly, I do not. All three begin channeling their power in unison to shatter the barrier. Yue's master snarls, then hurry up and help dismantle the barrier. If anything happens to Yue, none of you will escape accountability. Bai En responds, we can only do our best. The barrier gradually crumbles under the combined might of three cultivators. Within the depths of the forest, Changyang Xiangshan sits resting beside a crackling campfire. Changyang Xiangshan sits cross-armed, leaning against a gnarled tree trunk, while Tai Ta has long since fallen into a deep slumber. Something swoops toward their positioned monster. Possessing Changyang Hu's body settles down by the campfire. A high-tier Class 2 monster, the Night Demon Eagle, appears directly behind Changyang Hu. Changyang Hu slowly turns his head and flashes a chilling grin. The monster recoils in alarm, startled by the expression on Changyang Hu's face. The monster bolts, fleeing from Changyang Hu's unnerving gaze. Changyang Hu rises to his feet, stares after the fleeing beast, then turns his head back, flashing a terrifying smile. Fourth brother appears as though possessed by a demon. He gazes toward Changyang Xiangshan and calls out in a hollow voice, fourth brother. Fourth brother. The sinister specter, cackling under its breath, creeps stealthily toward Xiangshan. It extends a hand, reaching to seize the young man. Changyang Hu's hand closes in, mere inches from Changyang Xiangshan. In a flash, Xiangshan's hand shoots out and seizes his bizarre elder brother's wrist. Alarm surges through Changyang Hu. Xiangshan's eyes snap open. He can endure this no longer. Who are you? Why have you taken on the form of my eldest brother? The entity replies, you detected me that quickly. Where did I slip up? My performance was perfectly normal. Your performance was indeed flawless, dear big brother. Unfortunately, I am no ordinary person. Changyang Hu stares, dumbfounded. Huh? A wicked grin spreads across Changyang Hu's face. So that's how it is. Truly worthy of being the prey I've set my eyes upon. Someone as sharp-witted as Yao Hao delicious, perfect for body snatching. Xiangshan demands body snatching. What do you mean body snatching? Changyang Hu steps closer, eyes gleaming. Your body belongs to me now. Their gazes collide and a spiritual link erupts between them. Both are hurled backward. Changyang Hu slowly rises to his feet. Failed. You're merely an elementary saint. How can your soul be this powerful? Changyang Xiangshan speaks, his voice cold as steel. My soul has traversed life and death to reach this world. In a certain sense, I too have seized this body for myself. Having said that, he strides toward Changyang Hu and places a hand upon his face. No matter who you arrogate out of my eldest brother's body. Changyang Xiangshan unleashes his ultimate Techniqueth Violetager sword art. A single sword strike pierces straight through Changyang Hu's skull. Heart severing, Changyang Hu's body flips through midair and lands on one hand. It speaks, even your strongest attacks only damage the body of whoever I inhabit, not me. Unless I voluntarily switch hosts or the current vessel dies. This possession cannot be undone. I've lived quite comfortably, thank you. Come show me what you've got. If you have the ability, then kill me. Changyang Xiangshan advances, lightning crackling violently around his body. Are you certain about that? Changyang Hu's arm suddenly jerks on its own. Big Brother's willpower surges, seizing control of his own body, rolls away from the entity at once. The monster panics. My hold over this body is weakening. Impossible. Xiangshan launches himself into the air, above in a single explosive bound. At that moment, the monster is still staring blankly at its own trembling hand. He roars, get off my brother's body. The protagonist's fist slams directly into the monster's face. Get out. The entity trapped inside Changyang Hu's body lets out a piercing, agonized shriek. Arghhh, the monster is violently expelled from Changyang Hu's body. How can you do this? How can you possibly harm me? Changyang Xiangshan speaks, his tone icy. In this world, there may be few methods capable of dealing with you, but in another world, there are many. The monster demands. What do you mean by that? Could it be you come from another world? Changyang Xiangshan leaps toward the monster beast, his sword crackling with lightning. No need for more words. A scourge like you cannot be allowed to exist in this world. He swings his sword in two vicious slashes at the beast, but it dodges both. Channeling Saint Force into his fingertip, he fires a beam of power that pierces clean through the monster's arm. The beast howls in agony. Damn you! I should have killed you back in the forest when I had the chance. Changyang Xiangshan responds, kill me in the forest. You saw me before. He recalls the girl he encountered earlier. So that girl was possessed by you too. The beast says, I originally planned to possess her body, disguise myself as a student, and escape the secret forest. Unfortunately, I couldn't break free. Changyang Xiangshan gazes up at the barrier. So this barrier was meant to contain you. What exactly are you? The beast introduces itself. No harm in telling you, I am letter 1 ECB Mieru. I can possess anyone at will. Years ago, some old fool said I had committed too many evils and sealed me in this place. Letter 1 ECB Mieru contorts its face into a terrifying expression. All these years, I have been trying to break the Celto reclaim my freedom. I never expected that old fool not only sealed me, but also erected that barrier on top of it. Changyang Xiangshan frowns in thought. How did you manage to break the seal? Did someone help you? Letter 1 ECB Mieru replies, you are indeed clever. That's right, Somyeon did help me. It continues, at first to break the seal. I subdued the magical beasts within this forest and made them my servants. The pack of magical beasts emerges one after another from the shadows. Changyang Xiangshan says, the reason the magical beasts in here grew so powerful it's your doing, isn't it? You've been talking this much just to stall for time, waiting for rescue. Letter 1 ECB Mieru replies, correct, you know far too many of my secrets. How could I possibly let you leave here alive? The monsters emerge in succession, surrounding Changyang Xiangshan. Yet he remains utterly composed, even as the mighty beasts close in around him. Letter 1 ECB Mieru hisses, die. Changyang Hu remains deep in slumber, mouth agape and snoring thunderously, drool streaming freely down his chin. Suddenly, by some unknown force, he is jolted awake. Changyang Hu rubs his eyes and sits up, still yawning groggily, his mind shrouded in haze. Ah, so sleepy. Fourth brother, just now I dreamed some girl latched onto me and stole my body. He lifts his head and immediately spots several colossal monsters baring their fangs and glaring down at him with savage eyes. He startles for a moment, but then Changyang Hu crosses his legs, strokes his smooth, beardless chin, and mutters to himself as though nothing is wrong. Could it be I'm still not awake? Yeah, what I'm seeing right now just can't be real. I said I'd do it, and I'll do it. And so Changyang Hu flops right back down on the spot, falling asleep once more, leaving both the monsters and Changyang Xiangshan utterly speechless. Frozen like stone, Changyang Xiangshan keeps his guard up against the beasts, while shouting at the top of his lungs for Changyang Hu to wake up. Big brother, stop fooling around. Get up and face the enemy. Changyang Hu is bewildered. This isn't a dream. Could all of this actually be real? The cat-headed, wolf-bodied beast that walks upright on two legs watches their brotherly banter with all three of its eyes. Changyang Xiangshan points at it, warning his elder brother. It is the mastermind behind everything one that possessed your body. Changyang Hu is struck by yet another shock. One might expect Changyang Hu to say something profound, but instead he widens his eyes and blurts out the most absurd words imaginable. I was possessed by this ugly thing. Will being tainted by this creature ruin my dashing good looks? The monstrous beast bristles its grotesque fur and roars furiously at Changyang Hu. You think I actually wanted to possess your wretched body? You detestable vermin. The remaining beasts are driven into a maddened frenzy, eyes burning crimson, mouths gaping wide as they unleash thunderous roars at the two brothers. The cat-headed, wolf-bodied beast snarls through gritted teeth. You. A torrent of sinister energy erupts from its entire body as it roars in fury. You have thoroughly enraged me. It thrusts a claw toward Changyang Xiangshan and Changyang Hu. Kill them, all of you, tear them apart, leave none alive. The beasts receive their command. They howl in unison and charge toward the two brothers' position. A colossal elephant thunders toward Li Jun Tai Ta, who lies sprawled out with limbs akimbo, fast asleep without a care in the world. Changyang Xiangshan shouts, Tai Ta, wake up. Changyang Hu bellows just as loud, Tai Ta, brother, stop sleeping. But no matter how desperately they yell, Li Jun Tai Ta doesn't hear a thing. He remains lost in his deep slumber, utterly heedless of the colossal elephant about to trample him flat. And just as that pillar-like leg comes crashing down, Li Jun Tai Ta narrowly escapes a catastrophic fate. Blessed with heaven-sent fortune, the sleeping titan is saved because his brothers Changyang Xiangshan and Changyang, who each grab a leg and drag him out of harm's way. The two brothers desperately drag Tai Ta behind them, sprinting with all their might to escape this killing ground. Changyang, who shouts to his brother, "Run, there are too many beasts!" The cat-headed, wolf-bodied M-letter 1ECB Miaru howls its command. After them. Don't let them escape. Up ahead, Changyang Hu and Xiangshan sprint with everything they have while hauling Tai Ta's hefty frame behind them. Hot on their heels, the pack of beasts closes in with terrifying speed. Suddenly, wild vines from the forest floor snake upward, coiling tightly around both of Tai Ta's wrists and his neck as he sleeps on. The two brothers up front remain oblivious, still yanking and pulling Tai Ta as they sprint for their lives. But no matter how hard they pull, none of them budge an inch. Changyang Hu is baffled. Why can't we pull Tai Ta anymore? The moment the words leave his mouth, their grip slips. All they're left holding is a single pair of Tai Ta's shoes. Standing there with nothing but shoes in hand, the two brothers are struck with utter bewilderment. The two Changyang brothers whip their heads around just in time to see Li Jun Tai Ta rocket forward like an arrow loosed from a taut bowstring, hurtling at an unbelievable speed. Tai Ta rockets in a straight line burling directly into the cat-headed, wolf-bodied M-letter 1ECB Miaru, who hovers in the air above. In the span of a few heartbeats, the still-dreaming Tai Ta slams headlong into M-letter 1ECB Miu with full force, sending it flying several meters. M-letter 1ECB Miu's eyes bulge, its mouth gaping in agony. Not good that hit a vital spot. It crashes to the ground with a thunderous impact, Tai Ta landing squarely on its belly. Changyang Xiangshan is rendered utterly speechless, staring in disbelief. That actually works. Changyang Hu shares the exact same thought, though he can't bring himself to voice it. You can do that. After that wild tumble, Tai Ta finally wakes up, bolting upright with a dazed, bewildered look, mumbling to himself. What happened? Am I still dreaming? M-letter 1ECB Miu bares its fangs and trembles, racked by the agony Tai Ta's impact has inflicted upon it. Instantly, the beasts throughout the forest return to their normal state. M-letter 1ECB Miu's bewitching charm no longer holds sway over them. The dark energy drains from their eyes, one by one. Spotting the two humans standing nearby, they tuck their tails and flee. Changyang Hu exclaims, "Why are all the beasts running?" Changyang Xiangshan replies, M-letter 1ECB Miu has fallen unconscious. The beasts have regained their spiritual senses, of course. They'll flee to save their own lives. M-letter 1ECB Miu seethes with fury, clutching its swollen head and cursing, "Damn it all. If I hadn't been struck in the head, how could I have ended up in this wretched state?" Don't celebrate yet. It straightens up and begins its dark transformation. Once my body completes the metamorphosis, Changyang Xiangshan dashes toward M-letter 1ECB Miu with blinding speed. No one will be able to harm me, but in an instant, it falls silent. Changyang Xiangshan's sword cleaves across its body. It watches in disbelief as it slowly topples to the ground. Xiangshan speaks, "Have you already forgotten?" His gaze turns ice cold. "The violet azure sword scripture is your bane." Outside the secret forest, all the teachers join forces to destroy the barrier. Terrifying waves of power converge as one. Under the boundless combined energy of the faculty, the barrier gradually thins and begins to crack. Then, before the eyes of the Academy Dean, it shatters into countless fragments. The old man with snow-white hair and beard, the Academy director, urges aloud. The gates are opened, and he orders all instructors to enter the dense forest and bring every student out. The Academy director adds one more command regardless of whether they are alive or dead. All students must be retrieved, including Changyang Xiangshan. Everyone acknowledges the order and responds in unison. Once all the students are evacuated from that terrifying place, and small canvas tents are pitched outside the dense forest, they begin buzzing with chatter. The magical beasts in that forest are absolutely terrifying. I saw several fellow students killed with my own eyes. I thought I would lose my life in there too. Thankfully, I didn't run into any. Otherwise, I'd be done for. Yue glances around furtively, her face clearly betraying her anxiety, searching for someone she cannot find. Her brows are knitted tight, tense as she strains to observe every corner of her surroundings. Someone notices Yue's sneaky behavior and cannot help but ask, "Yue, are you still searching for Changyang Xiangshan?" A young lady sitting cross-legged on a crate outside a tent hugs her knees and teases Yue, making her face visibly flush crimson. "Puffing out your cheeks and pretending to sulk, that's not very like you, is it?" Yet here you are, actively chasing after a man. Yue quickly explains herself. What are you even thinking? He risked his life to save us. Isn't it only proper etiquette to express our gratitude? You make it sound like it's just common courtesy, as if anyone would do the same. The girl says to Yue, the teacher said all surviving students will gather here. Could they be? Yue immediately turns her gaze toward the shattered barrier of the dense forest. No way. Yue grows worried for a moment, but then recalls Changyang Xiangshan's formidable prowess strength that few could rival and reassures herself. That guy, he's so extraordinary, surely nothing will happen to him. Inside a small tent erected by everyone, Bai En sits with the academy director, reporting the situation to the old man. Academy director, we've combed through the entire dense forest. We found no trace of that demonic beast. It must have latched onto one of the students. The academy director seems to have anticipated this. Indeed, just as I expected. The academy director turns solemnly, intending to address all the disciples. For allowing that demonic beast to escape and leaving the students wounded here, I am deeply ashamed. Bai En's expression shifts, a trace of guilt on his face. Academy director, you still haven't recovered. Perhaps I should handle this instead. But the old man's mind is set. The academy director's eyes blaze with fierce determination. I will personally eliminate that beast. With those words, the academy director rushes out of the tent, barking a string of orders to all students. Prepare every demonic beast detection tool upon discovering any anomaly. Strike immediately. Bai En parts the tent flap and follows outside, letting out a weary sigh. All students assemble as ordered, gathering to hear the academy director's announcement. Everyone, place all the monster cores you've obtained onto the table. I must inspect everyone's achievements. Upon hearing this, a wave of panic sweeps through the crowd. We're doomed. I couldn't even defeat a single magical beast. I have nothing to show. Those beasts were so powerful. Just being alive is impressive enough. But they are unaware that someone is secretly observing everything from afar through a small spyglass. Those students continue chattering. It wasn't easy, but I managed to slay two. Another person suddenly bursts out laughing. I got 4 with a haul, ha ha, followed by cheerful boasts from others. My group and another got 3 cores. We passed 2. Suddenly they hear someone nearby mocking them, a bunch of trash. It's not that the beasts were strong, you lot are just pathetically weak. It is none other than Cheng Mingxiang. He grins smugly, flaunting his own results with undisguised pride. Let me show you what a real gap in strength looks like. Cheng Mingxiang hurls all his monster cores onto the table. There are so many that each one clatters against the wooden surface, one after another. The orange-haired youth's eyes go wide as he exclaims at the sheer number. The others nearby are no exception, equally stunned. Cheng Mingxiang truly lives up to his title as the young master of the Huanian sect. His strength is formidable indeed. Hearing this, Cheng Mingxiang grows even more emboldened, jabbing his finger at them mockingly. This is what real strength looks like. You're all pathetically weak. Yue, however, shows visible displeasure at his attitude. Arrogant and insolent, the Huanian sect having a young master like him is 3 lifetimes of misfortune. The girl beside her sighs. But Cheng Mingxiang is truly powerful. I fear no one can surpass him. We can only endure his arrogance. But in this world, anything can happen. A voice rings out from directly behind them. Cheng Mingxiang, a few paltry results and you already dare to boast. Yue whips her head around, instantly recognizing that voice. That voice, it's him. Sure enough, it's the 3 of them, Changyang Xiangshan and his companions. Their arrival is nothing short of celestial beings descending upon the mortal world. Changyang Hu, carrying an unconscious girl on his back, bursts into hearty laughter. Ha ha, having every eye in the crowd trained on Yauno, that's exhilarating. Xiangshan is helpless against this brother of his. If we hadn't gone searching for that treasure you mentioned, we wouldn't have missed the timing and shown up this late. Changyang Hu rolls his eyes. I thought that seal contained treasure. Who knew there'd be nothing there? Tai Ta tears into a succulent piece of meat from the drumstick in his hand, grinning. But the treasure hunt was pretty fun, though. Cheng Mingxiang points at them furiously, his shout cutting off the brothers' banter. Changyang Xiangshan, you actually survived. What did you just say? That yours are better than mine. Xiangshan suddenly smiles a smile dripping with mockery. Better than yours? Is that not perfectly reasonable? Every young lady present, Yue included, is struck breathless. They clutch their flushed faces and gush, so dashing, so domineering, I love it. Changyang Xiangshan presses his advantage, pointing at the table already overflowing with Cheng Mingxiang's spoils. Academy Director, please bring a larger table. Xiangshan's blade-sharp gaze sweeps toward Cheng Mingxiang as he grins. I want to show someone here what it means when they say beyond the heavens. There are always greater heights. Cheng Mingxiang produces a massive wooden table, as large as a bed, and sneers. Is this table big enough for you? I want to see just how many monster cores you can possibly produce. Cheng Yang, Ziangshan grips the spatial pouch in his hand with unshakable confidence. Then look closely. He raises his hand. A white void yawns open, with something like a black hook flickering inside it, electricity crackling around its edges. Don't be too shocked now. Changyang Ziangshan points upward toward the void, and monster cores begin raining down in a torrent. Witnessing this spectacle with their own eyes, everyone, Cheng Mingxiang included, is struck dumb with shock. Not a single jaw among the onlookers can close. No way, it's that many. A man in a black robe murmurs, "Am I seeing things? Where did Changyang Ziangshan get so many monster cores?" The pink-haired girl beside him can barely contain her astonishment. Did he sweep the entire forest clean by himself? Beyond those stunned into silence, there are those who lament several of their own cores are among the haul being poured out. Changyang Ziangshan crosses his arms, standing tall and arrogant before Cheng Mingxiang. Well, convinced now. True strength is a person's own power, not a reason to look down on others. These words earn considerable praise from the crowd. Well said. Yu Yue says it crushes Cheng Mingxiang's arrogance. He is absolutely livid. Fury drips from every word. Quit your preaching. What good is quantity? Quality is what truly counts. Cheng Mingxiang rummages through the pile of monster cores, rambling on. Slaying 100 low-level beasts doesn't equal killing a single high-level one. Cheng Mingxiang holds up a single monster core that gleams golden, pride evident on his face. A Tier 3 monster core? Do any of you have one? Bai En's expression shifts. It is indeed a low-grade Tier 3 core. It seems Cheng Mingxiang has been concealing his true strength all along. The Academy director responds. After all, he is the young master of the Huanian sect. Having such trump cards is only natural. Cheng Mingxiang grows excited, unleashing a torrent of mockery. Sneering, what do you have to say for yourself now? Can that pile of scraps of yours even compare to mine? Changyang Ziangshan casually calls out to his big brother. The words have barely left his mouth when Changyang Hu breaks into a grin, as if he had been waiting for this moment all along. He tosses aside whatever he was holding without a second thought. Cheng Mingxiang, assuming Ziangshan is calling him big brother, sneers without hesitation, begging for mercy now. Calling me big brother won't save you, it's too late. Changyang Hu cuts in, hold on. Ziangshan is calling me. The two brothers flash identical grins and bump fists. Ziangshan says cheerfully, when it comes to showing off, that's best left to big brother. Hu replies, showing off is my specialty. Then Changyang Hu raises a monster korapink in color, radiating an even more dazzling glow than the yellow one. He turns aggressive, thrusting it toward Cheng Mingxiang. What do you call this? Cheng Mingxiang's face drains of color as he stammers. That's a 4th-grade monster core. Bai En, watching from the sidelines, is stunned. He blurts out, could it really be from that 2nd-tier monster beast? The principal, standing nearby, looks as though he cannot believe it. This is far too shocking. Changyang Hu grows insufferably arrogant, chin tilted toward the heavens, yet his eyes never leave Cheng Mingxiang. In both quantity and quality, you don't even qualify. What more is there to say? Utterly impossible. Who could have foreseen such a humiliating predicament? Cheng Mingxiang jabs a trembling finger at Changyang Hu and screams at the principal. They cheated. How could they possibly kill a 4th-grade monster beast? Even I don't have that kind of strength. Changyang Hu grows even more excited, repeating, he's lost it. He's completely lost it. Tai Ta mocks from the side. I feel embarrassed on his behalf. Changyang Ziangshan also joins the crowd, laughing openly at Cheng Mingxiang's expense. He even reminds him, reeking of provocation, remember, there are always stronger people out there beyond these walls. Never get too full of yourself. Cheng Mingxiang can no longer swallow this humiliation and fury. He raises his hand to strike, shouting at the top of his lungs. You have no right to lecture me. Drop dead. Bai En sternly seizes the wrist that was about to commit violence and declares, this is Kargath Academy, not the Huanian sect. It is not your place to act wildly here. The principal suddenly speaks up. You three come with me. No one can understand what is happening. With that, the principal has the three of them turn around and then, before the bewildered onlookers, they all vanish. What just happened? That's the first time I've ever seen the principal with such a grave expression. A 4th-grade monster core, how on earth did they obtain it? Yu Yue wears a contemplative expression. She raises her head, gazing at the scenery, and murmurs, it seems the dense forest harbors an enormous secret. In another setting entirely, Yu Yue's current image flickers to life before a mirror. A voice resonates. It seems the results are already clear. The full view of the mirror reveals 5 figures seated upon 5 chairs, the central chair the grandest, the rest diminishing in size outward. Their faces remain obscured. The person in the central chair speaks. Tomorrow is Yuu's 16th birthday. Her betrothal has already been decided. The figure seated to the right hears this and remarks, Your Majesty intends to use Yue for a political marriage alliance with a certain power. They smile as someone chimes in. After this period of observation, compared to that arrogant Cheng Mingxiang, Changyang Xiangshan is clearly far more outstanding. The words have barely settled when the reply comes, I agree. Another voice adds, who would have thought the declining Changyang family could still produce such a talent? The man seated at the center continues, if all are in agreement, then issue the imperial decree. A head of crimson hair gradually materializes. Accompanied by the decree, betroth Yue to Changyang Xiangshan. The principal, unable to believe his ears, asks, You mean to say, letter 1 ECB Mieru? Its spiritual consciousness in disarray, involuntarily shifted into its physical form and was accidentally stunned by Tai Ta. Only then were you all able to slay it. Changyang Hu grins smugly, Principal, as the principal surely knows, when it comes to making people despise me, I truly am a grandmaster-level expert. Changyang Xiangshan adds, Indeed, it's all thanks to Big Brother provoking letter 1 ECB Mieru into losing its reason so spectacularly. The principal sighs helplessly. I've never met a student more infuriating than you, but letter 1 ECB Mieru is still a high-grade monster beast. How could Tai Ta possibly have harmed it? Tai Ta demands angrily, Principal, you don't believe me. Shall I reenact the whole thing for you right now? The principal waves his hand frantically. I believe you, I believe you. The old furnishings in this study of mine won't survive you. In his heart, the principal thinks that letter 1 ECB Mieru could not have been defeated so simply. There is definitely more to this story. I truly didn't expect, Evan, I could only seal letter 1 ECB Mieru, unable to kill it. Yet somehow you lot managed to destroy it entirely. Changyang Xiangshan replies modestly, It was merely good fortune, Principal. Tai Ta nods earnestly, That's right, just good luck. The principal points at Changyang Xiangshan and declares, Regardless, whether by luck or by strength, since you are the one who slew letter 1 ECB Mieru, the champion of this hunting trial is you. This result is beyond any doubt. Changyang Xiangshan gazes at the principal, a thought forming in his mind. I've always felt the principal seems to know everything that happened at every detail we chose not to mention. The fact that he says nothing shows he, too, would rather not make a fuss over it. The principal smiles warmly. Thanks to you all for helping me resolve a major headache, I can finally breathe easy. 3 pillars of light descend, teleporting the trio back to their original positions. After a brief exchange, they return to the competition grounds, where the principal officially announces the results of the hunting trial. Changyang Xiangshan is declared champion. The competition concludes here. Everyone is dismissed. The injured are to receive immediate treatment. Cheng Mingxiang, stunned by the outcome, shouts, Principal Changyang Xiangshan clearly cheated. How can he be the champion? I refuse to accept this. There's no way he could have killed a 4th-grade monster beast. The principal's face radiates killing intent as he stares Cheng Mingxiang down. Silence! How dare you question the Academy's judgment? If you have grievances, come find me at my office who can have a thorough discussion. Cheng Mingxiang breaks into a cold sweat, head bowing low. Understood. Bai En shouts, tend to the wounded immediately. Everyone else return to your quarters. Tai Ta carries an injured student through the door. Doctor, we've got a wounded person here. Yue rushes over to Changyang Xiangshan. I've been searching everywhere for you. Changyang Xiangshan turns to face her. Your wounds look fine now, that's a relief. Yue replies, I'm all right. I heard from the other students that it was you who risked your life to save us in the dense forest. Thank you for saving my life. He smiles gently. No need for thanks. As long as it clears up the misunderstanding between us from before, that's enough. Yue says softly, In that kind of situation, someone willing to sacrifice themselves to save others must be a good person. I was rude to you before, I hope you'll forgive me. Let me introduce myself properly, I am Yue. The male lead extends his hand with a smile. I am Changyang Xiangshan. The two shake hands when suddenly, a teacher appears out of nowhere, inserting herself between them. Yue calls out in surprise, Teacher! The teacher turns to Changyang Xiangshan and says sharply, Don't celebrate too early, your real danger is only just beginning. She then turns to Yue, Come with me. Something major has happened. Yue follows the teacher, but still glances back at Changyang Xiangshan with an apologetic look. He waves it off casually, thinking to himself so cryptic again. Can't anyone just say things plainly? Back in the room, Tai Ta eats while grumbling. Those annoying classmates after waking up, they don't remember a single thing. I thought I might actually make a couple of female friends at the academy. Changyang Xiangshan comforts him. Don't mope around. At least we still have the reward, right? Let's see what rare treasure Big Brother brings back. The instant the words leave his mouth, Changyang Hu bursts through the door. Ha ha ha, good news, great news. Changyang Xiangshan smiles wryly. Big Brother, what's gotten you so worked up? Don't tell me the reward is a beautiful woman. Changyang Hu stares back with an expression beyond description. You already knew. Changyang Xiangshan's jaw drops. What? The male lead is utterly stunned. The reward really is a beautiful woman. Is this for real? Back in the room, Changyang Xiangshan sits with his eyes closed, his expression clearly displeased. Changyang Hu notices and asks, "Fourth brother, you don't seem very interested." Tai Ta adds sympathetically, "Yeah, you get to marry a princess show. Can you not be happy about that?" Changyang Xiangshan turns away coldly. "I don't even know who this princess is. You want me to marry her? I can't accept that." Changyang Hu shouts in exasperation, "Princess Kara, she's the only daughter of the current king." The male lead merely gives him a flat look. Big Brother is rendered speechless. His expression icy, the protagonist asks, "And then what?" Changyang Hu stammers, "That's all I know. I've told you everything. Princess Kara has been shrouded in mystery since childhood. Only the inner royal family knows her true identity. No one on the outside has ever seen her." Tai Ta wonders aloud, "Hidden to that extent? Surely the princess isn't ugly, is she?" Changyang Hu retorts, "Even if she were absolutely hideous, she's still a princess. Marry her, and in the future you could inherit an entire kingdom." Changyang Xiangshan replies flatly, "Becoming king holds no interest for me. By what right should my fate be decided by others? I'm going out for some air. This betrothal nonsense is insufferable." Tai Ta turns to Big Brother nervously. "You don't think Xiangshan is going to run from the marriage, do you?" Changyang Hu says anxiously, "Run from the marriage? Surely it won't come to that. Openly defying an imperial decree is a capital offense. I have to talk some sense into him." With that, Big Brother dashes after him, shouting, "Fourth brother, don't do anything rash." But the person has already vanished without a trace. At a scenic hilltop, Yue munches on a snack and muses, "Teacher, do you think Changyang Xiangshan will agree to the betrothal? He doesn't know that I am Princess Kara." The teacher replies calmly, "The Changyang family will agree. After all, this is a golden opportunity for them to restore their former glory. As for Changyang Xiangshan himself, I cannot say." She continues, "If he's some power-hungry fool who agrees to the betrothal, then I'll go find the Emperor Father and have the engagement annulled." The teacher asks, "And what if he doesn't agree?" Yue replies cheerfully, "If he doesn't agree, then he's truly special. I think he might be worth considering." The teacher sighs exasperatedly. "He agrees to the imperial betrothal and you want to annul it. He refuses, and suddenly you don't want to annul it. The affairs of you young people, I truly cannot comprehend them. Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." A silhouette drifts languidly into view from the distance. The young man mutters with a sullen expression as he walks, "In my previous life, I wandered the heavens and earth alone, free and untamed. Now, out of nowhere, I'm struck with an arranged betrothal. Having someone constantly by my side, I still haven't gotten used to it." A watermelon rind comes hurtling through the air. Xiangshan whips his head around to see which rude soul threw it. Suddenly, Yue materializes out of thin air and says, "Classmate Xiangshan, what a coincidence. Come over and have some watermelon." Changyang Xiangshan scratches his head upon seeing her and approaches, asking, "Why are you here? Didn't you have something to attend to?" Yue replies, "I finished dealing with it, so I came here to enjoy the scenery. I heard you were bestowed a marriage by the king." He hears this and sits down uncomfortably, asking, "How did you find out?" Yue smiles and replies, "I'm very quick with my information. Congratulations on marrying a princess." Changyang Xiangshan speaks while eating watermelon. "What's there to congratulate? I haven't even met the princess before, and suddenly I'm bestowed a marriage out of thin air." Yue says in surprise, "To marry the princess in the future you could inherit an entire kingdom. Many people can only dream of such a thing." Changyang Xiangshan replies candidly, "Whatever I desire, I will seize through my own strength, not through someone else's charity." Yue turns to him and asks, "You want to annul the betrothal?" Changyang Xiangshan replies with a frown, "The betrothal is a decree of the imperial family. If I annul it, I'll drag my clan into trouble, and it would be disrespectful to Princess Kara. I cannot harm the innocent." Yue looks at him and smiles. "I truly didn't expect you to consider others." He replies, "I'm still young right now. I only want to cultivate nothing else. Once my strength grows to the point where I can negotiate with the imperial family, I'll settle this matter then. Yue asks, you look quite mature. There's nothing about you that seems young. You wouldn't have lied about your age, would you? Changyang Xiangshan, having been seen through, immediately denies it. Of course not. I'm truly just a child eating watermelon. Yue laughs and says, Xiangshan, I've discovered you're truly interesting. The old teacher watches the two conversing from afar and mutters, the conversations of the young, I truly cannot comprehend them. The foliage beneath the sunlight adds dappled strokes of light and color. At this moment, Cheng Mingxiang is going berserk, furiously beating down on Changyang Hu. He demands, speak, where is Changyang Xiangshan? He threatens with crazed fury, if you don't speak, the first to die is you. Two figures are locked in combat. The one forced to his knees is big brother Changyang Hu, and the one with purple hair is Cheng Mingxiang. Changyang Hu endures the pain and says, Cheng Mingxiang, the betrothal is the king's decree. Do you truly believe that killing Xiangshan will let you marry the princess? Cheng Mingxiang roars with madness. I am the young master of the Huanian sect. My strength is unrivaled. Princess Kara can only marry me. The king bestowing the marriage to Xiangshan, the old fool has lost his mind. Big brother Hu shouts angrily, Cheng Mingxiang, you dare act so wildly in the academy. The dean will not forgive you. Cheng Mingxiang sneers, my father has already invited the dean and Bai En as guests to the Huanian sect. Right now, there is no one in this academy who can save you. Having said that, he strikes toward the young man. Big brother Hu displays his iron will, gathering strength in both hands. I never expected anyone to come save me. His expression suddenly shifts as he declares, don't forget my saint force is of the earth attribute. Having said that, he channels his power into the ground. Earth and stone surge upward with tremendous force, charging straight at Cheng Mingxiang. Cheng Mingxiang's center of gravity is thrown off as he flails to keep his balance. Seeing that Changyang Hu has already fled far, he summons 3 bolts of lightning to pursue Big Brother Hu. His subordinates standing nearby also receive orders to encircle and capture. Big Brother Hu is struck by those 3 bolts of lightning, crying out in agony. Half dead, he desperately seeks a path of escape. Changyang Hu, being relentlessly pursued by Cheng Mingxiang, thinks to himself, within the academy grounds, there's nowhere good to hide. If I can reach the back mountain, there's hope of escape. Cheng Mingxiang sees this and immediately orders his subordinates, give chase, don't let him escape. At this moment, Yue and Xiangshan are still chatting happily. She asks classmate Xiangshan regarding the betrothal, don't reject it just yet. The plate is left with only watermelon rinds now. Princess Kara might be far better than you imagine. Changyang Xiangshan asks curiously, do you happen to know Princess Kara? Are you someone from the imperial family? Yue smiles and says, you'll find out soon enough. She cheerfully announces she must leave and bids him farewell. Changyang Xiangshan watches her departing figure and sighs. Whether in my past life or the present one, I still cannot fathom the hearts of women. Suddenly, from behind him, several bolts of lightning erupt across the sky. He turns around, his expression sharpening. I can feel multiple fluctuations of saint force. Someone is fighting nearby. Big brother Hu is on the verge of collapse, his body racked with exhaustion and his strength utterly depleted. Cheng Mingxiang's face is twisted with killing intent as he snarls. Changyang, Hu playing cat and mouse are we? He howls, the forest ends here. He lunges forward, about to strike Changyang Hu, when suddenly a wind blade flies in and interrupts his attack. Cheng Mingxiang shouts furiously, who is it? Changyang Xiangshan arrives. He asks with concern, big brother Changyang Hu, are you all right? Changyang Hu says weakly, fourth brother, Cheng Mingxiang wants to kill me. Hurry, go find the dean. Having said that, big brother Hu collapses. Cheng Mingxiang sees Xiangshan as if he's struck gold. He laughs wildly. Changyang Xiangshan, you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. He howls with manic excitement. You came to me of your own accord. Changyang Xiangshan looks at Changyang Hu and says, big brother, I may be an insufferable trouble to others, but he risked his life hunting monster cores for me. Every good thing he would save for me. In this world, apart from my mother, the only person who gave me the warmth of family is big brother. This is my big brother's blood. The protagonist's eyes blaze with madness. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. You dared harm him like this, every one of you deserves to die. Cheng Mingxiang declares, the one who dies today is you. Cheng Mingxiang looks at the killing aura emanating from Xiangshan and thinks, I am the dignified young master of the Huanian sect, the strongest at Kargath Academy, and I'm being intimidated by the gaze of a mere new student. He clenches his teeth and forces down the terror in his heart. Come, let us see who truly dies today. Cheng Mingxiang charges forward, bellowing, meteor pierce. Cheng Yang Xiangshan looks at him and asks, "You think you're the strongest at Kargath Academy? Let me open your eyes to what it means there are heavens beyond heavens." The two clash in a fierce, explosive battle. Cheng Mingxiang thinks, he locked onto me that precisely. He only just broke through to the saint realm not long ago. How can he control his saint force with such finesse? While Cheng Mingxiang is distracted, Cheng Yang Xiangshan closes in and slashes at him with a single stroke, catching him completely off guard. Cheng Mingxiang staggers back several steps in a panic, unable to mount a defense. The powerful sword intent sweeps past, cleaving a roadside tree clean in two. Had Cheng Mingxiang not retreated, he too would have been split in half. Cheng Mingxiang thinks in horror, "I'm wounded. How is this possible? No, absolutely impossible. He must have gotten lucky. No, I refuse to accept this." He hurls one lethal attack after another at Xiangshan, only for each to be effortlessly dodged. What follows is a brutal spectacle of Cheng Yang Xiangshan beating Cheng Mingxiang senseless. Clutching the slash wound on his back, Cheng Mingxiang remains obstinate and unrepentant. He stares at Xiangshan and thinks, "Why does it feel like every one of my attacks has already been predicted? I can't land a single hit." From Cheng Yang Xiangshan's body, a torrent of killing aura erupts. He declares, "Before today, I always held back against you because I had no desire to kill you. But today is different. You dared harm my brother. This sin is unforgivable. Die." Having said that, he unleashes hundreds of sword strikes, leaving Cheng Mingxiang no time to react. Cheng Mingxiang is sent crashing to the ground by the overwhelming sword intent. He collapses onto the earth, eyes wide with terror. Cheng Yang Xiangshan says coldly, "So much for the young master of the Huanian sect. So much for the strongest at Kargath Academy. You couldn't even withstand a single strike, as easy as flipping my hand." Cheng Mingxiang stammers in disbelief. He thinks, this has to be an illusion. He recalls his childhood when his teacher said, "This sword technique normally takes an ordinary person a month to learn. Yet the young master mastered it in a single day. Truly, a genius found only once in 10,000. He looked down on everyone around him as a bunch of trash. He lived surrounded by praise, called a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, destined for greatness, destined to make the Huanian sect flourish even more under his hand. His father praised him, saying that one day he wouldn't just be the sect master of the Huanian sect, but also the king of an entire nation. He believed that everything good in this world rightfully belonged to him. Returning to the present, he grits his teeth and snarls with fury. "I am the future sect master of the Huanian sect. I am the future king. I am a genius. I will not lose. Everyone, attack together. We have so many. Are you telling me we should fear one man? Kill him and you'll be handsomely rewarded." Countless assassins surge forward. Cheng Yang Xiangshan regards them with contempt. When strength falls far short, you try to make up for it with numbers. In less than a single breath, every last one of Cheng Mingxiang's subordinates has been taken down. Unwilling to accept it, he roars that Cheng Yang Xiangshan is indeed formidable, but it all ends here. "Don't you care deeply about your eldest brother? If you don't want your brother to die, chop off your own right arm." Xiangshan turns his head, his gaze filled with menace. "Hurry up, or I'll drag your brother down with me, and let my sword intent cleave us both apart." Cheng Mingxiang freezes. Cheng Yang Xiangshan says nothing. With a single sword strike, he nearly cripples Cheng Mingxiang's arm. He screams in terror, "Ah, my arm." Xiangshan's expression turns grim. "Cripple an arm? Very well, however it will be your arm." Cheng Mingxiang glares at him and howls. "Cheng Yang Xiangshan, how dare you harm me? My father will never let you off. I'll make sure your entire Cheng Yang clan is exterminated." Xiangshan says coldly, "As long as I kill you, no one will ever know what happened here." His ice-cold demeanor sends a tremor through Cheng Mingxiang, who shakes uncontrollably. His legs buckle. He flees in terror, screaming as he runs, "Ah, don't kill me, someone save me." Xiangshan moves to pursue and eliminate the threat at its root. But a voice suddenly thunders from behind. "Who dares fight on the rear mountain? Have you no regard for academy rules?" Seeing the newcomers, Cheng Mingxiang seizes upon them like a drowning man grasping at straws, screaming desperately, "Teachers, save me. Cheng Yang Xiangshan is trying to kill me." Two teachers rush over and demand, "What's happening here? Quick light into the wounded." Xiangshan mutters inwardly, "It seems there's no way to silence Cheng Mingxiang now. Forget it. For now, I need to get my brother to safety." In a certain cave, Cheng Yang Hu gradually regains consciousness, finding himself lying in a dim cavern. He turns his head and spots Cheng Yang Xiangshan. He calls out hoarsely, "Fourth brother. It seems both of us have perished. Could this truly be?" the realm of King Yama. What a tragedy, me fourth brother, so young, killed by Cheng Mingxiang's vicious schemes. I will not rest in peace even in death. I swear I will become a vengeful spirit and hunt that bastard down. Xiangshan rubs his temples and sighs. Big brother, can you not be so dramatic? I already beat Cheng Mingxiang so badly he fled with his tail between his legs. Cheng Yonghu's eyes widen. What did you just say? You're not dead. Then what about all this blood? Xiangshan replies, it's a fruit I found in the forest. When applied, it stops bleeding. I used it to treat your wounds and clean your clothes. Cheng Yonghu exclaims in amazement, that's miraculous. Then how did you manage to beat Cheng Mingxiang and drive him off? Xiangshan answers calmly, I crippled his arm. I originally intended to kill him to silence him, but the patrol teachers arrived. He got away. This lingering threat, what do we do now? Cheng Yonghu asks in alarm, you crippled Cheng Mingxiang's arm. He is the sole heir of the Huanian sect. They will never let this go. Fourth brother, you must flee at once. If the Huanian sect captures you, you will surely die. Xiangshan shakes his head. If I run, the Huanian sect will not spare the Changyang family. I cannot drag them down with me. Cheng Yonghu grits his teeth. Unfortunately, the principal and the others have been invited to the Huanian sect. Right now, no one at the academy can stand up for us. Hearing this, a plan sparks in Xiangshan's mind. The principal is at the Huanian sect. It seems he can make one high-stakes gamble. At the Huanian sect's guest pavilion, the elders converse within the inner hall. The principal addresses Sect Master Cheng. Did you invite us here specially just to drink wine and make merry? Bai-in adds, if there is nothing else, we should head back first. There is much to be done at the academy. Sect Master Cheng replies, it is rare for all of you to visit. Please stay a while longer. Nothing will happen at the academy, I assure you. And even if something did occur, it would not concern you. The two exchange a glance without a word. The principal whispers, could it be that Cheng Mingxiang intends to move against Xiangshan? Bai-in asks, surely they wouldn't dare cause such a ruckus within the academy, would they? Sect Master Cheng raises his cup loudly. Principal, Vice Principal, I thank you both for looking after my son these past years at the academy. Let me raise a toast to you both. Suddenly a subordinate rushes in, shouting, Sect Master, terrible news. Sect Master Cheng frowns. What is it? Why the panic? The subordinate stammers, our report. The young Sect Master Changyang Xiangshan at the academy has crippled one of his arms. He is critically wounded on the verge of death. The principal and Bai-in nearly spit out a mouthful of blood. Sect Master Cheng's face turns ashen. He cannot believe his own ears. What? Night descends. The world sinks into silence. Yet inside the female teacher's room, the oil lamp still burns, casting its warm glow across every corner. Yue holds a steamed bun mid-bite, her eyes wide with shock. Xiangshan crippled Cheng Mingxiang's arm. The female teacher crosses her arms, her expression grave. Unless a seventh-stage radiant saint can be found, Cheng Mingxiang's arm is beyond saving. Yue replies with growing worry. But there isn't a single seventh-stage radiant saint in the entire kingdom. The female teacher sighs helplessly. Sect Master Cheng has already submitted a petition to His Majesty, demanding punishment for Changyang Xiangshan. His Majesty is troubled over the matter as we speak. Hearing this, Yue panics. She slams her hand on the table and declares with fierce determination, I must go see His Majesty. I will beg him to pardon Xiangshan. The female teacher quickly restrains Yue. Don't be impulsive. Yue clenches her fists, her expression troubled but resolute. She is certain that Xiangshan is not one to provoke conflict. If he wounded Cheng Mingxiang, there must be more to the story. The female teacher replies with a heavy heart. Whether there are hidden circumstances or not no longer matters. She explains, the Huanian sect is the foremost sect in the kingdom. As for Changyang Xiangshan is merely a genius of the Changyang family. Which side holds more weight should be obvious to all. Yue asks softly, her voice heavy with sorrow. Does His Majesty truly have to sacrifice Xiangshan? Yue turns away. The female teacher answers, he is the king. He must think of the entire kingdom. That is simply the truth of the matter. Overwhelmed with grief, Yue walks to the window and gazes out at the distant sky. After a beautiful day beneath clear blue skies, flowers on the branches have begun to bloom in full splendor. In the great hall of the royal court, an assembly convenes between the ministers and the king. The king demands with a stern expression, has it been a full day, and Changyang Xiangshan still cannot be found? Sect Master Cheng declares loudly, he is most likely hiding within the academy. I implore your Majesty to grant this subject permission to search the premises. The principal standing nearby flatly refuses. Dream on. The academy is not a place where you can act as you please. Sect Master Cheng seethes with fury, his eyes bulging with rage. I have just received intelligence, not long ago. Cheng Yongba rushed to Kargeth Academy. How does the principal explain this? At this moment, cold sweat drenches the principal from head to toe. He tries to explain. Cheng Yongba came to the academy, but before the principal can finish, Sect Master Cheng clasps his hands and interrupts urgently. Your Majesty, grant me permission to bring men to the academy and apprehend them. We cannot allow Cheng Yongba and his son to flee. A voice suddenly rings out from beyond the doors. There is no need for Sect Master Cheng to trouble himself. I have brought Xiangshan back. Cheng Yongba strides into the grand hall with imposing presence, and behind him trails Chengyang Xiangshan, heavy chains wrapped around his body. Sect Master Cheng exclaims in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? The moment Cheng Yongba enters, he bows his head and confesses his guilt before the king. Cheng Yongba has failed in his discipline. Xiangshan has committed such a grave offense. I humbly beg your majesty to mete out punishment. With that, he drops to his knees and prostrates himself on the ground. Seeing this display, Sect Master Cheng clears his throat and addresses Cheng Yongba with disdain. Spare us the theatrics. Don't tell me you're trying to secure a pardon for Chengyang Xiangshan. Cheng Yongba grasps his hand, wearing a look of deep remorse. Sect Master Cheng, I apologize. Xiangshan has committed a grave offense and must face punishment accordingly. I will personally deliver him to the Huanian sect for you to deal with as you see fit. Cheng Yongba's strange behavior fills Sect Master Cheng with unease. He yanks his hand back and stammers, Let go, don't touch me. Cheng Yongba looks up, his expression one of puzzlement. Chengyang Xiangshan shouts boldly, One person commits the act, one person bears the blame. Your son's Armai was the one who severed it. Come after me alone. Leave the Chengyang family out of this. The king steps forward and addresses Sect Master Cheng. If the Chengyang patriarch is willing to sacrifice familial bonds for the greater good, then you too should display the bearing befitting a sect master. Sect Master Cheng begins to grow suspicious. He thinks to himself, no matter what scheme you are plotting, if you dare set foot in the Huanian sect, you are courting death. With that thought, he turns and agrees to Chengyang Xiangshan's proposal. Very well, then I will settle accounts with Chengyang Xiangshan alone. I will hold no grudge against the Chengyang family. With that, Sect Master Cheng points directly at Xiangshan and barks orders at his men. Guards, escort Chengyang Xiangshan to the dungeon behind the mountain. Bai En watches helplessly as Chengyang Xiangshan is led away, trembling with rage. The principal can only cast a glance filled with deep worry. Bai En moves to step forward and protect Xiangshan, but the principal extends his arm and holds him back. He speaks up to restrain them. Stay calm, don't act rashly. Just remain quiet and see how things unfold. The academy dean whispers to Bai En, Perhaps Xiangshan will bring us yet another surprise. Chengyang Ba rides atop his giant eagle and locates Chengyang Xiangshan. The instant he spots his son, he leaps down from the great bird in haste. He anxiously seizes his hand and asks, Xiangshan, I received word and rushed here immediately. Have you been hurt? Chengyang Xiangshan asks in confusion, Father, aren't you going to blame me for bringing such a calamity upon the family? Chengyang Ba not only does not blame his son, takes all the fault upon himself. He says, if anyone is to blame, blame me for failing to protect you completely. You punish the wicked, and yet you must now fear retaliation. I've already made all the arrangements. We leave the Gassam kingdom at once. Chengyang Xiangshan turns his head and replies, If I just flee like this, the Huanian sect will never spare the Chengyang family. Tears glisten in Chengyang Ba's eyes. Moved beyond words, he praises, Good Santo, think you would consider the welfare of our clan. Chengyang Xiangshan mutters to himself, I'm doing this for mother, not the family. Suddenly, a bold idea sparks in his mind. He says, I have another plan. I'm about to play a grand hand. Chengyang Xiangshan wraps chains around his own body, making it appear as though he has just been captured. He then walks before Chengyang Ba, thinking silently, Huanian sect, let's see what you can do to me. Dusk begins to settle. Chengyang Xiangshan is dragged forward by two of Sect Master Cheng's soldiers, chains clinking. His expression is utterly devoid of emotion as he surveys his surroundings. Chengyang Xiangshan suddenly speaks up. Isn't this the path leading to the back of your mountain? The guard startles. Cheng Mingxiang approaches with his arm wrapped in bandages, flanked by two burly soldiers carrying weapons. He roars at Chengyang Xiangshan, You crippled my arm, I'll take your life as payment. Chengyang Xiangshan remains utterly calm. He replies nonchalantly, So you came after all. His sharp eyes lock onto Cheng Mingxiang as he murmurs, I've been waiting a long time for you. One day earlier, upon hearing Chengyang Xiangshan's plan, Cheng Yongba's jaw drops in sheer shock. He asks, "You want me to take you to the Huanian sect to surrender?" "Xiangshan, you've lost your mind." Chengyang Xiangshan calmly reassures his father, "I've already gathered intelligence. The king and the academy dean will all be at the Huanian sect. With them present, the Huanian sect won't dare make a direct move against me. Cheng Mingxiang is a man who holds grudges. If I show up at his doorstep, he'll definitely come for revenging. That will be my chance." Cheng Yongba grips his shoulder and says anxiously, "But doing this inside the Huanian sect's territory is far too dangerous." Cheng Yang Xiangshan raises his arm, crackling with arcs of lightning, and declares resolutely, "If we want to protect the family, I must take this risk." With that, he releases his grip in one swift motion. Thousands of gleaming sword lights erupt before Cheng Yongba's astonished eyes. The brilliant lights seal off the surroundings, forcing him to crane his neck upward in awe. In mere moments, a tree is cleaved in two and crashes down right before them. Cold sweat beads across Cheng Yongba's forehead. He exclaims, utterly stunned. Cheng Yang Xiangshan states boldly, "Father, with my strength, as long as I don't face an elder-level expert, no one in the Huanian sect can stop me." Pride fills Cheng Yongba's face. Joy surges in his heart, and just a few days apart, the boy has grown immensely. In the end, he accepts and places his trust in Cheng Yang Xiangshan's decision. He pounds his fist against his chest and declares loudly, "Very well. This father stakes everything on you this time." Cheng Mingxiang thrusts his finger at Cheng Yang Xiangshan and orders his soldiers, "Kill him for me." They obey without hesitation and charge forward as one. A fierce surge of energy begins to erupt around Cheng Yang Xiangshan's body. He murmurs, "You think a handful of you can handle me?" Cheng Yang Xiangshan shatters the chains binding him with effortless ease. He drops into a fighting stance, raising hands crackling with lightning. A confident smirk crosses his lips as he delivers his threat. "Young Master Cheng, I'm afraid the one destined to die today is you." With that, he grips his sword and surges toward Cheng Mingxiang at blistering speed. Earth and rock explode in all directions. The entire great hall plunges into stunned silence. The Wu King sits upon his throne, chin resting on his hand, and asks, "Sect Master Cheng, how do you intend to deal with Cheng Yang Xiangshan?" The truth behind Cheng Mingxiang's injuries is still unclear, though not use this as an opportunity for personal revenge. Sect Master Cheng immediately replies to the throne, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will investigate the truth thoroughly and handle this with fairness, giving everyone a satisfactory answer." The words barely leave his mouth when a soldier rushes in with an urgent report. "Sect Master, something terrible has happened." He drops to his knees and reports, "Cheng Yang Xiangshan has just threatened the young master and escaped from the sect grounds." The entire hall erupts in shock. The academy dean's eyes widen. "What?" Sect Master Cheng grits his teeth, trembling with fury. He demands to know what happened, but before the soldier can finish, the man collapses unconscious to the ground. Another soldier recounts, "The young master led us to kill Cheng Yang Xiangshan, but instead, the young master was bested by him." At that moment, Cheng Yang Xiangshan held his blade to Cheng Mingxiang's throat and said, "Want to die? Then try and take me out of here." After Cheng Yang Xiangshan escaped, he beat the young master half to death. He strode away with arrogant contempt and bellowed, "Begone! Killing you lot would only dirty my hands." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yongba points his finger straight at Sect Master Cheng's face and demands, "You dare let your son try to kill Xiangshan?" The academy dean seethes with anger. "The Huanian sect has gone too far. Thighs is utterly unreasonable." The Wu King, seated upon his throne, radiates fury. He demands of Sect Master Cheng, "Is this what you call handling things with fairness?" Sect Master Cheng's face turns ashen with dread. He stammers, hand trembling near his lips, "Damnable wretch." He immediately wheels around and punches the soldier who just delivered the report, cursing, "A bunch of good-for-nothings." Cheng Yongba watches with secret satisfaction. He murmurs, "Good," then kneels before the throne with a display of earnest sincerity and pleads, "Your Majesty, Xiang, Tian has already escaped. I will go and apprehend him at once. I humbly implore your Majestito not hold the Cheng Yang family responsible." The Wu King issues a firm decree. The Cheng Yang patriarch has shown righteousness in putting justice above keen commendable attitude. Pass down my decree. This matter has nothing to do with the Cheng Yang family. No one is permitted to hold them accountable. Cheng Yongba accepts with a deep, grateful bow. The Wu King then pronounces his next verdict. Cheng Yang Xiangshan has fled out of fear of punishment. Such despicable conduct warrants a nationwide arrest warrant. Everyone in the Great Hall bows their heads and echoes in unison. 5 days later, in White Cloud City, a border city of the Gassam Kingdom, a man named Wu De urges hastily, pack the goods quickly. The caravan departs the Gassam kingdom today. A stranger approaches, holding a slip of paper. He asks, "Good sir, greetings. I'm the guard the mercenary guild sent over." Wuda glances at the paper in his hand and replies, "Young brother, you look rather young. What's your name?" The young man pulls down his collar, smiles faintly, and answers, "Me, Jian Chen." He begins unwinding the cloth covering his face beneath. It is Changyang Xiangshan in disguise. Within the Gassam Kingdom Palace, the silence is absolute. A voice rings out, "Your Majesty." An official reports that the Huanian sect has once again submitted a memorial, urgently requesting His Majesty to bestow Princess Kara in marriage to Cheng Mingxiang. The Wu King rests his chin on his hand and replies, "Tell them, Princess Kara has gone abroad on a journey. The matter of the marriage arrangement is postponed indefinitely." A nearby official asks in puzzlement, "Your Majesty, has Princess Kara truly left? If I may ask, this sudden postponement of the marriage, is it not merely a pretense?" The Wu King slams his hand down on the table. The betrothal was originally granted to Changyang Xiangshan because of his extraordinary talent, a man who might one day save this kingdom from peril. But now Changyang Xiangshan has vanished. Who in this kingdom is worthy of Princess Kara? Another official replies with concern, "But if we offer no explanation to the Huanian sect, I fear the consequences. Your Majesty, perhaps we could bestow a generous sum of gold and silver upon the Huanian sect as recompense, and let the marriage matter rest." The Wu King then turns and walks away, declaring, "This emperor is weary. We end here for today." Inside the council chamber, all the officials begin whispering amongst themselves. The moment he steps through the door, a female instructor is already waiting. She approaches and calls out, "Your Majesty." The Wu King asks quietly, "Has everything been arranged?" The female instructor bows her head sorrowfully and replies, "Yu Yue has already set out. In a few days she will leave the kingdom." The Wu King swiftly turns to leave. The female instructor calls after him, "You intend not to tell Yu Yue of the kingdom's peril?" The Wu King asks in return, "If I told her, would she not leave? If the kingdom's destruction cannot be avoided, having a king to accompany it to the grave is enough. From now on, I entrust Yu Yue to your care." The female instructor kneels, clasps her hands reverently, and says, "I pledge my loyalty to the Wu King." He points skyward and replies, "The one you should be loyal to is not mate, is this nation." The female instructor's gaze follows the Wu King as he departs. After he leaves, she stands lost in thought, wondering, is this nation truly on the brink of annihilation? Night gradually descends. Changyang Xiangshan arrives at the city gates. Looking out at the scene before him, he thinks with quiet relief, "I'm about to leave the Gassam kingdom. Father sends word, the clan has severed all ties. I can leave with peace of mind now. The current situation dredges up memories of days long past. I descend the mountain and traverse rivers and wilderness alone." Suddenly, a horde of riders surges toward me, startling him. They stand atop a colossal beast, bellowing for everyone to clear the way. Wherever they charge, choking dust and smoke billow in their wake. Wuda's cargo carts rear and panic in terror. The horses buck and lurch, sending crates flying off the carts. The merchant cries out in panic, "Huh!" A crate hurtles straight toward him. Changyang Xiangshan yanks him out of harm's way in a flash. Wuda beams with gratitude, "Many thanks, Brother Jian Chen." Changyang Xiangshan smiles faintly and replies, "I guard the convoy's guards. It is well within my duty." His gaze drifts toward a group of soldiers plastering a notice onto the city wall. His eyes narrow with sudden alarm, fixed on the paper. The notice bears his own face. The soldiers announce a bounty of gold for anyone who captures Changyang Xiangshan, providing a mere clue warrants a grand reward. Worthy of being the kingdom's foremost sect, Huanian sect. My horse never stopped galloping, yet they trailed me by only a hair's breadth. With wanted posters plastered everywhere, if I don't disguise myself, I will certainly be discovered. With that thought, he immediately pulls his hood low over his head. He mingles into the throng of merchants to slip through the city gate. A soldier standing in the distance spots him instantly. The moment Changyang Xiangshan approaches, the soldier thrusts out his hand, "Remove your hood." He lets out a quiet sigh, but he has no intention of complying. The soldier immediately calls out to his comrades, "We have a suspect resisting arrest." Changyang Xiangshan pins the soldier with a piercing glare, killing intent crackling like lightning in his eyes. The soldiers level their spears at Changyang Xiangshan. Xiangshan pulls his cloak tight over his face, gritting his teeth, sparks of electricity dancing in his eyes. Wuda steps in front of him, smiling ingratiatingly. "Commander Lin, please hold your hand. This man is with me." The guard pauses and asks, "Brother Wuda, you know this person?" Wuda claps Xiangshan on the shoulder, laughing. This is my brother-in-law. Insists on tagging along to see the world as no fugitive. Wuda leans in and whispers to the guard he caught smallpox before. His face is covered in pockmarks, hideously scarred. That's why he wears the cloak. The guard's face drains of color. Is that true? Wuda grabs the guard's hand, grinning. You know my gut is too small to ever harbor a fugitive. Hearing this, the guard waves the two of them through. Wuda hops onto the horse cart, waving at the guard. When I get back, I'll buy Commander Lin and the lads a round of drinks. Xiangshan sits beside him, head bowed, utterly silent. Xiangshan watches the crowd of people being searched by the soldiers. Wuda glances over and chuckles. They won't give chase. And don't worry about anyone in the caravan ratting you out. They answer to me alone. Xiangshan's face turns serious. Why help me? Handing me over would fetch a king's ransom. Wuda replies with confidence. If you were a bad man, I'd turn you in for the bounty without a second thought. But you are a good man. Xiangshan looks down and asks, you believe I'm a good man? Wuda says, I've been through my share of storms. Good folk and bad, I can tell them apart. Besides, Wuda continues, didn't Xiangshan save my life? To me, that makes him a good man. As he speaks, he recalls the moment Xiangshan pulled him from the jaws of death. Xiangshan says coolly, fine, then we are even. We part ways here. Fate will decide if we meet again. Hearing this, Wuda startles. Wuda snatches Xiangshan's cloak in a flash. Who said you could leave? Xiangshan blinks in surprise. Wuda whips out the contract and declares, you are currently a hired mercenary guarding my caravan. I paid for your service. You are bound to escort us safely to the Fong Lam Kingdom. Xiangshan lets out a wry laugh. Right. I nearly forgot. Xiangshan strokes his chin, pondering. As it happens, he has nowhere else to go anyway. He flops onto a crate, propping his legs up, and grins. Fine. I'll keep escorting you lot. Wuda says, Brother Jian Chen, the safety of the entire convoy rests in your hands. At the caravan's rest camp, the sun sinks behind the mountain ridges. Everyone pitches tents to rest for the night. Someone explains that this is a shared way station for all merchant caravans. Staying together means greater safety. Xiangshan surveys the scene and remarks, quite a crowd here. Wudu is checking the tent ropes. He says this place isn't just for merchant caravans, adventurers and soldiers from all over camp here too. Of course it's packed. He adds that this is the regular stop their caravan always uses. At that moment, a figure shrouded head to toe in a dark cloak sits cross-legged before a boulder. A merchant hauling a tent spots him and barks, hey, move it. Another merchant pats his shoulder and waves him off. Leave it. Everyone shares this camp. Peace is all that matters. Xiangshan gazes at the cloaked figure but says nothing. Xiangshan tells Wu to camp on the outermost edge like this. If danger strikes, they'll be the first to fall. Wu sighs. I know, but there's no helping it. Fewer men, weaker strengthy get stuck with the scraps. He adds that all they can do is pray tonight passes without incident. He exhales deeply. Every time they camp here, worry gnaws at him until sleep abandons him entirely. Darkness swiftly engulfs the rest camp. The moon hangs high, bathing the forest in pale silver light. By now, everyone has retreated into their tents and surrendered to sleep. Yet Xiangshan still perches atop a stack of cargo, eyes scanning the surroundings. He furrows his brow, glancing at Wu snoring. Thunder Rousley, who was it that claimed he'd be too worried to sleep? The night wind rustles through the leaves. The caravan's hired guards remain alert, standing watch before the tents. Suddenly, a volley of arrows tears through the darkness at terrifying speed. 2 arrows strike true, piercing 2 sentries standing guard. A third arrow screams straight toward Xiangshan. Xiangshan sits motionless, eyes closed. Then with a casual sweep of his palm, he deflects the arrow as though swatting a fly. Xiangshan roars, wake up, enemy ambush. The camp erupts as men scramble from their tents. Xiangshan grips his sword and drops into a defensive stance. A hulking bandit swings a broad saber down toward him in a vicious arc. The bandit snarls, TCH still one awake. Xiangshan remains calm, his fingers tight around his blade. The attacker lunges with reckless fury, raining blows upon Xiangshan without pause. The merchants shriek and wail in terror. Enemy ambush. Xiangshan defends while his mind races. Incredible power amid stage Saint Master. One full realm above me. The thought crosses his mind as he clenches one eye shut, gritting his teeth. Wuda seizes a spear and shouts to everyone, stay sharp. We're under attack. He freezes. Manic laughter echoes across the camp. The lead bandit bellows, the vicious serpent brigands are here, you are all dead. With those words, a massive horde of savage killers floods the camp. The merchants blanch in terror. It's the vicious serpent brigands. We're finished. The bandits cackle wildly, brandishing their blades. Don't want to die. Then come out and fight for your wretched lives. Desperate pleas for mercy fill the air. I don't want to die. Someone save us. A bandit laughs and hurls a battle axe straight at a merchant. Wuda throws himself sideways. Axe screams past him, wind tearing at his clothes, embedding itself in the ground behind him. Xiangshan clashes with a bandit midair and shouts, "Brother Wuda, get everyone out of here now. I'll hold them off." As if to punctuate his words, the bandit raises his saber high, preparing to cleave Xiangshan in two. Wuda hastily gathers their belongings, urging everyone to move at once. The bandit snarls with rage. "You think you can escape from this lord's grasp?" As he speaks, he swings his blade in a vicious arc toward Xiangshan, but the youth swiftly tilts his body, evading the strike. He lets out a savage laugh. Too naive, he thrusts the tip of his blade straight forward. Xiangshan's eyes widen, recognizes the Violet sword scripture. He instantly activates his movement technique, the drifting cloud step, and vanishes before the bandit's bewildered eyes. Seeing Xiangshan dodge his attack, the bandit thinks furiously this brat is merely a mid-stage saint. Though did he dodge that? At that moment, Xiangshan flips backward through the air and launches a direct downward assault at the bandit standing below. There's an opening. Xiangshan thrusts his sword straight at the bandit, but the man swiftly dodges the lethal strike. That sword is too fast. He leaps backward to create distance. Xiangshan grips his sword tightly, leveling it at the bandit. When attribute Saint force, he realizes. Xiangshan remains silent, thoughts racing. Even my fastest strike couldn't wound him. The bandit grits his teeth, glaring. Who the hell is this brat? He roars his question. What was that sword strike just now? Are you telling me a saint can thrust a sword that fast? Xiangshan smirks. Has that much confidence already caught you off guard? Do you believe my sword can be even faster? The bandit asks in disbelief. You can swing your sword even faster. Xiangshan shouts, then watch this. Seeing the deadly seriousness on Xiangshan's face, the bandit panics, turns tail and bolts. Xiangshan bursts out laughing. I was just messing with you. The bandit's eyes flare with fury. His face turns purple with rage. You dare toy with me? I'll hack you into 100 pieces. He swings his blade and unleashes a saint weapon. Techniquebrilliant light erupts around him, blazing across the sky. He pours every ounce of his strength into chasing Xiangshan down. Xiangshan runs, thoughts racing. This man is the strongest enemy I've faced since transmigrating here. Far too dangerous to handle head-on. Retreat is the wisest course. While running, Xiangshan murmurs under his breath, "Wu, Brother Wuda, where did they go?" Suddenly, Xiangshan's eyes widen in astonishment. The cloaked figure he had spotted earlier that afternoon is rummaging through a corpse on the ground. Xiangshan watches in shock as the figure pulls a pouch of coins from the dead body. The figure holds the stolen coin purse, a satisfied grin spreading across their face. Xiangshan seizes the figure's wrist. "So you're the thief!" The cloaked person jolts in alarm. However, beneath the hood is a beautiful young woman with eyes like jade-green gems. Xiangshan stammers in shock. "Ah, woman!" The girl trembles, caught red-handed. The girl wrenches her hand free and shouts, "I'm a man." At that moment, the bandit catches up, roaring, "Stinking brat. Let's see where you can run now." He swings a devastating slash toward both Xiangshan and the girl. The force of the strike is catastrophic, and stones shatter on impact. But Xiangshan and the girl both dodge to the side. The bandit presses his assault, slashing at the girl and sending her crashing to the ground. The girl pleads in terror, "I was just passing through, please let me go." The bandit glares murderously. "Today you all die, no one escapes." The girl grits her teeth. What terrible luck running into nothing but lunatics. She begins channeling her martial arts, light streaming from her fingertips. She drives her blade into the ground and declares, "You brought this upon yourselves?" From midair, a descending figure calls out, "Incoming." A man with crimson eyes grins wickedly. Another fool comes to court death. The bandit leaps up, blade raised high. Mu Yun thinks to herself, a mid-stage saint master. The bandit charges forward, bellowing, "Then let me be the one to end you." Mu Yun manages to block the bandit's downward slash. Mu Yun struggles to hold her ground. Xiangshan shouts from the side, "Today, we join forces against him." Mu Yun retorts, "Who would want to join forces with you?" The bandit interjects with a sneer, "What does it matter if you both come at me? This lord fears nothing." Xiangshan turns to Mu Yun. "If we can't handle him, neither of us is leaving here alive. Let's join forces." Mu Yun crosses her arms. "Since you're begging me to ally with you, I'll reluctantly agree." Wuda, being dragged along by a man wielding a halberd, calls out, "Junior brother Jian Chen, save us, someone help." Xiangshan calls back while running, "Hold him off for a moment, I'll be right back." Mu Yun's eyes blaze with anger. You tricked me into fighting the enemy so you could run away. The bandit charges forward, laughing. Don't worry, once I finish killing you, I'll hunt him down and vent my fury for you. Mu Yun mutters under her breath. I never wanted to reveal my true strength. With that, Mu Yun flings her cloak aside, gripping her blade tight. Mu Yun leaps into the air, screaming, "Take this!" She drops down and drives her blade into the earth's spiritual power erupts from the ground. The bandit glances over, his expression shifting. A combat technique. He watches as a tremendous force radiates outward. Mu Yun smirks cunningly. HMPH, you want to kill me? The bandit laughs. I didn't expect you to know a combat technique. What a pity your strength is lacking. If you were a saint master, I'd be dead already. This is getting interesting. Hand over that combat technique, and I'll spare your life. Mu Yun sticks out her tongue and flips him off. Dream on. The bandit snarls. Then I'll hack your legs off. He raises his blade high. Mu Yun stares wide-eyed as the blade comes crashing down, but Xiangshan appears from seemingly nowhere, catching the strike with his sword. Mu Yun exclaims, "Didn't you want to run away?" Wu Du and another person chime in. "Nonsense. Brother Jian Chen went to get help for us." "That's right," Xiangshan declares. "I said we join forces against him, and I never go back on my word. Your part is done. Leave the rest to me." Xiangshan continues to hold the bandit's blade at bay. The bandit stamps his feet furiously, gripping his blade with white-knuckled hands. This brat. His strength is monstrous. He suddenly lets out a thunderous roar. "I'll tear both of you apart." Combat technique rending storm cross slash. Multiple waves of devastating power erupt outward. Mu Yun recoils in alarm, but Xiangshan holds his sword in striking stance. A thread of power grazes past him. The blade's power continues to build. The bandit drives his weapon into the earth, and the surge of force intensifies. Mu Yun's eyes go wide with horror. Coalescing force gathers in midair, before slamming straight into Xiangshan's body. Mu Yun cries out, "You!" Xiangshan crosses his arms before his chest, bracing against the impact. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth as he speaks. "It's over." As he speaks, a blazing sphere of fire hurtles straight into the bandit's body. The bandit grits his teeth. A sneak attack. "Damn it, I let my guard down." With those words, he collapses. Xiangshan lets out a long breath. All or nothing, thankfully, it paid off. A golden streak flashes across his vision. Xiangshan lets out a pained groan. Then he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Mu Yun rushes forward and catches Xiangshan as he staggers. Mu Yun speaks gravely. "You forced a breakthrough to unleash that technique and took multiple waves of wind attribute attacks head-on. Both your internal and external injuries are severe. What kind of hero does that make you? You nearly lost your life." Xiangshan manages a wry smile. "If I hadn't made that gamble, we'd both be dead for certain." Mu Yun asks, "Why did you save me back there?" Xiangshan replies, "I told you to leave the rest to me. Naturally, that includes protecting your safety." Mu Yun slaps Xiangshan across the face. "Silver-tongued as ever, seems like you're just fine." Xiangshan clutches his cheek. "I'm being completely serious." Somewhere in the forest, several men are murmuring. "The boss got done in, the big brother is dead." "That's impossible." They wail and mourn for their fallen leader. Xiangshan mutters to himself, "So that one was their boss. No wonder he was tough." A grin spreads across his face as he shouts, "Your boss is already dead at my hands. Now it's your turn." The remaining bandits blanch. "Damn it, our lives are worth more than this. The boss is dead, we are no match. Run." Seeing them scatter, nearby voices cry out, "They've fled, we're saved." Wu Du steps forward and speaks. "Everyone, though we've driven off the bandits, that was only a small detachment. The bulk of the Savage Blade Mercenary Company's forces have yet to appear. To prevent them from retaliating, we must leave at Onseride through the night to reach Finglin Kingdom." His words echo through the group. "Yes, let's go, I don't want to die here." Xiangshan turns to Mu Yun and asks, "I have to follow them to Finglin Kingdom. What about you?" Mu Yun's eyes are locked on the money pouch. She gives a slow reply. "As it happens, I need to head there as well. I'll travel with you all." Xiangshan continues, "You're carrying battle techniques on you. The people here can't perceive them, but if word gets out, I'm afraid it will invite trouble." Mu Yun replies coolly, "No matter. Let them Kamuho's afraid of whom." "Oh, right." Mu Yun lets out a small smile. Xiangshan lets out a curious and rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Xiangshan beams and extends his hand to Mu Yun, saying, "My name is Jian Chen. A pleasure to meet you." Mu Yun yanks her hand back. "Who said I wanted to shake your hand? If it weren't for you, my coat wouldn't be torn. You owe me a new one." Xiangshan chuckles. "Wait, didn't you already agree to cover the debt?" "Fine, I'll accept it, but I should at least know your name." Xiangshan flashes another grin. Mu Yun sighs and answers, Remember it well. My name is Mu Yun from Finland Kingdom. Mu Yun speaks up. That cultivation method of yours is quite unique. Teach it to me. Xiangshan smiles and shakes his head. It is a forbidden family secret. It cannot be taught to outsiders. Xiangshan gazes at the bounty posters plastered on the city wall. Finland Kingdom truly is a martial nation. No wonder there are so many wanted criminals. Mu Yun remarks, the ones posted here already carry hefty bounties. Xiangshan responds, that can't be. Xiangshan's gaze remains fixed. Three figures are displayed on the board. Among them is the solitary old freak, shown within the grounds of a noble estate. Mu Yun asks, what are you gawking at? Xiangshan points at one of the portraits. Do you know who this is? Mu Yun answers, of course. Isn't that the solitary old freak? Xiangshan murmurs, so it really is him. Xiangshan grabs Mu Yun's shoulders and demands, where is he? Mu Yun shoves his face away. We're both men, keep your hands to yourself. If I knew where the solitary old freak was, I'd have turned in the tip and collected the bounty ages ago. Tempted by the reward, are you? I advise you to crush that thought. The gap between your strength and his is vast beyond measure. Xiangshan presses, what do you know about him? Mu Yun grins, information costs money. Xiangshan asks again, is this enough? Now talk. Mu Yun holds the money pouch in hand. Mu Yun grins and begins. The solitary old freak is a fearsome powerhouse who appeared out of nowhere in Finland Kingdom over a decade ago. His strength is monstrous, and he revels in slaughter. He swiftly became the #1 most wanted criminal in all of Finland Kingdom. Xiangshan's thoughts race over a decade. That aligns with the time I transmigrated. Could he have crossed over alongside me? I was reborn as a child. Then why does he still look the same as before? Mu Yun continues. After that, he vanished without a trace. All information concerning him has been classified as top secret by the mercenary corps. Yet the bounty remains active, which means he is almost certainly still alive. Xiangshan echoes, top secret. Only members of the mercenary corps can access it. Mu Yun shakes her head. No, only senior rank mercenaries and above are authorized to view it. Xiangshan asks, so to see the solitary old freak's files, I have to become a senior rank mercenary. Mu Yun answers, that's right. Oh, I've also heard a rumor that the solitary old freak has been searching for someone named Jian Shen. Mu Yun hugs the money pouch tight, beaming. My precious little coins. Xiangshan's thoughts churn. Jian Chen, the solitary old freak is looking for me. I must find him. Perhaps he holds the secret behind our transmigration and the key to returning to my original world. Outside the estate, a canopy of blue sky and drifting white clouds stretches over the city gates. Wuda clasps his fists and bows. Brother Jian Chen, brother Mu Yumi caravan is wounded, and we must part ways here, until fate brings us together again. Xiangshan returns the salute. Brother Wuda, until we meet again. Mu Yun speaks up, we should get moving too, farewell. Xiangshan grabs Mu Yun's arm in surprise. Wait, don't go, I have a favor to ask. Mu Yun grows slightly irritated. Mu Yun demands, you want me to do something, show me the money, do you even have any left? Xiangshan replies, not a coin. But I know where to find gold-tier bounties. Mu Yun raises an eyebrow. Oh, gold-tier bounties. Before a large tavern, a voice calls out, we're here. Inside the tavern, a man with pitch-black eyes sits cradling a wine cup. Mu Yun speaks up. Isn't this your first time in Finland Kingdom? How do you know about this tavern? She pauses, then explains. I picked up intel in the mercenary district. This is the most popular haunt for criminals and outlaws in the city. Have a seat and order a drink. I'll be back shortly. Xiangshan flashes a smile and strides away. Mu Yun walks up to the barkeep. 1 cup of water. The barkeep nods. Coming right up. Elsewhere in the tavern, 2 men are drinking together, their voices booming. Ha ha, cheers, the bounty's 100 gold coins. Xiangshan interjects. 150 gold coins. The 2 men snarl. Kid, who the hell are you? What do you want with us? While I'm still in a good mood, get the hell out of my sight. Xiangshan smiles. What do I want with you? You 2 are my gold-tier bounties. Xiangshan lets out a booming laugh. Moments later, several pained cries ring out. He emerges into the main hall, hoisting a man over his shoulder. He hurls the unconscious body onto the ground and declares, collect. The bounties posted on the city wall, I only managed to find these 2. Is their combined reward enough? Not enough. The 2 men gnash their teeth, seething with rage. Desperate voices cry out, damn it, I don't have a bounty, please spare me. I'll turn over a new leaf, I swear. Mu Yun chuckles and calls out, barkeep, another glass of wine. I need a drink to settle my nerves. The barkeep trembles as he pours. Right away. Mu Yun explains, complete mercenary missions and accumulate enough merit to qualify for a rank promotion. Xiangshan takes a swig of ale and asks, "What if I want to accumulate merit fast?" Mu Yun answers, "Simple. The Monster Beast Mountain Range is a solid choice. There are countless missions to be had there. It is also the place where the solitary old freak was last sighted." The wine cup clinks against the table. Xiangshan wipes the foam from his lips and nods. "Good. Then that's where we go." Footsteps echo. Mu Yun and Xiangshan now stand atop a towering boulder. Xiangshan gazes out and exclaims, "So this is the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Truly magnificent." Mu Yun snorts. "Rare to see you so impressed. Stare at it long enough and the novelty wears off. Let me be clear, I'm only responsible for guiding the way and providing intel on the monster beasts. The hunting, that's your job. If you want my help in combat, that costs extra." Xiangshan nods. "No problem. I only need someone who understands monster beasts to lead the way." Mu Yun unfolds a scroll. Among the active mercenary bounties related to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, the highest value target is the gold-tip silver-thread serpent, but those are exceedingly rare. Not worth the risk. Xiangshan sighs. "I came here to complete missions, not to court death." Mu Yun points at a 5-star entry. "This mission, however, kill 10 phantom rocks. It's difficult, but the reward is generous and the merit is substantial." Xiangshan nods. "Fine, I'll take the advice of the professional." Mu Yun smirks. "Of course, just follow my lead, you can't go wrong." The two walk beneath dappled sunlight. Mu Yun speaks. "This is the phantom rocks hunting ground. Their bodies are nearly transparent, blending seamlessly with the dark night variant. You need a special method to detect them. Want to know how?" Xiangshan responds with a simple Mu Yun grins brightly. "That info costs extra." Xiangshan raises an eyebrow. "Wait, you recommended this mission to me, just so you could squeeze out more money." Mu Yun beams. "It's all just business opportunities." A sudden screech tears through the air. Xiangshan draws his sword in a flash and cleaves a diving creature out of the sky. "What was that?" Mu Yun's eyes go wide with shock. How did you do that?" Xiangshan grins. "Want to know? That info costs extra." Xiangshan throws his head back and laughs. "Ha ha ha." Mu Yun scowls, irritated. "HMPH, I have no interest in knowing." She walks over to a boulder and sits down. "Since you already have a way to hunt the phantom rocks, hurry up and finish the mission. I don't have the patience to wait around for you." Xiangshan leaps into the air, his sword flashing as he cuts down several phantom rocks soaring across the sky. Mu Yun watches in silence. Her thoughts racing. Jian Chen's sword techniques are extraordinary and he's fixated on the solitary old freak. Could they be connected somehow? Could it be? Her eyes fly wide open. She whispers under her breath, "No way's Jian Chen the son of the solitary old freak?" That would explain everything. No wonder he was so stubborn about coming to the Monster Beast Mountain Range. So that's it. He's searching for his father. Xiangshan glances over at Mu Yun, puzzled. What is she muttering about? "Hey!" Xiangshan's eyes widen in shock. Suddenly, Mu Yun hears a sound. A sword plunges into a boulder. Mu Yun cries out in fear. "What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to kill me to silence me. I won't reveal your secret, all right." Xiangshan grips the sword and sprints forward, slashing violently through the air. The beast has already launched its counterattack. Xiangshan keeps running, shouting that the attack is far too powerful. Suddenly, a monster with a pointed head, an elongated body comes hurtling toward them. Mu Yun lets out a sharp cry. Cursing under her breath, she swings her blade downward in a vicious chop. Mu Yun shouts, "Can you make out what it is?" Xiangshan answers, "It's too fast, I can't see it clearly." Weapons gripped in both their hands. A gold-and-silver blur suddenly streaks across their path. Mu Yun and Xiangshan stare in stunned disbelief. Mu Yun exclaims, "That's a gold-and-silver threaded snake." The monster-pointed head, serpentine body coils through the air around Mu Yun and Xiangshan. The gold-and-silver threaded snake fixes its gaze on the two of them. Mu Yun tilts her head up and speaks. "To run into a gold-and-silver threaded snake of all things. I don't know whether to call this fortune or calamity." Xiangshan replies, "Judging by its length, this is a rank 2 gold and silver threaded snake. What I knocked away just now was its head." Mu Yun asks, "Then what did I knock away? Could there be another gold and silver threaded snake out there?" Xiangshan squints one eye and answers, "If there's another one, we won't have enough lives to spare. We need to find a way out of here now." Mu Yun presses, "What's your plan?" Xiangshan sprints forward, shouting, "I'll draw its attention. You use your combat techniques to carve a path and get out." Mu Yun snaps back, "I asked for your plan, not for you to bark orders at me." The gold and silver threaded snake materializes, lunging straight toward Xiangshan. Xiangshan leaps into the air and blocks its gaping maw with his sword. He grits his teeth. The scales are impossibly hard. He simply cannot cut through. The gold and silver threaded snake flings its jaws wide open, launching Xiangshan through the air. A torrent of water surges upward, separating Xiangshan from the serpent. The gold and silver threaded snake has been pushed back. Xiangshan exclaims in shock. It pulled away. Multiple streams of spiritual power surge toward Xiangshan. Xiangshan struggles to contain the torrent of spiritual energy, then bellows. Mu Yun, now's our chance. Mu Yun responds instantly. Understood. Gripping her blade tightly, she dashes forward at full speed. The gold and silver threaded snake flies straight toward Mu Yun. Mu Yun glances back, her eyes widening. The snake's tail. The gold and silver threaded snake's tail has coiled around Mu Yun, binding her tight. She screams, Giant Chen. That thing that struck me earlier, it was the snake's tail. I'm trapped. Mu Yun cries out in agony. Xiangshan shouts in alarm from his position. Mu Yun, clutching a sword, surges toward Xiangshan. He hurls his blade toward her. The gold and silver threaded snake seizes Xiangshan and hurls him into its maw, its fangs clamping down. Blood sprays across the air, yet Xiangshan clenches his teeth and endures. A surge of power erupts from within him and plunges into the snake. His sword pierces straight through the serpent's body. Mu Yun cries out, Why did you save me? Now we're both going to die. Xiangshan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, answers hoarsely, We're in this together. I won't let you die before my eyes. The gold and silver threaded snake lets out a deafening shriek, flinging Xiangshan into the air before dragging him back into its jaws. Xiangshan thinks grimly, The venom has already seeped into my body. Am I really going to die like this? Xiangshan closes his eyes. Suddenly he senses something and lets out a surprised gasp. A dark expanse appears in his mind's eye with something pulsing at its center. Xiangshan thinks, What is this? Everything around him becomes visible without the use of his eyes. Xiangshan does not open his eyes, yet he perceives the outside world with absolute clarity. Xiangshan smiles faintly, realization dawning. It's not sight, my spiritual sense has grown far stronger. Violet lightning erupts from his body. The blinding flash illuminates the entire forest. This terrifying bolt of lightning enough to make any onlooker leap in fright emanates from the body of a mere youth. Giant Chen hovers in midair. Lightning as fearsome as a raging flood surges and explodes from his body. Mu Yun stares at the spectacle, utterly stricken with awe. The magnificent scene before her has his power shattered its limits. The sword embedded in the gold and silver threaded snake trembles. Violet lightning coils around the blade. It suddenly tears free, rocketing skyward at a speed that splits the wind. Mu Yun watches in astonishment as the sword streaks forward like a loosed arrow, aimed squarely at the gold and silver threaded snake's head. That's Giant Chen's sword. The sword tears through the air, trailing a violet radiant sword control via spirit. The gold and silver threaded snake's eyes bulge wide, as if sensing the aura of death closing in. It thrashes desperately, attempting to flee, but it is already too late. The blade plunges straight into the serpent's neck. Crimson blood erupts from the gold and silver threaded snake's throat. It opens its raptor-like beak and lets out a harrowing wail of pain. Giant Chen is nearly drained of all strength, his face deathly pale, watching as the sword cleaves across the snake's neck. It worked. The spirit sword can actually wound it. Giant Chen channels his energy once more, resolved to fight to the death. Fine, even if I perish. I'm dragging this wretched serpent to the grave with me. The sword obeys Giant Chen's command, orbiting around the gold and silver threaded snake's neck. Wherever the blade passes, crimson blood gushes forth. The gold and silver threaded snake shrieks in wretched agony. Its colossal body writhes as the sword carves countless wounds along its length. Mu Yun stares dumbfounded at the sword soaring through the air before her. The sword flies on its own. Giant Chen watches the great serpent thrashing before him and lets out a low roar. Giant Chen's body rockets high into the sky. He hovers directly before the gold and silver threaded snake. The sword, controlled by Giant Chen's will, sweeps in from behind. Even if your entire body is as hard as stone. What about here? The sword arrives in a flash, plunging straight into the snake's mouth. The serpent thrashes violently, crimson blood spraying from its maw. Finally, it spews a mouthful of dark, viscous blood right before Giant Chen. Giant Chen's face is ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. He lets out a long, exhausted breath. With wand, Mu Yun stands on the ground below, clutching her wounded arm. A smile the kind only a survivor knows spreads across her face. Good, wonderful, we won. Mu Yun's gaze suddenly snaps toward the scene ahead. Giant Chen plummets from the sky in freefall. Mu Yun screams in alarm. Sometime later, deep within a dense forest thick with verdant foliage, Giant Chen lies on a small mat, breathing wearily. Mu Yun, seeing Jian Chen regain consciousness, beams with relief. Jian Chen, you finally woken up. Jian Chen sits up, staring blankly at her. I'm actually fine. Mu Yun smiles and nods. She produces an orange inner core that radiates light like blazing flames and explains. The snake's inner core can neutralize its own venom. Mu Yun speaks, her eyes gleaming as she looks at Jian Chen. You're truly incredible, you actually killed that serpent. What was that technique called? Jian Chen grins smugly, pointing his thumb at himself. That's a technique I've kept hidden at the bottom of my chest. I hope you can keep it a secret for me. Mu Yun immediately raises 3 fingers solemnly. I understand. You don't want anyone to know you're the son of the old eccentric Dugu. The expression on Jian Chen's face twists as though he just swallowed a fly. Wait, what did you just say? How did I suddenly become the son of that old eccentric? Mu Yun giggles with a knowing look, staring at Jian Chen. I've already figured it out. You're the son of the old eccentric Dugu, don't even try to hide it from me. The old eccentric Dugu's signature technique is the flying sword. And you're telling me you're not his son. Jian Chen listens, growing more incredulous by the second. What? Jian Chen suddenly understands. He can't help but sigh inwardly in astonishment. After the old eccentric Dugu crossed over into this world, he actually managed to grasp sword control via spirit as well. Mu Yun on the other side stares at the golden silk silver thread snake's corpse, money signs practically gleaming in her eyes. If you're fine, let's split this golden snake 50-50. It's quite the valuable treasure. Jian Chen is left utterly speechless, staring at the money-grubbing girl before him. A faint aura suddenly drifts over, freezing both of them in place. Jian Chen's face turns deadly serious. He follows the direction of the aura, and a voice rings out. I sensed Saint Force fluctuations here. I never expected such a pleasant surprise, though. Think it's actually a golden silk silver thread snake. This time I've struck it rich. Jian Chen's face darkens as he roars toward the source of the voice. Who goes there? The person, realizing they've been discovered, steps out without hesitation. A middle-aged man with a vicious scar across his face emerges, grinning cruelly at the two. You two. This snake belongs to me. The moment his words fall, several black-robed Manhwa's accomplices step out from the forest and line up behind him. Jian Chen and Mu Yun stare in silence at the band of robbers who had the audacity to lay claim right before them. Jian Chen suddenly bursts into laughter. This snake belongs to you? Then what about us? How do you plan to settle this? The scarred man grins smugly, spreading his arms wide. The scenery around here is quite beautiful. Dying here wouldn't be half bad. What do you think? The black-robed men behind him bare their teeth and cackle in agreement. The corners of both Jian Chen's and Mu Yun's mouths twitch downward. They open their mouths almost simultaneously. Why do all villain dialogues follow the exact same tired script? Both are stunned to find they uttered the identical line at the same instant. They whip around, pointing at each other, and blurt out in unison, since when are we this in sync? Mu Yun points at the golden silk silver thread snake's corpse and stares coldly at the group, warning them. Since we were capable of killing the golden silk silver thread snake, aren't you afraid we'll deal with the lot of you as well? But the scarred man shows no fear. He points at each of them in turn. One of you looks like your Saint Force is completely drained, and the other is seriously wounded. So how exactly do you plan to deal with us? You're trying to scare us. You're still 2 green brats. Don't go playing tough like the adults. The scarred man bursts into raucous laughter, completely dismissing Jian Chen and Mu Yun as nothing. He channels his spiritual energy, materializes a weapon in his hand, and grins sinisterly. Thank you for risking your lives to kill the golden silk silver thread snake for us. Now it's your turn to die. The instant his words land, a long sword materializes in the scarred man's hand. He prepares to kill and plunder. Mu Yun raises her blade and signals to Jian Chen. I'll hold them off. You find a way to escape. Jian Chen looks at Mu Yun with worry. Then how will you get away? Mu Yun smiles faintly, looking straight into his eyes. Relax. I've got plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Without a good-for-nothing like you weighing me down, escaping will be even easier. Before Jian Chen can even voice his gratitude, Mu Yun's final words cut him off mid-thought. He snarls through gritted teeth. Who are you calling a good-for-nothing? Mu Yun rarely gets the chance to seize the upper hand over Jian Chen, savors every second of it. Your Saint Force is practically depleted. If that's not being a good-for-nothing, what is? I listened to you earlier. Now it's your turn to listen to me. Jian Chen is so furious he grinds his teeth, but he quickly steadies his emotions and returns to the matter at hand. We barely managed to kill the golden silk silver thread snake. How can we just hand it over to them? Jian Chen speaks while materializing a weapon in his hand. Mu Yun freezes in surprise. Don't tell me you intend to. Jian Chen grips the short sword tightly, killing intent blazing in his eyes as he stares down the group across from him. Only the middle-aged one is a real threat. The rest are nothing. Let's kill them here and now to eliminate future trouble. Mu Yun glances at the comically tiny short sword in someone's hand and gives Jian Chen a look of utter exasperation. Your saint force is only enough. To materialize one weapon, how do you expect to fight them? Jian Chen replies nonchalantly, you'll see once the fighting starts. The two stand back to back. Jian Chen lays out his battle plan. You take on the leader. Leave the rest to me. Mu Yun understands instantly. Crimson true chi erupts from Mu Yun's body. She grips her massive saber and charges with ferocious force, aiming straight for the scarred man. The scarred man channels spiritual energy into his sword and grins viciously. Fools who don't know their own limits. Why can't you just die quietly? Blade light and sword light flash simultaneously as their weapons collide with a deafening clang. On the other side, several black-robed men wielding large axes face Jian Chen. They spot the comically tiny short sword and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Haha, with just that crippled little weapon, you want to challenge all of us by yourself. Jian Chen ignores their mockery. He closes his eyes and silently channels his remaining spiritual power into the short sword. The black-robed men cackle wildly. What scared so badly you shut your eyes? Is that it? Jian Chen keeps his eyes closed, using his perception to pinpoint the positions of the black-robed men. He slowly raises the short sword. Since my strength increased, my perception of everything around me has grown far sharper. Sword control by soul shouldn't drain my saint force. A single sweep of sword control by soul dealing with these small fry is no trouble at all. The black-robed men see the powerful force hurtling toward them and freeze in shock. Their pupils constrict as a blinding flash, swift as lightning, streaks forward and explodes into countless interweaving sword chi. The black-robed men fall like wheat before a scythe, each one drenched in blood, as they collapse one after another before Jian Chen. In an instant, the scarred man and Mu Yun break apart, leaping backward. The scarred man's face drains of color as he stares at the bloody massacre on the other side of the battlefield. Impossible. Your saint force was completely depleted. How could you possibly have attacked? Mu Yun, seeing the tide turn in their favor, bursts into elated laughter. Haha, beautifully done, Jian Chen. The short sword, having finished its work, returns to Jian Chen's hand of its own accord. Jian Chen speaks flatly, echoing the scarred man's own earlier words. The scenery around here is quite beautiful. Dying here wouldn't be half bad. What do you think? Jian Chen finishes and casts a cold, indifferent glance sideways. Though the scarred man is tense, he speaks without worry. I truly underestimated you. Good thing I was cautious enough to leave myself a way out. Attack! The instant his words land, two blazing red arrows erupt from the forest, splitting into two directions as they hurtle toward Jian Chen and Mu Yun. Mu Yun swings her sword in a flash to deflect the arrow, sending it flying. The scarred man seizes the opportunity to turn and flee. Jian Chen raises his short sword to block the strike and shouts, "There's still a saint master hiding in the shadows." Jian Chen whips around and spots the scarred man making his escape. He shouts urgently to Mu Yun, "Quick!" After him, Mu Yun hoists her saber high and charges with blazing momentum, sending the scarred man into a terrified panic. He pushes himself to the limit, desperately picking up speed to flee for his life. Jian Chen suddenly stops mid-chase. His vision darkens. Mu Yun runs a good distance before realizing Jian Chen is no longer behind her. She turns back in frustration, urging him on. "Hey, what are you dawdling around back there for? Don't let that bastard get away." Mu Yun stops mid-sentence, suddenly alarmed. She turns to look behind her and sees Jian Chen face down on the ground, unconscious. Jian Chen, silence. Mu Yun rushes over in a panic, asking Changyang Xiangshan with worry, "Jian Chen, what happened to you?" Changyang Xiangshan replies weakly, "I don't know. My vision just suddenly went completely dark, and my head is spinning." Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately grows wary, scanning their surroundings. Could this be the work of that saint master hiding in the shadows? Changyang Xiangshan stands up. "No, it's my own issue. My saint force must be depleted, causing this." Changyang Xiangshan gently rubs his head. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Mu Yun asks doubtfully, "Are you sure you're all right?" Suddenly, Changyang Xiangshan's mind clicks into clarity. "I understand now. Sword control by soul doesn't consume saint force, but it drains my spiritual consciousness." Changyang Xiangshan sighs wearily. "My spiritual consciousness was completely exhausted just now. That's why my whole body shut down. It seems from now on, I can't use sword control by soul recklessly." "Indeed." Changyang Xiangshan turns to Mu Yun, It seems we won't be catching up to him. Mu Yun crosses her arms and sighs. I never imagined there was a saint master lurking in the shadows. How cunning. At least we managed to scare them all off. But Changyang Xiangshan speaks cautiously. That group, those soldiers all fled. The news about the golden thread silver-lined snake will surely leak out. Changyang Xiangshan's mind is heavy with worry. I'm afraid we're about to be hunted down. Yet Mu Yun remains utterly nonchalant. A demonic beast mountain range this vast is more than enough for us to vanish into. With me as your guide, I guarantee you'll have nothing to worry about. At that very moment, a spell orb suddenly materializes before Mu Yun's chest. The orb erupts from Mu Yun's chest without warning, startling him for an instant. Changyang Xiangshan asks with curiosity, "What is that? What is that?" Mu Yun has no intention of explaining. He blurts out in a rush, "My apologies, I have to leave immediately. Let us part ways here." Changyang Xiangshan presses, "What happened?" Yet Mu Yun somehow finds the time to whip out paper and a brush, scribbling furiously. The explanation is brief, the situation is urgent. Inconvenient to disclose, let's settle the accounts right now. Changyang Xiangshan stares dumbfounded. "You, where did that paper and brush come from?" Mu Yun, ever the consummate professional, rattles off his prices like a seasoned merchant. The golden thread silver-lined snake's carcass is far too large to divide easily. It all goes to you. My shareth compensation and discount comes to 50,000 purple gold coins. Add to that my fees for guiding you, providing intelligence, and fighting at your side. All told, that's 60,000 purple gold coins. A fair price, I assure Yao you are getting a bargain. Changyang Xiangshan is rendered speechless. You truly were born to be a merchant. Mu Yun beams, proudly brandishing the oversized invoice. Blood brother care for a receipt. Changyang Xiangshan takes the invoice and hands Mu Yun a ring. Truly a good brother of mine. Everything I've saved is in this spatial ring. The remainder I'll pay you once I have the funds. Needless to say what Mu Yun's expression looked like at that moment, but he firmly affirms the arrangement. Very well, I'll remember the debt you owe me. Farewell. Mu Yun seizes the spell orb and vanishes without a trace. Changyang Xiangshan lunges forward, shouting, but it is already too late. Wait. Changyang Xiangshan trembles with fury. At the very least, leave me a way to contact you. Otherwise, how am I supposed to find you? Aren't you afraid I'll skip out on the debt? Setting that grievance aside, Changyang Xiangshan faces an even greater headache how to deal with the snake's corpse. How am I supposed to handle this thing? There is obviously no way to transport it. Suddenly, a memory flashes through Changyang Xiangshan's mind. That's right, I read in the Academy's archives that refining the golden thread silver-lined snake can forge a body impervious to all poisons. Changyang Xiangshan mutters to himself. This refinement technique carries the risk of the serpent tribe's consciousness invading my mind, but I can't afford to worry about that now. Changyang Xiangshan presses his palm against the snake's body. Seizing the moment before the soldiers return with reinforcements, he begins the refinement, merging the serpent's essence into his own flesh. He circulates his technique, replacing blood and sinew. A terrifying, impervious to all poisons power erupts within him. Changyang Xiangshan grits his teeth and endures. The refinement process is agony. Several thunderous cracks begin emanating from the snake's body. The serpent's flesh gradually dissolves, until only Changyang Xiangshan remains standing, having absorbed the creature almost entirely. Changyang Xiangshan stands motionless, wisps of spiritual force still swirling around his body. Without warning, Changyang Xiangshan vomits a mouthful of blood. This isn't good. Changyang Xiangshan's knees buckle, and he crashes to the ground. What Changyang Xiangshan feared most has come to pass. Changyang Xiangshan screams, clutching his head, desperately trying to regain control. Nomi consciousness is being invaded. Starting from his forearms and spreading across his face, a serpentine texture begins to surface on his skin. Changyang Xiangshan roars as if his very power is about to detonate, even as his flesh threatens to transform into something inhuman. A shred of reason still clings to his mind. This won't do if this continues. I'll lose myself entirely. I'll become a snake person. A sudden thought strikes Changyang Xiangshan like lightning. That's right, the Zai Qing sword art. Determination blazes in his eyes. Changyang Xiangshan grits his teeth. Things have come to this, I can only stake everything on one gamble. He desperately summons the technique, his body trembling with fear even as he calls upon it. Zai Qing sword art, please, you must succeed. He severs the heart demon. A tremendous burst of power erupts, and the snake's spiritual consciousness is expelled from Changyang Xiangshan's body. Changyang Xiangshan begins to transform back. The moment it's done, Changyang Xiangshan lets out a breath of pure relief. Thank the heavens it worked. Changyang Xiangshan collapses to the ground. Lucky I had the Zai Qing sword art, or I'd be a dead man. This myriad poison-proof body is far too difficult to cultivate. Exhausted, Changyang Xiangshan reflects on the fruits of his labor. I fully absorbed the energy of the golden thread silver-lined snake into my body. The myriad poison-proof body has been initially formed. From here on, I must continue to have this energy fuse deeper into my flesh. The completeness of the myriad poison-proof body will only grow with time. Changyang Xiangshan bolts upright. He can't linger here any longer. His sweat-soaked body desperately needs a wash. When night falls, that group returns to the spot. Finding no one in sight, their faces twist with fury. Damn, I'd's already fled. The mysterious cloaked figure suddenly speaks up, shattering his subordinates' dazed silence. It was within expectations. Forget it, it would be strange if they didn't run. The man hastily bows at a 90-degree angle and blurts out, "Captain, what do we do now?" "Issue a bounty. Spread word about the golden thread silver-lined snake far and wide. Those who dared kill my beast, they won't leave these demonic beast mountains alive." The subordinates accept their orders without hesitation. "Yes, Captain." At the waterfall, Changyang Xiangshan strips off all his clothes and leaves them on the bank. Changyang Xiangshan dives in, savoring the bracingly cold cascade as it washes over him. He plunges beneath the surface. Changyang Xiangshan realizes that ever since cultivating the myriad poison-proof body, his perception of everything around him has grown far sharper. Changyang Xiangshan floats on his back, drifting lazily across the water's surface. It's as if I am one with all of it. I feel as though the river and I have merged into one. I am the river, I am the fish, I am the rock. Changyang Xiangshan lets the current carry him downstream, sweeping him over the falls. A satisfied smile spreads across his face. I am all things in this world. In pure ecstasy, Changyang Xiangshan lets out a triumphant shout stark naked. Thank the heavens no one is around or heed. Die of shame. Changyang Xiangshan drifts dreamily downward. He's about to leap off the falls with excitement, but that exhilarating, soaring sensation is swiftly crushed. Changyang Xiangshan's eyes fly wide open in shock. A young woman of breathtaking beauty stands before him, her body wrapped in nothing but a thin, flimsy bath towel. And Changyang Xiangshan, stark naked, legs splayed wide as he plummets looking for all the world like he's flashing himself at her. Changyang Xiangshan is stunned, frozen for several heartbeats. There's a woman in the water and Luan Er's eyes have been utterly defiled. That pervert! Splash! Changyang Xiangshan crashes into the water. Luan Er immediately screams. Ah! Changyang Xiangshan flails his arms and legs wildly in the water. W8, please don't scream. Luan Er's face flushes scarlet with embarrassment. Changyang Xiangshan stammers desperately, trying to explain. Miss, I swear I didn't know anyone was here. Do you believe me? Luan Er clenches her fists tight. The air turns ice cold in an instant. Misunderstanding, like hell it is. Enraged, Luan Er slams her palm down with a thunderous boom. Rock and earth shatter. Water erupts into the sky. Die, you pervert! Changyang Xiangshan staggers from the palm strike, nearly losing consciousness on the spot. She's strong, far too strong. Changyang Xiangshan plummets downward and crashes into the water below. Changyang Xiangshan gazes at the bright red palm print, still branded across his chest, and sighs inward. His girl appears to be around the same age as him, yet she is already a great saint master. Who would have thought? Changyang Xiangshan begins flapping his arms in the water, paddling his way back up as his mind continues to race. Kazuya's academy is hailed as a gathering place for the most brilliant geniuses, yet not a single one of them could measure up to her. Changyang Xiangshan struggles in the water a while longer, convinced that this girl surely possesses an extraordinary background. I must explain the situation clearly to her, or I'll only earn myself yet another enemy. At last he breaks through to the surface. Changyang Xiangshan knows his first priority is to retrieve his clothes. Once fully dressed, Changyang Xiangshan searches for Luaner, the girl from moments ago. Where did that girl go? Luaner screams. You pervert! Changyang Xiangshan whirls around to find Luaner already clothed, sword in hand, her fury blazing like wildfire. I will kill you. Without another word, Luaner swings her sword and unleashes her attack. The first strike commands the water a spectacular display as droplets erupt upward like a rainstorm in reverse. A feast for the eyes. Water dragon strike. A coiling dragon of water materializes and surges toward Changyang Xiangshan. Changyang Xiangshan merely leaps aside to evade, making no move to counterattack. Changyang Xiangshan shouts desperately, Miss, please listen to my explanation. This is all a misunderstanding. Luaner materializes behind him in a rage. Caring nothing for reason or truth, she acts purely on fury. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, Spying on this young lady while she bathes is a crime punishable by death. Luiner strikes without pause. Die. Old Freak Feng remains on the shore, happily drinking his wine and dancing without a care in the world. Yun trembles with rage at the sight. She slaps Old Freak Feng hard across the face. Old Freak Feng, why on earth were you just standing on the shore? How dare you let an outsider slip through the waterfall and get close to the young miss? Old Freak Feng rubs his face, bewildered. I have no idea. I was clearly monitoring the waterfall with my Saint Force the entire time. How did that brat slip past my detection? Yun remains furious. HMPH, it was definitely because you were drunk and let your guard down. Old Freak Feng casually sits back down and resumes sipping his wine. Probably so, but no harm doniance, the young miss has had her fill killing that brat to vent her anger. She'll stop blaming us. Yun warns him with a grave expression. That youth is not as simple as you think. Old Freak Feng waves dismissively. The young miss is practically invincible among her peers. How could that brat possibly be her match? The two of them chase each other up and down the terrain, shattering rock and earth wherever they clash. Changyang Xiangshan continues to explain patiently. Miss, I have held back and apologized again and again. Don't you mistake my restraint for weakness. Luiner retorts defiantly, I'll push as far as I please. What are you going to do about it? She thrusts her sword directly at Changyang Xiangshan. Peeping Toms deserve nothing but death. The blade pierces Changyang Xiangshan's shoulder, yet he still restrains himself. Luiner grins maliciously and drives the sword in deeper. Changyang Xiangshan realizes this girl has resorted to lethal strikes. If he doesn't fight back now. With that thought, Changyang Xiangshan seizes his weapon, then grabs Luiner by the collar. In the next instant, he turns the tables. Changyang Xiangshan pins Luiner beneath him. She refuses to yield, grinding her teeth and glaring at him with fury-filled eyes. Changyang Xiangshan slams into the ground with a thunderous crash. Dust billows and slowly disperses, revealing the two of them still locked in the same position. Changyang Xiangshan issues a warning. Miss, your cultivation may surpass mine, but your combat experience is sorely lacking. What happened earlier was merely a misunderstanding. I have already apologized. I urge you not to press this further. But how could the fiery-tempered Luiner tolerate such a threat? You dare threaten me. Suddenly, Changyang Xiangshan's vision blurs, a wave of dizziness washes over him. Luiner seizes the moment and slips free from his grasp with effortless grace. Changyang Xiangshan stares in shock. What kind of battle skill was that? After deploying her battle skill, Luiner leaps backward, putting a safe distance between herself and Xiangshan. Luiner eyes Xiangshan warily. Realizing he is no ordinary perverse forced her to use a battle skill. Then all the more reason I cannot let you live. As she speaks, a sword materializes in Luiner's hand. The blade suddenly erupts with radiant light as a surge of energy coils around it. Streams of water flow from within the sword, coalescing into multiple water dragons. The water dragons instantly charge toward Xiangshan. Xiangshan roars in anger at the sight. Miss, I had every intention of sparing you. Since you refused to show mercy, don't blame me for shattering you. Xiangshan immediately prepares to counterattack. True to his word, he holds nothing back this time. He unleashes a devastating strike that hurls toward Luiner with overwhelming force. Xiangshan's sword shatters the water dragon to mist and rockets straight toward Luiner. Luiner's heart skips a beat. Sword speed is far too great, she cannot dodge in time. Just as the blade is about to pierce her, a hand appears out of nowhere. It is none other than Old Freak Yun. With a flick of his finger, he sends the sword hurtling away. Luiner's heart nearly leaps out of her chest. Xiangshan stares in shock. The old man deflected his strike with effortless ease. This old man is terrifyingly strong. Old Freak Yun berates him with thunderous fury. You insolent brat, how dare you raise your hand against the young miss? Old Freak Feng has somehow appeared behind Xiangshan without anyone noticing. He praises casually. That strike of yours was rather impressive, kid. What a pity. Xiangshan whirls around in alarm. He had barely sensed Old Freak Feng's presence at all. Another one behind me. Since when? Before Xiangshan can react, Old Freak Feng has already channeled all his chi into his fist. In an instant, he drives his palm straight into Xiangshan's body, spying on a young girl's bath. You truly are a wretched brat. The blow is devastating. Xiangshan coughs up a mouthful of blood. Worse still, he is sent hurtling into the sky. Xiangshan's consciousness dims. Moments later, he crashes into the earth with a deafening thud. Old Freak Feng grins and flashes two fingers at Luiner in triumph. Luiner beams with delight at seeing Xiangshan go down. Xiangshan lies beaten, every ounce of strength drained from his body. He tries to rise but fails. Old Freak Feng is genuinely surprised that the boy still lives after taking a full blow from him. This kid has some backbone after all. Suddenly, old freak Feng notices something. He stares at his own palm, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Seeing that Xiangshan still breathes, Luwener urgently urges old freak Feng to finish him off on her behalf. Old freak Feng smiles faintly. Forget it. He's already gravely wounded. Just leave him here to fend for himself. But Luwener refuses to relent. Uncle Feng, he's the pervert who spied on me. He cannot be forgiven. Old freak Yun seems to sense something as well. He immediately steps in to dissuade her. Young miss, the mission at hand is far more important. If those people catch up to us, we'll be in deep trouble. Luwener finally heeds old freak Yun's words. She leaps onto the dragon's back, then turns to cast one last glance at Xiangshan. HMPH, stay here and rot for all I care. The three of them mount the dragon and soar into the sky. The night sky just before the dawn. The dragon spreads its wings freely against the brightening horizon. A moment later, old freak Yun turns to old freak Feng. You discovered something on that boy, didn't you? Old freak Feng bursts into laughter. Oh, you caught that, did you? Old freak Yun sighs. I've been by your side for decades. There's nothing you can hide from me. Luwener sits behind them, baffled by their exchange, and demands an explanation. Old freak Feng extends his palm for her to see. He explains that when he struck Xiangshan, his own palm sustained an injury. He wondered how the boy had managed to pull that off. Luwener was bewildered to see old monster Feng injured. In her eyes, Xiangshan was even weaker than she was. How could he possibly have wounded him? Old monster Yun could not believe his own eyes either. How was this possible? That brat's strength was at most at the saint level, yet he had managed to injure him. But old monster Yun quickly shifted his attitude. He noticed something peculiar about Xiangshan's saint weapon. It seemed to be under the control of the boy's consciousness. Moreover, old monster Yun observed that Xiangshan had managed to evade his saint force detection and close in on Luwener. Old monster Feng listened and immediately concluded that Xiangshan's background was far from simple. He also feared that a powerful force lurked behind the boy, and so he spared his life. Luwener, however, did not share that view. She believed no force in existence could rival their clan. It was simply that old monster Feng was far too cowardly. Old monster Yun saw her arrogance and gently cautioned, "Miss, do not be so proud. This is a sensitive time. We cannot afford to provoke any more enemies against the clan." But Luwener refused to listen. She shot her middle finger at him in defiance. Old monster Yun sensed her resistance and whipped around. She panicked instantly, blurting out, "Understood. Luwener understands." Hearing her compliance, he turned away. Only then did Luwener breathe a sigh of relief. She felt that had been truly dangerous. Yet Luwener, still burned with furish, had failed to kill Xiangshan with her own hands. But then she figured he probably wouldn't survive anyway. As for Xiangshan, he gradually regained consciousness. He was gravely wounded, his entire body unable to move. His tendons and bones seemed to have snapped. If not for the Zai Qing sword Qi shielding his body, that strike would have killed him on the spot. Xiangshan clenched his fist. Though he had not been killed outright, all he could do now was lie there helplessly and wait for death. He felt a bitter sting of regret, had only just elevated his strength, and now he was to die like this. He simply could not accept it. Suddenly, a source of saint force appeared. What was this? Xiangshan sensed that it seemed to be saint force of a certain form. He wondered had his heightened perception allowed him to detect phenomena he could never sense before. Then Xiangshan realized this saint force felt strangely familiar. It struck him in a flash. Thighs was the radiant saint force that the saint master had used to heal others. The radiant saint master drew upon the surrounding radiant saint force to mend wounds. If he could use it to heal himself, Xiangshan strained with every ounce of his strength to reach that source of saint force. He decided to give it a try. Anything was better than dying in agony here. The moment Xiangshan made contact, the saint force shattered and flooded into his body. While Xiangshan endured the searing pain and healed himself, 3 demonic beasts descended from the sky above. A rider atop one of the demonic beasts detected an imperial rank aura near the waterfall. The leader immediately ordered pursuit. "Whoever is there, kill them all." The 3 mounted their demonic beasts and flew straight to the waterfall, then descended to search the surroundings. After a thorough search yielded no sign of anyone, they concluded they had arrived too late. One of them suggested their targets had already fled elsewhere. Xiangshan was hiding beneath the water, silently observing them. He could tell these men were no good. Fortunately, his aura had already merged with the surrounding environment. Otherwise, it would have been a catastrophe. Above, the leader refused to believe they had truly left. He slashed at the waterfall with a single stroke. Rocks and earth came crashing down instantly. Only after seeing no disturbance in the water below did the leader finally believe they had escaped. He ordered continued pursuit, and the three rode their demonic beasts away. Xiangshan exhaled in relief beneath the water. Phew! Fortunately, his mental fortitude held firm. Hai's aura had not wavered in the slightest. But barely a second of peace passed before a massive boulder suddenly came crashing down toward him. Xiangshan panics and bolts, but his violent movement causes the bone fracture he had just healed to snap once more. Everything before his eyes spins wildly. Defeat arrives at the very moment his confidence peaks. He never imagined he would die by suffocation, of all things. A while later, warm voices suddenly ring out. He's awake, thank the heavens. Xiangshan finds the atmosphere strangely comforting. Before his eyes stand three beautiful young women, overjoyed that he has regained consciousness. Xiangshan feels as though he has stumbled into the paradise of every man's dreams. Suddenly a man's voice cuts in. But that means he nearly drowned. This guy is heavy. Xiangshan jolts awake. Before him stand three rough-faced men wearing wicked grins. He's awake, thank the events we saved him in time. Xiangshan scrambles to his feet in alarm, demanding to know who they are. The blonde-haired one replies irritably, "We heard some commotion nearby and came to investigate. Lucky for you, we pulled you out just in time. Who are you? Why were you drowning? What happened here? Were experts clashing here? Anything else?" The tall man cuts the blonde one off, seeing that Xiangshan has only just woken up and shouldn't be bombarded with questions. Xiangshan, meanwhile, recalls the dream from moments ago. He curses himself. Reading Yang Hu's books was a terrible idea. The man turns to Xiangshan with an awkward smile. "Pay him no mind, young friend. Xiao Dao here can never keep his mouth shut." Xiao Dao scratches his head and laughs. "Ha ha, I just can't help myself." The portly one beside them asks why Xiangshan was drowning in the first place. He glances at the injuries covering Xiangshan's body look far from minor. Xiangshan answers wearily, "I was splashing around in the pond trying to catch fish. Suddenly the water surface erupted. Countless stones rained down upon it. I got hit, wasn't careful enough, nearly drowned." Xiao Dao grows even more convinced that a fierce battle took place here, powerful enough to shatter the cliff face like this. Only now does Xiangshan notice that the waterfall has been utterly destroyed. He wonders just who were those people. Could it be connected to that woman from before? Xiao Dao suddenly asks him his name. Any interest in joining our blazing legion? He boasts that although they only have 3 members now, they will one day become the greatest legion in all of the Finland kingdom. Xiangshan is puzzled. What exactly is the blazing legion? The tall man panics and clamps a hand over Xiao Dao's mouth. He forces an awkward laugh. "Please forgive him, young friend. Xiao Dao is just joking around." The portly one also tells Xiangshan to just treat it as Xiao Dao's nonsense. Xiangshan studies the 3 of them in silence. They don't seem like bad people. His wounds have yet to heal, and he is utterly unfamiliar with this foreign land. Joining their group might not be such a bad idea after all. After a moment of thought, he speaks cheerfully. "Well, I don't have anywhere else to go either. If you brothers would be willing to take me in, that would be wonderful." The man is visibly surprised that Xiangshan actually agrees to join them. Xiao Dao, on the other hand, beams with pride. The blazing legion just got even stronger. The 3 then begin introducing themselves to Xiangshan. The tall man is Kaide, captain of the blazing legion. The portly one is Huoba, the vice-captain. The blonde-haired one is Xiao Dao, the blazing legion's captain's representative. Xiangshan introduces himself as Jian Chen. Kaide shakes his hand warmly and welcomes him to the blazing legion. Xiao Dao's eyes light up with excitement. "Jian Chen, from now on you'll serve as the vice-captain's representative." But Huoba finds Jian Chen far more dependable than Xiao Dao, and suggests that Xiao Dao himself should take the vice-captain's representative role instead. Xiao Dao immediately fires back in protest. "My experience runs far deeper than Jian Chen's. Surely he should take the vice position." Kaide smiles and says, "Then let brother Jian Chen serve as the second vice-captain." Xiangshan watches the scene and feels a brief swell of joy. These 3 remind him of the friends he had when he first formed his mercenary group, before he transmigrated. Back then he rode atop a magical beast's back, laughing and chatting with everyone. "Senior brother Jian Chen, when you become the sect master in the future, can I be the vice-sect master?" "Stop dreaming, you think you're worthy. The vice-sect master position naturally falls to me." Those memories reignite Xiangshan's determination. Must find Dugu Kyubai, uncover the truth behind his transmigration, and return to the sect as soon as possible. A moment later, Kaide announces, to celebrate junior brother Jian Chen joining our ranks. Let's head to the arms market and pick up some gear. Xiao Dao and Hu Ba's eyes light up the instant they hear this. Really? That's awesome. Xiangshan feels a mix of excitement and unease when he hears about the arms market. Deep in the forest stands a massive boulder with a bizarre shape. Its top resembles a giant plate. As it turns out, that is the arms market. Xiangshan looks around in every direction and exclaims, "This place is truly enormous." He never imagined such a place could exist deep in the mountains. Seeing that Xiangshan seems unfamiliar with this place, Kaido enthusiastically explains, "This is the arms market. It started as a trading post for soldiers, and over time it grew into a proper bazaar. The four of them are strolling around when they suddenly halt. Something has caught their attention. Pasted on the bulletin board is a portrait of Xiangshan. Xiao Dao wonders aloud, why does the person on this wanted poster look exactly like Xiangshan? Kaido has to admit, it really does look like him. The wanted poster also states that this person slew a second-tier gold-thread silver-line snake. Hu Ba remarks, only a Saint Master-level expert could pull off something like that. Xiangshan grows anxious, hadn't expected the news to spread this fast. He racks his brain for a way to throw the three of them off his trail. Then he notices the three of them staring at him with suspicion. Fear grips him. His identity is about to be exposed. He stammers, "I only have the strength of a saint. How could I possibly kill a gold-thread silver-line snake?" The three of them ponder for a moment and realize Xiangshan has a point. An expert capable of slaying a gold-thread silver-line snake could never have drowned to death. It must have been nothing more than a resemblance. Only then can Xiangshan breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Xiao Dao sighs, "I wish we could recruit an expert like that into our mercenary group." Kaido tells him to stop daydreaming. An expert of that caliber would never look twice at our little group. Their words convince Xiangshan that his diversion has worked. Then Kaido kindly reminds Xiangshan, "Brother Jian Chen, to avoid any trouble, you should probably disguise yourself. Being mistaken for the person on the wanted poster would be disastrous." Xiangshan follows his advice and thanks him for the warning. Kaido's enthusiasm returns in full force. "Come on, I'll take you shopping." Xiao Dao cheers excitedly at the mention of spending money. Hu Ba immediately warns Xiao Dao not to squander money recklessly. With that, the four of them sweep through the market. There are all sorts of unique wares here. Brand new cultivation techniques fresh off the press of and buy one get two free deals. Over there, clearance clothing is slashed to half price. Even the grilled meat skewers are discounted by 50%. Xiao Dao gnaws on two massive drumsticks, chewing noisily. "Captain, the money you've been saving all this time, you can finally spend it on your wife and little M." The moment his wife and daughter are mentioned, Kaido's face fills with longing. "It's been half a year since I've been home. I wonder if little M has learned to call me Daddy yet." Then Kaido turns to Xiangshan. "Buy whatever you like. If you don't have enough, I'll lend you some." Xiangshan smiles and replies, "Thank you, Brother Kaido, but I don't need anything." Xiao Dao sees Kaido offering to lend Xiangshan money and feels a twinge of jealousy. "The captain is playing favorites. He won't even lend me money." Hu Ba holds a drumstick in one hand and a bag of bread in the other, scolding Xiao Dao. "All you ever buy is food. Even if you had money, you just waste it." Xiao Dao shouts angrily, "Aren't you the same?" Kaido sides with Hu Ba. Lending Xiao Dao money is out of the question. Xiao Dao grumbles to the side. Xiangshan can't help but feel that the bond between them is truly wonderful. Suddenly, Xiangshan discovers something wrong with his body. Purple arcs of electricity crackle across his palm. Why is the azulate sword chi erupting on its own? He can feel it. These seem almost joyful. Could the azulate sword chi possess a consciousness of its own? How is that possible? Xiangshan stares anxiously at his hand, then frantically scans his surroundings, searching for whatever is triggering the azulate sword chi. He suddenly notices a roadside gemstone stall. A purple stone catches his eye. Xiangshan eyes the stone warily. Could this be it? Without warning, the azulate sword chi surges violently. Simultaneously, the purple stone radiates a powerful aura. Xiangshan panics. Azulate sword chi within his body stirs even more intensely. He grows more and more convinced that this stone is extraordinary. He reaches out and grabs the stone, but the moment he tries to lift it, he discovers it is impossibly heavy. The other three notice Xiangshan lingering at the roadside gemstone stall. "What are you doing?" they ask. Xiangshan strains to lift the stone. He summons every ounce of his strength, yet he cannot budge it. The aura from the stone pulses once more. The azulate sword chi inside Xiangshan's body erupts in response. The merchant notices Xiangshan eyeing the stone and asks, "You want to buy it?" He puts on a cunning grin. I plucked this stone from the magical beast mountain range, you know. When the merchant mentions the magical beast mountain range, Xiangshan grows suspicious. Could this item be connected to Dugu Kyubai? After hearing the merchant's pitch, Xiangshan stares at the stone with doubt. He has no idea what it does. Why is it supposedly a treasure? The merchant admits he doesn't know either. All he knows is that it's extremely heavy, incredibly hard, and even Saint Force cannot damage it. So it must be a treasure. Xiangshan clicks his tongue. So the merchant doesn't know either. The merchant grins. The most beautiful woman is the one behind a veil, no. A treasure whose purpose is unknown, that's the most formidable kind. Isn't that the very truth? Xiangshan can only listen to him helplessly. He realizes the stone can stimulate the azulate sword chi. Even if it has nothing to do with Dugu Kyubai, it is certainly connected to the azulate sword art. He must have it. Xiangshan's face darkens, but Mu Yun took all my money. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Suddenly, Kaida walks over. He studies the stone intently and asks if Xiangshan wants to buy it. Xiao Dao pokes the stone and scoffs. What's so special about this crummy rock? You're better off buying meat. Hu Ba immediately scolds Xiao Dao for thinking about nothing but food. Xiangshan smiles sheepishly and admits he does want it, but he doesn't have the money. Hearing this, Kaida says, "No worries, I'll buy it for you as a joining gift." He turns to the merchant. "I'll take this, how much?" The merchant smiles. "Not much, not much, 1,000 gold coins." The instant those words leave the merchant's mouth, all four of them stand there slack-jawed. Kaida stammers in disbelief, asking him to repeat the price. Xiao Dao and Hu Ba take turns berating the merchant. 1,000 gold coins for this piece of junk? Why don't you just rob us? You're not jacking up the price because you see us wanting to buy it, are you? The merchant sees they're a tough crowd and starts backpedaling. Gentleman harmony brings wealth. The price is negotiable. Xiang Tian sees the price is far too steep and tells Kaida to forget it. But Kaida refuses to listen. He says a man's word is his bond. Kaida slams a heavy pouch of coins down and declares, 830 gold coins. One price, take it or leave it. Hu Ba urges him. Captain, that's your entire life savings. The merchant's eyes gleam the moment he sees the money. He snatches the pouch and says, deal. Of course it's a deal. Thank you for your patronage. Kaida nods. Done. Xiangshan's eyes turn ice cold. He silently resolves to get Kaida's money back from this swindler, no matter what. The merchant catches Xiangshan's glare and flinches, has a feeling this money won't come without strings attached. After a moment of thought, the merchant says, "You've been so good for business, let me throw in a little bonus." Kaida asks what bonus. The merchant pulls out a piece of paper and says nervously, "I see you're all mercenaries. As it happens, I have intelligence on a two-headed mountain cat. Consider it a gift." Kaido is startled. A two-headed mountain caught a fourth-tier magical beast. Xiangshan sees the intel and can't help but wonder why the merchant would hand over something so valuable for free. His suspicion deepens. The merchant hurriedly explains that quite a few people already know about this intel, so even if he sold it, he'd only fetch a few hundred gold coins at best. He wipes his sweat and continues, "I didn't expect you to buy that stone. Consider it buying the intel with the stone thrown in as a bonus." Xiangshan's expression flips the instant he hears this. He snatches the paper and grins. Now that's more like it. The merchant watches them finally leave, and breathes a sigh of relief, though a lingering unease remains. Looks like he dodged a bullet. Now that the stone is bought, the money is all spent. Kaida says they'll call it a day. Xiao Dao is a little disappointed. Xiangshan feels guilty upon seeing this. It's all his fault he can't browse anymore. But Kaida doesn't blame him. He says gently, "Don't be so formal. That was my gift to you." Then Xiangshan says seriously, "We just need to hunt that two-headed mountain cat and we'll have money again." Xiao Dao retorts from the side, "Easy for you to say. A fourth-tier magical beast isn't something we can handle." Xiangshan then points at the wanted poster hanging on a tree. "No more pretending. I'll lay my cards on the table. I am the person on this wanted poster. I'm the one who slew the gold-thread silver-lined snake." The man doesn't quite believe it. Impossible clearly just denied everything. Then how do you explain you sinking into the water? Xiangshan smirks lightly, then strikes out with a palm, slamming it into the tree trunk and leaving all three gaping in disbelief. He smiles and asks, "Now do you believe me?" While the four are talking, someone in the distance watches them silently from atop a tree. He gazes at them and flashes a sinister grin. He found them. In some dark corner, a man wearing a pointed hood cowers, his cheeks swollen on one side, blood trickling from his mouth. Through tears he whimpers, "Everything I said is the truth. I only sold them one stone and the intel on the two-headed mountain cat." Suddenly, the man before him seizes his collar and yanks him upward, sending him trembling in terror. The one gripping his collar is none other than Sect Master Cheng. He snorts coldly. Good, hand over the intel on the two-headed mountain cat and I'll spare your worthless life. The wretch clutches this lifeline and immediately agrees. Yes, yes, as it happens, I was planning to keep a copy for myself anyway. After obtaining the intel, he releases the rat of a man and reports, Captain, that breathes from the Flame mercenary group, heading out to hunt the two-headed mountain cat. Captain Claus is currently bathing. He rises to his feet, revealing a brawny physique, and takes the towel a servant hands him. He asks, that man-woman freaky's he not here? Sect Master Cheng replies, when I received the intel and mobilized the hidden agents, I only spotted that brat. Claus continues, it seems they've split up to cover more ground. Not stupid, I'll give them that. Sect Master Cheng anxiously presses his face against the intel sheet and asks, Captain, what do we do now? Claus drapes the towel over his shoulder and steps out of the bath. Old eccentric Dugu once said magical beasts always hunt humans from behind. That brat has the two-headed mountain cat. I want every last bit of it. Sect Master Cheng presses further. Captain, what about the deal? He furrows his brow and responds coldly. He served his purpose. Kill him. Claus dons a suit of battle armor and orders a full mobilization. As for the snitch, he is dragged away and executed without ceremony. He strides to his throne and sits. At his feet kneels a chained female slave. Below him, rows of men clad in black battle armor await his command. Claus declares, this time we absolutely cannot let him escape. Understood, his subordinates respond in unison. Elsewhere, a bear lies slain at Jian Chen's hands. Kaida, Xiao Dao, and Hu Ba are crouched behind a tree trunk. Seeing Jian Chen finish off the bear, they burst into praise. Brother Jian Chen, beautifully done. Is this what an effortless victory feels like? Brother Jian Chen, you should just become our captain. The three of us might as well be stage props at this point. Jian Chen quips, are the three of you content to just be dead weight? They respond in unison. When Brother Jian Chen is this formidable, there's naturally no room left for us to shine. With Brother Jian Chen here, the Flame mercenary group is one step closer to becoming the greatest mercenary group in the Azure Kingdom. Xiao Dao speaks up before. We never dared dream of hunting a tier 4 magical beast. Now all I want to know is where's the two-headed mountain cat? Kaida chimes in exactly. This is the area marked on the intel. Don't tell me those merchants swindled us. Hu Ba adds, this is the zone circled on the intelligence report. Could those traitors have lied to us? Jian Chen smiles. Perhaps the two-headed mountain cat is simply cautious by nature. Let's keep searching. Right on cue, Xiao Dao's stomach lets out a loud growl. He's clearly famished. Xiao Dao scratches his head sheepishly. Cheering takes a surprising amount of stamina, you know. How about we grab a meal first? Hu Ba scolds him. Xiao Dao, you really know how to hold people back. The only thing you're ever enthusiastic about is eating. Jian Chen says, I'm a bit hungry myself. As luck would have it, there's food right here. Night is already falling. Bear meat sizzles over the campfire. But then Jian Chen senses something whips his head around. Deep in the forest, a thunderous crash shakes the trees violently. Jian Chen raises the alarm. Something's coming. Could it be the two-headed mountain cat? Someone asks. Everyone stop eating. Battle position sits here. All four shout at once, as an orange blur bursts from the undergrowth. All four freeze in stunned disbelief. Kaida mutters in confusion. What in the world is that? The tiny creature darts past them in a flash, then lunges at the slab of bear meat and wolfs it down ravenously. In the blink of an eye, a huge portion of meat has vanished into its belly. Hu Ba finally speaks up. All that thing thinks about is food. Don't tell me this is the magical beast version of Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao stands frozen. Brother Hu Ba, your words cut deep. Jian Chen takes one look at the creature, and his eyes widen in shock. This is, he speaks up, addressing everyone. I once saw it in the Academy's library. This is the cub of the golden-maned tiger king. When it matures, it will directly become a tier 5 magical beast. The other three men's eyes light up instantly. Once fully grown, it would become a tier 5 magical beast. Understanding dawns on Jian Chen. No wonder we couldn't find the two-headed mountain cat. The golden-maned tiger king is the two-headed mountain cat's natural predator. The great tiger must be lurking nearby, so the mountain cats have fled the area. Jian Chen scoops up the little creature and chuckles. Caught and still doesn't stop eating. You really are a gluttonous little cat. Kaido is so overjoyed that tears well up in his eyes. This is the young of a tier 5 magical beast. If we can tame it as a spirit pet, it would be a devastating weapon. A voice suddenly cuts through. Indeed, I couldn't agree more. The speaker strides forward as he speaks. Kaida recognizes the voice and pales. He glances over. Claws is closing in on the four of them. They cry out in shock. Captain Claws, Jian Chen's expression flickers with surprise. This man is a great saint master. I can't believe I didn't sense him at all. Birds scatter from the forest canopy. The other three stand frozen, a mixture of panic and fear etched on their faces. They speak in unison. Captain Claws. The little cat senses the danger. Tufud still stuffed in its mouth, yet its eyes blaze with fierce hostility. Jian Chen asks Kaida, "Big brother Kaida, do you know this man?" Kaida replies, "He is captain class leader of the second-ranked mercenary group within Wake City." Claus speaks, "You don't know me, brat, but I certainly know you." Oh, Jian Chen is taken aback. Claus continues, "You snatched the golden silver-lined snake right from under my subordinates' noses. No one has ever dared steal from the mercenary corps. You are the first." Jian Chen recalls the incident and responds, "So those men were your subordinates. You're here to reclaim the golden silver-lined snake." Claus sneers, "You truly underestimate me. The golden silver-lined snake. Forget it, a mere tier 2 magical beast." He pauses, then continues, "How could that possibly compare to the tier 5 magical beast cub in your hand?" The instant he finishes speaking, his men have already encircled Jian Chen's group. Behind the four, an archer emerges with bow drawn, arrow aimed squarely at them. An arrow launches shirtling straight toward Xiao Dao. Kaida sees it and panics. He yells, lunging to shove Xiao Dao out of the arrow's path. "Xiao Dao, watch out." Kaida and Huba roar in fury, despicable sneak attack. "If you've got the guts, come fight us face to face." Xiao Dao's soul nearly leaves his body from fright. He was a hair's breadth from death. Jian Chen furrows his brow. "I apologize. I've dragged you all into this. This matter has nothing to do with the rest of you. I'll hold them off. All of you run." Kaida bellows, "Brother Jian Chen, what the hell are you saying? You're one of USA brother of the Flame mercenary group. We've been through life and death together." Xiao Dao chimes in, "That's right. Today we fight them to the bitter end." Huba echoes, "Damn right, to the bitter end." Kaida glances back at the Flame mercenary group members and roars, "Brothers, when our own gets bullied, what do we do?" Xiao Dao answers without hesitation, "We fight. What else?" Jian Chen's lips curl into a smile. He issues his command, "Claws is mine. You three handle the rest." The group roars in agreement. Claus sneers coldly, "Make your move." He thrusts his finger toward the four of them and roars, "Kill every last one of these madmen." The three charge into battle. Jian Chen alone stands motionless, his gaze sharpening like a drawn blade. Once ready, Jian Chen surges forward, carving through the underlings in his path before driving straight toward Claus. Jian Chen sees Claus standing completely still and can't help but think this man isn't even going to dodge. Claus stands there unperturbed, a smile playing on his lips. "Don't underestimate me." Jian Chen feels a surge of irritation. He swings a devastating slash at Class. The force of his strike is so tremendous that rocks and earth erupt in all directions. Calaxy, completely unscathed, sneers, "You only have this much strength." The sword slash fails to pierce his flesh, not even a scratch. Dark purple-black chi gradually radiates from his body. Jian Chen's eyes widen in alarm. "Saint Force Knight armor." Calaxy smirks in approval. "Not bad. My Saint tool is different from others. Every inch of my body is clad in armor." His form gradually becomes enveloped in a shell of black, iron-hard, plating the full manifestation of the Saint Force Knight armor. Jian Chen speaks slowly. "It seems defeating you won't be easy at all." He furrows his brow slightly, then sneers, "I suppose I have no choice but to use that method." After witnessing Calaxy deploy the full manifestation of his Saint Force Knight armor and hearing that Jian Chen still claims to have a counter, Calaxy throws his head back in laughter. "Ha, ha, ha, you still have a second plan." He slams his fists together, turning around to radiate a gloomy, oppressive aura, and asks with contempt, "Going to surrender and admit defeat? Or perhaps you'd rather abandon these good-for-nothings and flee by yourself?" Jian Chen picks up the little tiger cub by the scruff of its neck and stares at it. "Little one, I'm sorry to have to put you through this." The cub blinks, utterly oblivious to what is about to happen. Immediately after, he shouts at the top of his lungs while swinging the cub through the air, "Calaxy, you want us?" At that moment, the tiger cub is hurled mercilessly toward Calaxy, catching him completely off guard. Jian Chen calls out mockingly, "Or do you want this tiger instead?" As the cub sails through the air, tears stream from its eyes, and it can only let out a pitiful, terrified wail. Calaxy erupts in fury, screaming, "You!" Without hesitation, he wheels around and darts after the flying cub. "Once I catch that tiger cub, I'll come back and settle the score with you." Watching Calaxy depart, Jian Chen's expression sharpens like a blade as he speaks. Without Kelaxi, these cannon fodder soldiers are nothing but mosquitoes. The little tiger cub is absolutely terrified, sprinting through the underbrush while letting out panicked cries. Roar, roar, roar. Kelaxi chases after it with every ounce of his strength. He laughs as he's about to snatch the cub. This little tiger runs fast, I'll give it that. Right at that moment, a voice reverberates through the entire mountain forest. Stop. Up ahead lies the mutilated carcass of a massive bear, blood splattered across the ground. The Tiger King had been feasting on it. Its eyes blaze like twin lanterns in the darkness. As if sensing something, the Tiger King lifts its head and gazes into the night sky, then unleashes a thunderous roar. The roar shakes the very mountains and forests, freezing Jian Chen and his companions in their tracks. Hearing that sound, Xiao Dao trembles as he speaks. That roar is absolutely terrifying. What kind of monstrous beast is approaching? Jian Chen is equally alarmed. Baring its fangs before the words even die on anyone's lips, Tiger King surges forward like a loosed arrow. A magical beast materializes and instantly kills one of them, leaving Xiao Dao so panicked his jaw hangs open. The beast then wheels toward the group. Everyone screams and flees in blind terror. One man glances at the corpse at his feet and bellows. It's a magical beast controlled by the golden-maned Tiger King. The words send Kaido and the others into shock. Their eyes bulge wide, mouths agape, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Before they can process their horror, the Tiger King arrives. Everyone screams the Tiger King is here. This is bad. Retreat. Kaido, unable to outrun the beasts, cries out in desperation, "Save me, brother Jian Chen." Jian Chen sees his plight and rushes over. He moves like a bolt of lightning, arriving just in time. A flash of sword light streaks out, and the magical beasts collapse. After finishing the strike, blade still in hand, he speaks. The Tiger King is here. Need to flee. Now. Kaido and the others respond instantly. No problem. Everyone follow his orders. Jian Chen gazes into the distance, his expression dark and grim. A massive horde of magical beasts is heading straight for us. It seems the Tiger King, desperate to rescue its cub, has gone completely berserk. Hearing this, Kaido and Xiao Dao speak in unison. The tiger cub isn't in our hands. Will we even be safe? Jian Chen points toward a cluster of seemingly harmless magical beasts hiding in the distance and replies, "According to my senses, that direction has the fewest beasts. We break through from there." Everyone nods, understood. Under the crescent moon in the starry night sky at this moment, Kelaxi has stopped. His shadow stretches long across the ground. He holds the tiger cub, tears streaming down its tiny face, heading toward an area with fewer magical beasts that seems relatively safe. Before he can finish his calculations, he senses an icy gust of wind from behind. A terrible premonition grips him. He slowly turns his head. Right at that moment, the Tiger King stares down at him, eyes blazing with infernal rage, its cub squirming helplessly in his grasp. Under the serene moonlight and gentle night breeze, Kelaxi below is seized by sheer, unbridled panic. No wonder there were no magical beasts nearby. He stares at the colossal Tiger King towering over him. So the Tiger King was here all along. Seeing this, he grips the tiger cub tightly and screams, "Don't come any closer or I'll tear it apart." The Tiger King sees its cub, utterly pitiful, in his hands. Its eyes blaze with fury. It snorts coldly. Observing the situation, Kelaxi thinks if this continues, he'll never escape. He has to find a way out. Just then, sounds emerge from a nearby cave. Kelaxi's face lights up with Jasomion is coming. It turns out to be Jian Chen's group approaching. Jian Chen catches sight of the scene before him like a bolt from the blue and immediately screams, "Stop! The Tiger King is right here." No wonder the magical beasts grew fewer along the way. Everyone cries out in shock, "What?" Then Kelaxi descends from above, bellowing, "Here's a gift for all of you." He hurls the tiger cub toward them, shouting, "Catch it." The tiger cub lands squarely in Xiao Dao's hands. Bewildered, Xiao Dao blurts out, "What is this?" Kelaxi hides to the side, grinning wickedly. "You lot stay here and die as my scapegoats." Xiao Dao still has no idea why the tiger cub ended up in his hands. Jian Chen stands beside him, face pale with horror. The tiger cub. He screams, "Xiao Dao, throw it away now." But before Xiao Dao can even process what's happening, the Tiger King, brimming with killing intent, is already right behind him. Ba sees the Tiger King baring its fangs at Xiao Dao. He shoves the dazed young man aside, screaming, "Xiao Dao, watch out." In the next instant, all Jian Chen sees is Ba's blood splattering everywhere. Ba's blood splatters across Xiao Dao's face, leaving him frozen, unable to react. Jian Chen stands, as if turned to stone before the horror unfolding before his eyes. Kaido is equally stunned by the scene. In the next moment, everyone screams, "Huba!" Seeing him seemingly swallowed whole by the Tiger King, everyone freezes before the ghastly spectacle. After a series of sickening crunches echo through the clearing, Xiao Dao stares blankly at Hu Ba's broken form below. Hu Ba lies gasping in a pool of his own blood, struggling to force out each word, "Run. Just go." Xiao Dao sees this, his eyes brimming with tears as he screams. Aargh? Rage and grief consume him whole. His aura erupts as tears stream down his face. He roars, "I'll fight you to the death." With that, he rips his blade from its sheath and charges straight at the Tiger King. Everyone screams to stop him. Xiao Dao come back. He seems deaf to their cries, charging forward without a shred of hesitation. At that moment, Jian Chen draws his sword in a flash, his eyes radiating a surge of killing intent. A streak of sword light erupts, intercepts the Tiger King's blow head-on. Xiao Dao watches, his jaw dropping in utter shock. Jian Chen lets out a fierce roar, "Aah!" He swings his sword at the Tiger King, then lands safely back on the ground. Xiao Dao calls out to Jian Chen in a panic. Jian Chen grits his teeth, staring at the Tiger King looming before him, its oppressive aura overwhelming. Its offensive power is far too strong. In the next instant, a torrent of devastating energy erupts from the Tiger King's maw. That monstrous power surges outward in all directions, as if to obliterate everything in its path. Jian Chen, bolstered by his own formidable reserves of power, manages to withstand it, but Xiao Dao beside him is already drenched in blood. Seeing Xiao Dao's state, Jian Chen cries out, "Xiao Dao!" But Xiao Dao can no longer stay conscious. His words drip with blood as he grits his teeth, each syllable forged in venom. "I will kill you. I will avenge brother Hu Ba." Under the pale moonlight, a colossal tiger bares its razor-sharp fangs, snarling with unbridled ferocity. Its eyes blaze with infernal wrath, and every footstep shakes the earth. Blood flows ceaselessly from Xiao Dao's head and eyes, yet he still glares at the beast with undying hatred, his teeth grinding audibly. "I will kill you. I will avenge brother Hu Ba." Xiangshan sees Xiao Dao straining to push himself and speaks to restrain him. "Xiao Dao, your wounds are too severe. Don't move." But he himself is only marginally better off than Xiao Dao, barely a few degrees less battered. Realizing Xiao Dao's condition will only deteriorate further, Xiangshan makes a bold decision. "Kaida, brother, take Xiao Dao and go. I'll hold the Tiger King back." Kaida remains silent and motionless. He speaks with solemn gravity, having thought it through carefully. "You take Xiao Dao and go. I'll hold the Tiger King back." Xiangshan vehemently opposes his decision. He shouts, "Kaida, brother, you are no match for it." Kaida lets out a faint sneer, "And you think you are?" Xiangshan asserts with iron resolve, "Perhaps not. But I can hold it back long enough for everyone to escape." Kaida says nothing more. He turns and walks away. Xiangshan stands facing the ferocious beast in its bloodlust, his expression remarkably calm. The Tiger King commands dominion over the entire forest. "Unless we can break free from these woods, there is no escape." He spoke gravely to Xiangshan, the young man whose composure had already shattered. "Right now, among us, you are the strongest. Only you stand a chance of making it out alive." Kaida faces the Tiger King head-on, yet he does not rush to strike. Kaida draws a deep breath and bellows, "In the name of Captain of the Flame mercenary group, I order you to take Xiao Dao and leave." Xiangshan stands frozen, staring at Kaida without blinking. At last, he yields. "Yes, Captain," he replies through gritted teeth, choking back grief as he obeys Kaida's command. Xiangshan hoists the wounded Xiao Dao onto his shoulder and takes off into the darkness. Xiao Dao thrashes desperately against Xiangshan's shoulder, his voice hoarse with desperation. "Kaida, big brother, take care of yourself. I won't go. I want to stay with the captain." Kaida does not look back. Xiangshan is Kaida's last hope. "Junior brother Jian Chen, remember to avenge us." Blood seeps ceaselessly from Xiao Dao's wounds, soaking through his clothes, yet his gaze remains fixed on Kaida's silhouette. In the end, he can only manage two hoarse words, "Captain." Xiangshan's figure gradually vanishes into the shroud of night. Xiangshan pours every ounce of his strength into sprinting, and at last finds a sheltered clearing deep within the forest. He gently sets Xiao Dao down and begins treating his wounds, never ceasing to encourage him. "Hang on, Xiao Dao. You must live." Xiao Dao lacks even the strength to lift a single finger. His consciousness fades with each passing moment. "Am I going to die?" "Xiangshan will never let you die. I can use the light divine force to heal Yao. You'll be fine, I swear it." Xiao Dao looks at Xiangshan, desperately fighting to keep him alive, and a faint smile crosses his lips. "Jian Chen, you really are incredible. You know everything. Not like me, I'm nothing but a good-for-nothing. Xiao Dao's voice trails into a whisper. Xiangshan forces down the agony clawing at his heart and manages a strained smile. Don't talk. I will save you, I swear it. No matter how hard he fights it, tears stream uncontrollably down Xiangshan's face. Xiao Dao summons the last flicker of his life force and speaks his final words to Xiangshan, the flame mercenary group. All that remains. His voice stutters and breaks, is you. Xiao Dao closes his eyes for the last time. Xiangshan watches his comrades depart one by one from within his trembling arms, shaking violently as he refuses to accept the truth. Beneath the ethereal glow of the moon, only a solitary figure remains. Xiangshan clenches his jaw until his teeth nearly crack. The flame mercenary group is no more. Tears cascade freely down Xiangshan's face. In the pitch-black darkness, Xiangshan sinks as though swallowed by a bottomless swamp of despair. Rage, agony, hatred. These emotions tear through the young man's heart like jagged blades. Suddenly, a guttural growl reverberates through the air, startlingly close, and snaps Xiangshan back to his senses. Xiangshan wrenches himself free from his grief and becomes acutely aware of the danger surrounding him. The Tiger King has caught up. Xiangshan might as well be sitting atop a bed of burning kolsch, is no match for the Tiger King in his current state. Trembling, he tells himself over and over the sacrifices of Kaidu, and the others cannot be in vain. Xiangshan rallies his spirit and steels his resolve. He vows to himself that one day he will return, slay the Tiger King with his own hands, and avenge every last one of his fallen brothers. He turns and flees without looking back. Xiangshan accelerates and launches himself forward in a desperate leap, as the growls draw ever closer. He runs while his mind races, analyzing every option. The Tiger King's speed is far too great in a straight chase. He doesn't stand a chance. Xiangshan takes a deep breath. There is only one gamble left: conceal his aura entirely and pray he can slip away undetected. He spots a massive branch ahead, then dashes toward it like a gale of wind in the blink of an eye. He is positioned behind the Tiger King. The Tiger King lunges forward, viciously clawing at the air as it hunts for its prey. Xiangshan presses himself into the undergrowth, heart hammering, watching the colossal beast prowl. Each swipe of its iron-like claws carves deep furrows into the earth. Xiangshan observes the Tiger King's every movement in silence. Suddenly, the beast halts and draws a long, deep breath through the air. The Tiger King's blood-red eyes lock onto a tree that seems slightly out of place. A guttural growl rumbles in its throat as it coils into a pounce, ready to strike the tree where it believes its prey hides. The Tiger King opens its maw, reeking of fresh blood, and a colossal surge of energy coalesces within. Xiangshan realizes he has been discovered. There is no turning back now. The Tiger King hurls the enormous blast of energy toward its target, splitting trees clean in half and incinerating every leaf in its path. Xiangshan channels every last shred of his power to withstand the Tiger King's devastating surprise attack. He gnashes his teeth and a curse bursts from his lips. Damn it. Having narrowly survived the onslaught, Xiangshan seizes the moment the beast is distracted and rockets toward it like a loosed arrow. Ready to counterattack, from midair he draws his sword and channels every ounce of power through his arm into the blade, pouring all his fury and grief into a single strike sword controlled by soul. The Tiger King regards Xiangshan with the casual indifference of a predator in full control. Utterly unafraid, it lets out a thunderous roar that blasts Xiangshan backward. The beast's gaping maw lunges to devour him whole, but Xiangshan twists his body in midair, changing direction to dodge by a hair's breadth. Xiangshan grips his sword until his knuckles turn white, staring at the Tiger King. Even his full-power strike failed to leave a single wound. A blinding column of light begins forming in the Tiger King's maw. Xiangshan recognizes it, same attack as before, yet this time far more ferocious. The Tiger King unleashes a titanic pillar of energy directly at Xiangshan. It is so massive it carves through an entire swath of forest in its wake. The energy column slams into a towering mountain, and the collision sends shockwaves rippling outward. The ground splinters. Trees erupt into flame. A cataclysmic explosion follows. Flames pierce through the clouds themselves, and the mountain is pulverized into rubble in an instant. Xiangshan stands rooted, utterly stunned by the devastation. By some miracle, he escaped, but his soul has not yet returned to his body. Xiangshan suddenly freezes. A surge of primal danger floods his senses before he can react. The Tiger King's iron claws are already at his back. Beast had circled behind him for a sneak attack. Too sudden, he has no time to defend. The Tiger King's claw slams into him from behind with devastating force. His body crashes into the earth so violently that Xiangshan coughs up a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back. Xiangshan lies sprawled and broken on the ground. The Tiger King, sensing certain victory, closes in on its fallen prey. The Tiger King raises its massive claw to deliver the killing blow to the unconscious Xiangshan. Suddenly, powerful shockwave pulses erupt violently from Xiangshan's body, forcing the Tiger King to hastily retract its claw. The Tiger King hesitates, bewildered, as a strange, dark energy radiates outward from Xiangshan's form. It can only snarl warily, holding back its attack. The shockwaves converge into a single point, directly before the Tiger King's crimson eyes. From within the radiant surge that pierces the darkness of night, a sword emerges, Xiangshan's sword, the Azulate Swords. Now it gleams with a brilliance and power surpassing anything before. The Tiger King glares at the weapon with fury and roars. The Azulate Sword's razor-sharp tip pivots and locks onto the Tiger King. The sword erupts with dazzling radiance, unleashing devastating shockwave streaks that slam into the Tiger King. The Tiger King's pupils constrict at the incoming waves of force. It howls in agony as the shockwaves tear into its hide, drawing blood. The once ferocious beast is now forced to turn tail and flee, desperately dodging the relentless barrage of destructive waves. The shockwaves multiply until they resemble a swirling maelstrom of pure devastation. Xiangshan remains motionless on the ground as the rampaging energy swirls around him. Then, wisps of emerald mist rise from his body, coalescing into soft white petals that envelop him like a cocoon. Everything fades. Before consciousness slips away entirely, Xiangshan sees himself lying in a vast field of white blossoms. Under the moonlight, a shower of pale petals drifts down, and luminous green mists float like ethereal bubbles across the scene until only pitch-black darkness remains. A new scene materializes before his eyes, a sky of crystalline blue drenched in golden sunlight. A brown-haired man with his hair tied high in a topknot stands atop a rampart, his robes rippling in the breeze, laughing heartily. "So you've made it to this world as well. It's just that you seem to have lost your right arm." The man smirks and calls out Jian Chen. Behind the brown-haired man, the faint silhouette of another figure is barely visibly a man with a grand beard and swept-back black hair. Morning sunlight stretches across every alley and corner of the capital city. Seizing the pleasant weather, Luener decides to stroll through the market and shop for new clothes. She spends lavishly, buying up everything that catches her eye without a second thought. Seeing this, one of her guards steps forward to remind her, "My lady, we should keep moving. It is unwise to linger in the streets for too long." But his companion responds with confidence, "What is there to fear? With this many people and this much noise, even if that man gives chase, he'll never spot us among the crowd." Suddenly, a figure wrapped head to toe in a dark cloak materializes beside Luener without warning, startling everyone present. The cloaked figure speaks, "On your person, there is his aura." Luener frowns in confusion. "What are you talking about?" The two guards behind her surge forward to shield their mistress. Swords drawn, bellowing, "Stay back, stranger." Both move in tandem, swords flashing as they launch a coordinated assault on the mysterious figure. Shouting a warning, "Step away from the young Ladino." Yet beneath the cloak there was nothing at all. This left the two guards utterly astonished. "He's gone. Who on earth was that person?" They pondered among themselves, failing to notice their young mistress trembling behind them. It turned out they had been so fixated on the stranger. The two of them had trampled all over the stall, ruining every last bit of Luener's morning effort picking through the goods. She furiously spun around to berate her guards. In another corner, after shaking off Luener's group, the mysterious figure from earlier revealed himself. He grinned triumphantly and muttered, "Sure enough, you've come to this world as well." It was none other than the old villain Dugu. He murmured the name of his old enemy. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the demonic beast mountain range, where dense, platinum-hued canopies blanketed the ground. With a sudden gasp, Changyang Xiangshan burst up from the ground, his face deathly pale and still etched with lingering terror. He stared blankly at the surrounding forest, every tree hacked and felled in savage ruin. Where is this place?" he wondered. Xiangshan held fragments in his hand, bewildered. "These are all shards of wood." Witnessing the devastation before him, countless questions surged to mind. Could it be that every tree in the vicinity had been? Did the Tiger King do this? But then he denied it himself. That can't be right. If it was the Tiger King with destruction of this magnitude, how could I have escaped without a scratch? Xiangshan was shocked to discover that even the wounds inflicted by the Tiger King had completely healed. What on earth happened here? Before he could even feel joy, he choked up. If the Tiger King has disappeared, then Big Brother Kaid and the others. A moment later, the former sword god stood before a field of freshly mounded graves. reading each different name carved upon the stone tablets. Changyang Xiangshan was rendered utterly speechless. Memories flooded back in waves. He recalled Kai's wordchaff a year had passed since he left. He wondered if little Mela had learned to call out "Father" yet. The image of Xiao Dao laughing and joking surfaced in his mind. The Blaze Mercenary Company would surely have become the strongest mercenary company in the Windblue Kingdom. He remembered his own words, "All of you give me the feeling of long-lost family." Now, all of it is nothing but the past. Xiangshan murmured in disbelief, recalling the image of Hu Ba on the verge of death yet still not forgetting to urge him to run. The scene of Kaid roaring echoed in his mind. "In my capacity as captain of the Blaze Mercenary Company, I order you take Xiao Dao and get out of here." But in the end, Xiao Dao still met his unfortunate demise, leaving behind only a few final, dying words. "The Blaze Mercenary Company, only you remain now." At this moment, Changyang Xiangshan could only collapse into helpless, wrenching sobs, blaming himself without end. It was all because he was too weak, couldn't protect anyone. Then he stopped crying, his expression hardening with steely resolve. Xiangshan immediately drew a blade across his palm. Fresh blood flowed freely, clenching his bloodied fist. He gritted his teeth and swore, "I hereby swear a blood oath I will take the Tiger King's life with my own hands and annihilate the Chu mercenary company to avenge everyone." Far in the distance, a shimmering seven-colored rainbow appeared, as if the heavens themselves bore witness to his vow. After that, Xiangshan set off, trekking through the ravaged forest. He mused to himself he hadn't expected so much to have transpired in the demonic beast mountain range. He would return here again. He began formulating a plan. First, return to Key City and settle arrangements for Big Brother Kaid's wife and daughter. Then, investigate the whereabouts of the Chu mercenary company. Suddenly, a group of figures emerged from Ahidnan, other than Tiangshan Kong and his lackeys. Xiangshan quietly tried to slip past them, but unfortunately, Tiangshan Kong still noticed him. He commanded, "Oh, hold it right there. Yao, you stop where you are." The former sword god thought with a tinge of anxiety. What is it? Could this person have seen his wanted poster? He couldn't afford to be discovered. Pretending nothing was amiss, he replied with cold composure. "Were you calling for me?" Tiangshan Kong and his followers closed in around Xiangshan. He tilted his head back arrogantly and sneered, "If not you, then who? Did you just come from the demonic beast mountain range?" Despite facing the entire group, Xiangshan remained perfectly calm. He narrowed his eyes and countered. "And if I did?" Tiangshan Kong tilted his chin up and declared, "This young master wishes to venture into the mountain range for cultivation. You look fairly capable, serve as my guide, and you won't be short-changed." The lackey beside him chimed in smugly, "Follow the young master, and you'll earn far more than any mercenary job. This is your lucky break, don't squander it." Hearing this, Xiangshan's contempt was written all over his face. So it was just some useless, rich young master. He turned and walked away without a second glance, utterly disinterested. Tiangshan Kong roared furiously, "This young master deigns to accept yuan, that is a tremendous honor. And yet you dare refuse." He points at his subordinates and orders them, "Seize him. I need to teach this brat a lesson." His subordinates charge forward to attack. Xiangshan scowls as they rush toward him. He throws a punch that sends blood spraying from one lackey's nose, then follows up with a second strike against another. In the blink of an eye, every last one of them lies crumpled on the ground. Tiangshan Kang and the remaining subordinate gape in shock at the scene. Fury twists his face as he roars, "Where the hell did this bastard come from? You dare lay hands on my men? Do you have any idea who I am?" Xiangshan fixes him with a glare brimming with killing intent. Tiangshan Kang continues to boast arrogantly, "I am." But before he can finish the sentence, Xiangshan blurs forward faster than lightning. His palm is already upon that wretched face. Xiangshan delivers a devastating slap that sends Tiangshan Kang hurtling through the air with a shrill scream. After the slap, Xiangshan mutters a parting reminder, "Keep that mouth of yours clean." The remaining lackeys scramble for their weapons, and then there is no after. Xiangshan beats every last one of them into the dirt. A moment later, Xiangshan speaks, his voice cold with fury. "You have no right to give me orders. My mood is already foul. Don't force my hand into killing." Tiangshan Kang drops to his knees, prostrating himself as he sobs and begs, "Great Lord, I merely traveled from home, wanting to venture into the demonic beast mountains for a bit of sport. I was unfortunate enough to offend you. Please, I beg you, spare my life." He raises his storage belt with trembling hands. "This is my storage belt. There is money inside. I'll hand it all over to you. Just please spare my life." Xiangshan snatches it and says, "This time I'll let it slide." As he turns to leave, He adds a parting reminder in the future, learn some humility. Don't think a bit of wealth entitles you to act however you please. Tianxian Kang hangs his head and murmurs, yes. But the moment Xiangshan departs, Tianxian Kang lifts his gaze, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Sometime later in another city, Kan's wife looks at the visitor in confusion and asks, are you a friend of Kan? Where is my husband? Xiangshan smiles gently and replies, Brother Kan and the other brothers accepted a commission and had to make a trip to the Kaisan kingdom. The mission was urgent, so they sent me alone to deliver the money to everyone. He then turns to the child with a playful smile, you must be Mela. Right, Brother Kan talked about you all the time. Xiangshan continues, Sister-in-law, inside the belt are 10,000 coins for living expenses that Brother Kan is sending back to you all. She asks in astonishment, where did he get so much money? The more she questions, the more anxious she grows could something have happened to Kan. Seeing her distress, Xiangshan hastily explains, don't overthink it, sister-in-law. The commission Brother Kan took this time is a major job. The employer paid handsomely for it. Mid-sentence, Xiangshan's eyes snap wide as he senses something. It's Tianxian Kang, that fool, clearly ignored every word of his earlier warning and has come hunting for him. A vicious shout rings out, get out here. You little brat. Xiangshan strides out to deal with the man. Before he leaves, he turns and reassures them, don't worry, sister-in-law. As long as I'm here, no one can harm any of you. Tianxian Kang grins smugly, we meet again. How does it feel? Xiangshan narrows his eyes and demands, how did you track my whereabouts? Could it be this storage belt? But I already inspected it, there was nothing unusual. Tianxian Kang boasts arrogantly, that is a secret art of the Tianxian family. It's only natural a nobody like you wouldn't know about it. Hearing this, Xiangshan's expression darkens. It seems I truly underestimated you. Tianxian Kang shifts his gaze to the two figures in the distance. A wicked grin spreading across his face. That's your daughter, isn't it? After I kill you, I'll make sure to take good care of them for you. Fury surges through Xiangshan at his words. He immediately tells them to retreat inside. Sister-in-law, take Mela inside. Leave this to me. Xiangshan stares at Tianxian Kang, killing intent rolling off him in waves. A sword materializes in his grasp, and it is his opponent who has just been courting death. You will be the first. Xiangshan's face is etched with undisguised fury. Sunlight pierces through the surrounding rooftops, casting harsh shadows across the scene. Tianxian Kang smirks with satisfaction even now. The brat still dares to spout such arrogant nonsense. This time, I've brought the experts of my family with me. You're dead. Xiangshan silently assesses the situation. Two Saint Masters, one at the Great Saint level, the other a low-tier Great Saint Master. They are far from weak. Tianxian Kang points a finger and laughs, ha ha ha. It's too late for fear now, once I'm done with you. Those beauties will be mine whether they're mature women or young maidens. I fancy them all. Xiangshan falls silent, his mind racing. In the demonic beast mountains, he couldn't protect everyone, he could only watch helplessly as they perished before his very eyes. As this thought crosses his mind, an ironclad resolve surges through Xiangshan's heart. He will protect his brother's wife and daughter. He will not allow anyone to harm them. Not now, not ever. Tianxian Kang roars orders at his subordinates. Seize him. I want him to understand in this city the Tianxian family is the sky. I refuse to believe you can handle this many opponents. The three of them surge forward, charging straight at Xiangshan. He remains utterly calm. An aura of killing intent erupts around his body, and in a flash he cuts them down. Every single slash is a lethal killing blow. The instant Xiangshan's feet touch the ground, his enemies spurt blood and drop dead on the spot. Their bodies crumple to the earth. Xiangshan speaks, his voice cold as frost. Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence to me. Tianxian Kang's face twists in disbelief. Impossible. How can this be? The subordinates standing nearby are equally stunned. They suck in a cold breath. This youth is terrifyingly powerful. At such a tender age. How can he be this strong? One of Tianxian Kang's men steps forward, his tone laced with forced courtesy. May I ask where your excellency hails from? Why have you made an enemy of the Tianxian family? Could there be some sort of misunderstanding? Xiangshan asks, his voice glacial. Now that you've seen my strength, you want to probe my background. I am a wandering mercenary, I have no backing. His eyes flare with anger as he continues. Furthermore, when did I ever become your enemy? It was your people who didn't know their own limits and came seeking trouble with me. Tianxian Kang bursts into a furious roar. Why waste words on him? Don't forget it's the Tianxian family that puts food in your bellies. All of you charge, kill him. The subordinate forces a sigh and turns to Xiangshan. Then this one has no choice but to offend you. Xiangshan has no desire to waste another breath. He grips his dagger and declares, "No need for words." He explodes forward at blistering speed. The opponent whips out his sword just in time to parry. Xiangshan drives his dagger in with crushing force, then suddenly pivots into a vicious slash aimed at the man's skull. But the opponent proves nimble, barely dodging in time. Xiangshan unleashes a relentless barrage. His strikes come in waves too fast, too vicious. The opponent can barely draw breath. Every movement carries lethal intent. Realizing he cannot hold out, the man whirls toward his two companions. "What are you two standing there gawking for? Get over here and help me." The two rush in and launch a coordinated assault on Xiangshan. But in one fluid motion, he sweeps his dagger in a wide arc, forcing them back and putting them all on the defensive. Tianshan Kang watches the scene unfold, his face darkening with rage. A bunch of good-for-nothings. What kind of experts are they supposed to be? 3 of them, and they still can't take down a single person. Just as fury boils within him, he suddenly senses something. His head snaps around. 2 figures, a mother and daughter, huddle inside, gazing out with wide, fearful eyes. Tianshan Kang's gaze falls upon them, and a sinister grin spreads across his face, as if some vile notion has just taken root in his mind. Meanwhile, Xiangshan is in the thick of it, thrashing his opponents with abandon, when a sudden scream pierces the air. "Help! Let me go!" Xiangshan whips his head around, eyes locking onto the source. His voice drops to a deadly growl, "Release her no." Tianshan Kang stands there, a blade pressed tight against the girl's throat. He has already struck Meila's mother unconscious. Smug satisfaction drips from every word as he barks his command at Xiangshan. "If you don't want this little brat to die, kneel before Methai's instant." The sight sends a blaze of fury surging through Xiangshan. "You dare lay a hand on her and I will slaughter your entire family," he roars. Tianshan Kang tightens his grip on Meila, his grin only widening. "Slaughter my family, will you? Let's see just how stubborn you really are." With that, he wrenches the girl even closer, the blade biting just shy of breaking skin. Xiangshan's worry is written plainly across his face. His aura erupts outward in an uncontrollable surge as rage consumes him. "Release Myra," Xiangshan bellows. Seeing this, Tianshan Kang grows even more brazen and sneers as he issues his command. "Throw down your weapons, kneel and beg." Seeing the girl crushed tighter in his grip, Xiangshan anxiously concedes. "Fine, I'll throw them." Tianshan Kang smirks with satisfaction. "Hurry up." Xiangshan drives his sword into the ground and shouts, "You still have one in your hand, throw it away too." He glares at Tianshan Kang with burning eyes, but in the end, he is forced to hurl aside his dagger as well. Tianshan Kang is utterly elated. "Ha ha! Without your weapons, let's see how you fight me." He turns to his subordinates once more and roars. "Kill him," Xiangshan responds with a cold sneer. "You are the one courting death." Myra closes her eyes. The girl obediently shuts them tight as something unexpected hurtles toward Tianshan Kang from behind. He gradually notices it and murmurs with a trace of bewilderment, "What is that?" The object suddenly juts out with a razor-sharp tip. Terror floods his face. In the very next instant, the thing cleaves him apart, blood spraying in every direction. The 3 subordinates shout in alarm for their young master-in-law to realize he is already dead. Xiangshan slowly retracts his weapon and declares coldly, "You lot are next." The muscular one panics, hissing to his companion, "What do we do now?" The other demands, bewildered, "What kind of technique did that brat just use?" The one with the eye patch steadies the other 2, barking, "Don't panic. The young master was caught off guard. That's the only reason he fell. We hold the advantage in strength." All of us charge together. The others quickly nod in agreement. "All right, let's go." Xiangshan readies his stance for attack the moment he sees their formation. He coldly activates the secret art of the Zai Qing sword art, conjuring a massive sphere above his blade. From within the sphere, countless sword projections erupt forth Xiangshan's sword rain technique. Seeing the situation turn dire, the masked man shouts, "This one's strength is unfathomable. Hold him here, I'll report back to the family head." The remaining 2 erupt in outrage. "You're shamelessly selling us out." Regardless of their fury, the masked man bolts without hesitation, leaving them to bear the full brunt. Xiangshan's expression darkens. Damn it. He got away. This is trouble now. He ponders inwardly. Escaping alone would be easy enough. But what about Brother Kan's wife and child? The man returns in no time with reinforcements, charging in with murderous fury. Fami. "Lie head, he's the one who killed the young master." Xiangshan declares coldly, "I've been waiting for you." He resolves inwardly, he must buy time for his sister-in-law to flee with Meila. Tianshan Lai's eyes blaze as he roars, "Do you know that Younger was my only sole heir of the Tianshan clan?" Killing intent surges from his body and you killed him. Xiangshan retorts without flinching, your son was a violent tyrant who oppressed the weak. I merely carried out heaven's justice. Hearing this, Tianxiang Lai's face contorts with rage. Carry out heaven's justice, he roars, lunging forward with a devastating punch. In this city, I am heaven. Xiangshan remains composed, raising his sword to meet the blow head-on. But the instant they clash, Xiangshan's expression shifts to shock as he grasps the true extent of Tianxiang Lai's power. A high-level great saint master. Tianxiang Lai bellows furiously, you're merely a high-level saint, could you have killed Yonger? He wheels on his subordinate. How did Yonger actually die? The masked man hastily replies, family head, he seems to know some kind of technique. Before I could comprehend what happened, the young master was already dead. Tianxiang Lai turns to Xiangshan and orders, hand over your technique, and I may grant you a swift death. Xiangshan responds, utterly exasperated, as a villain, can't you come up with something more original? Enraged, Tianxiang Lai produces a massive war hammer and roars, then die. Tianxiang Lai swings his war hammer straight at Xiangshan, but the boy dodges with lightning reflexes. A cunning smile spreads across Xiangshan's face. No, more playing around with you lot. With that, he activates the Zai Qing sword art once more. Drifting cloud step, Xiangshan bursts into a leap and rockets away. Seeing this, Tianxiang Lai immediately orders his subordinates to give chase. He formulates a plan in his mind if his sister-in-law leads Mela out of the city to the west. He must lure the pursuers east, then they'll be safe. While soaring through the air, streaks of light erupt from below, striking at Xiangshan. He deflects them swiftly, worry gnawing at his heart. They're catching up far too quickly. Tianxiang Lai surges forward in fury. I'd like to see how you escape today. Seeing Tianxiang Lai closing in like a shadow, Xiangshan accelerates at full force. He vaults over a wall and drops straight to the ground below. Xiangshan smirks at the wall behind him, a glint of triumph in his eyes. At that very moment, the wall begins to crack and crumble. Tianxiang Lai smashes through the wall like a raging beast. He roars, run. Where? Xiangshan hurls his sword forward in an instant. Tianxiang Lai casually swats it aside with his hammer, sneering, this is your technique. I was already prepared for it. Tianxiang Lai laughs triumphantly. Without your weapon, let's see what you do now. Xiangshan reveals a mysterious smile. Who said I have no weapon? The flung sword suddenly reverses course midair, streaking back. Tianxiang Lai's eyes widen in alarm as the blade sweeps past him. Tianxiang Lai whips his head around, bafflement churning within. No saint weapon can be controlled remotely, yet this one flies through the air of its own accord. How is this possible? Chi crackling like lightning around the blade, Tianxiang Lai snatches the sword out of the air. A chill runs down his spine as realization dawns. So this is how Yonger was killed. Xiangshan ambushes him from behind. Go join your son in the underworld. Tianxiang Lai instantly channels his energy. Saint force erupts around his entire body. Xiangshan's dagger plunges into Tianxiang Lai's body, but fails to pierce through. Seeing this, the boy panics the blade cannot penetrate. Tianxiang Lai smiles with absolute confidence. I possess Earth attribute Saint Force, the strongest defense there is. He suddenly swings his battle axe to attack. The one who dies should be you. Tianxiang Lai fiercely swings his axe at Xiangshan. He widens his eyes, grits his teeth, hoists the axe high, and brings it crashing down onto the ground, shattering it to pieces. Xiangshan's eyes widen in shock. He crosses both arms before his chest to shield himself. Damn it, I miscalculated. Tianxiang Lai is far stronger than he had anticipated. Xiangshan furrows his brows. Suddenly, Tianxiang Lai notices the glowing sword in his hand and senses something out of the ordinary. Could this sword possess a will of its own? Without warning, the sword darts from his grip and flies away. Tianxiang Lai gapes in horror, staring at his bloodied hand wounded by the sharp blade. He seethes with disbelief, never imagining it could breach his Saint Force barrier and draw blood. The sword soars upward and flies straight into Xiangshan's hand, driving Tianxiang Lai into a frenzy of rage. He bellows, brat, what kind of technique is this? Hand it over, and I'll let bygones be bygones regarding Kainger's death. Every word just now was about avenging your son, and now you flip your face so quickly. Xiangshan smirks with satisfaction. Hearing this, Tianxiang Lai's emotions erupt like a volcano. He grips his axe tightly and snarls, don't get clever with your tongue, brat. Once I capture you, I'll have ways to make you talk. Xiangshan's expression turns grave. It seems if I don't kill you today, I'll never know a single day of peace. His pride wounded, Tianxiang Lai charges at Xiangshan with his axe blazing. Knowing full well he's no match, yet determined to fight to the bitter end. You've got some nerve, brat. Enough talk, prepare to die. He swings his axe, aiming to send Xiangshan straight to his grave, but the latter dodges just in time. Tianxing Lai startles. He turns one way to find Xiangshan behind him, turns the other to see him vanish once more. Xiangshan flickers in and out of existence, circling around Tianxing Lai. The latter roars in fury, petty tricks. So what if you stir up dust everywhere? I only need to sense your aura. Tianxing Lai shuts his eyes tight to concentrate, but Xiangshan seems to have reached an entirely different level. Even his aura vanishes with his body, leaving Tianxing Lai wide-eyed in shock, unable to detect a single trace of him. How is this possible? He raises his glowing battle axe and smashes it violently into the ground. As the dust gradually clears, Tianxing Lai stands alone amid swirling white mist, scanning his surroundings in bewilderment. No one is in sight. The brat has fled. He put on a fearless facade, then seized the opportunity to escape. This cunning little wretch must be eliminated. Tianxing Lai seethes with barely contained fury. Several soldiers behind him rush forward in alarm, asking, "Patriarch, where did that brat go? Ride ahead and relay my orders, assemble a squad, and follow me into the Magical Beast Mountain Range to hunt him down." At the Magical Beast Mountain Range, a soldier stands atop a high cliff barking orders. "That brat was wounded by the Patriarch. He couldn't have gone far. Search thoroughly. Do you think that brat can actually escape? The Patriarch has dispatched over 30 Saint Masters and more than 200 saints this time. Even if that brat grew wings, he couldn't escape." Several soldiers enter the forest, laughing and chatting as they go. From the treetops, Xiangshan watches them with a furious scowl. "Since you want to hunt me to the ends of the earth, don't blame me for being ruthless." He leaps down from the canopy. Trouble erupts. A nearby soldier startles and whips around toward the source of the commotion. He approaches and is met with a horrifying sight. His comrades lie dead in pools of blood, slaughtered in gruesome fashion. A few soldiers nearby look back anxiously. Tianxing Lai stands atop the highest cliff, gazing into the forest. Behind him, a soldier drops to one knee. Tianxing Lai roars in fury. Not only did they fail to catch the brat, he's already killed over a dozen of their men. A nearby soldier speaks fearfully. "That fellow seems to know how to conceal his aura. The moment our men split up, he ambushes them." Hearing this, Tianxing Lai waves his hand dismissively. "Forget it. The enemy hides in the shadows while we stand in the open. There's no need for pointless sacrifice. Retreat." He turns and issues another order, "Post bounty notices. Let the mercenaries deal with him." I refuse to believe he can still escape. A crowd of curious onlookers gathers before dozens of bounty posters, plastered across a cracked wall. Who is this person? To think both the Zhou mercenary group and the Tianxing clan posted bounties for him at the same time. Among the curious masses, in a corner, a figure wrapped entirely in a cloak trembles quietly at his Mu Yun. Her eyes light up with amusement as she murmurs, "I'll make this even more interesting." Xiangshan soaks in a pool deep within the forest, basking in the water with a leisurely grin. "Ha ha, this Tianxing Lai really is my personal quartermaster. Sending so many people means there's plenty of money for me to spend." He lathers herbal soap across his body, eyes closed in contentment. "Phew, what a pity I don't have the mood for looting right now. Forget it." A single leaf drifts gently down onto the water's surface. A magical beast emerges from the water. It resembles a giant turtle. Xiangshan startles at the sight. Oh no, it lunges straight at him. Fortunately, Xiangshan leaps out of the water in time, snatching his clothes and sprinting for his life. He glances back and shouts, "A third-tier magical beast." He draws his sword. A surge of purple light envelops the blade as he charges toward it. Stones scatter in all directions. He glares at the beast furiously. "How dare you ruin my relaxation?" He leaps into the air, his entire body engulfed in the radiant purple glow. Xiangshan roars, "Die!" He swings his sword. A brilliant streak of light erupts, cleaving straight down upon the beast. Xiangshan frowns and thinks, its defense is truly formidable. On the other side of the forest, three strangers listen intently. One suddenly speaks up, "Look, are you certain?" The one perched in the tree replies, "No mistake. Medium build, carries a long silver sword. His sword speed is extraordinary." That's Jian Chen from the bounty. One with sharp, hawkish eyes grins and asks, "So what's the plan?" "Vice Captain, that is indeed Jian Chen, the one on the bounty." The one beside him laughs heartily. "Who cares who he is? He's just one man barely past 20. We outnumber him greatly." The Vice Captain smirks and turns his head. "Wait for him to finish off the third-tier magical beast, then we strike together." The sharp-eyed one grips his broadsword eagerly. "Heh, 10,000 purple crystal coins. We can take our time enjoying the spoils." Suddenly a stranger appears, her entire body shrouded in a black cloak. "Heh, 10,000 purple crystal coins. I want in too." They hear this and demand, "Who's there?" She grins eerily. Heh, who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, she unleashes a burst of blazing flames from her palm, launching straight at them. The money is mine. Back on Xiangshan's side, he is still locked in fierce combat with the beast. The purple radiance flares to life once more. That blazing light strikes straight onto the beast's face. Xiangshan swings his sword with all his might and thinks, damn it, its entire body is covered in scales. There's no way to break through. A red glint flashes in his eyes. All he can mutter is, not again. The purple light trails a long streak, laced with faint arcs of lightning. The magical beast thrashes wildly in the water. Xiangshan hurls his sword upward and leaps back. The blade spins toward the beast. Seizing the moment, he raises his hand to form a hand seal. The sword tip points straight at the beast, encircled by swirling streams of water. He shouts, go. A cascade of radiant rings surrounds the beast's sword, controlled by soul phantom feather slash. He cries again, open. For me. Instantly, the beast's maw yawns open, and the blade of light pierces straight through its mouth. A strange sight follows. A brilliant golden orb of light emerges. And so the magical beast is slain, crashing to the ground. Xiangshan gasps for breath. Huff, huff. The cultivation base of a great saint master truly is insufficient. Even a single third-tier magical beast cost this much effort. An explosion erupts from the other side of the forest, piquing his curiosity. On this side, every man from before lies beaten senseless by a mysterious stranger wounds riddling their bodies, collapsed on the ground, screaming in agony. That one stands off to the side, his entire body trembling. Great hero, please spare us, spare our lives. Don't kill me. He stares at her in sheer terror. Why yes, hero, please spare us, spare us. She turns around, 2 pills resting in her palm, a bewitching smile curling across her lips. I can't even be bothered to kill you lot. Swallow these 2 pills. Spread the word in Wake City. Come back here in 1 month for the antidote. She tosses the 2 pills to them. The man clasps his hands together and asks her, what news does the hero want us to spread? She answers casually, the news that Giant Chen is in the magical beast mountain ranging, that he's been gravely injured. Fearing they might forget, she emphasizes once more, remember this well, I want every soul in Wake City to know that Giant Chen is here. Understood. The 2 obey immediately. Understood, we understand. Finished, she says in a cold voice, scram. Xiangshan hides behind a tree, listening to the entire exchange. A thought flickers through his mind, gravely injured. What kind of trick is this? After the 2 men scramble away, she finally speaks. They're all gone now. Won't you come out and see me, Giant Chen? Those final words slip from her lips, catching him completely off guard. Xiangshan calls out from behind the tree, Your Excellency, why have you sent so many people after me? Do we have some sort of grudge? The masked figure outside replies, no grudge, you simply owe me money. The girl removes her hood. Xiangshan's eyes widen as he recognizes the familiar face, and he exclaims loudly. Mu Yun breaks into a giggle. Surprised. Didn't see that coming, did you? Xiangshan immediately seizes Mu Yun by the collar. Why did you send so many people after me? Mu Yun protests helplessly. Cough, let go. Is this any way to greet someone you haven't seen in ages, you brute? Mu Yun snaps angrily. Don't you know you're worth a fortune right now? Xiangshan frowns. Worth a fortune? What are you talking about? Mu Yun explains. The Tiangshan clan and the Zhou mercenary company have placed a bounty of 10,000 purple crystals on your head. You're worth that much. Is it any wonder mercenaries are swarming after you? Her eyes gleam as she continues. The more mercenaries that come, the more we rob them together. That's even sweeter than 20,000 purple crystals. Same old deal, you want monster cores, I want money. How about it? Xiangshan throws his arm around Mu Yun's shoulder with a wide grin. Sounds good to me. Mu Yun immediately does a 180. Talk is talk, but keep your hands to yourself. Over the following days, the leopard hunting mercenary group intercepts 4 squads of royal soldiers, slaying 67 mercenaries. Mu Yun and Xiangshan strike without mercy. The bloodthirsty mercenary Grufaf a month ago, they butchered villagers without cause, slaughtering 240 innocent people. Mu Yun and Xiangshan defeat them all in just a few moves. Mu Yun curses as she fights. Every last one of them deserves death. Mu Yun and Xiangshan finish off the mercenaries without breaking a sweat. Several more days pass in this fashion. Mu Yun is roasting food over a fire when a group of men swagger up, barking aggressively. Hey, kid, have you seen any sign of the sword god? Mu Yun casually points behind them. You mean him? The group spins around and their faces drain of all color when they find Xiangshan standing right behind them. Hello, gentlemen. Xiangshan speaks a single word, goodbye. He strikes. After just a few swift exchanges, the entire group scatters in terror. The leader's blade shatters to pieces. Xiangshan and Mu Yun coordinate flawlessly, dispensing heaven's justice upon the wicked. Next comes their favorite part splitting, the spoils they've plundered from the mercenaries. Mu Yun cheerfully counts the loot. Yours, Manhwa, we've struck it rich. Xiangshan, meanwhile, sits cross-legged in meditation, circulating his cultivation. A sudden realization hits him. His eyes blaze with light. Saint Master. I've broken through to Saint Master. Xiangshan's power surges tremendously. Xiangshan exhales a heavy breath after finishing his cultivation. Mu Yun praises him. Not bad at all, you've already advanced to Saint Master. Xiangshan grins with pride. Surprised. In the distance, two figures lurk in the shadows, watching them. One whispers, so many purple crystal bounties on their heads. The other replies, what a pleasant surprise. The leader gives the order, begin the hunt. He shouts, Sword God, bring out your companion. Xiangshan flicks his ear in annoyance. These lines again? My ears are going numb from hearing them. Mu Yun's eyes blaze with excitement. Heh, this young master is in a splendid mood today. I'll spare your wretched lives. Drop your space rings on the ground and you can scram. The mercenary erupts in fury. Your mother, he thunders, you dare disrespect the Zhou mercenary company to our faces. Xiangshan asks in surprise, you said you're from the Zhou mercenary company. As he speaks, Xiangshan turns away. The mercenaries mistake it for fear. Ha, what's the matter? Scared now? If you're scared, then get down and lick our boots. Grandpa here might just let you keep your pathetic lives. The moment those words leave his mouth, a vicious slash tears across the mercenary's shoulder, blood spraying outward. Xiangshan declares in a frigid tone, the Zhou mercenary company, all of you must die. Xiangshan cuts them down in a handful of swift, merciless strokes. Every last mercenary lies dead, blood pooling in dark puddles across the ground. Xiangshan stands amidst the carnage, unfazed as the heavens themselves. Xiangshan binds them tightly and strings them up on the nearest tree. Mu Yun stares in disbelief. Hung upside down to bleed to death. You're truly ruthless. Just how deep is this vendetta? Who goes there? Two little brats who have plundered this many purple crystals. It wouldn't be a waste for this old man to make a move. Both Xiangshan and Mu Yun stiffen in shock. A high-level great Saint Master. Xiangshan steps forward to shield Mu Yun. A great Saint Master stooping to chase such petty bounty. HMPH, the great Saint Master draws his blade. It's not merely a small bounty on your heads. You two have plundered quite a haul these past few days, haven't you? Mu Yun swings her sword in fury, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames. You old fool, dream on if you think you're touching our money. The elder chuckles. Come then. The great Saint Master's blade slashes across Mu Yun's shoulder. She panics the more she moves, the faster the poison courses through her veins. Mu Yun collapses to her knees, clutching her shoulder. Ola Ayag. Xiangshan is alarmed. Poison truly despicable. The great Saint Master grins sinisterly. Surrender and submit to your bindings, he orders. This old man shall make his move. Xiangshan retorts, a great Saint Master using poison against a mere Saint Master. Have you no shame? Xiangshan lunges forward and delivers a devastating slash. The great Saint Master laughs. Ha, since when does making money require shame? The two clash head-on, blades colliding with a thunderous impact that sends shockwaves ripping through the earth. The great Saint Master stands unmoved. Xiangshan is sent flying backward. He grits his teeth against the force. Cough. Damn it. The gap between a Saint Master and a great Saint Master is this vast. I can't beat him at all. The great Saint Master sneers. For little brat, pathetic. The great Saint Master launches a crushing strike, declaring, let's see just how hard your skull really is. Xiangshan is caught off guard so fast, the man raises his leg. Ha! The great Saint Master aims a kick straight at Xiangshan's head. Indeed, the great Saint Master's strength far surpasses his own. He roars with laughter. Ha! Xiangshan is utterly blindsided, but something is terribly wrong. Two streams of power collide violently, while Mu Yun sits cross-legged, desperately circulating his cultivation technique to force the poison out. He coughs violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiangshan asks urgently, how is it? Mu Yun replies, his voice strained. This poison is truly bizarre. There's simply no way to force it out. The great Saint Master sneers with utter contempt. HMPH, little brat poisoned by my technique. Let's see how much longer you can still hop around. Xiangshan turns to Mu Yun. I'll hold him off, you rano. Mu Yun hesitates, torn, but Xiangshan insists. There's no time, just go. He clashes with the great Saint Master once more. Meanwhile, Mu Yun pulls out a blue-green object, his mind racing. Is there truly no other way? He refuses to accept this. He crushes the jade-green object in his grip. Instantly, a figure materializes from thin air. The figure observes Mu Yun flatly, poisoned. Mu Yun slumps on the ground, his breath shallow and ragged. Mu Yun raises his head, desperation etched across his face. Help, help me, please save me. The man asks about his companion. Mu Yun has already collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Yet the man still tries, calling out to his fallen comrade. Then the stranger raises his hand, sweeping it through the air, and calls out for those below to come. A surge of power descends from on high. His eyes flash with brilliance as he leaps down to the ground. The immense pressure sends the great Saint Master into a panic. Such overwhelming might. When did this person arrive? How did I not sense them at all? Xiangshan launches his sword in a flying strike. The great Saint Master dodges by a hair's breadth, a smug grin spreading across his face. Petty, insect-level tricks. But Xiangshan's sword continues its relentless assault. The great Saint Master panics, unable to evade again. The blade strikes. True blood erupts from his neck. He never even noticed the moment Xiangshan unleashed the second sword strike. After a grueling exchange with the cunning great Saint Master, Xiangshan barely manages to bring down the old fox with his sword. Wounded and limping, he clutches his arm and rushes toward the other side, worry etched across his face. Mu Yun, suddenly a terrifying wave of power erupts, spreading rapidly through the surrounding space. A colossal sphere of crystallized saint force forms a barrier, preventing Xiangshan from advancing any further. He stares in utter shock. The mysterious figure has unleashed a horrifying force so immense that even Xiangshan cannot keep his footing, his eyes wide with disbelief. Spatial power tiers open a gateway, forming a barrier between two dimensions. The stranger carries Mu Yun at his side, but before departing, he turns to address Xiangshan one last time. Having just stepped into the Saint Master realm, yet you were able to kill a great Saint Master, an entire realm above you. Your aptitude is not bad at all. Cultivate diligently. The figure pauses for a beat, then adds, you have the potential to become a true powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes, stepping through the gateway with a final parting promise. The two of you shall meet again someday. Xiangshan stands there, frozen in stunned silence for a long, long time. After the two disappear, Xiangshan begins to seriously assess the hidden power of that mysterious stranger. To freely manipulate spatial forces at the very least, one must have reached the Saint King realm. He continues to harbor doubts about this enigmatic figure. Mu Yun. Nothing about him is simple. Meanwhile, scattered across the ground lie the items Xiangshan had looted from the old bandit masquerading as a great Saint Master. 700 fourth-rank demonic beast cores, 1,000 third-rank cores, over 1,000 second-rank demonic stones, and more than 100,000 purple crystal coins. Standing before the great Saint Master's motionless corpse, and surveying the spoils stripped from the old man, Xiangshan cannot help but marvel at the sheer plunder. Phew, a whole month of hard work wouldn't yield even half of this. Suddenly, a strange azure glow emanates from the old man's pouch, catching Xiangshan's attention. What's this? It is a set of pristine white beast fur, radiating an enchanting, mesmerizing glow, and Xiangshan recognizes it in an instant. The white sacred beast fur. Xiangshan's mind drifts back to a distant memory, his mother's parting words. Xiangshan, this is our family's ancestral treasure, passed down through generations for over 100 years. His mother strokes the soft, white fur as she recounts the painful history of their clan. Our entire family was massacred overnight, all because of this very treasure. I carry it with me always. Whenever I miss your mother, I gaze upon it. The memory of his mother leaves Xiangshan overcome with emotion, his heart heavy with bittersweet nostalgia. He silently reminds himself that his mother will surely return safely. Holding the ancestral heirloom of the Xiangshan family in his hand, he is filled with bewilderment. Question after question racing through his mind. Was this the same as mother's? How did that old man come to possess this treasure? What exactly is this beast relic? He begins to imagine what mysterious use this beast fur might hold. It cannot be burned. It is not a blade, a sword, a spear. It is not a treasure map. It is not a martial arts manual either. None of it fits. Xiangshan grows desperate, struggling to discern the purpose of this strange treasure. Most frustrating of all, there is absolutely nothing inscribed on it. Xiangshan closes his eyes and lets out a long sigh, deciding to shelve his search for the glowing tale's purpose for now. Sigh, no use thinking about it. Overthinking gets me nowhere. Better to focus on raising my strength instead. The place where Xiangshan cultivates is a cave that opens out onto a vast, sprawling ancient forest stand. By now, a full year has already passed since he began. Inside the cave, blazing streams of violet light erupt like roaring flames, coiling tightly around Xiangshan's body. He tenses every fiber of his being, focusing entirely on the saint force he is channeling in an effort to tame it. This is truly no easy feat. The flames begin to swirl around the surrounding stones, then slowly lift them into the air through sheer force of will. A tremendous power erupts from within, blasting outward with terrifying destructive force. He has begun entering the advancement stage of the great Saint Master realm. After unleashing his saint force, Xiangshan pants heavily from exhaustion, both hands pressed firmly against the ground. A satisfied smile crosses his face. Finally, I've broken through. Killing intent floods Xiangshan's eyes, sharp enough to sweep away an entire company of men. A scroll blazes in his grip as he declares in a voice cold as frost, Tianxing Familith, Zhou clan mercenaries, your time has come. Blood debts shall be repaid with blood. Xiangshan swiftly exits his cultivation spot to carry out his mission. But at the cave entrance, cracks suddenly splinter across the stone. Something leaps down from above in a chaotic blur. Its form impossible to track, its speed is simply too fast. It turns out to be a demonic beast resembling a wolf dog, its fur pristine white, with saint force crackling around it like arcs of lightning. Fierce, bloodthirsty eyes burn with a readiness to pounce on anyone in its path. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr speed cloud beast. But that is not all. Atop the wolf-like demonic beast, another creature appears without warning, this one radiating an even more terrifying aura. With a body shaped like a human's, yet its head is that of a beast, and from its back sprout a pair of massive wings. It lets out one savage, bone-chilling shriek after another. Before Xiangshan can even process this confrontation, he realizes there is also a sky-wing beast. He crouches at the cave entrance, scanning the situation with narrowed eyes, warily gauging the terrifying power on display. Far too powerful with my current strength. My only option is to flee. The two forces collide with devastating impact. Shockwaves of lightning-like energy erupt, spreading across the entire sky. That titanic force crashes into the earth with a tremor that cannot be underestimated. The sky-wing beast lets out a piercing roar and launches a relentless pursuit against its adversary speed cloud, beast smashing one earth-shattering blow after another into the ground, making the terrain quake. True to its name, the speed cloud beast possesses extraordinary velocity. It blazes past the towering creature before it in a white blur, then exploits a split-second opening to lunge in with a vicious strike. Speed cloud shows no mercy. It rakes. A lethal claw strikes straight into the sky-wing beast's eye. The sky-wing beast howls in agony, its eyes blazing with even greater fury. It locks onto Speed Cloud and unleashes a barrage of attacks. Speed Cloud's lightning reflexes allow it to dodge effortlessly, while the sky-wing beast shows no signs of stamina depletion whatsoever. From the side, Xiangshan watches with wide eyes, analyzing every movement of both beasts in astonishment. One commands extreme speed, the other wields absolute defense and brute force. Fifth-rank demonic beasts are truly monstrous. Before Xiangshan's very eyes, Speed Cloud begins showing signs of losing the battle of endurance. Its speed drops abruptly, and its power diminishes significantly. It lets out a weak cry and collapses. Swirling torrents of demonic energy clash and whip back and forth then. Suddenly, Speed Cloud crashes heavily into the ground, collapsing right in Xiangshan's line of sight. Looks like its stamina is nearly spent. The sky-wing beast has not relented in the slightest. Its vicious eyes burn with the desire to tear its fallen prey to shreds. It breathes raggedly, gathers its remaining strength, and lets out a deafening roar. After observing the battle at length, Xiangshan finally identifies the fatal weaknesses of both demonic beasts. One is gravely wounded, and the other has been blinded. He no longer hesitates. He decides to face the two powerful demonic beasts head-on a trial to test his own limits. Gripping his twin demonic swords, he charges forward. If both beasts are left battered and energy depleted, their two demon cores could propel him to the great Saint Master realm. Xiangshan erupts into motion, unleashing his signature purple flames. He aims straight for the sky-wing beast, which is still rampaging wildly. Channeling his extreme speed, he maneuvers around it, biding his time, then delivers the killing blow. Kill one first. His sword tip surges forward like a bolt loosed from a bow, piercing toward his prey with an unstoppable torrent of demonic force. Xiangshan calculates his next move with cold precision, before launching his assault on the ferocious sky-wing beast before him. His eyes turn razor-sharp and icy, carrying an unyielding determination. He reminds himself calmly, good, dealing with a blinded one, the odds of victory are high. The red-haired demon charges at full speed in pursuit, howling and screeching as it runs. Then the red-haired demon leaps into the air. A savage, beast-like charge straight onto the battlefield. But it seems the creature has missed Xiangshan. The demon clutches earth and stone in its grip, and collapses. Xiangshan reacts in a flash, leaping high to evade the blow, then pivots midair and slashes his sword back at the creature. The resulting blast tears the ground apart. The destructive force must be absolutely devastating. The white-haired man watches from a distance, arms folded as he ponders quietly. The speed cloud beast! I've finally found you. He turns to his serpent companion. The target has appeared. We've been occupied with this brat for far too long, and you lot still cannot fell a mere mid-rank saint master. The white-haired man thunders at his subordinates. You have half the time it takes for an incense stick to bring him down now. They stammer their obedience and begin hurling threats, attempting to crush Xiangshan's morale. Surrender now and we'll leave your corpse intact. But Xiangshan's foul mouth fires right back, cursing them as bastards. Caught off guard by his defiance, they launch a sudden assault that sends him hurtling through the air. Xiangshan crashes to the ground, chest heaven-exhaustion and tension racking every fiber of his being. He wipes the sweat streaming down his drenched face and stares them down. You want to kill me? Then, as if seized by a berserk fury, Xiangshan's power surges to overwhelming heights. You're not nearly good enough? He roars and unleashes a devastating strike. Even one of the subordinates staggers, utterly stunned by the sheer force. His speed is unbelievable. All the subordinates are sent flying. So he's a wind attribute saint master. Without warning, Xiangshan is struck from behind and blasted away. He drives his sword into the earth, using it as a crutch to steady his utterly spent body. The ambush comes from the red-haired demon. Xiangshan hauls himself upright once more and charges headlong into the attack. He channels his energy into his legs and vaults high into the sky, ready to continue the battle. Xiangshan grips his sword tight at rings with a sharp clank, then spins through the air like a whirling top, his free hand forming hand seals before his lips. I refuse to believe I cannot shatter your defenses. The sword streaks downward, blazing with radiant pink energy. Ultimate technique sword control by Soul Grand Dharma Wheel. The red-haired demon howls and shrieks in defiance, but in the end, it is obliterate, reduced to nothing but smoke and ash. As Xiangshan touches down, the demon's body tears itself apart and scatters to the wind. Xiangshan lets out a long, heavy breath. It's finally over. He clasps the purple gemstone at his chest and laughs heartily. A fifth-tier magical beast's monster core truly brims with power. With 2 monster cores in hand, if I push my cultivation to its limits, I can break through to Great Saint Master in no time. He turns and walks away, muttering to himself. I need to claim the Speed Cloud Beast's monster core and get out of here fast. 5th-tier magical beasts have indeed begun awakening higher intelligence. Worse still, they tend to gather in packs. If another one shows up, I'm finished. As Xiangshan walks along in high spirits, he spots something strangey. A green snake coils around a dead weasel, its forked tongue flicking in a threatening hiss. Where did that venomous snake come from? Only then does Xiangshan realize that the monster core he sought is already missing from the white weasel's forehead. Panic grips him. Where's the monster core? He spins around, searching frantically in every direction. Suddenly, the white-haired man appears out of nowhere. Approaching from behind, he tosses a monster core into the air and catches it like a toy. Looking for this young man, with his sharp instincts, Xiangshan instantly recognizes the man's Oron Earth Saint Master. In the vast depths of the forest, Xiangshan finds himself face-to-face with a strange, white-haired elder in a tense negotiation. The old man holds the 5th-tier monster core that Xiangshan desperately needs. It turns out this Speed Cloud Beast's monster core is of vital importance to the elder's clan. The white-haired elder had been tracking the beast for quite some time, only to find that Xiangshan had beaten him to the prize. The old man will only return the core on one condition. Xiangshan must hand over a battle skill in exchange. Xiangshan is taken aback. I don't carry any battle skills on me right now, he replies. The elder clearly does not believe him. That sword technique you used to slay the sky-winged demon bullet was blindingly fast and devastatingly powerful. That is absolutely beyond the capability of a high-rank saint master. If it's not a battle skill, then what is it? Xiangshan answers with shrewd cunning. Even if I did have one and handed it over to you, would you really let me walk away alive? The kindly elder from moments ago erupts in fury. His aura turns dangerously unpredictable. He can no longer contain himself. You insolent little brat, to be called such a thing despite one's dashing appearance. The rage is boundless. The elder moves like a bolt of lightning far too fast for Xiangshan to even react. The white-haired elder closes the distance in an instant and presses a single palm against Xiangshen's left chest. Being too clever is not always a good thing. With the lightest of touches, Xiangshen is blasted backward over a dozen feet. The dangerous elder returns to his original stance, casting a cold glance at the inexperienced youth sprawled on the ground. Then he leaps, soaring towards Xiangshen, preparing to deliver the killing blow. But Xiangshen is quicker, snatches the venomous snake coiled around the sky-winged demon bull's carcass. Holding the serpent before the elder's face, Xiangshen commands, "Don't move." The elder freezes on the spot. "What exactly are you playing at, boy?" he demands, his voice trembling with rage. Xiangshen rises to his feet and answers, "This is a 100-ly shadow tracking snake, bred with a specially crafted medicinal powder. No matter where its quarry flees, it cannot escape. Training a rare serpent like this is extremely difficult. Very few even know of its existence. If I kill it, even if you return to your clan with the Speed Cloud Beast's monster core, I doubt you'll find it easy to explain yourself." The elder realizes he has vastly underestimated the young man. "What do you propose?" Xiangshen conjures a vacuum barrier, a small purple sphere, crackling with arcs of lightning, enveloping the venomous snake. He answers with satisfaction. In a quarter of the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, this vacuum barrier will detonate. Surely the elder has no time left to deliberate over returning the monster core and letting him go. The elder does not take kindly to these terms. He shows no intention of letting Xiangshen leave. With visible reluctance, he shoves the monster core back toward Xiangshen. Xiangshen accepts it cheerfully, not forgetting to offer his thanks. He then raises the vacuum sphere containing the serpent. Xiangshen swings his leg and kicks it with tremendous force, sending it hurtling back toward the elder. The move is called Yang Mao's desperate rescue kick, a cunning gambit born of sheer desperation. The kick is so powerful that the barrier sphere rockets toward the distant horizon. The elder cannot intercept it. He immediately wheels around and gives chase. As he departs, he does not forget to vow, "We will settle this another day, boy." Xiangshen wastes no time and flees at once. Had he lingered with the speed of an Earth Saint Master, who knows what might have happened? He steels himself, remaining on edge. The elder could catch up at any moment. At the edge of a cliff, a young man finds himself surrounded by a group of pursuers. He is utterly spent after being hunted for so long. He curses his pursuers bitterly, then bolts with blistering speed so fast they cannot even react. He is dead set on not falling into their hands, but mid-sprint, he collides headlong into something Somyeon. It is Xiangshen, standing directly in his path and blocking the way. Xiangshen and the red-robed youth slam into each other. The pursuers, using their movement techniques, have already caught up to the red-robed youth. They cannot believe the boy still has the strength to run this far. Hearing their bloodthirsty cries demanding his life, the red-robed youth believes this is the end. But at that very moment, a figure blazes past him at breathtaking speed. It is Xiangshen. In mere seconds, he unleashes a flurry of techniques, cutting down those ragtag fighters with contemptuous ease. The red-robed youth watches in stunned silence. He cannot help but marvel at Xiangshen's speed and skill. Xiangshen says nothing and turns to leave swiftly. The youth chases after him, shouting, "Stop running." A sheer cliff edge lies directly ahead of them. Hearing the warning, Xiangshen halts instantly. Then, in the blink of an eye, he reappears right in front of the red-haired youth, who gapes in astonishment at the ghostly speed. Xiangshen asks, "You chased me down just to tell me that?" The boy gasps for breath and says, "No." Xiangshen thanks the boy, but the boy politely declines the gratitude, saying it is he who owes Xiangshen his life. As the two converse, a strange gust of wind sweeps in, seizing Xiangshen's attention. Could it be that old man from before has caught up already? His speed is truly formidable. He hurtles toward Xiangshen like a blazing meteor. Xiangshen cannot help but be taken aback by his velocity. The Earth Saint Master has caught up. He snorts coldly, "HMPH, brat, you're still not dead." Mingdong retorts, "Old fossil, your wretched legs are still too slow. This lord is alive and kicking." Jian Chen demands, "What's going on here?" Mingdong explains, "I was hunted over a few fourth-rank monster cores. This one is their leader." The Earth Saint Master declares, "Two ignorant whelps who cannot tell good from evil. Had you surrendered the goods, you might have kept your wretched lives. Now neither of you shall walk away alive." He whirls his power into a frenzy, conjuring two massive vortexes of energy. Jian Chen shoves Mingdong aside, and the two split apart, sprinting in opposite directions. The Earth Saint Master continues to manipulate his power with sweeping gestures, the twin vortexes pursuing Jian Chen and Mingdong relentlessly. The Earth Saint Master roars with laughter. "Ha ha, can you run? He bellows, "Kill them." Giant Chen takes the hit head-on, crying out in pain. With a strangled grunt, both Giant Chen and Ming Dong are struck off the cliff and sent plummeting into the abyss. The Earth Saint Master drops dead on the spot, unexpectedly slain. My battle skill. Fortunately, a lake lies waiting below the cliff. Giant Chen and Ming Dong survive the fall. Ming Dong surfaces, coughing violently, cough, cough, cough. Giant Chen has already dragged himself onto the shore. Huff and huff huff. Giant Chen's eyes burn with fury. You wretched old man. I, Giant Chen, survived this calamity. One day I will descend upon your clan and wash away this humiliation in blood. Ming Dong freezes in shock. Huh? Giant Chen. Ming Dong asks, "You're Giant Chen?" Giant Chen answers, "Yes." Ming Dong introduces himself. I'm Ming Dong. Thank you for saving me last time." Giant Chen replies casually, "It was a passing act. No thanks necessary." Ming Dong produces 2 monster cores and holds them out to Giant Chen. "Here, take these." Giant Chen frowns. "What's the meaning of this?" Ming Dong says, "No hidden meaning. You saved my life and I have nothing to repay you with. I've only got 4 fourth-rank monster cores on me. I'll give you 2. Don't scoff at the amount, all right." Giant Chen thinks of his old companions and chuckles. "Just like them." Giant Chen says, "I have no need for monster cores. Tell me, have you joined a mercenary group yet?" Ming Dong shakes his head. "No, I've always roamed alone. Can't stand being bound by rules and restrictions." Giant Chen makes his move. "Ming Dong, I have a rather unreasonable request." Ming Dong asks, "What is it?" "As long as you're not asking for my life, just say the word." Giant Chen grins. "I want to invite you to join my Flame mercenary group." Admittedly, the Flame mercenary group isn't large right now, but I have absolute confidence that it will become the #1 mercenary force on the Tian Yuan continent. Ming Dong asks, "How many people does not very large mean?" He suddenly realizes that if the group is too big, things could get complicated. All those rules and regulations, just thinking about them, gives him a headache. Giant Chen answers, "Just me. With you, that makes 2. Ming Dong falls flat on his back in the forest, utterly floored. Ming Dong turns to Giant Chen. "I say, Commander, as the Vice Commander of the Flame mercenary group, may I inquire about our next course of action?" Giant Chen answers, "Cultivate." Ming Dong presses, "Isn't it taking mercenary missions, slaying magical beasts and harvesting monster cores?" Giant Chen tosses Ming Dong a pouch and says, "There are 8 fourth-rank monster cores in there." Ming Dong's eyes light up. Giant Chen continues, "You have half a month. Use it to raise your strength as quickly as possible." Ming Dong asks, "All right, and after half a month?" Giant Chen answers, "After half a month, we annihilate a clan and a mercenary group." Ming Dong agrees, "Oh, sure, but hang on, just the 2 of us. Annihilate what exactly? Have you gone mad?" Half a month later, Ming Dong curses at Giant Chen. "Brother, you beast. Are you even human? In a mere half-month, you've broken through to the great Saint Master realm." Giant Chen waves it off. "What's so surprising about that? Haven't you also advanced to mid-rank Saint Master?" Ming Dong sags with dejection. "How can you even compare the 2? I only advanced by 1 minor realm. You leaped an entire major realm." Giant Chen suddenly senses something. Giant Chen immediately begins circulating his cultivation technique. Ming Dong asks, "What's wrong with you?" Giant Chen shouts, "Get away from me, get as far as you can." Giant Chen gathers his immense power within him. A shuddering pulse boom. A colossal pillar of chi erupts from his body, rocketing straight into the heavens. 1,000 miles away, an old man's eyes snap open. Such overwhelming chi! What manner of existence is this? The old man strokes his beard, deep in speculation. Could a supreme ruler be emerging in this land? A tremendous aura gathers above, spiraling into the sky. Even a farmer tilling distant fields can sense Giant Chen's aura. This is sword intent, such devastating sword chi, who possesses such profound attainment in the way of the sword. Could it be that during all these years of my seclusion, a supreme powerhouse has emerged upon the Tian Yuan continent? Giant Chen has comprehended sword intent. The twin swords soar around him in joyful arcs, crying out to their master without ceasing. "Master!" Xiao Ying and Xiao Qing materialize. They streak toward Giant Chen, radiating pure elation. Xiao Ying exclaims, "Master, we can finally speak with you." Giant Chen is stunned. The 2 sword spirits Xiao Ying flies straight into his arms, overjoyed beyond measure. "Master!" Xiao Ying embraces Giant Chen, who stands there completely bewildered. Giant Chen stammers, "So you are," Xiao Ying introduces. "We are the sword spirits of the Azulate swords. I am the sword spirit of the Ziying sword. Master may call me Ziying or Xiao Ying, whichever you prefer." Xiao Qing follows. "I am the sword spirit of the Kingsuo sword. Master may call me Kingsuo or Zio Ching, both are fine. Jian Chen asks in astonishment, the azulate swords, sword spirits. Could it be that the azulate swords I've been cultivating have given birth to sword spirits? Zio Ying shakes her head. It's not quite like that. Zio Ching explains, we are like you, Master. We came from another world to the Tian Yuan continent. Long ago, Ziying and I suffered catastrophic damage when our blade bodies were shattered, depleting our primordial essence greatly. We drifted into the world where Master once lived and fell into deep slumber, only to be awakened by Master's cultivation of the azulate sword chi. We never imagined that in this land, where the world's origin energy is so thin, you could use the azulate swords to compensate for their deficiencies and achieve such astonishing attainment in the sword Tao. Master is truly a genius. Zio Ching adds, unfortunately our former master ultimately fell and perished. After our master's death, we resolved to escort his soul across the boundaries of space and time to the world we once inhabited. With his talent in the sword Tao, he would surely have risen to renown in our world. Zio Ching sighs. Alas, during the traversal of space, our power was consumed at a terrifying rate. We couldn't hold on for long, and in the end, we had no choice but to bring Master to the Tian Yuan continent. Jian Chen is deeply moved. So it was you two who saved me. Then why didn't you come out to meet me sooner? Zio Ying answers, we wanted to, truly. But the spatial traversal exhausted our power completely, and we fell into deep slumber. It took several long years before we could awaken. Moreover, after we awoke, Master's spiritual consciousness was far too weak. There was simply no way to establish contact. Only just now, when the Master's spiritual sense grew slightly stronger, were we able to emerge and meet our Master. Jian Chen breathed a sigh of relief. So it's because I just broke through to the great Saint Master realm my spiritual sense strengthened a bit. Zio Ying said, precisely. Zio Ching added, moreover, now that the Master's realm has risen, you can wield our power. Jian Chen said, I've used the azulate sword chi before, haven't I? Zio Ying laughed brightly. Not quite, you can't call it that. Jian Chen's eyes blazed with excitement. Indeed, as Zio Ying says, once I try it, I'll understand. Jian Chen soared into the air. Very well. Let me see what the true power of the azulate sword spirits looks like. Jian Chen swept out a single sword stroke. The blade cleaved a massive boulder clean in two. Jian Chen murmured, what devastating lethality. Zio Ching gasped, yo, that nearly killed me. Zio Ying panted heavily, huffing and wheezing. Jian Chen asked, what's wrong with you two? Zio Ying answered helplessly, releasing sword chi is extremely exhausting, you know. Zio Ching yawned. Master, our energy consumption is far too great. We must return to the blade and enter slumber. Jian Chen asked, then how can I replenish your energy? Zio Ying yawned drowsily. Silly Master, just absorb more high-grade monster cores and it'll be fine. Jian Chen produced a handful of monster cores. Absorb monster cores? I have plenty of those. At that moment, Ming Dong arrived and asked Jian Chen, hey, are you all right? Jian Chen turned to Ming Dong. Come on, let's head to Wake City. Ming Dong followed and asked, what for? Jian Chen answered flatly, to kill people. Half a month later, Jian Chen and Ming Dong arrived at Wake City. They had finally reached their destination. Ming Dong whistled. Heh, this Wake City is truly massive. Jian Chen frowned, sensing something amiss. Why was the atmosphere in the city so peculiar? Could something major have happened? Ming Dong asked, who exactly are we here to kill, Captain? Jian Chen said, you'll find out soon enough. Suddenly a commotion erupted nearby. Someone bellowed furiously, damn it! The affairs of our Zhou mercenary group, how dare you interfere? A crowd had gathered and a dispute was clearly underway. One voice roared, are you asking to never set foot in this city again? Another voice retorted, in broad daylight you lot dare to abduce a young maiden. It was you scoundrels. A little girl named Meila was crying in her mother's arms. Mama, Meila is scared? Her mother held her tight and tried to comfort her. Don't be afraid, Meila, don't be afraid. A fat, burly man swaggered forward with a menacing grin. Little sister, don't be afraid. Big brother adores you, he sneered. Meila's family cursed at him, a true degenerate scum of the earth. One of the thugs spotted something that made him freeze on the spot. One thug's throat was severed dead in an instant. It was Jian Chen who had struck. Every last one of those pieces of scum was finished. Jian Chen swept his blade in a single arc. The thugs were dealt with. One of them stared wide-eyed in disbelief. That sword is impossibly fast. Meila burst out from her mother's arms, running joyfully toward him. Uncle Jian Chen, Uncle Jian Chen. Her mother chased after her, Mela, slow down. Mela was overjoyed to see Giant Chen. Uncle Giant Chen, you were so cool just now. Giant Chen patted the little girl's head gently. Good girl, tell Uncle where is the headquarters of the Zhou mercenary group. Mela pointed, over there. Giant Chen followed her gaze. Good, at the Zhou mercenary group's building. A boisterous voice rang out. Ha ha, with the Zhou mercenary group's participation, Wake City's defensive strength against this beast tide has surged enormously. The city lord is deeply concerned for Wake City's safety. De Li offers his gratitude in advance. The orange-haired man replied with a grin. Commander De Li is far too kind. Wake City is also a foundation of our Zhou group. This is only natural. Suddenly the doors burst open with a deafening crash. A guard outside shouted, "Who goes there? Who dares barge into the Zhou group's headquarters?" Changyang Xiangshan burst in, unleashing a devastating sword strike that wounded several men. He roared the orange-haired man's name, Qi Leasi, demanding his head, a cold laugh escaping his lips. The orange-haired man, Qi Leasi, I thought you were someone with a leopard's gallbladder, daring to storm into our Zhou group. Turns out you're just the whelp of some fallen house, and you even brought a helper. What is your life really that worthless? Ming Dong said, so you're the one he has a grudge against. Xiangshan replied, yes. Ming Dong studied the orange-haired man. That vicious face of his clearly not a good person. Before a hand could even be raised, a voice thundered through the hall, HMPH. Let me see. The orange-haired man sneered. How much does your backup actually weigh? Ming Dong thought, what an overwhelming aura. This man's combat power is no less than Qi Leasi's. If we can make use of him, this beast tide will have gained another ally. The orange-haired man said, also a high-level Saint Master slightly stronger than you, not bad. But strength has its limits. Today, neither of you shall leave the Zhou group's headquarters alive. Suddenly a hand reached out. Hold, do not act rashly. Xiangshan asked, Your Excellency, who are you? The man introduced himself. This humble one is De Laut, commander of Wake City's Imperial Guard. Gentlemen, hear me out. The beast tide which comes once every several decades is upon us. Wake City faces grave danger. Your personal grievances can be settled afterward. Wait until after the beast tide. Xiangshan's fury was uncontainable. Today I absolutely must kill Qi Leasi. The orange-haired man blazed with killing intent. Commander De Li, I will not permit anyone who has struck against the Zhou group's people to walk away alive. They must die. Ming Dong asked, how about I handle this? But Xiangshan was already burning with rage. No need. Having said that, Xiangshan soared into the air. The battle between the two raged fierce and brutal. Xiangshan roared, curse you, dog thief. He charged forward, his saber crashing down upon the orange-haired man. The fierce clash had yet to determine a victor when Qi Leasi was sent crashing into the ground, cratering the earth beneath him. Cough, cough. A great Saint Master, you've actually reached the great Saint Master realm. Commander De Li spoke up. Young friends, you are both great Saint Master powerhouses with limitless futures ahead. Wake City now faces a perilous crisis. Why not forge a bond of goodwill and turn hostility into peace? Xiangshan said, Commander De Li, you are not me. You have never endured the suffering I have borne. With that, Xiangshan attacked again, striking Qi Leasi until he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The man was sent tumbling across the ground. Xiangshan continued coldly, You have no standing to lecture me about mercy. Qi Leasi wiped the blood from his mouth. Cough, cough, heh heh. Even if you are a great Saint Master, you die today. He detonated a signal flare atop the building. Commander De Li's face changed drastically. This is the Zhou group's Tiger Wolf Guard. De Li said, Young friend, wait a moment. I shall summon the city lord to preside over this matter. Qi Leasi sneered. The Zhou Tiger Wolf Guard orders are to kill the enemy. Even if the city lord himself comes, he'll only be collecting your corpse. Ha 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 ha. 3 high-level Saint Masters, we could crush you by sheer weight alone. Ming Dong tensed in alarm. But Xiangshan stood his ground, waiting as the Tiger Wolf Guard formed their battle formation. He began deploying his techniques to resist. Giant Chen leaped into the air and unleashed 2 massive sword slashes. Streams of purple-white light blazed blindingly in an instant. The mercenaries couldn't withstand the force and were blown apart like scattered leaves. They howled in agony. Giant Chen continued sweeping his blade forward in devastating arcs, roaring, Scram! He vaulted into the air, his sword dancing as he struck down the remaining fighters. Giant Chen spat with contempt. Useless trash, all you lot know is how to howl to the heavens. They crashed down from the sky like rain, thudding onto the earth one after Anna there nothing left but pitiful cries of agony. Min Dong dodges nimbly left and right. But who could have predicted that mid-evasion? a mercenary's head would slam straight into his leg. Min Dong curses viciously, then rolls away like a ball, tumbling through several rings of dust and debris. As it happens, the man lands right in front of Kelesi. At this very moment, Jian Chen also descends to the ground. Kelesi is so terrified that cold sweat pours down his face. He grits his teeth in panic. Jian Chen grips his sword with ironclad resolve, while at Kelesi's feet lies a body sprawled in a pool of blood. Kelesi and his companions stagger back a step. The youth's eyes brim with killing intent as he speaks in a dark, chilling voice. Who else? Kelesi's men are paralyzed by fear and dread. No one dares answer. Suddenly, Kelesi produces a large cloth sack from behind his back. He hurls the sack onto the ground before Jian Chen and Min Dong. Golden coins spill out from within. Kelesi then raises his arm and bellows at his men. Their saint forces, severely depleted, are utterly spent. A malicious grin spreads across Kelesi's lips. Smugly, he issues his command. Wound either of them 1,000 purple gold coins as reward. Not only that, kill one of them, and the reward is 10,000 purple gold coins. The instant those words leave his mouth, the greedy wretches forget every lesson their fallen comrades tried to teach them, and charge forward with a unified war cry. Jian Chen grips his sword tight, ready to strike. He plants his feet on the ground and bellows, "Scram!" Then he unleashes a flurry of sword strikes, sending waves of violet glinting slashes, ripping through the air in every direction. In the blink of an eye, every last mercenary takes a hit. Nothing remains but howls of agony. Not stopping there, Jian Chen executes several more strokes, his entire body wreathed in a radiant white and violet glow. A violent eruption rips through the air. Bodies plummet from the sky once more, their mouths capable of producing nothing but grunts and screams under the overwhelming force. Some even curse their wretched fate. Yet Jian Chen has no intention of stopping. Sword in hand, he advances to deliver a brutal beatdown to each and every one of them. The merciless blade cannot distinguish friend from foe. Even Min Dong, standing off to the side, is forced to dodge frantically from one spot to the next, panting heavily from exhaustion. Kelesi, on the other hand, feels not a shred of worry. Smugness fills his heart instead. Ha ha ha, let's see how long you can hold out. The moment your saint force runs drithat is the moment you die. Seeing his companion forced to battle these worthless shrimp non-stop, Min Dong calls out loudly, "If I hold off these hounds for the span of a single breath, can you handle that, ringleader?" Jian Chen answers mid-strike, "I can." Hearing this, Min Dong clicks his tongue, grits his teeth, and holds the line with grim satisfaction. Good. The instant the word leaves his lips, he thrusts a finger skyward. A colossal pillar of light rockets into the heavens, whipping the wind and dust into a frenzy like a raging tornado. Min Dong raises his arm to unleash his technique, his eyes sharp as an assassin's, and speaks in a cold, ominous tone. With that, Min Dong roars. Now, a barrage of violent cyclone slashes tears through the air, leaving dozens of mercenaries crippled on the ground. On the other side, Kelesi urgently shouts his orders. "Charge, charge, damn you!" Just as the cyclone slash closes in, Kelesi desperately raises his arms to block it. Jian Chen seizes the opening in an instant. He surges forward, sword dancing, and bellows his opponent's name. Kelesi, prepare to die. A thunderous explosion erupts in a dazzling flash of light, drawing the attention of every onlooker. What in the world just happened? From within the blast, something hurtles outward at terrifying speed, forcing the onlookers to gape at its trajectory in shock. Kelesi is beaten so savagely that he sprawls spread-eagled on the ground, coughing violently. The surrounding crowd gasps in disbelief. Is that the captain of the Zhou mercenary company? How could he be beaten to such a state? The crowd turns toward the source of the explosion, where rocks and debris rain down in every direction. From within the dust cloud, the silhouette of a young man emerges, stepping through the haze. Jian Chen stands not far away, looming over Kelesi. "Bastard, have you decided how you want to die?" Kelesi, finally knowing true terror, immediately drops to his knees and begs for mercy. "Cough, cough, spare my life. Every last coin I have, it's all yours." Jian Chen, however, showed no concern for material things. He merely cast a contemptuous glance at his opponent and sneered. "You think you can beg for your life?" Without a word, Jian Chen lifted his foot and slammed it into Kelesi's face. Kelesi took the full brunt of the blow and was sent hurtling back another meter. Jian Chen roared with fury, "Go ask Hu Po." The painful memories of that day come flooding back. When Xiao Dao threw himself against the monstrous beast, he didn't forget to tell Jian Chen, "Among us, your strength is the greatest. Only you have a chance to escape." When Kaid, riddled with wounds, still forced out his final command, I, Kaid, captain of the Blazing Flame mercenary band, order you take Xiao Dao and run. At the thought of this, fury boiled to a fever pitch. Killing intent erupted from every pore of Jian Chen's body as he spoke through gritted teeth, ask Xiao Dao. His fists clenched tight, wreathed in surging Saint force. Jian Chen bellowed, ask Captain Kaid. In that instant, he drove his fist into the man's face, slamming him down onto the cold stone floor. But he didn't stop there. Jian Chen seized Kelesi by the ankle, then casually hurled the hulking brute toward the signboard above the gate. The signboard cracked under the tremendous forcerite before Jian Chen's eyes. It crashed to the ground. The young man murmured under his breath, Hu Po, Xiao Dao, Captain. Then he tilted his head back, gazing up at the vast blue sky. Did you all see that? Ming Dong approached from behind, curious about what came next. Where do we go from here? Jian Chen exhaled softly and said, Next we head to, but before he could finish, a thunderous shout echoed from the distance. Make way, make way. Before long, rows of armored soldiers had formed ranks behind Jian Chen. The city lord is on official business. All unrelated persons clear the area. Their commander stepped forward to interrogate Jian Chen regarding his identity. Young brother, might you be Jian Chen? A flicker of recognition passed through Jian Chen's eyes. His expression turned somber as he leaned over and whispered to Ming Dong. It seems we're about to be invited in for a drink. Ming Dong, failing to grasp the meaning, responded with a bewildered expression. What? The city lord stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. Ha ha ha, young brother Jian Chen is truly a prodigy. It is a great honor to meet you. Jian Chen returned the courtesy with a polite bow. Jian Chen greets the city lord. Hearing this, the city lord smiled in surprise. Oh, so the young brother knows who I am. Jian Chen kept his composure and explained with a slight bow. In Yancock City, the only person who could command such deference from Commander Duoli is none other than the city lord himself. The city lord couldn't help but praise him. Young brother Jian Chen is truly sharp-witted. He clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at Kelesi, who remained plastered against the signboard. With a sigh, he continued, Alas, it seems I arrived too late. Hearing this, Jian Chen shot him a subtle glance and probed. It appears the city lord has come to hold me accountable. The city lord's face broke into a cunning smile. This left Jian Chen momentarily speechless. He studied the man carefully as the city lord laughed heartily and clapped him on the shoulder. Young brother, I jest. This old one would like to invite both of you young talents into the residence for a chat. How about it? Jian Chen was in no rush, so he readily agreed to the city lord's arrangements. Inside the city lord's residence, lanterns blazed bright as all three sat in the garden and conversed. The city lord spoke frankly, there is no way to steer those men toward the path of righteousness. A pity, truly. The Zhou mercenary band being annihilate, that was simply their fate. What this old one truly worries about is the impending beast tide and the overall defense strategy for Yancock City. Jian Chen sipped his tea and reassured him. Rest assured, city lord. With the Zhou mercenary band's combat strength eliminated, the two of us brothers are more than sufficient. The city lord was stunned for a moment, then quickly cautioned. Those words are not spoken lightly. If they were, the Zhou mercenary band would never have been wiped out so thoroughly. Jian Chen gently set his teacup down on the marble table and continued evenly. I speak no falsehood to the city lord. At the table laden with food for three, Jian Chen's voice slowly rang out. Tomorrow, Jian Chen must make a trip to the Tianxing family. The city lord nearly choked upon hearing this. The Tianxing family, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as panic seized him. Brother, the Tianxing family is the foremost strategic clan in all of Yancock City. Yet Jian Chen harbored not a shred of fear. On the contrary, his eyes gleamed with keen interest. Continue tallying the combat losses both sides have sustained this time. Once this matter is settled, I will give you a full accounting. For now, I ask the city lord not to stand in my way. As his words fell, Saint force erupted across Jian Chen's entire body, its blazing radiance spilling outward into the surrounding air. Under the starless night sky, Ming Dong yawns. Ming Dong rubs his belly and asks, where to next? Jian Chen suggests they go get noodles. Ming Dong then asks, wait, weren't you full just now? Jian Chen immediately retorts, I'm not like some people who'd starve to death. Ming Dong instantly understands that some people refers to himself. He rubs his bulging belly, feigning a greedy expression, and grins. Heh, who told the city lord to prepare so many delicacies? He he. From afar, someone silently observes. A subordinate respectfully inquires, City lord, must we simply stand by and watch them clash with the Tianxing clan? The city lord watches the two youths gradually disappear into the distance before answering. Let us wait and observe. With just the two of them, it is impossible for them to have annihilated the Zhou mercenary corps in such a short time. There must be an Earth Saint Master backing them. His expression darkens, inscrutable. He ponders carefully, judging from that youth's tone and words during their conversation. There is more than half a chance that a formidable power stands behind him. If we could win them over, our strength would certainly surpass the Tianxing clan and the Zhou mercenary corps by several folds. His subordinate Lang Tin listens as the city lord continues warmly. Furthermore, Tianxing Lai and Tianxing Daeyun have run rampant in Wake City for far too long. It is high time we temper their arrogance. The next morning, voices fill the mansion. I say, Tianxing Lai, what is the meaning of this? Summoning everyone here at the crack of dawn. Inside the council chamber, numerous figures sit gathered, discussing matters. The one who raised his voice earlier continues his questioning. Indeed, our clan has faced no shortage of troubles. Our friendship spans over a decade. A single word from us would suffice. Why must we come all the way to your estate for deliberation? Tianxing Lai, visibly tense, finally speaks. This matter cannot be taken lightly. The brat who annihilated the Zhou mercenary corps yesterday is none other than the one our Tianxing clan hunted a year ago. His name is Jian Chen. I have gathered all of you here because the other man catches on and cuts in. You want us to help you kill that brat, is that it? Tianxing Lai grits his teeth and refutes. No need. Then with eyes full of dread, he continues. All I ask is that you help me pin him down. His cultivation base is merely at the Saint Master level, but his speed is terrifyingly fast. Even I cannot keep up with him. Tianxing Lai slams his fist upon the chair in fury, his demeanor radiating hostility. Once we have him restrained, I will personally strip him of his tendons and flay him alive. The two guards at the door exchange whispers. What exactly is the patriarch planning? He's summoned every notable figure in Wake City. The other replies. It seems related to the annihilation of the Zhou mercenary corps yesterday. The whole city has been buzzing about it for 2 days now. Out of nowhere, a wheel cake flies straight into one guard's face. Seeing his companion collapse in pain, the other guard furiously shouts, "Who the hell is throwing things around?" Jian Chen stands not far away, his hand still glowing with saint force, and replies, "Your grandpa here did." In the very next instant, both guards are sent flying by Jian Chen's saint force. Jian Chen clenches his weapons tightly and strides forward, kicking the mansion gates clean off their hinges. Ming Dong follows behind, clutching a bag of pastries, eating while grumbling. Such delicious fried cakes, and you go and use them to hit people. What a waste. Jian Chen, however, pays no heed and responds offhandedly. Once the fighting's done, I'll treat you to a proper feast. Ming Dong is so exasperated that his eyes nearly roll to the back of his head. As his companion turns and walks away, Ming Dong channels Saint Force into one hand while eating pastries with the other, muttering, "My dear captain, I like eating fried cakes, not the grand feast you keep promising me." The two enter the mansion, yet seeing no one step out, Dong Ji grows deeply suspicious. There isn't a single soul in sight. Why are you so tense? Jian Chen immediately warns. Who said there's no one here? The young servants hesitate for a moment, then report the news they've arrived. From all directions, red blurs suddenly encircle them as numerous strangers descend from the sky and touch down upon the ground. Booming laughter echoing everywhere. Both Ming Dong and Jian Chen draw their weapons, ready for battle. Ming Dong, sensing the opponent's strength, cries out in alarm. Why are there so many great saint masters? Jian Chen's entire being sinks into a deathly calm. Tianxing Lai strides forward, wielding a massive war hammer, and bellows, "You wretched cur!" He launches into the air with a thunderous roar. "I will offer your blood as tribute to my son." Instantly, a swirling ring of dust and debris erupts from the ground. Jian Chen, provoked beyond measure, shrouds himself in his own power and murmurs coldly, "Old fool." His opponent grips the hammer handle tight, his entire body radiating energy. Jian Chen, refusing to be outdone, swings his sword. It rockets toward his adversary at blinding speed. Before the two even clash directly, the shockwave already shakes heaven and earth. Those nearby are gripped by uncontrollable terror as rocks and debris fly everywhere. The sheer impact generates a devastating force of slaughter. At the rear courtyard of the Tianxing estate, bones lie piled in heaps. Tianxing Daeyun witnesses the carnage, his expression darkening instantly. He murmurs through clenched teeth, "Who dares wage war within the Tianxing clan?" He swiftly soars away from the ghastly scene, grinding out each word, "Find them." Back at the battlefield, neither side yields an inch. Debris scatters in every direction. Right where Jian Chen stands, dust rains down like a deluge. Someone raises his voice in bewilderment. What in the devil is that? Jian Chen gazes upward at a figure wreathed in swirling energy and falls into a long, contemplative silence. Tianxing Daiyun arrives at the scene. Orange Saint Force envelops his entire body and weapon alike. A thunderous rumble reverberating across the courtyard. Tianxing Daiyun soars through the air before halting beside his elder brother. He calls out, "Big brother who dares cause havoc in the Tianxing clan." Tianxing Lai, taken aback by his brother's arrival, immediately points the accusation. "Daiyun, you've come at just the right time. That cursed dog who murdered your nephew has arrived." Tianxing Daiyun's face turns ice cold as he gazes down at Jian Chen and Ming Dong standing on the ground below. "Is that so? You too?" He roars, vowing to grind their bones to dust, then hurls a devastating blow down upon the earth. His Saint Force detonates in a massive explosion, but Jian Chen dodges with lightning reflexes. Jian Chen, fully aware of his opponent's terrifying strength, grows extremely tense. A few beads of sweat roll down his face. A massive crater erupts in the ground. Thick smoke billows out from within. Tianxing Lai bursts into wild laughter, mocking, "Ha ha ha ha, Kanger! The one who murdered you has been ground to mincemeat. Your death is avenged." Suddenly, from within the crater, earth and stone converge, rising into a towering column. Daiyun's eyes widen as he cries out in shock. Instantly, the stone column is cleaved clean through from behind the cut, flawless and unhesitating. A voice rings out, "Your son was arrogant and tyrannical, slaughtering the innocent without cause. He deserved this end." The voice continues. Full of authority, Tianxing Lai shields his face from the shockwave of the attack. Tianxing Daiyun quickly moves to stand before him, shielding his brother from harm. Tianxing Lai cries out in disbelief, "How is this possible?" His eyes bulge. "In merely 1 year, you've actually advanced to Great Saint Master." Jian Chen presses his assault and retorts, "HMPH. Back then you hunted me like a desperate animal. I barely survived, yet I dare return." He unleashes his technique sword control by soul great revolving wheel and bellows. "I have more than enough power to kill you." But just as the blade is about to reach Tianxing Lai's face, Tianxing Daiyun intercepts in the nick of time, shouting, "Out of the way." He deflects the sword with a powerful sweep and snarls, "Leave this to me." Tianxing Daiyun leaps high into the void, activating his divine ability. "You dare challenge me, if this is all the skill you possess." A blinding light erupts along with his threat. "Hear me well, only your corpse shall remain." From that source of light, a ferocious monster materializes. It lets out a roar that demonic cry shakes heaven and earth. Ming Dong is startled and shouts, "What the hell is that thing?" He recoils in alarm. Why does it carry such heavy killing intent? Jian Chen, though harboring some wariness, steels his resolve. No matter what he does, he prepares to strike, declaring, "Just kill him and it's done." His power surges, repelling the enemy. Immediately after, Tianxing Daiyun launches yet another technique. He grips a colossal warhammer. Seeing this, Jian Chen says, "Let me see just what tricks you're playing." From the side, Tianxing Lai advances to attack, but he was already sent hurtling backward by the stone column. Jian Chen, sensing the situation turning dire, pales and shouts, "Not good." The stone golem has transformed into an enormous monstrosity, flames blazing furiously across its entire body. It stomps its foot hard upon the earth, then turns toward Jian Chen and lets out a booming laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, Jian Chen, you little brat. Behold the earth burst flame." The stone golem's face twists with ferocity as it roars with all its might. From where it stands, a cataclysmic explosion is triggered. Onlookers from afar gasp, "What devastating combat power!" Others stammer in shock. Tianxing Lai is actually this powerful. Tianxing Daiyun stands atop the stone golem, looking down at them and commands, "What are you all waiting for?" He orders them to block the two. The crowd stammers in confusion before snapping to attention and obeying the order. They spring into action, fixing their gazes on the two young men and shouting threats. "Don't even think about running." Ming Dong raises one hand to block them and curses, "Go FCK yourselves." He lands swiftly alongside Xiangshan and bellows, "Today, I only came for the Tianxing clan. If you don't want to die, stay out of this." The others bristle with rage, weapons drawn as they charge forward, shouting, "Insolent brat." Annoyed, Jian Chen sighs and mutters, "How troublesome." In the blink of an eye, he and Ming Dong cut down every last one of them. Ming Dong growls, "They don't know the meaning of death." The group cries out in agony, "Og, Erg." Jian Chen finishes and touches down. His expression turns solemn as he calls out loudly. Tianxing Lai Jian Chen issues his threat. "You're next." Two swords are launched. Merging into one sword control by Soul Azulet, twins strike rocketing straight toward the stone golem. Yet it seems to have little effect. The golem sneers, "Pathetic tricks. Before my absolute defense, you are nothing but a child. To its shock, the blow lands squarely on its arm, shattering it before its master's disbelieving eyes. The rebel howls, "How is this possible?" Half its face has been blasted apart, yet its mouth still stammers. How is this possible?" Tianxing Daiyun calls out in panic. "Big brother!" Flames blaze violently atop a distant peak, thick smoke billowing upward to blanket the entire sky. A figure screams and hurtles downward, "Big brother!" Below, a burning corpse free-falls down the mountainside. Tianxing Daiyun catches it. Tianxing Lai forces out his final words, "Kill! Kill Jian Chen! Avenge my son!" Tears streaming down his face, Tianxing Daiyun wails, "Big brother!" Suddenly, a cold, cutting voice rings out. Tianxing Daiyun wipes away his loathsome tears. Jian Chen continues, "You've slaughtered so many people, all of whom had families, friends, brothers, and sisters. You vermin, your very tears are nothing but filth." Hearing this, he looks up with blazing fury, turns around and laughs, "Ha ha. Trash, what a fine piece of trash." He roars with unbridled rage, "Jian Chen, I will make you regret ever being born into this world." Violent winds erupt around his body, transforming the area into a terrifying expanse of blood-red light. Ming Dong stands nearby, utterly astonished, stammering. His aura, this demonic energy, is insanely powerful. Jian Chen's expression hardens with a cold snort. Tianxing Daiyun cradles his brother's corpse, rises to his feet and strides toward them. The demonic energy thickens, making the air suffocating. He laughs uproariously from within the dark miasma. Outside, the wind howls with increasing fury as if a cataclysmic storm is about to descend and devour everything in its path. The skulls, infused with demonic energy, emit a strange crimson glow from their hollow eye sockets. They form a long, serpentine procession, advancing toward the battlefield below. Behind Tianxing Daiyun now stretches a horrifying legion of skulls. He declares with a triumphant laugh, "You dare provoke the Tianxing clan. Don't expect to leave here alive." He ascends into the air with the skulls swirling around him, casting a pall of dread over those below. Ming Dong, witnessing the spectacle, cries out in terror, "So many skulls, so many people has he killed?" Beside him, Jian Chen's face turns ashen. Rendered speechless, from within the demonic energy, emerges an enormous skeleton wreathed in blazing crimson flames. No wonder thousands go missing from Wake City. Every Yerno trace is ever found. Tianxing Lai and Tianxing Daiyun treat human lives as less than dirt. They are worse than beasts. Two people nearby witness the ghastly scene and gnash their teeth, seething with hatred for the Tianxing clan. The creature raises its colossal hand. Tianxing Daiyun bellows simultaneously, "Die for me." The arm crashes downward with devastating force. The surroundings shatter apart, flames erupting in all directions. Jian Chen and Ming Dong leap aside in an instant, retreating to safety. Outside, the city lord receives two envoys. He bows, "Your excellencies have come to aid Wake City. Yun Li could not greet you from afar, please forgive this offense." The two envoys quickly respond in kind. "City Lord Yun Li, there's no need for such formalities. Each beast tide rarely features fifth-tier magical beasts. You should be able to handle it yourselves." The two remove their hooded cloaks, revealing towering figures, and laugh as they speak. "Every time you call for aid from the royal capital, we come to feast and take our fill without lifting a finger. Honestly, it's rather embarrassing." The city lord smiles warmly in response, "Your excellencies are far too modest. With the two of you stationed here, Yun Li can finally rest easy." The red-haired Earth Saint Master replies readily, "Easy enough, easy enough. However, your warning came rather early. This timeth beast tide is still days away." The city lord responds, "Not early at all. I wouldn't dare conceal anything. The reason Yun Li invited you both to Wake City early is because I need your help in intimidating a certain junior." Kathapa hears this and is utterly taken aback. His mouth gapes as he asks, "Oh, has some heaven-defying talent emerged in Wake City over these past decades?" The city lord speaks slowly in response. "A young powerhouse has suddenly appeared within the past year. Moreover, this humble official is unable to discern the true extent of his strength." The three of them approach the area and immediately sense the demonic energy engulfing it. Kathapa turns and says, "Such dense demonic energy has a fifth-tier magical beast appeared within the city. Up ahead, that massive beast is still ferociously attacking two people inside." Jian Chen dodges a strike and thinks, this is far too bizarre. The offensive power rivals that of a fifth-tier magical beast. Ming Dong maneuvers behind him and curses, "Damn it. This demonic energy is truly sinister. It scrambles the mind. I can barely move, let alone fight." Tianxing Daiyun speaks with a booming laugh. "Under my annihilation, Demon Chi, none of you can escape." Jian Chen turns and says, Buy me 3 breaths of time. He hears this and immediately responds, got it. Ming Dong looks up and shouts, if you don't want to die, come fight with me. To hold him off for 3 breaths whatever, Ming Dong, summoned, also responds swiftly. It's all right. Ming Dong and his companion soar upward toward the creature, shouting to draw its attention, attack together. Your grandfather stands here. The fate of trash is nothing but death. He swats Ming Dong to the ground and laughs triumphantly. Meanwhile, Giant Chen has already drawn his sword and soared skyward. He roars, raising his blade to strike the creature, take this sword. Azulet Cosmo Sword Chi. He swings his sword in a devastating arc straight at the creature. Wounded across the chest, he falls unwillingly to the ground, murmuring, how is this possible? Blood sprays in all directions. He screams an agony deafening, visceral wail. The creature explodes across the sky. Giant Chen hovers in the air, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice speaks. It seems this is the rising star of Wake City. He hears. His expression hardens instantly as he turns to look. Who's there? Someone who can approach without making a single sound. Giant Chen asks, somewhat bewildered, City Lord. City Lord, sir, who might these two be? The City Lord smiles and begins. Allow me to introduce. Kathapa quickly steps forward, raising his hand to stop the City Lord. He says, who I am doesn't matter. I've heard that a young genius has emerged in Wake City. Kathapa opens his eyes wide, unleashing his aura, and declares, I find this most intriguing. Kathapa's overwhelming aura surges toward Xiangshan with tremendous might. I very much wish to exchange blows with your excellency. The pressure crushes every cultivator present like cases trembling, severe ones coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Ming Dong grits his teeth. Ugh, damn it, this suppressive aura is terrifying, I can't even move. Kathapa's aura also weighs heavily upon Xiangshan. Giant Chen finds breathing difficult, cold sweat drenching his body. Huff, huff. The suppressive aura of an Earth Saint Master is truly staggering. Giant Chen cannot simply stand here and endure. Refusing to take the blow passively, twin purple flames ignite in his eyes. Giant Chen draws his sword and unleashes the Azulet Sword Chi technique. Roaring, HRAAGH. Giant Chen's sword Chi clashes head-on with the red-haired Earth Saint Master's suppressive aura. At this moment, Giant Chen's power surges to such heights that only purple flames burn in his eyes. The two forces collide, generating a massive explosion around Xiangshan. Giant Chen stands at the epicenter, blazing with radiance. The shockwave sends the red-haired Earth Saint Master's cloak billowing wildly. Earth Saint Master Kathapa's eyes fly open in shock. He points at the explosion. What is? He thrusts his hand forward, deploying a defensive barrier. Giant Chen's sword Chi relentlessly hammers against the shield. But the fragile barrier cannot withstand the sword Chi's crushing pressure and begins to crack. Earth Saint Master Kathapa reveals a look of genuine fear. HRAAH. The defensive shield shatters into fragments. Earth Saint Master Kathapa is blasted backward. Fortunately, the green-haired Earth Saint Master intercepts in time, catching Kathapa. His expression carries a hint of displeasure. Kathapa is still shaken, drenched in sweat. He breathes a heavy sigh. Huff, huff. You are truly powerful. The green-haired Earth Saint Master says nothing. The City Lord, however, is all too familiar with Giant Chen's ways. Kathapa's attack has also drained most of Giant Chen's strength. He pants heavily in response. You are too kind, Kathapa says with uncharacteristic humility. I am truly humbled. The two Earth Saint Masters cup their fists toward Xiangshan. Kathapa speaks, for a junior at the Great Saint Master realm, to shatter an Earth Saint Master's full-power suppressive or young hero. You are truly unrivaled among your peers. Kathapa is deeply impressed. The green-haired one echoes, likewise impressed. Giant Chen cups his fists politely in return. Kathapa, growing curious, raises his hand and asks, that immense power you just unleashed did not appear to be Saint Force. Might I ask what it was? Giant Chen answers with some difficulty, I truly dare not conceal it. I cannot fully control this power. Had your suppressive aura not been so formidable, the green-haired Earth Saint Master pats Kathapa's back, signaling he's saying it's not convenient to share. Don't be so pushy. Thap laughed it off. He spoke cheerfully. Ha ha ha, this one was rude. City Lord Yun Li. With young brother Giant Chen here and the two of us beside 7, this beast tide is nothing to worry about. Dayak City is safe. Yun Li is overjoyed. Yes, 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 the honored sir speaks truly. Yun Li considers himself truly fortunate to have the aid of these 3. Before Yun Li can finish his words, the clatter of skulls clashing against one another echoes through the air. Countless skulls lie scattered in wretched disarray. The City Lord's expression shifts to panicky. Are there so many skulls? Thap explains that Tianxiang Daeyun cultivated dark arts. Every skull belongs to a victim whose essence blood was drained completely dry. The city lord's face darkens with fury, his brows furrowing. No wonder thousands of people vanish from Dayak City every year without reason, all victims of the Tangsheng family. Yun Li bows deeply to Xiangshan. Brother Jian Chen, you have slain Tangsheng Daeyun and rid Dayak City of a great scourge. Yun Li is deeply grateful. I will return and conduct a thorough investigation. Every last person involved shall be expelled. These words turn the faces of everyone present deathly pale. Jian Chen responds with courtesy. You've worked hard, City Lord. Yun Li adds, when you have time, young brother, do pay a visit to the City Lord's manor. This case shall be handled according to the young brother's judgment. Jian Chen sees him off. Take care, City Lord. The moment Yun Li departs, Ming Dong throws his arm around Ba Gu Xiangshan and shoots him a teasing wink. This case rests on the young brother's judgment, eh? Ha ha, what do you mean by that? Jian Chen replies cheerfully. In other words, whoever is involved, whoever is innocent, whoever gets expelled, I have the final say. Jian Chen turns his head. Those final words ring out loud and clear, his authority crushing down on everyone present. Cold sweat drenches their bodies. They panic, pleading desperately, we were merely invited as guests. We truly knew nothing of Tangsheng Daeyun's evil deeds. We beg Brother Jian Chen to show mercy. Yes, yes, yes. We beg Brother Jian Chen to show mercy. Ming Dong's eyes go wide with displeasure. He jabs a finger at the lot of them, playing innocent. Now it's Brother Jian Chen, is it? You and you, and you. You lot were throwing some serious blows just a moment ago, weren't you? And now you're scared out of your wits. Either. Jian Chen finds the intimidation spectacle entertaining and bursts into laughter. But neither he nor Ming Dong expects these men to be so desperate to survive that they throw all caution aside and lunge forward. Brother Jian Chen, oh great hero Jian Chen, we were deceived by that Tangsheng dog thief. We had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. Why, you are far too noble to hold grudges against lesser men. Indeed, indeed. Very moment we sensed something wrong with Tangsheng Daeyun. We switched sides at once. It's true, great hero. When it came to destroying Tangsheng Daeyun, we also lent our strength. Ming Dong leaps forward to shield Jian Chen. What do you think you're doing? Back off, looking for a fight. Ming Dong's threat proves effective. None dare take another step forward. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Jian Chen smirks. Enough with the bickering. Jian Chen steps forward, arms folded, and makes his declaration. Ming Dong stands beside him, arms likewise crossed. I have no intention of making things difficult for you. However, the fact that you were invited as guests proves you have deep ties with the Tangsheng family. I'll give you two choices. None dare oppose. Trembling with anxiety, they respond, we are willing to hear the details. Jian Chen raises a single finger. His expression is devoid of any jest. First, submit to investigation. All involved factions will be expelled. You've clawed your way to the top of Dayak City's powers. Surely none of you want that. Jian Chen proposes. Second, from this day forward, submit to me and join my mercenary group. These men naturally know which choice serves them best. Without hesitation, they bow. We agree to submit. Some, however, harbor doubts. May we ask what the great hero's mercenary group is called? Jian Chen declares, my mercenary group shall become the #1 mercenary force on the Tianyuan continent. It's named Fa Lam. At Kaifu, a man speaks, I have a modest estate here. Let it serve as the temporary headquarters for our Blazing Flame mercenary group. It's hardly worthy of the group, but Ming Dong strolls along, a candy stick in hand, and scoffs, you call this modest. This is already quite good. Jian Chen responds, this place is excellent, you have my thanks. The man trails behind meekly, and immediately speaks up. Not at all, not at all. This subordinate has a matter to discuss with the group leader. Jian Chen responds composedly, speak. The man bows and reports, currently, the 5 of us are disbanding our own mercenary groups, but the Kai family and the Duwer family operate primarily in commerce. Dissolving them hastily would cause enormous losses. Jian Chen looks at the man groveling before him and speaks. Then your 2 families shall maintain your original mercenary groups. Focus entirely on generating revenue. Jian Chen continues, in the shortest time possible, take over the Zhou family's mercenary group and seize the Tangsheng family's operations in Zack City. Wherever military force is needed to maintain order, come find me. The Blazing Flame mercenary group will clear every obstacle in your path. Min Dong is still eating his candy, but he never neglects to keep his ears pricked for information. The man hears Jian Chen's reply and beams. Yes, Commander. Suddenly a servant sprints over, screaming, Patriarch, Patriarch, something terrible has happened. The man rounds on him furiously, bellowing, Where are your manners? Can't you see the commander is standing right here? Why all the shouting back and forth? The servant is flustered, his voice frantic with urgency. Dakang and 5 mercenary leaders barge straight through the gates with their men, exuding overwhelming momentum. We want to see what this new commander is made of. The man turns to Jian Chen hesitantly. Commander, this is Jian Chen reads the situation and replies calmly, no matter. With a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes, he continues, have them escorted to the arena. Powerful voices thunder across the arena. Tai Scythe, hot-blooded former leader of a mercenary corps, Dakang former leader of the Golden Dragon Mercenary Corps, Karagaf former leader of another mercenary corps. A sea of spectators fills the arena below, craning their necks as the figure above continues the introductions. Former leader, the Demon Heaven Mercenary Group former mercenary leader, King Feng. All 5 speak in unison, we greet the commander. The commander's face lights up with excitement as he replies warmly. 5 Brotherseer actions and words are decisive. Excellent, I Jian Chen will not mistreat you. Before long everyone will know. Everyone joining the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps was the right decision. Jian Chen continues, but I see you've brought your brothers along. It doesn't seem entirely sincere, does it? The man gripping a massive saber praises loudly. Well said, a pale-faced, soft-bodied little brat. What ability do you have that warrants calling you master? The crowd behind him picks up the mockery. That's right. With a face that pretty, you'd be better off doing embroidery. Ha ha ha. Min Dong, unable to stomach the insults, feels his fury surge. Still eating as he speaks. Hee hee, quite the foul mouth. Jian Chen chuckles softly behind him, HMPH. Min Dong finishes eating and, candy skewer in hand, rockets toward the man with the massive saber. He delivers a thunderous face slap, bellowing. Face slap. The man fails to react in time, absorbing the full force of the stinging slap. He's left utterly speechless. The men behind see their comrade struck and charge forward, yelling, you despicable sneak, take my saber. Min Dong can't hold back any longer. Your mothers, you want to gang up on me? 3 of them rush at him simultaneously, but Min Dong strikes their hands in rapid succession. Searing pain explodes through their arms, their hands go numb and they can't hold their sabers. One lets out a guttural scream. A streak of steel sword slashes past all 3, sending them into a panic of agony. Min Dong's half-eaten candy drops to the ground. At the exact same moment, the 3 ambushers collapse in unison. Jian Chen speaks solemnly, enough, you 3 have already died once. The 3 scramble upright, eyes wide with terror. What do you mean? Jian Chen smiles faintly. Try touching your necks. One of them reaches Yup and his eyes go wide with horror as blood seeps between his fingers. Jian Chen asks with quiet confidence, now tell me, do I have the qualifications to lead you? The 3 stare, mouths agape, minds reeling. How is this possible? He only shaved a sliver of skin from their necks without causing the slightest real harm. Swordsmanship that has reached the realm of the divine. Coupled with this terrifying level of force, controls this man even human. Jian Chen asks impatiently, convinced. They immediately drop to one knee. With faces full of genuine submission, they declare, Mighty Commander, we swear to follow you unto death. Jian Chen asks smugly, how about that? Min Dong grins and flashes a thumbs up. Outstanding. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently. Min Dong doesn't understand what's happening. What is this? Signal fireworks suddenly streak into the sky. Someone shouts, that's the summoning signal. The demonic beasts are about to attack the city. Jian Chen bellows, every Anito the walls, man your positions. A deafening roar from the beasts sends flocks of birds scattering in terror. Demonic boars, demonic leopards, and demonic elephants charge in at breakneck speed. Someone cries out in panic, Wahhat's happening. In every previous attack, the beasts targeted the city walls. The city lord asks with rising alarm, why is their formation so disciplined this time? It's as if someone is controlling them from behind. Jian Chen's eyes suddenly widen, as if he has realized something. He exclaims, could it be the claw of a fearsome beast struck the earth? The horde of beasts has already amassed in overwhelming numbers. Someone cries out in alarm, a 5th-ranked demonic beast has appeared this time. Below the walls lies a barren wasteland, dust churning as it advances. A massive, brawny giant ape with 2 horns jutting from its forehead lets out a terrifying howl, emerging from behind the tree line and surging toward the city. The city lord and Changyang Jian Chen stand atop the walls, gazing down. The sight fills them with dread. The city lord shouts, that's the 5th-ranked demonic beast, the green-scaled demonic ape. It's commanding the attack. Realizing the dire situation, the city lord wheels around and barks orders. All brothers of the city hear my command. Kill the demonic beasts, sever their left forearms. Bring them to the city lord's manor to claim your reward. The moment the words leave his mouth, warriors leap from the walls in droves, determined to slay the beasts. Even as the creatures roar and thrash ferociously, fighters converge from every direction. Some hack at limbs, others strike at bellies. War cries fill the air. The demonic beasts are no pushovers, fighting back with savage desperation. Min Dong also plunges down from the walls, his eyes brimming with killing intent. He thinks to himself, the green-scaled ape is beyond me, but those low-level demonic beasts, if they dare get close. Min Dong channels his strength into his arm and unleashes a devastating slash at the pack of lesser beasts, sending them hurtling through the air. He roars, this lord will slaughter every last one of them. Min Dong glares at the beasts with undisguised hostility and snarls through gritted teeth. You wretched creatures. Still unsatisfied, he charges forward once more, slashing at the demonic beasts with a massive surge of power. The sheer force sends tree trunks flying from the ground. Amidst the deafening chaos, a powerful voice rings out, preserve the left forearms. The experts atop the walls witness this and erupt with excitement. They shout toward Min Dong. The vice commander is incredible. I'm truly in awe. The city lord is equally thrilled, bracing his hands against the wall and roaring his praise. Brother Min Dong stands alone against the horde, truly magnificent. Before the joy can last, a different roar echoes from the distant scene. The city lord's face drains of all color. From the far distance, yet another massive horde of demonic beasts approaches. The city lord shouts urgently, this is bad. Even with fourth-ranked demonic beasts, this is far too many. Min Dong sees this and curses in anger. Every single one of them seems to be fourth order. He immediately turns to the others and orders, I'll scatter them first. We move in pairs near to far, pressing our attack step by step. Min Dong channels his spiritual power, preparing to unleash his wind element technique. He shouts, shatter. The moment the words leave his lips, two massive storms erupt on either side. The tempest Min Dong conjures carries a destructive force that scatters sand and earth in every direction. It closes in, step by step, on the fifth-order magical beast. The fifth-order beast, naturally, refuses to yield. It charges straight into the storm with an earth-shaking roar that reverberates across heaven and earth. The battle rages on, but something emerges from the distance, putting the city lord on high alert. From within the forest, a crocodilian shape bursts forth, its back bristling with razor-sharp spines, as it hurtles forward at terrifying speed. The moment it appears, it rears upward, revealing its terrifying form, a body covered in jagged spines, and a serpentine tail that lashes wildly as it unleashes a ferocious snarl. The city lord's face drains of color. He stammers, how is there still another fifth-order sword crocodile? The green-haired Earth Saint Master is equally shocked. At most, the two of us can hold off one of them, he says. Kathapa gazes down below and speaks with hesitation. We can't fight two of them. Jian Chen stands nearby, brow furrowed as he observes. He speaks in a cold voice. It's not just two. There's another beastone even more formidable than the green-scaled demon ape and the sword crocodile. Kathapa is taken aback, his voice laced with doubt as he responds. Truly, why can't I sense it? Without warning, the sky shifts to a deep violet black. Thunder splits the heavens with deafening cracks, and even Min Dong below snaps to full alert. From within the lightning, a four-legged magical beast descends. Its body is forged of bronze and iron, its eyes blazing like twin infernos. Its back is draped in a coat of midnight black fur. Its aura crushes all beneath its weight. Jian Chen's expression transforms the instant he sees it. He grits his teeth, the golden-maned Tiger King. The moment it appears, Jian Chen leaps from the city walls, sword in hand, ready for battle. I will avenge my brothers. The Earth Saint Master calls out a warning. Young brother, don't be reckless. The two of us were already pinned down by the green-scaled demon ape. You cannot fight it alone. Below, the green-scaled demon ape and the sword crocodile join forces, charging forward to assault the city walls. Min Dong stands in the path of the beasts, slashing down with his sword and roaring, die. The green-scaled demon ape seems utterly unfazed by Min Dong's blade. It beats its chest and lets out a thunderous roar. Over there, both Earth Saint Masters and Jian Chen leap down from above in unison. The three of them soar toward the fifth-order beasts, snarling with rage below. The green-scaled demon ape swings its massive fist toward the Earth Saint Masters, sending them hurtling through the air with cries of agony. Jian Chen channels his strength, preparing to strike against the sword crocodile. He snarls through gritted teeth, you dare stand in my way. Jian Chen grips his weapon with both hands and unleashes a relentless barrage of slashes against the sword crocodile. Every strike targets a lethal, opening guy's movements fluid, his power devastating. Giant Chen roars, "Azulate sword chi, aid me in shattering my foe." The instant his words ring out, the sword chi surges toward the sword crocodile, slamming it into the earth with tremendous force. The city lord witnesses the scene below, his face turning deathly pale. He cannot believe what he has just seen. Giant Chen stands wreathed in an enormous blaze of power, gazing down at the earth below where his strike has carved out a massive, sunken crater. The two Earth Saint Masters stare in utter astonishment. The green-haired one trembles as he speaks. A single strike against a fifth-order beast. Changyang Giant Chen stands face-to-face with the golden-maned Tiger King, his gleaming longsword raised as he calls out, "Golden-maned Tiger King!" The moment the words leave his mouth, he charges forward, eyes burning with hatred. Giant Chen gnashes his teeth and roars. "Blood debts are repaid in blood. A life for a life, die." The golden-maned Tiger King shows no fear. It howls defiantly, a colossal surge of power erupting around its body, twin sparks of fire flashing in its eyes. The green-scaled demon ape moves to shield the golden-maned Tiger King, planting itself before Giant Chen. It raises its massive hand, ready to crush him. Caught off guard, Giant Chen's eyes widen as he snaps to full alert. The green-scaled demon ape swings its arm upward, snatching at Giant Chen overhead. Ming Dong below sees this and shouts a desperate warning. "Giant Chen, watch out." Without hesitation, Ming Dong launches himself into the air. Placing himself between Giant Chen and the blood-aching, the green-scaled demon apes strike head-on. Giant Chen's face drains of color. "Ming Dong," he cries out. Ming Dong plummets straight to the ground after absorbing that devastating blow. A cloud of dust and debris erupting on impact. Through the swirling curtain of dust, Giant Chen catches Ming Dong from behind, but the impact sends them both skidding across the ground. Giant Chen asks anxiously, "How are you?" Ming Dong wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and answers with difficulty, "Cough. I won't die that easily. Watch yourself, you were nearly killed by that giant ape." Before they can exchange another word, the golden-maned Tiger King begins advancing toward them. Fire elemental power gathers in its maw. Building to a blazing inferno, it prepares to unleash upon Giant Chen and Ming Dong. The Earth Saint Master looks up at the magical beast, whose power turns heaven and earth upside down, exclaiming in shock, "Such overwhelming might! Is this truly the peak of the fifth-order Tiger King?" Giant Chen rises slowly, his voice cold as steel. "Ming Dong, go help them kill the green-scaled demon ape. If you can't kill it, just hold it down." Ming Dong's eyes go wide with alarm. "Brother, you can't mean to." Changyang Giant Chen radiates murderous intent. He answers with a furrowed brow, "I do." He immediately executes his sword technique, vaulting into the air to face the golden-maned Tiger King. His voice drips with venom as he continues, "I will have my revenge." Giant Chen channels every ounce of his strength and slashes down at the beast. Hiya! Meanwhile, the green-scaled demon ape brings both colossal fists crashing down upon the earth. The ground shatters, sending rocks flying in every direction, wounding the warriors still locked in combat. Giant Chen's sword strike cleaves into the crown of the golden-maned Tiger King's skull, forcing it to snarl in pain. Giant Chen stares in horror. The beast is barely scratched. Without the power of the azulate sword spirit, he cannot even pierce its outer hide. Before he can recompose himself, the golden-maned Tiger King lashes out with its razor-sharp claws at Xiangshan. Giant Chen cannot react in time. The moment he turns, danger is already upon him. A single thought flashes through his mind, this is bad. The golden-maned Tiger King's claw strikes him, sending him hurtling through the air as a scream of agony tears from his throat. Giant Chen slams violently into the back of the green-scaled demon ape across from him. The green-scaled demon ape feels something slam into its back. Confused, it reaches behind to investigate. Fortunately, Giant Chen leaps to the ground just in time. The moment Giant Chen lands, he gasps for air, his body racked with violent coughs. Frustration burns within him. Damn it, the power of the azulate sword spirit has been exhausted. It needs time to recover. I cannot use it again so soon. The green-scaled demon ape searches for Giant Chen on the ground below. It slams its fists into the earth, making the entire ground tremble. The golden-maned Tiger King, meanwhile, fixes its predatory gaze on Giant Chen before it. Trapped between two magical beasts, a grim calculation runs through his mind, two fifth-order beasts attacking from both sides. Behind him, the golden-maned Tiger King gathers its fire elemental power once more, condensing it into a massive orb as it prepares to strike. Giant Chen narrowly dodges the golden-maned Tiger King's attack. The fireball plunges straight into the ground, but the moment he evades it, The green-scaled demon ape behind him has already spotted Xiangshan. It channels power into its arm and lets out a savage howl. Giant Chen whips around, his face ashen, a single thought racing through his mind. It's over, I can't dodge this. Before the green-scaled demon ape can bring its arm down, a blinding surge of spiritual power seizes its limbs. Both Earth Saint Masters have locked its arms in place with their combined Saint force. Ming Dong below shouts at the top of his lungs toward the green-scaled demon ape. Hey, you giant ape, your opponent is right here. Ming Dong rockets upward and brings his sword slashing down across the green-scaled demon ape's back, breaking its focus on Xiangshan. On the other side, the golden-maned Tiger King unleashes a majestic, domineering roar. Giant Chen pours every last ounce of his strength into a devastating slash at the golden-maned Tiger King. He roars Haya Shatter, but the golden-maned Tiger King's palm strike connects with Giant Chen as well, sending him staggering, his face turning a deathly shade of purple. By now, the green-scaled demon ape has wrenched its arms free from the Earth Saint Master's hold, flinging them away. All three of them are hurled away by the green-scaled demon ape, skidding violently across the ground. The Earth Saint Master clutches his wounded arm and speaks to Ming Dong, who struggles to sit up. They're far too powerful. We simply cannot do it. Suddenly, Ming Dong spots someone hurtling down from above Giant Chen, crashes into the ground with earth-shattering force, sending dust and debris in every direction. The shockwave knocks the struggling Ming Dong flat on his face once more. Giant Chen leans against a boulder, racked with coughs. Cough and cough. Ming Dong stares at the sight, stunned into disbelief. He is still alive. Giant Chen slowly grasps the sword hilt, suddenly realizing something strange. Giant Chen grips the longsword firmly, as it radiates an immense power. He exclaims in astonishment, power of the azulate sword spirit has finally recovered. Giant Chen leaps into the air, shouting without hesitation. Ming Dong, help me drive them into a single line. Ming Dong hears this and immediately agrees. Understood. Ming Dong spreads his legs wide, dropping into a combat stance. He lets out a fierce roar as a powerful gale swirls around his body. Ming Dong strikes his palms against the ground and shouts, Gathering gale! Massive swirling tornadoes of violent wind erupt and encircle the beast. The beast roars. In a flash, Giant Chen dashes behind it, the sword in his hand wreathed in blinding, razor-sharp radiance. The beast remains oblivious, its attention still fixated on the tornadoes before it as it howls in rage. Roar, Giant Chen swings his sword with devastating force, a beam of sword light shooting forward in a perfectly straight arc. He roars, Azulate Frozen Heaven Sword. The crimson-eyed beast snarls, watching the devastating technique closing in upon it. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupts the instant the technique strikes the beast. The blast expands violently, engulfing the surrounding area and causing every person standing there to be blinded by the searing light. A moment later, the smoke begins to dissipate into the air. Giant Chen hovers high above, his gaze locked on the beast. The city lord's face drains of color. Is it dead? He asks. A massive silhouette emerges from within the swirling dust. The crimson-eyed beast, its fangs razor-sharp, stands unscathed and unleashes a deafening roar. Roar. Giant Chen narrows his eyes, a thought forming in his mind. The beast plants its hind legs and begins retreating, yet its gaze never leaves Giant Chen as it continues to snarl. Ming Dong's face pales. He asks hesitantly, what is it trying to do? The beast leaps backward and flees, leaving Giant Chen utterly stunned. Everyone standing on the city walls cries out in astonishment. It's retreating, it's retreating. Ming Dong collapses onto the ground, letting out a long breath. Phew, what the hell, it's finally retreated. The red-haired Earth Saint Master breathes a sigh of relief. The Beast King actually fled in Firtheyes is an unprecedented event in the entire history of Wake City. Giant Chen does not share their relief. He grits his teeth and snarls, you will not escape. As he speaks, he raises both hands, conjuring razor-sharp beams of sword light. Giant Chen roars, die. The fleeing beast whips its head back in alarm, only to see blazing sword light cleaving toward it. It lets out a blood-curdling howl of agony. Seconds later, it crashes to the ground in a pitiful heap. The green-haired Earth Saint Master stares in disbelief, stammering, it's dead. Ming Dong breaks into a radiant grin. We won. Everyone on the city walls erupts in jubilant cheers. We won. We won. Everyone leaps up in sheer elation. The cheers continue to echo. Victory! Giant Chen remains standing in silence. The people around him continue to cheer. We won. Suddenly, Giant Chen coughs violently, spewing a mouthful of blood. Ming Dong rushes to his side in panic, shouting, Giant Chen, what's wrong, Giant Chen? Jian Chen, wake up, Jian Chen. His voice echoes as if coming from somewhere far, far away. Jian Chen drifts into a hazy dream. A man appears before him and speaks. Well done, Jian Chen. He murmurs, Captain. The people in his dream begin to shower him with praise. Haha, we didn't misjudge you. Jian Chen, you were magnificent. Hehe. Huba grins broadly, holding out a half-eaten chicken leg. Here, have a bite of this. The person next to him scoffs. For heaven's sake, at least offer him one you haven't already bitten into. Huba frowns. To where brother's what's mine is his. Jian Chen pays it no mind. Huba continues to hold out the chicken leg toward Jian Chen. Right, Jian Chen? He reaches out to take it. No worries. He extends his hand to grasp it, but strangely, his fingers pass through eyes cannot hold on. Jian Chen's face suddenly turns pale. A man in green robes stands with hands on his hips, speaking to him. The flame mercenary group is in your hands now. The man slowly fades into the air as he speaks, yet the surrounding voices continue to echo through the void. The flame mercenary group, the finest under heaven. The flame mercenary grouped in 1,000 years. Jian Chen sits in silence, his hand clutched tightly against his aching chest. With unwavering resolve, he declares, the flame mercenary group, 10,000 years. Inside a well-furnished room, a voice rings out. Jian Chen, Jian Chen. Jian Chen opens his eyes, letting out a long, shuddering breath. The people in the room see him wake and cry out, he's awake, he's awake. Jian Chen is awake. About time you've finally woken up. Jian Chen's head throbs from the prolonged sleep. He furrows his brow and asks, how long have I been asleep? Ming Dong grins. Exactly 2 days and 2 nights. You certainly know how to sleep, brat. More alert now, Jian Chen asks urgently, are the 2 lords still here? Has the beast tide retreated? The red-haired Earth Saint Master laughs. Haha, it has retreated. Brother Jian Chen, a single sword stroke slew 2 fifth-grade magical beasts. Without their leaders, the magical beasts descended into chaos and were beaten back by the people. Sitting on the bed, Jian Chen breathes a sigh of relief. Then, good, let us all sit and talk later. The red-haired Earth Saint Master says, in this beast tide, Brother Jian Chen rendered a great service by slaying 3 mighty magical beasts with his sword. Only because of that did we survive the crisis. He continues with a smile. City Lord Yun Lu asked us to deliver these spoils of war that rightfully belong to you, Brother Jian Chen. Inside these space rings are the spoils belonging to the brave warriors of the Flame Mercenary Group, along with the carcasses of the magical beasts. Please take a look, young friend. Jian Chen replies courteously, the 2 lords are far too kind. He touches the shimmering purple gemstone and says, slaying the 5th-grade magical beasts, this time would not have been possible without the aid of the 2 lords. I could never have destroyed them alone. He picks up the gemstone. I will take 1 monster Koreth Tiger Kings. The remaining 2 belong to the 2 lords. The red-haired Earth Saint Master speaks with embarrassment. We contributed very little, Brother Jian Chen. Ming Dong, sitting nearby, chimes in with a laugh. Come now, Jian Chen speaks from the heart. If the 2 lords refuse, it would mean looking down upon our flame mercenary group. The green-haired Earth Saint Master smiles gladly. In that case, we accept. Thank you, brothers. Should the flame mercenary group ever need our help, we will not stand idly by. We'll gladly leap into boiling water and raging fire for you. Jian Chen clasps his hands in gratitude. In the future, the flame mercenary group will count on the 2 lords' care. Jian Chen thanks you in advance. The Earth Saint Master suddenly remembers something and announces, half a year from now, there will be the once in 50 years Grand Mercenary Assembly in Mercenary City. With brothers of such extraordinary skill, you absolutely cannot miss it. Jian Chen hears this and asks in confusion, the Grand Mercenary Assembly. Ming Dong asks hastily, what is that? The red-haired Earth Saint Master is taken aback. Huh, you don't know about the Mercenary Assembly. Jian Chen and Ming Dong exchange puzzled looks. Ming Dong says, we don't. The red-haired Earth Saint Master begins to explain, his voice brimming with excitement. Well, the Mercenary Assembly is held in Mercenary City. Once every 50 years a grand martial arts tournament. All participants must be under 50 years of age. Simply placing within the top 100 earns a generous monetary reward, along with an honorary medal issued by the Alliance. If one can break into the top 10, they may choose a complete set of heaven-tier cultivation techniques. Jian Chen's eyes gleam at once. Heaven-tier cultivation techniques, Ming Dong exclaimed excitedly. That amazing, that evil technique the dog thief Tiansheng practiced. Perhaps it is a human-tier cultivation technique. That red-haired Earth Saint Master added further, that's not all those who place within the top 3 may choose not only a complete set of heaven-tier cultivation techniques, but also a heaven-tier battle skill. Ming Dong bellowed. Heaven-tier battle skills, Jian Chen explained. Those are specialized combat techniques for mercenarist rewards, are truly extraordinary, Ming Dong said with determination. With the Earth Saint master cultivation of those two lords, what ranking could they achieve in the Grand Assembly? The two Earth Saint masters exchanged awkward glances. The green-haired Earth Saint master scratched his head sheepishly. Cough, cough, well, this is embarrassing. The last Grand Assembly was ages ago. The two of us were still children back then. The next one won't be for another 50 years. The red-haired one scratched his head and muttered, the two of us are overage. We no longer have any fate with the Grand Assembly. Jian Chen thought to himself, well, that's rather pathetic. A short while later, Jian Chen and Ming Dong mount their beasts and set off down the road. Jian Chen called out loudly, after we cross this peak, we push forward. These two magical beasts are probably existedo your best to hold out until we reach the larger city ahead to switch mounts. We only have half a year left, and there are still hundreds of thousands of miles to cover. We cannot stop. Jian Chen asked, your urgency is admirable, but the two of you's own mid-rank Saint Master, and one great Saint Master errant, we just courting death by attending the Grand Assembly with this level of strength, Ming Dong replied. That place is where every elite mercenary on the Tianyuan continent gathers. Jian Chen said, do you know the difference between a remarkable person and an ordinary one? Ming Dong asked, confused, what is it? Jian Chen smiled and answered, a remarkable person dares to think and dares to act. An ordinary person is a frog in a well only daring to stare at the sky above, never daring to leap out and shatter their own limits. Jian Chen continued, we may be low-level powerhouses, but low-level powerhouses have nothing to lose. When a man is already barefoot, does he fear the mud? Ming Dong trailed off with a stunned grunt. Slowly, it dawned on him indeed, it seemed like there really was nothing to lose. Ming Dong suddenly thought of something and shouted, hey wait, who are you calling ordinary? You're the ordinary one. Your whole family is ordinary. Jian Chen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The two of them settled down for a brief rest. Jian Chen raised a large drumstick and said, come, eat a chicken leg. Ming Dong crossed his arms and pouted, not eating. I'm ordinary, remember. How could someone so ordinary deserve a chicken leg? Jian Chen laughed, ho ha. Even ordinary folk can eat chicken legs. You are what you eat, a muddled head, but at least your limbs will be quick. Ming Dong waved his hand furiously. Screw your mother. You're the muddled one. Jian Chen roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Just as the two were enjoying themselves, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out, move aside, move aside. A column of people approached from behind, shouting as they marched, don't block the road, get out of the way. Jian Chen murmured in confusion, those are people from the Finglan Kingdom. Ming Dong asked from beside him, what's wrong? Do you know them? Jian Chen explained, that's the elite squad of the Finglan Kingdom. They have always been hostile to the kingdom I hail from. His face paled as he stared at the group. Why are they here? That evening, a cluster of soldiers sat roasting meat and chatting amongst themselves. This time, those Jerson Kingdom folk are completely finished. Even though their strength is formidable, they can't withstand being besieged on all sides by our four great kingdoms. HMPH. The only thing to fear is if that old monster from Changyang Manor suddenly returns. That man is infinitely close to the Saint Ruler realm. But why should we fear him? Burly soldier sneered. That old man left Changyang Manor years ago. Most likely he's already dead. This time those kingdoms are as good as done. A sentry added, even if that old monster doesn't return, they still have nearly 10 Sky Saint Masters. That's a tough bone to chew. Another soldier chimed in, our four great kingdoms combined field over 30 Sky Saint Masters. 3 against 1 of, and if we don't cripple them, we'll leave them maimed. Besides, we've been preparing for so long while they were forced into this war. With what can they fight us? With women to exhaust us. The moment those words left his mouth, raucous laughter erupted all around. Ming Dong and Jian Chen stood in a corner, silent. Ming Dong asked, the Jerson Kingdom is that your homeland? Jian Chen replied with a grim expression, yes. It's not just that. The Changyang Manor they're talking about, that's me. Ming Dong was stunned. Before he could respond, a soldier spotted them. The man shouted, who are you? Ambush, there are infiltrators. The soldier hadn't finished his sentence before a blade pressed against his throat. The burly soldier roared, who the hell dares to court death? The soldier who had raised the alarm had his head severed clean off, it thudded to the ground. Jian Chen leaped forward and declared, it is you who are courting death. Ming Dong followed right behind him, springing into the fray. Jian Chen soared into the sky, his cloak billowing behind him, sword aimed straight down at the ground below. From the blade in Jian Chen's hand, a beam of azure light erupted, streaking downward and piercing clean through a soldier beneath him. The soldier lost his life instantly, crumpling to the ground. The surrounding soldiers erupted into chaos, all turning toward Jian Chen and Ming Dong as they bellowed. Enemies surround them. No. Jian Chen and Ming Dong descended toward the ground. Before them stood the elite forces of the Finland Kingdom, packed thick as ants. Seeing the soldiers wielding weapons and moving to encircle them, Ming Dong thought. No wonder Jian Chen called them elite. Not a trace of panic, even after a surprise attack. The commander finally appeared. He stepped forward to face Jian Chen and Ming Dong, demanding, "Who are you?" Jian Chen charged straight at the commander, sword in hand, and sneered, "Me, I'm your father." The soldiers saw their commander in mortal danger and screamed, "Commander, watch out!" But fast as lightning, Jian Chen's blade was already closing in. The commander was no pushover. He swiftly drew a sword gleaming with viridian light and barked his order, "Attack." These two are definitely spies from the Jerson Kingdom. They must not leave here alive. The commander was no ordinary fighter, deflected Jian Chen's strike with a powerful swing, sending him reeling back. Surrounded on all sides with seemingly no way out, Jian Chen's eyes sharpened like blades. He raised his sword and began to unleash his power. Strange, multicolored light erupted from the blade. Jian Chen swung the sword at the soldiers, cleaving one clean in two. The commander saw this and bellowed in shock. "Watch out for his weapon. The energy on that sword is highly abnormal." With that, the commander leaped into the air, closing the distance to Jian Chen. He raised his blade, eyes blazing crimson, and brought it crashing down toward Jian Chen's body. "Taste my blazing inferno sword art." It wasn't just the commander. Another soldier charged at Jian Chen from behind, shouting, "Take my frost ice long spear." Ming Dong, fighting a different soldier in the distance, saw this and cried out, "Jian Chen, watch out!" At that moment, Jian Chen was still locked in combat with the commander. Would he even notice the sneak attack? Despite being attacked from multiple directions, Jian Chen glided effortlessly aside, causing the attacker to accidentally strike his own comrade. Jian Chen spun in midair and stomped down on the long blade, using it as a springboard as he prepared to land. Under the force of Jian Chen's kick, the blade shot forward and sliced through the soldier's neck, killing him on the spot. The commander watched from the side as his soldiers were cut down one by one. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This man's strength cannot be underestimated. I never imagined the Jerson Kingdom possessed such a powerful young warrior." Seeing the situation deteriorate, the commander prepared to retreat. He thought, "I absolutely cannot die here in silence. I must report this to His Majesty the King." And so he fled, abandoning his entire armor, leaving Jian Chen staring in disbelief. But in the next instant, Jian Chen swiftly raised his sword and unleashed a strange, devastating power. The blade was enveloped in tiny arcs of pink lightning, surrounded by a radiance so brilliant it was almost otherworldly. This was the Azure Coagulation Flying Star Sword. Jian Chen murmured, "Did you think you could escape?" A few seconds later, a blinding beam of light erupted with devastating force, streaking toward the commander. The sword pierced clean through his body in a single strike. His face contorted in agony, eyes wide with burst blood vessels. He thought, no, impossible. Half an incense stick later, on a mountainside, Jian Chen collected every monster core from the fallen soldiers and began absorbing them. A pile of monster cores, each glowing with a wondrous light, lay before Jian Chen as he drew their power into himself. He sat upon a large boulder, eyes closed, steadying his mind. The monster cores helped Jian Chen absorb a tremendous amount of power. Before long, his entire body began radiating an immensely powerful purple glow. One would think this haul of monster cores was already more than sufficient. Yet Jian Chen thought otherwise. It seems that to restore the azulate sword's spirit, the number of monster cores required far exceeds even my imagination. Then Ming Dong's voice came from behind the boulder. "Jian Chen, what do you think of the quality of those monster cores from the Finland Kingdom soldiers?" Jian Chen responds swiftly, "Passable." Hearing the reply, Ming Dong is utterly incredulous. He thinks to himself, "Big brother, do you have any idea how many monster cores you've absorbed? An ordinary person would have exploded to death absorbing this much." Ming Dong stretches, yawns, and asks Jian Chen, "What do we do next?" Before Ming Dong can even finish asking whether they should return to the kingdom to report, Jian Chen has already answered, "No, we continue on to the Grand Mercenary Assembly. Our strength is far too lacking right now, and if we return, nothing will change." Ming Dong nods and replies, "All right, we'll do as you say, brother Jian." The next morning, the two set off once more. Jian Chen says to Ming Dong, "Ming Dong, let's purchase a few swift magical beasts for mounts. Our journey will be far more comfortable that way. Ming Dong grins and replies, "Whatever you say, brother Giant." No sooner do the words leave his lips than a beast merchant strolls past. The merchant addresses Jian Chen. "Esteemed customer, if you seek a swift mount, why not take a look at this third-tier magical beast?" Jian Chen glances over and replies, "The one I'm already riding is third tier. Don't you have anything better?" The merchant continues, "Higher-tier beasts come at a higher price." Before the merchant can finish, Jian Chen has already hurled a pouch of coins into his hands, making the man's eyes bulge with shock. Jian Chen asks flatly, "Is that enough?" With coin in hand, the merchant immediately leads Jian Chen and Ming Dong to a tent. He pulls back the curtain to reveal a chimera. "No problem at all," he says. "Take a look at this fourth-tier chimerate's speed is extraordinary." Jian Chen takes one look and nods. "This one will do." Suddenly, a shout rings out from behind. It is Qin Zio, his face full of panic, who leaps off his horse and bellows at the top of his lungs. "Hold on, brother. Could you hear me out for a moment?" This Qin Zio is no ordinary person. In a single leap, he clears the high steps of the shop and rushes toward Jian Chen and Ming Dong. Paying no heed to his toppled horse, Qin Zio speaks, "Brother, would you be willing to yield this chimera to this humble one? This one is willing to pay double the price." Jian Chen hears him out but waves his hand dismissively. "My apologies, it's not for sale." Qin Zio continues to plead, his expression utterly wretched. "Brother, don't be hasty, hear me out. My family has 2 fourth-tier chimeras, and one of them has already reached the 2-star rank. Please, yield this one to me. How about I pay triple?" Hearing this, Jian Chen turns back and speaks. "If you truly want it, it's not impossibly in one condition." Qin Zio immediately brightens. "Please, brother, name your terms." Jian Chen lays out his condition. "If you can withstand 3 of my sword strikes, I'll give you this chimera for free. But if you can't withstand 3 strikes, you hand over both chimeras from your family to me." Well, at this, the man standing beside Qin Zio barks, "How dare you?" Qin Zio rounds on him instantly. "Did anyone ask for your opinion?" "Shut your mouth." The servant instantly obeys. "Yes, young master." After hearing Jian Chen's terms, Qin Zio's eyes blaze with excitement. He grins from ear to ear. "Deal, brother. This wager is as good as one. Come, strike me. I can hardly wait." A tense silence blankets the surroundings. Only the whisper of the wind remains. The 4 of them face off in silence. From behind, Ming Dong calls out, "Give it your all, brother Jian." Jian Chen's eyes narrow to slits, a hidden majesty burning within. On the other side, Qin Zio's servant cheers as well. He shouts, "Go, young master." Qin Zio rolls his neck a few times, then roars with a face full of confidence. "Come at me, brother." On Jian Chen's side, he silently channels the azulate sword Chi. "Watch yourself," he warns. Saint Force envelops his body. His grip tightens around the sword, his gaze locked on his opponent with unwavering resolve. Jian Chen channels his Saint Force, then raises his sword skyward. A tremendous surge of power erupts from within. An ethereal glow blankets the entire area around Jian Chen. He lets out a fierce roar, his expression twisted with exertion. H. His eyes blaze with cold, killing intent. Watching the scene unfold before him, Qin Zio feels a chill of alarm. He thinks, "What overwhelming momentum!" Jian Chen shouts from afar, "Watch yourself." Without hesitation, he rockets toward his opponent at blinding speed. The sword in his hand thrusts straight toward the target, its velocity nothing short of astonishing. Qin Zio sees him coming and bellows, just in time. As he speaks, he stomps the ground with all his might. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outward, cracking the earth beneath their feet. Sand Sky Concealment Heavenly Tomb shatter. Jian Chen charges at his opponent. The 2 collide head-on. Saint Force explodes outward, shattering everything in the vicinity. Qin Zio conjures a barrier and grits his teeth. Don't even think about it. The shield cracks and splinters relentlessly under the sword's edge. Jian Chen drives the blade deeper into the unyielding shield. His eyes snap wide open and Qin Zio is sent hurtling through the air. He cries out in agony, "Gahk!" Qin Zio's servant rushes over in panic. "The young master has lost." Jian Chen speaks up, rotating the sword in midair and bringing it down to his side. Qin Zio breaks into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, brother, you are truly formidable." This Qin Zio concedes defeat completely. "Brother Qin, you're too modest," Jian Chen says. "That was merely a brief exchange, nothing more than testing each other's strength. It hardly counts as winning or losing." Hearing this, Qin Zio laughs heartily. "A loss is a loss. There's no shame in admitting it." This Qin Zio is not someone who can't accept losing gracefully. "May I ask how to address this brother?" Hearing this, he clasps his hands and replies, This humble one is Jian Chen, from the kingdom of before he can finish. Qin Zio interjects with a smile. Then I shall call you Brother Jian Chen. Since I've won, let's settle the earlier wager. Jian Chen speaks up to ask. Qin Zio beams and replies, Rest easy, Brother Jian Chen. I'll have someone bring the 2 chimeras over right away. He shoots a glance at the servant beside him. The man instantly understands and bows. Right away, young master. Then under his breath he mutters, That blasted Tiern and Highways acting on their own whim. Where is that brat now? The Tiankin clan patriarch slams his fist on the table, his face contorted with rage. The servant beside him bows low and reports, Patriarch, the young master is currently in the reception hall, drinking and conversing with young master Jian Chen and his companion. Hearing this, the Tiankin clan patriarch's expression darkens with displeasure. Someone, tonight, go see what tricks that brat has up his sleeve. From the rafters above, a mysterious figure clad in black drops down and answers, Yes, Patriarch. Countless dishes are laid out on the table, their presentation dazzling to the eye. Qin Zio raises his wine cup and declares, Brother Jian Chen, today I, Qin Zio, have lost wholeheartedly. I accept defeat completely. Jian Chen's expression turns somewhat helpless. He thinks to himself, Half an hour ago we were locked in fierce combat, and now here I am, eating and drinking in his home. Qin Zio sets his cup down and speaks. Brother Jian Chen, from now on, whenever we meet, we must spar again. Hearing these words, he thinks inwardly, It seems this Qin Zio is a man of deep sentiment and honor. Of course, Brother Kinthat won't be a problem at all, he replies. Qin Zio then asks, Incidentally, does Brother Jian Chen face some difficulty? Speak freely. Qin Zio speaks with a puzzled tone. Ming Dong and I just happened to pass through here. Our intention was to head to Mercenary City to attend the Grand Mercenary Assembly. We originally planned to rest and resupply in Wake City before continuing on. Who would have thought that the moment we entered the city, we'd end up crossing Swordsand, making your acquaintance, Brother Qin. As Jian Chen speaks, a wry smile crosses his face. Hearing this, Qin Zio chuckles softly. It seems fate has brought Brother Jian Chen and me together. Jian Chen looks puzzled. What do you mean? Brother Qin, could it be that Brother Qin is also heading to the Mercenary Assembly? Qin Zio bursts into laughter. Indeed, Jian Chen says, then all the more reason to travel with us, Brother Qin, or we won't make it in time. Qin Zio laughs again. Ha ha, Brother Jian Chen, no need to rush. Have you ever heard of a space gate? Hearing this, he asks in confusion, could it be that the Qin family possesses a space gatia portal constructed entirely from spatial energy? A single step through it can traverse thousands of li, crossing to the far side of the Tianyuan continent in an instant. It is a truly miraculous and wondrous artifact, only gate capable of teleportation across vast distances. Brother Jian Chen, you overestimate our humble clan, Qin Zio says, waving his hand dismissively. Although the Qin family is a prominent household here, we certainly don't possess a space gate. He quickly adds, however, within the Ming province of the Juya Kingdom, there exists a space gate. We can make use of it to reach Mercenary City. Brother Jian Chen, why not stay at our Tiankin clan estate? In 2 months, you can travel with us to Mercenary City. Hearing these words, he ponders silently. If that's the case, I can cultivate here in peace for 2 months. My strength will surely increase further. By then, I may even have a shot at claiming first place in the Mercenary Assembly. Jian Chen clasps his hands and replies with gratitude. Then I must thank you, Brother Qin. That evening, in a modest room, Jian Chen sits cross-legged on a simple bed, cultivating. Saint Force flows around his body in gentle currents. At this very moment, atop the roof, a mysterious man clad in black creeps closer. He carefully pries open a roof tile and peers inside. In his hand, he grips a dagger tightly. He hurls the dagger through the opening. The blade hurtles straight toward where Jian Chen sits. The speed is blinding. Jian Chen senses someone attempting to assassinate him and lets out a soft chuckle, thinking to himself, so they've finally made their move. His eyes snap wide open. His blazing gaze fixes straight ahead. Spiritual power surges violently within him as his entire body becomes wreathed in magic. The torrent of magical force instantly erupts into fury, slamming into the blade and deflecting it. Clang, clang, clang. The blade is instantly sent hurtling back toward the rooftop where its owner stands. The assassin's soul nearly leaps from his body, his mind reeling. Terror is etched across his face. Jian Shen's magical power erupts skyward, blasting the assassin off his feet. He drops into the room and bellows, "Who the hell are you?" Jian Shen raises both hands, unleashing his magic. A violet glow shimmers across his palms. His voice carries a razor's edge. That is precisely what I should be asking you. The attack rockets toward the assassin. Stunned, he raises his staff to block. Fear floods his eyes as his body slams violently into the wall. Disbelief crashes through his mind. This brat actually has the power to defeat me. This person's strength must be at least a third cycle great saint master. As the thought crosses his mind, Jian Shen's hand is already drawing his sword. He resolves to uncover this intruder's identity at all costs. Without hesitation, he swings his blade and unleashes a wave of sword chi directly at his opponent. The strike is razor-sharp, slicing the very air in two. The assassin's eyes go wide with shock. He raises his staff to block, his face drenched in terror. To his horror, the staff is cleaved clean in half. Boom! His body is launched through the window frame, hurtling a full 100 meters through the air. Jian Shen strides toward the window. The assassin coughs up a mouthful of blood, then spins around and bolts. His mind screams run. I must tell the patriarch this brat was playing the pig to eat the tiger. Seeing him flee, Jian Shen calls out, "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, Ming Dong's voice rings out from behind. "Jian Shen, are you all right?" He turns to face him and exclaims in shock, "Ming Dong, what happened to you?" Ming Dong's body is drenched in blood. He raises the sword in his hand and declares, "Some bastard just ambushed me. One thrust and I'll skewer his backside. Holy, Brother Jian Shen, you were ambushed too. But we've never offended anyone in Liulangxi City. Who in the world is behind this?" Ming Dong scratches his head in bewilderment. Hearing this, Jian Shen replies, "I caused quite the commotion, yet the guards in Qin Zio's courtyard slept through all of that." Ming Dong pales. "Brother Jian Shen, you mean Qin Zio sent them tonight? The ones who came to kill us?" He replies, "Perhaps it wasn't Qin Zio's intention. He is a man of honor. Moreover, those intruders didn't come to take our lives, they were merely probing our strength. Who would have thought the Qin clan harbors such filth?" Ming Dong exclaims furiously. Hearing this, Jian Shen can only step forward and pat him on the shoulder. "In this world, what noble house doesn't have its dark side? It's late, let us see what Qin Zio has to say tomorrow." Ming Dong murmurs softly, "Fine, I'll follow your lead then." At the crack of dawn, Qin Zio's booming voice rings out. "Brother Jian Shen, you're already awake." Qin Zio shoves the door wide open and bursts inside, beaming. "Brother Jian Shen, I've got to tell you last night I came up with a move that could." But Qin Zio's gaze suddenly locks onto the gaping hole in the ceiling. "Brother Jian Shen, how on earth did the ceiling get a hole like that? Don't tell me some lady rogue was peeking at you last night." He replies with a wry smile, "A mysterious black-robed figure came to kill me last night. Whether it was a woman or not, I couldn't say." Hearing this, Qin Zio erupts in fury. "What? That's outrageous. Are those perimeter guards completely useless?" The Tianqin clan patriarch's voice suddenly thunders in. "Zior, what are you screaming about at this early hour?" Qin Zio immediately turns to him, fuming. "Father, you've come at the perfect time. There's something I must tell you." The patriarch frowns. "What matter warrants such screaming? This is the brother I introduced to you yesterday, father." Jian Shen clasps his fists and bows. "This one pays respects to the Tianqin clan patriarch." The patriarch nods. Young Master Jian Shen is indeed a talent of remarkable caliber. Father Listenthes is what happened." As Qin Zio recounts the events, the patriarch exclaims in shock. "Preposterous! Someone dares pull such a stunt under the roof of our Tianqin clan." The two guards behind him instantly drop to their knees, trembling. "Please calm your fury, patriarch. We will hunt down the culprit with everything we have. Give us a chance to atone for our failure." The patriarch's voice turns ice cold. "I give you 7 days to apprehend the culprit. Fail, and you need not remain in the Qin clan any longer." The two guards bow their heads low. We thank the patriarch. He then turns to Jian Shen. "Young Master Jian Shen, my deepest apologies. I will personally see to it that you receive an explanation for this incident." Seeing such resolve, Jian Shen clasps his hands. "Patriarch Qin, you are too kind." Qin Zio steps forward, claps him on the shoulder with a grin, and says, "Brother Jian Shen, let me tell you the Zhenbao Pavilion is the finest place in the city for rare and precious treasures." The two chat as they walk. Back in his chambers, the Tianqin clan patriarch feels a deep unease. He thinks to himself to actually survive an encounter with a third cycle great saint master. This young man is no simple character. At a magnificent, towering edifice, this is none other than the Zhenbao Pavilion. Ming Dong, Qin Zio, and Changyang Xiangshan now stand before its grand entrance. Qin Zio turns to introduce the place to Xiangshan and Jian Chen. "Brothers, this is the grandest Zhenbao Pavilion in all of Liulangxi City. Inside, you'll discover all manner of wondrous and exotic treasures. The three have barely stepped inside when a voluptuous woman saunters over and hooks her arm through Chin Zio's, greeting him with a dazzling smile. "Welcome, young Master Chin Zio. What an honor to have you grace us with your presence. What might young Master Chin desire today?" Chin Zio seems entirely accustomed to such treatment. Even as her hands slip beneath his robes, he wears an expression of pure delight. He squeezes her backside and replies, "This is my brother Jian Chen. I brought him here today to browse if we can snag some fine goods." Xiangshan, upon being introduced, bows politely in greeting. The woman beams at him with a warm, welcoming smile. "Greetings, young Master Jian Chen. Shall I summon a few lovely sisters to give you a personal tour?" But before he can even respond, Ming Dong is already elsewhere, eagerly embracing another woman. He even calls out, "Brother Jian Chen, grab yourself a girl to show you around." However, Xiangshan declines. "You all go ahead, I'll manage on my own." Hearing this, Chin Zio doesn't press the matter. He grins cheerfully. "All right, come find me when you're done." With that, Xiangshan turns and makes his way up to the second floor of the Zhenbao Pavilion. Deep in his heart, a thought stirs. The azulate sword spirit within me won't stop trembling. There must be a treasure upstairs. No sooner has he reached the floor than a grand door comes into view. Xiangshan pushes the door open and steps inside. He strolls through the room. Everywhere he looks, rare and precious treasures line the displays. The sight draws a sigh of admiration from him. Without a doubt, this is the grandest Zhenbao Pavilion in all of Luolangxi City. The treasures are endless. The farther he walks, the stronger Xiangshan's spiritual perception grows. He wonders what on earth could cause the azulate sword spirit to tremble so violently. He suddenly spins around, his gaze locking onto something. He snatches up a golden ring from among the treasures. He examines it intently, wondering if this is what he seeks. But after careful inspection, he realizes it's merely an ordinary trinket knot, the thing that set the azulate sword spirit trembling. He sets the ring down with a disappointed sigh. Not this one. Suddenly, from behind, a voice startles Xiangshan. He whips around to find an elderly man with flowing silver hair and a long white beard. Judging by his manner of speech, this must be the proprietor. The old man continues. "The ring in the young master's hand is called the paralyzing ringa, true treasure among our collection. Simply wearing it activates its paralyzing effect." He raises a single finger, beaming. "This ring can be yours for the modest price of just 10,000 purple gold coins." Xiangshan's face twists with skepticism at the price. Even the onlookers nearby can't mask their shock at the figure of 10,000 purple gold coins. A young nobleman nearby blurts out, "Are you kidding me? A beat-up ring for 10,000 purple gold coins. That's daylight robbery." But a man standing nearby rebukes him. "Don't talk nonsense. Did you not hear what that ring can do?" Just moments ago, the old man quoted a sky-high price. Yet he suddenly declares, if the young master desires it, this old man will slash the price by 99%. "All you need to." But before the words leave his mouth, Xiangshan cuts him off instantly. "No need." The old man stands thunderstruck, as if struck by lightning, utterly unable to fathom that someone would refuse such a bargain. Xiangshan has already turned his back, continuing to browse the treasures displayed on the shelves. The old man, seeing his customer slipping away, desperately tries to hold on. "Young master, please listen to me." Suddenly, a certain item seizes Xiangshan's attention. It is a stone tucked away in the corner of a cabinet, utterly unremarkable at first glances, seemingly worthless. Yet the instant he picks it up, a surge of spiritual power, far from insignificant, emanates from within. Truly, his efforts have not been in vain. This is exactly what he has been searching for. A confident smile blooms across his face. He immediately brings the stone before the old man and asks, "Elder, how much for this item?" But upon seeing that the young man only wants to buy an ordinary-looking stone, the old man's attitude shifts completely. He waves his hand dismissively and declares that worthless stone isn't for sale if the young master truly wants it. He should buy something else, and the stone will be thrown in as a gift. He says this, of course, but in his heart, he is already harboring contemptuous thoughts about this customer. He had assumed this was a young master with keen eyes. Turns out, he is nothing but a penniless fool with no taste. Hearing this, Xiangshan can only heave a sigh. He then picks up another treasure and says, "Fine. Very well, I'll buy this jade pendant. You gift me that stone in return." To his surprise, the old man's expression turns sour. He raises 2 fingers and replies, "The jade pendant costs 20,000 purple gold coins. No discounts." The other customers nearby erupt in murmurs. A golden-haired man protests, 20,000. That's double the price of the ring from before." Another voice chimes in, That battered jade pendant is worth 8 to 9,000 at most. Perhaps the young master had offended the old man earlier, and now he was exacting petty revenge. But being exposed so publicly, the old man can no longer hold back. Erupts with a terrifying wave of spiritual power, silencing the crowd. He bellows without a shred of reason. Zhenbao Pavilion conducts honest business. This old man says the jade pendant is 20,000. It is 20,000. Yet even after being swindled so brazenly, Xiangshan shows no anger whatsoever. On the contrary, he cheerfully accepts the price and hands over the payment. Very well, you say 20,000, then 20,000 it is. But remember you promised to gift me that stone. Hearing this, the old man's attitude flips a full 180 degrees. He smiles warmly and replies, "Rest assured, Zhenbao Pavilion's word is its bond." The moment the treasure lands in his hands, Xiangshan channels his cultivation technique into it. From within the stone, a stream of purple qi erupts outward. Seeing this, Xiangshan breaks into a confident smile. Just as he suspected, almost immediately, a dazzling five-colored radiance bursts forth from within Zhenbao Pavilion. The old shopkeeper stares at the spectacle in utter disbelief, exclaiming, "The five-colored divine stone, that seemingly worthless stone, is actually the legendary five-colored divine stone." After being refined, the stone reveals a breathtaking jade-green luster, its radiance surpassing every treasure displayed on the shop's shelves. The onlookers buzz with excitement. Could it truly be the five-colored divine stoneth legendary treasure said to bring fortune to its bearer? Another voice exclaims, "If the divine stone is crafted into jewelry, it can make the wearer impervious to blades." Someone else gasps, "This kid just struck gold." A single five-colored divine stone is worth at least tens of millions of purple gold coins. The man beside them cries out, "I truly had eyes but failed to see Tai, and let such a treasure slip right through my fingers." Meanwhile, Xiangshan swiftly pockets the treasure and addresses the shop owner. "Elder, you just promised to gift this to me. No taking it back." Though the old man may have acted out of spite, he is not one to break his word. He sighs. "It seems these old eyes of mine still need more training." "Young master, rest easy. Zhenbao Pavilion does honest business. Since I said it is yours, it is yours." Xiangshan clasps his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, senior." In his mind, however, a single thought races: "I need to leave this place at Ancien. I will certainly be targeted." Before he can even step out, a thunderous voice roars from behind. "Halt." The speaker is a man named Tiank. He strides forward, closing the distance to Xiangshan, and confronts him head-on. "Kid, I want that five-colored divine stone. Name your price." But would Xiangshan ever surrender a treasure he had searched so long to find? Absolutely not. He fixes Tiank with a cold glare and replies, "And what if I refuse to sell?" Tiank's face twists into a menacing scowl as he threatens, "Then I'm afraid you won't leave this room alive." The bystanders exchange uneasy whispers. So even Tiank of the Tiankin clan has shown up. Looks like this young brother is in deep trouble today. Emboldened by his clan's might, Tiank speaks with insufferable arrogance. "You are courting death. Obediently hand over the five-colored divine stone." Naturally, Xiangshan is no fool, would never willingly surrender the treasure to this brute. Not only that, he answers without the slightest hint of restraint, his voice dripping with contempt. "A good dog doesn't block the road. Move." Enraged at being called a dog, Tiank roars, "What did you just say? Who are you calling a dog?" "Fine, fine. It seems you prefer the hard way, brat. Wine offered kindly you refuse, you'd rather drink the wine of punishment." He points straight at Xiangshan and barks an order to his bodyguard. "Old Cheng, break this brat's legs. I want him crawling on his knees for the rest of his life." The bodyguard flashes a vicious grin. "As you wish, young master." Like a seasoned fighter, he launches himself at Xiangshan and throws a devastating punch. But at this speed, it poses no threat whatsoever. Xiangshan dodges effortlessly, unwilling to let this common thug run rampant any longer. In one swift motion, Xiangshan raises his hand and channels his technique. Spiritual power surges from his palm. In an instant, the divine sword materializes under his summoning. First, Xiangshan drives his foot straight into the bodyguard's torso. The man lets out a howl of agony and crashes to the floor. Immediately after, the divine sword spins several rotations through the air, before hurtling straight into its master's waiting hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiangshan slams the blade into the floor just inches from the bodyguard's face. The man's jaw drops in sheer terror. For all his ferocity, the brute faints on the spot, knocked unconscious by sheer fright, his body limp beneath his opponent's boot. Tiank, watching from the side, stumbles backward in panic. His mind races. Where in the world did this kid come from? How is he this powerful? He demands, his voice shaking. Who the hell are you? How dare you show disrespect to the Tiankin clan? Let me tell you the Tiankin clan is. But before the words can leave his mouth, a furious voice thunders from behind. You dare bully my brother, you little runt. The speaker delivers a crushing punch straight into Tiank's arrogant face. A single blow sends Tiank hurtling face first into the ground. The sight is nothing short of pitiful. Tiank scrambles up, roaring in fury. What kind of dog dares to ambush me? But the moment he turns and sees who struck him, his voice falters. Qin Ziao, big brother. Before him stands a young man carrying a flute, his fist still clenched tight. A red aura flickers dangerously in Qin Zio's eyes as he glares at Tiank with murderous intent. He snarls, Tiank, you looking for a beating? You dare mess with my brother? Tiank glances around nervously, bewildered. Your brother, who? Qin Zio jabs a finger toward Xiangshan. Jian Chen, that's who. He doesn't stop there. Damn it. Looks like you're really itching for a beating today. Daring to lay hands on my brother. These words render Tiank utterly speechless. His entire body trembles with fear. Gone is the swagger from moments ago. Watching the brothers clash in a storm of fists, Xiangshan simply stands to the side, a thought crossing his mind. He had always wondered why the Tiankin clan's surname was not just Tian. Now it becomes clear the Tiankin clan is composed of two great families, the Tian and the Qin, united as one. Tiank, thoroughly beaten by his elder brother, can only whimper about running home to tell their father. Qin Zio, just you wait. When I get home, I'll tell father everything. You'll be punished, you'll see. Hearing this only makes Qin Zio's fury burn hotter. He raises his fist, ready to deliver another devastating blow. You little wretch dare to drag your father into this. I'll smash your face in before he ever gets the chance. Just as he is about to strike, a hand suddenly seizes his arm, holding him back. It is Xiangshan. He shows no anger over the earlier provocation. Calmly, he says, Qin Zio, brother, let it go. Seeing his friend step in to spare his foolish younger brother, Qin Zio finally relents. He merely shouts at Tiank, Today I'm letting you go for my brother's sake. Otherwise, I'd have shattered both your legs myself. He then turns to Xiangshan and claps him on the shoulder. Jian Chen, my brother, are you all right? Xiangshan clasps his fists. Thankfully, Qin Zio, you arrived in time. Xiangshan turns and says, Let's go. I've already obtained what I came for. Qin Zio grins in response. Good. Let me grab that kid Ming Dong and then we'll head back. Once all three have gathered, they stride out together, leaving Zhenbao Pavilion behind. A short while later, Qin Zio leads the group to Sililangsi City. At the grand compound of the Tiankin clan, the moment they step through the gates, the ethereal melody of a zither drifts through the air played by an unknown young woman. Qin Zio hears the music and announces with a smile, That melody means my second sister has returned home. Come, I'll take you all to meet her. But before they can even set foot inside, the Tiankin clan patriarch is already standing at the entrance, blocking their path. The instant he lays eyes on his precious son returning home, he erupts in fury. You wretched brat, you dared to beat Tiank. Hearing this, Qin Zio immediately feigned ignorance and replied, What are you talking about? He claimed not to understand, but trying to wave an axe before a master craftsman's eyes was a fool's errand. Before he could protest, the Tiankin clan patriarch had already seized Qin Zio by the ear and dragged him away. He bellowed, His father has already come to speak with me about this. Come here now. Seeing this, Qin Zio could only cry out, I'll go easy on the ear. But even as he was dragged off for punishment, he didn't forget to remind his friend, Brother Jian Chen, go find my second sister first. I'll come find you all later. And just like that, Qin Zio was hauled away, leaving Xiangshan standing alone. The scene shifts to a place of natural beauty-verdant trees, lush leaves, and a tranquil lotus pond. This was none other than the garden of the Tiankin clan. Within a pavilion sat a young woman. The young woman was playing the ukulele. This must be Qin Zio's second sister. Let us take a moment to admire the exquisite beauty of this young lady. She was the one and only second young miss of the Tiankin clan, named Qin Shen. As she played, she suddenly stopped and turned to the person behind her. Who are you? Why have you come to the Qin residence? The newcomer was none other than Xiangshan. He cupped his fists in a polite greeting, and once again introduced himself by his familiar alias, Jian Chen. This humble one is Jian Chen, a friend of brother Qin Zio. I apologize for disturbing the second young miss's musical enjoyment. Hearing this, she rose to her feet and asked in puzzlement, Where is my elder brother? Xiangshan was momentarily flustered. Ah, well, he was dragged away by the clan patriarch by the ear. She said nothing more and sat back down on the stone bench. But then, Qin Shen suddenly changed the topic. Young Master Jian Chen, what do you think of this humble one's playing? Xiangshan didn't need long to think. He replied at once, for the second young miss to produce such celestial melodisto, weave the sound of the strings into the very depths of one's heart. Thighs one is truly in awe. Delighted by the praise, she smiled and responded, from what young master Jian Chen says, it seems you understand the Tao of music. Xiangshan waved his hand and said humbly, the second young miss jests. This one merely speaks from feeling. Qin Shen ran her fingers across the strings once more and answered, I thank young master Jian Chen for his kind words. The reason I can produce such pleasant melodies. She gazed at the Gyukin with a contemplative expression, is perhaps all thanks to this instrument, imbued with the power of the Gyukin, Saint Heavenly Demoness. Upon hearing this, Xiangshan was struck with astonishment. The Gyukin, Saint Heavenly Demoness. Inside the pavilion, Jian Chen asked, Miss Qin, who is this Gyukin, Saint Heavenly Demoness? Qin Shen explained gently, young master Jian Chen hails from a distant kingdom, so naturally you would not know of the Gyukin, Saint Heavenly Demoness. Recalling the image of that figure floating in the sky, bewitching the world with the sound of a pipa, she continued, the Gyukin, Saint Heavenly Demoness, slays her enemies through musiture attacks, are nearly impossible to defend against. No one can endure long beneath the melodies of the Heavenly Demoness. Anyone who wanders within range of her music either loses themselves and falls into an illusion, or has their very soul and spirit obliterated by the sound code without a trace. Qin Shen's eyes grew distant with admiration as she continued. Decades ago, a single melody from the Heavenly Demoness rendered an entire army of millions unconscious, and they did not wake for 3 days and 3 nights. Jian Chen was stunned. A single melody rendered an army of millions unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. How is that possible? After a moment of contemplation, Jian Chen sighed. If the opportunity ever arises, this one would very much like to witness this Heavenly Demoness for himself. Qin Shen tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and turned her face aside. The Heavenly Demoness has reached the level of the divine. How could one meet her so easily? Before Jian Chen could say more, Qin Shen swiftly changed the subject. Oh, that's right. I heard from the servants that you and my elder brother will be attending the mercenary grand assembly together. Jian Chen readily replied, indeed, that is correct. Qin Shen was saying, young master Jian Ch, when suddenly a loud voice boomed out. Brother Jian Chen, second sister, I'm here. Jian Chen was quite startled by Qin Zio's disheveled appearance. Brother Qin, what happened to your face? Qin Zio pointed at his own face and explained. Don't even ask. That whelp Tianque went and tattled to my old man, so father beat me just to calm the brat down. Jian Chen, realizing he had touched a sore spot, said, my apologies. Qin Zio waved his hand and laughed. Don't worry about it. This old man took a beating, sure, but I also gave the Tianque punk a good thrashing. Jian Chen thought helplessly. You deserved every bit of that beating. Seeing the 2 men deep in conversation without paying her any mind, Qin Shen stood up. Elder brother, since you're here, I'll return to my room. Only then did Qin Zio remember his sister. He said, oh, second sister, are you planning to come with us to the mercenary grand assembly this time? Qin Shen cradled her Gyukin and replied without turning back, we'll discuss the departure date later. Jian Chen watched her retreating figure, but his mind was elsewhere. Before the mercenary grand assembly, he had to find a way to push his strength to the level of Earth Saint Master. After a moment of thought, Jian Chen turned to Qin Zio and said, Brother Qin, when do we depart for Mercenary City? Qin Zio crossed his arms and replied, no rush, no rush. The Mercenary Grand Assembly is still 3 months away. We should wait another half-month before setting out. Jian Chen continued, in that case, I'll head into the nearby forest to see if I can achieve a breakthrough. Qin Zio cracked his knuckles and pointed, good timing, I was about to go into seclusion myself. Let's meet again in half a month. Jian Chen suddenly remembered his companion and asked, oh right, where's Ming Dong? Why isn't he with you? Qin Zio gave a suggestive grin. I heard he's been dallying with some young lady at the Precious Treasures Pavilion. Jian Chen sighed helplessly. That kid. The beautiful rays of morning light cascaded over the lush, verdant foliage. Tianque sat before a chessboard, his face twisted with grievance. Uncle Wu, you must help me. Uncle Wu tried to console Tianque. Don't worry, young Master Tian. A nobody with no status or backing, killing him would be a trivial matter for this old man. However, Uncle Wu's expression suddenly darkened, his tone turning dangerous. Young Master Tian, are you certain? That brat Jian Chen actually possesses a prismatic divine stone. Tianque shot to his feet, agitated. Could I possibly be making it up? Everyone at the Precious Treasures Pavilion witnessed it. Uncle Wu, do you truly think I'm lying to you? Uncle Wu, I only want to beat that brat to vent my anger. You can have the prismatic divine stone, it's useless to me anyway. Uncle Wu, seeing that he had achieved his objective, said, Then I thank young Master Tian, as long as that brat leaves the Tiankin residence. While the two were still discussing, a young man rushed in and reported, Elder Wu, that brat has left the city. Uncle Wu was taken aback. Left the city with the prismatic divine stone in his possession. How does he dare venture outside right now? He gritted his teeth and snarled. Do you know where that brat went after leaving the city? The young man replied, reporting to the elder that brat said, he was heading to the forest east of the city to try for a breakthrough before the mercenary grand assembly. Uncle Wu turned to Tian Que with a sinister grin. Young master, don't you think he's practically gift-wrapping himself for us? Tian Que cupped his fists and said, Uncle Wu, I leave it to you. In a clearing within the forest, Jian Chen sat by a crackling fire, warming himself. He gnawed on a roasted drumstick while gazing into the flames, thinking, I spent the whole day hunting magical beasts today. Tomorrow, I'll find a suitable spot to absorb the prismatic divine stone and see if I can. Mid-thought, a sudden sound jolted his senses alert. His eyes darted sideways just as a blazing beam of energy slammed into the spot where he sat, forcing him to dodge. Where the beam of light struck the ground right, where Jian Chen had been sitting, a smoking crater yawned open, charred black with wisps of smoke curling upward. Jian Chen turned to face Elder Wu and demanded, Who are you, senior? Why did you suddenly ambush me? Elder Wu leveled his sword and sneered. Hand over the prismatic divine stone, brat, and this old man may grant you a swift death. Jian Chen clenched his fist. You're someone Tian Que sent? Elder Wu's face twisted with a sinister smirk. Since you already know, then don't blame this old man for holding nothing back. Saying this, he lunged toward Jian Chen at blistering speed, sword in hand. Jian Chen's eyes widened. This old man is an Earth Saint master. He raised his sword and soared upward to meet Elder Wu's strike head-on. The two clashed in a fierce, relentless exchange. Shockwaves of blinding azure light rippled through the surrounding forest. Their blades locked Tojthorand. Their faces came within inches of each other. Elder Wu spoke. Not bad for a prismatic divine stanido, think it could let you fight on even footing with an Earth Saint master. Then he roared, Jian Chen, you have two choices. One, leave the prismatic divine stone behind, and I'll spare you the Aganya swift, merciful death. Two, I torture you until you die, then take the stone from your corpse. Choose now. Half of Jian Chen's face was swallowed in shadow. A wicked grin crept across his lips as he spoke. Are you so certain you can defeat me? Elder Wu's expression darkened, his voice dripping with contempt. Ridiculous. Surely you don't believe a single stone can bridge the chasm between a great saint master and an Earth Saint master. He leaped toward Jian Chen, his sword blazing with saint force, and bellowed his attack. Perish Jian Chen. Jian Chen frowned at the devastating blade crashing down, but he twisted away with fluid grace, dodging by a hair's breadth. More than that, the youth counterattacked in the same breath, his strike cleaving through the blade like a mountain splitter. The broken half of the blade spun away through the air. Elder Wu's jaw dropped in shock, his mind screaming. Impossible, but Jian Chen did not relent. Exploiting his opponent's opening, he gathered saint force into his palm and unleashed a devastating follow-up. Elder Wu took the blow head-on and was blasted far away. Boom! A massive cloud of dust and debris erupted before Jian Chen's eyes, the surrounding trees trembling from the shockwave. Elder Wu clutched his wounded flank, gasping in agony. He muttered in disbelief, to think an absolute treasure could unleash such terrifying power. Then his face twisted into something monstrous, and he bellowed, Jian Chen, today the prismatic divine stone will be mine. However, Jian Chen showed not a trace of concern. He replied with cold indifference, whether I can defeat you or not has nothing to do with the prismatic divine stone. Elder Wu channeled his saint force once more. Both arms blazed with searing azure light, radiating an unrelenting threat. Arrogant brat, you only managed to shatter my saint weapon through external power. Hearing this, Jian Chen's brow furrowed deeply. His tone turned cold and displeased. External power? Fine, then let me show you my true strength. The instant the words left his lips, Jian Chen's figure vanished entirely from Elder Wu's sight. While the old man frantically searched, Jian Chen materialized at his flank, his eyes radiating killing intent and utter disdain. Pathetic. Before Elder Wu could react, Jian Chen's finishing blow struck true. His eyes bulged, his mouth agape in shock. He couldn't believe Ithao could someone so young possess such overwhelming power. Giant Chen's blade swept cleanly through his opponent's body. Fresh blood sprayed like rain. Elder Wu collapsed dead upon the ground, his blood pooling so wide it formed a dark, crimson mirror that reflected the young man's silhouette. Giant Chen remains utterly unmoved, turning his back on him. The matter is beneath his notice. 7 days later, Giant Chen enters seclusion amidst the forest, cultivating with a divine stone. His body is enveloped in a strange, ethereal glow. Giant Chen's eyes snap open. From where he sits, a massive surge of saint force erupts skyward, shaking the very air around him. Giant Chen's entire body brims with overwhelming power, and he revels in it with undisguised delight. Sure enough, after devouring the 5-colored divine stone, he has successfully broken through to the Earth Saint Master realm. From his palms, a brilliant sword slowly coalesces into existence. Giant Chen seizes it at once, testing its quality with a few swift swings. A dazzling arc of sword light rockets forward at blistering speed. In the span of a single breath, the massive boulder before him splits cleanly in two, cut as smooth as silk. Giant Chen nods in deep satisfaction and murmurs under his breath, "It is time for the mercenary grand assembly. The guild hall should not be far now." Qin Zio beams with joy at Giant Chen's return. "Brother Giant Chen, you finally come back. You vanished the moment you left in whole days. I worried myself sick, afraid you wouldn't make it back in time for the assembly." Ming Dong cannot help but chide him as well. "You really are something, you know that? At least tell me where you're going next time. I had no idea where to even start looking for you." Hearing this, Giant Chen immediately sets about teasing Ming Dong. "I think what you really wanted to find were the pretty young ladies at the treasure pavilion. Am I right, brother Qin Zio?" Qin Zio bursts into hearty laughter, eagerly chiming in without missing a beat. "Absolutely, brother Giant Chen, don't you know? The girls at the treasure pavilion nowadays." Ming Dong, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment, cuts them off at once. "Enough, enough. I was merely combining business with pleasure." Giant Chen drops the jest and places a hand on his friend's shoulder in genuine praise. "Not bad at all. You've broken through to the great Saint Master realm already." Ming Dong puffs up with pride at the praise. "Of course. Do you have any idea how relentlessly I've been training?" At that moment, Qin Zio strokes his chin, casting a probing, suggestive glance at Giant Chen. "Brother Giant Chen, surely you haven't pulled the same stunt as this brat Ming Dong." Now it is the young man's turn to flush crimson. He waves his hands in flustered denial. "I am not that kind of person at all." But Qin Zio merely crosses his arms, eyes twinkling with mischief. "Oh, brother Giant Chen, I was talking about breaking through in cultivation. Whatever did you think I meant?" Fearing he has given himself away, Giant Chen hastily backpedals. "That's exactly what I thought you meant, breaking through, of course." After trading pleasantries for a while, Giant Chen steers the conversation toward the main topic. "Right, shouldn't we be heading to the mercenary grand assembly by now?" Qin Zio quickly nods in agreement. "Indeed, we set out at first light tomorrow for the grand assembly. Rest well tonight, everyone." That night in his chambers, Giant Chen sits cross-legged in cultivation. Qi swirls around him in invisible currents when a sudden knock-rap. Rape shows at the door. The moment Giant Chen opens the door, the Tianqin clan patriarch steps forward with a clasped fist salute. "Brother Giant Chen, I have a matter requiring your aid. I humbly hope you will grant me this favor." Xiangshan frowns at the patriarch, a knot of unease tightening in his chest. "Don't tell me he's here to drag me into more trouble." The Tianqin clan patriarch raises his voice in admiration. "Young brother Giant Chen is truly a prodigy. In merely a few short days, you have broken through to the Earth Saint Master realm." A flicker of discomfort crosses Xiangshan's face, but he replies with practiced courtesy. "The patriarch flatters me. This junior merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. May I ask what brings the patriarch to my door at this late hour?" Hearing this, the old man's expression turns slightly awkward. He clasps his hands and answers. This old man has come to apologize for dispatching someone to spy on young brother Giant Chen in the dead of night a few days ago. The Tianqin clan patriarch quietly places a manual on the table. "I humbly beg young brother Giant Chen's forgiveness." As they sit together over tea, he explains this is a cultivation technique for concealing one's aura. Once mastered, it will not only suppress the residual fluctuations from your breakthrough to Earth Saint Master, but also completely mask your true strength. Only then does Xiangshan speak up again. "Patriarch, the matter of the nighttime intrusion can be forgiven. Spy was far too weak to pose any concern. However, regarding Elder Wu, I would still appreciate an explanation." Hearing this, the Tianqin clan patriarch is visibly taken aback. "What? Elder Wu, what happened to him?" Seeing genuine ignorance on the old man's face, Xiangshan explains bluntly. A few days ago, Elder Wu attempted to rob me of my treasures deep in the forest. I killed him instead. You truly didn't know. The patriarch's expression shifts to one of pure astonishment. I had no idea. Xiangshan inwardly curses. I should have kept my mouth shut. After a moment, the Tianqin clan patriarch rises to his feet, clasping his hands as he speaks once more. Young brother Jian Chen, this old man came tonight for two reasons. First, to offer my sincerest apologies. Second, to hope that you might look after Qin Zio during the mercenary grand assembly. His tone turns unexpectedly stern. Zior's nature is far too naive and trusting. Should he encounter any danger, I implore you, young brother, to lend him your aid to protect his life to the best of your ability. Xiangshan quickly rises and catches the old man's bow before it fully completes. Rest assured, patriarch, Brother Qin Zio and I share a bond forged at first sight. Even without your request, I would have stood by his side. Hearing this, the patriarch cannot contain his delight. Good, good, good. I have indeed judged you correctly. Before the warm mood can fully settle, the young man grows serious once more, stroking his chin. But what about the matter of Elder Wu? The Tianqin clan patriarch turns around, waving a dismissive hand. Young brother Jian Chen, did you not know? Our Tianqin clan was formed from the union of two great families, Tian and the Qin. Neither side has ever seen eye to eye with the other. He places a hand on Xiangshan's shoulder, a sly grin spreading across his weathered face. Elder Wu was a man of the Tian family, not the Qin family. So rest easy, young friend. This patriarch will turn a blind eye. Consider it a gift. With that said, he turns on his heel and departs. Just as the patriarch nears the door, Xiangshan calls out, "Aya, this." The magnificent flying vessel soars through the heavens, gliding between gorgeous billowing clouds. Mingdong stands between Qin Zio and Xiangshan, his excitement bursting forth as he exclaims, "This flying ship is absolutely incredible." Xiangshan stands nearby, a stark contrast to Mingdong's cheerfulness. A quiet melancholy settles over him as his gaze drifts toward distant horizons. Lost in thought, he is thinking of his mother, his elder brother, of Yu Yue, and of Changyang Bo. Xiangshan cannot contain the rage simmering within him. Huyun sect. The day I return to Changyang Manor is the day I make you pay blood for blood. 1 month later, the Mercenary Plaza. The atmosphere today is electric. The plaza teems with gathered cultivators, a sea of bodies stretching as far as the eye can see. An old man with snow-white hair and a long silver beard sits with his eyes closed upon a cluster of floating stones, motionless, as he has been for quite some time. Below, the crowd stands before the great gateway portal. Mingdong, growing impatient with the old man, grumbles. How long does this old codger intend to nap? Just announced the start of the grand assembly already. Qin Zio in high spirits crosses his arms and chuckles. Ha ha, Mingdong, you're just like many other of us, has a shred of patience. Xiangshan, by contrast, counsels patience. Just then the gateway portal shudders with a pulse of energy. The old man's eyes snap wide open. He raises a single arm. Around the old man, a host of glowing tokens materialize from thin air. His voice thunders across the plaza. The gateway is open. I hereby declare the 50-year Mercenary Grand Assembly officially begun. The old man remains seated upon his floating stones, high above the gathered masses. The tokens descend in a cascade, each one landing gently before a participant standing below. The old man speaks, explaining the purpose of the tokens. This determines your order of entry. The first round of elimination shall take place in an independent realm. Once you pass through the gateway, you will be teleported to a random location within it. The elimination period is 1 year. Xiangshan reaches out and snatches his floating token from the air. The old man continues explaining the rules. The first 500 to collect enough command tokens shall advance. All others will be eliminated. Xiangshan, Mingdong, Qin Zio, and every other participant are enveloped by a translucent spherical barrier. Like giant water bubbles, the barriers lift them gently into the air. One by one, the bubbles carry their occupants drifting into the gateway portal. A streak of light pierces the sky above as though something has plummeted from the heavens. It is Xiangshan crashing down from above. He hits the ground and immediately sits up, coughing lightly. Cough, cough, where am I? He is about to move when a sudden rustle freezes him in place. He whirls toward the undergrowth and shouts, "Who's there? Show yourself." Emerging from the bushes is none other than Mingdong. He waves frantically. Jian Chen. Relief washes over Xiangshan's face. "You got teleported right next to me." Mingdong beams. "Ha ha, Jian Chen, with us brothers joining forces. We're bound to achieve great results in this trial." Though overjoyed at the reunion, Xiangshan remains vigilant. Ming Dong, don't let your guard down. This trial before he can finish, Xiangshan screams, watch out. He seizes Ming Dong and leaps skyward. Something erupts violently beneath their feet. In that instant, what bursts from the earth beneath them is an enormous serpent. Though called a serpent, its appearance is grotesque and monstrous beyond description. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiangshan hurls Ming Dong far into the distance. His hand instantly summons a sword into his grasp through spatial translocation, his will channeling the blade into existence through a spiritual link. Xiangshan adopts a poised stance, calm as still water. You've come at just the right time. He grips the sword without a shred of hesitation and swings directly into the gaping maw of the giant serpent. He ducks low and delivers a single devastating slash. The artifact-forged blade strikes true, sending a violent shockwave through the massive serpent's body. The beast writhes in obvious agony. Xiangshan lands lightly on his feet after the perfect strike, his aura radiating unwavering confidence. That slash has undoubtedly wounded the beast. The enormous serpent is now truly enraged. Not only does it refuse to retreat, it rears its head and lunges with jaws wide open, intent on swallowing Xiangshan whole. Growing irritated by the stubborn creature before him, Xiangshan furrows his brow and speaks with killing intent. You beast who cannot tell life from death. He tightens his grip on the sword and raises it high. This sword is none other than the Azulite sword. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiangshan leaps into the air and brings the blade down with overwhelming force, cleaving the serpent's head clean from its body. In that moment, the beast is finally and truly defeated. Its severed head and massive body crash to the ground, lying motionless in the dirt. With the matter settled, Xiangshan closes his eyes and lets out a long, relieved breath. Ming Dong, who had been flung to safety moments ago, comes running back. Jian Chen, I'm here. Ming Dong looks around, craning his neck in every direction. Jian Chen, where's the snake? Xiangshan remains perfectly calm. He smiles faintly and gestures to the lifeless serpent sprawled behind him. You mean this? Ming Dong catches sight of it and jumps back in shock. He's dead. Xiang Tian sheathes his sword with a flick of technique and flashes a grin. All right, let's hurry and explore the secret realm. No point wasting any more time here. Suddenly Ming Dong grabs his arm, eyes gleaming. Wait, this giant python has treasure on it, we can't just leave. Ming Dong scrambles atop the python's head, plucks something from it and holds it high. Jian Chen, look, a tier 3 monster core. Xiang Tian glances at it without much interest and replies simply, keep it. That thing is useless to me. After speaking, he thinks to himself, I've already reached the Earth Saint Master realm. A tier 3 monster core holds no value for me anymore. The two press onward. They arrive beneath a chain of rolling hills blanketed in a peculiar haze. Dust and mist swirl around them, each wisp a vivid shade of pink, dazzling and brilliant to the eye, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Yet Xiang Tian remains on high alert. He thinks to himself, poisonous mists don't simply appear for no reason. This place is anything but ordinary. There must be a hidden treasure within. Ming Dong pulls out a small pill bottle from his robes. Jian Chen, I brought antidote pills with me, but I'm not sure they'll work against this kind of toxin. Xiang Tian smiles and waves his hand. I don't need those, you take them. Hearing this, Ming Dong understands, but he still adds carefully. Fine, but if you feel even slightly unwell, tell me immediately. Ming Dong pours a single pill into his palm and flashes a broad grin. Ha 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 ha, obtained without the slightest effort, what a windfall. The easy atmosphere between them shatters as a voice calls from behind. A figure approaches. You two young brothers, this secret realm is fraught with danger. If you don't want to die in vain, hand over everything on your person. Now, upon seeing the man, Ming Dong immediately steps in front of Xiang Tian, draws his sword, and whispers, Jian Chenthai's man is an Earth Saint Master. The Earth Saint Master flashes a cunning grin. So the two of you can recognize power when you see it. Good. Now hand over your belongings obediently. Xiang Tian doesn't lose his composure in the slightest. He places a hand on Ming Dong's shoulder and speaks in a calm, steady voice. Relax, a mere Earth Saint Master, leave him to me. The Earth Saint Master scoffs, jabbing a finger forward. Boy, what a bold tongue. When I'm done thrashing you, don't you dare cry. Xiang Tian smiles in return, gripping his sword with a taunting tone. The goods are right here in my hands. Come and take them if you have the ability. The man clutches his weapon and lunges forward with a roar. You're courting death. Xiang Tian furrows his brow, silently sensing the killing intent. A sharp arc of violet chi erupts with a single swing of his sword. The violet slash cleaves straight into the weapon guarding the Earth Saint Master's gut. Blood sprays from his mouth, his teeth gnashing in agony. However, the man does not fall though his weapon shatters to pieces. The impact sends the Earth Saint Master hurtling backward. He slams a hand against the ground to regain his balance. His brows knot in fury, eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible, but it's real. By now, Xiang Tian has already leveled his blade against the man's throat. The Earth Saint Master's jaw drops. You're so young, how can you possibly possess such strength? You show no martial honor. The tide of battle has completely overturned his expectations. Xiang Tian speaks in a low, dangerous voice. Hand over everything on your person willingly, and I may spare your life. Refusing, I'll kill you where you stand. Tears stream down the man's face as he lifts a small ring with both trembling hands. I was wrong. Spare my life, I'll never dare again. Xiang Tian flicks the ring from the man's grasp with the tip of his blade, catches it, and turns to Ming Dong. Let's go. The Earth Saint Master remains frozen in terror, staring after them from behind. Seeing Xiang Tian's true strength, Ming Dong's eyes light up. Giant Chen, when did you break through to Earth Saint Master? Xiang Tian replies, just a few days before leaving the Tianqin clan. He strokes his chin, eyes drifting upward in thought, then continues. If what Qin Zhao said is true, you were also with the girls at the Zhenbao Pavilion trying to break through, weren't you? Embarrassed. Ming Dong's face flushes crimson as he waves his hands frantically. Don't say any more. Having teased him enough, Xiang Tian bursts into laughter. Ha ha, all right. Let's hurry into the mountain valley and see what treasures await. Out of nowhere, the pink mist from before begins to rise once more beneath their feet. Xiang Tian shields Ming Dong with one arm and raises his voice. Careful, this isn't poison mist, it's an illusion formation. The two stand back to back, swords raised, as the thick pink haze closes in from every direction. Suddenly, a voice echoes from somewhere unseen, startling them both. 5,000 years. I have finally waited for your arrival. Before them looms a mountain suspended in midair. Atop it sits what appears to be a magnificent palace, grand as any imperial castle. The clouds gradually part, revealing the structure with ever-growing clarity. A gateway appears within, radiating countless streaks of azure light. A voice calls from inside, enter. Ming Dong turns to Changyang Xiangshan and asks, what do we do now? Xiang Tian says, we go in and find out what's happening. Ming Dong nods. All right. Without hesitation, the two shoot through the gateway. Old Man Tian is already seated there since, when, no one can tell. Ming Dong and Changyang Xiangshan speak in unison. Bowing low, we pay our respects to Senior. Old Man Tian gazes at the two of them. 5,000 years. Ming Dong looks up in shock as the old man continues. I have searched for you for 5,000 years. Old Man Tian rises to his feet, eyes searching. Child, are you a descendant of the Ming clan? The Ming clan, though, you have an ancestor named Ming Yishan. Ming Dong's eyes widen. Ming Yishan. He is indeed my clan's founding ancestor, but how does Senior know our ancestor's name? Old Man Tian smiles warmly. Child, come here, I have something for you. Changyang Xiangshan observes the old man carefully. He detects no killing intent whatsoever from the elder clearly. This man harbors no ill will toward Ming Dong. Xiang Tian says, go, this Senior likely means you no harm. Ming Dong steps forward and asks, may this junior ask what guidance Senior has to offer? Old Man Tian holds up an ancient jade piece. This jade was entrusted to me by that old fox Ming Yishan, asked me to deliver it to his descendant. Within this jade lies not only the lifetime supreme art of Ming Yishan, but also a resonance that responds to his bloodline. As Ming Dong reaches for the jade, Old Man Tian continues, the moment you stepped into this hall, this jade began trembling ceaselessly within my space ring. I knew then that Ming brother's descendant had arrived. Ming Dong accepts the jade and asks, Senior, were you acquainted with my ancestor? Old Man Tian's eyes grow distant. 5,000 years ago, Ming brother and I founded a mercenary company together, traveling across the world. Those were glorious, carefree days. His mind drifts to images of two brothers watching each other's backs through countless battles. Old Man Tian's voice grows heavy. But while we were exploring the realm of deathly sorcery, we were ambushed by a demon curse formation. Your ancestor, Ming Yishan, he saved me. He threw his own body in front of the curse to shield me. He sacrificed himself so that I might live. Old Man Tian's eyes glisten as the image of two brothers parting for the last time floods his memory. Before Ming brother drew his final breath, he entrusted this jade to Mito deliver it to his descendants. But when I arrived at the Ming clan's estate, I found it had been annihilated, wiped out by an unknown hand. I carried this jade across the entire Tianyuan continent, hunting for the one who destroyed the Ming clan but more desperately. Searching for any surviving descendant, Alas, I found none. So, in order to find the Ming clan's descendant, I established this palace here, hoping that through those who gathered for the mercenary assembly, I might catch word of Ming's bloodline. Old man Tian smiles, his voice heavy with emotion. A full 5,000 years, and at last I have found you. Child, he says gently, your ancestor and I were brothers of life and death. There is no need for senior, if you don't mind. Simply call me Grandpa Tian. Ming Dong's voice is thick with emotion. Yes, thank you, Grandpa Tian. The old man chuckles. If I'm not mistaken, you and your friend have come for the mercenary assembly, correct? Ming Dong nods. Grandpa Tian is right, this here is my sworn brother. Changyang Xiangshan cups his fists. Giant Chen Changyang Xiangshan pays his respects to Senior Tian. Old man Tian regards Ming Dong and speaks. Child, your current strength is far too weak. Stay here for now. I will do everything in my power to help you raise your cultivation. Ming Dong hesitates. That is, Grandpa Tian, could you also allow my brother Giant Chen to train alongside me? Changyang Xiangshan shakes his head with a smile. Ming Dong, this is your clan's inheritance. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to stay. Besides, I have other matters to attend to. What matters? Ming Dong asks. Xiang Tian smiles. The Tianqin clan patriarch asked me to protect Qin Xiao during this mercenary assembly. I need to go find him. Ming Dong pauses. Ah, right. Changyang Xiangshan places a hand on Ming Dong's shoulder and grins. It's all right. Focus on raising your strength. Once you break through to Earth Saint Master, come find me. All right, Ming Dong agrees. Xiang Tian cups his fists toward old man Tian with a smile. Senior Tian, I leave my brother Ming Dong in your care. Old man Tian waves a hand. Rest assured, this old man guarantees he'll be reborn bones and all. With Senior Tian's word, this junior takes his leave. Changyang Xiangshan turns toward the exit. Behind him, old man Tian smiles warmly. Good, good. It seems Ming Dong has found himself a true brother. Later, Changyang Xiangshan approaches a mountain stream to fetch water when a rustling in the forest catches his attention. He grips his sword and calls out, Who's skulking about? Show yourself. Luoner raises her bow and aims it squarely at Changyang Xiangshan. Stinking scoundreldy, Xiang Tian looks up startled. Luoner. Luoner draws the bowstring taut. Stinking scoundrel, is Luoner a name for the likes of you to call? Changyang Xiangshan raises both hands in surrender like a cornered beast. Miss Luoner. What happened before was truly a misunderstanding. Luoner grits her teeth, the bowstring still fully drawn. Save your breath. This young lady shall carry out heaven's judgment today. A radiant pink glow emanates around her body. Luoner shouts, Shoot that peeping Tom. A massive explosion erupts in the heart of a dense forest. Changyang Xiangshan's face turns purple as he soars through the air. From within the inferno, a foul-mouthed voice rings out. Luoner draws her bow, aiming directly at Changyang Xiangshan and fires. She says, If you still call yourself a man, then stop dodging around like a coward. Xiangshan dodges Luoner's arrows and says with an irritated expression, Do you take me for a fool? Stand still and be a target for this lady. A lecherous laugh rings out and someone says, Luoner, my little treasure, we meet again. Luoner says, You still dare show your face before me. Changyang Xiangshan observes Luoner. Gauging the situation, it seems this man is her enemy. She grips her bow tightly, a pink glowing arrow already knocked in place. Luoner takes aim and fires straight downward. Shi Xiangren stands there laughing, waving his hand. An orange barrier materializes before them, and a beam of pink light crashes against it. A blinding pink radiance erupts before Luoner. She raises her hand to shield her face. Shi Xiangren smirks and says, Luoner, stop wasting your strength. Your ruler's armament cannot harm me. Changyang Xiangshan stares at the bow in Luoner's hand. He thinks, Ruler's armament, what grade of weapon is that? Why have I never heard of it before? Luoner shouts furiously. Shi Xiangren, if you dare lay a finger on a single hair of mine, my royal family will never let the Shi clan off. Shi Xiangren laughs lecherously and says, Don't worry, my dear. Once I've had my way with you, I'll take full responsibility. I'll go straight to your royal family to propose marriage. Luoner says, Shi Xiangren, you are utterly disgusting. She draws her bow, which radiates a blazing pink glow. Luoner says, Even if I die, I will never let you touch a single hair on my body. Before Luoner, nothing but blinding pink radiance materializes. Luoner looks at Changyang Xiangshan and says, Stinking scoundrel, help me deal with them. I won't sell you out anymore. Shi Xiangren laughs and says, Kid, this is a grudge between the Shi clan and the royal family. You'd best not stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Xiangren grins with a cunning sneer. Look, Herethis is what happened to the last fool who meddled. He tried to save this wench, and we beat him half to death. He looks at the two of them. Kid, you can still retreat now. Otherwise, Changyang Xiangshan furrows his brows and draws his sword. Countless rays of pink light materialize around him. Luoner looks toward the terrifying power emanating from Changyang Xiangshan. She thinks, such immense spiritual energy. A purple light flashes within a circle. A gray-haired man stands amidst countless streaks of purple light slicing past his body. Blood trickles from his mouth before he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Changyang Xiangshan grips his sword and says, I have no desire to waste my time with you lot. Tell me who owns this sash. Xiangshan's expression darkens. Where is he now? Shi Xiangren roars furiously. How dare you? Ambushing us when the Shi clan guards weren't paying attention. Guard Wang, kill this brat. Avenge Uncle Liu. The gray-bearded man says, Yes, young master. Shi Xiangren snarls. What are you waiting for? The man charges forward, bellowing, Die. Boom, boom, boom. Changyang Xiangshan swings his sword forward. The gray-bearded man grits his teeth, raises his fists. They begin to glow. Watch me shatter that worthless blade of yours. His fist meets the sword's edge. Countless pink rays of light swirl around the gray-bearded man's body. The gray-bearded man is impaled by the blade. Changyang Xiangshan asks, Why can't you obediently answer my questions? Luoner is stunned. She thinks, how did his strength suddenly become this formidable? Could it be, when he fought me, he was actually holding back? Xiangshan glances down at Shi Xiangren, who is sneaking away to flee. A sword materializes before Shi Xiangren. Startling him so badly he breaks out in a cold sweat. He exclaims, Yeah. Xiangren stammers in terror. Kid, fine you killed my guard. But if you dare touch me, the Shi clan will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Changyang Xiangshan's brows furrow. Answer my question, he grips his sword, or die like them. Both Changyang Xiangshan and Shi Xiangren descend to the ground. Shi Xiangren's face twists with fury. You wretch, do you truly think Shi Xiangren fears you? Xiangshan charges forward, his killing intent erupting. Golden light swirls around Shi Xiangren. He roars, Indestructible golden god body. A golden sphere of light envelops him. A beam of pink radiance surges toward Xiangren, but it is blocked by the orange barrier. Changyang Xiangshan, blade in hand, rushes toward Shi Xiangren. Xiangren laughs at the pink arrow streaking toward his golden shield and says smugly, Kid, keep pretending all you want. If you've got the guts, come and cut me down. A rope appears in Shi Xiangren's hand. He says, I was saving this to discipline that wretched girl, but using it on you works just as well. He hurls the rope forward. Watch this. Changyang Xiangshan swings his sword to cut Shi Xiangren's rope. Countless rays of pink light swirl around Xiangshan's body. A blazing beam of pink radiance surges toward Shi Xiangren's. Is the power of the Azulite sword's ultimate technique. Countless beams of pink light crash down upon the earth. Luoner laughs and says, Well done, you stinking scoundrel. Chop that dog to pieces for this young lady. She grins, draws her bow, and says, Shi Xiangren, watch as this young lady pins you like a hedgehog, you cowardly turtle. Changyang Xiangshan has already leaped to Luoner's side. Xiangshan says, Don't move. That turtle shell of his isn't easy to break. Shi Xiangren floats in midair. Shi Xiangren roars, I didn't want to use my secret treasure, but you've left me no choice. He holds up a golden box and says, This is the ruler's armament of the Shi clan. Luoner gasps, The treasure mountain seal? How is it in your hands? Shi Xiangren says, I'm surprised you have some knowledge after all. You actually recognize the Shi clan's treasure mountain seal. Luoner grabs him and shouts, Stinking scoundrel, run. Shi Xiangren laughs and hurls the box into the air. Let me see where you can run to. Golden light erupts from his hands as he bellows. Treasure mountain seal, crush them. Luoner and Changyang Xiangshan grab each other's hands and bolt. Luoner thinks in despair, It's over. We can't escape. Am I going to die in this place today? Changyang Xiangshan says, Luoner, you run first. Luoner reaches out and shouts, Stinking scoundrel. A massive stone wall materializes before her. Tears stream down Luoner's face. Stinking scoundrel, who gave you permission to push this young lady away? Why, didn't I tell you to run? Shi Xiangren laughs triumphantly, standing atop the cube-shaped seal. HMPH, dare to oppose Shi Xiangren. This is your end crushed to a bloody pulp by me. Xiangren smirks. Luoner, your little lover has already been crushed to meat paste by me. If you come over obediently and listen to what I say, I might consider. Suddenly, a purple light blazes from beneath the seal. The purple beam strikes straight at Shi Xiangren's back, but his barrier intercepts it. A burst of pink radiance erupts. Luoner looks up at Changyang Xiangshan with tears glistening in her eyes, while Shi Xiangren's jaw drops in utter disbelief. Changyang Xiangshan says, Miss Luoner, the situation was urgent. I had no choice but to push you away. Are you hurt? Luaner asks, stinking scoundrel. Uri were all right. Changyang Xiangshan says, I have a defensive artifact. The treasure mountain seal can't crush me. Do you know how to break his turtle shell? Shi Xiangren thinks furiously. This brat truly has a treasure on him. Now it's 2 against 1, and my protective barrier's energy is running low. The treasure mountain seal requires far too much energy to activate even once. There's no other choice but to flee for now. Shi Xiangren soars into the air, the box floating alongside him. Consider yourselves lucky. Just wait until I find reinforcements to deal with you 2 lovebirds. Luaner shouts at the sky. If you've got the guts, don't run. If this young lady doesn't pin you like a hedgehog, my name isn't Huang. Changyang Xiangshan places his hand on Luaner's shoulder. Miss Luaner, when a cornered beast flees, one should not give chase. Blood erupts from Xiangshan's mouth. Changyang Xiangshan says through bloodied lips, run, quickly. Luaner rushes to his side. Hey he, stinking scoundrel. Changyang Xiangshan murmurs, don't scare me like that. In a forest shrouded in oppressive darkness and sinister energy, Changyang Xiangshan lies face down on the ground. Luaner holds a vial and looks at Xiangshan. Thank the heavens, the holy water is still here. She brings it to his lips. Drink quickly, you'll be fine once you drink it. The liquid is poured into his mouth, but it all flows back out. Luaner thinks anxiously, what do I do? She stares at the vial, then pours all of it into her own mouth. Luaner's intention is to feed Changyang Xiangshan mouth to mouth. Her lips are about to touch Xiangshan's. Luaner sits by the flickering campfire, warming a kettle. She thinks there really are fools in this world, willing to risk their lives to save others. Luaner crawls over to Changyang Xiangshan's side, telling herself she's merely checking whether he swallowed it. She leans in to look at his face. Changyang Xiangshan opens his eyes and asks, Miss Luaner, what are you looking at? Luaner startles and pulls back. You got lucky, that's all. This young lady merely wanted to see what someone who took the treasure mountain seal head-on and survived actually looks like. Changyang Xiangshan asks, where are we? Luaner speaks up. That grandson of the Shi clan fled. I saw your injuries were too severe, so I found a nearby cave to shelter you. Xiangshan asks, that's right, what exactly was that treasure seal? Its might was truly enormous. Surely it isn't one of your saint armaments. Luaner picks up the bow and speaks. The treasure mountain seal, much like my son Moon Bow, is a king-tier armament. Changyang Xiangshan asks what a king-tier armament is. The disassembled parts of the bow lie scattered across the ground. Luaner speaks. King-tier armaments are all saint armaments once wielded by saint king powerhouses. When a saint king powerhouse perishes, these saint armaments do not dissolve into energy and dissipate into the heavens and earth. Instead, they remain perfectly preserved. Changyang Xiangshan nods in understanding. So that's how it is. I never imagined saint armaments were actually crystallized from the bodies of saint king powerhouses. No wonder their might is so formidable. Luaner turns her face away with a huff. HMPH? If I too had reached the second cycle of the Earth Saint Master Realm, I would absolutely have used the Sun Moon Bow to turn that Shikur into a pincushion. Changyang Xiangshan asks, is the reason I couldn't cut him down also related to his king-tier armament? Luaner explains that it was the residual barrier, power a Saint King powerhouse had left upon his person in extraordinarily potent defense. Changyang Xiangshan asks whether there is any way to shatter that barrier layer, or at the very least, cause it to vanish for a short time. Luaner speaks. When the attacking force surpasses the barrier's capacity to endure, the barrier will naturally be shattered. Beyond that, the barrier power will also dissipate once he has used it all up. However, how long his barrier power can ultimately sustain itself I'm not certain. Changyang Xiangshan ponders. It seems that when he encounters Shi Xiangren again, he must find a way to relentlessly drain the man's barrier energy. Xiangshan rises to his feet and clasps his fists toward Luaner. I am grateful for Miss Luaner's life-saving grace. However, this one still has urgent matters to attend to. Changyang Xiangshan grimaces in pain as he moves. Luaner snaps. You detestable rogue, the holy water barely managed to save your wretched life. Those wounds require at least 3 days of recovery at the minimum. You'd better stay put and recuperate properly. Changyang Xiangshan furrows his brow. No, I must go find someone. Luaner demands. You can barely walk right now. Who on earth could you possibly be looking for? Changyang Xiangshan speaks. The owner of that warhorse is my sworn brother. I gave my word to his father that I would ensure his safety during the mercenary Grand Assembly. Luaner watches Changyang Xiangshan begin to leave and raises her voice. Yao, you've already offended Shi Xiangren. He will absolutely never spare you. Without me by your side, crossing paths with Shi Xiangren is nothing but a road to death. I won't allow you to throw your life away. Xiangshan looks at her, seeing the anger and concern etched on her face. Miss Lunar, why do you care so much about me? Lunar's face flushes red as she retorts furiously. Who's caring about you? It's justly this young lady is allowed to deal with you. No one else gets to. Changyang Xiangshan smiles gently. I thank Miss Lunar for her concern. But I, Jian Chen, cannot simply lie here nursing my wounds while my brother's life hangs in the balance. Lunar grits her teeth. This stubborn fool is going to be the death of me. But Changyang Xiangshan has already made up his mind. He departs. Changyang Xiangshan glances behind him. Why are you following me? Lunar turns her face away with a huff. Who's following you? This forest is vast. Thy's young lady goes wherever she pleases. Xiangshan smirks. Are you afraid she Xiangren might come after you? Lunar raises her bow with a defiant glare. If he dares show his face, I'll shoot him full of holes. And even if I can't beat him myself, I still have Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun to help me take him down. Suddenly, Changyang Xiangshan clamps his hand over Lunar's mouth. Xiangshan whispers, SHH, someone's coming. A dark silhouette streaks through the forest at blistering speed. Lunar and Changyang Xiangshan press themselves behind a tree, peering out to see a figure collapse to the ground. Xiangshan narrows his eyes. A gray-haired man clutching a sword grins cruelly. Daring to defy the Shiklanthites is your fate. If you don't want to die, surrender now and it's not too late. Qin Zio snarls through gritted teeth. HMPH, even if I, Qin Zio, die here today, I will never become that lunatic's lapdog. The gray-haired man grips his sword, fury blazing in his eyes. You refuse the offered wine? Then taste the punishment wine. A streak of black light suddenly flashes across his face. The man whirls around, bellowing, WHO. Changyang Xiangshan steps forward, his voice cold as steel. The one who will take your wretched life. Qin Zio cries out in shock. Jian Chen, he's an Earth Saint Master, we stand no chance. I'll hold him off, you run. The gray-haired man throws his head back and laughs. Jian Chen, how wonderful. Finding you here saves me the effort. A surge of energy erupts and hurtles forward. The gray-haired man lunges forward with a sinister grin. The Shi clan has placed a bounty on your head inside the secret realm. That head of yours is worth quite a fortune. Lunar looks at Changyang Xiangshan and shouts, Be careful. A beam of azure light streaks toward Xiangshan, followed by an explosion of blue radiance. Lunar's face twists in shock. Jian Chen, the gray-haired man, drives his sword toward Changyang Xiangshan's body, but the air around Xiangshan flash freezes into solid ice. The man throws his head back in laughter. This bounty is as easy as flipping my palm. Changyang Xiangshan gazes at the Earth Saint Master, his eyes devoid of fear. Is this all that your so-called strength amounts to? Lunar stares ahead, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Crimson flames erupt around Changyang Xiangshan's body. The encasing ice shatters apart, fragments exploding outward. A colossal block of ice hurtles through the air toward the gray-haired man. The gray-haired man stares at the massive ice boulder rocketing toward him. He laughs and says, A mere parlor trick. Changyang Xiangshan leaps into the air, a massive saber gripped in his hand. The two swords collide with a piercing ring. He laughs and says, Didn't expect that, did you? I have 2 saint armaments. The gray-haired man laughs with dangerous fury and snarls, Go die! Then his mouth gapes wide open. Changyang Xiangshan raises his saber and says, My apologies, I too possess 2 saint armaments. He walks over to Qin Zio and asks, Are you all right? Qin Zio smiles with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and says, Don't worry, I won't die just yet. Changyang Xiangshan extends his hand and says, Take this pill to stabilize your injuries first. Qin Zio thanks him, then takes the pill and places it in his mouth. Immediately, countless streams of golden light radiate from his body. Then all 3 Changyang Xiangshan, Lunar, and Qin Zio sit around the campfire. Changyang Xiangshan asks Miss Lunar, Why do you keep staring at me without saying a word? Is there something on my face? Lunar snaps, You scoundrel. You obviously have 2 saint armaments. Why didn't you bring them out when fighting that she fellow? Changyang Xiangshan says, Miss Lunar, if I couldn't break through Shi Xiangren's defense, no amount of saint armaments would have made a difference. Lunar admits that's true. Xiangshan hands a roasted leg to Lunar and says, Miss Lunar, eat something to restore your stamina first. She takes the leg and says, I suppose you do have a conscience. Qin Zio laughs and says, Your eye for people isn't bad at all. Changyang Xiangshan says, Qin Zio, what do you mean not bad? I don't understand what you're trying to say. Lunar snaps. If this feather-brained fool keeps talking nonsense, I'll sell you off as a pincushion. Qin Zio, gnawing on a massive leg of meat, says, Fine, I'll shut my mouth. Changyang Xiangshan asks Qin Zio, How did you end up offending those people? The Shi clan was dragged into this by someone else too, weren't they? Lunar glares at Xiangshan and says, "You scoundrel, what are you implying?" Qin Zio, still chewing his food, says, "The reason I'm being hunted is because of you mentioning the heaven-tier battle skill." The moment Qin Zio finishes speaking, both Changyang Xiangshan and Lunar are stunned. Qin Zio speaks up. "First, I was teleported to a massive mountain within the secret realm." He recalls his time inside and says, "Inside the secret realm, I continuously defeated one competitor after another corpses littered every corner. Through these battles, he learned from one of the competitors that a cave mansion belonging to an ancient expert had surfaced in the forest atop the southern peak." Qin Zio imagined. He continues, "They say that within this expert's cave mansion, there are not only countless artifacts and spirit herbs, but also a powerful heaven-tier battle skill." Hearing this, they ask in astonishment, "A heaven-tier battle skill?" Qin Zio replies, "Indeed. Do the two of you want to go take a look?" He scratches his head, stands up, and says, "With my current strength, I'm not fit to join in on the fun." He says, "Very well, stay here and recuperate." Deep in his heart, he thinks, "I must obtain that heaven-tier battle skill no matter what." The following morning, he and Lunar touch down together. The two stand before the massive gate ahead. He says, "This must be the teleportation gate to the secret realm." The crowd ahead murmurs, "The guardian beast of the cave mansion still hasn't died. No, if this keeps up, by the time the competition period ends, we still won't be able to enter that cave mansion. It seems we can only wait for the 5 great experts to arrive and combine our strength to slay the guardian beast." Hearing this, he grows curious and turns to ask Lunar, "Who are these 5 great experts they speak of?" She answers, "Qinjai Dugufeng, Tian Moling, Jid Wukeng, and Shi Xiangren." He grows somewhat doubtful that Shi Xiangren is counted among them. Lunar explains, "He has a king-tier armament and a life-preserving barrier. On what grounds would you doubt his inclusion?" Of course Shi Xiangren counts. He has a king-tier armament and a life-preserving barrier. On what basis would he not? He grins with interest, thinking I was fretting over where to find him, yet here he is, delivering himself to my doorstep. The two stroll along, and he instructs the person beside him, "If we know Shi Xiangren is coming, then let's prepare well in advance." Suddenly, a devastating strike descends from nowhere, cracking the ground for a great stretch. A man wielding a blade approaches and demands, "Where did these country bumpkins crawl out from? Do you even understand the rules? Is this a place the likes of you can enter?" The crowd behind murmurs, "Oh heavens, the Jid clan is bullying people again." The person beside him immediately signals for silence. "Keep it down, don't let him hear you." The man with the blade continues to bellow, "Boy, are you deaf? If you don't want to die, get lost." Sword in hand, he lunges forward and delivers a single vicious slash. The man screams in agony, his leg is slashed open, and a devastating kick slams into his face. The man hurtles backward, crashing into a tree. He trembles, clutching his leg, and cries, "My leg, you actually dared to cripple my leg." The onlookers, witnessing the commotion, can't help but chime in with their murmurs. Is this kid really that fierce? He actually dared to attack someone from the Jid clan. What on earth is this kid's background? "Turn around," Miss Lunar calls out. A voice rings out at that moment. A golden-haired man, spear in hand, leaps forward. "You dare kill someone from the Jid clan and you still think you can leave alive." Lunar screams, "Watch out. That spear is a king-tier armament." He catches the spear mid-thrust and thinks, king-tier armament? Could this man be one of the 5 great experts Lunar mentioned? The man bellows at the same time, "Die." The attacker leaps skyward and hurls his spear downward. Divine spear, art divine dragon sweeps the tail. He himself remains unmoved, silently thinking, "I'd like to see just how tough this king-tier armament really is." The spear, wreathed in blinding golden light, clashes against a massive sphere of energy. The impact is so tremendous that arcs of lightning erupt, unleashing a devastating explosion. Heaven and earth shudder as dust, and debris engulf the sky. Wukeng levels the spear at him and interrogates, "The sword in your hand is also a king-tier armament. What clan do you belong to?" Jian Chen smiles calmly and replies with veiled mockery, "So these so-called 5 great experts are nothing more than this." Jid Wukeng roars in fury, "What did you say?" He raises his sword and sneers, "No matter, the sword in my hand may not be a king-tier armament, but it is more than enough to take your life. You are courting death." As Wukeng lunges with a shout, an arrow whistles past him and buries itself in the ground behind. Jid Wukeng spins around. Seeing Lunar with her bow drawn, he recognizes her identity at once. "The Sun Moon Bow, a princess of the royal family. Why would you aid this brat?" The gate ahead suddenly blazes with light. A spatial gateway materializes out of thin air. A figure leaps through, landing between the two combatants and Jid Wukang. The newcomer looks remarkably young, perhaps around the same age as him. He steps out while scratching his head and calls out to his companion. "Brother Chin, that thing's hide was too thick. I couldn't cut through it." Noticing the tense standoff, he falls silent. The two enemies lock eyes, their gazes brimming with hostility, leaving him bewildered. He asks, "What's going on between you two?" Glancing around further, his gaze lands on Lunar. In this man's mind, a blood-soaked love story immediately takes shape that the two are fighting over Lunar. He exclaims excitedly, "Oh my, am I interrupting a duel of love here?" The one called Brother Chin rushes over, his voice thick with exasperation. "Feng, your emotional intelligence is abysmal. There are things one simply cannot blurt out." Realizing the situation has spiraled, he hastily explains, "You two gentlemen, please do not speak such nonsense. Miss Lunar and I are completely innocent." Lunar's face flushes crimson. "Exactly, keep spouting nonsense and I'll turn you both into pincushions." Dugu Feng glances at Jid Wukang and grins mischievously. "So you're just the third wheel, are you?" Jid Wukang's face contorts with rage as he roars. "This is driving me mad. Jid Wukang, I have never suffered such humiliation. I'll fight all of you to the death." But before the matter is resolved, yet another figure appears. A soft, tinkling laugh drifts from behind. "My, how lively it is here." Looking back, they behold a stunning beauty approaching. She offers a graceful greeting. "Handsome young sir, greetings. I am Tian Moling." Seeing Tian Moling's flirtatious smile directed at him, Lunar feels a surge of jealousy and silently curses the woman for her brazenness. Moling notices Lunar's hostile gaze and smiles warmly. "And who might this little sister be?" "Little sister, there's no need to be jealous of your elder sister. I mean no harm." Lunar, struck at the heart, flushes with embarrassment yet refuses to admit it, shouting loudly, "Stop your nonsensical talk. Who would ever be jealous of a shameless hussy like you?" Seeing Lunar's fierce reaction, Moling is even more delighted and continues to tease. "Little sister, being this angry really isn't good for you. A good girl ought to be a touch more gentle, that's how you win a man's heart." Unable to retort, Lunar stomps away in a huff, stamping her feet like a petulant child. Moling ignores Lunar entirely. Radiating the charm of a stunning beauty, she asks in a sweet, honeyed voice, "Young master, you are truly handsome. You've quite captivated this humble girl. May I ask your name?" He responds coldly, "This one is." After hearing the name, Moling is somewhat disappointed. She had assumed he was one of the 5 great experts, which was why she had engaged him so cheerfully. She turns her gaze to the 3 men behind him, as though searching for the expert she truly seeks, then asks, "May I ask how these 3 young masters address themselves?" They introduce themselves in turn, Dugu Feng, Qin Jai, and Jid Wukang. Upon hearing their names, Moling's expression transforms completely. She bursts out in excitement. 3 of the 5 great experts all standing before this humble girl at once. I am truly both thrilled and overwhelmed. "Qin Jai, you are quite the composed one." Responding to Moling's praise, Qin Jai says, "Miss Tian Moling, you flatter me far too much." These 5 great experts, Miss Tian Moling counts as one of them, does she not? Moling demurs shyly, "I am but a frail woman. How could I possibly compare to the prowess of you esteemed gentlemen?" 4 of the 5 great experts now stand present. Yet the one who should be the protagonist finds himself cast aside. While the 4 were cheering each other on, he noticed someone lurking behind the bushes. Without a second thought, he drew his sword and charged. In a flash, the sword spirit in his hand shot forth. Shi Xiangren had no idea what was about to hit him. When he lifted his head, the sword was already hurtling toward his face. He could only twist his body aside in sheer shock. The strike carried immense force. Spiritual energy radiated across the area, blasting a massive hole clean through the tree trunk behind Shi Xiangren. Had that blow connected, this day next year would have been his death anniversary. His arm trembled from the pain. The wound appeared quite severe. Shi Xiangren shuddered, grinding his teeth in fury as he stared at the terrifying sword slash that had nearly taken his life. "He nearly killed me." That single sword strike was a near miss. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Just a fraction closer, and he would have slain the man outright. Tian Moling's heart jolted upon hearing this. He thought to himself, does he even realize what he just attempted? To react that way? Does he understand the gravity of what he's done? To nearly assassinate Shi Xiangren, one of the 5 great experts at such close range, and almost succeed. The battle with Jid Wukang had not yet concluded when Shi Xiangren arrived. He seized the precious mountain seal and prepared to hurl it. Under his control, the precious mountain seal expanded to blot out the heavens, swallowing all light. Shi Xiangren roared, "Today, I will not rest until one of us lies dead." he activated his fury skill. He launched a frenzied barrage of attacks. I will crush you into mincemeat. Frowning at the incoming onslaught, he thought to himself, the only option is to unleash his strongest sword chi and try to sever the king-tier armament. Lunar swiftly rushed over and raised her bow, shouting, "You scoundrel, run already! Stop standing there like an idiot." Unlike the fearful expressions around him, Du Feng gripped the hilt of his sword with confidence and declared to all, "Bring it on. I couldn't slay those beasts in the cave, but do you think I can't handle you?" He swiftly activated the fire cloud sword technique. The heavenly throne cloud surged upward, and blazing flames instantly engulfed the surroundings. Qinjai and Jide Wukeng also charged forward. Tian Moling unleashed his ultimate technique and reprimanded Shi Xiangren. "Your fury is far too great. We have not offended you." Attacks rained down from every direction. Shi Xiangren was stricken with fear. It's over. That wretch had deceived him, leaving him surrounded on all sides by enemies with no avenue of retreat. The king-tier armament struck the ground, unleashing a tremendous explosion. Shi Xiangren was hurled downward in terror. "Everyone, Shi Xiangren, I didn't mean to. Is everyone all right?" He then shot toward Shi Xiangren like a panicked arrow. Shi Xiangren barely raised his shield in time to block the incoming strike. Startled, he quickly retreated to a safe distance. He studied Shi Xiangren and analyzed the situation. He could sense the man's energy barrier had weakened considerably. 3 more strikes, and he could finish him. The sword strike that had just landed sent Shi Xiangren into a frenzy. He screamed, "Despicable coward, you only know how to ambush. Do you dare face me in an open, fair battle?" Ignoring Shi Xiangren's words, he gripped the blade strapped to his back and plotted in silence. He waited for the moment to close the distance, planning to use his sword chi to shatter the man's energy barrier. Suddenly, a hand seized his sleeve, startling him into turning around. Lunar scolded him, "You fool, he says come and you just obey." She stepped forward, positioning her body as a shield before him, glaring defiantly at Shi Xiangren. "Shi Xiangren, you've cowered behind your energy barrier your entire life. You have no right to lecture anyone. Without your barrier, this young mistress would have turned you into a pincushion long ago." Lunar's words struck a nerve. His face twisted in rage as he bellowed, "Wretched woman, I'll send you and your lover straight to hell." Shi Xiangren prepared to unleash his power, but a hand stopped him cold. He stared in fear at the hand gripping his wrist. Qinjai merely smiled and said, "Brother Shi, might you hear this one out?" Before he could activate his technique, he found himself surrounded by experts. Shi Xiangren panicked and quickly explained, "That was just a moment of impulse. I have no desire to make enemies of you all." Qinjai maintained his sly smile and released his grip. "Rest assured we all understand. Otherwise, you'd be nothing but a slab of meat by now." He then turned to broker peace with everyone. "Everyone, haven't we all come here for the treasures within the cave? Du Feng and I just scouted ahead. There are 2 demonic beasts inside." Qinjai continued, his calculating smile never wavering, laying out his proposal with just 2 people. "I'm afraid none of us can breach the cave dwelling. Therefore, I have a suggestion." Tian Moling, Shi Xiangren, and Jide Wukeng listened in silence as Qinjai continued. "I hope everyone can temporarily set aside personal grudges. Let us join forces, combine our strength to slay those demonic beasts, then enter the cave dwelling to claim the treasure. What say you?" Du Feng stood to the side and clapped in hearty approval of the plan. "Indeed, let's go together this time. I refuse to believe we can't slaughter those beasts." Tian Moling also cupped his chin in contemplation. "That's right, doesn't the cave dwelling contain a heaven-tier battle skill?" Afterward, Qinjai descended and walked over, saying, "Brother, once we've secured the treasures, it won't be too late for you to make your move." Sensing the unpredictability in Qinjai, Jian Chen furrowed his brow and sized up the man before sheathing his sword into his spatial pouch. He reluctantly agreed, "Very well, we'll follow Brother Qin's lead." But the grudge remained unswallowed. "Shi Xiangren, all you know how to do is bark. Consider it nothing but your dog's luck, brat." Unfazed by the tirade, Jian Chen replied calmly, "Shi Xiangren, you'd best pray that turtle shell of yours lasts forever. Otherwise, you truly will die." Tian Moling praised with a flirtatious lilt, "My dear young sir, how interesting you are recalling the barrier force left inside someone's body. By a saint king a mere turtle shell. Hee, how wonderfully fitting." Luan burning with jealousy, kicked him square in the backside and snapped, "You shameless she-dog." The sudden kick caught him off guard. "What did you kick me for?" Facing his question, Luan simply huffed, "Because I felt like it." Setting the matter aside, Qinjai calmly described the appearances of the 2 magical beasts. "These are the guardian beasts that Du Feng and I encountered inside. With a casual wave of his hand, the images of the flying spirit sky serpent and the violet gold thunder lion materialized. Chin-Jai spoke bluntly, "Let's split into teams." He pointed toward the serpent. This flying spirit sky serpent can not only soar through the heavens, but its entire body is coated in lethal venom. The other one possesses incredibly thick scales. Ordinary attacks can hardly wound it, and its whole body crackles with lightning. Du Gufeng immediately cut in. "I don't care how you divide them up. All I want is to hack that stinking lion to pieces. That beast nearly electrocuted me to death just now. Du Gufeng wants his revenge." Jian Chen remained utterly composed. "The flying spirit sky serpentel, leave it to Miss Luan and myself." Chin-Jai interjected at once. "Brother Jian Chen, if you put it that way, you must have a plan to deal with it." Du Gufeng's eyes lit up. "Luan-Er's ruler's armament is a bow. If the flying spirit sky serpent takes to the air, Miss Luan-Er can shoot it down. If it closes in for melee combat, I can engage it and keep it from reaching Miss Luan-Er." Luan-Er was now flushing with shyness. Yes, exactly like that." Tian Moling's face took on an unusually alluring radiance. Tian Moling turned with a beguiling smile. "Sword God, dear, this whip of mine can prevent that snake from flying about recklessly. Might I join you in dealing with the spirit serpent?" Luan-Er flared up instantly. "We don't need you, you fox spirit. Get lost." Yet Tian Moling continued to circle around Jian Chen unabated. "Sword God, she's terribly temperamental. Living with her day-to-day must be quite trying." Luan-Er could barely contain herself. She raised the zither bow, aiming it straight at Tian Moling. "I'll shoot you dead, you green tea vixen." Jian Chen finally spoke up. "Miss Tian Moling, please stop provoking her. She hasn't been in a good mood lately." Hearing this, Tian Moling laughed sheepishly. "Oh my, this one knows she was wrong." Unable to let things spiral further, Jian Chen stepped in to mediate. "Miss Luan-Er, let Miss Tian Moling join us. Her ruler's armament can genuinely help us restrict the flying spirit sky serpent's movements." Upon hearing this, Luan-Er offered no further protest. "HMPH," Chin-Jai stepped forward. "Then it's decided. Brother Jian Chen, your team of 3 will handle the flying spirit sky serpent. The 4 of us will take on that lion." Jian Chen was slightly puzzled. "Brother Chin-Jai immediately produced a pill and explained, "This is a detoxification pill. The flying spirit sky serpent's venom is deadly. The moment you're poisoned, take this at once." Jian Chen accepted it. "Thank you." The flying spirit sky serpent was still deep in slumber. Suddenly, its eyes blazed crimson. An arrow was hurtling straight toward it. Without hesitation, the flying spirit sky serpent immediately unleashed its innate power. It spat out a beam of light to intercept the incoming arrow. Luan-Er watched from her position, clicking her tongue in frustration. That beast's reflexes are that fast." The flying spirit sky serpent opened its cavernous maw wide. Instantly, Jian Chen lunged forward. "Miss Tian Moling, seal the airspace above the serpent." Luan-Er widened her distance to take aim. Tian Moling immediately unfurled her whip. "Understood." Jian Chen swung his sword without hesitation, slashing toward the flying spirit sky serpent. "Witness my sword." A devastating arc carved a gash across the serpent's body. The spirit serpent took the blow and was flung backward. Its body spewed forth a spray of lethal venom. Jian Chen finally sensed the danger. Luan-Er screamed in alarm, "Be careful! Get out of there!" Meanwhile, on this side, the lion was also stirring, preparing to attack. Du Gufeng struggled to hold his ground. "That jolt just now nearly killed me." Suddenly, Chin-Jai sensed something was closing in on Du Gufeng from behind. Chin-Jai rushed over urgently. "Move! Something's falling from above." The 3 of them barely managed to escape. Chin-Jai's expression darkened. He whipped around and barked, "Shi Xiangren, what is the meaning of this?" Du Gufeng erupted in fury. "You bastard, when you attacked, you couldn't even let out a single warning." Shi Xiangren's expression shifted. "This secret realm is fraught with extreme peril by nature. If the 2 of you believe this she acted wrongly, then don't follow me." Du Gufeng erupted with fury. "You," Chin-Jai immediately stepped in to restrain him. "Brother Feng, don't be impulsive. We cannot afford to offend Shi Xiangren right now. Swallow your pride for the moment." Chin-Jai immediately mediated. "Shi Xiangren will concede this time. Just be more careful going forward." Shi Xiangren gathered his belongings, his expression brimming with arrogance. "Let's move. Let's see what's happening over there." Meanwhile, on the other side, Luan-Er was still trying to find a clear line of sight. "Damn it, those 2 need to get out of that miasma fast. I can't shoot blindly. If I hit them, it's all over." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from behind, startling Luan-Er. She flew back toward Chin-Jai, her expression desperate. Qin-jai, come help me, quickly. Qin-jai saw her panicked state and asked, Miss Luan-er, where are Jian Chen and Tian Moling? Luan-er stammered. That wretched serpent spat out a poisonous miasma and trapped the two of them inside. Upon hearing this, Qin-jai's expression turned grave. What? How long have they been trapped in that miasma? Luan-er said anxiously. Nearly half an hour already. Qin-jai gritted his teeth. This is bad. The venom in the flying spirit sky serpent's miasma is extraordinarily potent. Even an Earth Saint Master couldn't withstand it for a full hour. We must rescue them at once. Tian Moling was also growing frantic inside. Jian Chen, my detoxification pill is about to wear off. We need to find a way out of here fast. Jian Chen was still locked in combat with the spirit serpent, forced to retreat. His mind raced. This beast's hide is too tough. I'll have to try that technique. Suddenly a hand reached in and yanked Jian Chen's body out. Hey, Tian Moling urged frantically. Jian Chen, didn't I say we need to get out fast? Jian Chen replied. Miss Tian Moling, get out first. I want to try once more to see if I can slay this beast. But suddenly, a disturbance erupted from behind. Jian Chen whipped toward Tian Moling and shouted, Miss Tian Moling, watch out! The flying spirit sky serpent had seized the opening to strike. Tian Moling immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jian Chen caught her frail body and asked in alarm, Miss Tian Moling, are you all right? Tian Moling trembled. Let's go, quickly. The flying spirit sky serpent grew more ferocious by the second. Jian Chen could hold back no longer. You brought this upon yourself. In the next instant, a tremendous aura erupted, enveloping his entire body. His sword seemed to gain a life of its own, streaking forward. The flying spirit sky serpent immediately spat out a dense wave of venomous miasma in retaliation. Yet in that very instant, the spirit serpent was struck down. Luan-er screamed in panic from outside. Du Gufeng, however, brimmed with smug confidence. Luan-er, it seems your beloved brother has become a snack for the flying serpent. Luan-er shrieked, Shut your mouth, you spineless coward. Du Gufeng held a box, his expression dripping with smugness. If that little girl had been more obedient, I wouldn't have minded stepping in to help. After all, there's a great beauty in their Tian Moling. What a pity! But at that moment, a voice rang out that stunned everyone. A beam of light erupted from the poisonous miasma, piercing straight into the sky. Du Gufeng panicked, immediately summoning his Saint King armor. In that very instant, the beam slammed into the shield barrier he had raised. Du Gufeng sensed something and whipped around. Jian Chen had finally emerged, with Tian Moling in tow. Your turtle shell is quite sturdy, even tougher than the beast inside. Du Gufeng's face twisted with indignation. Qin-jai beamed upon seeing everyone emerge. Brother Jian Chen, glad you made it out. Any longer and I fear Miss Luan-er. The words struck a nerve, causing Luan-er to flush with embarrassment. Qin-jai, what nonsense are you spouting? Who was worried about that stinking rogue? Tian Moling immediately teased. I wonder which little girl was crying someone's name, just no-calling for sword god so pitifully. Luan-er's face turned scarlet. I'll fight you, you shameless woman. Jian Chen stepped forward at once, gently grasping Luan-er's hand to calm her. Enough, the beasts are dead. Let's hurry to the main gate of the secret realm. Luan-er makes a displeased expression. HMPH, get your hands off me. Who gave you permission to hold my hand? Everyone gathers before the great gate of the secret realm. Jian Chen surveys it with a keen eye. Behind this gate likely lies a hidden treasury cave. Du Gufeng picks up his blade with great enthusiasm, seemingly intent on smashing the gate open. Yet at that moment, a powerful aura emanates from within, startling Jian Chen and the others. What? Du Gufeng strikes the stone gate repeatedly, but it doesn't budge. He sighs in frustration. This stone gate is even harder than that beast from earlier. Qin-jai looks up at the stone gate and says, If we shatter this stone gate, we can enter the cave dwelling. He turns to the others. Let us strike together with our ruler's armaments. I refuse to believe this stone gate can withstand our combined assault. Du Gufeng nods. Very well, we'll follow Brother Qin's lead of Rion, strike this gate together. Tian Moling chimes in with a giggle. He, dear brothers, put some real effort into it. Whether we can shatter this thick stone gate depends entirely on you all. She then turns to Xiangshan and says, Xiangshan, dear brother, would you like to give it a try? Xiangshan simply replies, This humble one possesses no ruler's armament, and the passage here is narrow. I shall not block the way. Shi Xiangren overhears and sneers contemptuously. If you lack the ability, then scram. Otherwise, once the treasures emerge, none will fall to the likes of you. Xiangshan merely responds, When you break the gate, be careful not to get yourself blown to bits by the rubble. Shi Xiangren snarls furiously, He thinks to himself, this brat is planning to sabotage me when they break the gate. I must stay on guard. Chinjai declares, everyone strike now. Upon his command, everyone channels their power and unleashes a combined assault on the stone gate. The stone gate, battered by their relentless onslaught, explodes with a thunderous boom. From within the shattered gate, a bamboo slip flies out. Wu Kang, Xiangshan, and Shi Xiangren all lock their eyes on the bamboo slip and leap up simultaneously to seize it. Each of them snatches the bamboo slip at the same instant, torn apart by 3 grasping hands. The slip splits into 3 pieces. Xiangshan lands on the ground, but Wu Kang and Shi Xiangren immediately charge toward him, howling, Xiangshan, die. Does a heaven-tier battle skill even deserve to be in your hands? Luin cries out in alarm. Xiangshan, watch out. Xiangshan grips his sword tightly, perfect timing. Shi Xiangren launches his attack, aiming straight for Xiangshan. Xiangshan raises his sword to block Shi Xiangren's strike. Wu Kang swiftly circles behind Xiangshan, preparing to strike. Suddenly, he spots something and jolts in shock. A sword seemingly from nowhere hurtles toward Wu Kang, but he narrowly dodges it. Wu Kang stares at the blade in bewilderment, thinking, what in the world is that sword? The same sword then swoops around toward Shi Xiangren's back. It grazes across his face. Xiangshan slashes through Shi Xiangren's incoming technique. He cleaves Shi Xiangren's attack apart with a single stroke. Xiangshan surges forward with his sword, delivering a lightning-fast slash at Shi Xiangren. Shi Xiangren is cut down in an instant. He trembles and no, impossible. Shi Xiangren collapses to the ground, lifeless. Xiangshan steps forward and picks up the dead man's treasures. Everyone watches in stunned silence. Xiangshan has truly slain Shi Xiangren. Heavens, Xiangshan is insane. He actually pierced through Shi Xiangren's ruler's barrier with his sword. Luin covers her mouth in shock, thinking he actually shattered Shi Xiangren's barrier. Xiangshan stores the 2 bamboo slip fragments into his spatial ring, then turns to Wu Kang. You're next. Wu Kang panics. Xiangshan, it was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Xiangshan raises his sword without hesitation. It's too late. Xiangshan charges at Wu Kang, sword in hand. Wu Kang flees in panic, but Xiangshan unleashes a devastating strike that hurls him into a nearby boulder. Wu Kang looks down at his unscathed body and mutters, why am I fine? Then it dawns on him. He levels his spear at Xiangshan and declares, Xiangshan, I've figured it out. You only killed Shi Xiangren by sheer luck. Xiangshan sheathes his sword and says, oh, how so? Wu Kang sneers. That sword of yours never actually pierced through Shi Xiangren's ruler's barrier. The barrier's energy had already been depleted because that fool Shi Xiangren exhausted it all. Your strike was nothing but a fluke. Tian Moling thinks to herself, so that's how it was. I knew it. There's no way Xiangshan is strong enough to shatter a ruler's barrier that easily. Wu Kang spins his azure spear and charges at Xiangshan, declaring, I'm not as foolish as that stone-headed Shi Xiangren. The energy remaining in my ruler's barrier is more than enough to kill you. Wu Kang executes his technique divine dragon spear. Flood dragon emerges from the sea. His spear becomes wreathed in blazing flames. Xiangshan charges forward to meet him head-on. Their techniques collide and one of Xiangshan's swords loops around behind Wu Kang. Wu Kang spins his spear, breaking the clash between sword and spear. Xiangshan's swords rain down a flurry of strikes on Wu Kang, but he dodges every one. Xiangshan retracts his blades. Wu Kang bursts into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems my assessment was correct. Xiangshan, today you die for certain. With that, he lunges at Xiangshan. Xiangshan merely flashes a faint smile, gripping his sword tightly and thinks, fool, you've been had. His sword shimmers with a violet radiance. Xiangshan thinks, let's see which is tougher, your turtle shell or my blade. He unleashes his technique violet sword Chi Saint Moon severing slash. 2 arcs of azure sword light shoot forth. Confronted by the devastating attack, Wu Kang's face drains of all color. He screams in terror, no! Xiangshan's strike slams into Wu Kang, pinning him against a nearby boulder. Xiangshan speaks coldly. Killing Shi Xiangren, it was partly a coincidence that his ruler's barrier had been depleted. But what made you so certain I couldn't shatter your turtle shell? Wu Kang's face is ashen, his clothes torn, his body pinned against the rock. He can only choke out one word, you. A moment later, Xiangshan walks over to Wu Kang's corpse and collects his belongings. He stores the items into his spatial ring, then turns and says, I thank you all for not piling on when I was in danger. Du Gufeng clutches his head in alarm, thinking, heavens above, thank goodness I didn't get involved. Otherwise, I'd be lying there too. Qin Jai steps forward and clasps his hands toward Xiangshan, saying, we were unable to assist you in that moment. Brother Xiangshan, please forgive us. Tian Moling chimes in. Xiangshan, dear brother, you aren't hurt, are you? Xiangshan replies, I thank Miss Tian for her concern. This humble one is perfectly fine. Luan immediately kicks Xiangshan in the leg and shouts, shameless flirt. Tian Moling covers her mouth and giggles, teasing Xiangshan. Hehe, Xiangshan's little sweetheart is getting jealous. Oh, how scary. Xiangshan sighs. Ladies, we've already entered the cave dwelling. The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. Perhaps we should cultivate in this place. Qin Jai adds, Brother Xiangshan speaks truly. The spiritual energy in this cave dwelling is exceptionally rich, and there is still ample time before the secret realm trial ends. We should take this opportunity to cultivate and advance our cultivation bases. Dugu. Feng says, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. As they venture deeper into the cave dwelling, Xiangshan arranges the bamboo slip fragments he just collected. A joyous thought racing through his mind, heaven-seizing creation art. The heaven-seizing creation art can amplify one's combat power threefold even tenfold within a limited window. The cost, however, is a massive expenditure of saint force, proportional to the boost in power. Xiangshan beams with delight, thinking, I've struck gold this time. After obtaining the Heaven-tier battle skill, Jian Chen and the rest cultivate within the cave, immersed in dense spiritual energy for an entire year. After a full year of cultivation, Jian Chen awakens. A torrent of powerful spiritual energy erupts from his body, flooding the entire cave. He exhales a long, satisfying breath. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy in the cave, Jian Chen's strength has surged by an entire level. He steps outside to find everyone still deep in cultivation. Unsure of how much time has passed, a sudden voice rings out. A good dog doesn't block the road. A man is hurled toward him. Jian Chen watches in confusion, wondering, has another expert arrived? It turns out to be Ming Dong. He strides in with his sword slung over his shoulder and shouts, On what grounds do you bar me from this cave? It doesn't belong to any of you. Jian Chen is stunned to see him, but Ming Dong breaks into a wide grin. Jian Chen, I've finally found you. At a single glance, Jian Chen notices that Ming Dong's power has grown considerably. Jian Chen praises him. Ming Dong, it seems Senior Tian's guidance has served you well. Your strength has grown immensely. Ming Dong nearly wails. Over the past year, I thought old man Tian was going to train me to death. Jian Chen is taken aback. You've been training for a whole year. Ming Dong blinks in confusion. Of course, haven't you all been cultivating here the entire time as well? Jian Chen turns toward the four still meditating and mutters in alarm. We're in trouble. We were so deep in meditation that we nearly lost track of time entirely. He then asks Ming Dong how much time remains before the qualifying round ends. Ming Dong says about 3 days. Jian Chen immediately checks how many tokens he has left, barely any. A wave of anxiety washes over him. What if I get eliminated? Ming Dong grins smugly. With over 2,000 tokens in his possession, he offers to help Jian Chen. He says he collected plenty of tokens from fallen opponents on his way here, and is willing to share some with Jian Chen. Ming Dong asks him how many he has so far. Jian Chen replies, about 20,000. Ming Dong's jaw drops. Jian Chen's tokens are many times more than his own. He shrieks, how many? To make sure everyone has enough time to exit the secret realm, Jian Chen wakes the others from their cultivation. Upon waking, everyone finds that their cultivation progress has been quite remarkable. Du Gufeng laughs boisterously. Ha ha, my power has grown even stronger. Tian Moling also notes with satisfaction that her own results seem quite favorable. Luan watches Tian Moling's display and scowls with open disgust. Shameless woman. After a moment, Qin Jai notices an unfamiliar figure standing beside Jian Chen and asks, Who is this? Jian Chen introduces him to everyone. Everyone, this is my brother Ming Dong. Ming Dong cheerfully makes their acquaintance. Suddenly, Ming Dong's sword strikes a brick on the wall, dislodging it. The entire cave begins to shake violently. Ming Dong panics, bewildered by what is happening. What's going on? What the hell is this? A crack splits across the cave ceiling, and gold, silver, and precious jewels come pouring through the fissure. Qin Jai gasps. It seems Brother Jian Chen's companion has accidentally triggered a mechanism in the cave. All the treasures are spilling out everyone. Grab what you can. Everyone scrambles for the jewels. Jian Chen leaps into the air and sweeps everything into a spatial dimension in one swift motion. He lands carefully, but a crack suddenly splits open beneath his feet. He realizes the cave is on the verge of collapse and turns to warn everyone. Qin Jai shouts as well, listen to Jian Chen run. This cave won't hold much longer. Everyone follows Jian Chen toward the exit. Suddenly, a massive boulder crashes down, blocking the way out. Jian Chen instantly draws a sword from his spatial dimension. One cleaving strike splits the boulder in two. His group then escapes the secret realm unscathed. The moment they emerge, the gate begins to crack and shatter, ultimately crumbling into a pile of rubble. Jian Chen lets out a relieved breath. Phew, we made it out, nearly got buried alive. He then turns to check on everyone. Qinjai responds gratefully, "We owe it all to you, brother Jian Chen." Dugu Feng chimes in, "Indeed, otherwise, the lot of us would have been buried underground like radishes." Qinjai then hands Jian Chen a jade pendant saying, "Should you ever have the time, come visit the Qin Imperial Kingdom. Simply present this at the Imperial Palace, and someone will receive you." Jian Chen accepts the pendant and nods. "Very well, should the opportunity arise, I will visit Brother Qin at the Qin Imperial Kingdom." Noticing the unique royal engravings on the jade pendant, he wonders inwardly, could Qin Jai be a member of the imperial bloodline? The moment Qin Jai and Dugu Feng depart, Tian Moling approaches Jian Chen's side. She smiles gently and says, "Brother Jian Chen, this one must take her leave now. You absolutely must not forget me." Jian Chen replies, "Miss Tian Moling speaks too heavily. Should fate permit, we shall meet again." With that, Tian Moling bids him farewell and departs. Luan notices Jian Chen's gaze lingering on Tian Moling's retreating figure and snaps irritably. "She's already gone. What are you still staring at? If you want to look that badly, why don't you just chase after her?" Jian Chen, not wanting to argue with her, simply asks what she plans to do next. Luan tells him to come with her, and she'll let him know. The two of them then fly off together. Ming Dong, noticing that Luan has feelings for Jian Chen, reveals a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, Jian Chen and Luan walk to the riverside to talk. He asks Luan what important matter she needed to hide. Luan says worriedly, "You killed Shi Xiangren and Jide Wukeng, and moreover seized their ruler's armaments. Those two clans will not let you off. You must be far more cautious from now on." With a tinge of regret, she adds, "Also, thank you for helping me kill Shi Xiangren. Now that he is dead, I should take my leave as well." Jian Chen smiles and tells her she is being too kind. His carefree attitude infuriates Luan She scolds Jian Chen, calling him a pig-headed fool who doesn't know how to open his mouth, and asks her to stay. In a fit of anger, she lashes out with a kick and shouts, "You blockhead! I'm about to leave, and you can't even be bothered to ask my name." Jian Chen dodges her kick in a panic and stammers, "I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid one wrong word and you'd turn me into a pincushion." Seeing him think so poorly of her, Luan kicks at him furiously. "What did you just say? Does this young lady seem that petty to you?" Luan then turns away, reveals her name as Huang Luan, and bids him farewell. Suddenly, Jian Chen calls out to her. She turns back with a trace of delight. He asks whether she possesses a ruler's barrier. Luan nods. "Why do you ask?" Jian Chen tells her that without a protective barrier, carrying a ruler's armament while traveling alone is far too dangerous. He then suggests she travel with him. The preliminary round ends in 3 days. Jian Chen hopes nothing will befall Luan Seeing Jian Chen show such concern for her, Luan is overjoyed but still feigns shyness. "Since you've already decided, then just keep me around." She suddenly senses someone watching them. Glancing over, she spots Ming Dong hiding in the nearby bushes. He grins and gives her a thumbs up of approval. Blushing with embarrassment, Luan whips out her bow and aims it straight at Ming Dong. "What are you laughing at?" Ming Dong panics and begs for mercy, but Luan has already loosed an arrow at him, unleashing a tremendous explosion. By nightfall, the three of them along with Qin Zai set up camp in the forest. As everyone gathers around the campfire, Jian Chen says, "Let's see what that last item we retrieved from the cave dwelling actually is." He produces the storage coin and opens it. A golden human skeleton tumbles out. Ming Dong and Luan cry out in astonishment the moment they see it. The Saint King's bone reliquary. Jian Chen has no idea what purpose this skeleton serves, nor why it stuns them so deeply. Luan finds it utterly incomprehensible that he knows nothing of the Saint King's bone reliquary. Jian Chen admits sheepishly that he truly has no idea. He asks what it is used for. Luan flashes a sly grin. "Then allow this young lady to explain the value of the Saint King's bone reliquary." Luan explains that after a Saint King powerhouse perishes, the saint force condensed from the energies within the body does not dissipate into heaven and earth. Instead, it transforms into pure energy that lingers in the flesh before gradually seeping into the bones throughout the entire frame. In the end, it hides within them. Thus, a bone reliquary left behind by a Saint King who passed into nirvana is nearly equivalent to the full might of that Saint King extraordinarily precious. Obtaining a Saint King's bone reliquary is tantamount to seizing the entire strength of a Saint King powerhouse. Jian Chen furrows his brow and asks, "Then what about the ruler's armaments you all carry?" He figures that if all the energy from a Saint King's body fuses into the bones, then the Saint weapon, having lost its energy source, should naturally dissipate. How can it still be preserved? Luan answers, "When a Saint King nears the end of their natural lifespan, they ritualistically expel the Saint weapon from their body and forcibly sever the connection between themselves and the weapon. That way their Saint weapon retains a lifetime's worth of power. And that is precisely how rulers' armaments are derived." Jian Chen wonders why they deliberately sever the connection with their Saint weapon at the moment of death. Is it to bestow blessings upon future generations? Luan says it is because of a mysterious legend. Jian Chen asks what it is. Luan adopts a mysterious expression and speaks, "The king's resurrection." Jian Chen is deeply taken aback. Jian Chen asks, "Has a Saint King truly been resurrected through this?" Luan sighs and replies, "It is merely a legend. At the very least, my royal family has never heard of a single Saint King being resurrected." Jian Chen suspects there is more to this than meets the eye. He cannot fathom why those Ninth Heaven Saint King powerhouses would so deeply believe in a legend that has never once been fulfilled. Luan shares his sentiments too, wonders why every single Saint King, without exception, chooses to sever their bond with their Saint weapon at the end of their days. Jian Chen turns to Ming Dong and asks whether Third Uncle ever spoke of this matter to him. Ming Dong shakes his head with a sigh. "No. Third Uncle only told me that a Saint King's bone reliquary can revive the dead." Everyone lets out a helpless breath. To break the somber atmosphere, Luan changes the subject. She pulls out the treasures from the cave and shows them off to everyone. Suddenly, a wooden box tumbles out, and a scroll unfurls before her eyes. It turns out to be a water element heaven-tier battle skill. Jian Chen thinks it suits Luan perfectly, but she merely sighs and tosses it back to him. She says the heaven-tier battle skill she already cultivates is far superior to this one. Jian Chen snatches the battle skill scroll and says, "Why not cultivate both? Many skills are never a burden." Luan tells him that every heaven-tier battle skill is extraordinarily profound and intricate. An ordinary person cannot comprehend them. It is not the case that the more one cultivates, the better. Luan continues, "Unless one has completely mastered a single heaven-tier battle skill, it is best not to waste time on other techniques. Not only does it squander one's energy, one will achieve nothing of substance." Hearing her words, Jian Chen simply smiles and puts the heaven-tier battle skill away. Jian Chen suddenly remembers and asks everyone whether they have enough participation tokens. "Do we need to split some among ourselves?" Qin Xiao immediately produces a pouch and says he has over 500, all of which he'll give to Jian Chen. Jian Chen asks whether Qin Xiao isn't going to compete. Qin Xiao says with a tinge of sadness, "My strength is far too lacking. I'd best return and continue training." Luan then says, "If you wish to qualify for the next round, you need at least 5,000 tokens." Jian Chen and Ming Dong are taken aback. "Only 5,000 is enough." Luan grins smugly. She declares she has 13,000 tokens, and if someone is willing to beg, she wouldn't mind parting with 3,000. Jian Chen immediately tells Ming Dong to hurry up and beg Luan Alternatively, he could give Ming Dong 5,000 of his own, but then he wouldn't know what rank he could secure. Luan fury ignites. She kicks him flat on his face and tells him to go to sleep already. Then she storms back to her own tent. Jian Chen stares blankly. "Fine, I'll sleep, but why the kick?" After everyone retreats to their tents, Jian Chen pulls out the box he obtained from the cave. He wonders what kind of treasure lies within. Jian Chen sees the object inside the box and is utterly astonished. The final 3 days pass. The survival secret realm comes to an end. Candidates are expelled one after another. The examiners grow curious who will advance to the elimination rounds this year. Jian Chen ponders, what was that tremendous power just now, to forcibly eject every single person from the space? Could it have been a Saint King, a Saint Emperor, or perhaps even an existence on the level of a Saint Sovereign? He begins searching around for Luan and Ming Dong. Suddenly, a booming voice rings out. "Those who do not possess 5,000 tokens leave at once." The speaker turns out to be an elder. He orders anyone with more than 5,000 tokens to come register with him. Rankings will be determined based on the total count. 2 men, seeing such a steep requirement, speak up in protest. "This requirement is far too high. Last time only 3,000 was needed." The elder roars furiously for silence. With a casual wave of his hand, the 2 men are instantly flattened into the ground. He speaks coldly. "Anyone else? If no one else objects, come register immediately. Giant Chen surmises this elder's strength must exceed that of a heaven saint master. The elder continues to announce the rules. The top 16 by total token count advance to the elimination rounds. One by one, each person steps forward and presents their tokens to the elder. Senior, this humble one is Zhu Jiking, with a total of 8,400. The elder accepts the tokens and waves his hand. A brick dislodges from the floor, rising and transforming into a stone steel. The elder channels his spiritual power to inscribe the first person's name onto the steel, then calls the next. Finally, it is Jian Chen's turn. Senior, this humble one is Jian Chen, with a total of 21,000. The crowd below sees him announce such a staggering amount, and can scarcely believe it. Is this a joke? Over 20,000. How many people did he slaughter to get that many? He's bluffing. There's no way he has that many. A glimmer of interest sparks in the elder's eyes as he regards Jian Chen. He smiles faintly. Jian Chen, correct. This old man will remember you. Do not disappoint me in the elimination rounds. Jian Chen's name then materializes on the stone steel. The people below gape at him. Wide-eyed. Thighs fellow really does have 20,000. Good heavens. At Mercenary City, Qin Zio watches Jian Chen secure first place and advance to the elimination rounds, praising him endlessly. Qin Zio is certain the champion of the Mercenary Grand Assembly will be none other than him. Jian Chen says those ranked behind him are not necessarily weaker. Outcome of the elimination matches remains anyone's guess. Ming Dong nods along, agreeing. He had thought he could rank in the top 8 with over 6,000 tokens, yet ended up second from last. Jian Chen steps in to console him. Forget it, ranking doesn't matter, you'll have to fight in rotation regardless. Ming Dong scratches his head in agreement. Then Jian Chen asks if they have seen Luan or Qin Jai. Suddenly, Qin Zio claps a hand on his shoulder, wearing a sly grin. Jian Chen, Miss Luan is resting in the reception room on the ship right now, but this brother of yours wants to give you a piece of advice. He gestures animatedly. Miss Luan is truly beautiful, but she's a bit fierce. Have you given any thought to my little sister? My little sister is as gentle as water and exquisitely refined. Jian Chen is thrown into bewilderment by Qin Zio's unexpected matchmaking attempt. Qin Zio grips his shoulder and continues, Jian Chen, even though I wasn't there, I can tell that woman is far too fierce. At this very moment, Luan is standing right behind them. Qin Zio remains completely oblivious. He keeps pressing Jian Chen for his thoughts on his little sister. Jian Chen shouts in alarm, desperately trying to signal Qin Zio. The instant Qin Zio turns around, his face drains of color. Luan terrifying glare bores straight into him. It's over. His secret matchmaking scheme has been exposed. Qin Zio immediately plays dumb, darting over to Ming Dong and striking up a conversation about Mo Yunshin, the legendary founder of Mercenary City. He recounts how that man single-handedly defeated the powerhouses of the White Clan to preserve the Tianyuan continent, yet sadly could not withstand the erosion of time. With that, Qin Zio drags Ming Dong away to go have a look. Ming Dong struggles to break free but fails. In the end, only Jian Chen and Luan remain. He greets her awkwardly. Luan asks irritably, well, do you think I'm fierce too? Jian Chen immediately denies it, his brain running at full capacity to find an escape from this predicament. He swiftly changes the subject, asking what rank she placed. Luan frowns. 7th place, what about it? Think that's too low. That wretch Tian Moling placed 11th. If you think she's so great, go find her instead. Jian Chen panics. He wonders why he can never resolve these trivial matters. Jian Chen tries to defend himself. Miss Luan, don't talk nonsense. You know full well that Miss Tian Moling and I are innocent. And for the record, I never watched her bathe. Seeing Jian Chen suddenly dredge up that old incident, Luan face flushes crimson. Half embarrassed, half furious, she kicks him with all her might. You damn scoundrel, today I'll kill you. Regardless of Jian Chen's protests, she continues stomping on him without mercy. A moment later, Luan grows wistful. She has to leave. She hopes the two of them can meet again. Jian Chen, battered and bruised, no longer dares to speak without thinking. He tells her that although Shi Xiangren and Jide Wukeng are dead by his hand, their clans will certainly not let her off. He says if Luan ever finds herself in danger, she should come find him. Luan still fuming, whips around. I don't need your concern. I still have Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun. Besides, as long as I'm within Mercenary City, those people wouldn't dare lay a finger on me, even if they had 10 times the courage. Then she looks at him shyly and says, remember me name is Huang Luan, don't you dare forget. At Qin Jai's residence, Elder Sa and Elder Zio arrive to meet him. Elder Sa asks if he knows who killed his clan's young master. Chin Jai asks leisurely, "You are from the Shi clan and the other gentleman must be from the Jeed clan, correct?" Elder Zio replies, "Indeed." Chin Jai smiles calmly. "The one who killed those two is Jian Chen. You are surely familiar with him. Furthermore, the one who topped the stone steel is none other than him." Elder Sa presses further, "And what about my young master's cloud-piercing spear?" Chin Jai calmly brews his tea and replies, "The cloud-piercing spear and the treasure mountain seal are naturally in Jian Chen's possession." Having obtained the information they sought, the two elders do not linger. They thank Chin Jai and take their leave. The moment they turn their backs, Chin Jai calls out, "Halt! Where do you think you're going?" Elder Sa radiates a bone-chilling aura of spiritual energy. "Naturally, to kill Jian Chen." Chin Jai bursts into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Wonderful! It seems Elder Sa intends to bring about the annihilation of the Shi clan. And Elder Zio, does the Jeed clan wish to be buried alongside them?" Elder Sa's fury erupts. The spiritual energy surging from his body flares violently. "Young Master Chin, what do you mean by this?" Chin Jai sneers. "Elder Sa, this is mercenary sitting out the backyard of your Shi clan. Moreover, Jian Chen is now the top-ranked qualifier. Do you truly dare make a move on him? Do you really take Mercenary City for a soft persimmon?" Elder Zio, seeing the reason in Chin Jai's words, restrains Elder Sa. Elder Sa finally reigns in his temper. He retracts his spiritual energy and thanks Chin Jai for the reminder. The two are about to leave when Chin Jai adds one more remark. "Oh, one more thing I should remind you both of. This Jian Chen and I, Chin Jai, have already forged a bond. I do hope the two of you won't do anything unpleasant." The moment Chin Jai finishes speaking, both elders glare at him, murderous intent blazing in their eyes. "Young Master Kinth Chin, Clando, you truly wish to make enemies of our two families." Chin Jai responds calmly, "Your two excellencies jest. This one was merely offering a reminder, not a threat." The representatives of the Shi clan and the Jeed clan stiffen with fury, then turn and leave without another word. Du Gufeng watches them go and asks, "Chin brother, offending both the Shi clan and the Jeed clan like that won't your father be furious when he learns of this?" Chin Jai affirms that his father would not only refrain from punishing him, but would praise him instead. For Chin Jai has come to a realization. A single sword strike can slay Jeed Wukong, who possessed the ruler's barrier. A person of such strength might not become a friend, but could absolutely never be made an enemy. Chin Jai casually turns to Du Gufeng. "By the way, have you registered for the arena tournament?" Du Gufeng replies, "I have. Thanks to your token, I'm ranked." Chin Jai turns to leave. "Then go rest up quickly. There's the draw for tomorrow's matches, isn't there?" Inwardly, he thinks to himself, "When you fight tomorrow, I'll go inform Jian Chen so he can be on guard." Seeing Chin Jai depart, Du Gufeng calls out curiously, "Where are you going?" Chin Jai, elegant as a bright moon, replies with a refined smile, "Since there's nothing else to attend to, I'm going to the Orchid Pavilion to listen to a melody." Changyang Xiangshan sits alone beneath the open sky. Changyang Xiangshan gazes contemplatively at the beast skin fragment in his hand. He obtained this while seizing something inside a cave not long ago. He reaches into his spatial ring and retrieves two more fragments, then pieces all three together. Indeed, the three fragments fit together seamlessly. They were likely cut from a single, larger hide. But what do the inscriptions on this skin ultimately mean? Changyang Xiangshan is utterly baffled, but he brushes the matter aside for now. With only these incomplete fragments, there's nothing to decipher. The following morning, everyone gathers for the match draw. Ming Dong asks Changyang Xiangshan in puzzlement, "Jian Chen, I've never even seen half the names on this stone tablet. And Chin Jai isn't listed either." Changyang Xiangshan explains, "Most competitors stop hunting for tokens once they've collected enough, choosing to conserve their strength instead." Suddenly, Chin Jai's voice calls out from behind, "Jian Chen, I've finally found you." Changyang Xiangshan turns, puzzled. "Chin brother, is something the matter?" Chin Jai draws close and whispers, "Last night, men from the Shi clan and the Jeed clan came to see me. They know you killed Shi Xiangren and Jeed Wukong. Be careful." Changyang Xiangshan replies, "I thank Chin brother for the warning." Chin Jai waves his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities, Jian Chen, as long as you remain within Mercenary City. The Shi and Jeed clans won't dare make a move, but once you leave these walls, trouble will surely find you." Changyang Xiangshan nods gratefully. "Rest assured, Chin brother, this one has his own arrangements." Chin Jai adds, "Good. If you ever need anything, send someone to the largest inn in the city to find me." Changyang Xiangshan smiles warmly. "Very well." The tournament elder then makes the announcement. The finals of the mercenary competition are about to begin. The rules of the finals are as follows. The 16 finalists compete in one-on-one pairings. The victors advance to the top 8, then continue in successive elimination rounds until a single champion is crowned. The tournament elder sweeps his arm wide. The 8 losers will also compete in pairs to determine their rankings, and together with the top 8, they will form the top 16. With a single wave of his hand, the elder conjures a grand arena stage for the draw. He then announces, all 16 finalists listed on the stone table proceed to the arena stage at once for the draw. Changyang Xiangshan bids farewell to Qin Jai. Qin brother, we're heading off to draw our lots. Qin Jai appears visibly eager. He nods generously. Of course, the moment Changyang Xiangshan and Ming Dong touch down at the arena, a sweet, melodious voice rings out. Jian Chen, dear little brother, you've finally come. Big sister has missed you to death. Changyang Xiangshan furrows his brow slightly. Miss Tian Moling. Her cheeks flushed pink. Tian Moling smiles bitterly. Forgive your big sister, I truly have no other choice. Please help me. A squat, stocky fellow nearby looks utterly revolting. Right after Tian Moling finishes speaking, a crude voice thunders out. Where the hell did this brat come from? Changyang Xiangshan turns to face the speaker. And who are you? The fellow introduces himself with boundless arrogance and brazen threats. This young master is Kala, ranked 6th on the stone tablet. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. Don't stand between this young master and his pursuit of women. Changyang Xiangshan looks at him with undisguised contempt. Oh, 6th place. With all that arrogance, I would have sworn you were 1st. Kala snorts haughtily. 1st place, so what? This young master simply didn't exert himself during the preliminary rounds. That's all. Kala adds with a sneer. If this young master had been matched against whoever topped the qualifiers, I would have toyed with him slowly until he died in utter humiliation. Changyang Xiangshan's expression darkens. Is that so? Then you'd better pray you don't meet me on the arena. Otherwise, I'll make you understand the consequences. Kala juts out his chin and bursts into laughter. Ha ha, so you're the one called Jian Chen who ranked 1st. Just a brat who still smells of his mother's milk. In the next breath, Kala thrusts a finger at his face and warns. I'm telling you, no hand over the woman beside you, and I might spare your life on the arena. Changyang Xiangshan responds coldly. If you are courting death, there's no need to wait for the draw. I can kill you right now. The air around them grows taut, stretched to the breaking point. Suddenly, Kala's second brother cuts in and tells him, drop it. Come on, Kala, don't bicker with children. He's just blowing hot air. Kala obeys without protest. Second brother, all right then. Kala's second brother fixes them with an icy glare. You're Jian Chen, correct. I've memorized all of you. When we meet on the arena, don't blame me for being ruthless. He then turns to Tian Moling. Woman, my younger brother has taken a fancy to you. If you don't want to suffer, you'd best obey obediently. Ming Dong bristles and shouts. And just who the hell do you think you are, daring to talk to us like that? Kala's second brother and Kala turn and depart. As they leave, the second brother growls viciously. Let me give you all a piece of advice. None of you will leave the arena alive. Changyang Xiangshan's expression remains cold as frost as he retorts. Then let me give you all a message in return. Let us see in the end who among us lives and who dies. Changyang Xiangshan steps forward to draw his lot. Once the draw is complete, the tournament elder makes the announcement. 4th match, Jian Chen draws number 10. His opponent in the round of 16-8 is the 10th-ranked contender Du Gufeng. The moment Du Gufeng hears his own name, it feels as though a bolt of lightning strikes from a clear sky. Du Gufeng cries out in helpless despair. How is this fair? I don't want any part of this. Qin Jai moves to console him. It's fine. Just hold on for 15 minutes and you'll have won by default. Du Gufeng's face drains of all color. I don't think I can even survive 15 minutes against him. Qin Jai rubs salt into the wound. I don't think so either. Which is exactly why I didn't register. Du Gufeng fires back instantly. Qin brother. Today is the first time I truly understand why everyone calls you Qin the Hound. The tournament elder announces the bracket. The match sequence has been determined. All combatants, proceed to your designated arena stages and commence battle. Changyang Xiangshan ascends the stage. Du Gufeng, it's been too long. Du Gufeng draws his sword. Jian Chen, we haven't had the chance to cross blades since the secret realm. Let's have ourselves a proper fight. Changyang Xiangshan nods in agreement. The tournament elder takes his place as referee. The match begins. Du Gufeng charges forward without hesitation, his sword tip streaking through the air in a fiery arc. Changyang Xiangshan swings his sword in a flash. Caught off guard, Du Gufeng shifts from the offensive to the defensive. Changyang Xiangshan strikes with a palm, yet Du Gufeng seizes the opening. his blade slamming into the arena floor and gouging out a massive crater. Naturally, Changyang Xiangshan dodges it effortlessly. Having evaded the blow, Changyang Xiangshan channels his energy into the sword in his hand. He thrusts his sword forward. A beam of violet light erupts forth, blazing past Du Gufeng at point-blank range. Du Gufeng senses the danger instantly and desperately raises his sword to block. He lets out a long, relieved breath. Du Gufeng finds the exchange thrilling and bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a magnificent fight. Keep it coming. Below the arena, Mingdong cheers anxiously. Come on, Giant Chen. Qin Jai reassures him. No need to worry, Mingdong. I can see Giant Chen will win very soon. Mingdong is puzzled. Oh, how so? Qin Jai explains. Du Gufeng himself likely hasn't noticed Giant Chen still hasn't been truly serious with him. Du Gufeng's greatsword carries tremendous destructive power, but the problem is that it's far too heavy. After a few swings, his spiritual energy will be completely drained. Giant Chen, on the other hand, only needs to avoid being struck. Moreover, Qin Jai's mind runs so deep he seems to peer into the hearts of others. If Giant Chen truly wished to kill, Du Gufeng would have perished at his hands long ago. He truly wished to know just how Giant Chen had managed to shatter the ruler's barrier. Changyang Xiangshan continues to effortlessly dodge every strike Du Gufeng hurls at him. Changyang Xiangshan asks calmly, Du Gufeng, do you still wish to fight? Du Gufeng collapses to the ground in exhaustion, gasping for breath. No more, no more. Your legs are slipperier than a damned eel's. I'm about to keel over, I admit defeat. The elderly overseer immediately announces the match's end. Arena 4 Giant Chen wins. Changyang Xiangshan steps forward, pulls Du Gufeng to his feet, and offers a word of advice. Du Gufeng, your techniques are far too cumbersome. Fighting like that, you'll suffer against anyone. Du Gufeng sighs and forces a smile. Ah, well. There's no helping it. Me cultivation technique demands raw, overwhelming power. He grins on the surface, but silently curses in his heart. Suffer my ass. This old master has cut down countless men. Who the hell can run as fast as you? Qin Jai approaches to congratulate Giant Chen. Congratulations on entering the top 8. Mingdong beams with excitement. Giant Chen, well done. Changyang Xiangshan replies sincerely, thank you. Changyang Xiangshan suddenly turns to Mingdong. Mingdong, aren't you about to compete as well? Suddenly, a provocative shout cuts through the clamor. They all turn in unison to see what is happening. A man lies on the ground, his stomach stomped without the slightest mercy. His face has gone deathly pallid. It is clear he can endure no more. Blood pours from his mouth and nose, smearing his face into a ghastly mess. Wide-eyed and helpless, he is then stomped upon the face. Kara pins the man under his boot. With this level of strength, you dare show your face at the mercenary competition. The man groans, I surrender. Before he can finish, Kara delivers a vicious kick straight to his face and sneers mockingly. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. The crowd below the arena erupts in outrage, hurling accusations at Kara. Hey, why are you bullying him like that? That's right, didn't he already admit defeat? Utterly shameless, Kara, enraged by The Chinese letter S, bellows back furiously. The mercenary Grand Assembly worships the strong. If you fear death, then don't come crawling here. Kara turns to the elderly overseer with a pleased grin. Old man, am I right? The old man's expression does not waver in the slightest. On the arena stage, life and death are fated. Arena 1 Kara wins. Kara grins wickedly. Giant Chen, rest easy, I'll show you mercy when we meet. Changyang Xiangshan's aura blazes as he speaks in an icy tone. Oh, is that so? But I will not. Changyang Xiangshan leaps onto the arena in an instant, facing Kara head-on. Kara grins ferociously. How delightful. Suddenly the elderly overseer roars, both of you calm down. Using merely 2 fingers, he clamps Changyang Xiangshan's blade tight. The elderly overseer stands between the 2 combatants, one hand on each, halting their clash cold. Kara's fist is also locked in the old man's grip, unable to budge an inch. Changyang Xiangshan immediately recognizes this as the same old man who handled the registrations. This senior's strength is terrifying beyond imagination. Kara roars impatiently. Where did this old fossil crawl out from? How dare he ruin my fun? Changyang Xiangshan sheathes his sword and speaks calmly. Senior, I merely wish to seek justice on behalf of his opponent. The overseer regards Changyang Xiangshan, his other hand still firmly pinning Kara. On the arena, life and death are fated. Whatever justice you seek, wait until you face him yourself. Understood. Understanding at once, Changyang Xiangshan replies with gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Kara remains arrogant as ever. HMPH, you should count yourself lucky this old fossil saved your skin today. Otherwise, you'd already be a corpse. Without lingering another moment, Changyang Xiangshan turns on his heel and walks away. Kara, seething at being ignored, screams after him, "Don't run, if you've got the guts. Come and fight." The overseer watches Changyang Xiangshan's retreating figure and murmurs, "This young man possesses such composure. He is destined for greatness." Kara thrashes restlessly, "Old man, let go of me." The overseer finally releases Kara. His face twists with fury as the old man offers one last reminder. "This old man will give you a word of caution, though this mercenary city lies beyond the law. It is not without its own order." The overseer departs into the sky with a faint smile. "Young friend Jian Chen, this old man hopes you will not disappoint." The next day the crowd buzzes with excitement. Place your bets, place your bets. Today is the top 8 advancing to the top 4. Wager something small for fun. Changyang Xiangshan notices Du Gufeng's absence and asks, "Where's Du Gufeng?" Qin Jai replies, "He went out exploring all evening yesterday, drank far too much and still hasn't woken up." Ming Dong grins brightly. "Jian Chen, if the two of us meet in the finals, let's make it a fight to remember." Changyang Xiangshan answers simply, "Sure." The bracket board displays Jian Chen versus Tayet. Changyang Xiangshan turns to Qin Jai with a puzzled expression. "Qin Jai, do you know anyone called Tayet?" Qin Jai replies immediately, "No, the name doesn't ring any bells." Ming Dong adds, "I didn't see this person compete yesterday either." Ming Dong throws an arm around Changyang Xiangshan's shoulder and says cheerfully, "What is there to fear? If a god stands in our way, we slay the god. If a Buddha blocks our path, we cut down the Buddha." That's a line from a legendary figure, don't go repeating it, unless you want a beating. Today's arena battles officially begin. Will the contestants for the first and second matches please ascend the arena? Changyang Xiangshan says, "I'll head up first." Qin Jai cheers him on. "Jian Chen, give it your all." Ming Dong joins in enthusiastically. "Jian Chen, go for it." Changyang Xiangshan and the one called Tayet step onto the arena. Changyang Xiangshan freezes in shock. "You, the one called Tayet, you are actually a woman, and your weapon is a dagger." Both take their positions. The overseer announces the match begins. Tayet instantly drops low into a crouch and spreads her legs wide for leverage. In the next instant, only Changyang Xiangshan remains standing alone on the Arenand, a jagged shard of ice rockets straight toward where he stands. The ice shard surges forth. Changyang Xiangshan cleaves it in two with a single sword strike. But Tayet suddenly materializes and strikes the moment his attention wavers. He grips his sword tight and unleashes waves of force toward her. Tayet presses her relentless assault without pause. Changyang Xiangshan's blasts of force shatter the small ice fragments encircling Tayet. Tayet raises both hands to shield herself, and a freezing white mist erupts, engulfing the entire arena. From the outside, nothing within is visible. Even Changyang Xiangshan, trapped inside, finds his vision completely obscured. A chill lingers. Changyang Xiangshan realizes this girl's cultivation technique is utterly bizarre. Longer the battle drags on, the worse it gets for him. He must end this fight quickly. In a blur, Tayet darts behind Changyang Xiangshan, gliding like a phantom. Changyang Xiangshan whips around, only to see a razor-sharp ice spike hurtling straight at him. At the same instant, both of Changyang Xiangshan's legs freeze solid, locking him in place. Changyang Xiangshan's heart lurchestes is bad. Above Changyang Xiangshan's head, a spatial gate tears open without warning, and from it blasts a beam of emerald light. By sheer reflex, Changyang Xiangshan manages to dodge aside. Had he been even a split second slower, he would have been obliterated. Changyang Xiangshan shatters the ice binding his legs with a surge of force. "I need to find a way to dispel this blinding mist first." Changyang Xiangshan leaps high above the mist, but from below, chains of ice erupt in every direction, front, back, left, and right, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Moments later, all four of Changyang Xiangshan's limbs are bound tight by ice, no matter how desperately he struggles. As expected, it is Tayet who holds the chains below. Tayet gazes coldly at Changyang Xiangshan, who hovers in midair. A bone-chilling frost surges through the iron chains Tayet grips, racing upward toward Jian Chen, whose limbs are bound by the very same chains in midair. Jian Chen grips his sword as azure spiritual energy erupts from his body. He stares coldly at the encroaching frost. "You wish to freeze me? Let us see if you have the ability." The moment that thought crosses his mind, the spiritual energy on his body erupts violently, shattering the iron chains to pieces. Qin Jai lifts his gaze to the sky, silently appraising. No mistake about it, that is the same spiritual energy that forged the sword which cleaved through Jade Wukang's King Tier barrier that day. Just what attribute does Jian Chen's spiritual energy possess? At this moment, Jian Chen hovers in midair, a long sword in one hand and a short sword in the other. As verdant spiritual energy cloaks his entire body, a green light flashes through Jian Chen's eyes. His sword carves a circle in the air, and verdant spiritual energy surges forth in its wake. A vortex of green spiritual energy materializes in the sky. Sword chi erupts from its center, hurtling straight toward Tayet standing below its momentum, so ferocious it threatens to tear the void asunder. Tayet startles as the sword chi rockets toward her. The ground beneath her feet trembles violently, the devastating blade energy gouging deep furrows into the stone tiles. Boom, the ground beneath Tayet's feet erupts, shredded into fragments of rubble by the sword chi. Her entire body is blasted skyward. Tayet grits her teeth, a flicker of alarm crossing her ice-blue eyes. She instantly condenses a massive wall of ice before her, blocking Jian Chen's sword chi. High above, Jian Chen keeps his sword pointed downward. His blade channels verdant sword chi into a devastating strike, tracing a colossal streak of green radiance from the heavens straight down to the earth. Where the sword chi impacts, a thick plume of dust and debris billows skyward. When the dust finally settles, the disciples watching the battle stand dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what just transpired. Who won? There is no movement. Jian Chen still stands in midair, even though Tayet's sword rests against his neck. Yet there is not a trace of fear on his face. At the same time, Jian Chen's own sword presses firmly against Tayet's neck as well. Tayet stares at Jian Chen coldly. "Why did you hold back just now?" Jian Chen's blade had clearly been about to slash past her throat. "Why did this one restrain himself?" Jian Chen replies calmly. "This is merely a sparring match, not a battle to the death. Deciding a victor is enough. Besides, I bear you no grudge." "Miss," Tayet sheathes her sword and leaves him with a parting warning. "In the battles to come, if you show mercy you will die." Jian Chen sheathes his sword in turn and clasps his fists in gratitude. "Many thanks for the reminder, miss. You yielded the match." The moment Tayet steps off the arena platform, the examiner immediately announces the result. The winner, Jian Chen. Qin Jai approaches with a smile, clasping his hands in congratulation. "Jian Chen, congratulations. At this rate, the championship is surely yours." Jian Chen responds modestly, "It was merely luck. That young lady called Tayet is incredibly powerful. Had it been a battle to the death, I might not have prevailed." Jian Chen says this, then glances around. "Where's Ming Dong?" Qin Jai glances toward another arena platform. "He's gone to compete, let's go watch." Jian Chen immediately agrees to go. On the arena platform, Ming Dong is battling Tian Moling. At that very moment, Ming Dong suddenly pivots and unleashes a devastating palm strike, slamming it with full force into Moling's body. The blow sends Moling hurtling off the arena platform, crashing heavily onto the ground below. The examiner's voice booms out the result. Ming Dong wins. Moling, sprawled on the ground below, is clearly unwilling to accept the outcome, utterly powerless to change it. She never expected Jian Chen's friend to be this strong. The moment Moling turns to leave, she catches sight of Jian Chen and Qin Jai in the distance. A smirk immediately tugs at the corner of her lips. Her youthful face flushed crimson, Moling suddenly appears at Jian Chen's side, clinging to his arm as she speaks in a pouty, coquettish voice about the earlier match. "Jian Chenji, your friend was far too heavy-handed. If you run into him, you must avenge me." Jian Chen is still stunned when a voice thick with jealousy cuts in from the side. "HMPH, and you call that heavy? If it were this young lady, she would have turned you into a pincushion. Have you no shame?" Luan strides over, fury blazing in her eyes as she glares at the pair before her. Jian Chen's face lights up with delight. Luan it has been so long." Luan ignores him entirely, crossing her arms and turning her face away. "HMPH." Jian Chen turns in a panic to Qin Jai and Ming Dong, shooting them pleading looks. "Brothers, help me out here." But who would have thought his brothers would prove so utterly disloyal? The instant Qin Jai senses trouble, he locks his arm around Ming Dong's neck and drags him away. "Ming Dong, you must be exhausted from that fight. Let me take you to get something to eat." Ming Dong, perfectly fine yet forcibly being hauled off for rest, rolls his eyes. "Oi, I'm not even tired." How could Qin Jai possibly give Ming Dong any room to argue? No, you are tired." Ming Dong, suddenly being dragged away, feels utterly bewildered. Hey, where are you dragging me off to now? Why do you have the same habit as Qin Zairo?" Jian Chen stands frozen, watching his dear brothers retreat one after another without a backward glance. On the verge of tears, Jian Chen reluctantly turns to face Luan who is about to explode right behind him. He stammers, "WL, Miss Luan have you also come to watch the arena matches?" At that precise moment, A loud announcement rings out from the arena. The next match, Huang Luan versus Ga Jiufei. Both competitors please ascend the arena. Luan glances toward the arena platform. Before leaving, she doesn't forget to shoot Jian Chen one last withering glare. Wait until I win this match, then I'll come settle the score with you. All right. Luan grips her bow and storms up to the arena, fuming all the while as she plots ways to punish Jian Chen. That rotten scoundrel, the moment he sees a woman, he stands there grinning like a fool. Just you wait, let's see how I deal with you. Luan is still lost in her distractions, when a sharp warning suddenly echoes from below the arena. Luan watch out. Ga Jiufei, towering twice Luan height, has already gathered his strength and swings a devastating fist straight at her. Luan startles and instantly twists her body to evade. Her palm slams against the floor, leveraging momentum to launch her entire frame upward, as her long, straight leg lashes out in a powerful kick. Smack, Luan kick lands squarely on Ga Jiufei's chest, yet Ga Jiufei remains utterly unmoved, not a scratch on him. Luan grimaces at the hulking brute before her. This fool's body is absurdly tough. Ga Jiufei raises his massive arm, aiming to smash down onto Luan leg still pressed against his body. Luan instantly retracts her leg and drops back, landing hard on the ground. She then launches herself skyward again, darting behind Ga Jiufei. Luan raises her bow and fires. A torrent of spiritual arrows cascades down like a violent tempest storm fury arrow. Jian Chen watches the arena with concern. Her heaven-tier battle skill is indeed more powerful than that scroll. The saint force it drains must be considerable. Ga Jiufei slowly turns, regarding the incoming spiritual arrows with open contempt. Petty tricksy, you dare flaunt such meager skills before an expert. He immediately channels his internal energy, forming a solid golden spiritual bell that descends over his body like an inverted shield. The entire heaven-tier barrier radiates overwhelming force. Every spiritual arrow that strikes is deflected and sent ricocheting back. The spectators below are swept up in the powerful spiritual energy erupting from the arena, crying out as they shield their faces. The spiritual power is too intense. Moling, frightened, seizes the moment to cling tightly to Jian Chen's arm. Jian Chen's brow furrows slightly, his focus locked on the arena. I fear Luan won't find it easy to win this time. Luan suspended in midair, observes the situation below. So this fool possesses a king-tier barrier as well. Luan eyes, fixed on the arena below, suddenly widen in shock. As the dust clears, the inverted golden spiritual bell on the ground is completely empty. Ga Jiufei is nowhere to be seen. Ga Jiufei has materialized behind Luan at some unknowable instanthe's speed, terrifyingly fast. By the time Luan realizes it, it is already far too late. Ga Jiufei's fist is already bearing down on Luan face, dodge as she might. There is no escaping it. Luan shuts her eyes in terror, unable to witness what comes next. Yet the imagined pain never arrives. Luan opens her eyes and is stunned to find Jian Chen standing before her, having caught Ga Jiufei's fist mid-swing. Jian Chen, still blocking the blow, turns his head and speaks. Luan be good and concede. You are not his match. Luan naturally refuses. Why should I? I haven't even been injured. Jian Chen shouts anxiously, his voice on the verge of fury. No, these two simply will not stop. I will not let you fight this dangerous opponent. Luan can hear the genuine concern in Jian Chen's voice. She is so flustered she cannot even form a reply. Hey. Luan turns her burning face away in embarrassment, unable to meet Jian Chen's eyes. Fine then, I'll concede. Ga Jiufei watches the two openly converse without a shred of regard for his presence. Fury erupts. Do you take me for thin air? Fire-like spiritual energy surges outward with his rage, as if threatening to incinerate the two before him. Jian Chen's expression hardens as he addresses Ga Jiufei. A word of advice: if you value your brother's life, retreat now. Ga Jiufei hears Jian Chen's words as if they were the greatest joke in the world. He throws his head back and roars with laughter. Ha ha, you slay me? A dandy brat dares to threaten me. Very well then, I will be waiting for you on this arena. Kazafi already said he'd leave it be. Jian Chen leads Lunar off the formation array atop the arena. The moment Lunar steps off the arena, her legs give out, trembling so violently she can no longer stand. Her body collapses without warning, and she crumples unconscious into Jian Chen's arms, gazing at the woman with her eyes tightly shut before him. Jian Chen grows all the more certain of his conjecture. Indeed, he is right. The battle skill Lunar unleashed consumed an enormous amount of saint power she could not have held on any longer. Fortunately, he managed to pull her out just in time. At that moment, Tian Moling, who stands below the arena, rushes over in alarm upon seeing Lunar collapse. Big brother Jian Chen, what happened to her? Jian Chen holds Lunar gently in his arms and answers softly, "Don't worry. She merely fainted from exhausting too much saint power. Let's find a place to help her recover first." Tian Moling nods. "All right." Meanwhile, in a lamplit chamber elsewhere, two elders sit in the room, deep in discussion. One of them, a man with long black hair and a goatee, speaks up anxiously, "Elder Zio, what do we do now? Not only is the young master dead, but the king-tier armament has also been seized by that Jian Chen." Elder Zio, seated across from him, raises a hand to forestall him. "Calm yourself, brother. We must not make a move within the city, or we will bring calamity upon our own heads." But the goatee elder grows no calmer. He slams his fist onto the table and roars, "It's all that Jian Chen's fault. Not only did we fail to seize the Sun Moon Bow, he even plundered our king-tier armament. We've lost everything, every last scrap of it. This fury will be the death of me." Elder Zio strokes his beard, a sudden thought crossing his mind. "That's right. Tomorrow, Jian Chen is set to face that young man from the Zara family, isn't he?" The goatee elder's face remains twisted with fury. "Indeed, so what of it, brother?" Elder Zio produces a pill that glows with fiery crimson radiance. "This is called the blood explosion pill. Tomorrow, we find a way to have that Zara brat consume it before he steps onto the arena. It will cause the spiritual energy within his body to erupt violently enough to kill Jian Chen right there in the ring." The goatee elder's expression finally eases as he praises Elder Zio. "Elder Zio, when it comes to shameless schemes, you truly are without peer." Elder Zio leans back in his chair with a smug grin. "What are you saying? Is this not for the benefit of both our families?" The two men raise their cups and drain them in one gulp. For the sake of profit, for the sake of their clans, these two men sit together, scheming over drinks. A brown-haired man declares, "Big brother, tomorrow I will absolutely beat that Jian Chen until he kneels and begs for mercy." A pink-haired man nods. "But don't forget our mission." An auburn-haired man chimes in this time. "We must not only claim the championship at the mercenary tournament, we must make the entire continent know our mercenary band's name." He suddenly glances toward the entrance. "Who's there?" Two men step inside. The brown-haired one raises both hands. "There's no need for alarm. The two of us have come to assist you." The auburn-haired man frowns. "And why would you say such a thing?" The brown-haired man speaks. "Tomorrow you face Jian Chen on the arena. The two of us happen to share a grudge against Jian Chen as well. We wish to lend you our strength in the hope that you can slay him on the stage." The black-haired man scoffs. "HMPH, a mere Jian Chen, I hardly need anyone's help to deal with him." The long brown-haired elder shakes his head. "No, you misunderstand. Jian Chen's true strength far surpasses anything you imagine." The auburn-haired man laughs. "Senior, while Jian Chen's token count is indeed the highest, arena combat isn't decided by whoever holds the most tokens." The brown-haired elder says, "Young man, this old man knows that during the qualifying round, you merely collected tokens without killing anyone. So you naively assume Jian Chen topped the rankings simply because he slaughtered more weaklings than you. Am I wrong?" Kazufi asks, "Is that not the case?" The brown-haired elder continues, "Since we've already said this much, let me be blunt. Jian Chen has already slain the young masters of two great clans. What's more, those young masters were not only wielding king-tier armaments, they were protected by king-tier barriers." Kazufi's eyes widen. "What? You mean to say Jian Chen can shatter a king-tier barrier?" The brown-haired elder nods. "Indeed, otherwise, our young master could never have been slain by Jian Chen." The black-haired man scowls. "I refuse to believe any king-tier barrier can be broken so easily. Jian Chen must have used some despicable trick." The light brown-haired elder places something on the table and says, "Regardless of what tricks he employed, the king-tier barrier was shattered. That is an irrefutable fact. This is a pill this old man is providing for you. It can temporarily amplify your strength by 30%. I trust you will not disappoint this old man." "Elder," the long black-haired elder sneers, "if you fear Jian Chen, then tuck yourselves away like turtles for all I care. Consider it this old man having misjudged you." The brown-haired man erupts in fury. "You old fool, who are you calling a turtle?" Kazufi raises a hand to calm his brother. "We thank the seniors for the warning. In tomorrow's duel, my brother and I will stay on guard." The brown-haired elder chuckles. "Big brother, do you truly believe what those two old men said?" Kazufi picks up the vial from the table. "Keep this pill. During tomorrow's match, do not consume it unless absolutely necessary." His brother nods. "Don't forget, big brother, Our mission isn't mere victory. Only when the name of our mercenary band resounds across the entire continent can we go on living. The brown-haired man clenches his fist. Very well. Meanwhile, Changyang Xiangshan sits reading a book. Lunar lies on a bed, her eyes slowly fluttering open. Changyang Xiangshan looks over. Lunar, you're awake? Lunar murmurs, where is this place? Xiangshan pours her a cup of water. This is an inn within the city. You fainted right after your match ended. I didn't know where you were staying, so I could only bring you here for the time being. I see, Lunar murmurs. A faint blush rises to her cheeks. He reaches out and touches Lunar's forehead, asking why her face is so red. Has the spiritual energy in your body not recovered yet? Lunar says it is nothing. Changyang Xiangshan smiles and says, That's good then. I've been studying the battle skill you gave me, Lunar. The one you used today consumed far too much energy. She gazes at Xiangshan sitting there absorbed in his book, thinking this fool only knows how to cultivate is going to drive this young lady mad. He says, how about you try practicing the one I just looked at? This skill, Lunar kicks Changyang Xiangshan clean out the door. This young lady wants to sleep. Xiangshan laughs and waves his hand, thinking she already slept for 4 hours after that fight. He chuckles, oh, all right, then we'll talk tomorrow. He walks out the door and spots 3 figures, Dugu Feng, Qin Jai, and Ming Dongle standing outside. Eavesdropping shamelessly, Changyang Xiangshan's face stiffens. Hey, what are you 3 doing here? Qin Jai laughs and says, Brother Feng, look, I got lost again. Dugu Feng drapes his arm over Ming Dong's shoulder with a grin. Brother Qin is right. Ming Dong and I got lost too. Ming Dong laughs. That's right, Thigh's Inn is just far too big. The 3 of them crane their necks, still shamelessly peeking inside. Lunar says, Jian Chen, you damn scoundrel. 2 townsfolk chat and laugh amongst themselves. Today is the semi-finals. A gray-haired man muses, I wonder who the final king will be this time. A white-haired elder rises into the air and announces, today's first match, Ming Dong versus Kazafi. Will the 2 contestants please ascend the arena? Ming Dong laughs and bumps Changyang Xiangshan's shoulder. Jian Chen, watch me crush this punk payback for sister-in-law. Lunar's cheeks flush crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? Changyang Xiangshan warns him to be careful. Kazafi's strength is likely no small matter. Ming Dong waves him off with a laugh. Relax. Kazafi smirks with arms folded. I truly didn't expect to face trash like you in the semi-finals. It seems even the heavens don't want you to continue living. Ming Dong grins. Quit your yapping. In a moment I'll make it so you can't even cry. The announcer's voice thunders. The match begins. Kazafi's face contorts with fury, then twists into a smug grin as a sword blazing with golden light materializes in his hand. A gray-haired spectator exclaims, Light attributed Saint Force. A brown-haired man beside him gasps. This guy actually possesses light attributed Saint Force. Kazafi charges forward with his golden sword blazing, roaring, Die. Ming Dong holds his sword with a hint of smugness flickering in his eyes. Then something surges forward. Kazafi swings his glowing golden sword to clash head-on with Ming Dong's blade. Kazafi sneers, watch me crush you. Ming Dong's feet gradually slide backward under the force. Kazafi hurls waves of golden energy, crashing toward Ming Dong. Fortunately, Ming Dong dodges them in time. Ming Dong reappears behind Kazafi, who whips around infuriantly for something to slam into his back. Kazafi glares down at his thigh, which has been slashed until blood sprays forth. Ming Dong raises his middle finger and says, If all you amount to is a brute who swings raw strength around, then I advise you to scram off this stage. Otherwise, losing your life later won't be pretty. Kazafi roars, Boy, don't be so arrogant. Flames erupt in his palm as he declares, I possess light Saint Force, I cannot die. Ming Dong channels his strength into his sword and laughs. Today, I want to see for myself whether I can cut down a beast like you. Golden light radiates from every inch of Kazafi's body. Kazafi grips his glowing sword, his face twisted as he glares upward. The crowd stares at the arena, murmuring amongst themselves. That one called Ming Donghai's speed is incredible. With that kind of speed, could his physique possess the wind attribute? It must be so. Otherwise, there's no way he could be that fast. Kazafi scowls, watching Ming Dong's afterimages blur around him. Kazafi swings his sword, unleashing torrents of golden light toward Ming Dong. Ming Dong grins as he looks ahead. Kazafi's face contorts. Not good. He curses, but Ming Dong's sword is already plunging into his abdomen, drawing a violent spray of blood. Kazafi grimaces and glances behind him, baring his teeth as he slashes savagely toward Ming Dong. Ming Dong advances, sword in hand, step by step. Golden flames blaze to life in Kazafi's palm. He snarls, Boy, you have completely enraged me. Countless streams of golden light swirl around his body. Kazafi roars, "Today I will hack you into 1,000 pieces." Ming Dong laughs, sword in hand. "Do you truly believe yourself unkillable? If I had pierced your heart just now, I don't believe you'd still be standing on this stage dancing with me." A pillar of golden light erupts from Kazafi's body and shoots straight into the sky. Kazafi stands with eyes fixed ahead. The brown-haired spectator sneers. He's courting death. If Big Brother has activated the light saint armor, then that brat Ming Dong is as good as dead. Kazafi declares, "Come, boy, today I will show you the true distance between you and me." Ming Dong advances with sword drawn and asks, "You think that by putting on that turtle shell I won't be able to hurt you?" Changyang Xiangshan says. Ming Dong halts his hand, then lunges toward the masked figure. Ming Dong's fist slams into the masked figure's iron-like armor. This guy is truly too stubborn, doesn't even bother to dodge. The masked figure speaks. "Boy, you've shown off enough, now let me send you on your way." Ming Dong's sword plunges into the masked figure's body, yet the figure's hand clamps down on the glowing golden blade. A shroud of golden light envelops Ming Dong, leaving him utterly bewildered. The masked figure holds the glowing golden sword, radiating an aura of profound and imposing might. Then he unleashes the power of the cruciform first slash. 2 streaks of golden light lance through Ming Dong's body from either side of the masked figure, drawing a violent spray of blood from his mouth. Then countless golden rays of light surge forward, flooding the entire arena with blinding radiance. Nothing but golden light remains. The spectators shield their faces with their hands, crying out, "Fight!" A heaven-tier battle skill Gazafe is actually unleashing a heaven-tier battle skill. Another onlooker says, "It seems the champion of this tournament is undoubtedly Gazafe." Ming Dong's expression darkens as he says, "Don't assume you're the only one who possesses a heaven-tier battle skill." Ming Dong channels every ounce of strength into his body. His feet stomp the ground as a brilliant green radiance erupts from his hands. Ming Dong thrusts his glowing green fist forward, power of a wind attribute heaven-tier battle skill. "Wind God Fist," the brown-haired man with gray streaks exclaims. "Heavens, both of them actually possess heaven-tier battle skills." A brown-haired man laughs and says, "2 heaven-tier battle skills clashing, who knows what the consequences will be." "How exhilarating." The brown-haired man suddenly exclaims, "This is bad. When 2 heaven-tier battle skills collide, the shockwave will be earth-shattering. I don't know if the barrier around the arena can withstand Eitvrion. Retreat now." Gazafe is surrounded by swirling green light as he roars, "Go die." Before Gazafe, 2 crossed rays of light materialize with power of profound insight. Radiant infinite slash. A deafening explosion erupts, and the entire arena is swallowed in blinding golden light. The spectators below shield their eyes, crying out, "Who won?" "I can't tell, I can't even open my eyes. Their saint force is far too powerful." Changyang Xiangshan stands watching, thinking, "Ming Dong has to win." Murmurs spread through the crowd, "Why aren't they moving? What's happening?" A man points at the arena and shouts, "Look, Gazafe is in trouble." A sword has pierced clean through Gazafe's armor. Yet with every last shred of strength, he forces the golden glowing blade into the ground to keep himself upright. Gazafe grins triumphantly and says, "Het, it seems the one who laughs last is me." Ming Dong looks down at his battered, blood-stained body. Then Ming Dong collapses to the ground. An old man smiles, points downward, and declares the winner. Gazafe says, "Though we are both 6th cycle Earth Saint Masters, the attribute of my saint force is light. That is why I survived the collision." He stomps on Ming Dong's body and sneers. "As for Yaoyu will become one of the chickens I slaughter today. Go die." Gazafe suddenly grins, baring his teeth. A streak of purple light flashes past Gazafe's face. A purple blade hurtles downward from above. Changyang Xiangshan catches the falling Ming Dong and snatches the purple blade from the air in one fluid motion. Changyang Xiangshan says, "Announce the next match." The referee, a gray-haired man, speaks. The next match, Jian Chen versus Galagia. Both sides take the stage. Changyang Xiangshan says, "Qinjai, take care of Ming Dong for me." Qinjai nods. "Understood, I'll take him to the physician first, you be careful out there." Xiangshan says, "No need for caution. I intend to kill him, it will take only 1 strike. Tell him this: if his elder brother hadn't harbored killing intent toward Ming Dong just now, I might have spared his life in the next match." Changyang Xiangshan says, "But now, the only path left for you is death." The gray-haired referee raises his hand and declares, "Begin." The brown-haired man laughs and says, "Jian Chen, you are far too arrogant. Galagia will end you." In the next instant, Changyang Xiangshan unleashes the power of the Zai Qing sword Qi Moonless Slash. The brown-haired man's body is cleaved nearly in 2. He gasps, "Impossible." Changyang Xiangshan turns and walks away without a second glance. Xiangshan, sword in hand, strides toward Ga Zafei. He says in the next match the one who dies is you. Changyang Xiangshan and Lunar make their way toward the bed where Ming Dong lies. Ming Dong looks at them and murmurs, Jian Chen, where? Where am I? Changyang Xiangshan smiles gently and says, Ming Dong, rest easy. This is an inn. You're safe now. Ming Dong sits up and says, Jian Chen, I'm sorry. We promised we'd make it to the finals together. Changyang Xiangshan claps Ming Dong on the shoulder with a laugh. Rest easy. Tomorrow I'll claim the championship without fail and avenge you. Ming Dong nods. All right. Xiangshan grins. Then get some rest, Ming Dong. We won't disturb you any longer. Ming Dong calls out, Jian Chen, wait. I have something for you. Ming Dong produces a necklace adorned with a jade pendant. This is a heaven-tier battle skill, he explains. Uncle Tian gave it to me. Phantom Prison Shadow Kill. Ming Dong grips the necklace's chain and continues. I originally planned to use this ultimate technique to defeat you in the finals before handing it over. But since I've already lost, I might as well give it to you now. Changyang Xiangshan raises his hand. No, Ming Dong, this was given to you by Senior Tian. I cannot take it. Ming Dong hurls the necklace forward. Don't be so stiff, brother. Since when do we stand on ceremony with each other? At most, just find me an even better heaven-tier battle skill in the future. Changyang Xiangshan snatches the necklace out of the air. Very well. Since that's how it is, I won't waste your goodwill. At the same moment, tens of thousands of miles away, inside a stone hall within a palace still burning with lamplight, a weathered hand slams down upon the table. Damn it all! Roars a white-haired elder, his fury shaking the rafters. That wretch called Jian Chen not only murdered Ranner, plundered the Shi family's mountain guardian seal as well. A gray-haired man steps forward and speaks. Grand Elder, that is what they reported. The elder's palm crashes against the table once more. Relay my command. The Shi family issues a bounty order immediately. Whoever it may be us long as they deliver Jian Chen's head to the Shi family, they shall be handsomely rewarded. A subordinate drops to one knee and respectfully obeys the patriarch's command. Several days pass. Jian Chen dedicates every waking moment to preparing for the impending finals. Lunar bursts through the door with a bright laugh. What are you looking at? Changyang Xiangshan holds up an azure box, examining it closely. I'm researching how to activate this thing. Lunar slaps her own forehead in exasperation. How many times must I tell you? Without bloodline recognition, you cannot wield a king-tier armament. Xiangshan shrugs. I'm just researching for fun. It's not like I have anything better to do. Did you come looking for me for something? Lunar's cheeks flush pink as she averts her gaze. WL, tomorrow is the finals, so tonight the mercenary city is holding a night market. She turns her face away. I naturally know that you need to rest properly for tomorrow's match, but if you truly want to stroll through the night market, then I suppose I could be persuaded to accompany you. Changyang Xiangshan picks up the box again, studying it. What's so interesting about a night market? When I was small, my family's doorstep hosted gatherings just like these. Changyang Xiangshan's expression freezes. He slowly turns to stare at Lunar. A violent violet aura erupts around Lunar, swirling like a tempest. He thinks in alarm, why is this girl angry again? Did I say something wrong again? Xiangshan calls out urgently, Qin Jai. Qin Jai. Qin Jai walks in with a smile. Jian Chen, what's the matter? His gaze lands on Lunar, whose body is wreathed in surging violet light. His face drains of color. He thinks in a panic, Jian Chen, what in the heavens did you do to offend Miss Huang this time? Changyang Xiangshan turns to Qin Jai with an easy smile. I heard from Miss Lunar that there's a night market in Mercenary City tonight. Qin Jai breaks into a knowing grin. Ah, right. He thinks, Jian Chen, you fool, the young lady has already gone this far to be proactive. And you still don't get it. He chuckles to himself. Miss Huang, this humble one shall lend you a hand today. Jian Chen, the night market of Mercenary City is held once a year, just like the King of Mercenaries tournament itself. Because of all the participants and spectators pouring in from every corner of the continent, merchants and traders arrive in droves to buy and sell. That means the odds of unearthing a genuine treasure at this night market are exceptionally high. Changyang Xiangshan's eyes gleam like twin stars. So that's how it is. A thought races through his mind. They actually sell treasures at a place like this. If I can dig up a treasure, wouldn't that be a direct ascension to the heavens? He flashes a grin. All right then, let's go browse the night market tonight. Lunar blinks, stunned. What did he just say? Could it be that this young lady isn't even worth as much as the random wares at some night market? That stinking rogue is driving me mad. Luan turns to leave, saying, HMPH, If you want to leave, then leave. There's no shortage of people dying to keep this young lady company on a stroll. HMPH, Qin Jai glances at Changyang Xiangshan and chuckles to himself. He never imagined that even Jian Chen, the peerless under heaven, would have his moments of being taken advantage of. Gazafi clutches some kind of vial in his hand. Jian Chen, he thinks, you brought this upon yourself. Everyone watches as two figures clash violently on the arena. A gray-haired man calls out eagerly, place your bets, brothers. A chance to strike it rich. Today's odds are 1 to 5. A man in gray robes with gray hair asks, who's the 5? The one with black hair and purple robes replies, Jian Chen, obviously. His opponent Gazafi wields the Radiant Saint Force, and he's a 6-cycle Grand Saint Master on top of that. The gray-haired man says, I'm putting 10,000 purple gold coins on Gazafi winning. The brown-haired man says, I'm putting 50,000 purple gold coins on Gazafi winning. A light brown-haired man says, I'm putting 100,000 on Gazafi winning. Countless pouches of silver rain down onto the table. Qin Jai walks over with a grin and says, I'm putting 20,000 purple gold coins on Jian Chen winning. A brown-haired man stares at him. Brother, have you gone mad? Gazafi wields the power of light, and is a 6th-cycle Grand Saint Master. How could he possibly lose? Qin Jai casts him a sidelong glance. HMPH, you lot know nothing about true power. Dugu Feng places his silver on the table as well, brows furrowed. I'm also betting on Jian Chen winning. 100,000. On the arena, Changyang Xiangshan and Gazafi face each other. Gazafi smiles, folding his arms, and asks Jian Chen, you possess the Radiant Saint Force within your body as well, don't you? Changyang Xiangshan asks, how did you know? Gazafi replies, though you used a special method to conceal your aura, there exists a mutual resonance among wielders of the Radiant Saint Force. On that point, you can never deceive me. Changyang Xiangshan challenges, if that's the case, do you still dare stand on this arena? Have you already forgotten how I slaughtered Kalaga yesterday? A purple radiance erupts around Gazafi's body. His eyes blaze as he speaks. Jian Chen, I admit that during our last encounter I misjudged Yuan. Because of that, my brother died at your hands. Full armor materializes around Gazafi's body. He declares, but whether it is Ming Dong or you, those who are worthy of becoming my opponent should consider it the greatest fortune of their lives. The announcer's voice thunders across the arena. Begin. Gazafi roars, now die. Gazafi raises his sword and brings it crashing down toward Changyang Xiangshan. A streak of golden light erupts before Xiangshan, forcing him to dodge backward as the blade slams into the ground. Changyang Xiangshan's expression tightens. This is bad. Orange flames erupt across the center of the arena. A light brown-haired man gasps, Hevensis Gazafi truly this powerful? Another person says, that Jian Chen must have been obliterated into nothing. Changyang Xiangshan grips his sword and speaks. Xiangshan surges forward, shouting. Countless afterimages of Changyang Xiangshan swirl around Gazafi's body. The same trick is useless against me, Gazafi declares, gripping his sword. He drives his blade deeper, light erupting from below. A massive explosion detonates at the center of the arena, as countless streams of orange-gold light blaze forth. Changyang Xiangshan soars into the air, sword raised, and shouts, these petty tricks, and you dare flaunt them before me. A streak of azure light pierces straight into Gazafi, then the light lances forward. Gazafi thinks, what? How is this possible? Changyang Xiangshan charges forward like a raging tempest, sword in hand, straight at Gazafi. Gazafi's eyes widen in alarm. This isn't good end. Then blood erupts from his mouth. Xiangshan holds his sword forward and sneers. Well, how about that? A mere lucky finalist. Not only did I pierce you with my sword, but I also shattered your weapon. Now, without your weapon, how do you expect to defeat me? Gazafi snarls. Jian Chen, the Gazafi clan will fight you to the death. Changyang Xiangshan withdraws the blade embedded in Gazafi's arm. He uncaps the vial and pops something into his mouth. Streams of radiant light erupt around Gazafi's body. In his grip, he now wields an enormous, colossal sword. Purple light flashes across Changyang Xiangshan's eyes. A ruler's armament, he thinks. Luan looks up at the arena, her face paling. This is bad. That brute actually possesses a ruler's armament. I don't know if Jian Chen can defeat him. Qin Jai thinks, Miss Huang, what are you saying? Jian Chen has already slain 2 wielders of ruler's armaments. Before him, Gazafi wouldn't last a single breath. Qin Jai turns to Luan with a reassuring smile. Miss Huang, there's no need to worry. We all know Jian Chen's strength. The masked figure grips his sword, golden light swirling around him. Qin Jai thinks, if anything, you should be worried about how long Gazafi can survive. The masked figure roars, Jian Chen, accept your death. Then comes an onslaught of saint-tier slashing power. The heaven-annihilating strike unleashes countless streams of golden light and projectiles that rain down upon the earth. The golden streaks of light strike upward into the heavens. Changyang Xiangshan gazes at the golden light and thinks, Gazafi's strength is far more formidable than I anticipated. Xiangshan watches the masked figure countless streams of golden light swirl around his body. The power his clan's ruler's armament has unleashed is several times more fearsome, he thinks. Qin Jai, Du Gufeng, and the other 7, a single graze from the edge of that power would spell their doom. Changyang Xiangshan surges forward, thinking, I couldn't even damage an ownerless artifact like the Treasure Mountain Seal, let alone a weapon with a master like the one in Gazafi's hands. Xiangshan watches Gazafi's luminous golden slashes and thinks, it seems my only option is to find a way to shatter the armor on his body. Changyang Xiangshan channels the power of his spirit crystal sword. Then Xiangshan unleashes emerald green sword strikes at Gazafi's body. Changyang Xiangshan thinks, I can only hope his armor doesn't possess a ruler's barrier as thick as a turtle's shell. A crack splits across Gazafi's armor. Xiangshan thinks, Excellenthe's armor is not impregnable. Changyang Xiangshan exclaims in shock, what? A hole pierces through Gazafi's armor, and golden flames erupt from within. Gazafi's face contorts, turning entirely crimson. Changyang Xiangshan's expression grows tense. Something is wrong with this man. Gazafi raises his golden glowing greatsword, preparing to cleave down at Xiangshan. But Changyang Xiangshan brings his own sword up, meeting Gazafi's colossal blade head-on. A golden shockwave tears across the arena floor. Xiangshan drives his sword into the ground, clutching his chest in agony. Luan Er's face is stricken with worry as she calls out, Jian Chen. Changyang Xiangshan rises to his feet, breathing heavily. Countless streams of emerald green light radiate from Xiangshan's body. Gazafi grips his colossal golden sword. Red flashes across Changyang Xiangshan's eyes as he activates the heaven-seizing creation art, amplifying his power tenfold. Perfect, he thinks. Let me test the heaven-tier battle skill I obtained within the secret realm. A golden ray of light descends upon Changyang Xiangshan's brow. A brown-haired man exclaims, what? Another light brown-haired man says, how could Jian Chen so easily withstand that kind of attack? A gray-haired man narrows his eyes. This lad has used a secret art to temporarily elevate his cultivation base to the 8th cycle Grand Saint Master realm. It seems the outcome of this match has already been decided. Gazafi seems locked in a deadly game of cat and mouse with Changyang Xiangshan, then something shatters, fragments spiraling into the air. Changyang Xiangshan points his sword straight ahead. Countless streams of emerald green light converge around the blade. Xiangshan hurls his sword forward. Violet azure sword spirits power the infinite sword formation. Gazafi's face contorts as the space before him floods with emerald light. Countless sword strikes pierce toward him, countless green blades slicing past his face. He opens his mouth and collapses to the ground. The referee shouts Changyang Xiangshan is truly pitiful, his mind completely destroyed by the drug. Xiangshan speaks, you are truly a formidable opponent. Without the heaven-seizing creation art, I fear today I would have truly fallen at your hands. The white-haired elder announces that the champion of this mercenary competition is now decided. The champion is none other than Jian Chen. Luan Er's sparkling eyes drift toward Changyang Xiangshan. She wonders is he really that person from back then. As the 5 of them drink, Ming Dong rises and raises his cup. Tonight, we celebrate Jian Chen's victory in the mercenary competition. We don't stop until we're drunk. Qin Jai turns to Jian Chen. Jian Chen, after we part tonight, I must return to Du Gufeng. If you ever visit the Qin Imperial Kingdom, don't forget about us brothers. Jian Chen replies, rest assured I won't. Tian Moling approaches Jian Chen and murmurs softly, Jian Chen, I'll be leaving tomorrow too. I don't know if we'll ever meet again, you mustn't forget me. Jian Chen scratches his head awkwardly. Miss Tian Moling jests, with your extraordinary grace, anyone who has laid eyes on you could never forget. Luan glares at Jian Chen in silent fury. A moment later, she drives her elbow into his gut, pouting all the while. Jian Chen, I happen to know a family heirloom, a memory erasing technique. Want me to try it on you? I guarantee it'll make you forget everything you shouldn't remember. Jian Chen, mid-sip, receives the blow and involuntarily spits out his wine. Deep into the quiet night in the courtyard of the inn, Jian Chen and Luan stand talking. Jian Chen speaks first. Wear this jade pendant. In a moment of crisis, it can save your life. He takes her hand and places the pendant in her palm. Her cheeks flush crimson, flustered by his touch. HMPH, I suppose you do have a heart. Fine, then I won't tell Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun to beat you up. Jian Chen's expression turns solemn. Luan be careful on your journey. She tosses her hair and replies with a haughty air, relax. With Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun by my side, the Shi clan can't stir up any trouble. Luan takes to the air with her lightness skill. As she flies, she glances back at Jian Chen, her eyes glistening with sadness. You be careful, too. You rascal. Jian Chen watches her vanish into the night and lets out a long breath of relief. Ming Dong steps out from within. Jian Chen turns to ask, Ming Dong, what brings you here? Ming Dong replies, Jian Chen, Miss Huang clearly adores Yao. Wouldn't it be better to keep her by your side? He nudges Jian Chen with his elbow as he speaks. Jian Chen sighs in exasperation, pressing his palm to his forehead. That's impossible. Have you forgotten the army we encountered on the road here? Ming Dong is startled. You mean the soldiers of the Finglin Kingdom? Jian Chen's expression grows increasingly grave. Precisely. The Finglin Kingdom intends to invade the Jessen Kingdom. Jessen is my homeland until this conflict is resolved. I will not drag Luan into it. Ming Dong shrugs. Fine, suit yourself. Oh, right, Jian Chen as the mercenary competition's champion. Will you be training in the central district of Mercenary City tomorrow? Do you know how long you'll need? Jian Chen nods. Roughly half a year, I'd estimate. Why do you ask? Ming Dong's eyes light up. Perfect. While you're training, I'll have Elder Tian bring my parents here. He suddenly taps his head, as if remembering something. Jian Chen, my route back passes through the Jessen Kingdom. Would you like me to deliver a message to your parents? Jian Chen furrows his brow, his thoughts drifting far away. Father, mother, are you all well? He produces a scroll and hands it to Ming Dong. Ming Dong, deliver this into the hands of the Changyang clan head. Changyang bought the Changyang Manor in Luo City, Jessen Kingdom. Understood, I'll remember. Ming Dong takes the scroll and nods. The following morning, Jian Chen goes to find Elder Tian. Elder Tian praises him warmly. Young man, this old one did not misjudge you. Jian Chen replies with gratitude. Senior is too kind. This one's victory was merely a stroke of luck. Elder Tian silently thinks to himself this brat not only possesses extraordinary strength, but also a temperament rarely seen. After a pause, Elder Tian speaks. I shall take you to the armory to select a heaven-tier battle skill and a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Let us go. Jian Chen bows his head. Yes, thank you, senior. With that, the two step through a grand gate. Beyond the threshold, a towering edifice stands before them. Elder Tian speaks. The champion's greatest reward is not a heaven-tier battle skillet, is the privilege of entering the Holy Land. Jian Chen is puzzled. If a heaven-tier battle skill isn't the greatest reward, could there be saint-tier battle skills in the Holy Land? Elder Tian turns around and answers, Saint-tier battle skills? Those are nothing remarkable. What? Jian Chen is astonished. The two step inside and Elder Tian begins his introduction. All the heaven-tier battle skills are kept on the highest floor. Go and choose for yourself, but you may only take 2 volumes. Jian Chen nods. Understood. Jian Chen enters the study and marvels inwardly his modest chamber holds an astonishing number of heaven-tier battle skills. He picks up a manual and begins to read. A water element technique called Raging Sea Wild Slash, not suited to him. He sets it down and picks up another, not this one either, nor this one. Then his hand closes around a skill called Nine Heavens Cloud Movement. He is surprised. In a separate structure set amid the waters of a lake, a beautiful woman sits at the center, playing a zither. Mid-performance, she seems to sense their presence and speaks. Hu Elder Tian and Jian Chen emerge through the entrance. Elder Tian speaks with admiration. Heavenly Demoness 50 years apart, and you remain as magnificent as ever. Jian Chen gazes at the woman and wonders, could this be the Zither Saint, Heavenly Demoness that the second miss of the Tiankin family mentioned? The Heavenly Demoness notices Jian Chen and asks, 15th Elder, who is this young man? Elder Tian introduces him warmly. He is Jian Chen, the champion of our mercenary competition. Though his cultivation is only at the 6th cycle of the Earth Saint Master Realm, his potential is limitless. His future achievements will surely rival our own. Jian Chen steps forward and bows. This one is Jian Chen. She murmurs in quiet surprise, champion, this time is this young. The Heavenly Demoness turns to Elder Tian. 15th Elder, you've brought him here for me to escort him into the Holy Land, haven't you? Elder Tian strokes his beard with a gentle smile. This old man has grown too advanced in years. I must trouble the Heavenly Demoness with this one favor. The Heavenly Demoness rises and assents to his request. If the 15th Elder asks, then I shall lead him into the Holy Land. She steps forward. Jian Chen, stand beside me. Yes, before leaving, Giant Chen turns and bows deeply before Elder Tian, saying with heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you for all your guidance, Senior." Elder Tian waves him off. "Go, go. This old man won't meddle in the affairs of the young any longer." The two step through the gate. A blinding flash of light washes over them, forcing Giant Chen to shield his eyes. In an instant, they are transported into a chamber. Giant Chen speaks first. "This is," he trails off mid-sentence. The heavenly demoness answers for him. "This is the greatest treasure of Mercenary City, the holy land of the mercenaries." He bows in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." She waves dismissively. "No need for such formality over a trivial matter. You are the champion of the mercenary competition. Just call me Heavenly Demoness." Giant Chen hesitates, flustered. "Heavenly Demoness, this, Senior." Suddenly, a voice rings out from somewhere. "Heavenly Demoness, it has been several years since we last met. You truly grow more beautiful with each passing day." Giant Chen whips his head around in surprise, while the Heavenly Demoness turns her gaze away, as if evading. At that moment, King Bijian steps forward and speaks. "Fairy Demoness, we have known each other for 200 years already. When might you invite me to visit your Three Saints Island?" The Heavenly Demoness replies coldly. "My apologies, Three Saints Island does not welcome outsiders." He merely smiles. "Heavenly Demoness, you are far too modest. After all we have been through, can you still call me an outsider?" "Yes," the Heavenly Demoness answers flatly. Then, turning her gaze, she points toward giant China face King Bijian has never seen before. "Kid, what business do you have here? How could a nobody like him set foot in the Holy Land? And more importantly, is he standing so close to the Heavenly Demoness?" Giant Chen speaks up to introduce himself. "This humble one is Giant Chen, champion of this mercenary competition. It was Senior Heavenly Demoness who brought me here." King Bijian's eyes narrow with fury. HMPH, some nameless whelp dares carry himself with such arrogance. Does he not know the proper etiquette when standing before a Saint King? Giant Chen's brow furrows. Not every Saint King deserves respect. King Bijian roars in rage, his cultivation base surging to life. "Insolent wretch, you are courting death." The sheer pressure of his power locks Giant Chen's body in place, rendering him utterly immobile. Giant Chen thinks to himself, so this is the strength of a Saint King. The gap between us is far too vast. King Bijian lunges forward with killing intent. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson you will never forget." Giant Chen tries to dodge, but his body refuses to obey. Panic seizes his heart. Damithai's body won't move at all. Suddenly, a hand of crystalline ice erupts from thin air, interposing itself before Giant Chen and catching King Bijian's strike dead in its tracks. The Heavenly Demoness speaks in a measured, ice-cold tone. "King Bijian, the 15th Elder entrusted Giant Chen to my care. If you move to kill him before my very eyes, are you declaring war against both myself and the 15th Elder?" King Bijian seethes inwardly. "This wretched little beast has made me lose face before the Heavenly Demoness. I will remember this debt." With that thought, he withdraws his attack and sneers. "HMPH, consider yourself lucky today, brat." Giant Chen turns and bows to the Heavenly Demoness. This one is grateful for Senior's intervention. The Heavenly Demoness fixes her gaze upon him and asks, "The 15th Elder mentioned you are a 6th cycle Earth Saint Master, is that correct?" "Indeed, is there an issue, Senior?" Giant Chen replies. The Heavenly Demoness shifts the topic. "It is nothing. When the Holy Land opens, follow close behind me." Giant Chen answers, "Understood." She muses silently to herself, a 6th cycle Earth Saint Master, who can withstand the spiritual pressure of a Saint King head-on-thighs. Giant Chen is no ordinary figure. The gate groans open, she speaks. "The Holy Land is open. Giant Chen, follow me." "Yes," he responds, and both figures vanish into the gateway. They arrive in a domain of churning magma and searing heat. Giant Chen wipes the sweat from his brow and lets out an awed breath. The heat within this Holy Land is extraordinary. The Heavenly Demoness flicks her wrist, and a stone erupts from beneath the molten lava, rising into the air. It hovers before him. She points at it and speaks. "Take it. This is one of the champion's rewards." Giant Chen catches the stone, his eyes filled with puzzlement. "Senior Heavenly Demoness, what manner of stone is this?" The Heavenly Demoness explains. "We call this a Holy Land crystalla substance condensed from the purest energy of the Holy Land itself. If one can absorb it, not only will it dramatically enhance physical strength, but it will also fortify one's spiritual power." Giant Chen's eyes widen in astonishment. "What? Something this incredible actually exists? If I devour all the crystals beneath this magma, wouldn't that make me invincible?" The Heavenly Demoness shakes her head. You are thinking far too simply. First, these crystals only yield effects for cultivators below the Saint King realm. Second, if you consume too many at once, your body will assuredly detonate, you will die. A flicker of alarm crosses Jian Chen's face. The heavenly demoness continues. Swallow it directly, then enter the first zone to refine it. Your strength will be greatly enhanced. Jian Chen nods. Understood. He clutches the crystal tightly, surrounded on all sides by rivers of molten lava. Jian Chen sits cross-legged in meditation. Azure flames erupt across his entire body, blazing outward in brilliant rays of light. A radiant halo flares behind him. Jian Chen opens his eyes and grins with satisfaction. 8th cycle Earth, Saint Master paired with the heaven-seizing creation art. At this level of the Earth Saint Master realm, I have no equal among my peers. Suddenly, a voice makes him whip his head around. Have you finished absorbing the Holy Land crystal? Jian Chen replies respectfully. This one is grateful, see. Nior for your guidance. The heavenly demoness speaks. Now that you have refined the crystal, go explore the other zones. She gestures eastward. The eastern zone is where one may comprehend the 6 primordial powers of heaven and earth. The northern zone is the crown jewel of this holy hallet, contains saint-tier battle skills, and several supreme cultivation techniques created by our predecessors, all possessing power on par with true saint-tier arts. Jian Chen asks, Senior, are you not coming? The heavenly demoness explains. I walk the path of yin resonance. Those battle skills and cultivation insights hold no relevance for Methi would offer little benefit. Jian Chen bows hastily. Then this junior shall take his leave first. The heavenly demoness watches his retreating figure, a thread of unease winding through her heart. Sensing a presence, she calls out sharply, King Bijian. What are you scheming? We both know full well what lurks in your heart. I advise you to abandon that notion at once. King Bijian responds. King Bijian, what are you scheming? We both know full well. I advise you to abandon that notion at once. Heavenly demoness, I will make you mind-mark my words. Are these the legendary saint-tier battle skills? Jian Chen gazes up at the ancient inscriptions, pondering deeply. He marvels to himself mercenary city harbors this many saint-emperor-level experts. An old man's voice suddenly rings out. Kid, who are you? Why has this old man never set eyes on you before? Jian Chen bows. Senior, this humble one is Jian Chen, champion of this mercenary competition. The old man blinks, then recalls. Oh, champion of the mercenary competition. You mean that little contest. Heh, it has been so long since I stepped outside. I nearly forgot the whole affair. Oh, that's right, who brought you in this year? Jian Chen replies. It was Senior Heavenly Demoness. The old man waves dismissively. No, I'm not asking about the Heavenly Demoness. Surely there was someone else wearing robes similar to mine. Someone who served as an overseer or judge, perhaps. Jian Chen's eyes light with realization. Senior, are you referring to the 15th Elder? This junior does not know the 15th Elder's true name. The old man's expression shifts to excitement. He came in, where is he? Jian Chen answers. The 15th Elder did not enter. He said his remaining time is limited. The old man's shoulders sag. Is that so? The 15th, he is approaching his great limit, isn't he? He turns his back, his voice heavy with sorrow. They have all departed. Every last one of them. Only I remain here, enduring this desolate vigil. Watching the old man slump down, Jian Chen speaks earnestly. Senior, are the other images on this wall the legendary saint-tier battle skills? The old man nods. Indeed, these are saint-tier battle skills that this old man and his brothers spent entire lifetimes trying to comprehend, yet not one of us could grasp them. In their entirety, Jian Chen asks with bewilderment. Can one truly comprehend a saint-tier battle skill from mere paintings? There isn't even the slightest trace of a cultivation method. The old man explains. Saint-tier battle skills are fundamentally different from heaven-tier battle skills. There is no cultivation method, and every stance relies entirely on one's own comprehension. To execute a saint-tier battle skill is to borrow the very power of heaven and earth. Therefore, to comprehend saint-tier battle skills, one must first attain the strength of a Saint King. Only upon breaking through to the Saint King realm can one begin to perceive the mysteries of heaven and earth, and command a sliver of their boundless power. The old man peers at Jian Chen. Kid, you are at the Earth Saint Master realm, correct? Jian Chen nods. Yes, Senior. The old man sighs and speaks with a heaviness born of experience. This old man advises you to leave for now. Return when you have reached the Saint King realm. Otherwise, you will end up like my 11th junior brother. Because of this wretched battle skill, he squandered his entire life away. Jian Chen furrows his brow. Senior, what do you mean by that? The old man began his tale, Back then, our Black Moon mercenary group struck an agreement with the mercenary city. We were to guard the Holy Land on the city's behalf, and in exchange, we earned the right to enter it. I ranked 5th. Beneath me were 10 more brothers. Among them, the 11th was the sharpest mind in our entire band. He and the daughter of the King Sword sect master had fallen deeply for one another. Yet in the end, driven by his obsession to comprehend the tattered battle technique etched upon these cliff walls, he doomed himself to a lifetime of solitude in this very cave. The old man turned to Jian Chen with a warning: "You're still young. Don't let these worthless battle skills cost you the people who matter most." Those words struck a chord. Jian Chen's thoughts drifted to Yu Yue and Luan Jian Chen cupped his fists respectfully. "This junior thanks senior for the wisdom. I only wish to glimpse these techniques. I will never waste my years here." The old man let out a relieved sigh. "Good. Then this old bag of bones should start making arrangements for his own burial." Back to the stone face, Jian Chen murmured to himself, pondering the martial technique. After a moment of contemplation, a mirror and a dagger suddenly tumbled out from the stone. "What is this?" The characters carved into the massive stone face seemed to have shifted. Jian Chen stared, stunned by the bizarre phenomenon unfolding before his eyes. A sword wreathed in violet flames, and a dagger that radiated an emerald glow. Jian Chen felt something stir within his chest. Could it be that these two weapons, which had just moments ago surged with tremendous force, now rested in his hands? A pillar of light engulfed Jian Chen and lifted him skyward. He cried out in agony as blinding arcs of lightning erupted in all directions. He swung his sword once, and the blade cleaved clean through two stone faces. Jian Chen could scarcely believe his own eyes. What kind of devastating power is this? Yet controlling it drained him utterly. As expected of a saint-tier battle skill, Jian Chen mused, "I've barely comprehended 10%, and the spiritual energy in my body has already been directly consumed. If someone could unleash the complete technique, who knows how much chi would be needed?" He then turned his gaze to the scattered crystals. Jian Chen concluded without grasping the mysteries of heaven and earth. Comprehending a saint-tier battle skill was utterly impossible. He had to raise his own strength first. Half a year later, Jian Chen had been cultivating in seclusion for 6 months. The heavenly demoness reminded him, "Jian Chen, your time is up. You must leave." Jian Chen frowned. "Already," the heavenly demoness explained, "you have not yet reached the Saint King realm. Each visit permits only half a year. Once you achieve Saint King, you will be able to train here for 50 years. Jian Chen sighed helplessly. "Very well." The heavenly demoness handed him a translucent crystal. "This is a teleportation crystal. Shatter it, and you will be transported to the mercenary city plaza." He calculated the time. The 15th elder should be waiting at the receiving plaza by now. Jian Chen bowed deeply. "This junior is endlessly grateful to Senior Heavenly Demoness for your care these past days." The Heavenly Demoness waved a hand. "Enough, no need for such formality, go." As Jian Chen dissolved into the teleportation light, the Heavenly Demoness gazed after him in silence, thinking, "I hope he can become a Saint King power soon." Outside, the 15th elder stood waiting. "Looks like that kid is coming out." At that moment, Jian Chen stepped through the teleportation gate. He cupped his fists in a respectful greeting. "15th elder, it has been too long." The elder laughed heartily. "Ha ha, kid, you still remember this old man? I'm delighted." Jian Chen spoke with deep gratitude. "15th elder, what is this place?" That day, this junior was only able to enter the Holy Land because of senior's guidance. The 15th elder waved him off. All right. Kid, don't be so stiff with me." He tossed something over. Jian Chen caught it and examined it. "15th elder, what is this?" The elder explained, "This is the final reward for the Mercenary Grand Tournament champion. It is called the Mercenary Badge." The Mercenary Badge was forged from a multitude of precious materials, inscribed with formation arrays within. It could be activated using Saint Force. Once activated, it rapidly gathered the elemental chi of heaven and earth within a radius of over 10 miles, dramatically accelerating the user's cultivation speed. Jian Chen thought if this badge were placed in the Lian Twin Mercenary Group or Changyang Manor, it could prove immensely beneficial. The elder prepared to take his leave. Well then, this old man should be on his way. "In 50 years, kid, you'd better come back here and share a cup of wine with me." Jian Chen smiled. "I give you my word." That night, Jian Chen sat beside a crackling campfire, lost in thought. This battle technique surely has other applications I haven't discovered yet. At the break of dawn, Jian Chen suddenly sensed a presence. He spoke coldly since. "You've already come this far, there's no point hiding. Show yourself and state your purpose." A voice answered from the shadows. Worthy indeed of the mercenary grand tournament champion, your perception of killing intent is remarkably sharp. The figure stepped into the open, dignified elder who introduced himself with a thin smile. This old man is the third elder of the Shi clan. How fares young brother Jian Chen? Jian Chen's eyes narrowed. The Shi clan. Could it be Shi Xiangren's family? He cursed inwardly. A year of seclusion had nearly made him forget that affair. He schooled his expression and replied, the Shi clan. Which Shi clan might that be, old sir? I believe you may have the wrong person. The third elder chuckled. Young brother Jian Chen is truly a master of selective memory. In a mere half-year, you've already forgotten how the Shi clan's third young master, Shi Xiangren, perished at your hands. Jian Chen stammered, Senior. This one in Shi Xiangren, the elder cut him off. No matter. I understand. Young people fight blows land lighter or heavier, and sometimes the opponent is killed by accident. That's perfectly normal. You needn't dwell on it. This old man has come today for a different matter entirely. Jian Chen asked cautiously, what matter does Senior speak of? The elder dropped all pretense. The Treasure Mountain Seal, young brother Jian Chen. I'm not here to play games. Return the Treasure Mountain Seal to the Shi clan, and we'll turn this conflict into silk and satin. How does that sound? Jian Chen's reply was firm. Senior, I did not take that item. It remains within the secret realm of the mercenary city. The third elder sneered. Oh, his expression darkened with theatrical indignation. Produce the Treasure Mountain Seal. The pressure mounted, pinning Jian Chen in place. Jian Chen's thoughts raced. So they have means to track it after all. The Shi clan's third elder wore a smug expression. Young brother Jian Chen, hand it over now. And this old man will still refrain from making things difficult for you. How about it? Jian Chen steeled his resolve. I cannot let him take it. They could use it to threaten Kerr. He spoke with iron resolve. Senior, I will not hand it over. The third elder sighed with exaggerated regret. A pity. His eyes turned cold. Then the only option left is to kill you. A burly, wild-bearded man lunged from behind, launching a devastating ambush at Jian Chen's back. Fortunately, Jian Chen reacted with blinding speed, pivoting away an instant before the blow connected and darting in the opposite direction. But the attacker showed no mercy, his killing intent blazing. Where do you think you're running? He pressed the assault with ferocious, relentless strikes, each one faster than the last, leaving Jian Chen no room to breathe. Jian Chen refused to stay on the defensive. He swung his sword in a fierce counter, but the bearded man's raw power shattered his riposte effortlessly. Jian Chen's eyes widened in shock. What? The older man sneered with contemptuous arrogance. HMPH, a mere earth saint master brat, you truly thought yourself invincible. Fear flickered in Jian Chen's eyes as the man gathered his power for another devastating strike. However, a sudden surge of energy intercepted the bearded man's attack, shielding Jian Chen from harm. The bearded elder halted, startled and enraged. He bellowed into the darkness. Who dares interfere in the Shi clan's affairs? Are you courting death? From the shadows, two young men strolled out leisurely, appearing to be around Jian Chen's age. The taller of the two quipped with a mocking grin. Old En, tell Maze they're truly a heaven saint master this shameless in this world. His companion was equally sharp-tongued. Yun Zheng, I've told you before, the larger the forest, the more species of brazen birds you'll find. Jian Chen recognized his saviors at once and turned to express his gratitude. This one is Jian Chen. I am deeply grateful to the two of you for intervening. Yun Zheng's eyes went wide. What, your name is Jian Chen? You wouldn't happen to be the champion of the mercenary grand tournament from half a year ago, would you? Jian Chen neither denied nor deflected. Indeed, this year's champion is me. Yun Zheng slapped Old En on the shoulder with unrestrained glee. Old En, brother, we've struck gold. He crowed with delight. The champion of the grand tournament, what a jackpot. The Shi elders standing off to the side thought grimly, damn it. Their fellow mercenary competitors. I can't afford any mishaps now. He spoke, his tone shifting to diplomacy. This young man carries a possession that belongs to my Shi clan. If the two of you intend to plunder, might this old man reclaim my clan's property first? He added quickly, I guarantee, once the Shi clan's Treasure Mountain Seal is recovered, this old man will absolutely not interfere in any matter concerning the two of you. Yun Zheng jabbed a finger straight at him, furious. You wretched old dog, you think Old En and I are bandits. We intervened because we saw injustice. Old En cut Yun Zheng off calmly. From your speech and attire, it's plain to see you're from the Shi clan. Yes, the elder asked warily. Your Excellency knows of the Shi clan. Old En answered flatly, know them. I know a pack of dogs who hide behind their clan's name to bully the weak. Am I wrong? Yun Zheng burst into laughter. Ha ha! Olden, you really do have a gift for cursing without ever raising your voice. The She-Elder's mind raced. Among them one is named Yunzhenga clan with a vendetta against mine. But Olden? I've never heard of him. Who is he? He demanded, does your excellency hold some grudge against my She clan? Yunzheng and Olden exchanged a look, then answered with identical smirks before. We didn't, but now we do. The elder's face twisted with fury. You two had better know when to stop. Don't mistake kindness for weakness. Jian Chen stepped forward and spoke earnestly. I thank the two seniors once more for the rescue. But this is a grudge between myself and the She clan. I humbly ask that the two seniors not entangle yourselves on my account. Olden turned to Jian Chen with a question. Let me ask you something. Jian Chen replied respectfully, please speak, senior. Olden continued, do you happen to lead a mercenary group? Jian Chen blinked, caught off guard. Ahais, I do, why do you ask? Olden explained, it's like this. 3 months ago, Yunzheng and I crossed paths with a fellow named Ming Dong. The three of us fought first and became friends later. We asked Ming Dong if he'd like to establish a mercenary group together, but he said he had already formed a mercenary group with you. Yunzheng said, that's right. So we asked him if the two of us could join this mercenary group as well. Then he told us to come to Mercenary City and find you, saying you still had about 3 months before leaving the city. Jian Chen said, so it was Ming Dong who sent you all here. Olden confirmed. Originally, the two of us brothers were planning to observe your character first, before making our decision. Olden continued enthusiastically. We brothers hold your character in the highest regard, so we wanted to ask Ken Yunzheng, and I join your mercenary group. Jian Chen did not refuse. Welcome me, of course you are welcome. Yunzheng said to the other two with delight. Wonderful. It seems the future of our mercenary group is certainly something to look forward to. All three turned toward the enemy. Olden spoke. She clan elder, do you still wish to make a move against us? Allow me to remind you, Yunzheng and I are both Heaven Saint Masters. Do you have the confidence to take us on? He grew furious. He had not expected obstacles to appear midway. Suddenly a voice rang out. Shi Lao San, I've come to aid you. The speaker turned out to be Jeed Ba. The She clan elder asked, Jeed Ba, why are you here? Jeed Ba replied, HMPH, this brat Jian Chen not only seized your She clan's treasure mountain seal, but our Jeed clan's ruler's armament also lies in his possession. Believe it or not, surname Shi. What? Jeed Ba demanded furiously. Now it's 2 Heaven Saint Masters against 2. Do you still wish to stand up for him? Yunzheng answered confidently. Nonsense. We brothers have already joined Jian Chen's mercenary group. Olden said gravely, Jian Chen will hold those 2 off for you. Make your escape now. Jian Chen asked, do the 2 of you have confidence in dealing with them? Olden replied, nah, but shaking them off won't be a problem. Yunzheng and I will buy you time. Seize the opportunity. Jian Chen cut him off. Buy me 10 breaths of time. I'll handle those 2 myself. Jian Chen reaffirmed. 10 breaths, that's all I need. Olden whipped around, stunned. What? Olden asked again. What did you just say? Jian Chen offered no explanation and said swiftly, buy me 10 breaths. I'll take care of them. Olden cautioned. Jian Chenthi are Heaven Saint Masters. You may be an 8th cycle Earth Saint Master now, but no matter how powerful an Earth Saint Master may be, they cannot injure a Heaven Saint Master. Jian Chen declared, I'm ready, trust me. Olden was shocked. Could he truly have a way to wound a Heaven Saint Master? He said, very well, since you put it that way. While the 2 of us clash with those old men, don't hold back either. And as it happens, having 2 Heaven Saint Masters right here is a perfect chance to test the might of that Saint-tier battle skill. Olden and Yunzheng fought with all their might against the 2 elders. The She clan elder spoke. You two, are you still stubbornly refusing to see reason? Yunzheng shot back without yielding. We're all Heaven Saint Masters. Who fears whom is far from certain. Olden launched a strike at Jeed Ba as he spoke. Then why don't you two let it go for today? Next time, bring a few more Heaven Saint Masters before you come looking for trouble. Jeed Ba's expression twisted. Damn you, do you think Heaven Saint Masters are cabbages on the roadside? He roared, I'll give you 2 one last chance to retreat now or die. Olden showed no sign of yielding. We brothers give the same answer, we will not retreat. Yunzheng echoed his defiance. Indeed, Jeed Ba gripped his weapon tight, making good on his threat. Then I have no choice but to send you 2 to your graves. The moment he finished, a massive great blade materialized in his grasp. Olden's eyes widened in shock. A ruler's armament? Yunzheng recognized it at once. The Jeed clan certainly doesn't lack for ruler's armaments, does it? He swept the blade in a wide arc, unleashing a streak of radiance that screamed straight toward Yunzheng and Olden. Both of them raised their guard to the highest level. Olden gripped his saber and launched a counterattack. Yun Zheng, too, braced himself with utmost seriousness. They readied themselves against the opponent's devastating strike. All three streams of power collided, as if a massive explosion were imminent, yet they still could not withstand the might of the ruler's armament. Both thought the same thing. This is bad. Jian Chen's voice rang out. Dr. and Yun Zheng, get down, oh. Both were startled. The instant the two dropped to the ground, a streak of violet light shot across overhead, shattering the ruler's armament's attack. Jidba refused to believe his own eyes. What? The Shi clan elder was no different. He cried out. The resulting explosion was truly like a bomb that had reached its detonation point. Smoke and debris engulfed the area, leaving the two middle-aged men coughing violently and wounded. The third elder demanded, what kind of battle technique was that? But Jidba simply urged him on. Muvano, the two fled at once, enraging Yun Zheng. Stand still, you two cowards. Don't you dare run. But Olden stopped him in time. Yun Zheng, don't go. Dr. N turned to the other with concern. Jian Chen, are you all right? Before their worried eyes, Jian Chen sat there panting heavily, but still managed a reassuring smile. Huff, huff. It seems this Saint-tier battle skill is truly extraordinary. Olden was utterly shocked upon hearing this. What, a Saint-tier battle skill? Jian Chen, you are only an 8th cycle Earth Saint Master. How could you possibly possess a Saint-tier battle skill? Hearing this, he explained to the two of them, because I won the championship at the Mercenary Grand Assembly. I was fortunate enough to train in the mercenary Holy Land for half a year. I only grasped a small fraction of the Saint-tier battle skill within. It can hardly be considered a true Saint-tier technique. Olden supported Jian Chen as he asked in astonishment, what? You can actually comprehend even a fraction of a Saint-tier battle skill at your current level. Olden helped him lean against a tree trunk. Jian Chen asked in puzzlement, what's wrong? Is understanding just a little bit really that difficult? Isn't it merely comprehending a single half-formed move? Yun Zheng simply could not fathom his way of thinking. Jian Chen, do you even hear yourself right now? Olden also shook his head in exasperation. Indeed, never mind Earth Saint Masters. Many Heaven Saint Masters don't even have the qualifications to lay eyes on a Saint-tier battle skill. Dr. N handed a small vial to Jian Chen. This is a spirit chi pill. It can rapidly replenish the spiritual energy in your body. Is there anywhere else that feels wrong? He replied, it's just that the spiritual energy in my body has been completely drained. Nothing else is wrong. A night's rest, and I'll be fine. Olden instructed further, then, just rest here, we'll keep watch. He did not stand on ceremony. Very well, thank you. After a night's rest, Olden still felt uneasy and asked once more. Jian Chen, are you certain you don't need us to come along? Yun Zheng added, that's right. What if those two old bastards from yesterday come after you again? Jian Chen seemed unconcerned. It's fine. After yesterday's strike, they won't dare come after me anytime soon. Besides, they may not even know where I'm headed. Jian Chen continued. Moreover, I truly need you both to head to Galam Kingdom and gather intelligence for me. Yun Zheng and Olden were confused. What kind of intelligence do you want us to investigate? He recalled his time with his former mercenary companions. Half a year ago, when Ming Dong and I went to participate in the Mercenary Grand Assembly, we ran into soldiers from the Feng Lan Kingdom, and a battle broke out. From what those soldiers let slip, I learned that the Feng Lan Kingdom seems to intend to invade Galam Kingdom. So I hope you can help me investigate. Does the Feng Lan Kingdom want to wage war against Galam Kingdom? Old An's expression turned solemn. Understood. Leave this matter to Yun Zheng and me. With that, they bid each other farewell, and set off on their respective paths with care. Van Tran and Eldarin speak in unison, until we meet again. Jian Chen sits resting by the riverside, leisurely eating while running calculations in his mind. A little further north, and they should reach Satsak City. From the distance, a young maiden sprints toward Jian Chen, screaming for help. She stumbles and crashes into him, throwing off his balance. Before he can even ask, the girl gasps out her plea. Young master, please save me. The bandits behind her glare at Jian Chen and Miss Lan, barking their threats. Eldest miss of the Lan family, you'd best come along quietly if you know what's good for you. One of them drags his tongue along the curved blade in his hand and sneers at Jian Chen. Brat, if you don't want to die, scram. The Black Wind bandits pride ourselves on one thing above all else: credibility. The young lady's eyes flare wide with fury. You bastards, I already paid you the road toll and you go back on your word. There isn't a shred of credibility in any of you. The bandit throws his head back in laughter. Ha ha. Who told the eldest Miss Lan to be so breathtakingly beautiful? Our captain hasn't been able to stop thinking about you, day and night. Hearing this, she clenches her fists and hides behind Jian Chen, shouting in rage. How dare you? If my grandfather learns what has happened to me, he will never forgive you, the bandit sneers contemptuously. The Lan family, a noble house. Do we not know exactly how many catties your clan weighs? That piddling Lan name of yours isn't even worth the Black Wind bandit's attention. Brothers, seize her and bring her back for our captain. The two lackeys behind him answer in unison, understood. Terror flashes across the eldest Miss Lan's face. She grips Jian Chen's arm and begs desperately. Great hero, please save me. I will repay your kindness without fail. Seeing her plead so desperately, he turns his gaze toward the three bandits ahead. He muses inwardly, one Earth Saint Master leading two Saint Masters out robbing people. He squints against the glaring sunlight, recalling that when he first departed the Chasm Kingdom to begin his journey, he seemed to run into this exact same combination. He lets out a quiet sigh. All one can say is that such affairs are an inevitability of life, no matter where one goes. Jian Chen raises his hand and speaks. My mood is quite pleasant today. The three of you may leave. I have no desire to kill. The bandits snort with contempt, jabbing their fingers at him. Ha, this is killing me. This poor brat sure likes to put on airs. Another one points at their leader and jeers at Jian Chen. Brat, our big bro here knows an Earth-tier battle skill. Earth-tier? Do you even understand the prestige of an Earth-tier technique? The leader puffs up with pride at the flattery and waves his hand dismissively. Ah, don't make such a fuss. Without another word, Jian Chen circulates his internal energy. A whirlwind materializes out of thin air, and with a casual flick of his will, he directs it to obliterate the massive boulder behind them into fragments. Like this? He asks softly. The bandit's eyes bulge in sheer terror. The young lady standing beside him is no less stunned. Before his words even fade, all three drop to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. Great hero, please spare us. We have elderly parents and young children at home. Our families depend on us. We cannot die. If we perish, our families will suffer terribly. Shortly after, Jian Chen and Miss Lan board the horse carriage, while the three bandits know bound in rope drill behind. From within the carriage, the young lady's voice rings out. I am forever grateful to the young master for saving my life. This humble one's name is Lan Ying, eldest daughter of the Lan family of Satsak City. After introducing herself, she asks excitedly, How may I address the young master? He replies gently, This one is Jian Chen. Lan Ying's curiosity is piqued. Young Master Jian Chen, might I ask what brings you to Satsak City? He smiles. Nothing in particular. I am merely journeying across the continent to temper myself. It just so happens that my path leads through here. She clasps her hands together in admiration. No wonder young Master Jian Chen is so powerful at such a young age. She starts to speak Agano. Right, young Master Jian Chen, there's. But before she can finish, the servant's voice interrupts from outside. Miss, we have arrived. She steps down from the carriage and turns back to him. Young Master Jian Chen, come with me to meet my grandfather. He will surely wish to express his gratitude. Jian Chen waves his hand. I did not act for the sake of reward. I wish to enter the city to purchase some supplies. Despite his refusal, she remains adamant. No, you absolutely must come with me. Upon reaching the gates and stepping down from the carriage, she rushes forward joyfully and throws herself into her grandfather's embrace. Old Master Lan catches her warmly, his expression kind and doting. My dear granddaughter, you have been through a terrible ordeal. Grandfather will send men to exact vengeance for you. Hearing his words, her eyes begin to glisten with tears. Grandfather, you must know it was all thanks to young Master Jian Chen. Without him, those bandits would have. The old patriarch hears his granddaughter's words and extends his hands in a gesture of gratitude. Young friend, it is all thanks to you. This old man is truly in your debt. Jian Chen clasps his hands and bows. Senior, you are too kind. This junior merely did what any righteous person would, throw a blade against injustice. The old man beams with approval. Good, a young man who draws his blade against injustice truly. Heroes emerge from the youth. Then the old man's gaze shifts toward the three bound bandits, his expression hardening into something cold and stern, sending a chill down their spines. The Black Wind bandit gang, correct. It seems this old man has not disciplined you lot in far too long. Have you all grown too comfortable with your lives? Having finished speaking, he waved his hand and bellowed his command. Throw these three wretches into the family's dungeons. I will interrogate them later. The guards answered in unison, yes, and promptly dragged the three away. After that, old Master Lan turned to Jian Chen with a warm smile. Young friend, I must insist you stay at one of our Lan family's residences. Allow us to properly display our hospitality. Jian Chen cupped his hands and replied courteously, Then I shall impose upon your generosity. as night descended upon the Lan family estate. Inside a private chamber, Giant Chen and the Old Master raised their cups together. Old Master Lan spoke first. "Today, I owe young brother Giant Chen a great debt for saving my granddaughter." Everyone drained their cups. Giant Chen replied politely, "Patriarch Lan, you flatter me. By the way, I wonder is there a space gate within Sarda City?" Hearing his question, the Old Master sighed with a hint of regret. Alas, with Sarda City's current standing, something like a space gate is simply beyond its reach. If young brother Giant Chen wishes to use a space gate, I'm afraid you will need to travel to a much larger city. Hearing this, Giant Chen fell into deep contemplation. Just as he had suspected, it seemed he would need to plan his route far more carefully from here on. He absolutely had to return home before the Feng Lan Kingdom and the Gassam Kingdom went to war. Noticing his silence, Lan Ying spoke up. "Young Master Giant Chen, are you urgently trying to reach somewhere?" He replied. "Not exactly. I simply wish to temper myself a little more. If there were a space gate, it would make traveling to certain places considerably more convenient." Hearing this, she offered him a suggestion. "If that is the case, the Wandu mountain range outside the city harbors many powerful magical beasts. Quite a number of people from Sarda City go there to train. Moreover, I've heard that recently, a formidable 6th-class magical beast was discovered in that area." Hearing her words, Giant Chen's eyes widened with surprise. "What? Is that true?" Inwardly, his thoughts raced. A 6th-class magical beast was equivalent to a human heaven saint master. At that moment, Old Master Lan chimed in as well. "It is the truth. I've heard its head and body were gravely wounded. This morning, many mercenaries departed for the Wandu mountain range to investigate." He then asked for Giant Chen's thoughts. "Young brother Giant Chen, if you wish to go take a look, I will arrange for someone to escort you there tomorrow." Giant Chen clasped his hands and replied, "I thank Patriarch Lan." The following day, beneath a clear blue sky, Giant Chen stood within a dense forest alongside one of the Lan family's soldiers. The soldier handed Giant Chen a small pouch. "Master Giant Chen, the Wandu mountain range lies just ahead. The Patriarch has prepared these anti-poison pills for you. Please exercise the utmost caution." Giant Chen accepted the pouch with both hands, offered his thanks, and immediately launched himself into the air with his movement technique. Suddenly, he detected something peculiar. After parting ways with the Lan family soldier and arriving at the Wandu mountain range, Giant Chen concealed himself atop a towering tree. Gazing downward, he observed a cluster of people surrounding a colossal white tiger. He thought to himself, "Found it. This must be the 6th-class magical beast they spoke of." As he surveyed the situation below, a question arose in his mind. How strange. Why do I sense dark energy fluctuations emanating from this tiger? A white tiger should possess the lightning attribute by nature. Could it be that those people's attacks have corrupted its energy? Below, a group clad in identical attire clearly belonging to the same faction stood their ground. The one at the vanguard, a massive saber strapped across his back, spoke with an overbearing tone. "You lot may leave. This magical beast belongs to us." The others erupted in fury upon hearing this. "And who the hell are you?" "That's right, spout such arrogant nonsense and watch yourselves get killed. I am of the Mo Yun family. If anyone here doesn't know their place, don't blame the Mo Yun family for showing no courtesy." A shout rang out from below. "The Mo Yun family is making their move." In an instant, 2 cultivators from the Mo Yun family surged forward, launching their assault on the white tiger. The white tiger let out a thunderous roar, bracing against the force of their combined attack before shattering it completely. Not only that, the aura erupting from the white tiger grew even more ferocious. It unsheathed its colossal claws and swiped at the Mo Yun family's ranks. One of them saw the blow coming and screamed, "What? Old Kai, watch out!" Before the words had even faded, one man was already pinned beneath the white tiger's massive paw. From his vantage point above, Giant Chen watched in astonishment. He reflected that those 2 cultivators had been Earth Saint masters, just like himself before the white tiger. They possessed not even a shred of fighting capability. It seemed this magical beast could not simply be 6th class. Its power was far beyond that. Then something caught his eye that startled him even further. Spotted a white tiger cub nestled beside the enormous beast. Understanding dawned on him instantly. So that's how it is. This magical beast is not of the 6th grade, it is of the 7th. It only appears to be 6th grade right now, because giving birth has diminished its strength. The leader of the Moyun clan flew upward, pointing at the white tiger and barking his orders. "That is the cub of a 6th grade magical beast. Everyone charge. We must capture that white tiger cub alive." Immediately after, the white tiger unleashed a tremendous wave of power. striking down a considerable number of the Moyun clan's forces. Any who dared charge forward met the same fate sent hurtling through the air. Half an hour later, the white tiger had seemingly felled every last one of the Moyun clan's men. It panted heavily, yet its piercing gaze never wavered. The little white tiger cub stood beside its mother's legs, growling to display its own strength. Seeing this, the leader continued to bark orders at the remaining men. Everyone keep pushing forward. That great beast can't hold out much longer. The white tiger let out a thunderous roar in response. The others, seeing the situation before them, burst into laughter. The big ones on its last legs still be cautious. Cripple its legs first. At this moment, the white tiger was still struggling to hold its ground against the Moyun clan's forces. Witnessing this scene, Jian Chen's mind drifted to his own mother. She, too, had shielded him just as this white tiger now shielded its cub. He clenched his fists tight as he listened to the clamoring of those men. The hide of this massive tiger will surely fetch a high price. Fool, do you have any idea how much the cub of a 6th-grade magical beast is worth? Hehe, we're about to strike it rich. At that very moment, as the great white tiger braced for the blade of a Moyun clan warrior, a sudden sword strike cleaved the man in two right before its eyes. Jian Chen appeared standing before the white tiger. His voice rang out, cold and sinister. Gentlemen, this white tiger belongs to Jian Chen now. Leave. The Moyun clan's men erupted in fury. Where did this brat come from? This fool doesn't know the meaning of death. He did not respond. He merely swung the sword in his hand. A streak of light flashed, and that single strike felled two more of the Moyun clan's warriors. Behind him, the white tiger growled, sending dust and debris swirling into the sky. The leader of the Moyun clan, seething with rage and shock, jabbed his blade toward Jian Chen and the white tiger before surging forward. Jian Chen released a burst of chi, blasting the man backward. Body flung one way, saber flung another. The remaining men watched in utter horror. Jian Chen spoke, still not leaving. Are you courting death? The survivors screamed in terror. Run. That brat defeated the Moyun clan's men with ease. His strength is unfathomable. Flee. Jian Chen watched the fleeing figures vanish into the distance, musing that the fighters in this city were far too weak. Earth, Saint Master, was likely their limit. He stepped forward and stroked the white tiger's head. Take your cub and hide. Don't let anyone find you again. Next time, I may not be able to save you. Suddenly, he heard a plea not with his ears, but within his mind from the white tiger. Please, I beg you, save my child. Jian Chen tensed and scanned his surroundings with the white tiger. Who's there? How is it that I sensed no one nearby? He turned to the white tiger and asked, Was that you speaking to me just now? The white tiger answered him at once. Indeed it was human. This left Jian Chen utterly astonished. This magical beast could actually speak the human tongue. It lay down on the ground and spoke. I am a white tiger of the ancient bloodline, a 7th-grade magical beast. Hearing this, his shock only deepened. A 7th-grade magical beast. He thought to himself, this beast's strength was equivalent to the human Saint King realm. The white tiger, seeing that he did not answer, tugged at his clothes. Human, I beg you save my child. It was just born. It cannot be allowed to die like this. He responded, you needn't worry so much. There are no humans around here stronger than you. As long as you don't go out seeking trouble, no human of the Saint King realm should come to cause you problems. At this, the white tiger spoke again, its voice heavy with helplessness. No, my life has already reached its end. He stares at the wounds on the white tiger's body and exclaims in shock, Who inflicted these 3 wounds on you? Why is there dark elemental energy? It answers him, Young human, I can tell you everything, but I hope you can promise me one thing. Then it turns its gaze to its cub lying beside it, pleading, Please raise my child to adulthood. Jian Chen drops to one knee, sitting face to face with it. A thought flashes through his mind, the offspring of a 7th-order magical beast at minimum. This little one's future achievements will reach the 6th order. He asks the mother white tiger, Aren't you afraid that I'm the same as those people from before? It replies at once, No, you are nothing like them. He presses, How can you be so certain? The white tiger answers calmly, Part of it stems from the instincts of our magical beast bloodline. The rest comes from your eyes. Jian Chen is taken aback. My eyes. It responds to him. Indeed, human, your eyes are clear free of that filthy greed. That is why I am willing to entrust my child to you. He hears this and asks, Then what about you? With the strength of a 7th-order magical beast, can you not endure those wounds on your belly? The white tiger then recounts its story to him. Deep within the Qingheng mountain range lies a clan of magical beast zone that commands every high-level magical beast across the entire range. This clan is called the Jin Lijian. I am an elder of high standing within the Jin Lijian clan, and my husband is the blood brother of its patriarch. It continues slowly. By a stroke of fate, my husband and I gave birth to the legendary heavenly medicine divine tiger. We had hoped it would strengthen the bear tribe, yet we never expected the patriarch of the Jin Lijian clan to hunt us down instead. My husband perished at the patriarch's hands to shield me and our child. I, too, was struck a mortal blow by him. I will not survive much longer. It pauses briefly before adding, I carried the child here, believing I had shaken off the tribe's pursuit. Yet I never expected to be surrounded by humans instead. It was at the very moment I fell into despair that you appeared. After hearing the story, Jian Chen speaks to the mother white tiger. Are you telling me 3 mere claw marks will end your life? It answers him, indeed. The dark energy within these 3 wounds is the primal power of the Jin Lijian royal lineage. Only a 7th-order light Saint Master can purge this energy from my body, but our tribe and humanity share far too hostile a relationship. A flicker of delight crosses Jian Chen's face upon hearing this. If that's the case, this should be simple enough. He raises a golden sphere of spiritual energy before its eyes. As it happens, I am a light Saint Master. Though I have not yet reached the 7th tier, treating your wounds should pose no great problem. The white tiger stares in utter astonishment. Yao, you're a light Saint Master. That can't be. Aren't you a sword cultivator? Jian Chen channels his energy to heal it while answering. My primary discipline is the sword. My secondary is healing. Meanwhile, at the Mo Yun clan estate, the man Jian Chen had beaten and sent fleeing arrives in a frenzy. Ancestor, terrible news, catastrophic news. He collapses to his knees, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath. Ancestor, the 6th-order magical beast's cub has been seized by another. The ancestor snaps the chess piece in his hand clean in 2. Elder Bai, you lost the prize, and you still have the face to return. Elder Bai lowers his head and replies, Ancestor, this worthless life of mine is of no consequence, but the 6th-order magical beast's cub is a matter of utmost gravity. I had to return and report. The old man does not turn around. He merely asks, speak. Which force dares oppose our Mo Yun clan? Bai Bankson answers. A young man named Jian Chen, champion of the mercenary grand tournament half a year ago. The ancestor's eyes narrow. What business does the mercenary tournament's champion have in Sand City? His gaze turns razor-sharp. Do you know where this Jian Chen is now? Bai Bankson answers. I've heard that Jian Chen rescued Lan Ying, the eldest young lady of the Lan family. He is most likely a guest at the Lan estate. Meanwhile, having finished treating the white tiger's wounds, Jian Chen cradles the tiger cub gently in his arms. Once I leave, find a hiding place immediately, he instructs it. His tone grows solemn. I will leave the light saint force within your body. Although I have suppressed the dark energy inside you, you cannot engage in combat with anyone for the time being. The moment you exert your energy, the balance within your body will shatter. When that happens, forget the 7th tier of an 8th-order light. Saint Master would not be able to save you. Upon hearing this, the white tiger nuzzles against him with gratitude. Jian Chen, your kindness I shall engrave it in my heart for all eternity. The white tiger licks its cub and tells him that the heavenly winged divine tiger grows extremely slowly. It must devour many rare treasures of heaven and earth to accelerate its growth. He hears this and smiles. Rest assured, I know what to do. We must leave this place at once. The longer we linger, the more variables arise. With that, the mother white tiger turns and strides away. You are right. Jian Chen watches her depart, thinking silently. For the sake of your child, you must go on living. Jian Chen returns to the Lam family estate. As he carries the white tiger cub into his room, Lam On opens the door and calls out, Young Master Jian Chen, you've returned. He turns and replies, Just returned from the magical beast mountain range. Miss Lam On gazes at the docile white tiger cub nestled in his arms and exclaims in wonder. Heavens, what is this? How can anything be this adorable? Jian Chen tells her, Miss Lam, what you hold is the offspring of a 6th-rank magical beast. Hearing this, she cannot help but gasp in surprise. What? There exist magical beasts this cute. At that moment, Jian Chen suddenly looks toward the entrance and speaks. Your Excellency, since you have already arrived, there is no need to hide. Within the Lam family compound, an old man with flowing white hair and beard hovers in the air. He extends an invitation to Jian Chen. This one is the Haiyun family patriarch. Might I have an audience with you? Lam On sees his appearance and is startled. The Haiyun family patriarch dares come here. Jian Chen, however, is puzzled. What of it? Is he truly that formidable? Sensing that Jian Chen does not understand the old man's background, young Miss Lam On explains, the Haiyun family is the most powerful clan in all of Saga City. They far surpass even your lamb family. Cradling the little white tiger cub, she sniffles and recounts. A few days ago, he came to force me into marriage. Over 60 men, utterly shameless. My grandfather spent a fortune before the old wretch finally relented. Unable to stand idly by, Jian Chen decides to help her. He replies, "If that is the case, I shall go out and meet him." He lifts his head and calls out, "Haiyun family patriarch, what business do you have with me?" The white-haired elder is taken aback. Jian Chen, the 6th-rank magical beast cub is in your hands. Knowing he cannot conceal it, Jian Chen admits, "Indeed, what of it?" Then he hears the elder make his proposal. "Jian Chen, would you be willing to hand over the magical beast cub to our Haiyun family?" The white-haired elder spares no effort in persuasion. "Our family will certainly offer you a generous price. Any request within our power shall be fulfilled without condition." But contrary to expectations, Jian Chen refuses firmly. "Forgive me. I have already given my word to raise and protect this little white tiger." The elder still refuses to relent. "Why must you insist on making things difficult for yourself? Raising a magical beast is an immensely time-consuming endeavor. To nurture one to maturity requires at least decades, perhaps even centuries." Before the elder can finish, Jian Chen cuts him off sharply. "That is none of your concern. If you have nothing else, then leave." The Haiyun family patriarch, finding himself dismissed, flies into a rage and shifts to threats. "Jian Chen, you clearly do not understand your place. You may bluff and posture before an Earth Saint Master, but before a Heaven Saint Master such as this seat, you had best watch your tone." As he speaks, surges of power radiate outward, enveloping his entire body. Jian Chen immediately assumes a combat stance and says, "You had best mind your own words, lest you tarnish the Haiyun family's reputation in Saga City." But in his heart he thinks, "This old man is a Heaven Saint Master, his strength is genuine. Even if I unleash everything I have, I stand no chance." Across from him, the Haiyun family elder. In a blazing fury, he draws his sword and gathers his energy, not forgetting to cite his justification. "Since you refuse to hand it over willingly, I shall take it by force." Having declared this, he unleashes an Earth attribute sword techniqueth, falling Earth sword strike. Jian Chen concentrates his power and retaliates with the Zai Qing sword chi. Arcing blades of star-piercing light flash and surge straight ahead. Sword chi from both sides collides, echoing across heaven and earth. Suddenly, the white-haired elder blurts out, "What?" He never imagined that Jian Chen's technique would not only sever his own sword chi, but still carry enough force to slam against the protective barrier around his body. HMPH. Seizing the opening in an instant, Jian Chen leaps skyward. Having accumulated power for some time, he thrusts his sword straight at his enemy and unleashes the limitless Zai Qing sword chi. Nevertheless, the Haiyun elder manages to react in time. He remarks, "Truly, you do possess some skill. No wonder you seized the championship at the grand tournament." He channels his energy into defense against the torrent of sword strikes raining down upon him, all the while sneering. "Jian Chen, it is futile. No matter how formidable you may be, an Earth Saint Master cannot hope to harm a Heaven Saint Master. The chasm between our realms is absolute. Do not delude yourself." As if having foreseen the attack would prove useless, Jian Chen seizes the moment to draw a concealed weapon, a sharp dagger. Gleaming with an eerie green sheen end, hurls it at the elder. But the old man remains vigilant enough to dodge just in time. The Haiyun patriarch breaks into a cold sweat from the previous display. He thinks to himself, "That sword strike was truly bizarre. To soar through the air like that. Could it be a proprietary sword technique?" He grows deeply uneasy. Jian Chen hasn't even reached the Heaven Saint Master realm, yet already wields such power. Given more time, the Haiyun clan will have made an enemy of a future Saint King. No, must be eliminated. Now, the old patriarch bellows, "Jian Chen, you dare make an enemy of the Haiyun clan? Then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Today is the day you die." With that, he unleashes an earth element sword techniquia domineering, unrestrained, slash-taunting through gritted teeth. "Let's see what tricks you have left." Jian Chen nimbly dodges to the side, seizing the opening. He channels every ounce of power into the sword in his hand. A sharp hiss tears through the air as a crescent-shaped blade of energy hurtles toward the old man. Scornful, the patriarch catches it with a single hand, his lips curling into a taunting sneer. See, nothing to worry. His protective spirit tool shatters into fragments under the force of the strike. The Haiyun patriarch's face turns ashen. He lets out a terrified scream. "What?" With nothing left to shield him, the slash bites deep into his flesh down to the bone. He groans without ceasing. Still, though blood pours from the wound, he manages to maintain his flight. A heaven saint master's resilience is no trivial thing. Jian Chen muses inwardly, worthy of the heaven saint master Manhwa took a direct sword strike and survived. At the tournament, the Kala Patriarch was cleaved clean in two by this very move. On the other side, the old Hai Yun Patriarch clutches his wound, muttering to himself, "What sword technique did that brat use to breach my defenses? Could it be a heaven-tier battle skill? It must be. Only a heaven-tier battle skill could unleash such devastating power. No, I am no match for him. I cannot die here." Decision made, he turns tail and flees before Jian Chen's very eyes. Watching the old man vanish into the distance, Jian Chen finally drops his facade. He slumps to the ground, gasping for breath. Thank the heavens he fled. Otherwise, the one lying in pieces would be me. He drags himself back into the house, step by heavy step, thinking I need to find a way to restore the Zai Qing sword spirit. Without it, I'll have nothing to use against my enemies. From inside the room, Lan Ying had watched everything unfold. Her eyes shine with admiration as she exclaims, "Young Master Jian Chen, you're truly amazing." Embarrassed, he replies, "It was nothing, really. I hope the commotion didn't disturb you." She chirps back eagerly, "Not at all. I've wanted to cultivate since I was little, but grandfather wouldn't allow it. He says a girl shouldn't be fighting and killing." Hearing this, Jian Chen can only smile. Just then, he notices the little white tiger gnawing on his pant leg. He asks gently, "You're awake. Are you hungry?" As for Lan Ying, she showers the little creature with boundless adoration. "Oh, it's so adorable. Let me go find some food for it." She dashes off toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, Jian Chen sits cross-legged on the bed to meditate and recover his strength. Streams of violet energy swirl around his body. Curious, the little white tiger seems to mistake him for a meal. It creeps over stealthily, drool streaming from the corners of its mouth. The white tiger lunges, trying to tear at Jian Chen's clothes. He quickly holds it back. "Miss Lan is getting you food. Wait a moment. You're a tiger. You can't eat fabric." The clothing tears into shreds. What is it after? Does this cub have such peculiar tastes? Waitie's this, blood. The little creature wants the blood on his clothes. Suddenly, Lan Ying steps back inside. "I brought a bowl of 8 treasure kanji. It has crane legs in it." Jian Chen smiles gratefully. "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Lan, but could you also prepare some magical beast blood for me?" Her face flushes as red as a ripe G-letter 1EA5C fruit. "Miss Lan, your face, are you unwell?" Jian Chen reaches out to touch her forehead. The young girl, caught completely off guard, fumbles and drops the bowl of medicine. She stammers, "I'll go prepare it right away." Jian Chen watches her scurry away, bewildered. "Huh, what was that about?" In another room, a long-haired man asks in astonishment, "Father, you wish to betroth Yuer to Jian Chen? We don't understand at all." The elder replies calmly, "A 20-year-old Earth Saint Master and champion of the tournament and exceptional talent of his generation. What is there not to understand? In my estimation, his future achievements will be even greater." The long-haired man is unwilling to yield. He presses, "But father, his enemies are far too numerous. The Lan family cannot withstand them all." The elder remains composed. "HMPH, so many enemies, you say? Quinner, remember this nothing in this world is truly an enemy. The Hai Yun Patriarch just provoked Jian Chen and nearly lost his life. The Yun Mo Patriarch and I are both Heaven Saint Masters. For an Earth Saint Master to wound a Heaven Saint Master, tell me, who else could possibly qualify as his opponent? Earlier, I had intended to lend a hand. I never imagined that old Hai Yun Kun would prove no match at all. I only hope Jian Chen doesn't take offense to the intrusion." Suddenly, a streak of light flashes across the rooftop. The guards bellow, "Who goes there?" A white-haired elder, frail and feeble, collapses to the ground before them. The guards rush over in alarm. "Ancestor, are you all right?" The ancestor speaks, "No matter. All of y'all go investigate whether Sword God has any enemies." He suspects Sword God is that person's doing, and if so, the Hai Yun clan will ensure that wretch can neither live nor die. On this side, Sword God pushes open the door to greet the morning sun. White Tiger lies sprawled out, tongue lolling, still fast asleep. Sword God remarks that he truly envies this fellow eat and then sleep without a care in the world. Just then, someone calls out to him, addressing him as young master. Miss Lan says the family head requests his presence in the council chamber. Sword God asks whether something has happened. Miss Lan replies, "I am not certain, please follow me." Miss Lan announces, "Family head Sword God has arrived." Sword God lowers his head and bows. Sword God pays his respects to family head Lan Ming. Family head Lan Ming says, "Young friend Sword God, my deepest apologies for last night. This old man drank a bit too much and failed to notice that old scoundrel from the Hai Yun sect causing trouble. Sword God replies, please do not stand on ceremony. This matter was caused by me in the first place. Family head Lan Ming chuckles. My dear granddaughter, come let us have some tea, Miss Lan. Miss Lan answers with a soft yes. The family head continues, Sword God, young friend, what do you think of my granddaughter? Sword God replies, Miss Lan is gentle, lovely, and kind-hearted. Family head Lan Ming laughs and says, that is not what I meant. I am asking whether you would be willing to look after my granddaughter. Sword God says in surprise, Family head, what exactly do you mean by that? Family head Lan Ming says, young friend, every word I speak is sincere. This old man has taken a fancy to your talent. I wish to entrust my precious granddaughter and the fate of the Lan family to you. I wonder what are your thoughts? Sword God's expression shifts as he replies, please do not blame me for declining. At present, I still have unfinished matters to attend to. The subject of romance is something I cannot speak of yet. Family head Lan Ming says, very well, we shall revisit the matter once you have settled your affairs. Sword God begins to speak. This when a man bursts in frantic. He reports master, the people from Hai Yun. Family head Lan Ming interjects. The people of the Mo Yun tribe. Sword God says, family head, I believe they have come for me. If it is inconvenient, allow me to take my leave first. Family head Lan Ming considers this could work to his advantage, could seize the opportunity to win Sword God over. He says, very well, go rest behind the folding screen for now. Family head Lan Ming orders, let the people from the Mo Yun tribe in. A man strides in and announces, this humble one is Elder Bai Yao of the Mo Yun tribe. I pay my respects to the family head. Family head Lan Ming says, you old fossil, what business brings you here? Bai Yao replies, tonight our ancestor is hosting a banquet at the tavern. We humbly request your excellency's presence. Family head Lan Ming says, if you have come to ask me to move against brother Sword God, then save your breath. He is now my granddaughter's betrothed. Bai Yao chuckles, family head Lan Ming's words may be a touch premature. The family head demands, what do you mean? Bai Yao asks, do you know of the Shi clan and the Jeed clan? Family head Lan Ming says, could it be? The Shi clan of Zhongyun City and the Jeed clan of Black Wind City. Bai Yao replies, indeed. Did you not know that your granddaughter has offended both of those great families? Family head Lan Ming, I advise you this, if you still wish to survive in this place, hand over Sword God at once. With that, he turns on his heel and departs. Family head Lan Ming staggers. He thinks this brat Sword God has offended two great clans, yet he remains alive and unscathed. Could it be that this brat is even more formidable than I imagined? Sword God emerges from behind the screen and says, family head, I must leave. I cannot drag your family into this. Family head Lan Ming says, brother, how can you call this dragging us in? By the way, though, you truly have a grudge against those two families. Sword God says, if they claim so, then I suppose it must be true. Family head Lan Ming asks, what? You have actually offended them. Sword God replies, during the weapon assembly tournament, I slew several of their clansmen and seized their king-tier armaments. Family head Lan Ming exclaims in shock, what? In another location, a red-haired man speaks. Mo Yun has performed splendidly. Tonight, once the deed is done, I, the Shi clan elder, guarantee that Ta Sa City will belong to your family. The man kneeling below says, many thanks, elder. The red-haired man turns and speaks, Shi Layasan. This time we must eliminate him and settle the hatred gnawing at our hearts. The red-haired man clinks his cup and says, rest assured this time he will not escape so easily. I have dispatched 8 Heaven Saint Masters. There is no way he can leave this place alive. On this side, Sword God speaks, little white tiger, I am leaving you by Miss Lan's side. You must listen to her and not cause any trouble, understand? Miss Lan says, young master, please listen to grandfather. Follow me through the secret passage to escape. Sword God shakes his head. No, it would only bring harm to all of you. Do not worry, I will be fine. Before this, I have always managed to escape unscathed. Besides, I have now reached the Heaven Saint Master realm. There is no one who dares contend with me. Sword God says, Miss Lan, I entrust this ring to you. Remember, let no one know you possess it, or your entire clan will find no peace. With that, he departs. He thinks the time has come to settle the score with these people once and for all. As he walks, Sword God suddenly halts in his tracks. He turns his head and spots 2 figures already lying in ambush. Jian Chen says, it's been a while. One of them retorts, Jian Chen, today let's see where you can run. Jian Chen unleashes a saint-tier battle skill, a single sword strike of brilliant purple light and devastating power. The 2 men panic and urge each other to retreat immediately. When the 2 turn around in fear, Jian Chen is nowhere to be seen. He roars in fury, That bastard tricked us into chasing. Giant Chen runs while thinking, if I remember correctly, Weapon Forging City lies in this direction. As long as I reach it, I'll be safe. He accelerates, but suddenly a tremendous force slams him flat against the ground. Giant Chen looks up and says, "So it's you too." One of them turns around and sneers. "Giant Chen, Saga City will be your burial ground." Giant Chen's eyes narrow with suspicion. He recalls the dying words of a man who fell before him. Giant Chen, beware the Shi family and the Jeed family. His thoughts clear. He speaks. You were the ones who gave that blood pill to Ga Taffy at the weapon forging assembly, weren't you? An old man cackles. Correct. It was us brothers who made that move. Only by doing so could we hasten your death. The one beside him sneers. Who would have thought Ga Taffy would be such trash? He devoured that many burst blood pills and still couldn't defeat you. Giant Chen thinks so that strange sensation back then was indeed caused by these two old ghosts. One of them strikes without warning, bellowing, "Giant Chen, die." Giant Chen sees the attack coming and realizes at once these two old men are Heaven Saint Masters. Thinking fast, he counterattacks. From where he stands, a towering pillar of spiritual energy erupts, blasting the surrounding area apart. Giant Chen bolts. The purple-haired man snarls, "Where do you think you're running, worm?" But when his strike lands, Giant Chen's figure dissolves into nothing. The old man curses, "Damn it, an afterimage." One of them orders, "We split up and pursue." Whoever finds him fires a signal immediately. We call the clan members to deal with him. I refuse to believe he can escape today. With that, the two split apart to search. Meanwhile, Giant Chen flees, and thinks I never expected the Mo Yun clan to recruit so many reinforcements. I hope Miss Lan is unharmed. Suddenly a voice rings out from behind, so Giant Chen was hiding here. "Take this sword." Giant Chen's eyes widen in alarm as the strike hurtles toward him. He tries to parry with lightning reflexes, but he is too slow. The blow sends him flying. His mind screams run. His chi and blood have yet to recover from yesterday's battle with the Mo Yun clan elder. Right now, running is all he can do. With that thought, he hurls a hidden dart outward. The dart whizzes past the old man's face, startling him. He growls, "Giant Chen, an Earth Saint Master cannot escape a Heaven Saint Master. The gap in realms is simply too vast." Meanwhile, Giant Chen sits in meditation to recover. He thinks, if I can restore a decent amount of spiritual power, I can continue fleeing to Weapon Forging City. I only hope they don't find this place. Giant Chen cautiously peers outside. A voice sounds, "Old Sa, are you certain Giant Chen is hiding in this cave?" The other replies, "I'm certain. Though I don't know what secret technique the brat used to boost his speed, I traced his injuries to this very spot. He is definitely here." From his hiding spot, Giant Chen thinks, if it were only these two, I could handle them. Suddenly, two more figures arrive. One speaks, "Second Elder." "Third Elder, you're here." The other responds, "We must find a way to capture Giant Chen quickly. He carries our clan's ancestral treasure. We cannot let him escape." Giant Chen thinks 4 Heaven Saint Masters. It seems both families are dead set on killing him at all costs. Outside, the red-haired man says, "Here's the plan. Tonight the 4 of us guard the 4 cardinal directions. If there's any movement, signal immediately. If he doesn't show himself by tomorrow, we send men to the Lan family and slaughter them all." I refuse to believe he'll stand by and watch his woman be killed. The others nod in agreement. Giant Chen's expression darkens as he stares out into the night. He makes his decision. He will gamble everything. He bursts out from hiding, targeting the red-haired man first. He moves like a serpent, silently closing the distance from afar. Giant Chen then hurls a hidden dart from the shadows. The projectile streaks through the air and pierces through the man's back in an instant. The red-haired man gasps. He only sees the dart erupt through his abdomen. He stammers, "Impossible. I am a Heaven Saint Master." Giant Chen declares, "Die. You laid your hands on someone you never should have touched." From the distance, a voice rings out with a cold laugh. "Giant Chen, we've finally found you. Now let's see where you can run." Giant Chen retorts, "The ones who should be running are you." One of them leaps forward and shouts, "Hand over the Jeed family's king-tier armament. Do so, and I'll grant you an intact corpse." Another snarls, "Surrender the Bayashan seal as well. Otherwise, the Shi family will make you wish for a fate worse than death." Giant Chen says, "If you want the king-tier armament back, come and take it. Or could it be that you Heaven Saint Masters are all bark and no bite?" One of them roars, "Insolent brat. Let this old master see how long you can last." Giant Chen watches in silence, then crushes the jade talisman in his palm. He unleashes a devastating technique to counter the old man's assault. Giant Chen's strike rockets forward like a bolt of lightning. The old man cries out in shock, "Impossible! Fortunately, his ally rushes in and blocks the blow just in time. The old man growls, "Giant Chen, today we no longer have any reason to preserve our dignity. Today the three of us will kill you without fail." He swings his blade. Giant Chen responds with the Tiania battle skill, the Thousand Phantom Illusion. Swords clash, unleashing a colossal shockwave that sweeps everything in its path. The moment Giant Chen breaks free, another attacker lunges at him. This one strikes with vicious intent, as if seeking to rip Giant Chen's heart from his chest. The sword god is sent hurtling backward, slamming into a massive boulder and shattering it before crashing to the ground. One of them raises his blade, moving in for the kill. The sword god summons every ounce of strength to dodge, launching himself clear of the strike. The aftermath leaves a vast stretch of shattered, cratered earth in its wake. The sword god had planned to take one of them down and escape, but now his only option is to fight to the death. With that thought, he hurls a volley of hidden darts at the enemy. The man deflects them effortlessly and sneers. "Your greatest mistake, sword god, was letting those two leave. Had those two remained, you might have stood a chance of using that battle technique to repel us." He swings his blade. The sword god staggers and coughs up a mouthful of blood. Another rushes in, taunting, "I thought you were something special, brat, but it seems you're nothing but talk." The sword god raises his sword to block, visibly drained. He pours every last shred of energy into the parabut. His blade cracks. The force hurls the sword god away, leaving him gravely wounded. One of them remarks, "His saint weapon is bound to his spiritual consciousness. Now that the weapon is damaged, the backlash to his mind must be devastating. This old man will grant you one final chance hand over the ruler's armaments of our two clans, and I shall give you a swift death." The sword god replies, "Even in death I will not let you take them so easily." He unleashes his final technique. The man roars, "You are courting death." But when his blade clashes with the sword god's technique, it snaps clean in two. The man stares at his broken sword in disbelief. Above, a strange and ethereal light tears across the sky. The man screams, "Impossible! How can the sword god possibly know a saint-tier battle skill?" The other man reels in shock. "A saint-tier battle skill," he chokes out, voice trembling. One of them shrieks, "Kill him now! We cannot let the sword god summon his demeanor. We are all dead." The other two fall silent. The sword god rises. His body transformadroring flames encase his form, his eyes burning voids of darkness, his hands wreathed in fire. Beneath Giant Chen's feet, a massive magical formation unfurls. One raises his sword and snarls, "Accept your death, Giant Chen." They charge as one. The sword god regards them with calm indifference. He flicks his wrist. Two forces collide. With nothing but two fingers, he catches the man's blade and holds it fast. The man curses in disbelief, as the sword god snaps his blade in two with a mere pinch of his fingers. The man stumbles backward in a panic. From beyond, a voice cries out, "Elder Zio, watch out." The sword god strikes down with cold, ruthless precision. The man shrieks, "No," but the sword god shows no mercy. His death sends a shockwave of horror through the remaining two. The one with the top knot gasps, "That was a saint-tier battle skill. It has to be." The man beside him murmurs in disbelief. Even Heaven's saint masters couldn't lay a hand on him, and now he's comprehended a saint-tier technique as well. The two charge forward together. The man with loosened hair shouts, "Don't be afraid, Elder Zio. He only acquired that battle skill recently. If we join forces, there's no way the two of us can't take him." The other answers with a grunt, thinking the Sametha's brat likely hasn't fully mastered it yet. The sword god thinks, "This saint-tier battle skill is far too terrifying. At most, I can only unleash 3 moves. Then in those 3 moves, I must finish them both." With that thought, he speaks, "Jeed Badaist my sword." He moves, both enemies strike simultaneously, but Jeed Ba alone is forced onto the defensive. The disparity in power is absolute. Giant Chen overwhelms him completely. Jeed Ba shouts frantically, "Elder Zio, strike now." A spear plunges from behind, piercing clean through the sword god's chest. Giant Chen's blade drips with fresh blood. Jeed Ba cackles with triumph. "Die, Giant Chen!" Elder Zio snarls, but Giant Chen seizes the old man's face and incinerates him alive. He shrieks in unbearable agony until nothing remains but ash. Jeed Ba lunges with reckless abandon, driving his weapon down toward Giant Chen's prone body. He laughs with savage glee. "Giant Chen, you finally died by my hand," he thinks to himself. That power of his must have come from cultivating some secret art. I have waited for this day for far too long. The Jeed clan will fall into my hands. Who knows, perhaps I may even become a saint king. He pulls the ring from the sword god's finger. This time, not only do I reclaim what was ours, but the Shi clan's treasure mountain seal falls into my hands as well. A pile of mundane stones tumbles from the ring, forcing a cry from his lips. How can this be? Impossible. These are nothing but beast crystals. That bastard dared hide them elsewhere. This is troublesome. Even with a tracking spell, I can only sense a ruler's armament within a 10-meter radius. I tailed him for a full day, and nightwhere could he have hidden them? That's it, the Lan clan girl. The sword god knew he was going to die, so he left the items with her. Even if we kill him, we'll never find those treasures. How unfortunate, sword god. You're still far too green compared to this old man. Just wait until I return to the city and slaughter the Lan clan from top to... A hand clamps around his ankle. He screams in horror, no. What, sword god, you still live? The sword god's blood-caked lips move faintly. Jian Chen clamps down on Jeed Ba's ankle with crushing force. Jeed Ba panics, his voice cracking with desperation. No, no, Jian Chen, I was wrong, spare me. Jian Chen's crimson aura begins to coil around Jeed Ba's body like serpents of flame. Jeed Ba's terror reaches its zenith. Jeed Ba snatches up a nearby sword. His mind racing, I'll use this ruler's armament to sever the brat's arm and flee at once. I absolutely cannot die at this whelp's hands. But Jian Chen's hand moves one beat faster, reducing the blade to dust. A faint smirk curls across Jian Chen's lips. Farewell, Jeed Ba. To die beneath a saint-tier battle, skill considerate, a worthy end to your wretched life. Jeed Ba screams in utter despair. The crimson energy surges into every fiber of his being. A raging inferno of black and red erupts, consuming him whole. Only when he watches Jeed Ba disintegrate into nothing does Jian Chen finally reveal the full extent of his exhaustion. Jian Chen collapses onto his back amid a battlefield scarred with the marks of carnage. Lan, miss, you must stay safe. Jian Chen closes his eyes, memories of everyone flooding his mind. The first to surface are his parents. Father, mother, forgive me. Your son can no longer fulfill his duty to you. Next come two Figureshi's sworn brothers, bound by the deepest of bonds. Mingdongqin, Zio, my brother's farewell. Last of all are the two women who hold his heart. Luan Yue, how I wish I could see you both one more time. Jian Chen's vision dims, fading into a hazy blur. In this moment, Jian Chen finally understands. So this is what death feels like. In 2 lifetimes of existence, this is the first time death has ever felt so close. Suddenly, 2 streams of energy own violet. One azure erupt from Jian Chen's body and soar into the sky. The 2 streams take the form of 2 childlike spirits, joining their power as one. They fuse with Jian Chen's divine sense while he lies unconscious. The blackened blood staining his body gradually vanishes. At this moment, someone discovers Jian Chen. The figure is shrouded in dark, mysterious garb, gazing at Jian Chen with a hint of bewilderment. He murmurs, strange. There was clearly the aura of a saint-tier battle skill here moments, yet there isn't a single saint-level expert in sight. Jian Chen lies motionless, indistinguishable from an ordinary man. The mysterious figure pauses, studying Jian Chen with sharp eyes. A single glance reveals the full scope of his wounds. What tenacious vitality, his chest pierced by a saint weapon, his heart ravaged by a ruler's armament, and the wounds on his arm clearly inflicted by the backlash of a saint-tier battle skill. The mysterious figure examines Jian Chen's body more closely. He ponders, this brat not only survived such grievous wounds, but his injuries have already fully recovered. The mysterious figure channels his mystic energy into Jian Chen's body. Since fate has brought us together like this, then I shall take you back with me. By dawn, at the mysterious figure's dwelling, Jian Chen lies tended to on a bed, while a young man in purple robes sits vigil. The purple-robed youth yawns repeatedly, struggling to keep his eyes open. This guy has been unconscious for 3 whole days, he even still alive. Jian Chen's fingers twitch. The purple-robed youth jolts in alarm. Heavens above, he moved. I need to fetch father at once. The purple-robed youth bolts from the room, shouting as he runs. Father, father, that brat is woken up. Jian Chen's hazy gaze drifts across his surroundings. Where am I? Jian Chen tries to sit up, but searing pain ripples through his entire body. He clutches his chest with a pained gasp. What happened to me? My wounds, how am I still alive? The mysterious figure enters carrying a bundle of firewood, finding Jian Chen awake. Awake are we? Jian Chen startles slightly. Jian Chen asks, Senior, was it you who saved me? The mysterious figure lowers his hooded cloak. I merely carried you down the mountain. I wouldn't call it saving. The mysterious figure sets the firewood on the table and grins. Your resilience is extraordinary. Your 5 organs and 6 bowels were completely ravaged, yet you've somehow recovered. What kind of spirit pill or medicinal wine did you consume? Upon hearing the mysterious man's question, Jian Chen grows slightly wary. Could this man be in league with the Shi clan? The mysterious man glances at Jian Chen, easily reading his thoughts. With a cheerful tone, he replies, "No need for worry, I hold no interest in your grudges. This place of ours is merely an ordinary village, nothing more." The mysterious man hands Jian Chen a long wooden box. "Oh, right thighs should be yours, yes." Opening the box and seeing what lies within, Jian Chen's eyes widen in shock. An exquisitely crafted sword, snapped cleanly in two, rests upon a cushion, the King Feng sword broken. Jian Chen hastily throws the blanket aside, his emotions in utter turmoil. Could the violet sword spirits have? Jian Chen immediately enters meditation, desperately attempting to connect with the violet sword spirits. With an indescribable expression, Jian Chen stares at his own hand, cannot condense even a single strand of spiritual energy. Could it be I've become a cripple? The mysterious man offers gentle words of comfort, trying to calm Jian Chen down. "Young man, broaden your perspective, Iso. What if you become a cripple who knows no martial arts? Won't that simply mean you get to live an ordinary life?" The mysterious man turns to leave, but not before reminding him, "Rest well and recover. Later, I'll ask my father for a radiant divine pill. It should help speed your healing." Jian Chen says nothing. He simply sits in a daze on the bed, his heart heavy with turmoil. As night falls, Jian Chen continues his meditation. Jian Chen's face darkens with despair. "Father, mother, the saint weapon is destroyed. More than 10 years of your sons' efforts have all been for naught." Suddenly, a young man in purple robes bursts through the door, casting furtive, mysterious glances all around. The purple-robed youth hops onto the bed and slaps Jian Chen's shoulder with a resounding clap. Grinning broadly, he says, Hey, bro, you're seriously amazing. Pa told me your injuries aren't life-threatening. How on earth did you pull that off? Teach me." Jian Chen pays no heed to the purple-robed youth's incessant rambling, his expression still tinged with sorrow. The purple-robed youth points at himself and introduces, "I'm Tu Tianju. What's your name, bro?" Seeing Jian Chen utter not a single word, Tu Tianju waves a hand before his face to check. "Hey, bro, are you asleep? Or are you still awake? Talk to me already." Jian Chen realizes that unless he answers, Tu Tianju will never stop chattering. Reluctantly, he says, "I'm Jian Chen." Tu Tianju punches the air in excitement. "Finally, you talk. I was starting to think you were an idiot." Tu Tianju reaches into his robe pocket and says cheerfully, "Jian Chen, Grandpa told me to bring you this medicine. Once you take it, you'll be able to get out of bed." Tu Tianju holds out a dazzling golden pill. Only then does Jian Chen react, his expression one of extreme agitation. An 8-star radiant divine pill. Jian Chen takes the pill. Tu Tianju scratches his head and says, Heh, I don't know the fancy name for this thing, but Grandpa said it's a great strength pill. Eat it, and you'll gain immense power. Since I've been super strong since I was a kid, I've never needed to take one." Suddenly, Tu Tianju remembers something and claps his hands together. "Oh right, Pa also told me to tell you the great strength pill can only help you get out of bed. Anything beyond that, don't even dream about it." Jian Chen is slightly taken aback by Tu Tianju's words. Tu Tianju points excitedly at himself. "Don't worry, bro, once you're up and about, everyone'll bring you plenty of spiritual pills and miraculous medicines. I guarantee the rest of your life will be a happy one." Seeing that it's getting late, Tu Tianju quickly heads for the door, waving at Jian Chen as he says, "Bro, get some rest first, focus on recovering, and we'll chat later." Jian Chen still has something to say, and tries to stop Tu Tianju from leaving. "Wait," Jian Chen smiles faintly. It seems the people of this village are truly honest and simple-hearted. Without a moment's delay, Jian Chen immediately swallows the pill Tu Tianju brought. As the pill's essence is absorbed, golden flames erupt around Jian Chen's body. Jian Chen closes his eyes to sense the energy within. No wonder it is an 8-star radiant divine pill. He fears that even at his peak, his radiant saint force could not compare to even a fraction of this pill's power. After a while, the golden flames finally dissipate, yet Jian Chen remains despondent over becoming a cripple. He gazes at his hands and sighs. Although his physical wounds have healed, his spiritual power remains. Suddenly, a violent tremor surges through Jian Chen's body. His eyes fly wide open, and he clutches his forehead. What is happening? Why is a raging tempest erupting from within my sea of consciousness? Jian Chen concentrates his mind and connects with his sea of consciousness. Within his sea of consciousness, Jian Chen is utterly astonished to find 2 streams of crimson and azure energy coiling around its center. The violet azure sword spirit show, did they end up in here? Jian Chen is baffled. Why would the violet azure sword spirits migrate from his danchan all the way to his sea of consciousness? Memories from when he was unconscious surfaced violet azure. Sword spirits had saved his life. Only now does Jian Chen understand why the violet azure sword spirits reside in his sea of consciousness. So that's how it is. Now I understand. Because I was on the verge of death, the violet azure sword spirits saved me and shielded my soul. Now my soul and the violet azure sword spirits have merged into one. Jian Chen withdraws from his sea of consciousness and opens his eyes, returning to reality. Elemental particles float in the air around him. Jian Chen's gaze locks onto a red elemental mote. This color, Jian Chen reaches out and gently touches the red element. To his surprise, blazing crimson flames spread across his palm. The energy of a fire element. Jian Chen extends his hand toward a green elemental mote on the other side. Could this be a power born from the fusion of my soul with the violet azure sword spirits? The moment his fingers touch the green element, a powerful gust of energy erupts, sending Jian Chen's hair whipping wildly. This green elemental energy must be the power of the wind attribute. The elemental collision proves far too powerful. It obliterates an entire room, the shockwave devastating beyond measure. Flames erupt violently from the explosion. The villagers cry out in alarm, "Fire! Everyone put out the flames, save them!" Jian Chen sees the raging inferno and panics. "Not good, I have to put this out quickly. If I don't, Uncle's entire house will burn to the ground." Jian Chen swings his legs off the bed to stand, but his body immediately collapses, sprawling onto the ground. Jian Chen lies on the ground, gritting his teeth, his expression twisted in frustration. Damn it, those days of unconsciousness have left my entire body limp and feeble. He strains to reach the water element before him. That blue glow must be the water element. I have to touch it. Suddenly, Tu Tianzhu kicks the door open and bursts in, shouting, "Jian Chen, run! The house is on fire!" In Tu Tianzhu's eyes, Jian Chen lies on the ground, struggling as if trying to escape. "Don't worry, bro, I'll save you." "Hey, wait, don't go. Give me a moment." No matter how Jian Chen cries out, Tu Tianzhu hoists him over his shoulder and bolts out the door. The people outside see Tu Tianzhu rush out and immediately ask, "Tianzhu, what happened? How did your room suddenly catch fire?" Others continue to yell, "Put it out. Hurry, bring water over here." Tu Tianzhu sets Jian Chen down beneath a nearby tree, his expression tinged with anger. "I don't know either. I don't remember there being any fire in the house. Who on earth started this fire?" Tu Tianzhu spins around, grabs Jian Chen by the shoulders and demands, "Bro, don't tell me it was you. Don't you have anything to say?" Tu Tianzhu's voice trembles as if on the verge of tears. "Bro, so what if you've lost all your cultivation? There's still so much to look forward to in the rest of your life. There are plenty of pretty wives waiting for you out there. Don't you dare throw your life away like this." Jian Chen has no idea how to explain things to the thoroughly mistaken Tu Tianzhu. "Rest easy. I won't do anything so foolish." Tu Tianzhu hears, and his spirits immediately lift. He slaps Jian Chen's shoulder and laughs. "Now that's more like it, bro. From now on, in Changyu village, you and I will roll together." The mysterious man stands behind Tu Tianzhu, fists clenched, his expression dark as a storm. "I think this brat needs another beating." Tu Tianzhu feels the killing intent at his back, and his face drains of all color. Tianzhu whips around to face Changyang Ba and stammers in panic. "Pa, the fire has nothing to do with Jian Chen." Changyang Ba smacks his son hard on the head with a painful crack, roaring, "This old man knows full well, bratty, you don't have the guts for it. Now get your ass over there and help the others carry water to douse the flames." The brat's eyes well up with tears as he protests. "Fine, I'll help with the fire, but why'd you have to hit me?" Meanwhile, the villagers scramble to extinguish the blaze, everyone shouting in chaotic frenzy. "Hurry, put out the fire, where's the water? Why isn't it here yet? Everyone move faster, over by Jian Chen, once his son has gone to help the others." Yang Ba approaches in a gentle voice and asks the young man sitting slumped beneath the tree, "Are you all right?" Jian Chen looks up and says, "I'm sorry, uncle. Earlier I couldn't control my power. Once I recover, I'll help you rebuild a new house." Yang Ba bears no blame. He glances behind him and replies calmly, "No need. It was about time to make that brat get some exercise anyway, otherwise he just lays around the house all day." Yang Ba turns back to Jian Chen and asks with concern, "Can you stand? My father wishes to see you." At this moment, Jian Chen has arrived at Uncle De's dwelling. He addresses the man before him to disturb Senior at such a late hour. This one offers his deepest apologies. "Jian Chen sincerely apologizes to you." Suddenly, the old man turns and retrieves a wooden box, placing it before him. He holds the wooden box and speaks, Young friend, take this medicinal pill. It can help you recover from the injuries within your body. He opens it. Inside lies a single golden pill. Jian Chen exclaims in shock. Is this an 8th grade radiant divine pill? Jian Chen dares not accept it. He immediately takes the wooden box and returns it to the old man. Senior, this humble one dare not accept something so precious. Please take it back. The old man waves his hand cheerfully upon hearing his words. This thing holds no use for me. As it happens, it may help improve your condition. Hurry and consume it so your wounds may heal sooner. Jian Chen hesitates in response. At this, Uncle Da's expression hardens as he continues. Stop making excuses. You still need to help my nephew rebuild his room, don't you? Hearing this, Jian Chen tucks the precious pill box away, realizing the great senior's true intent. He clasps his fists and bows his head, replying swiftly, then this one first thanks the senior. Uncle Da strokes his beard upon hearing this, his eyes narrowing into slits as he replies. Young friend, there's no need to be so guarded. In truth, I merely wish to find a companion for my grandson. Deep in these mountains, there are hardly any children his age. Jian Chen lifts his head and laughs. The senior is truly straightforward. Even without the medicinal pill, this one had already intended to become sworn brothers with Tianzhu. Uncle Da turns and walks back inside, saying, Very well, go rest now. This old man also wishes to rest. Hearing this, Jian Chen promptly replies, Yes. Inside the small room, only Uncle Da remains, sitting in contemplation on his chair beside a dim oil lamp. Suddenly he speaks aloud, Fenger, this time you have truly found a treasure. Chengyang Boho knows when he arrived stands beside his father. He asks softly, Father, have you already seen through that Jian Chen? The old man gazes into the distance at the waning crescent moon. Stroking his beard, he says, That boy is certainly no creature of a shallow pond. The next morning, Jian Chen stands with both arms raised toward the sky, basking in the early sunlight, when someone calls out to him from behind. Jian Chen, have your injuries improved? He turns to see Tianzhu approaching and replies with a smile. Thanks to your father's medicinal pill, the wounds on my body have improved greatly. Tianzhu grabs his arm and pulls him along, saying, That's wonderful, come on. I'll show you around this place. Jian Chen suddenly stops and says, Brother, wait a moment. There is something I wish to ask you. Tianzhu replies, Why so formal? Just call me Tianzhu or Zio Pan. That's fine. Jian Chen's expression sharpens as he begins. Very well then, Zio Pan. I have several important questions for you. Tianzhu hears this and cheerfully responds, Go ahead. Jian Chen cuts straight to the point. First, where exactly are we? Second, do you know where Saga City is? Third, how long would it take to travel from here to Saga City? Tianzhu recalls something and answers. Our village is called Changgu Village. Mountains surrounded on all 4 sides, shielding the settlement securely. The mountains are steep and difficult to climb. Only a single narrow path leads to the outside world. He continues introducing the small village home to over 100 households, with a population of roughly 600, living in isolation from the outside world. Tianzhu warns that the small mountain valley lies deep within the 100 million great mountains. Beyond the valley, powerful and ferocious magical beasts roam extremely dangerous. He scratches his head and grins sheepishly. I've never left the village, so I truly don't know which Saga City you're talking about, nor how long it would take to get there. Jian Chen hears this and replies, I see now. Suddenly, Tianzhu claps his hands together as an idea strikes him. That's right. I can go ask my father, he probably knows. Jian Chen steps closer to Tianzhu and says, Zio Pan, if your father can traverse the great mountains to reach the outside world, doesn't that make him the most formidable person in the village? Tianzhu bursts into hearty laughter. Of course, not only does father teach martial arts to the entire village, but he also frequently hunts down ferocious magical beasts to bring back for everyone to eat. Every villager holds him in the highest reverence. Jian Chen continues, If he's that powerful, then surely your grandfather is even more formidable, correct? Tianzhu blinks in confusion and replies, I'm not sure. My grandfather spends his days either fishing or farming. He never leaves the village. Tianzhu turns his gaze elsewhere and says, Jian Chen, the outside world is vast. It must be quite fascinating, right? He unconsciously follows Tianzhu's gaze. Jian Chen smiles and says, Indeed, the outside world is vast and wondrous, but it is also merciless. To survive out there, one must possess formidable strength. Suddenly a voice rings out, Tianzhu Jij, is that where you are? Tianzhu turns at the sound and exclaims, Luo why are you here? The girl answers his question, Tianzhu Jij, I came here to pick wild fruits. Jian Chen watches the two of them and thinks to himself, these two are definitely a couple. He turns his gaze in another direction, his expression hardening, his heart weighed down by certain thoughts. He wonders how Miss Lan is doing now. Before departing, he had entrusted her with the ruler's armaments of the Shi clan and the Jeed clan. The spatial ring he left behind should also serve as a life-saving measure. His eyes are filled with complexity. He thinks that he must find a way to restore his cultivation power as quickly as possible. Jian Chen sits cultivating at the base of a tree deep within the forest. He focuses his practice, a sword resting beside him. A single small leaf drifts down from above. Jian Chen keeps his eyes shut, yet senses exactly where the falling leaf is and snatches it midair. He holds the leaf up, examining it, and murmurs to himself, it seems this time, fortune has emerged from disaster. Having gained a new power, Jian Chen channels his energy and unleashes a tremendous force that radiates outward from where he sits, engulfing the entire forest. He ponders, according to the records in the Violet Azure Sword scripture, this kind of power should be divine sense. He can now use his spiritual consciousness to perceive the exact aura of every living creature within a 10,000-meter radius. Jian Chen lifts his gaze to the myriad colorful orbs of light floating in the air. He continues, including the elemental energies drifting throughout heaven and earth. He gathers the power and forms an enormous boulder that blocks his path ahead. Jian Chen touches the boulder and thinks, at the very least, I now have a means to protect my life. Jian Chen glances at the box containing the golden sword and says, I must find a way to restore this saint weapon. Otherwise, a voice suddenly cuts in. Master! The boulder before Jian Chen instantly dissolves. He whips his head left and right, searching, and shouts, Who's there? Seeing not a single soul around, he wonders aloud, could it be a hallucination from exhaustion? The voice speaks again. Master, we are here. Only then does realization strike Jian Chen. The Violet Azure Sword spirits, is that you? Are you the one speaking to me? In an instant, two streams of energy on azure, one violet, erupt from within Jian Chen's chest, accompanied by a voice brimming with joy. Master, we can finally speak with you. Before Jian Chen's eyes, two figures materialize, a man and a woman. The violet-robed man is striking, and noble the azure-robed woman is ethereally beautiful, as though transcending the mortal world. Jian Chen eyes them with suspicion. You two, are you the Violet Azure Sword spirits? The two immediately bow before Jian Chen in reverence. The violet-robed man speaks first. Indeed, Master, I am Zai Ying, and she is Qing Xiu. Jian Chen feels a hint of bewilderment. He thinks to himself, though I long knew the Violet Azure Sword spirits were two sentient spiritual entities, I never imagined they could manifest human forms within my body. Jian Chen stares at them in astonishment and speaks. I never expected we would meet like this. Could it be that the power of you two has begun to recover? Qing Xiu shakes her head. No, Master, we are still very weak, relying solely on the five-colored divine stone we absorbed before. We used our remaining strength to take form and speak just now. Jian Chen recalls the moment he held that miraculous five-colored divine stone and thinks, so that was an unexpected blessing. He braces his hands against his knees and prepares to stand, reminding them, just call me Jian Chen. I'm not accustomed to being called Master. Zai Ying's voice turns solemn. We accepted you as our master long ago. You are now the master of Zai Ying and Qing Xiu. Jian Chen falls into contemplation. His long hair sways gently in the wind as he asks, That's right, did I come to this world because of the two of you? Memories of the fatal wound from his previous life begin to surface in Jian Chen's mind. His voice turns cold. I remember I was indeed shot through the heart by Dugu Kyubai at that time. I believed I had already died. Hearing Jian Chen bring up this matter, the faces of Zai Ying and Qing Xiu darken. Qing Xiu lowers her head, stammering, That was. Zai Ying beside her answers calmly, Indeed, originally the master was gravely wounded. To preserve your life, we forcibly tore open a spatial rift, intending to transport you to another planet. However, a yin-yang imbalance occurred, and we arrived on this planet instead. Jian Chen furrows his brow in confusion. What kind of accident? Zai Ying continues. When we entered the spatial rift, Qing Xiu encountered a space-time turbulence and lost the majority of her spiritual power. That is why we could not reach the planet we originally intended. Jian Chen nods, his expression one of understanding. So that is how it was. Qing Xiu finally speaks in a timid, pitiful voice. Master, I'm so sorry. It was all my fault. Jian Chen steps closer to Qing Xiu and gently pats her head to comfort her. It's all right. There is no need to apologize. This was not your fault. He smiles and continues. Moreover, without the two of you, I would never have known such a wondrous world, much less lived such a splendid life. Jian Chen turns to Zai Ying. By the way, how can the two of you quickly recover to your peak state? Zai Qing closes his eyes, shaking his head slowly. He replies in a sorrowful tone, Master, on this planet, we cannot recover to our peak state. The worldly spiritual energy here is far too weak. Qing Xiu suddenly realizes something and chimes in. However, if the Master can locate a 5-color dust stone, a treasure of that caliber could accelerate our recovery considerably. Jian Chen nods. Understood. Having said that, he turns his gaze toward the case housing the divine sword and asks. Zai Qing rubs his chin thoughtfully before speaking. Master, with a special method you can still cultivate the power of the Saint Tier. However, I do not recommend that the Master continue down that path. Why? Because it is far too weak. Qing Xiu speaks in a calm, measured tone. He is right, it is far too weak. Master, we can help you cultivate the power of chaos instead. The power of chaos? What manner of power is that? The power of chaos is the mightiest force in all of existence. Every expert on this planet would dream of cultivating such power. Then how am I to cultivate this power? Qing Xiu plants her hands on her hips, beaming with a bright smile. She answers cheerfully, Master, the yin-yang qi within our bodies is itself a manifestation of chaos energy. As such, we can take any worldly spiritual energy and refine it into chaos power for you. Zai Qing turns to Jian Chen. Master, the 2 king-tier armaments in your possession each contain a tremendous amount of power. Qing Xiu nods in agreement and continues. Master, hand those 2 king-tier armaments to us. We will extract the chaos energy sealed within them for your use. Jian Chen scratches his head and answers with some hesitation. Those 2 things I thought they were useless, so I gave them away. Qing Xiu and Zai Qing hear this and freeze, utterly speechless. Jian Chen stands face to face with a rank 5 iron tower beast, a monstrous magical creature, resembling a colossal armored insect. Jian Chen channels his energy, executing each movement with fluid precision. A fierce gale erupts around him instantly, the violent wind tearing blades of grass and loose leaves from the ground. Jian Chen's power surges forward, rocketing toward the beast. The rank 5 iron tower beast fails to dodge. A devastating palm strike hammers into its abdomen, drawing a shriek of agony from the creature. Within minutes, the beast crashes to the earth with a thunderous impact, sending dust and debris billowing in every direction. Jian Chen clenches both fists tight. A thought rising from within it seems this calamity has forged a blessing, has grown far stronger than before. A voice suddenly rings out from behind. Did you slay this armored beetle? Jian Chen spins around. It is Tu Feng. He answers with a cheerful grin, Yes, Senior. Tu Feng strokes his beard, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. What method did you use? You lost your saint armament. You should have been left with no strength whatsoever, should you not? Jian Chen flicks his wrist. The patch of grass beneath his feet trembles violently. He says, I harness the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Tu Feng strokes his beard in genuine admiration. Truly, this is beyond all expectations. A thought strikes Jian Chen, and he asks, Senior, are you heading out to the outside world? Tu Feng smiles and replies. Tu Feng asks further. Jian Chen nods and replies, Indeed. I still have very important matters that must be attended to. Tu Feng hears this, turns on his heel and strides toward the village, calling out loudly, Then come meet my father first. If the old man deems you fit, I shall escort you on your way. Jian Chen bows deeply and replies with utmost respect. This junior is grateful, Senior. After a while, a white-haired old man walks out from the house, hoe in hand, and calls to Jian Chen. Kid, come with me to the cornfield this afternoon. Tu Tianzhu immediately panics and intervenes. Grandpa, my brother still hasn't fully recovered. How can he handle heavy labor? Let me call some of the young men in the village to help you instead. Jian Chen bows his head and replies, Yes. The old man turns to his son and says, Keep your brat in check. Tu Feng lets out a heavy breath and retorts, Isn't that because of you, Grandpa? The old man's face darkens with fury. What did you just say? Jian Chen hoists the hoe onto his shoulder and follows the old man toward the cornfield. Surveying the scenery around him, he reflects in silence as someone reborn into this second life. This is the first time he has ever held a hoe. The feeling is truly strange. The old man walking ahead slowly begins to speak. Do you feel that your status is so noble that carrying a hoe is beneath you? Jian Chen hastily explains, Not at all. It's simply that this junior finds it all quite novel. He thinks to himself, I certainly has no intention of telling the senior the truth. I was actually pondering whether I should buy a hoe and forge it into a saint armament down the line. The old man nods with satisfaction. Good. Remember, the original heart of a man is what matters most. Only a benevolent heart can carry you to the pinnacle. Jian Chen replies solemnly. This junior will engrave those words in his heart. The old man waters a tree and turns to Jian Chen. Young man, on the Tianyuan continent, once an expert reaches the Saint King realm, they all choose to go into seclusion. They rarely venture out into the world. Do you know why? Hearing this, Jian Chen ponders, silently judging by the village chief's words. Could he actually be a Saint King realm expert? He thinks for a moment, then answers. Is it to detach themselves from the mundane world? To escape the temptations of wealth and power? The old man gazes at the farmers toiling in the fields and says, No. Mankind can never escape desire. The only thing that can make men submit is the rules set down by the strong. Jian Chen asks in confusion, Then which expert laid down the rules for those at the Saint King realm? The old man chuckles. You've got it wrong, boy. The one who laid down those rules for the Saint King realm is heaven and earth itself. Jian Chen furrows his brow. Heaven and earth. The old man gazes into the far distance and speaks in a slow, measured tone. When a person reaches the Saint King realm, heaven and earth will impose upon them a certain rule, and this rule is known as the 5 decays of heaven and man. The old man's mind conjured the image of a gaunt, emaciated figure. He continued, The heavenly 5 decays give rise to 5 distinct afflictions. Hair withers and yellows like dead grass. The body wilts like decaying trees. The blood in one's veins evaporates. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels are incinerated. And finally, the soul perishes and the body is utterly annihilated. The old man turned to Jian Chen and explained, The 5 decays of the heavenly being is a heavenly rule imposed upon the Saint King realm, designed to suppress their power and prevent them from offending the heavens. Only then did Jian Chen snap to realization. So the Saint King realm was bound by such a rule. The old man glanced at Jian Chen and said, Young one, I can see you are no fish destined for a shallow pond. I only hope you hold fast to your heart's conviction and never tread the path of no return. Jian Chen bowed his head in gratitude. This junior thanks senior for your wisdom. Your words shall be etched into this one's heart. The old man turned to leave, his parting words trailing behind him. Tomorrow at noon, I will have Tu Feng escort you out. From here on, you must exercise caution in all things. Jian Chen replied, This junior thanks senior. That evening outside a residence, a white-haired old man pointed at an illuminated room and bellowed, You surnamed Lan, hand over your granddaughter to serve as my handmaiden, and I may yet leave your Lan family a path to survival. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no courtesy. Inside the room, the Lan family patriarch was urgently instructing a young woman. Granddaughter, quickly take the items Jian Chen gave you. Follow the secret passage and flee. The Lan family granddaughter's eyes burned with fierce determination. She declared, Grandfather, I will not abandon the Lan family and flee alone. Patriarch Lan seized Miss Lan's shoulders in a panic and shouted, Silence! Retrieve the king-tier armament at once. That item must absolutely not fall into anyone else's hands. A voice rang out from beyond. Old man Lan, if you've no regard for face, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. The figure on the other side was none other than Ma Yun. He wove a spell, conjuring a colossal illusory hand blazing with crimson radiance. The phantom hand erected a barrier that enveloped the entire estate. Then, without warning, the massive hand shattered the very barrier it had created. The collapse of the barrier sent shards and shockwaves tearing through the interior of the estate. The fragments rained down like meteorites. The 2 members of the Lan family stumbled backward in alarm. Miss Lan cowered behind Patriarch Lan, shame and despair flooding her heart. She thought to herself, Young Master Jian Chen, I have no way left to fulfill the promise between us. Ma Yun hovered in midair, his voice dripping with contempt. You Lan family truly cannot distinguish good from evil. Patriarch Lan stretched his arm across to shield his granddaughter and spoke, Patriarch Ma Yun, if you spare my granddaughter today, the Lan family is willing to submit to you entirely. Ma Yun burst into raucous mockery. Ha ha ha, very well, make your granddaughter my concubine, and I might just reconsider. Unable to contain his fury, Patriarch Lan erupted into a frenzy. You wretch, I will fight you to the death. He charged forward and unleashed a desperate strike. Ma Yun dodged effortlessly and countered with a crushing punch straight into his abdomen, leaving Patriarch Lan in agony beyond words. Miss Lan cried out helplessly, Grandfather! Ma Yun slammed Patriarch Lan into the wall with a vicious kick. His granddaughter rushed to his side in a panic, calling out, Grandfather, Grandfather! drained of all strength. Patriarch Lan looked at his granddaughter and whispered, "Granddaughter, run, don't worry about this old man." Ma Yun stepped forward, his tone cold and commanding. "Where is the sixth-grade juvenile magical beast?" Miss Lan replied with unwavering resolve, "In this lifetime. You will never dream of finding the little white tiger." Disbelief flickered across Ma Yun's face, instantly replaced by seething rage. In his fury, Ma Yun gritted his teeth and unleashed what could only be described as a killing blow. Old Master Lan panics, managing only a desperate shout. From Mo Yun's palm, a blazing red radiance erupts, illuminating an entire corner of the sky. The heavens and earth shudder violently. Dust and debris choke the air as rocks and soil scatter in every direction, a terrifying maelstrom of chaos. Miss Lan shrinks into a corner, instinctively squeezing her eyes shut, as though silently praying for death to come gently. In Mo Yun's bewilderment, she opens her eyes astonished to find herself completely unscathed. A gasp escapes her lips. Time itself seems to stutter for a beat before this impossibility. Then realization strikes. Could it be the treasure that young Master Jian Chen left behind, saving her life once more? Mo Yun suddenly roars in disbelief, blurting out in alarm, "King-tier armament. Is that a king-tier armament? That little bastard Jian Chen actually left a king-tier armament on your person." A grotesque grin twists across his lips. His sunken eyes, webbed with deep wrinkles, make his ghastly appearance all the more terrifying. With a voice dripping in disgust, he snarls, "That king-tier armament now belongs to Mo Yun. I won't give him the chance to ever lay hands on such a formidable treasure again." Snick. A hand clamps down on his wrist, seizing it and stopping him cold. He roars in fury, "Who dares? Who dares obstruct me from claiming the king-tier armament? Jian Chen, where did you come from?" Jian Chen speaks. "It seems I was too lenient with you last time." Mo Yun's voice trembles with alarm. "Jian Chen, it's you." Without hesitation, Jian Chen delivers a savage kick to Mo Yun before the man can react, then swiftly moves to Miss Lan's side. He gently helps her to her feet and says, "Miss Lan, this one has arrived late." Miss Lan throws herself into Jian Chen's arms. Sobbing in terror, she cries, "Wah, I thought you were dead." Wailing, she clings to him. He flusters, trying to comfort her. "Forgive me. Dealing with those Heaven Saint Masters took a bit of time." Old Master Lan, standing nearby, listens in utter disbelief. What did he just say? Dealt with them? Could this young man have actually killed a Heaven Saint Master? Mo Yun storms forward, seething with rage. "Jian Chen, I truly never imagined you could escape the encirclement of 4 Heaven Saint Masters." He waves his hand with an air of absolute authority and continues, "But Mo Yun has long anticipated this. I've already prepared a trump card for you." He bellows, "Jian Chen, just you wait. The 4 Heaven Saint Masters will arrive here any moment to take your life. This time there will be nowhere left for you to run." Jian Chen turns to face him. "Run? Why would I ever need to run?" Mo Yun nearly erupts with fury. He retorts, "Without a Saint King present, the strongest under heaven are the Heaven Saint Masters. Once all 5 of us Heaven Saint Masters join forces against you, I refuse to believe you can escape." Jian Chen channels his chi and replies, "You are mistaken. There aren't 5 Heaven Saint Masters." His expression turns glacial as he reveals the truth, because all 4 of them are already dead. Patriarch Mo Yun points a trembling finger at Changyang Xiangshan, finding his words utterly absurd. A shrill, arrogant laugh tears from his throat. "Ha ha ha, how utterly laughable. You're nothing but an Earth Saint Master. What sort of nonsense are you spouting?" Patriarch Mo Yun's power erupts violently. He roars with menacing fury, "Our last exchange was nothing more than my carelessness." Patriarch Mo Yun lunges at Changyang Xiangshan with explosive speed. His momentum is so devastating that every object in his path shatters to dust. It is clear that the Patriarch is consumed by killing intent. "This time, I shall show you the true chasm between an Earth Saint Master and a Heaven Saint Master." Yet Changyang Xiangshan simply stands there, gazing at him without the slightest move to dodge. Miss Lan and Old Master Lan, watching from behind him, are seized with sheer terror. Old Master Lan screams a warning, "Brother Jian Chen, run." Only when Patriarch Mo Yun's devastating fist is about to reach Changyang Xiangshan does he finally speak, his voice cold and clipped. Just 2 words, "seeking death." As Patriarch Mo Yun hurtles down from above, Changyang Xiangshan begins circulating power through his right hand. Instantly, a formidable wave of purple might radiates across the entire space. It sweeps clean through Patriarch Mo Yun's body and continues surging dozens of meters beyond. The force is so immense that it utterly overwhelms Patriarch Mo Yun's ability to resist. He is hurled backward, sent flying through the air. His legs are rendered completely useless, shattered beyond all hope. Torn from where they once belonged, Patriarch Mo Yun screams in agony. Crumpling into a pool of his own fresh blood, Patriarch Mo Yun descends into utter mental devastation. He cannot fathom such calamity befalling him. His voice trembles with disbelief. "No, impossible. Where did you get the power to wound a heaven saint master?" Changyang Xiangshan already stands before him, gazing down without uttering a single word. Patriarch Mo Yun seems to realize something. He stammers, "See, could it be that you've already become a heaven saint master?" Immediately after, without waiting for Xiangshan to answer, he cried out in sheer panic, "Elders of the Shi family, Jid family, hurry and save me." But that was all he could manage. In the next instant, Changyang Xiangshan struck from behind, ending the Meiyun family head's life in a single blow. The man's eyes bulged wide, his mouth frozen agape in disbelief, dying without the mercy of closed lids. Xiangshan's voice rang out, cold as the void between starses, though what he had done was merely granting the family head's own desperate wish. "If you miss them so dearly, then I have no choice but to fulfill this final wish of yours." Miss Lan helped her grandfather, Old Master Lan, to his feet. Changyang Xiangshan turned and addressed him. "Patriarch Lan, this one has brought trouble upon your noble family." Old Master Lan's heart trembled with shock. What had he just witnessed? A single sword strike from an earth saint master had slain a heaven saint master. Seeing her grandfather lost in silence, Miss Lan gently called out to him, "Grandfather, young Master Jian Chen is speaking to you." Old Master Lan quickly waved his hand, making it clear he bore no blame toward Changyang Xiangshan whatsoever. "There is no need for such courtesy, young man. This old man tells you, young brother Jian Chen, do not blame yourself. Our Lan family has always maintained good relations with you. This was our own choice. How could we ever place the blame on you?" Old Master Lan continued, a hint of cheerfulness returning to his voice. "Come now, today, we shall share a fine meal together and celebrate your safe return." At this moment, Changyang Xiangshan and Miss Lan arrive at a place resembling a vast countryside field. Lush greenery stretches in every direction. Flowers and fruits bloom in abundance under the warm sunlight, and a strange, serene peace fills the air. Farmers till the soil and tend to their crops diligently. From afar, Tian Yu spots the two figures. He quickly hoists his hoe onto his shoulder, grinning wide as he waves at Changyang Xiangshan. "Bro, you're back. Did you bring me anything delicious to eat?" Miss Lan cradles a small kitten in her arms, nuzzling it gently. Xiangshan stands beside her with a soft smile, then hurls a large sack toward Tian Yu. He snatches it midair with perfect precision. Xiangshan calls out, "Those are the specialties of Saga City. Try them and see if they suit your taste." Tian Yu takes a big bite, his eyes drifting to Miss Lan and the kitten. He chews noisily and asks Xiangshan, "Bro, is this your wife and pet?" Miss Lan's face flushes crimson as she answers shyly, "Not yet." Tian Yu stares back with an innocent face, his chubby cheeks stuffed with food like a nursing pup. He stops chewing and presses on, "Then when will she be?" Changyang Xiangshan, standing right behind Tian Yu, delivers a sharp flick to his skull, a well-deserved punishment for his nosy mouth. Xiangshan speaks up, "Tian Yu, this is Miss Lan from Saga City, and this is the little white tiger I found deep in the forest." Tian Yu shoves another large piece of bread into his mouth, his hand already rummaging through the sack for more. He mumbles through the food, "So, bro, are you staying this time or heading back out?" Changyang Xiangshan answers him, "I returned precisely because of this matter. Could you take me to see your grandfather or your father?" No sooner said than done. Tian Yu swiftly leads Changyang Xiangshan and Miss Lan to his home. The moment the door swings open, the two people they seek are already seated inside, engaged in quiet conversation. Tian Yu announces, "Grandfather, Father Jian Chen is back." His grandfather, a man with hair as white as snow, raises his head. "Ah, Jian Chen, you've returned. You have some matter to discuss." Changyang Xiangshan lifts the little white tiger, holding it before him as he addresses the elder. "Village chief, this is a young magical beast I encountered during my travels." The sight of the little white tiger visibly startles Tian Yu's grandfather. Sensing the elder's unusual reaction, Changyang Xiangshan quickly asks, "Village chief, what is the matter?" A thought flashes through his mind. Could it be that the village chief has already identified this creature as a sixth-order magical beast cub? Tian Yu's grandfather does not answer immediately. Instead, he turns to his grandson. "Tian Yu, go back to the fields and finish your work." Tian Yu obeys without question. "Yes, grandfather." Only after Tian Yu has departed does the old man begin to channel his magical power. A ring of golden magical energy swiftly envelops the entire house, as if Tian Yu's grandfather fears someone might overhear their conversation. He finally speaks. Jian Chen, tell this old man the truth. Where exactly did you find this heavenly divine tiger? Changyang Xiangshan is taken aback. He thinks to himself, this senior truly knows of the heavenly divine tiger. He quickly replies, this junior would not dare to deceive you, senior. How I came to possess it is as follows. After recounting the story in brief, Xiangshan clasps his fists respectfully. Village chief, this one has returned precisely to seek your assistance in this matter, senior. Tian Yu's grandfather asks, you wish for the girl and this little white tiger to reside in our village. Xiangshan does not hesitate for even a moment. Indeed, for Miss Lan and this little white tiger, remaining in the outside world is far too dangerous. Tian Yu's grandfather finally voices his deepest concern. Jian Chen, it was unclear whether he knew that the heavenly medicinal divine tiger had yet to mature. If left unchecked, it could plunge the humans of our Tianyuan continent into catastrophe. Miss Lan wished to explain to the elder. Old sir, it's very obedient. I've been raising it for several days now, and it has never once bitten me. Xiangshan quickly added to Miss Lan's words. That's right, village chief. Moreover, the father tiger was slaughtered by the King Bijian clan, and the mother tiger is gravely wounded. When this little white tiger grows up, all it will want is to return and exact vengeance upon the King Bijian clan. It won't harm us humans. Tian Yu's grandfather found himself at a loss, and could only agree with Xiangshan's reasoning. Very well. Since you put it that way, this old man has no choice but to go along with it. Xiu Feng, take Jian Chen and the others into the village, and arrange proper accommodations for them. His son Xiu Feng answered the call. Yes, father. Watching Xiangshan and the others depart, Tian Yu's grandfather pondered deeply. It wouldn't be long before someone came searching for the heavenly medicinal divine tiger. He would have to find ways to bolster the village's defenses. The old man cradled his white-haired head and let out a long, weary sigh. Jian Chen, you must grow strong quickly. Otherwise, this old man will no longer be able to protect you. Once his son had returned, Tian Yu's grandfather handed him a glowing object and gave careful instructions. Xiu Feng, take my divine command token and hurry to the Blood Sword Gate. Deploy every last scout to gather intelligence. The moment any expert of unknown origin appears, report back to me immediately. Xiu Feng swiftly accepted the blazing red divine command token from his father. Gazing at the imposing token in his hand, Xiu Feng asked, Father, didn't you say we would no longer use the Blood Sword Gate? Why the sudden change? Yet Tian Yu's grandfather offered his son no explanation whatsoever. Instead, he pressed him further. This matter is of the utmost importance. Stop asking questions and set out at once. Xiu Feng chose not to press the matter further. He clasped his fists and said, Understood. Your son shall depart immediately. Meanwhile, at his newly arranged quarters, Changyang Xiangshan was conversing with someone. He held 2 recovered items and spoke. Zai Ying, Qing Xiu, the ruler's armament has returned. Can you 2 help me refine the chaos force now? Zai Ying answered him. Of course we can, master. However, we wish to offer a reminder the world's origin energy in this realm is exceptionally weak. Qing Xiu continued. I fear that refining even a single thread of chaos force will consume a tremendous amount of origin energy. As such, master's cultivation from here on will become far more arduous. Changyang Xiangshan reassured them. It's fine. Once I grow stronger, I'll seek out more rulers' armaments. Suddenly, his expression turned deadly serious. After all, Shi Xiangren and Jide Wukeng, those 2 bastards had exceedingly deep pockets. Xiangshan then asked the sword spirits, So how do I begin? The 2 each took hold of one artifact. Qing Xiu began to guide him. Master, close your eyes and focus your mind. In the next instant, Xiangshan found himself floating in a void, his body radiating a violet light that belonged to him alone. Before him flowed a great river behind him. Stars glittered in an endless expanse. Xiangshan marveled inwardly. Is this the power of chaos? Outside, Zai Ying and Qing Xiu channeled their spiritual power while instructing his next step. Master, circulate the violet azure sword cannon immediately. Refine this chaos force thoroughly and make it your own. 2 shichen, or more precisely, 4 hours passed. After completing his cultivation session, Changyang Xiangshan's entire body was enveloped in a dark, swirling energy that had now condensed into a fist-sized orb of black flame, pulsing with an eerie luster. Xiangshan held it in his palm and spoke. Zai Ying, Qing Xiu, is this truly the power of chaos? Zai Ying materialized before him and replied, Indeed, master, this is the embryonic form of chaos force. Xiangshan asked in puzzlement. The embryonic form? What does that mean? Qing Xiu pointed at the orb and answered in Zai Ying's stead. Master, this is chaos force at its absolute weakest. Its might has not even reached 1/10,000th of the true power. The energy contained within the ruler's armament is simply too meager, far from sufficient, to refine genuine chaos force. Changyang Xiangshan furrowed his brows and lowered his gaze to the small orb. The fluctuations rippling through this energy, and this wasn't even the true power. If so, then how vast must the real thing be? Zai Ying, as if struck by a sudden thought, swiftly reminded Xiangshan. Oh, that's right. Master, the cultivation techniques of this continent are entirely unsuitable for cultivating chaos force. From now on, you should focus on the Violet Azure sword cannon. That will serve you far better. Xiangshan agreed readily, though Qing Xiu appeared troubled by something. In the end, Qing Xiu chose to speak up. Master, the Violet Azure sword cannon is divided into 3 volumes: upper, middle, and lower. Previously, you only possessed the upper volume. You have never cultivated the other 2. If you wish to ascend to the heavens and descend to the deepest depths, you must find those 2 remaining volumes. This revelation left Xiangshan stunned. What? There are 2 more volumes? I thought what the 2 of you held was the complete set. But he quickly accepted the truth. Do either of you know where to find them? Qing Xiu answered, Forgive us, Master. We have no way of sensing the location of the remaining 2 volumes. Zai Ying was quick to console him. Master, there is still plenty of time ahead. Even if you possessed those 2 volumes right now, you would not be able to cultivate them yet. Xiangshan became quite composed about the matter. One step at a time, then. Zai Ying, Qing Xiu, return now. I shall continue my cultivation. The 2 received their orders. Understood, Master. Dawn had broken. The house emerged with sharper clarity under the morning sun. Changyang Xiangshan appeared deep in cultivation, his brows knitted tightly. The instant he opened his eyes, a torrent of power erupted from within him, sending every object in the room hurtling from its place, some shattering on impact. Xiangshan rose to his feet, clenched his fist, and broke into a joyful grin. I've truly reached the Heaven Saint Master realm. After that, Xiangshan closed his eyes, as if searching for something. His aura radiated outward in all directions. It swept beyond the confines of his dwelling. Glancing toward the window, Xiangshan murmured with satisfaction, Found them. Changyang Xiangshan immediately took flight, soaring toward the vast fields, where several figures were already laboring in the early morning light. Tian Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and planted his hoe into the earth. He broke into a grin the moment he saw Xiangshan land. Giant Chen, must be a beautiful sight, looking down from up there, isn't it? Xiangshan replied, Fatty, as long as you cultivate diligently, you'll be able to fly just like me. Tian Yu scratched his head and laughed. Who knows? I heard father didn't reach the Heaven Saint Master realm until he was 56. I'm only 21 right now, still have another 30 years or so to go. Changyang Xiangshan placed a hand on his shoulder and patted it gently in reassurance. Fatty, don't think like that. You're not doing badly at all. In the outside world, very few people your age can reach the Grand Saint Master realm. Tian Yu's spirits visibly lifted. Really? Giant Chen, is my strength actually considered formidable out there in the wider world? Xiangshan nodded. Enough about that, take me to see your grandfather. I have something to discuss with the village chief. Tian Yu grinned brightly. Sure thing. A few minutes later, Tian Yu led Changyang Xiangshan back to his home. He shouted from the doorway, Grandpa, I've brought Giant Chen to see you. Xiangshan clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to Tian Yu's grandfather. Village chief, I have received your generous hospitality these past days, but the time has come for this junior to take his leave. The village chief regarded him warmly. May your journey be safe. Then Xiangshan raised another matter with Tian Yu's grandfather. Village chief, have you never considered allowing Fatty to venture out and gain some experience in the wider world? Tian Yu froze the instant he heard his name mentioned. His face drained of color as he stammered. Don't say such things, brother. Grandpa will beat me half to death. A few years ago, I brought it up with him and got beaten so badly I couldn't get out of bed for days. Xiangshan pressed on, convinced this was in Tian Yu's best interest. Village chief, if Fatty never tastes the bitter winds of the outside world, his mind will never truly mature. Precisely because you care so deeply for him, you must think of what will help him grow. You cannot keep him sheltered in your arms forever. Then he turned to Tian Yu. Fatty, speak what's truly in your heart. Stop fighting against what you know you want. As if infused with newfound courage, Tian Yu's hands clenched into trembling fists. He bravely voiced what he had kept buried in his heart all this time. Grandpa, I've lived my whole life without ever knowing what the outside world looks like. I want to see it with my own eyes just once. Tian Yu squeezed his eyes shut, gritted his teeth, and mustered every ounce of courage to make his plea. "Please, Grandpa, give me your permission." The village chief sighed. Forget it, forget it. It's this old man who has been too stubborn all along, since you wish to venture out into the world. Then go." Zioban beams with joy. "Grandpa, is that really true? You truly mean it? You'll let me venture out into the world?" The village chief raises a hand, cutting him off. "Wait until you reach the Earth Saint Master realm, then I will arrange for someone to escort you." With that, the village chief turns and departs. Zioban bows deeply. "Grandpa, I will train diligently and break through to the Earth Saint Master realm as swiftly as possible." Zioban turns to Jian Chen with a bright smile. "Jian Chen, thank you truly." Jian Chen nods. "Train well. Once you advance to Earth Saint Master, come find me." Zioban nods eagerly in agreement. High above, under a vast blue sky, Jian Chen soars through the air, studying a map with a furrowed brow. He wonders how the kingdom of Jelan is faring, must return with haste. He has scoured the surrounding area for some time now, yet not a single spatial gate has turned up. On the map, his gaze lands upon a location marked as the Qin Huang Kingdom. Could it be that Qin Jai has ties to this Qin Huang Kingdom? I should head to the Qin Huang Kingdom and see for myself. With a sharp whoosh, he streaks across the sky like a gust of wind. Within the borders of the Qin Huang Kingdom, the common folk catch sight of Jian Chen hurtling through the heavens. They point upward and exclaim, "Look, that's a heaven saint master," one of them cries. "To be able to fly, how magnificent that must be." Jian Chen gazes down from the clouds. "This must be the Qin Huang Kingdom. Let me try my luck here." Jian Chen touches down before the gates of a grand city. The guards startle at once, barking, "Who goes there?" "Halt." Jian Chen asks, "Excuse me, do either of you know someone by the name of Qin Jai?" A guard bellows, "How audacious. The third prince's name is not something the likes of you can call so freely." Jian Chen is taken aback. "Qin Jia Prince." Jian Chen produces a jade token and speaks calmly. "I am here to see the third prince regarding an urgent matter. Kindly report my arrival." The guard's eyes widen the instant he glimpses the jade token. He gestures carefully, wanting to examine it more closely. "Young master, would you permit me to inspect this jade token?" Jian Chen obliges without hesitation. "Clang, here." The guard scrutinizes the jade token meticulously. His demeanor shifts and an instant reverence overtakes him. "Forgive this lowly one for failing to recognize your esteemed identity. Please, may I have your name so that I may report your arrival to the palace?" Jian Chen replies, "My name is Jian Chen. I come from within the capital." Qin Jai's voice rings out the moment he lays eyes on his guest. "Brother Jian Chen, you've actually come all this way to visit me." Jian Chen clasps his fists. "Brother Qin Jai, I have come this time because I need your help with a matter." Qin Jai laughs heartily. "Brother Jian Chen, whatever you need, just say the word. As long as it lies within my power, I, Qin Jai, will not refuse." Jian Chen continues, "Brother Qin Jai, I am urgently in need of a spatial gate. I wonder whether such a thing exists within the Qin Huang Kingdom." Qin Jai waves his hand with a grin. "And here I thought it was something grave. Brother Jian Chen, if you're searching for a spatial gate, then coming to our Qin Huang Kingdom is precisely the right move. Within a radius of 100,000 li, aside from a few mercenary strongholds, only our kingdom of Qin possesses a spatial gate. Come." Jian Chen clasps his fists once more. "Brother Qin Jai, I must trouble you with this. Might I borrow your spatial gate for a brief passage?" Qin Jai slaps his chest confidently. "Brother, rest easy. I can handle this. Let me go ask His Majesty the Emperor first. It shouldn't be too difficult." Jian Chen bows with gratitude. "In that case, I am truly indebted to you, Brother Qin Jai." Qin Jai suddenly raises a finger. "Oh, but you should come back in 3 days to use the spatial gate." Jian Chen furrows his brow. "Why is that?" Qin Jai smiles broadly. "In 2 days, my father the Emperor celebrates his 50th grand birthday. I would be honored if you, as my dear friend, would attend the feast. I don't know if you'd be willing." But Jian Chen agrees without hesitation. "Of course, that's perfectly fine." A soldier steps in to report, "Your Highness the Third Prince Young Master Qin Chang, Princess Qin Yubing, and the Lady of Nan Fu. The 3 of them are here to see you." Qin Jai narrows his eyes in suspicion. "What business do they have with me?" Jian Chen asks, "Brother Qin Jai, would you like me to step away for a moment?" Qin Jai immediately recalls the image of Miss Huang, throwing a tantrum at Jian Chen. "You must be thinking of Miss Huang, aren't you? This Qin Jai has no choice but to impose, then." Qin Jai orders, "Let them in." The guard acknowledges the order and withdraws. Qin Jai pats Jian Chen on the shoulder. "Brother Jian Chen, I don't have that deep of a bond with those 3. I reckon they rushed here because of you. The three noble ladies arrive at Qin Jai's residential 3, are strikingly beautiful. The youngest princess speaks up, third brother, Shuanger came all this way to see you. Why aren't you welcoming me? Qin Jai says, of course you're welcome, please sit down, let's eat and talk. But in his heart, Qin Jai thinks otherwise, you three really came to visit me. I've been in this imperial palace for over 20 years. Qin Jai introduces Jian Chen to the three ladies. This is my good brother. Jian Chen is the champion of this year's mercenary assembly. The three princesses turn their gazes, eyes brimming with admiration. The youngest princess exclaims, wow, this young sir is actually the champion. Another chimes in, so you're Jian Chen, the one who topped the mercenary assembly. The remaining princess is equally delighted. Young Master Jian Chen truly cannot be judged by his appearance. Jian Chen responds humbly, the princesses are far too kind. Jian Chen glances sideways at Qin Jai, puzzled. Brother Qin Jai, just what exactly are you trying to do? Qin Jai feigns indifference, burying himself in food and drink. Ha ha ha, hurry and bring out the dishes, don't keep the princesses waiting. One of the princesses directs her intentions squarely at Jian Chen. Young Master Jian Chen, since you claimed first place at the mercenary martial assembly, I toast to you. Jian Chen replies, this one's victory was nothing more than a stroke of luck. The princess says, is that so? How can a champion call such a triumph mere luck? The youngest princess agrees without hesitation. It seems you're definitely more formidable than third brother. Qin Jai is utterly helpless. He eats while brooding, I'm just sitting here having a meal, how did I end up as collateral damage? Suddenly a guard's voice rings out from outside. Young Master Zio Han, without the third prince's permission, you cannot enter the Xingyun Palace. Zio Han barges in aggressively. Out of my way, do you have any idea what my status is? Since when does visiting the third prince require an announcement? The two guards drop to their knees before Qin Jai. Third prince, please forgive us, we didn't dare use force. Qin Jai waves his hand dismissively. Step back, it's fine, I understand. The two guards rise and bow their heads in gratitude for the third prince's mercy. Qin Jai demands, Zio Han, what business do you have barging into my Xingyun Palace? Zio Han answers, third prince, esteemed princesses, Zio Han has come to discuss the matter of his majesty's birthday gift. If I am intruding, I humbly beg your forgiveness. As he speaks, his cunning eyes wander, settling on places they absolutely shouldn't on one of the princesses. The princess notices immediately. Disgust flashes across her face, and she rises without delay. Qin Jai says, the preparations for Father Emperor's birthday celebration have long been completed. There is nothing left to discuss. Return at once. The princess swiftly moves to another seat, putting as much distance as possible between herself and that lecher Zio Han. At this moment, Zio Han shifted his attention to Jian Chen. Third prince, who exactly is this person? The princess spoke up. This gentleman is a friend of third brother and a companion of young Master Jian Chen. Zio Han grew presumptuous. How can three noble princesses of imperial blood deign to drink with some uncouth commoner? Qin Jai's fury ignited. Zio Han, what exactly do you mean by those words? Could it be that a friend of mine, Qin Jai, does not even possess the standing to share a drink with these three princesses? The youngest princess chimed in as well. Zio Han, who we drink with is none of your concern. Another princess also spoke up. Zio Han, you are being far too meddlesome. Whatever we choose to do has absolutely nothing to do with you. Qin Jai ordered his attendants. Escort young Master Zio Han out at once. Zio Han erupted into a rage. I have but one question to ask. What is so impressive about this wild country bumpkin, other than being slightly taller than me? In terms of status, standing, or strength, what does he have that compares to me? Brat, I Zio Han challenge you. Do you dare accept? At this point, Qin Jai was truly enraged. Zio Han, this is my drifting cloud palace, not a place where you can act as you please. If you continue to be this discourteous, only then did Jian Chen finally speak. Brother Qin Jai, since this good sir wishes to challenge me, I might as well grant him his desire. Qin Jai was flustered. My apologies, brother Jian Chen. It is the Qin Imperial Kingdom that has been discourteous. Jian Chen said, rest assured I shall hold back. Qin Jai replied, then you have my thanks. Jian Chen remained seated utterly at ease and said to Zio Han, go ahead, make your move. Zio Han proposed, let's take this outside. It's too cramped here, and I don't want to damage the third prince's drifting cloud palace. Jian Chen still sat at ease, leisurely picking at the dishes. I'm far too lazy to move elsewhere. Rest assured against the likes of you. I won't even damage a single thing on this table. Enraged, Zio Han drew his sword and charged. "Madman, I'll make you pay for this." Jian Chen flicked his wrist. The chopsticks shot forth like bolts of lightning, piercing into Zhao Han's body. Wounded instantly, he was blasted backward out of the hall. He crashed into a great pillar outside. The princesses stared wide-eyed in admiration. Wowie's young master Jian Chen truly that powerful. The youngest princess couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing, truly amazing. Young master Jian Chen is incredible." With nothing but a pair of chopsticks, he defeated Zhao Han, a warrior who possessed the strength of a great saint master. The princess immediately latched onto Jian Chen's arm. "Jian Chen, you absolutely must teach me that move." Qin Jai ordered. "Hurry, take Zhao Han away for treatment." He turned to Jian Chen. "Thank you, Brother Jian Chen, for showing mercy." Jian Chen asked, "Brother Qin Jai, where exactly does this Zhao Han hail from that he dares speak to a prince in such a manner?" Meanwhile, the third prince was revealing Zhao Han's true identity to Xiangshan, who listened in astonishment and surprise. Zhao Han's background was indeed rather extraordinary. Through the third prince's recollections, the image of a national preceptor imbued with authority and distinction began to emerge. His grandfather is the national preceptor of the Qin imperial kingdom. His status is supremely lofty, and revered by the Massa Seven. My imperial father treats him as an equal. Within that memory, the image of an assassin attempting to slay the late emperor surfaced, alongside the third prince's narration. 5 years ago, my imperial father was ambushed by assassins during an excursion. The scenes unfolded one after another like a film reel, building to its climax in the selfless sacrifice of the national preceptor's son. Zhao Han's father threw his own body before a lethal sword strike aimed at my imperial father, sacrificing his life to save the emperor's. The emperor had embraced his loyal subject who had laid down his life for him, a debt of eternal gratitude. This, the third prince revealed, was the very reason Zhao Han received such extraordinary treatment. Because of this, my imperial father dotes on Zhao Han wholeheartedly and watches over him. It grants Zhao Han a status nearly on par with us princes. Xiangshan turned to the third prince with a question. What level of strength has Zhao Han's grandfather reached? The third prince answered immediately, 5th cycle Heaven Saint Master. Xiangshan couldn't help but feel skeptical. He raised his teacup, doubt flickering in his eyes. Only the 5th cycle. The following day, at the imperial palace, guests arrived in droves to attend the grand birthday banquet of the king of the Qin imperial kingdom. The third prince and Xiangshan were also in attendance, greeted reverently by the palace maids, as they arrived to celebrate the emperor's auspicious occasion. "Your Highness the third prince, Minister Li of the Ministry of Rites requests your presence." Not wanting to put the third prince in an awkward position, Xiangshan quickly told Qin Jai to attend to his duties first. "Brother Qin Jai, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. There's no need to worry about me." Finding a quiet corner of the banquet hall, Xiangshan sat alone, quietly raising his cup of celebratory wine, amidst the bustling gathering of beauties and nobility. Suddenly a voice cut through Xiangshan's thoughts, dripping with arrogance. "HMPH, what manner of stray dog dares show its face here?" It was Zhao Han, seething at Xiangshan's presence at the banquet. But Xiangshan refused to back down. "Your body seems to have recovered well, hasn't it? Quite the speedy recovery, I must say." Zhao Han's face darkened, his eyes gleaming with killing intent as he glared at Xiangshan. "HMPH, today is His Majesty's grand birthday celebration. I didn't think you'd actually dare show your face." Xiangshan gazed at the wine cup in his hand, affecting an air of disinterest as he replied coolly, "Rest assured, I have no interest in playing childish games with the likes of you." Zhao Han seethed at Xiangshan's mockery, jabbing his finger wildly. "HMPHU!" A crisp announcement rang out across the entire assembly, startling both Xiangshan and Zhao Han. "His Majesty arrives." All present bowed in reverence and respect before that illustrious and majestic sovereign. "We pay our respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty lead the Qin imperial kingdom to ever greater prosperity and strength." The emperor turned and raised his hand in a satisfied gesture of acknowledgement, speaking with great dignity. "Ha ha, very well. Today marks this sovereign's 50th grand birthday. All who have come are honored guests." Zhao Han was already scheming, a treasure clutched in hand with the intention of presenting it. A secret sense of satisfaction bloomed within his heart. "Today, I will humiliate you before all the princesses." Zhao Han's eyes flashed with hatred as he silently plotted against Xiangshan. "Today, I will have my revenge on you." With utmost reverence, Zhao Han presented his gift and offered solemn blessings for the emperor's auspicious occasion. "Your Majesty, this is the gift your adopted son has prepared for you." Zhao Han handed it to the inner palace attendant, to present directly to the Emperor move part of his calculated scheme. The Emperor beamed with delight and quickly acknowledged Xiao Han's filial devotion. Ah, even my adopted son knows to bring gifts for this sovereign. How truly filial. Holding the treasure in hand, the Emperor was stunned by its appearance, his expression betraying unmistakable astonishment. Inside the box lay a rare luminous pearl, its refractive brilliance casting an amber glow luxurious and radiating the majesty of kings. Glittering resplendently, the Emperor gazed at the pearl, unable to contain his surprise and amazement before such a magnificent treasure. My dear son, could this pearl be the legendary Fire Cloud Pearl? Below the dais, the officials could barely contain their disbelief, whispering among themselves about Xiao Han's extraordinary gift. This Fire Cloud Pearl is equivalent to a 5th-grade medicinal pill. Another chimed in. No wonder Xiao Han is the Emperor's adopted son, truly filial to the utmost. Moreover, if one wears the Fire Cloud Pearl, it can even extend one's lifespan. Xiao Han continued to display his devotion, as the Emperor inquired further about the luminous pearl. Indeed, Imperial Father, your son spent an enormous amount of time and effort to obtain this Fire Cloud Pearl. The Emperor was thoroughly pleased with Xiao Han's gift, and graciously acknowledged his filial devotion. Good child, rise quickly. Xiao Han clasped his hands in respect, then began to execute his scheme to humiliate Xiangshan before the Emperor. Imperial Father, your son visited the 3rd Prince's quarters to discuss matters regarding your Majesty's birthday banquet. Quite coincidentally, I encountered a friend of the 3rd Prince there. He continued, that friend also wishes to present your Majesty with a grand gift today. Setting down the pearl, the Emperor grew curious at Xiao Han's words. Oh, is that so? Turning to look toward the 3rd Prince, the Emperor sought confirmation with a question. Old Third, is your friend in attendance today? The 3rd Prince was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, and quickly moved to ease the situation. Inwardly, the 3rd Prince seethes with rage at Xiao Han's machinations. That wretched Xiao Han wants to cause trouble for Jian Chen. If only he had known sooner, he would have gifted Jian Chen a few treasures from the Imperial Vault. Now Xiao Han is pointing eagerly at Xiangshan for the Emperor to see, not giving the 3rd Prince a chance to intervene. Dear Godfather, your son happened to encounter the sword saint is right over there. All heads turn to see who this guest Xiao Han speaks of. Xiangshan does not hesitate. He strides forward to greet his Majesty. The 3rd Prince grows anxious, a thought striking him like lightning. No, I must speak on Jian Chen's behalf. If this brings trouble upon him, it will not end well. He hurries to report. Your Imperial Father, yesterday Brother Jian Chen had a small conflict with Xiao Han. On the other side, Xiao Han smirks triumphantly at the success of his scheme. Xiangshan steps forward, calmly placing a hand on the 3rd Prince's shoulder and speaking in a soothing tone. Brother Qin Jai, do not worry. Let me handle this. Xiangshan bows and presents the gift he had prepared, most unexpected offering with utmost reverence to his Majesty. Your Majesty, this humble one is Jian Chen, a friend of His Highness the 3rd Prince. Today, being fortunate enough to attend your Majesty's grand birthday celebration, this young one has prepared this humble gift to present to you. On the sidelines, the assembled guests murmur in suspicion and curiosity over the gift Xiangshan offers to the Emperor. Can that thing of his possibly compare to Xiao Han's Fire Cloud Pearl? Another replies, how could it? The Fire Cloud Pearl is a 5th-grade divine pill. Facing Xiangshan's courtesy, the Emperor asks directly, young friend, how generous of you. May I ask what is this? Xiangshan clasps his hands and addresses the Emperor with solemn respect. A grade 8 radiant divine pill. The entire banquet erupts in stunned disbelief and breathless amazement at what Xiangshan has presented to the Emperor. Even the Emperor cannot maintain his composure. He seeks confirmation at once. Young friend, what did you just say? Xiangshan answers the Emperor's question with unwavering confidence, repeating once more, a grade 8 radiant divine pill. The other officials are stunned by the emergence of this rare, legendary treasure. They burst into fervent discussion. Not only can it purge every toxin from the body, but it can also pull the dying back from the jaws of death itself. The other officials cannot help but gasp in admiration. Indeed, a grade 8 radiant divine pill appearing upon the Tianyuan continent. Their number can only be described as impossibly scarce. This is a true treasure that can save a man's very life. Xiao Han is livid at Xiangshan's spectacular reversal. He jabs a finger at him and snarls, I don't believe it. He declares with utter arrogance, a penniless wretch like him, how could he possibly possess a grade 8 radiant divine pill? It's a fake, a scam. Xiangshan remains completely unfazed, He clasps his hands and makes a proposal to the emperor. Your Majesty, if you have doubts, you need only have someone verify it. The emperor, equally astonished, wishes to authenticate the appearance of this rare and legendary true treasure. Summon the radiant saint master at once. The inner attendant bows and obeys reverently. Yes, at this moment at the banquet, the radiant saint master arrives to verify the treasure Xiangshan has presented to the emperor. The radiant saint master clasps his hands and bows before his majesty. Your subject Yi Guangming greets your majesty. What does your majesty command? The emperor explains the situation to the radiant saint master, asking him to authenticate this seemingly impossible treasure before them. This is the birthday gift sent by Old Third's friend. I am told it is a grade 8 radiant divine pill. Tell me, is this real or is it counterfeit? Hearing the emperor's words, the radiant saint master can no longer maintain his composure. He exclaims in shock, "What?" Cradling the long-lost legendary true treasure in his hands, the radiant saint master's face twists in disbelief. He stares directly at the item and there is no longer any room for doubt. This truly is the legendary rare true treasure. It has appeared at this banquet in the most extraordinary fashion. The radiant saint master, overjoyed, confirms to his majesty a grade 8 radiant divine pill. Your majesty, this is indeed a grade 8 radiant divine pill. It is genuine beyond all doubt. Even the emperor is overjoyed at this revelation. He beams with satisfaction. Excellent, splendid. The emperor commends Xiangshan for his thoughtful preparation. Young friend Sword Immortal, you have gone to great trouble. Today, I shall reward you handsomely. Speak. What do you desire? Xiangshan clasps his hands and replies to the emperor with calm reverence. Your majesty, this Sword Immortal only wishes to be a friend of the third prince. If your majesty truly wishes to bestow a reward, then please grant it to the third prince instead. The emperor does not hesitate. He turns to the third prince with heartfelt words. Old Third, you have forged yourself a true friend. The third prince replies with reverent gratitude. This son thanks your imperial father for the gracious commendation. The third prince seizes the moment to introduce Xiangshan's identity to the emperor. Imperial father, the Sword Immortal is also the champion of this year's grand martial tournament. The emperor is greatly pleased by this talented figure before him, and wastes no time in showering him with praise. Young friend Sword Immortal, you are truly a once-in-a-millennium genius. To be so young, and yet claim the title of Grand Martial Champion, your future blazes brighter than the sun itself. Old Third, your ability to befriend young friend Sword Immortal is truly a magnificent stroke of fortune. The third prince, now at ease, clasps his hands and responds to the emperor with humble respect. This son understands. Xiaohan can barely contain his fury and resentment toward Xiangshan. Every one of his schemes has crumbled to ash, and jealousy burns in his chest like a venomous flame. King of warfare, ha, what a joke. HMPH. No matter who you are, Xiangshan, I will never let you live so easily. The banquet commences in a festive and joyous atmosphere, buoyed by the emperor's warm praise. Let the banquet begin. Today is my grand birthday celebration. My subjects need not be bound by rigid etiquette. Below, all the assembled guests respond in thunderous unison. We thank your imperial majesty for this gracious benevolence. A mysterious figure approaches Xiaohan's seat, greeting him with a mocking tone. Xiaohan, the emperor, holds his grand birthday feast, and here you sit drinking alone. This is Mu Jia, a high-ranking court official, and at this very moment, he is inquiring about Xiaohan's predicament. I hear that yesterday, while pursuing Princess Yu Bing, you were soundly beaten. Xiaohan, brimming with indignation, wastes no time beseeching the elder before him for help. Uncle Mu Jia, you must stand up for me. Mu Jia finds the whole affair puzzling. He strokes his beard, an amused expression on his face. Stand up for you? Stand up for what exactly? If you wish to marry Princess Yu Bing, you need the emperor's consent, do you not? Xiaohan's eyes blaze with fury, and with killing intent thick in his voice, he recounts the entire affair to his uncle Mu Jia. It's not about that, Uncle Mu Jia. Princess Yu Bing, I know my own standing well enough. He continues his tale. Yesterday, I was not merely beaten, I was humiliated beyond measure. Hearing the full story, Mu Jia can no longer contain his anger. He grips both of Xiaohan's shoulders and demands the details of what transpired. What? Who dares humiliate you? Xiaohan whirls around, his hateful gaze locking onto Xiangshan across the hall. Uncle Mu Jia's that Sword Immortal over there. Leaning close to Mu Jia's ear, Xiaohan whispers his desperate plea for the elder to intervene on his behalf. Uncle, please, you must teach that wretch a lesson for me. If I don't challenge him, I can hardly swallow this bitter fury. Mu Jia eyes Xiangshan warily and shares his assessment with Xiaohan. Challenge him? It's not that I refuse to help you, but I've heard that this sword immortal is not only a friend of the third prince, but also the champion of the grand martial tournament. He lays out the critical situation, leaving Zairohan stunned. Moreover, he now enjoys the emperor's personal favor. If I make a move against him, I fear it would displease his majesty. Zairohan, dissatisfied with his uncle's answer, begins to belittle Xiangshan's abilities. He insinuates something underhanded is at play, and urges Mu Jia to step in and expose him. Uncle Mu Jia is only so young. He must have resorted to some trick, or perhaps a blind stroke of luck, to claim the title of King of Warfare. Zairohan presses on relentlessly. You can challenge him before the entire court, crush him in front of everyone, and humiliate him thoroughly. As for his majestolave, that to my family, we will smooth things over for you, uncle. Mu Jia finds the persuasion compelling. Swayed by Zairohan's relentless arguments, he concedes and agrees. Very well. As it happens, I too am curious to test his strength to see for myself just how formidable this king of warfare truly is. Without further delay, Mu Jia strides toward the emperor, kneels, and presents his request. Your Majesty, this subject Mu Jia humbly requests an audience. The emperor is taken aback by this unexpected approach. He responds, "Oh, what is it, Mu Jia?" Mu Jia launches his scheme to undermine Xiangshan before the emperor. Presenting his case, your humble subject wishes to test his mettle against the king of warfare, the sword immortal. Furthermore, as a performance in honor of your Majesty's grand birthday celebration, it would serve as a living tribute. I humbly beseech your Majesty to grant your gracious approval. The emperor is startled by Mu Jia's sudden request and falls into thought for a moment. The emperor then turns to Xiangshan, inquiring whether he would be willing to pit his skills against the general before him. Young friend sword immortal, this is the commander of the Imperial Guard Mu Jia. Would you be willing to compete with him? Xiangshan lowers his head and clasps his hands, addressing the emperor with calm composure in response to Mu Jia's audacious challenge. If Commander Mu Jia wishes to test this humble one's strength, then this humble one shall gladly put on a performance with the commander. Consider it a birthday tribute for your Majesty. The king claps his hands in admiration of Xiangshan's bold words. Good, good. Since that is the case, let everyone move outside to witness the performance of these two. And so, all present file out to the arena to watch the sword duel between the commander and Xiangshan. The arena is vast and spacious, perfectly suited for someone as fond of dramatic flair and flashy maneuvers as Xiangshan. The commander selects a tall, razor-sharp spear as his weapon, then gestures for Xiangshan, that sword-tipped junior brother, to choose his own. Pick whatever you like from the weapons rack behind you. Though dangerous and formidable weapons abound, Xiangshan merely snatches a dry branch that happened to fall at his feet, declaring it his weapon. Even so, Xiangshan lifts his chosen weapon with absolute confidence, raising the dead twig aloft. Mu Jia, the commander, begins the match. The commander assumes Xiangshan is looking down on him, and fury surges through his chest. His brow furrows as he demands, "Sword tip, what is the meaning of this?" Facing the commander's wrath, Xiangshan calmly explains, "Mu Jia, commander, this humble one harbors no intent to insult you. We are not locked in a life-and-death struggle. It is merely a willow branch." The commander's pride as a man of valor will not permit such unfairness. Without hesitation, he hurls his spear aside, whether by coincidence or design. It lands squarely back in its stand. The commander then turns and requests, "Eunuch, bring this one a wooden staff as well." Witnessing this, Xiangshan cannot help but feel a surge of respect. He silently praises it seems Mu Jia is also a true man of integrity and honor. The moment the commander receives his staff, the duel officially begins. The commander grips his weapon tight and lunges at Xiangshan with blinding speed. Here I come. He unleashes a strike, a torrent of jade-green power surging toward its target. Xiangshan remains perfectly calm, marshaling his own energy for defense. The blast hurtles toward him along the staff's trajectory, yet it is blocked with effortless ease, leaving the commander's jaw hanging open in shock. Before the commander can even react, Xiangshan's branch channels the energy back, reflecting the full force straight at him. The commander thrusts his hands out to catch it, but the situation quickly spirals out of control. The energy is far too overwhelming. It sends the commander skidding backward. He barely manages to brace himself with both arms, narrowly avoiding serious injury. Fortunately, the energy finally dissipates. The commander lets out a breath he did not know he was holding, his soul nearly fleeing his body. Instantly, he bows deeply and clasps his hands, sword tip. "This brother is grateful for your guidance." It is clear the commander has been struck with profound admiration for Xiangshan's strength. Xiangshan returns the bow, clasping his hands in kind. Muzara, Commander, you are too kind. This was merely a friendly spar. Had this been a true battle of life and death, I would not have been able to claim victory. The king, having watched from the sidelines, finds himself quietly impressed by both Xiangshan's ability and his character. He turns to his subordinate, Saint Master. Could you do this sovereign a favor and test just how deep this sword-tipped junior brother's skills truly run? The Saint Master bows in compliance. As your majesty commands, the Saint Master channels a golden radiance, and his entire body lifts into the air, hovering effortlessly above the arena. He issues his challenge to Xiangshan. Let this old man have a go at you. The Saint Master descends onto the arena floor weaponless, his bare hands his only arms. He rockets forward like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance to strike Xiangshan. Xiangshan reacts in a flash, firing a devastating beam of energy from his fingertips straight at the Saint Master, yet not forgetting to call out a warning. Watch yourself, senior. The Saint Master, armed with decades of battle experience, weaves a series of rapid hand seals and mutters an incantation. In an instant, he shatters Xiangshan's attack. The Saint Master's flames tear Xiangshan's crimson energy into 100 fragments, nullifying the threat before it can reach him. Though the attack is successfully dispelled, deep within the Saint Master's heart, a seed of wariness takes root. What manner of technique is this? Why do I sense the presence of the heavenly and earthly origin chi within it? With that realization, the Saint Master knows he can no longer hold back. His magic blazes to life. A flaming sword materializes in the air, blazing with terrifying heat, and hurls itself straight at Xiangshan. All present are certain Xiangshan cannot possibly withstand this, but Xiangshan, feeling the intensity of the battle escalate, grows visibly excited. He does not hold back either. Using only his dry branch, he gathers every ounce of the Saint Master's devastating energy, bending it to his will. He spins the torrent into a blazing sphere of fire that hovers above the arena. The Saint Master watches in disbelief, as his ultimate technique is so effortlessly dominated, and realizes with a jolt that Xiangshan commands the heavenly and earthly origin chi. You have actually mastered the control of the heavenly and earthly origin chi. The surrounding officials and servants gape in utter astonishment at Xiangshan's overwhelming power. They cannot help but exclaim, he can control the divine powers of heaven and earth themselves. Could it be he has already reached the realm of the Heaven Saint Master? How is this possible? Has sword tip truly broken through to the Heaven Saint Master realm? Even the king himself nods in acknowledgement. Could it be that this young man is truly only young in appearance? Though immensely surprised and impressed by Xiangshan's prodigious talent, the twin Saint Master remains undaunted. He continues to wield his flaming sword, unleashing his technique Fire Pine Slash. The heavenly fire cloud sword slash even deigns to warn the little brother at its very tip. Watch yourself, Xiangshan. Danger looms, yet there is no trace of fear on his face, only boundless confidence. Xiangshan seizes the energy he had gathered from the Saint Master moments ago and channels his own power into it, causing it to erupt even more violently. He unleashes a heaven-tier battle skill, divine judgment of the gods. The two combatants collide with a thunderous explosion that engulfs the entire arena, spewing cascades of sparks and thick crimson smoke. There will be casualties. A devastating pillar of power resembling a chaotic, blood-red cyclone erupts in the courtyard before the main palace hall. Its flames, spiraling wildly out of control, begin creeping toward the palace gates. Servants and eunuchs scatter in abject terror, fleeing in all directions. Others cry out, rallying together to rush in and protect His Majesty the King. Xiangshan and the old man with the ornate headgear are locked in a decisive battle. Neither wishes to be disturbed by the weak and trembling wretches fleeing below, so they tacitly agree to seek higher ground to settle the victor. Without a word, the old man channels his internal energy and rockets into the sky like a blazing arrow. Below him, Xiangshan summons a torrent of emerald green chi that envelops his entire body from head to toe, gently lifting him off the ground. The old man above watches in astonishment. Xiangshan can command the power of the wind element as well. The spectators below are equally baffled, unable to comprehend the full extent of Xiangshan's abilities. Xiangshan clearly wields the power of the fire element. Now he commands wind as well. The crowd below dismisses it as utterly impossible. Throughout the entire history of the Tianyuan continent, no one has ever been able to control two elements. Moreover, they suspect Xiangshan is resorting to some underhanded trick. Xiangshan hovers in midair, gripping his mirror blade in one hand. The old man spots the sword in his grasp. Tiu Hu and asks with burning curiosity, Could it be that Xiangshan can truly control two elements? Xiangshan merely hums in acknowledgement, and the mirror blade in his hand begins to grow, expanding in size. The old man in the ornate headgear is utterly dumbfounded by the sight. He is certain it is impossible. In all his years, he has never once seen anyone capable of wielding two elemental forces. Xiangshan replies at his leisure under heaven, "There is no such thing as impossible. Mysteries beyond imagination still exist somewhere in this vast world. It is only our own comprehension that remains lacking." The old man hears these words and feels as though some profound truth has dawned upon him. He nods in agreement with Xiangshan's philosophy. There are indeed many wondrous and unfathomable things in this world that we have yet to fully understand, he murmurs. The old man openly concedes that he has been outmatched. Having said that, he suddenly draws his thunder sword and declares his desire to witness just how formidable is the power of one who commands two elements. He unleashes his technique Firepine Cloud Sword. Flame Phoenix Slash and charges headlong toward Xiangshan. Xiangshan's eyes blaze wide open, so intense that sparks seem to shoot from his very gaze. The sword in his hand, once resembling nothing more than a withered branch, begins to shift and transform as Xiangshan pours his power into it. He releases the blade to hover before him and executes his sword technique Meteor Extinguishing Star. A tempest of power surges from Xiangshan's palms, coiling around the blade in a violent maelstrom. It cleaves straight through the old man's raging elemental assault, severing it utterly. The old man is utterly shocked. Xiangshan actually severed the elemental resonance itself. Before the old man can even react, a streak of light pierces through his chest. He clutches his chest, unable to believe he was struck by such a devastating surprise attack. Yet there is no blood, no horrifying wound. He hasn't lost so much as a single strand of hair. The truth is revealed: the sword in Xiangshan's hand has already reverted to its harmless, slender branch form. That is why the old man remains completely unharmed. The old man is deeply moved and grateful. He thanks Xiangshan for showing mercy. Had Xiangshan not stayed his hand, the old man would not be standing here to concede defeat. Xiangshan responds with humility, saying that if the man before him, known as Sir Ye, had truly fought with his full power, the outcome might have been far different. The old man merely laughs it off, for he knows the truth in his heart. Had he gone all out, he would have lost his life. The king, having observed the entire spectacle, turns to his personal guard at his side, who is also a heaven control. Saint Masterand asks, does he believe this young sword wielder, Xiangshan, is truly a genius? The guard affirms without hesitation Xiangshan is a once-in-10,000 years genius. His future achievements will reach, at the very least, the level of Saint King. The court officials below gasp audibly, their jaws dropping at the mention of Saint King. The beauties of the royal palace, witnessing Xiangshan's brilliance and valor, can no longer conceal their admiration and heartfelt adoration. Xiangshan descends gracefully to pay his respects to the king upon the dragon throne. Eyes, ladies, that is the emperor's seat. Then he bowed and paid his respects to his majesty. The king welcomed him warmly, for Xiangshan was a close friend of Prince Qin Jai, and thus decreed that Xiangshan would henceforth be addressed as worthy nephew. Xiao Han, standing nearby, watched Xiangshan's reception and dismissed it all as a mere illusion. He refused to believe that Xiangshan was truly a heavenly saint master. As it turned out, Xiao Han had previously provoked and offended Xiangshan. The scar-faced Macaroon, hulking figure stepped back in alarm, realizing that Xiao Han had offended someone he never should have crossed. He resolved to report this matter to Xiao Han's grandfather without delay. Xiao Han heard this and turned to his scar-faced uncle, asking whether his grandfather could punish Xiangshan on his behalf. The uncle declared Xiao Han an utter fool and forbade him from ever entertaining such thoughts again. Even Xiao Han's grandfather could not threaten Xiangshan in the slightest. If Xiao Han still refused to repent, it was feared that even his grandfather would be dragged into ruin. Yet Xiao Han would not abandon his desire for revenge. He pressed his uncle once more, "Then what should we do now?" Fortunately, the scar-faced uncle still possessed some measure of wisdom. He advised Xiao Han to go and apologize to Xiangshan at once, and he himself would report the matter to Xiao Han's grandfather, hoping to turn a catastrophe into a trifle, and a trifle into nothing at all. After his conversation with Xiangshan, His Majesty turned to his ministers and proclaimed his intention to appoint Xiangshan as the national protector master of the Qinhuang kingdom. The officials below gaped in astonishment. Was this giant Chen Xiangshan truly soaring to the heavens in a single leap? Prime Minister Jai Lear stepped forward and raised an objection to His Majesty. "Your Majesty, this is absolutely unacceptable. Jian Chen's abilities certainly qualify him as a national master, but entrusting him with the mantle of National Protector Master, I fear that would be most inappropriate." Another official spoke. "Your Majesty, what Prime Minister Jai Lear says carries great reason. The position of National Protector Master is fraught with consequence. Such a hasty appointment is truly unsuitable. Perhaps we should first allow Jian Chen to serve as a national master." His Majesty raised his hand to silence them. "My lords, say no more. This Emperor's decision is final." Jian Chen stepped forward and spoke. "Your Majesty, this Jian Chen is lacking in both virtue and ability. I fear I cannot shoulder such a grave responsibility. Moreover, urgent matters still demand my attention. In a few days' time, I must depart from the Qinhuang Kingdom." His Majesty replied, "Worthy nephew Jian Chen, simply accept the title of National Protector Master. You need not remain here at all times." Qin Jai chimed in eagerly, encouraging Jian Chen to accept. "Jian Chen, once you become the National Protector Master, you will have unrestricted access to the Space Gate and every resource our Qinhuang Kingdom possesses. And should you ever face any adversity, we can mobilize our forces to aid you as well." Jian Chen had no choice but to accept. "Very well." His Majesty was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha, excellent. Everyone, come forward and pay your respects to the new National Protector Master of our Qinhuang Kingdom. We, your humble officials, respectfully greet the National Protector Master." That evening, Jian Chen sought out Qin Jai. He opened the door. "Qin Jai, I have accepted the title of National Master of the Qinhuang Kingdom. That means I can now use the Space Gate, correct?" Qin Jai asked Jian Chen, "Can you tell me what urgent matter weighs upon you? Perhaps I can help you devise a plan." Jian Chen replied, "War has broken out in my homeland. I must return at once, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." Qin Jai was startled. "What? Tell me more about the situation there. Let me see what the Qinhuang Kingdom can do to help you." The night sky hung heavy and overcast. Jian Chen explained everything: the war, the enemies, the devastation in his homeland to Qin Jai. Qin Jai nodded gravely. "So that is how it stands. The Jessun Kingdom." Qin Jai continued to press. "Jian Chen, take several national masters with you. Alone, it will be nearly impossible to turn the tide of war." Jian Chen shook his head. "That would be too great an imposition. Qin Jai, you are truly kind-hearted. Jian Chen, do not hesitate. You have forgotten your own station. You have every right to wield this power." Jian Chen finally relented. "Very well, then I shall heed your counsel." The next day, through the Space Gate, Jian Chen and several national masters arrived at his homeland. One national master asked, "National Protector Master, where shall we head next?" Jian Chen scanned the horizon. "This place isn't far from the Jessun Kingdom. There should be a city in that eastern direction. Let us proceed there first and gather intelligence." Jian Chen and the national masters soared through the skies to travel. Jian Chen suggested, "Let's enter the city and gather information. There's a merchant over there hawking his ware-scum. Take a look. Fresh demon beast meat, prime cuts." Jian Chen approached and asked, "Shopkeeper, I wish to ask you something. What is the current state of the Jessun Kingdom? Has war broken out?" The shopkeeper replied, "War erupted 3 months ago. It was a coalition of 4 kingdoms, as I recall." A customer sipping tea nearby called out to warn Jian Chen, "Young friend, do not go there. This time, the Jessun Kingdom will be utterly annihilated." Another customer chimed in, 7 days ago, 2 heavenly saint masters of the Jessun Kingdom were slain, and 3 more were severely wounded. As for the 4-nation coalition, only 1 heavenly saint master fell into a near-death status, though. I hear a radiant saint master managed to save his life afterward." The 2 customers continued talking, each revelation filling Jian Chen with mounting dread. "I also caught word from the Jessun front 3 days ago. A heavenly saint master from the Pingyang Kingdom captured a general alive and dragged him back. They severed all 4 of his limbs and strung him up before the gates of Pingyang Kingdom for an entire day and night. Anyone who suffered such humiliation must have been a renowned general, surely." The other customer shook his head. "You've guessed wrong. That general was no illustrious commander, just some obscure officer. His name was something like Changyang Hu." Hearing those words, Jian Chen went deathly still. Jian Chen seized the customer by the collar and hoisted him off the ground. "What did you just say?" The customer's face drained of all color. "His name is Changyang Hu. He was captured by a heavenly saint master from the Pingyang Kingdom, then had all 4 limbs severed and hung before the city gates of Pingyang Kingdom for a full day and night." Grief shattered through Jian Chen's heart like a blade. "Big brother, I'm sorry I came too late." Jian Chen turned to the national masters, his voice a command forged in iron. All 5 of Yao depart at once. Assist the Jessun Kingdom in repelling the four-nation coalition. Protect every last member of the Changyang clan for me. The national masters obeyed without hesitation. Jian Chen soared into the sky, his eyes blazing with fury. Big brother, you must not die. If anything happens to you, this Jian Chen will level the Pingyang Kingdom and make the entire four-nation coalition serve as your burial tribute. Jian Chen flew at breakneck speed toward the Pingyang Kingdom. Sure enough, there hung Changyang Hu before the city gates. Jian Chen's heart burned with white-hot fury. Pingyang Kingdom, you wretched bastards. The blazing sun beat down upon the Pingyang Kingdom. Several guards spotted Jian Chen approaching and cried out in alarm, "Halt! Who goes there?" Another guard barked, "Insolent cur! How dare you trespass into our Pingyang Kingdom?" The guards gave the order to fire. A volley of crossbow bolts streaked through the air, aimed straight at Jian Chen. He remained utterly composed. With a single sweep of his hand, every arrow reversed course and plummeted to the ground. The guards recoiled in shock. What? Jian Chen unleashed a technique purple lightning annihilation slash. His single strike cleaved the city wall clean in two. Jian Chen severed the ropes binding Changyang Hu and caught his elder brother in his arms. "Big brother, I'm sorry, I came too late." Jian Chen administered medicine to Changyang Hu. First, he used the radiant spirit pill to stabilize his brother's life force. Afterward, he would find a way to restore his severed limbs. The guards screamed their orders, "Loose! Loose the arrows! Shoot those 2 Jessun Kingdom dogs to pieces!" Jian Chen's eyes blazed with killing intent. He swept his hand, unleashing a torrent of saint force. Supporting his brother with one arm, Jian Chen fought the guards simultaneously with the other. He conjured roaring crimson flames that surged forward like a dragon's breath, slamming into the guards and detonating an entire wall into rubble. A guard shouted, "Your Excellency, who are you? Why do you attack our Pingyang Kingdom?" Jian Chen declared, "Today, I will ensure your Pingyang Kingdom never rises again." He unleashed another devastating wave of flames. In an instant, the guard had no time to react. He screamed, "No!" then collapsed into the inferno and was burned alive. Moments later, a heavenly saint master appeared. The old man asked, "Your Excellency, are you from the Jessun Kingdom?" Jian Chen answered without hesitation, "I am." The old saint master pressed further, "May I ask your esteemed name? This old man has never heard of a figure such as yourself." Jian Chen fixed him with a cold, piercing stare. "Were you the one who severed my elder brother's limbs?" The old saint master was taken aback. "Your elder brother? Could it be that you two hail from the Changyang clan manor?" Jian Chen's voice turned glacial. "Answer my question. Were you the one who severed my elder brother's limbs?" The old saint master startled, then sneered, "So what if it was me?" Jian Chen said, "How convenient then." The instant those words left his lips, Jian Chen vanished and materialized directly behind the old man, sending a chill racing down his spine. "What?" With a sickening crack, Jian Chen snaps the old man's arm. The old man screams in agony, "Ah," as Jian Chen wrenches the broken limb clean off and tosses it aside. "Stay with me. Before I've stripped you of all 4 limbs, you absolutely cannot pass out." The old saint master is struck with terror since, when does the Zhangyang clan possess such a formidable expert? The brown-robed man shouts in panic, "Senior Kainian, please reveal yourself at once." Zingshan gazes into the distance and speaks. "He's here." An elder introduces himself. "This humble one is Kainian, a member of the Kainkun Kingdom's imperial bloodline." Zingshan says, "Spare me the pleasantries. No need for many words. Today, I shall trample your Pingyang Kingdom into dust and hang the heads of every one of your so-called experts above the city gates." The brown-robed man scoffs. This brat clings to a boy who doesn't know the vastness of heaven and earth, yet dares to speak such disrespect before the Zhangyang patriarch. "Oh, you mean to trample my Pingyang Kingdom with nothing more than the cultivation of a heavenly saint master." Zingshan sets Zhangyang Hu down gently and says, "Big brother, wait for me just a moment. I will kill these 2 and avenge you." Zingshan unleashes his power. The ground splinters beneath him, rocks and rubble fracturing into countless shards. Kainian sneers, "HMPH petty insect tricks. Brown-robed one, do you truly believe the 2 of us cannot handle an attack of this caliber?" Rocks and debris swirl through the air, scattering in every direction. Kainian mutters, "This technique carries a bizarre aura. Be careful." Kainian swings his sword toward Zingshan, cleaving through the flying rocks as thoughts race through his mind. What manner of person is this boy? Channel every ounce of your power to shield your body. The brown-robed man is overwhelmed with fear. The stones batter his entire body, sending him hurtling through the air. Kainian stares at the fallen figure in silence. Xiangshan speaks, one down, next it's your turn. Xiangshan raises his hand and calls down a bolt of divine lightning, conjuring an enormous violet spatial rift. Kainian's mind reels. What kind of power is this? Could it be a heaven-tier battle technique? Xiangshan's strike slams into him, hurling his body backward. He gasps again. What in the heavens is this power? It actually shattered my Saint Force body protection. He flees, shooting into the sky. Xiangshan ponders, first things first. I need to find a way to ensure Big Brother's safety. Kainian, another day, I will personally stamp out your Kainkun kingdom slaughter every last soul. Leave nothing standing. Atop the city gates, a general speaks. It seems our Jessamine kingdom may not survive this calamity. Zhangyang Bo declares, we hold out for as long as we can. Even if it costs us our lives, we will never let them have their way so easily. The bearded man beside him says, Zhangyang Bo, your son was captured by Pingyang Kingdom, but surely they wouldn't dare kill him. Zhangyang Bo speaks with bitter anguish. I've heard that all 4 of Ahu's limbs have been severed. He can't even live as a cripple now. Even if we rescue him, it would only prolong his suffering. The bearded man lets out a heavy sigh. A silver-haired elder speaks. Zhangyang Bo, don't you still have another Sona boy of extraordinary talent, Zhangyang Xiangshan? The bearded man adds, that's right. I heard he condensed a saint weapon when he was merely 15 years old. Zhangyang Bo closes his eyes in thought. Xiangshan, my son, are you well? Xiangshan left home so many years ago. To this day, there has been no word from him, nothing at all. Haze, Ming Dong says, Zhangyang Bo, that lad Zhangyang Xiangshan condensed a saint weapon at just 53 full years faster than I managed. Truly unimaginable. If only he were here right now. How wonderful that would be. Zhangyang Bo murmurs, it would be best if he never returned. In a few more days, I fear the Zhangyang residence will no longer exist. Ming Dong says, Zhangyang Patriarch, rest assured, I swear upon my life to protect the Zhangyang residence to the very end. A voice suddenly thunders from beyond the walls. Zhangyang Bo, come out and accept your fate. The Qianlong Kingdom's forces have already breached the western flank of the Jessamine Kingdom. Know it is your turn. The voice continues. Zhangyang Bo, abandon the city and surrender. Those who submit will be spared. Those who resist do not blame the Qianlong Kingdom for razing your entire city to the ground. The old man in white speaks. Be careful. The next second, the blazing flame is only a few centimeters from Xiangshan. He thinks to himself, could this place truly become his burial ground? Suddenly, a shield materializes and intercepts the devastating flame, leaving a deep gash that startles everyone into whirling around. The long-bearded old man roars, who is it? Who dares interfere in the affairs of our Qianlong Kingdom? Above, a group clad in strange attire descends into view. You are people of the Qianlong Kingdom. The long-bearded old man's face drains of color as a horrifying thought crosses his mind. Could these people all be heavenly saint masters? He shouts, that's right. A long-haired youth gazes down at him coldly and declares, we are emissaries of the Qin Emperor Kingdom, here by order of the king to protect the Protector State Master. We first traveled to aid the Jessamine Kingdom. The long-bearded old man's jaw drops wide open. What? You are from the Qin Emperor Kingdomon of the 8 supreme nations on the Tianyuan continent. The long-haired youth replies, tell me, is there a second Qin Emperor Kingdom on this Tianyuan continent? Upon hearing this, the man's face turns deathly pale. He thinks, this is dire, I must return and report to His Majesty at once. Then he speaks as though nothing has happened. If that is the case, then we shall take our leave. The long-haired youth channels his chi, condensing a torrent of power in his palm, and curses at the man. Impudent fool, you think you can come and go as you please. The next second, he unleashes his power straight toward the opponent. The long-bearded old man strains every ounce of his strength to block the strike from this formidable senior of the Qin Emperor Kingdom. We have no enmity between us. Why do you pursue and try to kill me? Before he finishes speaking, the long-haired youth with sharp, piercing brows materializes behind him. Because our Protector State Master has commanded it. The next second, the long-bearded old man is beaten half to death and lets out a blood-curdling scream. The young man casually holds the opponent's severed head and tosses it before Xiangshan, saying, this old man is Kaioshan, here by order of the Protector State Master to assist you all. He glances at them with a single eye and continues, if there is anything you need, just say the word, no need for courtesy. As for these Qianlong Kingdom rabble, we shall leave them for you to handle. Xiangshan clasps his fists and bows. We are deeply grateful to you seniors for your assistance. May we know how to address the Protector State Master you speak of? The long-haired youth replies, "The great name of our state master. I cannot reveal so easily. When the time comes for your return, you will learn of it naturally." Meanwhile, a crimson figure materializes before the palace gates. The guards hastily shout, "Halt! Who goes there? Halt! This is the imperial palace's forbidden ground. Anyone who trespasses shall die." Xiangshan appears with an expression of frigid indifference. With a single sweep of his sword, he effortlessly sends the two guards to meet their ancestors. They collapse to the ground, drawing their last ragged breaths on the spot. The remaining guards witness this and roar, "How dare you? He dares cause havoc here. Seize him at once." With effortless composure, Xiangshan waves his hand lightly. The next second, every last one of the soldiers is sent flying like ragdolls, knocked cold on the spot. The commanding general atop his mount erupts into fury. "Your Excellency, who are you? Why are you slaughtering people in the imperial palace of our Pingyang kingdom?" Xiangshan answers coldly, "You do not need to know who I am. You only need to know one thing." Xiangshan continues, "From this day forth, this imperial palace shall be erased from the Tianyuan continent." The general's eyes nearly explode with fury. "Ridiculous! Our Pingyang kingdom has stood on the Tianyuan continent for hundreds of years. You think a mere brat like you can topple it just because you say so." Xiangshan's eyes blaze with crimson light as he replies, "Whether I can or not survive this strike of mine first, then we'll talk." A torrent of flames erupts skyward from his palm, the searing inferno blazing before the general's very eyes. What manner of power is this? Like a blade stretching 10 meters long, Xiangshan hurls it toward his opponent. The Saint-tier battle technique blazing wind burns the planeswalkers to life, and the flames surge forward like a raging tornado, devouring everything in their path. The general screams in terror, "Move! Dodge, everyone, dodge now!" In the next instant, the soldiers are incinerated. A massive chunk of the grand palace is gouged away as if swallowed by a beast. Xiangshan stands coldly behind the curtain of dust, his eyes closed as he senses the devastation. He strides across the fallen, his gaze narrowing with cold indifference. "No matter where you hide, none of you can escape the palm of my hand." Deep within a dark labyrinth, a group of people stumbles in. A man draped in golden robes, his face twisted with dread, turns to his companions. "Who in the world is that person? How can their strength be so terrifying? Even the two protector state masters could not stop him." One of the men accompanying him clasps his fists and replies respectfully, "Your Majesty, I suspect that person may be from the Jessamine Kingdom. Since we are currently at war with the Jessamine Kingdom, it is only natural that their experts would come to seek vengeance upon us." Hearing this, the Emperor can only heave a long sigh. "Had I known it would come to this, I would never have entered the war." As he speaks, a soldier points toward the labyrinth behind them, attempting to reassure the Emperor. "Your Majesty, please rest assured. This labyrinth is extraordinarily sturdy, and the path ahead is riddled with countless traps and mechanisms." The remaining soldier echoes his words. "The experts stationed at the border fortress will arrive shortly. When they do, the Jessamine Kingdom's experts will have no choice but to flee with their tails between their legs." Hearing the soldier's reassurances, the Emperor feels a measure of calm return to his heart. "What you say is reasonable." He speaks with iron resolve. "Once we capture that Jessamine Kingdom expert, I will torture him until he begs for death." The words barely leave his lips when a voice echoes from behind him, freezing him to the marrow. "Oh, and how exactly do you plan to torture me?" He whips around instantly, his voice cracking with terror. "Yao, who the hell are you?" Xiangshan stands there, utterly composed, and meets his gaze with a smirk. "I am the Jessamine Kingdom expert you speak of. Were you not just saying you wanted to capture me?" Seeing that Xiangshan has already arrived, the Emperor clenches his teeth in sheer horror. His mind races. How did this brat punch through the wall? Was it not said that only experts of the Saint King realm could breach these walls? Could this brat truly be at the Saint King realm? In the next instant, a soldier draws his sword and throws himself in front of the Emperor, bellowing, "Your Majesty, run! Let us hold him back." Without a shred of hesitation, he charges straight at Xiangshan. Xiangshan does not move an inch. He merely furrows his brow slightly and remarks, "At your age, to have already reached the Earth Saint Master level, that could be considered the pride of a region." But he does not finish the thought. A flick of his wrist sends a wave of devastating force slicing through the soldier's body. The man instantly coughs up a mouthful of blood and collapses. Xiangshan's voice continues, cold and final, "Before me, an Earth Saint Master is nothing but a chicken in flight or a dog in the dust." He clasps his hands behind his back and advances slowly toward the Emperor. The soldier behind the Emperor turns deathly pale. The remaining soldier draws his sword without a word and throws himself forward to shield the emperor. "Your Majesty, please run." But the emperor merely closes his eyes, heaves a sigh, and places a hand upon the soldier's shoulder. "Enough, do not sacrifice your lives in vain." The soldier turns his head, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty." The emperor steps forward and addresses Xiangshan directly. "The decision to wage this war was mine alone. The consequences are mine to bear. It has nothing to do with the soldiers here. If you want blood, then take mine. These soldiers are all innocent. They have families, and they are still young." Hearing these words, Xiangshan recalls what that person once told him. "If you must exterminate, then exterminate to the root. Before you decide anything, remember this and then decide." He fixes his gaze upon the emperor and speaks. "Take me to the Pingyang Kingdom's treasury immediately. I demand compensation for every fallen soldier of the Jessom Kingdom." The emperor closes his eyes, frowns deeply, and answers, "Very well." In another place, atop a fortress bathed in the blazing sunlight, a group of men gathers to deliberate over battle strategy. An old man with a silver-white beard and hair among them spoke up. "This general has just received an emergency carrier bird message. The enemy has already breached 3 layers of our border defenses. Their main army is now advancing straight toward the imperial capital." A young general with handsome features and sharp, sword-like brows spoke with his eyes closed. "It seems that even if the protector masters of the Qin Emperor Kingdom return to aid us, it will not be enough to hold." He then opened his eyes and stared straight at the old general seated before him. "General, what should we do? Are we to abandon this fortress and rush to the imperial capital's aid?" The imperial capital. Hearing his question, the old general mused for a moment before counter-asking, "How many men do we have left?" The young general answered immediately, "Roughly 700,000. Hearing this, the old general closed his eyes and spoke. "First, send a detachment to reinforce the northern, southern, eastern, and western flanks. What do you think?" The young general did not answer his question. Instead, he asked in return, "General, if we do that, how many will remain to defend this fortress?" The old general rose to his feet and declared with unwavering resolve, 200,000 will suffice. Besides, with the 5 protector masters of the Qin Emperor Kingdom here, we can inflict heavy casualties on any enemy force that lacks a heavenly saint master. If we are dealing with nothing but ordinary soldiers, 200,000 is more than enough." Hearing this, the young general dropped to one knee and said, "General, this subordinate is willing to lead 200,000 troops to hold this fortress." Seeing him kneel, the old general stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Old Chu, leave the defense of this place to me. Once your wounds have healed, take the able-bodied young ones and get out of this city." Hearing the old general's words, the young general cried out, "General!" Seeing him like this, the old general gave him a warm smile. "This old man has lived long enough. What does death matter? If this old man remembers correctly, your child is 3 years old now, isn't he?" Having spoken, he helped the young general to his feet and continued, "If I kept you here, I would have no face left to meet your family." Suddenly, a wounded soldier, one eye bandaged, rushed over to report, "General, someone has arrived, descending from high above the city wall, alongside the emperor of the Pingyang Kingdom." The old general watched the 2 figures land atop the fortress. He couldn't help but think, isn't that the Pingyang protector master? Why is he here? Not daring to dwell on it further, the old general quickly said, "Protector master of the Pingyang Kingdom, I truly did not expect you to come here in person. May I ask what brings you here?" Hearing this, Xiangshan clasped his hands and said, "Old general, do not be alarmed. The king of the Pingyang Kingdom has been captured alive by me. He is nothing more than a prisoner now." The moment these words left his lips, the old general's eyes widened in shock. "What?" The old general stared fixedly at Xiangshan, who stood before him with hands clasped. Unable to believe his ears, he asked again, "The king of the Pingyang Kingdom was captured alive by you?" Xiangshan answered without hesitation, "That is correct." "Have the 5 protector masters of the Qin Emperor Kingdom arrived here yet?" Hearing his question, the old general seemed to realize something. "Your Excellency, could it be that you know the 5 protector masters of the Qin Emperor Kingdom?" Xiangshan did not hide the truth and replied, "I came here together with those 5. Along the way, we split up. They went to aid the Jessom Kingdom first, while I headed for the Pingyang Kingdom." Then, suddenly remembering something, he asked further, "Right, did the Qin Emperor Kingdom's protector masters bring along someone from the Zhangyang residence?" "You mean Zhangyang who?" The old general seemed to be recalling something. His entire body was gravely wounded. The old general continued, "I had his father, Zhangyang Ba, escort him back to the imperial capital ahead of time." But noticing the old general's hesitation, Xiangshan furrowed his brow and pressed, But what? Shortly before that, the old general continued, I received a carrier bird message that the enemy is advancing toward the imperial capital. I fear the Zhangyang father and son may not have made it safely. Having said this, the old general closed his eyes and bowed his head in self-reproach. It is all my fault. Seeing him blame himself, the young general quickly spoke up to console him. General, how can this be your fault? At the time, you were only acting in the best interest of the Zhangyang father and son. Having heard enough, Zhang turned to leave. Glancing back over his shoulder, he said to the old general, Rest easy, old general. With the king of Pingyang in our hands, the northern Pingyang forces will never dare to attack this place again. Hearing his confident declaration, the old general clasped his hands and said, Old Cairo truly thanks you, young brother. Before leaving, Zhang did not forget to ask about the whereabouts of the 5 protector masters. Old general, where did the 5 from the Qin Emperor Kingdom go? Not long ago, the old general immediately replied, I asked them to help defend the western flank of this fortress. Zhang bent down, picked up a map from the ground and said softly, Old general, let me borrow this map for a moment. With that, he shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning. In his mind, he thought as long as he could reach the western fortress quickly and have the 5 protector masters return to reinforce the imperial capital, this crisis would be resolved. In his heart, he kept reassuring himself, Father, big brother, everyone, you must survive. A long while later, Zhang descended upon another fortress. The guards on watch gripped their spears tightly in alarm and shouted, Who goes there? Zhang stood tall, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, I am a man of the Jesum kingdom. I am not your enemy. One soldier, unconvinced, leveled his spear at Zhang and bellowed, Do you have anything to prove your identity? He continued to advance steadily. Just summon any one of the Qin Emperor Kingdom's protector masters. They will vouch for me. But the soldiers remained unconvinced and barked fiercely. How dare you? The protector masters of the Qin Emperor Kingdom are not people that any stray dog or cat like you can meet whenever you please. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out. Hold your weapons. A man rushed over and clasped his hands respectfully before Zhang. This humble cow pays his respects to the protector master. Hearing this, the soldiers who had just been shouting aggressively all bowed low. We're sorry, truly sorry. We truly have eyes but failed to see MT. Tai. Seeing this, Zhang merely waved his hand. It's nothing. Duty calls, I understand. One of the soldiers smiled gratefully. Thank you, honored heroes, for your magnanimity. Zhang then turned to the man who had just arrived and asked, Are you the only one stationed here? Seeing Zhang addressing him, the man answered at once, Sir, there is one other person here. Hearing this, Zhang pressed, Then where are the other 3? The man answered immediately. They heard the other front lines were in dire straits, so they headed to the other camps. Zhang then glanced at the man's bandaged hand and asked, You're wounded. Hearing the inquiry, the man looked down at his injured hand and answered, Sir, there is no need to worry. This humble one has only suffered minor external wounds. It is nothing, truly. Zhang suddenly furrowed his brows and asked in a stern tone, What exactly happened? Were the enemies also heavenly saint masters? The man knitted his brows as well and replied, Sir, there are a total of 5 heavenly saint masters on that side. Old Dong and I barely managed to push all 5 of them back by joining forces. He then buried his face in his hands helplessly and continued, If they had lost even one heavenly saint master, Old Dong and I could have slaughtered all 4 of them. Hearing this, Zhang immediately asked, Where is that national protector master now? The man answered, Old Dong is more severely injured than I am. He is currently resting inside. Zhang tossed a medicine bottle toward him and said, These are Radiant Saint pills 4th grade, if I'm not mistaken. Recover from your wounds as quickly as possible. Then head to the eastern fortress at once to repel the invaders. Upon catching the bottle, the man clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, National Protector Master. As soon as our brothers recover, we will join you in annihilating those 5 heavenly saint masters. Zhang turned away and waved his hand. No need, leave that to me alone. Stunned by his refusal, the man blurted, What, National Protector Master? Surely you don't intend to take on the experts of the Qianlong Kingdom by yourself. Zhang answered softly, Indeed. There are 5 of them over there, though they haven't mastered any heaven-tier battle skills. Those 5 fighting in coordination will prove troublesome. The man tried to explain in alarm, but Zhang simply turned back and placed a steady hand on his shoulder. It's fine, make the most of your time. Besides, the situation on the other 2 fronts may well turn. Before he could finish, a thunderous roar drowned out his words. The heavenly saint master of the Jessun Kingdom, come out and meet your death. The man looked toward the figures in the distant sky and cried out, "It's over. They've arrived." Xiangshan, however, remained eerily calm. He simply said, "How convenient. That saves me the trouble of hunting you down." Under the blazing sun, Xiangshan soared into the air. A verdant green energy swirled around his body. Seeing that he had risen to their altitude, the leader among the group sneered. "Has this brat been scared witless?" Another burst into laughter. "I'd say that's quite likely." A helm-clad man among them merely snorted coldly. "You dare spout such grand words with only yourself." Hearing their mockery, Xiangshan raised his hand and tossed back a single line. "You lot are the ones courting death." With those words, he charged straight at the group with devastating force. "Behold my Saint King shield." One of them formed a shimmering shield and roared. Xiangshan merely swung his arm once, cleaving the shield clean in two. The man could only stare in horror, as the wave of power cleaved straight through his body. The remaining men behind him widened their eyes in shock and cried, "What?" Their faces darkened instantly. One shouted, "Everyone attack together. Be careful, he's wielding a saint weapon. Whatever you do, do not clash head-on." Another answered, "Understood." With that, one of them immediately unleashed his power, not forgetting to throw in a taunt. "Brat, taste my palm." The blazing golden blast of power slammed into Xiangshan dead-on. Just as the attacker was laughing triumphantly, direct hit. Xiangshan had already materialized behind him. Not quite. By the time the man whipped his head around in terror, it was too late. Xiangshan had already unleashed his power once more, and without the slightest hesitation, drove it straight into the man's chest. Before losing consciousness, the man could only stammer, "I am." Impossible. What manner of power is this? Xiangshan flicked his wrist, hurling the man aside, then turned his gaze to the rest. "You're next." One of them trembled in horror, glanced back at his companions, and screamed, "Run." Without waiting another moment, he bolted. Seeing this, Xiangshan extended his hand and asked calmly, "Did I say you could leave?" In the next instant, a devastating blast of power surged forward and slammed into the man's chest. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. The two surviving men immediately dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. "Spare us, Great One. We were wrong. Please spare our lives." But all they received were 3 words, "It's too late." The soldiers atop the city wall, having witnessed the spectacle, could not help but exclaim in awe. The National Protector Master is destined to become a true Saint King in the future. On a crisp morning, 2 men stood before Xiangshan and clasped their hands in grateful respect. "Thank you for the pills, sir. Our wounds have nearly healed." Xiangshan wasted no words. "Good, then I need the 2 of you to head south to the Jessun Kingdom at once." He rose into the air. "As for me, I'll head east and see if anyone else needs aid." Having said his piece, he shot off into the distance. Deep in thought, he murmured to himself earlier, "I sensed that the eastern camp was being attacked by the Finglin Kingdom. If the Finglin Kingdom's forces break through to the inner city, they'll likely cross paths with my father and elder brother." Poring over the map as he flew, Xiangshan steeled his resolve. He had to intercept the Finglin Kingdom's army before they could reach his father and brother. Lost in his thoughts, a sudden explosion erupted from the distance. Xiangshan whipped his head around. Over there, deep within a forest, a group of men had surrounded 2 figures. The leader of the besieging group called out, "Qinhuang Kingdom's national protector, Master, hand over the Jessun Kingdom's old man at once. And we of the Finglin Kingdom shall not make things difficult for you." One of the 2 surrounded men gritted his teeth and declared, "Don't bother. I gave my word to the national protector, Master, that I would protect the people of the Jessun Kingdom. I will not go back on it." Hearing this, the bald leader adopted a helpless expression. "In that case, don't blame me for showing no mercy." The moment the words left his lips, he unleashed an Earth-tier battle skill extinguishing flame slash, and roared, "Die!" Seeing the bald man charging at them with terrifying power, the 2 men stood their ground and shouted defiantly, "I'll fight you to the death." Yet in their hearts one thought echoed, "Forgive us, National Protector Master. We have failed your trust." With those words, the other man unleashed a heaven-tier battle skill water dragon burst. Seeing his opponent begin channeling his power, the bald leader bellowed at his men, "Strike now. Do not let him complete the heaven-tier battle skill." The others obeyed without hesitation and began unleashing their own power. 2 of them shot into the air and converged on the man. Seeing this, the man could only close his eyes and resign himself. "So I perish here," just as the 2 blasts of power bore down upon them. A protective barrier materialized around the 2 men. The group jolted in shock upon seeing the barrier. The 2 who had attacked roared out, "How dare you? Who dares? You dare defy the Finglin Kingdom? You truly have a death wish." One of the men inside the barrier cried out in elation, "It's the National Protector Master." It must be him. He's come to rescue us. You lot are dead. One of the men in the group sneered contemptuously. National Protector? What a joke. He doesn't even dare show his face. No one noticed when Xiangshan had appeared behind them. His voice cut through the air like a blade. Are you talking about me? The two men whipped around simultaneously. A flash of purple light streaked across, and both were cut down in an instant. Only then did Xiangshan glance at the bald man beside him and ask, "Do you know why you're still alive?" The man trembled in terror and stammered, Because of your benevolent heart." Before the man could finish, Xiangshan cut him off. "The reason is the Sai needs someone to deliver a message to the Finglin Kingdom. Tell the Finglin King that if he doesn't want his nation annihilated, he should surrender immediately." He enunciates each word with razor-sharp weight. The moment his words fall, the bald man shoots into the sky, his face ashen with terror. "Understood. This one will relay the message at once." After the man vanishes into the distance, Xiangshan approaches the two remaining figures. "Are you both all right?" "I arrived too late." A golden-haired man clasps his fists and speaks earnestly. "National Protector Master, please do not say such things. To lay down our lives in your service would be our greatest honor." The other man, whose beard and hair trailed down extraordinarily long, also bows with deep reverence. "Esteemed National Protector Master of the Kinwang Kingdom, on behalf of the entire Jesun Kingdom, we offer our deepest gratitude for your aid." Xiangshan gazes at the old man before him. Not long ago, the elders of the academy were existences so far above him that he could only stare up in silent reverence. Yet now, he simply asks, "How are your injuries, sir?" The old man cradles his wounded arm and glances toward Tianla beside him. "This old man's wounds are nothing serious. We should focus on treating National Master Tianla's injuries first." Hearing the old man's words, Xiangshan extends his hand toward Tianla. "Tianla, let me examine your wounds." Tianla immediately clasps his fists and bows his head. "Yes, my lord." The moment he lays eyes on Tianla's injuries, Xiangshan is shaken to the core. How can the wounds be this severe? How has he held on until now? Without hesitation, Xiangshan produces a vial of medicine and presses it into Tianla's hands. "Tianla, consume several radiant spirit pills at once to stabilize your vital meridians." Tianla answers with a single reverent word, "Yes." After that, Xiangshan turns to the old man. "Elder, are there any radiant saint masters in the nearby army? My companion requires healing." The old man bows respectfully. "Please follow me, sir. The main base of our Jesun Kingdom's army is just over there." As it happens, the radiant saint master of our Jesun Kingdom is stationed there as well. The moment the old man finishes, Xiangshan replies without hesitation, "Very well, lead the way." By the time they reach the gates of the base, the sun hangs at high noon, its light blazing down mercilessly. As the three approach the gate, two soldiers spot them and cry out in relief. "Commander Gali, thank the heavens you've returned safely." Without delay, Gali introduces Xiangshan and his companion. "These are the National Protector Master and a National Master of the Kinwang Kingdom. Were it not for their aid, I would not have returned alive." He then asks, "Is General Liu still in the barracks?" A soldier replies immediately, "The general is in the barracks. Allow me to escort you." Inside a command tent, a general thunders orders at the soldiers before him. "Compile the casualty figures at once." The soldiers snap to attention and obey without hesitation. When the three enter, the general's stern face breaks into relief. "Elder Gali, thank heavens you are unharmed." Elder Gali wastes no words on pleasantries and cuts straight to the matter. "General Liu, where is the Radiant Saint Master stationed with the army?" The National Master of the Kinwang Kingdom has sustained grievous injuries and requires immediate treatment. General Liu immediately turns to the soldier beside him. "Escort the Kinwang Kingdom's National Master to the healers at once." The soldier salutes crisply, "Yes, sir." Once the order is given, General Liu turns to Elder Gali with a grave expression. "Elder, did you manage to retrieve the battle formation map from the front lines?" Without a word, Elder Gali produces the document. "Here it is, General. Please have a look." The general unrolls the map and his face twists with raw fury. "Those bastards, they actually dare this. This is nothing less than a plan to annihilate the entire Jesun Kingdom." Seeing his rage, Xiangshan speaks up calmly. "General Liu, what has happened? Explain it to me." The general grinds his teeth. "The Kyankun Kingdom has entered the war. The Jesun Kingdom no longer faces a siege of 4 nations, it now faces a combined assault from 5. Hearing this, Xiangshan furrows his brow in deep contemplation. "Kyankun Kingdom, Ganyun is it? If you insist on courting death, then do not blame what follows." At a certain inn, Xiangshan steps through the entrance. A waiter rushes over with an eager grin. "Welcome, honored guest. Are you here to rest? Or perhaps to dine?" Xiangshan wastes no words. He drops a handful of silver into the waiter's hands. "Give us a room, then bring out your finest dishes." The sight of silver makes the waiter's grin widen even further. He snatches the money eagerly. "Right away, please come inside." After being led to a table and seated, Xiangshan watches the waiter tidy the area and smiles. "Hey, young man, you remind me very much of an old friend of mine. What's your name?" The waiter keeps his warm smile, slings the towel over his shoulder, and laughs. "Young master, you'll scare this humble one to death. My name is Kendikun. How could a lowly servant like me ever count a nobleman such as yourself as a friend?" The instant he hears the waiter's name, a flicker of shock passes through Xiangshan's eyes. "Kendikun, could it be?" After a brief while, the dishes are brought out. The waiter named Kendikun sets each plate down and introduces them one by one. "Honored guest, these are our house specialties. Please try them and see if they suit your palate." After a long silence, Xiangshan suddenly asks, "Waiter, is this shop yours, or does it belong to someone else?" Kendikun makes no attempt to hide the truth. While continuing to tidy up, he answers honestly, "This shop belongs to my family. My father went hunting in the mountains several years ago, and we haven't heard from him since. To find him, my mother opened this inn, hoping that among all the travelers passing through, someone might have seen my father." Hearing this, Xiangshan's brow furrows slightly. He presses on. "What is his name? What does he look like? Tell me everything. Who knows, I may have crossed paths with him before." "His name is Kendebao. He's tall and powerfully built, with a prominent scar on his shoulder right here. It was caused by a mischievous boy back when he was young." Kendikun turns his head slightly, pointing to the scar's location on his own shoulder as he speaks. The moment these words leave his lips, certainty crystallizes in Xiangshan's mind. That's right, he is indeed a member of Uncle Debao's family. Xiangshan recalls the kindness Uncle Debao once showed him, and makes a silent, ironclad vow. Uncle Debao had sacrificed his life to magical beasts while protecting him. Now it falls to him to repay that debt to his family. After a long silence, Xiangshan turns to Kendikun, who is still tidying nearby. "Waiter, you," just as he is about to speak. A shout erupts from the doorway. "Oi, shopkeeper! Your brothers are here to collect the protection money." A group of men swagger in, loud and menacing, their voices dripping with arrogance. Kendikun recognizes them immediately and shrinks back, fumbling to produce the silver. "Sirs, the payment for you gentlemen has been prepared." The leader of the group snatches the pouch of silver and weighs it in his hand. After checking the amount, the man's expression darkens. He rounds on Kendikun without a second word. "You think you can play me for a fool, brat?" Seeing the man's fury, Kendikun breaks into a cold sweat. He rubs his hands together nervously and forces a smile. "Young master, what do you mean? This humble one wouldn't it? How would I ever dare, sir?" His words only enrage the thug further. The man lunges forward, seizes Kendikun by the collar, and hoists him clean off the ground. "Listen here, you little rat. The protection fee for our Yangji sect is 3 taels of silver per month. This is nothing but mockery." Hauled into the air without warning, Kendikun's face drains of all color. "Sirs, please, the Jessun kingdom is at war. Business at this little shop has been terrible, and just a few days ago my mother fell ill. Every last coin we have is in that pouch." Having no patience for Kendikun's pleas, the thug drives his knee into the boy's gut with brutal force. "I don't give a damn. No money, and I'll beat you to death." Hearing the commotion from below, Kendikun's frail, ailing mother descends the stairs and cries out, "Please, sirs, stop." Seeing her son doubled over in agony, kneeling on the ground, she rushes to his side. "Sir, this old woman will give you everything she has left. Please spare my son and me." Seeing his mother pull out the last of her meager savings, Kendikun grits his teeth against the pain and shouts, "Mother, no. That money is for your medicine. Without it, your illness." Seeing her son in such agony, yet still worrying only for her, the old woman sits down and cradles him in her arms, stroking his hair gently. "My child, this old woman has lived long enough. I know my own body. This pittance cannot save my life, but it can save yours." Hearing this, Kendikun can only let out a helpless, anguished cry. Mother, witnessing this heartrending scene of motherly devotion, the thug only sneers. "Damn it all, we're just collecting your chump change. Hand over the money now." Suddenly, a calm, indifferent voice drifts from behind him. "If I were you, I would not touch that money." The thug whips his head around. "Who the hell are you, brat?" Xiangshan merely sips his tea with half-lidded eyes, his expression utterly indifferent. "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is this: if I am displeased today, none of you 3 will leave this place alive." "Outside where?" The other 2 who came with him heard this and aggressively raised their fists. charging toward Xiangshan were they courting death. In a single flick of his wrist, Xiangshan hurled a pair of chopsticks at the two. The chopsticks separated midair, each one piercing clean through a body. All that remained were their wretched screams. He watched as the two companions who had come with him met their end. He immediately collapsed to the ground in horror, stammering, "Yao you dare attack people of our Yangji sect?" Xiangshan's expression remained unchanged. He pulled out another pair of chopsticks and warned, "I'll give you 3 breaths. Amuse me. If you fail, you'll be the next to die." Seeing Xiangshan draw out the chopsticks, the man almost knew what came next. He instantly dropped to his knees and kowtowed like a chicken pecking rice, begging for his life. "I was wrong, I was wrong. I'll never dare collect money from this shop again. All the money that was extorted before will be returned in full. Please don't kill me. I know I was wrong." He kowtowed until silver coins clattered to the ground. Xiangshan didn't even spare him a glance. He silently lowered his eyes to the teacup in his hand, then parted his lips slightly and spoke, "Not enough, tell me more." Seeing that his words still hadn't satisfied the man before him, the scoundrel immediately continued, "Starting from today, I'll send money to this shop every month, each time a generous sum. This is a 5th-grade radiant spirit pill. It can absolutely cure the shop owner." Saying that, he fumbled a medicine bottle out in terror. Only then did Xiangshan feel it was sufficient. "Drag those 2 lackeys of yours out of here. I want a rest." Seeing that the other party had spared his life, the man had no desire to linger. He quickly replied, "Yes, yes, yes, thank you, my lord." After the scoundrel departed, Xiangshan picked up the medicine bottle and presented it before Kind Dekun, speaking gently, "My friend, I told Yao you truly looked just like someone I once knew." When darkness fell at the Yangji sect, the red-haired man who had gone to collect protection money at the guest house that morning had fled back to his sect to lodge a complaint. "Master, we beg you please seek justice for us." The old man, addressed it as Master, furrowed his brow and questioned him. "Xiang, what exactly happened? How did your 2 junior brothers die?" Hearing this, the man hurriedly lodged his complaint. "Master, there is someone who doesn't take our Yangji sect seriously at all." He recalled and recounted the events. "Master, your disciple and 2 junior brothers descended the mountain to an eatery, where we encountered a mysterious expert. The mysterious expert learned that we all came from the Yangji sect, so he attacked the 3 of us without uttering a single word. After killing the 2 junior brothers, he not only insulted the Yangji sect, even cursed you, Master, calling you a good-for-nothing." After hearing the man's account, the old man's face turned black with fury. He roared, "Insolent! Who in Kainkun Kingdom dares to be so arrogant?" Seizing the opportunity, the man added, "Master, you must avenge the 2 junior brothers." The old man produced a talisman, crushed it in his palm, and called out, "Zhu Qing, this sect master has orders." The instant the words left his mouth, a green-haired man appeared from behind, cupping his hands respectfully. "Sect master, what are your orders?" The old man wasted no breath. "Follow Xiang down the mountain, find that mysterious expert and have a word with him." After receiving the old man's orders, the green-haired man acknowledged softly, "Understood." Before the man departed, the old man added one final instruction. "The Emperor is coming to discuss matters with me. I expect a satisfactory result by the time I return from the Imperial Palace." The green-haired man bowed his head, acknowledged again, and took his leave. Elsewhere, Xiangshan stood atop a rooftop, gazing down at the Imperial Palace of Kainkun Kingdom. "So this is the place." The guards below spotted him, and immediately cried out in alarm. "Above, there's someone up there, isn't that a peak-level heavenly saint master? He's here to attack the Imperial Palace. Quick, go inform the National Protector Master." A torrent of fire cascaded down from above, sweeping across the Imperial City and surging toward the soldiers like a tidal wave. The sea of flames devoured the screaming soldiers inch by agonizing inch. As Xiangshan held his flaming sword, gazing down upon the burning Imperial City, a voice sounded from behind. "Your Excellency, who are you? Why have you come to assault the Imperial Palace of our Kainkun Kingdom?" He turned his head directly toward the old National Protector Master of Kainkun Kingdom and replied, "Because Kainkun Kingdom is deserving of death. Tell Gan Yun to crawl out here before me." Seeing the man dare to invoke the Emperor's personal name, the old man erupted in fury. "Insolent! How dare you address His Majesty by his given name?" Saying that, the old man channeled his power, readying himself to charge at Xiangshan. Seeing this, Xiangshan too began to gather his strength. With a single casual lift of his hand, Xiangshan effortlessly severed both arms of the National Protector Master. As the old man plummeted in despair, he could only choke out one final line to think. He is this powerful. After dispatching the first obstacle, Xiangshan turned his gaze toward the imperial palace and declared, Gan Yun, from this day forward, every breath you take I will kill one person. I will not stop until not a single soul remains in your Kaiankun kingdom, if you refuse to come out. Inside the great hall, the emperor of Kaiankun kingdom sat in silence upon his throne, a eunuch at his side making his report. The emperor closed his eyes and reproached himself. This is all my fault. Had I not dragged the kingdom into those vassal state alliances, my Kaiankun kingdom would never have drawn the attention of this star of calamity. The eunuch beside him saw the emperor blaming himself, and couldn't bear not to console him. Your Majesty, this old servant has already dispatched someone to invite the sect master of the Yangji sect to provide protection. Once he arrives, we need not fear anything. The emperor, his expression weary, raised his hand to cut the eunuch off. Forget about revenge. This matter began with me, so let me be the one to end it. A moment later, he and the old eunuch stepped outside to face Xiangshan. Your Excellency, it has been far too long. Xiangshan had no desire for pleasantries. He spoke bluntly, Gan Yun, do you still remember what you said to me? That day, I vowed I would trample your Kaiankun kingdom into dust and slaughter every last one of you. As he spoke, he raised the flaming sword in his hand toward the emperor. His brow furrowed, and he declared in a resounding voice, Now I have come to fulfill that promise. Seeing him show such brazen disrespect before the emperor, the old eunuch could no longer hold back. Insolent, how dare you show such disrespect to his majesty? Before the eunuch could finish, the emperor of Kaiankun kingdom raised his hand for silence, then looked at Xiangshan and said, Your Excellency, joining the war against the Jessun kingdom was my mistake alone. I beg your Excellency to spare the innocent commoners of Kaiankun kingdom. Hearing this, Xiangshan burst into laughter. How wonderful, what a fine phrase, innocent commoners. Then his face darkened as he retorted, Then what about the soldiers of our Jessun kingdom who died on the battlefield? Were they not innocent? The emperor, knowing he had no leg to stand on, attempted to mediate. Kaiankun kingdom is willing to compensate the families of the fallen soldiers of Jessun kingdom. But Xiangshan refused to accept such terms. He began channeling his power. You think compensation alone can settle this? How utterly naive. Today, I will reduce the imperial palace of Kaiankun kingdom to rubble. Let this be a warning to all of you. Saying that, he waved his hand, sending a torrent of flames surging forward. At that very instant, a surge of power appeared from nowhere and intercepted the flames. From afar, the sect master of the Yangji sect had arrived. Where did this brat crawl out from, daring to come here and destroy the imperial palace of our Kaiankun kingdom? Seeing the sect master of the Yangji sect had arrived, the old eunuch behind the emperor laughed gleefully. Brat, you're dead for sure. The sect master of the Yangji sect is a fifth cycle heavenly saint master. Seeing the eunuch's smug expression, Xiangshan found it laughable. If you believe a mere fifth cycle heavenly saint master can save your kingdom from annihilation, then I must say you are far too optimistic. Xiangshan's complete lack of fear, the challenge burning in his eyes, sent a chill through the emperor of Kaiankun kingdom's heart. What, from this brat's tone, could it be that he can defeat a fifth cycle heavenly saint master? Xiangshan then turned to the old sect master and issued his final warning. I'll give you one more chance. Either get lost or die. Hearing such words from a brat still wet behind the ears, the old sect master threw his head back and laughed. It has been far too long since anyone dared speak to me this way, because every last one who dared speak to me like that is already dead. Saying that, he shot toward Xiangshan at blinding speed. He drew his sword and unleashed the heaven-tier battle skill myriad sword chi of the heavens roaring. Brat, meet your death. Thousands of sword blades surged straight ahead. Xiangshan showed not the slightest sign of retreating. He gathered his energy and unleashed the heaven-tier battle skill-fierce gale, palm-sweeping away every last sword blade launched by the old sect master. Seeing his technique so effortlessly neutralized, the old man's face twisted in utter disbelief. What? In the blink of an eye, Xiangshan had already materialized behind him. He asked, This is the power of a fifth cycle heavenly saint master. Without another word, he drove a palm into the old sect master's back. Instantly, the old sect master was sent hurtling dozens of meters through the air. After regaining his composure, the old man turned back to look at Xiangshan, his mind reeling. How is this brat so fast? Just as he was about to unleash his power once more, a voice rang out, stopping him cold. When the old sect master turned toward the source of the voice, he recognized it as none other than the old emperor himself. He cried out in disbelief, Your Majesty. The emperor could only clutch his head in despair. Cease your futile sacrifices. All of this stems from my own greed. let me end it all myself. He then turned to Xiangshan. Esteemed Lord, I know you have come here on account of the Jesun Kingdom. From this day forth, the Kaiyan Kingdom shall never again meddle in the affairs of the Jesun Kingdom. I beseech Yao show mercy and spare them. Can you do that? Hearing this, Xiangshan furrowed his brow and retorted, Only when death looms do you know regret. How can there be such a convenient thing in this world? He could only close his eyes and sigh, as though steeling himself for an agonizing decision. My lord, I am willing to trade the treasure map to the Saint King's cave dwelling in exchange for peace for my Kaiyan Kingdom. Hearing the old emperor's offer, Xiangshan could not help but weigh it carefully in his heart. The Saint King's cave dwelling surely contained a king's pilaf. Those youngsters could help him refine it. His strength would advance yet another step. After deliberating, he agreed. Very well, I accept your terms. Thank you, my lord. With that, he produced the map from his spatial storage. Xiangshan took the map and immediately unfurled it to inspect. After confirming there were no issues, he stowed the map away in his own spatial storage and spoke. Since you have paid this price, I shall no longer pursue your crimes against the Kaiyan Kingdom. But if you dare raise your armies against my Jesun Kingdom again, I will annihilate your Kaiyan Kingdom without mercy. Having spoken without so much as a farewell, he soared into the sky and vanished. The instant Xiangshan disappeared from sight, the old emperor's expression shifted dramatically. The old eunuch behind him noticed and asked with concern, Your Majesty, are you all right? The emperor merely gave a brief reply before issuing a quiet command. I am fine. Go do something for me. The old eunuch said nothing, silently awaiting his orders. Please command me, Your Majesty. Spread copies of this Saint King's cave-dwelling treasure map to all the great clans and noble families. As he issued the order, he produced multiple copies of the map and handed them to the old eunuch. Then he continued, I will make that wretched cur suffer torment after torment at the hands of those great clans until he is ground to dust. The old eunuch accepted the maps and responded with a single word, understood. He then turned to check on the old sect master. Sect master, are you all right? Seeing the emperor showing concern for him, the old man bowed respectfully. This old man thanks your majesty for your concern. I have sustained only minor injuries. He then furrowed his brow and pleaded with the emperor. Your majesty, I beg you to punish this old man, for I have failed to protect your majesty, forcing you to surrender something so precious. Seeing the old sect master still blaming himself, the emperor stepped forward to console him. Sect master, what are you saying? Without your Yangji sect, how could our Kaiyan Kingdom ever have carved out its place on this continent? Hearing this, the old man thanked the emperor. Your majesty is too gracious. I am grateful for your forgiveness. In another place, Xiangshan flew back toward the inn with a secret joy in his heart. He thought that yesterday there had been no time to tell Kang Dekun about his father. Today, he had to tell him and see whether he would be willing to follow him back to the Jesun Kingdom. If not, he would at least leave him a sum of money. Just as he finished the thought, he arrived. He descended to find the inn eerily silent, devoid of a single soul. A foreboding premonition seized Xiangshan. He rushed forward, threw open the door, and called out loudly, Kun Kun! But before him lay only a scene of utter devastation, scattered pools of blood, and Kang Dekun, trembling on the ground. He clutched his mother in his arms, weeping without cease. Mother, mother, please wake up, mother. The sight drove Xiangshan into a blind fury. Seeing Kang Dekun trembling on the ground, Xiangshan cautiously approached and asked, Kun, what happened? Hearing that familiar voice, Kang Dekun looked up and blurted out, Great hero, please save my mother. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiangshan sat down, produced a pill, and pressed it into his hands. Give her this medicine now. Kang Dekun wasted not a single instant. He swiftly took the pill and administered it to his mother. While Kang Dekun tended to his mother, Xiangshan seized her wrist to take her pulse. The instant he sensed her pulse, his brow furrowed deeply. These injuries were inflicted by a heavenly saint master. To confirm his suspicion, Xiangshan asked Kang Dekun, Kun, I only stepped out for a moment, what happened? Hearing this, Kang Dekun gently laid his mother down and spoke through gritted teeth. It was those beasts from the Yangji sect. Hearing that familiar name once more, Xiangshan's eyes widened in astonishment. The Yangji sect. Having spoken, Kang Dekun turned and grabbed Xiangshan, tears streaming down his face. Great hero. My mother won't die, will she? Seeing his terror, Xiangshan grasped his hand and offered a reassuring smile. Rest easy. Your mother has taken the radiant spirit pill. Her life is no longer in danger. Once your mother wakes, I will use the radiant saint power to heal her fully. She will surely enjoy a long life. Hearing this, Kang Dekun immediately kowtowed, thanking him profusely. Thank you, great hero, thank you. Seeing this, Xiangshan rushed to help him to his feet. Kun, there is no need to worry about your mother anymore. Now calm yourself and tell me everything that happened. Kang Dekun recounted dejectedly the group from the Yangji sect that the great hero had driven away not long ago had returned, bringing someone called Martial Uncle Chu to seek revenge. But they did not expect him to have already left the inn. Frustrated, they began to ransack and destroy the shop's furnishings. His mother tried to intervene, but they beat her savagely. The more he recalled that sight, the more his veins bulged with fury, and he cursed through clenched teeth. Those Yangji sect beasts. Once my mother recovers, I will set foot upon the path of cultivation and I swear I will have my revenge. Seeing his fury, Xiangshan patted his shoulder with a smile. There is no need for that. I will take you to exact your vengeance right now. As it happens, I have business with their sect master as well. Having spoken, Xiangshan immediately closed his eyes and deployed a divine technique to locate their positions. Suddenly, a hazy vision materialized before him. Found them. The image revealed 3 members of the Yangji sect seated around a stone table, laughing and chatting merrily. As nightfall descended, Xiangshan and Kang Dekun arrived at an inn to rent a room. The innkeeper rushed over to greet them warmly. "Esteemed guest, are you here to rest or perhaps to dine?" Xiangshan did not hesitate. He tossed a gold ingot to the innkeeper and commanded, "Fetch me 10 barrels of water and deliver them to the back courtyard of the Yangji sect." The innkeeper's eyes gleamed at the sight of gold. Thank you, my lord, I'll see to it at once." Before long, Xiangshan had brought Kang Dekun to the back courtyard of the Yangji sect. 2 guards spotted their approach and immediately stepped forward to block their path. "Your Excellency, this is the territory of our Yangji sect. No one may enter without invitation." Xiangshan simply swept his hand through the air toward the guards. In the next instant, both crumpled to the ground. Xiangshan's expression did not waver. He strode forward without pause. Noticing Kang Dekun's fear, he spoke to reassure him. "Kun, do not be afraid. With me here, no one in the Yangji sect can lay a finger on you." Hearing his assurance, Kang Dekun replied with relief. "Yes, great hero." Moments later, they arrived at the spot where the 3 Yangji sect members sat. Seeing someone approach, the red-haired one whipped around and bellowed, "How dare who dares?" But before he could finish, he recognized who stood before him and cried out in terror, "It's you." A fellow disciple beside him, seeing his senior brother recognize Xiangshan, asked, "Senior brother, do you know this person?" The red-haired man answered numbly, "He is the one who killed our 2 junior brothers." Hearing his answer, the fellow disciple exclaimed in shock. "What?" Xiangshan cast a cold, piercing gaze upon them and spoke, "Quickly, summon the one you call Martial Uncle Chu. Out here now." The other disciple, seeing him dare speak with such arrogance, roared in fury, "Insolent fool! Who do you think you are? How dare you utter such words?" Xiangshan said nothing. He silently gathered his energy, then flicked his finger forward. A sharp beam of energy pierced clean through the disciple's throat. He did not even have time to stammer a word. Clutching his throat, he gurgled, "Why you?" before collapsing at the red-haired man's feet, sending him stumbling backward in sheer terror. Xiangshan fixed him with an impatient, warning gaze. "I will say it once more, summon your Martial Uncle Chu, now, and I will grant you a swift death." The red-haired man threw himself to the ground before Xiangshan. "Spare me. No, don't kill me. Spare me, please." He stares at the man coldly, his fists clenched tight. Xiangshan gazes at him. Crimson sword chi materializes in his hand. "Did you hear what I said clearly?" Xiangshan swings his arm to strike the red-haired man, who stumbles backward in terror. The crimson sword chi converges into a needle-sharp point, aiming to pierce through his forehead, but a blue barrier blocks the blow. His eyes bulge wide with sheer terror. From behind the barrier, he squeezes his eyes shut and screams for help. "Uncle Chu, save me." Xiangshan glances toward the figure lurking in the shadows of the 2nd floor. The figure demands, "Who are you, your excellency? Why have you come to our Yangji sect in the dead of night, slaughtering our people at will?" Xiangshan casually lets the sword chi in his hand dissipate. He looks at the man and says, "That is precisely the question I should be asking you." The green-haired man peers down from the 2nd floor. "What exactly do you mean?" Xiangshan stands coldly before the golden-robed youth and declares, "Half a double hour ago, why did your Yangji sect barge into someone else's inn and slaughter people at will?" The green-haired man sneers contemptuously. "So your excellency has come on behalf of this little fellow here." He continues, "I hope your excellency understands our Yangji sect is the foremost faction of the Kaiyankun kingdom. Not just anyone can afford to offend us." The green-haired man gazes down at Xiangshan with icy contempt. "If your excellency insists on standing up for this lowly commoner, then do not blame our Yangji sect for failing to show due hospitality." Xiangshan furrows his brow and replies, I will say only one thing. If your Yangji sect does not wish to be annihilated down to the last man, then I advise you to crawl down here, kneel before Kond Kun, and compensate him. Enraged by these words, Azure Sword Chi surges into his hand. He roars, "Insolent brat! You know neither the height of the heavens nor the depth of the earth." The green-haired man charges forward, lunging at Xiangshan. "Let me see just what sort of skills you possess." Xiangshan raises his hand, pressing his thumb against his middle finger. A crimson glow radiates outward. He flips his palm over and flicks his middle finger. A beam of crimson light erupts forth, striking the charging green-haired man dead center. The blow sends him hurtling backward. His back slams into the floor and he coughs up a mouthful of blood. He clutches his bleeding wound, his voice trembling with fear. How can your cultivation be this powerful? I am already a third-cycle heavenly saint master." Xiangshan sneers coldly. "Third-cycle cultivators like you? I've already killed several." The green-haired man's eyes widen in abject horror. "What? This brat has already slain third-cycle experts." Then by his own words, his strength must have at least reached the fifth cycle. He immediately drops to his knees and kowtows before Xiangshan. "My lord, please spare me. I was merely acting under orders." Xiangshan looks down at him. "Acting under orders? You are a heavenly saint master, yet you take commands from an earth saint master." He squeezes his eyes shut and shouts, "No, I was following the direct orders of our sect master, Ha Shan." Xiangshan stares down at him icily. "Your sect master? Why would he want to trouble Kond Kun's family?" The green-haired man raises his head with a trembling gaze. "Because someone killed a disciple of the Yangji sect." Xiangshan finally pieces the matter together. "So when you couldn't find me, you vented your fury on his ailing mother and Kond Kun instead." The green-haired man's eyes go wide. Sweat pours down his face as he begs for his life. "My lord, I know my wrongs. Please, I beg you, spare my life." Xiangshan replies with chilling calm. "You do not know your wrongs. You only know that you are about to die." Xiangshan wastes no more words on them. Twin beams of crimson light gather in his hand. He presses his index and middle fingers together and flicks his wrist. The two crimson beams pierce through their bodies simultaneously, striking their vital points. The green-haired man barely manages a scream. No, before he collapses lifeless on the spot, alongside the red-haired man. Xiangshan turns around and pats Kond Kun on the shoulder. "Come, let us go check on your mother. She must have awakened by now." Kond Kun watches his retreating figure and replies with heartfelt gratitude. Yes, of course." The next morning, inside the inn room, Kond Kun stands joyfully beside his mother's bed. "Mother, you're all right now? This is truly wonderful." He reaches out to help her sit up. Xiangshan sits by the tea table. Kond Kun's mother reaches out and gently strokes his head. "My dear son," she says softly, "I've caused you such worry." She then sits up and turns to Xiangshan. "Benefactor, I am forever grateful for saving the lives of this old woman and her son." Xiangshan turns to face Kond Kun's mother. Xiangshan rises and clasps his fists in a respectful salute to Kond Kun's mother. "Madam, please do not stand on ceremony. This is merely what this humble one ought to do. We cannot allow the two of you to remain here any longer." Xiangshan thinks to himself, "I must repay the life-saving grace of Uncle Kond Bao." After a moment of contemplation, he speaks, "Madam, do you and your son have any plans for the future?" Hearing Xiangshan's question, Kond Kun's mother gazes at him with a look laden with sorrow. "I intend to take Kunner away from the Kyankun kingdom." Hearing his mother's words, Kond Kun exclaims anxiously, "Mother, aren't we going to stay here and wait for news of father?" She closes her eyes and replies with heavy sorrow, "Your father has had no word for so many years. I fear something terrible may have befallen him." She reaches out and strokes her son's head. "I had wanted to build some small fortune for you here, to watch you marry and have children of your own. That way, when this life ends, I would at least be able to face your father with my head held high." She pauses briefly, then continues, "But the Yangji sect is not only powerful with many members, they also have ties to the imperial family of the Kyankun kingdom. If we stay here, the Yangji sect will surely come after us. Mother does not want to see those people from the Yangji sect bully you ever again." She pulls her son into her arms as she speaks. Mother and son hold each other, weeping bitterly. Kond Kun seems to have steeled his resolve. With a choked voice, he says to his mother, "Very well, mother. I will follow you back to our homeland and care for you from now on." Listening to the exchange brimming with love between mother and son, Xiangshan thinks to himself, "I cannot let them travel alone. Otherwise, how could I ever repay the kindness of Uncle Kond Bao?" Having made up his mind, he addresses Kond Kun, "Young master, bring your mother and come with me to the Jessun kingdom." Hearing his proposal, Kand Kun's mother speaks up to refuse on her son's behalf. Benefactor, for all that you have done for this old woman, my gratitude is boundless. But the Yangji sect is far too powerful. It would not be worth making enemies of them for our sakes. Xiangshan knows she fears dragging him into danger. He realizes he can no longer conceal the truth. Raising a hand to silence her, he says, "Very well, I will be frank with you all. It was Uncle Kand Bao himself who sent me to bring the two of you away." Hearing his father's name, Kand Kun turns around at once. "Hero, do you know my father?" But seeing Kand Kun's mother's fragile state of health, Xiangshan does not dare reveal the full truth. He can only steel his resolve silently. "I will wait until the madam has recovered, before telling them that uncle has already passed on." He then quickly replies, "He has accepted a mission of great importance. That is precisely why he asked me to escort the two of you to the Jesun kingdom, to enjoy a life of comfort." Xiangshan gently pats Kand Kun's shoulder. "As for the matter of your uncle, we will speak of it in due time. First, focus on helping your mother regain her strength." Kand Kun happily replies, "Very well, thank you, hero." Once all that needs to be said is said, Xiangshan adds a final instruction: "Tomorrow, I will take you and the madam to the Yangji sect to demand an explanation. For today, both of you should rest well." Hearing his words, Kand Kun's mother ponders silently. Demand an explanation. What does he mean by that? Could it be that this young hero has connections to the imperial family of the Kaiyankun kingdom? Elsewhere within the imperial palace of the Kaiyankun kingdom, a sharp cry pierces the stillness of the deep night. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." An elderly eunuch rushes in from outside the hall, his report frantic and breathless. Something has happened at the Yangji sect. Hearing the Yangji sect mentioned, the aged emperor's expression turns severe. "What about the Yangji sect?" The old eunuch, sweat streaming down his forehead, hurriedly continues his report. "Your Majesty, last night Chu Qing and the others from the Yangji sect were all slaughtered at the inn. Not one of the 50 Yangji sect disciples survived." Hearing this, the aged emperor furrows his brow and slams his fist on the table, rising to his feet. "Damn it all! Who dares commit such a brazen act?" The old eunuch, his face pale with dread, stammers his reply, according to the Bureau of Investigation. "It was most likely the mysterious powerhouse who destroyed the palace 2 nights ago." Hearing that it was the same brash young man from the previous night, the old emperor cannot believe his ears. "What?" He points at the eunuch and nearly roars, "Do you know the reason?" Seeing the emperor's fury, the eunuch dares not delay a moment longer and rushes to report. "Your Majesty, it is said that the Yangji sect members struck first. They were the ones who attacked and beat the inn's people. That inn apparently has a very close relationship with the mysterious powerhouse residing there." Hearing that the Yangji sect was at fault for striking first, the emperor slowly sits back down and snorts coldly. "So it was the Yangji sect who threw the first punch. Then it's of no consequence." Seeing the emperor's reaction, the old eunuch cautiously inquires, "Your Majesty, shall we still involve ourselves in this matter?" The aged emperor waves his hand dismissively, unwilling to entangle himself. "Leave it be. Inform the sect master of the Yangji sect that this matter is of their own making. It has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, the old eunuch is momentarily stunned, but he can only acknowledge the order. The next morning at the Yangji sect, the inn's attendant kneels in the center of the grand hall, trembling before the furious sect master who bellows with rage. "Speak! Who dares lay such vicious hands on the disciples of my Yangji sect?" The attendant, his face twisted in terror, hastens to explain, "My lord, this lowly one truly does not know that gentleman's name." The old sect master's rage is so intense that veins bulge across his face. He raises his blazing fist and snarls, "If you won't speak, then I'll find out for myself." The moment his words fall, the scarlet blaze slams into the attendant's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Fingers of fire spread across his entire body. Amid his terrified screams, the flames suddenly surge upward, and within them, the image of Xiangshan takes shape. Then the flames slowly recede. Upon seeing who it was, the old sect master's eyes nearly rolled back into his skull as he screamed, What? How is this possible?" Outside the sect gates, Xiangshan had brought Kang Dekun's mother and son to the Yangji sect as promised. Only when they stood before the gates did Kang Dekun feel the terror creep in. "Great hero, perhaps we shouldn't go in after all," he stammered. Seeing the man trembling with fear, Xiangshan turned slightly and reassured them. "Grandson, rest easy. With me here, no one will lay a finger on either of you." The moment the 3 of them stepped forward, the guards stationed at the gate bellowed at them to halt. "Halt! Who dares approach?" Xiangshan merely fixed his dark, cold gaze upon the Yangji sect disciples before him and spoke through gritted teeth. Today, I have come to the Yangji sect for one Thingan explanation. The guards burst into raucous laughter, as though they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Have you gone mad? You dare come to our Yangji sect and cause trouble? Are you courting death? Without another word, Xiangshan summoned his flame sword and roared. Yangji sect, receive my blade. High above, a blazing, white-hot object materialized in the sky and hurtled downward. Below, several disciples spotted it and shrieked in panic. No, the unidentified object plummeted with devastating, earth-shaking force. The two guards who had confronted them moments ago were engulfed by the inferno, screaming as flames consumed them. Down below, the young man with slanted bangs looked up in excitement at his mother. Mother, this great hero is truly formidable. What kind of relationship does he have with father? The mother gazed upward and murmured, the fact that he would go this far to help us must share a deep bond with your father. Meanwhile, Xiangshan hovered in midair, his eyes radiating an oppressive killing intent as he spoke. Since you've already shown yourself, then stop skulking in the shadows. A white-haired elder standing below cried out in shock. Your Excellency, why would you go back on your word? Xiangshan's brow furrowed slightly. He retorted bluntly, when exactly did I break my word? The white-haired elder trembled with fury, flames practically burning in his eyes as he repeated Xiangshan's own words back at him. If you offer sufficient compensation, then I shall no longer pursue the crimes the Kaienkan kingdom committed in the past. Then the elder pressed on. A few days ago, you swore to His Majesty of Kaienkan kingdom that you would trouble us no more. Have you forgotten already? Xiangshan's eyes turned razor-sharp as he met the elder's gaze and replied, at the time, I also said, as long as your people don't provoke me, I won't cause you any trouble. He then searched his memory and continued, but it seems your Yangji sect refused to heed my warning at all. Xiangshan then descended in a series of powerful strikes upon those below. Yesterday, your Yangji sect's people destroyed the inn belonging to my old friend's son, then critically wounded his mother. Had I not returned in time, the old woman would already be dead. Hearing this, the long-haired elder's expression darkened. What end? A heartbeat later, guilt flashed across his face. He thought inwardly, could it be from that task he assigned to the disciples last night? A young disciple with slanted bangs stepped forward and bowed. Sect Master, do you have any orders? The white-haired elder spoke. Go with Chiang and find that mysterious expert. Try to negotiate. After a moment of thought, the elder panicked and cried out, wait, thighs is all a misunderstanding. Up above, Xiangshan's eyes blazed with fury as he drew his weapon and declared, spare me your excuses. If a grudge goes unavenged, my heart knows no peace. Today, I will wash away this debt with the blood of your Yangji sect blood for the sake of my old friend's kin. After that, he launched a devastating assault directly at his opponent. Below, the white-haired elder was no pushover, unleashed an earth-tier battle technique of the water element water dragon slash. The two forces collided in a thunderous explosion. Xiangshan's eyes brimmed with murderous killing intent as he spoke. Let us see whether your water extinguishes my fire, or whether my fire evaporates your water into nothing. He raises his hand high, cold and composed, preparing to unleash his technique. A massive flame erupts, and in the next instant it transforms into a colossal fireball. The blazing sphere of crimson radiates above his head. The white-haired old man's heart trembles with shock. What manner of power is this? Why does even I find it terrifying beyond words? Xiangshan speaks in a voice cold as frost. Sect Master of the Yangji sect, receive my strike. In the next heartbeat, he hurls the fireball toward his opponent without a shred of hesitation. The old man's face drains of all color. Already in a defensive stance, he launches a soundwave technique to intercept the attack. His defensive barrier shatters instantly under Xiangshan's fireball. The old man staggers back in utter disbelief. How can this be? The fireball sends him hurtling through the air. Xiangshan widens his eyes and responds, if you cannot withstand it, then the people below will be ground to dust and bone. The white-haired old man whips his head back in fury, rendered speechless. His eyes brim with helpless rage as he watches the fireball streak past. He lets out a roar, N-O-O-O. Xiangshan's attack strikes his vital acupoint with devastating speed. The old man seethes with unbridled fury, his eyes blazing with murderous rage. This old man will fight you to the death. In the next instant, he erupts with explosive force. At this moment, Xiangshan is mildly surprised. A heaven-tier battle technique. From the other side, the white-haired old man charges forward like a raging beast. You brat today. This old man shall teach you that there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. He grips his weapon and bellows, die. Xiangshan catches the blade between two fingers effortlessly. With a mocking smirk, he taunts, "Is that all you've got?" The white-haired old man gasps in disbelief. "Impossible! How can you withstand a saint weapon?" Xiangshan's gaze turns glacial. A heaven-tier battle technique, nothing more than child's play. In the next moment, pitch-black flames engulf his entire body. From this moment forward, the Yanji sect ceases to exist, like a frog croaking from the bottom of a well, refusing to admit defeat. He sneers. "Do you truly believe the Yanji sect is nothing more than a minor sect? The power of our Yanji sect far exceeds your imagination. If you stop now, it is not too late." Hearing this, Xiangshan merely lets out a cold snort and says, "Oh, how formidable! Then let this one see if you can withstand this strike." In the next instant, a bolt of divine lightning descends from the heavens. It is the saint-tier battle technique Blood Frenzy. At the sight, the white-haired old man's jaw drops. A saint-tier battle technique? How is this possible? You are merely a heavenly saint, master. How could you possibly know a saint-tier battle technique? Xiangshan's form transforms as he unleashes the full fury of the saint-tier battle technique Blood Frenzy. The old man, now reduced to a trembling coward, scrambles to flee, begging for mercy. "No, don't, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life." Before his words are finished, a thunderous bolt of lightning crashes down. His entire body is engulfed in searing flames, burning without end. When the fire finally subsides, nothing remains but scorched, barren earth. The mother and son huddle together, trembling, their eyes darting around in fear. Xiangshan surveys his surroundings and thinks to himself the power of chaos is truly formidable beyond measure. And yet, I have only grasped the barest surface already. Its might is this devastating. He descends slowly to the ground, his thoughts turning inward. It is time to evacuate Dabao's family from this place. He steps forward and speaks to reassure them. "Madam, young master, come with me to the Jessamine Kingdom. I will look after you both from this day forth. No longer will you have to live in fear and anxiety. I give you my word under my protection in the Jessamine Kingdom. No one shall dare bully you again." The mother smiles warmly, her expression gentle and grateful. "Thank you, young master." The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland, where only a handful of hastily erected tents dot the landscape. Xiangshan leads Dabao's family toward the encampment. The sentry spots them and calls out, "Protector State Master, so you have returned." Xiangshan approaches and asks, "Is General Liu present at this time?" The soldier bows respectfully. "Yes, my lord. Allow me to escort you to the general." Moments later, the soldier leads Xiangshan into the tent. "Right this way, sir. General Liu is here." Xiangshan speaks courteously. "I thank you for your trouble." His voice rings out, "General Liu, I have returned." Upon hearing his voice, General Liu rises immediately and bows in respect. "Protector State Master, sir, at last, you have come back." Xiangshan approaches the table and asks, "In the 2 days I was away, has anything of note occurred?" General Liu responds at once, "No ill tidings, my lord. In fact, much good news has arrived." He adds, "Please, sir, allow me to prepare a meal for you first." Xiangshan waves his hand. "That will not be necessary. I still have other matters to attend to. I came here only to ask for your assistance with certain tasks." Hearing this, the man's heart swelled with hope. Finally, the moment to prove himself had arrived. It would render meritorious service without fail. He spoke at once. "Your humble soldier awaits the Great One's command." Xiangshan gestured toward the mother and son standing behind him. "General Liu, these two are the kin of a friend of mine. I would trouble you to look after them for a few days." General Liu's expression turned solemn as he answered, "Consider it done." The mother bowed her head deeply, her voice trembling with gratitude. "We owe our lives to the benevolent one. My son and I can never repay this kindness." Xiangshan hurriedly replied, "Auntie, please do not speak so. From now on, just call me Jian Chen." He paused, then turned. "General Liu, I must trouble you once more. Please see that they are given something to eat. They are not cultivators. By now they must be both famished and exhausted." Without delay, General Liu barked at the soldier at his side. "You there, escort the honored guests of the National Protector, Master, to a meal at once." The soldier dropped to one knee instantly. "Yes, sir." Only 2 people remained in the room. Xiangshan spoke first. "What is the state of the war?" General Liu's eyes lit up as he produced several secret dispatches. "Thanks to your excellency, the Finland Kingdom's Grand Army has begun its retreat. They have even sent a letter of surrender." He turned to the map spread across the table and added, "The situation at the 3 eastern fortifications, the west and the south of the Jessamine Kingdom has stabilized." A moment later, General Liu's eyes shone with reverence. "Your excellency has endured great hardship. The aid your kingdom has bestowed upon the Jessamine Kingdom. The people of Jessamine shall remember it in their hearts for all eternity, never to forget." That evening, Xiangshan came to the mother's side to inquire after her well-being. "Auntie, how are you finding tonight's meal? Is everything to your liking?" The mother's eyes were clouded with sorrow. "Benefactor de Baya is gone, isn't he?" Xiangshan stood before her and said gently, "Auntie, the uncle he was called away by duty." The mother's gaunt face tightened. "Enough, you need not worry about me." Then her gaze drifted, lost in memories of the past. Every year he would come home 2 or 3 times. Each visit, he brought armfuls of food and gifts. Her expression hardened. "Tell me, how did he die?" Xiangshan shut his eyes and lowered his head. "The uncle. He gave his life to save mine." Hearing this, a wave of sorrow washed over the mother's face. "As I thought, he was always a man of his word." Xiangshan looked up startled. "A promise." The mother's voice grew heavy with grief as she began to speak. Ever since he was young, his physical strength was immense. His cultivation advanced far faster than anyone else's. Her thoughts wandered back to the days of their youth together. "I once asked him, we must you cultivate? Wouldn't a simple life of farming be enough?" Back then, Dabao answered with that unshakable confidence of his, to protect others. "One must first have the courage to stand tall." The mother's voice cracked softly. "He shielded me for half a lifetime." She glanced toward the silhouette of their son in her mind. "Now it falls to me to protect his child." Xiangshan stood to the side, watching her in silence. A vow formed in the depths of his heart. "Uncle, your sacrifice. From this day forward, no one shall ever bully them again." The scene shifts to the following morning within a vast palace chamber. Xiangshan's mother sits alone, her face drawn and weary. Suddenly, a voice rings out from beyond the door. "Fourth sister, are you in there?" A woman dressed in bold, eye-catching attire appears in the doorway. "Fourth sister, I have noticed these past few days that something troubles you. Surely there is something weighing on your heart." Xiangshan's mother lowers her gaze, her voice slow and weary. "These past few days I have felt a constant restlessness. I cannot calm my heart, and every night I am plagued by nightmares." The orange-haired woman moves closer with concern. "Fourth sister, are you thinking of Xiangshan again?" Xiangshan's mother glances at her, a faint sadness in her eyes. "If you were a mother, elder sister, you would understand." The red-haired woman steps closer and speaks gently, her words steady and soothing. "Fourth sister, do not despair. Xiangshan's talent surpasses all others. His fortune outweighs his fate. Surely the heavens themselves shield him. Before long, he will return." Hearing these words, his mother's face tightens at once. "But when the Huyun sect cast him out, he was only 15 years old. We have searched for him so long, and still there is no word, no trace." Her complexion pales as she whispers, "I do not even know where Xiangshan is now. Will he ever be able to come home? I fear." The red-haired woman places a steadying hand on her shoulder. "Fourth sister, do not let your thoughts spiral. Xiangshan will surely be safe." She then studies her sister-in-law's face and says with quiet resolve, "Fourth sister, you must hold on. Right now, within the entire Changyang clan manor, the only ones left to hold things together are you and I." Her thoughts then drift to Minju, the daughter of the second madam. Changyang Minju, resentful of the arranged marriage forced upon her a year ago, had fled the manor. Her whereabouts remain unknown. Then her mind turns to Changyang Hu, the eldest son of the first madam who had been brought back just days ago. Though he yet draws breath, his cultivation has been utterly destroyed, is now a cripple. The woman stands motionless, her gaze fixed on the world beyond the window. "You must all return safely, you must." At that very moment, outside the manor, Xiangshan and his companions arrive. His eyes brim with joy as he gazes upon the familiar gates. "Mother, your son has returned. Are you well?" He strides forward and pounds on the gate with eager, thundering knocks. From beyond the door, a gruff voice calls out, "Who goes there?" The gates swing wide open. Xiangshan stands there, arms flung open like a child. Uncle De, it's me." The old servant's weathered face breaks into pure, radiant joy. "Fourth young master, you've finally come home." Xiangshan clasps the old man's hands urgently. "Uncle De, how is my mother's health? Is she well?" Before he can even draw a second breath, Uncle De seizes his arm and pulls him forward. "Quickly, come with me. The fourth madam has thought of you every single day." Caught off guard by the old man's urgency, Xiangshan blinks in surprise. "Wait, Uncle De, slow down." Inside the chamber, the red-haired woman continues to console Xiangshan's mother. "Xiangshan is blessed with great fortune and a sharp mind. He will surely be unharmed. He is most likely hiding somewhere safe, that is all." Suddenly a commotion erupts from outside, startling both women. Fourth madam," the red-haired woman flings the door open with an irritated huff. "Uncle De, what are you bellowing about?" The old servant swiftly pulls Xiangshan forward into view. Third madam, the fourth young master has returned." The third madam freezes, her eyes widening in disbelief. The fourth young master, Xiangshan, the moment his name rings out, his mother lurches to her feet and races out the door. Xiangshan's eyes glisten with unshed tears as he beholds her. Mother, your son has come home. Mother and son collide in a desperate, trembling embrace. The air overflows with a happiness words could never capture. His mother weeps and says, Xiangshan, my child, you've finally returned. Do you know how much I've missed you? Xiangshan closes his eyes, letting his emotions wash over him. An unfilial son who has not returned home for so long. He then turns to Uncle De with a request. Hearing this, the man responds, Young master, please give your orders. Xiangshan points toward the mother and son from De Bao's family. Uncle De, please arrange accommodations for these two. Their father was the one who saved my life. Uncle De bows deeply in response. Rest assured, young master, this old servant will see to everything. The orange-haired woman steps forward. Come now, you two shouldn't stand out here in the cold. Come inside and talk. I must hurry and deliver the good news to the master. Inside the room, Xiangshan's father sits in silence, his head bowed low. The orange-haired woman shoves the door open and strides in. Master, I bear wonderful news. Xiangshan's father furrows his brow slightly. A commotion erupts from outside. What is all this noise? What's going on? The third madam shouts urgently. Old man, fourth sister's son Xiangshan has returned. Hearing this, his father startles and exclaims, What? Is what you say true? Has Xiangshan truly returned? The woman hastily grabs his hand. It's true, come with me. Before the man can even react, he bolts forward at once. I'm coming, I'm on my way. The third madam calls after him. Master, wait for me. Meanwhile, Xiangshan sits conversing with his mother. Mother, I even raised a little tiger cub as a pet. But since I was in such a hurry to return, I left it at a friend's house. When I find the time, I'll bring it back to keep you company. Suddenly, the door bursts open as Xiangshan's father rushes in, gasping for breath. His mother sees him and says softly, Master. Xiangshan rises and turns around. Father, your son has returned. Father and son embrace tightly. His father says joyfully, My good son, I knew you wouldn't die. All three of them hold one another close. In his heart, Xiangshan thinks this is home. This is my home. I have finally come home. His father then calls out with elation, Someone, prepare a feast at once. Tonight I shall drink to my heart's content with my son. The servants obey immediately. Xiangshan's eyes brim with emotion. Father, you've just returned from the battlefield. Best not to drink too much, your health is what matters most. His father replies cheerfully, All right. I'll listen to my son, no drinking it is. Suddenly Xiangshan asks, Right, father, where is eldest brother? Is he all right? Hearing this, his father's face turns ashen. Who's your eldest brother, he? Hearing his father's heavy sigh, Xiangshan demands anxiously, Father, what happened to eldest brother? His father's expression darkens. His limbs were severed on the battlefield. Though he has regained consciousness, he refuses to eat or drink. He wishes only for death. Hearing this, Xiangshan thinks good as long as eldest brother still lives. Everything can be mended. He then declares, Father, let me go check on eldest brother. His father nods. Go and try to talk some sense into him. Stepping outside, he spots the third madam carrying a tray of food at the doorway. Big sister, I know your heart aches over Ahu's condition, but you cannot go on without eating or drinking. Xiangshan observes her and thinks that third madam is not as cold as he once imagined. She suddenly turns and catches his gaze, then brings the tray of food over to him. Xiangshan, go persuade your eldest madam to eat. He replies with a smile, Don't worry, third madam, leave it to me. Give me the food, I promise I'll get both eldest brother and eldest madam to eat. He takes the tray and adds, During the years I was away, thank you, third madam. The third madam furrows her brows slightly. Xiangshan, what are you talking about? Yes, I may have always competed with the other sisters for favor, but now is hardly the time for such petty things. Yu Fengyan still knows what is right and what is wrong. She places a hand on his shoulder and says gently, These years have been hard on a child like you. Xiangshan smiles warmly. Third madam, go rest. Leave feeding eldest brother and eldest madam to me. The third madam nods. Very well, third madam trusts you. His voice rings out from the corridor. Eldest madam, eldest brother, I've returned. The first madam hears his call and stirs with a sudden reaction. Xiangshan, you've returned. He sets the tray of food down and says, Eldest madam, I have a way to lift eldest brother's spirits, but first, you must eat every last bite of this. Suddenly, the first madam seizes his wrist. She pleads desperately. Xiangshan, eldest madam begs you please, you must talk your eldest brother out of this despair. His eyes blaze with absolute confidence. Eldest madam, rest easy. leave everything to me. In the green-haired man's chamber, he lies upon the bed while Xiangshan sits at his bedside. He speaks softly, "Eldest brother." The green-haired man turns his head to look at Xiangshan. His face is ashen, his voice feeble as he murmurs, "Fourth brother, you've come back." The green-haired man's expression is laden with despair and bitter self-reproach. "Fourth brother, if I had known eldest brother would end up like this, I would rather have been beaten to death by the Huyun sect than let you offend them on my behalf." He closes his eyes and continues, "Fourth brother, this is all because I dragged you into it." Before he can finish, Xiangshan cuts him off. "Eldest brother, how can you say such things?" He places his hand firmly on the bed and speaks with unwavering resolve. "Eldest brother, you must hold on. Wait just a little longer, I will find a way to restore your limbs." The green-haired man does not open his eyes. His voice is hollow with resignation. "Fourth brother, you don't understand. To regenerate severed limbs requires the power of a seventh-stage radiant saint master. In this lifetime, eldest brother will never stand again." Suddenly, a radiant orb of golden-orange light materializes in Xiangshan's palm, hovering and illuminating the room. He grins, "Eldest brother, look." The green-haired man's eyes widen in shock as he beholds the sight. "Is that radiant force?" He asks again in disbelief, as if refusing to trust what his eyes behold. "Fourth brother, you're a radiant saint master." Xiangshan speaks with confidence. "Eldest brother, I am currently a sixth-stage radiant saint master. I'm only one step away from the seventh stage. Just give me a little more time, and your body will be fully restored." The green-haired man stares at him, his eyes brimming with hope yet still tinged with doubt. "Fourth brother, is it true? Is everything you say real?" Xiangshan affirms with absolute certainty, holding the radiant spirit pill before the green-haired man's eyes. "Of course, eldest brother. Swallow this radiant spirit pill first. You must hold on and live until that day comes." The green-haired man speaks with deep gratitude. "Fourth brother, eldest brother will fight to survive." Having said that, the pill is slowly placed into his mouth. He closes his eyes and swallows. As the pill slides down his throat, a golden-orange glow radiates from within. After the green-haired man swallows the pill, Xiangshan says with a smile, "Good. Now let me go tell eldest Madamsh will surely be overjoyed." He turns and walks out. Elsewhere, a purple-haired man strides along a road with his subordinates trailing behind him. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes forward, drops to one knee before him, and bows his head in report. "My lord, this subordinate has a matter to report." The purple-haired man responds, "What is so urgent?" The subordinate raises his head, his expression grave. "My lord, Changyang Xiangshan has returned." He startles and immediately demands confirmation. "Did you witness this with your own eyes?" The subordinate lowers his head in affirmation. "My lord, this is confirmed to be true." Hearing his subordinate's confirmation, the purple-haired man's eyes widened. A smirk of utter arrogance curled across his lips. "Good, very good." He turned to the subordinates behind him and issued an order. "The direction of attack has changed. Follow this sect master to the Changyang clan manor to collect our debts." The men shouted in unison and departed toward the Changyang manor. After Xiangshan informed his mother, the green-haired woman happily came to visit him. She stood by the bedside, personally spooning food into his mouth as she said gently, "Little tiger, eat a bit more." He replied with an embarrassed smile, "Mother, I'm already very full. Let's continue eating tomorrow." Xiangshan picked up a cup of tea to drink, but seeing this, he burst out laughing and teased him. "And who was it that said Big Brother couldn't eat or sleep well these past few days?" The green-haired man turned to him, chewing as he spoke. "But even so, you can't eat 4 or 5 days' worth in a single meal." While Xiangshan was laughing happily, his mother suddenly rushed over with a panicked expression, crying out, "My son, come with me quickly." Xiangshan hurriedly steadied her hand, his face bewildered as he asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" She answered frantically, "Xiangshan, the people of the Huyun sect are heading to our Changyang manor. You cannot stay here." He calmly held her hand and reassured her, "Mother, don't worry, your son will be just fine." Suddenly, the golden-haired woman and the black-haired man stepped in from the corridor. The golden-haired woman spoke with a worried expression, "Xiang, Tian, quickly find a place to hide." The black-haired man beside her also spoke, his expression stern. "Xiangshan, you and your mother should hide for a while. I will go to the palace at once and ask the Qinhuang Kingdom's master to intervene. Let us see if this matter can be resolved." He looked at them and replied, "Father, mother, first madam, third madame, do not worry. I can handle the Huyun sect matter on my own." Xiangshan's mother scolded him, her face full of worry. "Silly child, stop talking such nonsense. The Huyun sect is incredibly powerful. How could you possibly contend with them? The black-haired man also voiced his agreement. Indeed, even though you've grown these past few years, you still cannot match the Huyan sect. The black-haired man closed his eyes, his expression one of disappointment, and continued, "It is because my strength is insufficient that the two of you must bear this injustice." After speaking, he produced a scroll and placed it before Xiangshan with solemn instructions. "Xiangshan, this is a heaven-tier battle skill that your father happened to come across. Take it with you and cultivate it for a time. Once you have mastered it, then come back." He stared at the scroll in the old man's hand and silently sighed with emotion. Isn't this what Ming Dong was asked to deliver? That fellow actually delivered it on time. The image of a young man with purple-tied hair holding a scroll surfaced in his mind. While he was lost in thought, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed in from outside. "Changyang Ba, you must hand over your son Changyang Xiangshan today, or our Hujan sect will annihilate your entire Changyang manor." Xiangshan's mother was startled. He too turned his gaze toward the outside. He furrowed his brow, his expression growing solemn. "Huyan sect, I've been wanting to settle scores with you for a very long time." Xiangshan strode toward the door, but his mother reached out and seized his arm, blocking him from going outside. She clutched his arm anxiously and asked, "Xiangshan, where are you going? Listen to your father. Come with me and find a place to hide first." Xiangshan turned back and comforted her. "Mother, your son no longer fears the Huyan sect. Please let me go." She shouted, "No, what nonsense are you spouting?" Her voice softened as she continued, "How could you possibly be a match for the Huyan sect? Just listen to your mother, all right." The brown-haired man reached out to stop him and said, "Xiangshan, you and your mother should quickly leave through the back door. I'll go stall them at the front gate for a while." At the once peaceful Changyang manor, the purple-haired man and his subordinates suddenly arrived. He bellowed, "Changyang Xiangshan, crawl out here and accept your death." The manor gates opened. From within, the black-haired man and the white-haired man stepped out. The black-haired man spoke. "Sect Master Cheng, making such a racket before the gates of our Changyang manor, do you not know basic decorum?" The purple-haired man's expression turned vicious, his brows furrowed menacingly. "Changyang Ba, as long as you hand over Changyang Xiangshan, our Huyan sect will never trouble the Changyang clan again." The black-haired man stood before him and challenged, "Sect Master Cheng, the matter back then was clearly your son Cheng Mingxiang's fault to begin with." He ground his teeth and answered furiously, "Changyang Ba, I'll give you one chance. Either you obediently hand over Changyang Xiangshan and the matter between us is settled." His voice turned menacing, "or my Huyan sect will raise your Changyang manor to the ground." Hearing this, the black-haired man roared in fury, "Damn you, surnamed Cheng. If you truly take one more step, then our Changyang manor will have no choice but to go to war with your Huyan sect with everything we have. Let us see whether your Huyan sect or our Changyang manor is the mightier. Changyang Ba, since you are courting death, don't blame me for showing no mercy." The moment his words fell, the purple-haired man launched himself at the old man. He clenched his fist tight, thrust it forward, and chanted Earth-tier battle skill Azure Wind Fist. Instantly, a swirl of green energy wreathed around his fist. The white-haired man saw this and rushed forward in alarm, shouting, "Master, watch out." The white-haired man planted himself before the black-haired man, chanting his own incantation, Earth-tier battle skill wind barrier. A vortex of swirling energy materialized before him. Before he could finish, the purple-haired man closed the distance and drove a devastating blow into his abdomen. He was sent flying backward. The black-haired man cried out in horror, "Uncle De!" The purple-haired man laughed with smug derision. "With such meager strength, you dare contend with me." He was still laughing when his expression suddenly shifted. Xiangshan was already there, supporting the white-haired man. "Uncle De, I've troubled you." The white-haired elder's face twisted in pain. His voice weak, he gasped, "Fourth young master, hurry." "Go." Calmly, Xiangshan brought a golden-orange pill to the white-haired elder's lips. "Rest easy, Uncle De. It will be over in a moment." The purple-haired man saw him finally appear and bellowed with a triumphant grin. "Changyang Xiangshan, I've finally found you. Today I will ensure you die with no burial ground." Xiangshan carried the white-haired elder over to the black-haired man and spoke. "Father, tend to Uncle De first. Leave this matter to me." From the other side, the purple-haired man's face darkened and he roared, "Changyang Xiangshan, prepare to die." He chanted his incantation once more, Earth-tier battle skill, Azure Wind Fist, as green energy erupted around him. His face twisted into a murderous snarl. He charged at Xiangshan, howling, "Die, Changyang Xiangshan." The black-haired man saw this and screamed toward him in panic. "Xiangshan, watch out." In that instant, Xiangshan raised a single hand and caught the purple-haired man's fist. The subordinates standing nearby stared, their jaws dropping in stunned silence. The purple-haired man froze, his expression turning ashen as his attack was stopped cold. He stammered in disbelief. What? How? How can you block my attack? I am a heavenly saint master. Xiangshan cast him a cold glance and replied icily, My mother is still waiting for me inside. So your Huyun sect's end will come even sooner. With that, he raised 2 fingers before the man and chanted, Purple azure condensation flying star sword. Lightning-like energy crackled and coiled around his arm. The power shot toward the purple-haired man, launching his body backward. It punched a gaping hole through his chest. He stared at his own chest, his face twisted in horror. Impossible. Xiangshan watched the purple-haired man collapse to the ground and said coldly, Heavenly Saint Master, killing you is no different from slaughtering a dog. The subordinates saw their leader fall and screamed in terror. The sect master is dead. One of them bolted, shrieking, Run. Before he could get far, something slammed into the back of his skull, and he toppled over. The remaining one saw Xiangshan standing right beside him, and jolted in sheer terror. He immediately dropped to his knees before Xiangshan, his face pale with mortal fear, and stammered, Great hero, I was wrong. I was forced to come. I never did anything evil, I swear. Xiangshan looked down at the man kneeling before him and said, Go back and tell the ancestors of your Huyun sect, Changyang Xiangshan, will soon come to the Huyun sect to demand an explanation. Having spoken, he delivered a brutal kick to the subordinate's face and commanded, Now get lost. The man's face twists grotesquely from the kick. Trembling with fear, he hastily stammers, Yes. Understood. Thank you for sparing my life, great hero. After dealing with them, Xiangshan turns around with a bright grin. Father, your son didn't lie to you, did he? That was over quite quickly, wasn't it? A grand banquet is held, with every notable figure in attendance. The king stands at the center of the banquet hall and declares, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to the esteemed national protector masters of the Qinhuang kingdom for gracing us with your presence. The golden-haired man clasps his hands in salute. Your Majesty of the Jessun Kingdom is too kind. We merely followed orders to protect the national protector master of the Qinhuang Kingdom. Another man raises his wine cup. Indeed, Your Majesty of the Jessun Kingdom. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it to our national protector master. An elder with snow-white hair rises to his feet. Esteemed lords, may I humbly inquire, would it be possible for us to learn the honored name of your national protector? This old one may perhaps be acquainted with such a distinguished senior. The 2 men from the Qinhuang Kingdom exchange glances. The golden-haired one speaks up. Our national protector master's name is Jian Chen. Is there anyone here who recognizes it? The elder strokes his chin, deep in thought. Jian Chen, you say? He turns to the person seated beside him. Do any of you know of this great one? The elder continues. We have never once heard of this person's name. The other replies, Could he perhaps be a reclusive expert from some great clan? The youth sitting across scratches his head. Nobody in the entire kingdom knows who Jian Chen is. Is he even from this country? He sips his wine and calculates the timing. By now, Jian Chen should have left the mercenary sanctuary in the city. The youth rests his chin on his hand, looking bored. I recall he told me to wait for him at the Changyang clan manor. Well, once this banquet ends, I'll head there right away. Something rockets into the sky, piercing the void. The red-haired elder laughs heartily. I have finally broken through. He's broken through. Everyone below erupts in congratulations. Congratulations to the patriarch on his successful breakthrough to the 3rd cycle of the Heavenly Saint Master realm. The red-haired elder descends. Good disciple, your master has troubled you greatly during these days of closed-door cultivation. The disciple bows respectfully. This is merely what a disciple should do. A voice suddenly echoes from the distance. Patriarch, save me. A man in a cloak collapses to the ground before the patriarch. Patriarch, the sect master has been killed. The patriarch freezes in shock. What in the world happened? Speak now. The man raises his head. Darkness blankets the land. From within a tower, the sound of laughter rings out. The father holds up his wine cup, laughing. You have no idea how satisfying today has been. Suddenly, Xiangshan's mother pulls him away. If you want to drink yourself into a stupor, don't drag my son into it. She demands. Xianger is only 21 years old. How could he possibly have killed the sect master of the Huyun sect? Her voice softens. Xianger, your mother only wishes for you to live a peaceful, safe life. Xiangshan reassures her gently. Mother, rest easy. From now on, no one in the Jessun Kingdom will dare bully you. His father's expression turns grave. Xiangshan, what realm has your cultivation truly reached? Why can I not sense your aura at all? He quickly explains. Father, due to certain fortuitous encounters, my cultivation path has completely departed from the realm divisions of the Tian Yuan continent. Xiangshan continues. As for my strengthening heavenly saint master below the 5th cycle, I can slaughter them like dogs. A moment of stunned silence falls over the three. He asks, Father, Mother, what's wrong? His mother exclaims in excitement, Xianger, you've become a heavenly saint master. Xiangshan scratches his head. You could say that, I suppose. His father bursts into hearty laughter. Excellent, truly worthy of being Changyang Tianba's son. Xiangshan turns to the white-haired elder. Uncle De, I'm heading out to settle things with the Huyun sect once and for all. The man replies, Fourth young master, allow this old servant to accompany you. Xiangshan waves his hand. I can handle the Huyun sect matter myself, but I need Uncle De to help me with something. Uncle De responds, Please speak, fourth young master. In the coming days, a person by the name of Ming Dong should arrive at our manor. If I am not here when he comes, keep him here and tell him to wait for me. He is my closest brother. Uncle De bows his head. Understood. Xiangshan departs at once. Uncle De, I'm heading out to settle things with the Huyun sect once and for all. Uncle De bids him farewell. Fourth young master, travel swiftly and return safely. His eyes suddenly turn sharp and resolute. Huyun sect, here I come. Fireflies drift around a secluded courtyard. A gentle stream murmurs nearby. Within the courtyard, the Emperor of the Jessun Kingdom converses with an elder. Elder, you once met Jian Chen, the national protector master of the Qinhuang Kingdom. Who is he exactly? The elder replies respectfully. Your Majesty, though this old one has indeed met Jian Chen, I truly have no recollection of him. The Emperor furrows his brow. Why would he travel thousands of miles to our humble Jessun Kingdom? Although our kingdom's territory is prosperous, it would hardly catch the eye of the Qinhuang Kingdom. A figure stands gazing over the landscape. The distance between us and the Qinhuang Kingdom is simply too vast. The elder speaks up. Your Majesty, I suddenly recall someone. The Emperor asks at once, Who? The elder's expression turns solemn. The Changyang Patriarch. The Emperor's eyes widen in realization. Of course, it can only be the Changyang Patriarch. A soldier rushes in and kneels beside the Emperor, presenting a scroll. Your Majesty, an urgent dispatch from Luor City. The Emperor's eyes widen in shock. What? Not only is he alive, has returned. The elder leaps to his feet. Your Majesty, the one called Jian Chen is truly connected to the Changyang Patriarch. The Emperor carefully rolls up the paper. It's not merely Jian Chen, Changyang Xiangshan himself has returned. The elder is stunned. What? He's not dead. The elder recalls the Emperor's fury when the news first arrived. Back then, after Xiangshan had left the Changyang clan manor, all trace of him vanished without a sound. I thought he had met with misfortune. To think he was still alive. A flicker of joy crosses the Emperor's face. This can be considered a stroke of good fortune for the Changyang clan manor. After all, their eldest son had his limbs severed by enemies. Entire household has been shrouded in grief ever since. Now that their fourth son has been found, it should count as a cause for celebration. The white-haired elder suddenly has an idea. Your Majesty, we should seize this opportunity to curry favor with the Changyang clan manor. The Emperor nods in agreement. Indeed, if we can earn the goodwill of Jian Chen, the national protector master of the Qinhuang Kingdom, it would be an immense honor for our Jessun Kingdom. A soldier bursts in breathless. Your Majesty, terrible news. Cheng Fei, the sect master of the Huyun sect, has been slain by Changyang Xiangshan in the streets. Upon hearing this, the Emperor and the elder are struck dumb with shock. What? A soldier rushes in and drops to his knees to report. This afternoon, the Huyun sect master Cheng Fei was slain by Changyang Xiangshan in broad daylight, right in the middle of the main street. The Emperor breaks out in a cold sweat. The Huyun sect master, Cheng Fei, he was a heavenly saint master of several cycles. The old man strokes his beard in deep contemplation. If this old servant recalls correctly, he should have been a 3rd cycle heavenly saint master. 3rd cycle, the Emperor's face lights up with joy. Then, does that not mean Changyang Xiangshan's strength is at least above a 3rd cycle heavenly saint master? He slams his palm on the table and bursts into hearty laughter. Wonderful, wonderful! Our Jessun Kingdom has produced yet another young genius. He showers praise upon praise. This Changyang Xiangshan truly possesses extraordinary talent. The Emperor rises to his feet. Chancellor, go to the Imperial Treasury at once and select several fine treasures. We shall visit the Changyang clan manor to offer our congratulations. The old man bows with cupped fists. As you command. The Emperor gazes out the window, a smile spreading across his face. It seems the Jessun Kingdom is about to enter an era of great fortune. Beneath a sky full of stars, the young man descends before the gates of the Huyun sect. The gate guards immediately tense up, their hands flying to their weapons. Who goes there? What business do you have at our Huyun sect? Xiangshan's eyes blaze with killing intent to exterminate. The two gate guards double over in laughter. Ha, this is killing me. Kid, are you an idiot? Hurry and get lost. Our Huyun sect doesn't bully the feeble-minded. He channels his power. Flames coil around his fingers, surging and condensing into a blazing sword of brilliant light in Xiangshan's grip. The two guards' faces drain of all color. Why, what are you doing? Stop, stop! Despite their frantic screams, Xiangshan swings once. The great gates of the Huyun sect shatter into pieces. The disciples inside freeze in shock. What was that? Someone is attacking. Move now. They swarm out and immediately encircle Xiangshan. Kids, who the hell are you? Are you courting death? You dare come to our Huyun sect to cause trouble and destroy our mountain gate. Our Huyun sect will never spare you. The man with flowing hair stands tall, his robes billowing. He gazes down at them from above. Your Excellency, who are you? Why have you destroyed the mountain gate and great hall of our Huyun sect? If you do not explain yourself, then no matter who you are, you will not leave this place alive today. Xiangshan fixes his gaze upon the speaker. You don't recognize me? Then why have you spent all these years sending men to hunt me down? The man's eyes widen in utter shock. You are Changyang Xiangshan? Xiangshan's voice drips with killing intent. It's been a long time. Cheng Mingxiang's expression twists into a sinister grin. Changyang Xiangshan, when the heavens offered you a path, you refused. When hell had no door, you broke in yourself. He gazes down from his elevated perch at Xiangshan below, then barks orders to his subordinates. Disciples of the Huyun sect, hear my command. By the authority of the sect master, I order you slay this villain before you at once. Whoever succeeds in killing Changyang Xiangshan shall receive a generous reward. The subordinates respond with fervent enthusiasm. Yes, young sect master. The entire group leaps down from above, charging straight at Xiangshan with war cries. Accept your death. Xiangshan shows not a shred of concern. Instead, a mocking smirk curls across his lips. Cheng Mingxiang, after all these years, you're still nothing but a cowardly turtle hiding in its shell. He raises his hand, channels his spiritual power, and lifts the surrounding stones into the air. Die. The subordinates' faces contort in horror. What? A man beside them shouts in panic. This is bad. Another cries out, watch out. Standing below, Xiangshan directs the stones hurtling toward the crowd. The group has no time to dodge. They take the full brunt of his attack head-on. They crash down from the sky, sprawled across the ground, their faces still frozen in abject terror. Xiangshan turns his cold gaze toward Cheng Mingxiang. Cheng Mingxiang, back then the Huyun sect forced me to abandon my home and flee. Today, that debt shall be settled in full. Cheng Mingxiang's fury erupts, veins bulging across his face. He furrows his brow and roars, Changyang Xiangshan, you'd better not act recklessly. My father is a heavenly saint master. He will return any moment. Xiangshan remains utterly composed, a faint smile on his lips as he regards the man. Is that so? You still haven't heard? This afternoon I killed your father. Cheng Mingxiang refuses to believe it. He sneers with contempt. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? My father is a heavenly saint master. Do you even understand what a heavenly saint master is? That is an existence second only to a saint king. Xiangshan gazes at him with icy indifference. He raises his hand, spiritual power gathering at his fingertips. Since you refuse to believe it, then I'll just send you down below to reunite with your father. A beam of spiritual power, swift as lightning, rockets straight toward Mingxiang. His face contorts in sheer terror, his complexion shifting drastically as he screams. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power materializes beneath his feet. It blooms outward, wrapping around Mingxiang's body and shielding him from Xiangshan's attack. From behind Xiangshan, a figure emerges, hovering weightlessly in the air. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mingxiang cries out with elation. The Grand Elder! The Grand Elder has arrived. He glares at Xiangshan, a dangerous, triumphant smile spreading across his face. Changyang Xiangshan, now that even the Grand Elder of our Huyun sect has stepped forward, you are dead for certain. The Grand Elder furrows his brow and casts a sharp glance at Xiangshan. Changyang Xiangshan, what business brings you to our Huyun sect? Xiangshan closes his eyes, his expression utterly calm. This afternoon, the sect master of the Huyun sect came to my doorstep and caused a commotion, bringing grief to my mother. Therefore, I have come to your Huyun sect to demand an accounting. Hear this. The Grand Elder's fury erupts. Changyang Xiangshan, you killed the sect master of the Huyun sect, and now you dare come here demanding justice from us? The disciples around them gasp in disbelief, cries of shock filling the air. What? The sect master is truly dead. Xiangshan raises one hand, his voice cold and flat. That was only the first matter. The second, years ago, your Huyun sect leveraged its overwhelming power to force me from my home, compelling me to flee into exile. Today's new grudge, compounded with the old hatred of years past, I intend to settle every last account here and now. The Grand Elder's frown deepens. Changyang Xiangshan, just how exactly do you intend to settle this? Xiangshan raises two fingers. I offer the Huyun sect two choices. First, you disband the Huyun sect. From this day forward, the Huyun sect's name is erased from the Jessun kingdom. The Grand Elder roars with fury. Absurd, Changyang Xiangshan, your arrogance knows no bounds. Who do you think the Huyun sect is? Even your adoptive father, Changyang Ba, would not dare speak to us with such brazen audacity. Who the hell do you think you are? Xiangshan pays his words no heed and continues. Second, I destroy the Huyun sect myself, and erase its name from the Jessun kingdom by force. Seeing himself completely ignored, the Grand Elder draws his sword, his voice trembling with rage. Changyang Xiangshan, you go too far. This old man saw that you were young and talented, and was inclined to turn an enemy into a friend. Since you refuse to know good from bad, then do not blame this old man for showing no mercy. Seeing the elder about to strike, Mingxiang cheers with glee. That's it, ancestor. Kill him, avenge my father. The Grand Elder grips his sword and charges straight at Xiangshan with a thunderous roar. Changyang Xiangshan, accept your death. The blade closes in, mere inches from Xiangshan's face, yet his eyes remain shut, his expression utterly serene. The Grand Elder's eyes widen in disbelief. How is this possible? Xiangshan catches the blade between two fingers. The elder stares, jaw dropping in utter shock. Impossible. I just broke through. I am a third cycle heavenly saint master. Xiangshan snaps the sword cleanly in half with a casual flick, then fixes the elder with a cold, steady gaze. I said a mere third cycle heavenly saint master dares bark in front of me. The elder leaps backward, his expression shifting. No wonder you are so arrogant, so you too have reached the heavenly saint master realm. He erupts with power, spiritual energy swirling around his body. But among heavenly saint masters, there are vast differences in strength. Today, this old man will unleash his full power and show you what a true third cycle heavenly saint master is capable of. Xiangshan's expression does not change one bit. He stares at the elder and speaks. The Huyun sect will be erased from the Jessun kingdom today. The two figures rocket into the sky, hovering face to face, their overwhelming auras clashing violently in the air. The elder channels his spiritual power and unleashes a devastating slash toward Xiangshan. Xiangshan raises a hand with effortless ease, condensing spiritual power into a shimmering shield that absorbs the blow entirely. The elder's eyes go wide, cold sweat beating on his forehead. How is this possible? How can you manipulate two elemental attributes at once? In an instant, Xiangshan vanishes into thin air. The elder whirls around in alarm, but in a blur of motion, Xiangshan has already materialized behind him, spiritual power blazing in his palm. Allow me to relieve you of an arm. He swings his hand, unleashing a blade of spiritual energy that carves a gash across the elder's body. The elder takes the full force of the attack. His face goes deathly pale as he lets out a shrill, horrified scream. Without a moment's reprieve, Xiangshan drives a devastating kick into the elder's torso. Down you go. The elder's face is drained of every last drop of blood, his mouth agape. He plummets to the earth, slamming into the ground as dust and debris explode in every direction. Lying in the crater, the elder extends his hand and channels spiritual power to lift the surrounding stones, unleashing a high-level heaven-tier battle skill. The stones split apart, multiplying into a barrage. The old man surges back to his feet, launching a fierce assault. A torrent of spiritual power hurtles toward Xiangshan, yet he regards the elder with cold, unblinking eyes, utterly without fear. The attack slams into Xiangshan, detonating in a massive explosion that tears through the sky. The elder cackles with elation. A direct hit, even if you survive, boy, you'll be crippled. But as the smoke and dust clear, Xiangshan stands without a single scratch. He regards the elder with cold disdain. Is this the full extent of your strength? His voice is flat, unimpressed. If you don't even possess a low-grade heaven-tier battle skill, then wounding me today is nothing but a pipe dream. The elder's eyes bulge in disbelief, his mind reeling. Impossible, impossible. No, it cannot be. Absolutely impossible. The old man erupts in a frenzy, lashing out wildly with spiritual attacks. I am a third cycle, heavenly saint master, the pinnacle of power in the Jessun kingdom. Every technique he unleashes is effortlessly neutralized by Xiangshan. Xiangshan clasps his hands behind his back. Farewell, Huyun sect. Then, he raises his arm, unleashing a colossal surge of spiritual power that engulfs the entire sky. The elder staggers to his feet, his face ashen. What is this power? From Xiangshan's outstretched hand, countless motes of spiritual light erupt heavenward, transforming into blazing streaks that rain down from the sky. Below, the subordinates scream for mercy as he activates a saint-tier battle skill, condensing his saint force into a single arrow. He swings his hand down and sneers. To die beneath a saint-tier battle skill, consider it a privilege. The arrow rockets toward the old man, tracing the trajectory of his hand. The man panics, crying out, "No." Meanwhile, elsewhere within the imperial palace, Chancellor Sha makes his report. Your Majesty, the revered sovereign of the Jessun Kingdom or Tianying Kingdom, earnestly hopes to forge an eternal alliance between our two nations. Thus, this old subject has been specially dispatched here to propose a marriage. We humbly pray that His Majesty will bestow Princess Galen's hand upon the second prince of our Tianying Kingdom. The Emperor replies with delight, Chancellor Sha, Yue is this king's only daughter and the one dearest to my heart. Allow me to discuss the matter with her first and see what she thinks. Hearing this, Chancellor Sha strokes his beard and smiles. That is no trouble at all. To see such devotion, as a Fathertha's old subject, is deeply impressed. Then he clasps his hands solemnly and asks, May I inquire when your Majesty might arrange an introduction with the national protector masters of the Qinhuang Kingdom? Hearing this, the Emperor thinks to himself, Old fox, what scheme are you plotting? Don't think I can't see through you. Outwardly, the Emperor maintains his smile. The national protector masters of the Qinhuang Kingdom exhausted themselves greatly during the war. They are all recuperating at present. Once they have recovered in a few days' time, I shall arrange an introduction for Chancellor Sha. Chancellor Sha lifts his teacup and replies, I am most grateful to your Majesty. Suddenly a guard bursts in with a report. Your Majesty, an urgent letter has arrived from the Huyun sect. The Emperor's expression shifts the moment he sees the seal. He thinks, isn't this seal reserved only for the most dire emergencies? What has happened to the Huyun sect? He orders his subordinate, bring it here at once. Reading the letter, he exclaims in shock, what? His mind races with calculations. Changyang Xiangshan single-handedly annihilated the entire Huyun sect. Seeing the Emperor's expression twist, Chancellor Sha hastily asks, Your Majesty, what has happened? The Emperor slams his palm on the table and orders the maidservants, escort the honored guests from the Tianying Kingdom to their quarters at once. This king has urgent matters to attend to. The maidservant bows and complies. Yes, your Majesty. He turns to the guard. Prepare a grand gift immediately. This king must depart for Liuer City at once. Summon Bai Dao, commander of the Black Armor. Have him report to me with utmost urgency. The guard acknowledges, Yes, your Majesty. Seeing this, Chancellor Sha hurriedly interjects. Your Majesty, no matter how pressing your affairs, I pray you do not forget the marriage alliance between our two kingdoms. The Emperor waves his hand dismissively. Yue was betrothed years ago. You may abandon any thoughts of this marriage. Hearing the Emperor's words, Chancellor Sha's lips curl into a dangerous smile as he thinks. A mere betrothal, you say? Since the marriage has not yet taken place, it can be annulled at any time. The second prince of the Tianying Kingdom cannot return empty-handed. On a bustling street teeming with passers-by, a long-haired man speaks up. Zio Tian, Liuer City is so vast. Where on earth are we supposed to find the national protector master? Zio Tian replies calmly, The master gave no specific instructions. Now that we've arrived, we can search at our own pace. The other man frowns in confusion. This is truly strange. Is the master truly a person of the Jessun Kingdom? He recalls the banquet from that day. Why didn't the attendants in the Jessun Kingdom even know the national protector master's name? Zio Tian furrows his brow slightly. I find it equally strange. With the national protector master's strength and talent, everyone in the Jessun Kingdom should know of him. No one should dare offend him. Suddenly a commotion outside draws everyone's attention. They rush out in haste. Those are the Imperial Black Armor Army. Why have they marched into our Liuer City? Could something terrible have happened? Zio Tian spots a familiar figure among them. Wait, isn't that the king of the Jessun Kingdom? What is he doing here? Could he have come to find us? The Emperor raises his handhold. The Emperor slowly dismounts. He clasps his hands in greeting. What a fortunate coincidence to encounter the 5 national protector masters here. The long-haired man replies, Your Majesty, you appear to be in a great hurry. I wonder what has transpired. The Emperor smiles. May the five masters permit me to share some news. A peerless genius of unprecedented talent has emerged in our Jessun kingdom. Despite his youth, he has already attained the cultivation of a heavenly saint master. Zhao Tian exclaims in surprise, "Your Majesty, might I ask this person's surname?" The emperor beams with excitement. Chengyang Xianxian, fourth young master of the Chengyang clan manor. Zhao Tian and Tian Liu exchange a knowing glance. Tian Liu, do you think it could be him? I believe it's very likely. How many geniuses of that caliber could possibly exist in this world? Tian Liu speaks up. Your Majesty, if it is not too much trouble, would you lead the five of us to meet this genius? The emperor readily agrees. Of course, let us go together. The patriarch of the Chengyang clan manor steps forward to greet them. Welcome, Your Majesty, to the Chengyang clan manor. The emperor pats the patriarch on the shoulder. It has been quite some time since this king last visited Liuor City. Finding myself with rare leisure today, I thought I would pay a visit. The emperor gestures aside. Ah, right, Chengyang Ba, these five are national protector masters from the Qinhuang kingdom. Surely you have met before. The patriarch of the Chengyang clan manor bows his head in respect. Chengyang Ba offers his deepest gratitude to the five national protector masters of the Qinhuang kingdom for saving our lives that day. Zhao Tian thinks to himself, now it's my turn to perform. He clasps his hands. Patriarch Chengyang, you are far too kind. We were merely carrying out the orders of the national protector master. The emperor freezes. Wait, we are these men more courteous to Chengyang Ba than to this king, their emperor. The patriarch turns to him. Your Majesty, a banquet has already been prepared within the manor. Please, let us go in, feast, and talk. The emperor steps inside. Very well. Seated at the banquet, the emperor immediately asks, Chengyang Ba, I hear that Xiangshan has returned. It has been far too long since this king has seen this son-in-law of mine. The patriarch of the Chengyang clan manor calls out, Xiangshan, come out at once and pay your respects to his majesty. A young man in white robes steps forward with utmost reverence. Chengyang Xiangshan pays his respects to your majesty. The emperor is overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. No wonder he is this king's son-in-law, truly a dragon among men. A dragon among men. Zhao Tian thinks, just as I suspected. Tian Liu fixes his gaze intently. The national protector master's true name is indeed Chengyang Xiangshan. The two exchange a glance and share a knowing smile. Absolutely right, thy's old man is still the sharpest mind around. The emperor grows puzzled when he sees Zhao Tian, and the others suddenly rise to their feet. What are the national protector masters? They stride forward and drop to their knees before Xiangshan. Your subordinates pay respects to the national protector master. We useless servants failed to find you, master. We beg your forgiveness for our incompetence. The emperor is struck speechless. What did they just call Xiangshan? A staggering realization begins to dawn upon him. Could it be that my son-in-law is the national protector master of the Qinhuang kingdom? Xiangshan addresses Zhao Tian's group. My apologies. When I departed, I was in too great a haste and neglected to tell you my real name. He helps Zhao Tian to his feet. How are your injuries? Zhao Tian replies, reporting to master. The wounds of several among us have fully recovered. Xiangshan looked up. Well then, that's wonderful. Suddenly, someone interjected. Xiangshan, what on earth is going on here? The patriarch of Zhangyang residence was utterly astonished. Xiangshan, why are they calling you the protector state master? Could it truly be you? Xiangshan rushed over to calm him. Father, please sit down first, do not agitate yourself. I am indeed the protector state master of the Qin Emperor Kingdom. The emperor trembled with excitement. The Jessun kingdom is finished this time. Your husband is truly extraordinary. He shot to his feet. Dear son-in-law, you've kept this hidden from us for far too long. The white-haired elder leaned in and whispered into the patriarch's ear. Patriarch Bai Dao has arrived. A shadow of worry crossed Xiangshan's face. Father, what has happened? The man clad in red robes, accompanied by a long-bearded elder, turned to Xiangshan. Uncle, you've come, Xiangshan murmured under his breath. Uncle! Memories surfaced from his childhood, his mother introducing this uncle to him for the first time. The emperor spoke. Is Bai Dao still nursing a grudge over that incident? The man in red lowered his head. Yunshin and I have tried persuading him many times, but he stubbornly insists on revenge. But where is Deshu at the moment? He turned to question the elder beside him. Butler De answered, according to the master's orders, he is in the fourth madam's chambers. The man in red addressed Xiangshan urgently. Xiangshan, go quickly. Your mother is with your uncle in her chambers. You must persuade him to let go, to abandon his vengeance. The enemy is not someone we can afford to provoke. Xiangshan froze upon hearing this. He furrowed his brows and lowered his head, pondering his uncle's predicament, then replied, "Understood. Father, I'll go at once." The golden-haired man spoke to the emperor. "Your Majesty, there is truly no need for such worry. The Protector State Master's strength can be considered first or second across the entire continent." The black-haired man beside him nodded in agreement. "Indeed, moreover, with the full backing of our Qin Emperor Kingdom, unless one's cultivation base reaches the Saint King realm, they will certainly pose no threat to the Protector State Master." The emperor closed his eyes and spoke, "But the Bai family's enemy is someone that even Saint King realm experts cannot resolve." The two men jolted in shock. "What?" "The fourth madam's chambers." Xiangshan pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Mother!" His mother waved him over. "Xianger, come quickly greet your uncle." Seated beside her was Xiangshan's uncle, tall, imposing man with his hair half bound into a topknot. Xiangshan approached the two of them. He cupped his fists in salute. "Uncle." Without warning, his uncle lunged forward, launching a sudden attack while Xiangshan's guard was down. Xiangshan swiftly circulated his chi to defend. The two strikes collided with a thunderous crack before both parties instantly separated. His uncle spoke, manipulating the natural essence of heaven and earth. "Xiangshan, you have truly reached the heavenly Saint Master realm." The two simultaneously withdrew their techniques. His mother flew into a rage and rapped her brother squarely on the head. "If you dare lay a hand on my son again, do you believe I won't sever our blood ties for the sake of justice?" His uncle whimpered, rubbing his head. "Little sister, I was merely measuring Xiangshan's true strength." But his mother remained unforgiving. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms protectively around her son. "Even so, it is not allowed. What if you had injured Xianger?" He smiled to placate her. "Mother, rest easy. Your son knows his limits." His uncle spoke, his tone heavy with emotion. "I never imagined that when the Bai family faced annihilation, a heavenly Saint Master would emerge from among us, at only 21 years of age." His uncle's brow furrowed deeply, as he regarded him with solemn intensity. "Xiangshan, now that you have become a heavenly Saint Master, the time has come to tell you of the Bai family's blood debt, deep-seated hatred we carry." His mother immediately objected. "Brother, Xianger has only just emerged from those bitter, wretched days. You must not pile more burdens onto his shoulders. Moreover, the Bai family's enemy is someone that even ancestors who have reached the Saint King realm cannot defeat." Her voice trembled with anxiety. "If you tell Xianger, aren't you simply leading him to his death?" Her brother frowned upon hearing his sister's words. He bows his head in sorrow. "You are right, I was far too stubborn." Xiangshan ponders Saint King realm. He turns to his mother. "Mother, when I was traveling, a friend told me that a Saint King-level powerhouse is not so easily destroyed. Perhaps the Bai family ancestor is still alive." His uncle nods in agreement. Indeed, Xiangshan's words are not without reason. Perhaps the ancestor still lives in this world. Xiangshan says, "Uncle, rest assured. I am not only a descendant of the Zhangyang residents, but also a descendant of the Bai family. I will avenge the Bai family." The uncle pats his shoulder and smiles warmly. "Good, my good nephew, with these words from you, this uncle is already deeply satisfied." His mother speaks up. "Xiangshan, stay and have dinner with your mother and uncle. Then tell me about the years you spent on your journeys." Mother wants to hear everything. She gazes at him tenderly. Xiangshan agrees. "Very well, the imperial palace." An official bows before a young man. "Your humble subject pays respects to the second prince." The second prince smiles and extends a hand to help the man before him rise. "Prime Minister Shah, please rise. How fares the marriage arrangement?" Prime Minister Shah replies, "Today, your humble subject discussed the matter with the Jessom Emperor. He says Princess Yaoyu is already betrothed." Hearing this, the second prince erupts in rage. "What? Who dares to steal a woman from me?" The minister continues, "A few years ago, it seems the king of Jessom promised Princess Jelen's hand to a man named Zhangyang Xiangshan." The second prince frowns. "Zhangyang Xiangshan," the minister adds, "the fourth young master of the Zhangyang residence." The prince gnashes his teeth. This Jessom king truly cannot tell good from bad. Our Sky Eagle Kingdom has graciously offered an alliance through marriage, and that alone was an honor we bestowed upon them. Not only does he fail to cherish this opportunity, he has the audacity to humiliate us and rob us of our face. Prime Minister Shah strokes his beard. "Second prince, please calm your anger. This marriage arrangement is a task bestowed upon this old subject by His Majesty the King. This old subject shall spare no effort to see it through." The prince declares proudly, "Princess Yaoyu is destined to be mine. No one can steal her from me." His gaze fixes upon the portrait of Princess Yaoyu. The maiden possesses long silver hair, eyes blue as an autumn lake, and a peerless beauty that captivates all who behold her. Princess Yaoyu sits absent-mindedly before her mirror. The room falls into silence. The princess broods in sorrow. Xiangshenjid, where are you now? The princess recalls what happened this morning. The second prince's lecherous face had grinned at her. Princess Yaoyu, this humble one is the second prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom. She curses inwardly, why must I be betrothed to someone like him? White Hair asks with a worried expression, Your Highness, shall I help you escape? This servant is certain the king will not blame you for fleeing the betrothal. The princess says indifferently, No need. Even if I leave this place, where could I possibly go? A voice sounds from beyond the door. Yuer, may your imperial father come in. The princess replies in a choked voice, Come in, father, Yuer has not yet retired. White Hair bows and says, Your Majesty, this servant shall go prepare evening tea for you and the princess. The emperor blames himself inwardly. It seems Yuer does not fancy Zhangyang Xiangshen. But for the sake of the Jessom Kingdom, I have no choice but to sacrifice her happiness. Yuer, your imperial father understands your feelings. But your father is the ruler of a nation. There are many things that cannot go according to one's heart. The princess cannot conceal her sorrow. Father, your daughter understands. From the day I was born into the royal family, my fate has no longer been in my own hands. The emperor steps forward to console her, gently stroking her head. Yuer, quickly make yourself beautiful. Tomorrow you shall meet the Zhangyang family and your future husband, Zhangyang Xiangshen. The princess asks in surprise, Who? The emperor blinks, puzzled. Zhangyang Xiangshen, don't you know he has returned? The princess replies in astonishment. Xiangshenjij has returned? Since when? And the one betrothed to Macent. He's supposed to be a prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom. The emperor's eyes narrow sharply, his expression filled with fury. A prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom is nothing but a worthless wretch. How dare he covet my Yuer? The emperor continues, Yuer, you once met Zhangyang Xiangshen. Several years have passed, and his current achievements have soared to extraordinary heights, reaching a level your imperial father can only look up to. She asks with sparkling eyes, What great feat did Xiangshenjij accomplish? The emperor speaks with unmistakable pride. Zhangyang Xiangshen is only 21 years old, yet he is already a heavenly saint master. Moreover, he has been appointed the protector state master of the Qin Emperor Kingdom. The princess gasps in disbelief. How is that possible? Father, you're not deceiving Yuer, are you? The princess covers her mouth with one hand, overjoyed. So, the reason the Qin Emperor Kingdom came to our aid is all because of Xiangshenjij. The emperor raises a hand and laughs with excitement. With Zhangyang Xiangshen, our Jessom Kingdom will surely flourish beyond all measure. The emperor laughs heartily. Yuer, tomorrow you must make your Xiangshenjij fall head over heels for you. The princess flushes scarlet and scolds him shyly. Father, what are you saying? Before the palace hall, three figures converse in hushed whispers. Elder Gali chuckles. Truly, who would have thought the Protector State Master is the fourth young master of the Zhangyang residence? The Protector State Master smiles and replies, Elder Gali flatters me. Elder Gali offers a thought. Right, Dean Garfu has gone to the Huyun sect. When he returns, we must give him quite the shock. Xiangshen thinks with a trace of unease if Dean Garfu discovers that the Huyun sect no longer exists. He will truly be frightened out of his wits. The emperor and the princess approach. The emperor introduces cheerfully, Xiangshen, this is my daughter Princess Yaoyu. Xiangshen steps forward and cups his fists in greeting. This one pays respects to Princess Yaoyu. A thought flashes through his mind. Why does this princess bear such a striking resemblance to Yaoyu? Even the name matches the attire. Nephew, go for it. She and Yaoyu are twins, absolutely stunning. The princess blushes shyly. Xiangshen, brother, you're all right. That's wonderful. The emperor speaks. Dear nephew, this is your first time visiting the imperial palace of the Jessom Kingdom, is it not? Let Yuer take you for a stroll around the grounds. The princess bows low. Your daughter obeys the imperial father's decree. The moment the two leave, the emperor and the protector state master begin to confer. My dear in-law, when shall we hold our joyous occasion? The protector state master replies excitedly, I will go discuss with the boy's mother to find an auspicious date. The emperor beams with delight. Yes, 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 I shall send someone to check for an auspicious date at once. A man kneels and reports, Second Prince, Your Excellency the Prime Minister, the Princess of the Jessom Kingdom, and a young man of about 20, are heading toward the imperial garden. The second prince erupts in fury, his expression twisting as he gnashes his teeth. That young man is surely Zhangyang Xiangshen. The king of this Jessom Kingdom refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. This prince personally journeyed here only to be treated like this. There is no logic in it. The long-haired advisor at his side fans the flames. It seems the emperor of the Jessom kingdom has already made up his mind to betroth Princess Yaoyu to that Zhangyang brat. This general shall go find the king, and ask him directlitos he think nothing of the Sky Eagle kingdom. See, the prince slams his palm on the table and rises, his face darkening like a storm. Zhangyang Xiangshan, the woman this prince has set his heart upon, is not someone you can defile. The second prince snarls an order at his subordinates. Bring your weapons and follow me. This prince wants to see exactly what sort of abilities Zhangyang Xiangshan possesses. The subordinate responds, yes, your highness. The two stroll through the garden. How picturesque the scenery is. The princess speaks shyly. This is the largest garden in the royal palace of the Jessom kingdom. I love it here. Xiangshan asks Princess Yaoyu, do you perhaps have a twin sister? The princess turns in surprise. Young Master Xiangshan, why would you say such a thing? His gaze is resolute. I once met a girl who bore a striking resemblance to you at an academy long ago. She was also called Yaoyu. I wonder, does the princess know her? The princess raises her hand to her lips, her face breaking into a bright smile. Young Master Zhangyang, I am that very Yaoyu from the academy. Could it be you did not recognize me? Xiangshan's eyes widen in shock. He thinks to himself, good heavens, after all these years she has become even more beautiful. No, wait, is a princess. Of course she would be this beautiful. The princess lowers her head, fidgeting with her hands. Princess Yaoyu says, Young Master Zhangyang, I heard from my father that you have already become a heavenly saint master. His eyes gleam as if struck by inspiration. He nods. Yes, princess, she stammers softly. Could you let me experience it? I've never flown on my own before. I've only ever ridden magical beasts. Xiangshan raises his hand. Rich spiritual power gathers in his palm. With a casual flick, he summons the sky flight ability. He extends his hand. Princess, please, she reaches out shyly. Don't suddenly call me princess, keep calling me Yuer. It feels strange otherwise. He smiles gently. All right, Yuer, hold onto my hand tightly. Xiangshan leaps skyward in one smooth motion. The princess screams in shock. Looking down from the heights, the princess cannot help but gasp in wonder. So this is sky flight. It feels nothing at all like riding a magical beast. Xiangshan reassures her. Yuer, your talent is extraordinary. As long as you cultivate diligently, you will surely step into the heavenly saint master realm someday. The princess falls silent. But after all these years, my strength still lingers at the Earth Saint Master realm, while you've already become a heavenly Saint Master. He consoles her. Cultivation cannot be forced. Haste brings only turmoil. I am simply you, a few years ahead. The princess suddenly remembers something. That's right, there is something very important I must tell you. The two descend into the garden and sit facing each other. The princess continues. So you see, you must be careful of the prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Xiangshan reassures her. Rest easy. Now that I have returned, I will never let you suffer any injustice. A voice echoes from behind. Princess Jessom, what a coincidence meeting you here. The princess rises in anger. Second prince, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to lead soldiers to seize me? He strides forward, waving his hand dismissively, a smile on his lips. The princess jests. These men are merely here to protect this prince's safety. How would we dare commit such an outrage against your highness? She steps back, pressing close to Xiangshan and whispers, be careful. He is the second prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Xiangshan studies the second prince with a measured gaze. Both are princes, so why is the difference so vast? The second prince points at him, sneering with an air of understanding. This must be the fourth young master of the Zhangyang residence, Zhangyang Xiangshan. He turns to the princess. Princess, I wish to speak privately with young Master Zhangyang. Would you mind taking a stroll among the flowers? I will only be a moment. The princess looks reluctant, but she has no choice but to leave. The moment the princess is out of earshot, the second prince drops all pretense, revealing the face of a bitter rival. Zhangyang Xiangshan, this prince has a piece of advice for you. Princess Yaoyu is the woman this prince desires. If you don't want to lose face, go find your emperor and annul the engagement at once. Xiangshan replies with perfect composure. My affairs are none of your concern. If there is nothing else, I suggest you take your leave. The second prince seethes. Zhangyang Xiangshan, do you intend to bring catastrophe upon the Zhangyang residence? He snarls. It seems you have no idea of the Sky Eagle Kingdom's power. Do you believe I cannot reduce your Zhangyang residence to rubble? Xiangshan's expression darkens, his eyes shifting to a deep, murderous crimson. A flicker of true anger ignites within them. Second prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom, do you believe that with a single word from me, I could make your kingdom vanish overnight? The second prince slammed the table and roared furiously. How dare this Zhangyang Xiangshan, a brat who doesn't know the heavens from the earth, insult our Sky Eagle Kingdom like this? Guard sees him. I'll drag him back to the Sky Eagle Kingdom for my father to deal with. Xiangshan waved his hand with casual ease, and everything before him shattered into pieces. The second prince bellowed, "Guards! Guards, where are the guards?" Before he could finish turning around, the second prince found every single one of his subordinates sprawled lifelessly across the ground. Stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, he stammered in horror. What just happened? He collapsed onto his backside. Xiangshan spoke up with a mocking tone. "Second prince, your highness, are you sitting on the ground?" The second prince thought in terror, when did this brat make his move? How did I not notice a single thing? He stared at Xiangshan in abject horror. Those guards hadn't even managed a single cry for help before being slaughtered outright. The second prince wondered, just what is this brat's true strength? The second prince rose to his feet and clasped his hands in a respectful salute. "Young Master Zhangyang," this prince was out of line. The princess asked with worry, "Xiangshan, could a man like that bring trouble to the Zhangyang residence?" Xiangshan squeezed her hand reassuringly. "Rest easy. I haven't even taken the Sky Eagle Kingdom seriously." He reached out cheerfully to hold the princess's hand. "Let's head back together." The princess smiled. "All right." In another location, two figures sat discussing matters. "Brother Ming Dong, do you have any plans for the future?" A guard burst through the doors, panting and desperate, with an urgent report. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, the fourth young master of the Zhangyang residence, Zhangyang Xiangshan, has slain the guards of the Sky Eagle Kingdom's second prince. He now stands outside the gates, demanding an audience with your highness and an explanation." The crown prince's face drained of color. "What?" The second prince burst in like a thunderclap, slamming the door wide open. "Crown Prince Jessam, how exactly do you govern your people?" The crown prince spoke in a hushed, anxious tone, trying to smooth things over. "Second prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom, please sit down first and calm yourself." The second prince turned his head. He glanced toward the brown-haired man and asked, "Young hero Ming Dong, why are you here?" The second prince thought to himself, "This is that genius I encountered at the Jessam Kingdom's merit celebration banquet." The brown-haired man said coldly, his voice cutting like a blade, "And where I go to, I need to report to you?" The second prince forced a smile. "Young hero Ming Dong, you jest. This one merely wishes to host a banquet in your honor." The second prince cursed inwardly. If it weren't for trying to recruit you, would this old man even bother giving you face? The crown prince spoke softly, carefully offering the second prince a cup of wine. "Since things are as they are, why don't the three of us share a drink together and enjoy ourselves today?" The second prince said furiously, his arrogance blazing, "Crown Prince Jessam, no matter how magnanimous I am, shouldn't you at least have that Zhangyang Xiangshan come here and kowtow to me in apology? Why on earth did he slaughter over a dozen of my guards?" The crown prince stammered and tried to mediate. All right, I'll speak with my father shortly, and have Zhangyang Xiangshan compensate you handsomely." The crown prince thought to himself, "The Sky Eagle Kingdom is not something we can afford to provoke. If I can de-escalate this and find a step down, that would be a blessing." The brown-haired man harbored suspicions about Zhangyang Xiangshan and the Zhangyang residence. Mid-thought, he spoke up, asking the crown prince, "What is this Zhangyang Xiangshan like?" The crown prince explained, "Although we don't have a portrait, we do possess the wanted poster issued when the Huyun sect was hunting him left it behind." "May I see the wanted poster?" Ming Dong asked. The crown prince summoned a palace maid. "Go fetch the wanted poster." The palace maid answered, "Yes, Ming Dong de Anxia." The palace maid approached, bowed her head, and presented the wanted poster image to Ming Dong. Ming Dong couldn't help but startle, so shocked that he spat out the water in his mouth. Ming Dong thought, "Isn't this Giant Chen? So that's why I searched the entire kingdom for 3 days, and not a single soul had ever heard the name Giant Chen. To think your real name is Zhangyang Xiangshan. I'm truly a fool. If he weren't the son of Baron Zhangyang, how could he have been willing to exchange a heaven-tier battle technique with me?" Ming Dong recalled his memories with Xiangshan. "Didn't I help deliver something to Baron Zhangyang, the patriarch of the Zhangyang residence, in Jessam Kingdom? I remember now." Ming Dong's eyes lit up with realization. "Wait, that brat just said he had a conflict with Giant Chen." The second prince saw Ming Dong staring blankly into the distance and asked, "Young hero Ming Dong, what's wrong?" Ming Dong pressed further. "The person you just encountered is Zhangyang Xiangshan, and you had a conflict with him." The second prince replied, "That's right. I originally intended to discuss certain matters with him, but he suddenly attacked me and slaughtered my guards." The crown prince's face betrayed a cunning expression as he thought, "Perfect. Let you go and test the strength of that Zhangyang Xiangshan. Before the second prince could even react, Ming Dong seized him and shot into the sky. Perfect, me to him. I have business with him too. The second prince's eyes gleamed with shrewd satisfaction. Very well. Xiangshan and the princess were strolling leisurely when a voice suddenly thundered from behind. Halt! Zhangyang Xiangshan. The princess anxiously grips Xiangshan's hand. He clasps her hand in reassurance. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Did he just suddenly turn around? Xiangshan points toward the brown-haired man. Why are you here? The second prince thunders furiously. How audacious! Zhangyang Xiangshan, how dare you point your finger? The brown-haired young master Ming Dong's face darkens. Yauknil before me. The second prince points at Xiangshan imperiously and commands. Did you hear me? Zhangyang Xiangshan, Ming Dong, kneel. Damn it, I said kneel. The brown-haired man suddenly snaps, his leg lashing out in a vicious kick straight at the second prince. The second prince's legs buckle as he crashes to his knees on the ground. The second prince stands there dazed, his face drained of color, completely bewildered, still unable to comprehend what just happened. The brown-haired man grins with delight and slaps Xiangshan on the shoulder. Jian Chen, you brat, you came back and still didn't tell me your real name. Xiangshan laughs cheerfully and scratches his head. Things were hectic back then, I completely forgot to tell you. He gestures toward the princess and introduces. Ming Dong, this is Yu Yue of the Jessun Kingdom. Xiangshan turns and points toward Ming Dong. Princess Yu Yue, this is my sworn brother Ming Dong. Suddenly a kick slams into the second prince's shoulder. His face turns ghostly pale, drained of every last drop of blood. The brown-haired man's voice drips with mockery. Jian Chen, does this little brat have a death wish? The second prince lowers his head and desperately begs for mercy. Great hero, spare me. This lowly one truly did not know you and Zhangyang Xiangshan were friends. The princess turns and pleads. Brother Xiangshan, please spare him this once. After all, he is a prince of the Tianying Kingdom. Xiangshan reaches out to dissuade the brown-haired man. Forget it, Ming Dong. Leave him be. Let's go find somewhere to have ourselves a proper drink. The brown-haired man kicks the second prince far away and roars. Don't just stand there, get lost. The second prince scrambles to his feet and flees in a panic. Thank you both for sparing my life. Xiangshan asks with puzzlement. Right, we are you inside the imperial palace? The brown-haired man explains. Well, your emperor has been treating me with nothing but great hospitality ever since the war ended. Besides, I didn't know your real name, so all I could do was wait here for word of you. The brown-haired man continues. Jian Chen, I've already personally delivered the heavenly creation art to your father. As for the Huyun sect matter, I only just learned of it myself. Be sure to count me in. Don't forget to give me a call when the time comes. Xiangshan chuckles wryly. Then you probably won't have long to wait. The brown-haired man asks, why is that? Xiangshan replies, because I already annihilated the Huyun sect yesterday afternoon. The brown-haired man sighs with boredom. And here I thought there'd be something to do. He observes, Jian Chen. There's one more thing I'm extremely curious about. Xiangshan turns to face him. What is it? The brown-haired man whispers slyly. Who's older, the princess or the other young lady? Xiangshan's face flushes red as he falls silent. Scene change. The second prince is in his chambers, slamming the table in fury. Zhangyang Xiangshan, today's humiliation I will repay you 100-fold. The long-haired man asks curiously, Your Highness, what happened? Why are you so furious? The second prince rages. Those people from the Zhangyang clan manor are far too arrogant. He then recounts the entire affair to the long-haired man. The long-haired man protests. How can there be such an unreasonable thing? The long-haired man ponders. No wonder the king of Jessun Kingdom insists on forging a marriage alliance with the Zhangyang clan manor. The long-haired man continues. If I'm not mistaken, that Zhangyang Xiangshan possesses the strength of a heavenly saint master. The second prince expresses doubt. General Yang, could it be that your negotiations with the king have also failed? The long-haired man replies softly. Indeed. But were I in his position, I would have done the same. Zhangyang Xiangshan's future potential is boundless. There's no telling, may very well lead the Jessun Kingdom into a golden age. The second prince says gravely, this is a grave threat to the Tianying Kingdom. Once the Jessun Kingdom grows stronger, it will certainly endanger our Tianying Kingdom. Therefore, Zhangyang Xiangshan cannot be allowed to live. The long-haired man brings his hand to his chin, a calculating expression settling across his face. Indeed, this old minister shares the same thought. Zhangyang Xiangshan has committed such a monstrous act of treason it just so happens we can use this as a convenient pretext. Scene change. Back in the palace hall, the emperor and the national protector master are. seated when Xiangshan finally returns. Your Majesty, I have returned with Princess Yue. The Emperor beams with delight, his eyes brightening. My dear son-in-law, you and Yue are no longer young. Choose an auspicious day and settle the matter of your marriage as soon as possible. Xiangshan replies solemnly. Your Majesty, during this period, this subject has many pressing matters to attend to. This truly is not the time to discuss marriage. I humbly ask that you postpone this union. The Emperor's face flushes red as a chili pepper. He speaks with anger. My dear son-in-law, before he can finish, the princess also speaks up. Your daughter humbly agrees to postpone the marriage as well. The Emperor shakes his head wearily, thinking, for now, I can only go along with their wishes. The Emperor waves his hand and replies, very well. Since both of you wish to postpone this marriage, then we shall delay it for a time. Scene change. At a private manor, a figure cloaked in black stealthily leaps onto the rooftop, lying in wait. Xiangshan, did you refuse little Yue again today? Your mother thinks that girl is quite wonderful. Xiangshan replies wearily, Mother, please go to sleep first. Your son will explain everything tomorrow. His mother responds helplessly, very well. Then tomorrow I'll bring up the marriage again. Xiangshan replies, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts doting. I understand, Mother. Please go rest. After the conversation, Xiangshan returns to his room, exhausted. He sits down and diligently circulates his spiritual power. Unbeknownst to him, a figure in black has already appeared on the rooftop above, holding a small vial in his hand. He gently uncorks it and swiftly pours a large quantity of powder down into the room below, right where Xiangshan sits. A gleam of triumph flashes in his eyes as he thinks to himself, success. Jian Chen is deep in concentration, cultivating. When he is ambushed, Somyeon has laced his room with a sedative. Seeing the drug take effect, the assassin draws his blade, crashes through the rooftop, and lunges at him. A single thought races through his mind, die. He brings the blade slashing down at Jian Chen's neck, but it fails to pierce through. His eyes widen in shock. What is this? How can this be? Jian Chen opens his eyes and regards him coldly. How rare indeed, dark attribute Saint Force. At that moment, a ring of azure light encircles Xiangshan. The assassin leaps back in alarm, his gaze fixed on the surging sword Qi. He stares at Jian Chen in terror, drenched in cold sweat. You knew I was here all along. Jian Chen smiles with absolute confidence. Of course, if not for my mother's worries, the moment you set foot in the Changyang clan manor, I would have killed you. The assassin bolts desperately from the room. Seeing this, Jian Chen furrows his brow and channels his spiritual power. You want to run? Do you think it's that easy? He surges forward like a raging gale, leaving only afterimages in his wake, but still, the assassin cannot escape. Jian Chen strike slams squarely into the assassin's body. The assassin crashes to the ground, coughing violently, and struggles to rise. Suddenly, Ming Dong leaps out, condensing spiritual power in his palm, and smashes it directly into the assassin. The assassin coughs up a mouthful of blood, his face black and blue, eyes rolling back. Ming Dong glares at his hand and snarls, damn it, can't even get a proper night's sleep. This motherfucker even came to assassinate my brother. You are truly courting death. He grabs the assassin with one hand and drags him over to Xiangshan, asking, Jian Chen, should I just beat him to death? Xiangshan folds his arms behind his back and replies calmly, no rush. Wait until he wakes up, then we'll question him. His mother hears the commotion and rushes through the door, calling out in alarm, Xiangshan, what happened? She asks anxiously, Xiangshan, what was that noise just now? Are you hurt, dear? Hearing this, the young man rubs his head and laughs. Aunt Bai, it's nothing. An assassin broke in, and I've already taken care of him. She turns ghastly pale the moment she spots the assassin lying unconscious on the ground. Xiangshan buries his face in his hands, exasperated. That's it. Don't even think about cultivating tonight. Seeing this, she scolds him sharply. Xiangshan, what did your mother just tell you? Don't tell me you won't listen to your mother. And on top of that, there's also the matter with that girl Yaoyu today. The next morning, inside the Imperial Palace, the second Prince of Sky Eagle delivers his report. Your Majesty, Emperor Jessom, Zhangyang Xiangshan has insulted our great Eagle Kingdom. He has trampled upon the dignity of our nation with impunity. I humbly request that your Majesty deliver justice on our behalf. The Emperor listens and responds cheerfully. Second Prince of Sky Eagle, I have already been briefed on yesterday's incident. It was merely a verbal dispute between civilians, surely. It is not as grave as your Excellency claims. Seeing this, General Sa clenches his fist and raises it high, his jaw set with iron resolve. Your Majesty, Zhangyang Xiangshan has deeply offended the Sky Eagle Kingdom. This old man must bring him back to face the Sky Eagle Emperor's judgment. It would be best if your majesty did not involve yourself in this matter. The emperor gestures toward the exit, his face thunderous with rage. If that is the case, then you had best gather your people and leave this place at once. The Jessamine kingdom does not welcome you. The second prince of Sky Eagle demands with displeasure. Does your majesty intend to obstruct the people of our Sky Eagle kingdom from carrying out their duties? The emperor thunders. This is the imperial palace of the Jessamine kingdom, not your Sky Eagle kingdom. If you insist on causing trouble within these palace walls, do not blame this emperor for showing no mercy. Seeing that the emperor refuses to yield, Chancellor Sa raises his hand with a dangerous smile. Since the Jessamine kingdom refuses to show good sense, then do not blame us for what follows. Strike. A thunderous explosion erupts outside, sending a soldier hurtling through the doors and crashing into the hall. The emperor jolts to his feet in shock. What is happening? From outside strides a hulking giant of a man, muscles rippling like coiled serpents beneath his skin. Soldiers lie scattered at his feet like broken dolls. He clasps his hands and asks, Chancellor, I only need to capture this old man, correct? Chancellor Sa raises his hand with a smile. Indeed, Master Dio, I must trouble you to act. The emperor roars with fury. Sky Eagle Kingdom, do you think our Jessamine Kingdom has no heavenly saint masters? Elder Talai, step forth. Teach these two blind fools a lesson on my behalf. An elder with snow-white hair and a flowing silver beard moves to block the emperor's path. As you command. He immediately turns to the imperial guards. Report to the Zhangyang residents at once. Tell them to hide Zhangyang Xiangshan under no circumstances. Are they to let those people take him away? Understood. At the Zhangyang residence, sunlight bathes the courtyards in a golden glow. Xiangshan appears with dark, hollow circles beneath his eyes and a blank, exhausted expression on his face. The young man points at him, clutching his stomach in laughter. Now I finally understand why you never want to stay at that place. Xiangshan's face twists in exasperation. Wasn't it all because of you? Suddenly someone cries out in a frantic voice. Zhangyang Fourth Young Master. The Zhangyang Fourth Young Master. A guard sprints over in a frenzy to report. Young Master, the second Prince of Sky Eagle has brought men before His Majesty and is demanding your surrender. His Majesty sent me to warn you, he says, to hide at once. He will hold those people back for you. Hearing this, Xiangshan furrows his brow. The second Prince of Sky Eagle. Since they are courting death, then they should not have come. Two elders clash with reckless fury, trading devastating martial techniques in a storm of explosive chi. Elder Talai surges forward, unleashing an earth-tier battle technique, the Wind God Fist. The bald brute refuses to back down. He snarls, you dare brandish such a mediocre technique before a true master. He erupts with a heaven-tier battle technique, the Tyrant King Fist. Even in the heat of battle, he does not forget to taunt. Let me show you the gulf between you and me. Seeing the bald brute go all out without reservation, the old man's face drains of color. Not good. While the elder is still reeling in panic, a hand shoots out from behind and intercepts the crushing blow for him. The white-haired figure turns around. Questioned about his identity as the fourth young master of Zhangyang, he ignores the young man's words entirely and sends the bald man hurtling far away. Only then does he turn back to offer his greetings. Elder Zali, you have suffered greatly. Leave the rest to me. The elder replies humbly. It is this old man who should be thanking the fourth young master for saving his life. With those words, he lifts the elder into his arms and turns to address the emperor. Your Majesty, leave this matter to me. The emperor replies with reassurance. Dear son-in-law, I entrust this matter to you. Suddenly, a furious young man appears out of thin air, his expression twisted with rage. Zhangyang Xiangshan, I thought you would hide forever, so you've finally shown your face. Xiangshan retorts without hesitation. If you lead your people and leave right now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will reap the consequences. Chancellor Zia, standing beside the young man, speaks up. Zhangyang Xiangshan, do you truly wish to make an enemy of our Sky Eagle Kingdom? Do you have any idea what kind of empire you are dealing with? Xiangshan warns with undisguised irritation. If you continue to be this arrogant, do you really believe I cannot ensure that not a single one of you leaves this royal palace of the Jessamine Kingdom alive? Very well. It seems the Jessamine Kingdom has chosen to become an enemy of the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Chancellor Zia turns to call upon the bald elder. Elder Jiao, the Jessamine Kingdom has determined to stand against the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Please lend your strength help. His Majesty eliminate these enemies. The bald man assures him. Rest easy, Chancellor Zia. This old man will capture every last one of these commoners and drag them back to the Sky Eagle Kingdom, awaiting His Majesty's command. The words barely leave his lips before he hurls his fist forward, rocketing toward his target. Brat, prepare to die. Below, Xiangshan has already gathered enough spiritual power to engage the bald man in direct combat. A thunderous explosion rends the air. The surrounding atmosphere is violently forced outward as two streams of power collide, filling the space with an oppressive, crushing pressure. The bald man demands in disbelief. You can manipulate the elemental chi of heaven and earth. You are a heavenly saint master. Xiangshan sneers, so what? Didn't your master tell you? Don't lose focus or you'll die even faster. With those words, he rockets straight toward the bald man. Unwilling to be outdone, the bald man roars and charges headlong into him. The two swords collide, producing a piercing, ear-splitting clang. Though the fight has only just begun, the scales already tip in Xiangshan's favor, for the bald man's blade is slowly cracking, splintering apart. He gasps for air, then cries out in horror, I am. Impossible, Thisho, can this be? You dare destroy my saint weapon. Xiangshan retracts his saint weapon and launches a devastating palm strike straight upward. The bald man barely dodged some moments' hesitation, and he would have crossed into his next life. Before the bald man can even steady himself, Xiangshan unleashes two consecutive lethal blows, Heaven-tier battle technique, blazing cloud palm. In the blink of an eye, Xiangshan has already retreated 100 meters from the bald man. The bald man trembles violently. No, impossible. I'm a third-turn heavenly saint master. How could I possibly lose to a brat like you? Suddenly, Xiangshan speaks up. Do you know Taya of the Huyun sect? The bald man startles, his mind racing. Senior Taya, yeah, you know him. Xiangshan replies, 3 days ago he had also reached the third-turn heavenly saint master level. I killed him yesterday. Unable to believe his own ears, the bald man retorts, You're lying. A third-turn heavenly saint master cannot be killed so easily. Xiangshan continues, I know not only you won't believe it, the ones watching below won't believe it either. Having said this, Xiangshan begins to draw upon his spiritual power. A flash of killing intent blazes in his eyes. Then I'll just have to kill another third-turn heavenly saint master, so they know I am not someone to be trifled with. Hearing this, the bald man shakes like a leaf, pleading desperately. I believe you, don't kill me, I don't want to die. But his words come far too late. Xiangshan unleashes a heaven-tier battle technique, straight at him, scarlet lightning flash. Die! A single strike pierces clean through the bald man's heart, sending him off to meet his ancestors. He can only watch helplessly as blood pours endlessly from the wound in his chest, capable of nothing but screaming. He collapses to the ground, leaving the two behind him utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Xiangshan approaches the prince and the chancellor, then delivers a line that makes everyone who hears it tremble with fear. Believe me now, the second prince of the Tianying kingdom. Without a single exchange determining the victor, Xiangshan defeats a master of the Tianying kingdom. The man crashes down right beside the second prince, who stares at the corpse in abject terror, stammering. Impossible. Chancellor Sha, seeing this, immediately bows deeply before Xiangshan in apology. Chengyang Xiangshan, you are incredibly powerful. We are no match for you. Regarding our earlier disrespect, I apologize to you on behalf of the Tianying kingdom. Xiangshan gazes at him in silence. The old man immediately turns, seizes the second prince, and moves to leave. We will depart from the Jessun kingdom at once. Ming Dong stands with his arms crossed, watching the two of them. Stop right there, Tianying kingdom. Do you truly think Ming Dong's brother is that easy to bully? His words catch them completely off guard. Chancellor Sha's expression darkens as he clasps his hands toward Ming Dong. Young Master Ming Dong, for the sake of diplomacy between our two nations, could you spare the second prince a path of survival? Ming Dong regards them with contempt. A puny kingdom like Tianying dares to be this arrogant. Furthermore, the two nations, do you believe I could rally forces to annihilate the Tianying kingdom right now? The second prince and Chancellor Sha turn deathly pale, staring at Ming Dong. Jian Chen, how do you intend to deal with them? Xiangshan glances toward the Emperor of Jessun, pondering. The Jessun kingdom has just endured a great war. It cannot afford to be ravaged by another. He waves his hand. Ming Dong, let them go. Ming Dong looks at him in disbelief. You're letting them leave just like that? Xiangshan replies. Let them go, I have my own plans. Hearing this, Ming Dong promptly kicks the second prince square in the backside. You'd better hope I never see you again, or next time won't end this easily. Several days later, at a tavern, a young man in yellow robes sits by the window drinking. It is Du Gufeng. He recalls that not long ago, someone had told him Jian Chen had returned to the Jessun kingdom. If you want to find him, just go. Things are getting lively over there, you're as sure to enjoy the excitement. The young man in black robes had said. Du Gufeng rests his arm on the windowsill, gazing down at the streets below. Why is it that everywhere I go, there's nothing but peace? Not a single hint of turmoil. He recalls how he once scoured every corner searching for Giant Chen. Du Gufeng asks a passerby, "Excuse me, do you happen to know someone named Giant Chen?" The man scratches his head. Never heard of him. He furrows his brow. Even in Liuor City, not a soul has heard of Giant Chen. From a distance, Du Gufeng overhears two patrons at the neighboring table discussing recent events in the Jessun Kingdom. One says, "Did you hear? They say the fourth young master of the Chengyang clan manor has slain a third cycle heavenly saint master." The other gasps, "Heavens above, the fourth young master of the Chengyang clan manor is that powerful." Du Gufeng immediately dashes to their table, startling both patrons. "Hey, you two, this fourth young master of Chengyang, where is he?" Before long, Du Gufeng stands before the gates of the Chengyang clan manor. Two guards stand watch at the entrance. The guard on the right raises his hand to block his entry. "Halt, this is the Chengyang clan manor. Without an invitation, no one is permitted to enter." He plants his hands on his hips and declares boldly, "I am Du Gufeng, here to challenge the one called Chengyang Xiangshan to a duel." The guard on the right raises his fist at him in fury. "Insolent fool, the fourth young master's name is not one you are worthy to utter." The guard on the left furrows his brow. "Have you come here to provoke us?" Du Gufeng raises both hands, flustered, and hastily explains, "No, I'm not here to provoke anyone. I truly am here to fight." Xiangshan approaches from afar, surprised to see someone standing before his family's gates. "Du Gufeng, what are you doing here?" Hearing Xiangshan's voice, Du Gufeng immediately spins around. "Giant Chen, I've finally found you." Du Gufeng beams with joy. Beside him, Ming Dong strolls over with a wide grin. Du Gufeng leans in close and whispers, "Giant Chen, I've heard the fourth young master of the Chengyang clan manor is incredibly formidable. Do you know him? I want to fight him." Hearing this, Xiangshan looks at Du Gufeng in surprise. Xiangshan is at a loss with this fellow. "Fine, follow me." He then introduces Du Gufeng to the guards. "This man is my friend. There is no need to stop him in the future." The guards bow and reply, "Yes, sir." Du Gufeng stares at Xiangshan in astonishment. "Giant Chen, you're here as well. Do you know the fourth young master of the Chengyang clan manor?" Ming Dong stands nearby, laughing. He flashes a toothy grin at Du Gufeng. "Know him? You could say that." Xiangshan chuckles and puts a stop to Ming Dong's teasing. "All right, stop messing with him." Ming Dong only laughs harder at this. In the hexagonal pavilion within the garden, Du Gufeng stares at Xiangshan, who sits before him, utterly stunned. "What? You're the fourth young master of Chengyang?" "Xiangshan." Ming Dong laces his fingers behind his head, squinting with a grin. "Well then, I shall now preside over the duel between Du Gufeng and Chengyang Xiangshan." Du Gufeng slumps face first onto the stone table, groaning. "Ming Dong, stop messing with me. Even before Giant Chen became a heavenly saint master, I was already no match for him. Now that he's a heavenly saint master, how could I possibly stand against him?" Xiangshan reassures his friend. "Come now, don't listen to Ming Dong's nonsense. What brings you here?" Hearing this, Du Gufeng replies, "I originally planned to spar with you and sharpen my strength, but by the time I arrived, the war was already over." Ming Dong turns to Xiangshan. "That's right, Giant Chen, we not recruit Du Gufeng into our mercenary band? It would greatly bolster our strength." Xiangshan nods in agreement. "I was thinking the same. I only wonder what brother Du Gufeng thinks about it." Du Gufeng's face lights up. He slaps his left fist into his right palm and immediately agrees. "Wonderful. I was just wondering what to do with myself." Xiangshan suddenly grows pensive. "Speaking of which, I wonder if Dr. N and Yun Zheng, the two who saved my life, have made it to Liuor City." Ming Dong looks at him and says, "Tomorrow I'll send word to the city lord's manor to have them inspect every person entering the city. That way, the moment Dr. N and Yun Zheng arrive in Liuor City, we'll receive the news." Xiangshan sees the merit in this and agrees. "Very well, I'll leave this matter to you." Du Gufeng asks, "Giant Chen, what are your plans next?" Xiangshan unfurls a map. "I intend to journey to the Saint King's Cave ruins tomorrow to investigate. Would either of you like to come along?" Du Gufeng immediately refuses. "No way. My strength is far too weak. I'd only be a hindrance to you." Ming Dong also declines. "I won't go either. I have a special cultivation method. The Saint King's Cave ruins wouldn't be of much use to me." Seeing this, Xiangshan replies, "Very well. While I'm away, I'll entrust the two of you with looking after my family." Du Gufeng nods at once. "Leave it to me." Ming Dong also assures him, "No problem, rest easy." Xiangshan soars through the sky toward the Saint King's Cave ruins. Below him stretches a vast, verdant forest dotted with scattered homesteads. He flies while studying the map. Judging by the marked coordinates, this should be the place. Xiangshan gazes downward. Something catches his eye. From above, he spots a towering pagoda nestled within the terrain. He flies closer, brow furrowed in curiosity. Hidden deep within these mountains, there's a sect. A voice suddenly rings out. A friend arrives from afar. Is that not a joy? A figure with a snow-white beard and hair materializes within the tower and speaks. One who journeys from afar is a guest. If your excellency would not disdain it, please come and rest at my Kinkson pavilion. He descends, clasps his hands, and bows in response. This old sir does not yet know whether this one is a man of virtue or a villain. To invite me in upon our very first meeting, surely your judgment of character is that keen. The old man strokes his beard and chuckles warmly. My Kinkson pavilion is as poor as a church mouse, nothing at all like those wealthy sects out there. There is simply nothing here worth your while. Moreover, all the disciples within the pavilion are wholly devoted to their cultivation. There are no schemers among them. You are overthinking things, young friend. He clasps his hands and bows courteously. In that case, this one shall trouble you for a moment. He follows the old man inside, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Inside, disciples sit in focused meditation. He observes them silently outwardly. They appear no different from ordinary men, yet their strength is terrifyingly immense. The old man looks at him and speaks. This old man is Tiansu, Zai, master of the Kinkson pavilion. That one as young as you has already become a heavenly saint, master, is truly hard to believe. He asks in surprise, can this old sir actually perceive my age? The old man smiles. The Kinkson art I cultivate is a profound scripture that allows one to perceive the origin of all things. Thus, even your age is apparent to this old man. At a glance, you are certainly no older than 25. Hearing this, he exclaims in admiration. It seems your esteemed pavilion's techniques are truly wondrous. The old man clasps his hands behind his back. That is only natural, though the Kinkson art is profound. Those capable of cultivating it can barely be counted on a single hand. The Kinkson pavilion has endured in these mountains for thousands of years. Each generation harbors only 100 disciples. Those of exceptional talent cultivate within the tower, while those of ordinary aptitude venture outside to seek the next generation of disciples. The old man turns to him and asks, might I ask what brings you to these mountains? He lowers his head in thought. Should he tell this man about the Saint King's cave dwelling? Before he can answer, the old man continues. You've come for the Saint King's cave dwelling, haven't you, young brother? He replies in shock. Have you been to the Saint King's cave dwelling before, old sir? The old man chuckles. There is no need to be so tense, young brother. One who cultivates the Kinkson art must never be swayed by worldly treasures, no matter how precious. They must be regarded as mere pebbles and sand. He asks in astonishment, then might senior point me toward the Saint King's cave dwelling? The old man stands by the window and points outward. About 50 miles to the south, beside a lake, lies the Saint King's cave dwelling. A powerful illusion formation guards its exterior. Young friend, should you wish to enter, I'm afraid it will take considerable effort. Hearing this, he clasps his hands in gratitude. Many thanks for the guidance, senior. He rockets into the air, calling back over his shoulder. This one still has urgent matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. The old man watches his departing figure. So young, yet already possessing the cultivation of a heavenly saint master. In time, he will surely stand among the supreme powerhouses of the Tianren continent. He may even become a second Mo Tianian. Perhaps I should report this to the Grand Pavilion Master. If we can bring him into our fold, the pressure our protective clan faces will ease considerably. We may finally be able to breathe under the beast god continent's oppression. He touches down beside a lake, scanning the surroundings. This must be the place. As he wonders where the Saint King's cave dwelling might be, a massive whirlpool suddenly forms on the water's surface. A giant python erupts from the vortex, its maw gaping wide as it lunges toward him. He condenses his saint force into a blade and snarls, "You're courting death." He unleashes a devastating blast of saint force straight at the python. Go! The attack pierces clean through the python's skull, yet it remains utterly unscathed. He frowns. What is this? Why didn't my attack land? It retaliates with 3 blasts of energy straight at him. He leaps into the air to dodge, then continues his assault, but every strike passes clean through the beast without effect. His expression shifts. He realizes this python is not real, it is an illusion. It launches another attack at him. He retreats and dodges. If this is an illusion, there must be a formation. I need to find it fast. He closes his eyes and extends his spiritual sense outward, searching for the formation eye. His spiritual perception blankets a vast area. His eyes snap open, Found it. He channels his saint force and rockets straight toward the cliff face beside him. A massive explosion erupts. Rock shatters and dust billows everywhere. From where he struck, spirit fish leap outward. He grins. Found it. A staircase spiraling downward appears in the earth, the Saint King's Cave ruins, nestled amid emerald mountains and azure waters. Elder Yan speaks. Are the Feng Yun duo in the vicinity of this area? Beside him stand a big-eared elder and a green-robed man who reeks of wine. Let's go down and have a look. Hopefully that Gan Yun fellow hasn't deceived us. Elder Feng speaks. Elder Yan says, "You're overthinking it, Elder Feng. Didn't he share the secret with us precisely so we'd eliminate someone for him? Why would he deceive us?" Elder Yun strokes his chin. "That is a fair point, but the question remains, who exactly does he want us to kill?" He speaks with vicious intent. "Regardless of who it is, once we've extracted all the Saint King's bone marrow, we'll head to the Jessun Kingdom and slaughter them all." Elder Feng points at the tunnel. "It seems someone has beaten us here by a step." Elder Yun asks, "Could it be the one Gan Yun wants us to eliminate?" Elder Feng replies, "Most likely." Elder Yan says, "If that's the case, it saves us the trouble of searching. We can kill him right here." Elder Feng says, "Let's do as you say. We'll go in and see just who this person really is." Meanwhile, deep within the Saint King's Cave ruins, Xiangshan has reached his destination. The Saint King's skeletal remains. Before him sits a skeleton in the lotus position, draped in tattered cloth, radiating a faint blue luminescence. Xiangshan approaches the skeleton and reaches out to touch it. As expected of a Saint King-level expert, though only bones remain, the energy within is no weaker than a living sovereign's. He turns his head to survey the surroundings, his hand still outstretched. "Let me look around and see if there are other treasures." The skeleton suddenly sinks into the ground, as if silently devoured by something unseen. Xiangshan whips his head around. The Saint King's skeleton has vanished in its place. A spatial ring rests quietly on the ground. A spatial ring. He picks up the ring. It radiates a golden glow in his palm. "Let me see what treasures lie within." From within the ring, a golden cultivation technique manual materializes. Xiangshan gasps in astonishment. A mid-grade heaven-tier battle skill, the Heaven Decree. This is extraordinary. He stores the manual back into the ring. A sudden sense of danger washes over him. He tenses instantly and barely dodges a surprise attack. He whips around to face two figures hovering in midair, the Feng Yun elders. The two stare at him in shock and exclaim, "Young Master!" The man with the birthmark on his forehead turns to look at them. "Young Master, Elder Feng, Elder Yun, you two know him." Elder Feng scratches his head sheepishly. "Of course we do. He is the very young master our young miss has been longing for day and night." Elder Yun stares in disbelief at Xiangshan's cultivation. "Jian Chen, in such a short time, you've already reached the realm of a heavenly saint master." Xiangshan looks at them, bewildered. "Elders Feng Yun, why are you two here, and why did you just attack me?" The Feng Yun elders freeze upon hearing this. Elder Feng scratches his face anxiously, turning beet red. "W8, young master, let me explain. Please don't go spreading nonsense to the young miss." Elder Yun chimes in as well. "Young master, we were set up by that wretch Gan Yun." Xiangshan still stares at them in confusion. "What do you mean?" The man with the birthmark on his forehead speaks. "Enough, let me explain everything clearly." Behind him, the Feng Yun elders still regard the young man with embarrassed expressions. Outside the Saint King's Cave ruins, everyone sits down to talk. Xiangshan sits beside the Feng Yun elders, while the other man sits across from the three of them. Xiangshan looks at him and asks, "Did Gan Yun tell you all the location of the Saint King's Cave dwelling?" "He did," the man replies. "And not just our royal house, I'm certain other families were informed as well." Elder Feng quickly cuts in. "That's right, young master. It's a good thing we arrived quickly." Elder Yun continues, "If something had happened to you, our young miss would have beaten us half to death." Xiangshan frowns, displeased. "I never expected Gan Yun to pull something like this against me. It seems I'll need to find him and settle this." He turns to the Feng Yun elders. "What do you two plan to do now?" Elder Feng advises him. "Elder Yan, let's go. There's no need to cause trouble for the young master." Elder Yun adds, "Elder Yan, heed my counsel. This matter runs deeper than any of us can fathom. You hold no certainty of the outcome. We should leave at once." Elder Yan glares at them both with contempt. "Nonsense. Even a pair of bootlickers like you two know full well that a fight today is out of the question." Elder Yan clasps his hands toward Xiangshan. "Jian Chen, I Yan Lai am not one who fails to recognize a debt of gratitude. Thank you for helping our young miss at the mercenary assembly. Today's incident was a misunderstanding. I hope you will not take it to heart. He rises and clasps his hands toward the three of them. Senior Yan Lai, Senior Feng, Senior Yun, many thanks. This one still has matters to attend to and must take his leave. Elder Feng pulls him back. Wait, Jian Chen, this old man has something to say to you. Xiangshan looks at him and asks, what is it? Elder Feng leans in and whispers into his ear. Ever since returning from the mercenary assembly, the young miss has grown more withdrawn and taciturn, often drifting into silence by herself. Whenever you have free time, do pay a visit to the Imperial Palace. Xiangshan raises an eyebrow and nods in agreement. Very well understood. He waves to the two elders. Please relay my regards to Miss Huang Luan on my behalf. Elder Feng turns back, laughing heartily and waving his hand. This old man will certainly pass along your message, young friend Jian Chen. Xiangshan furrows his brows. Kai and Yuns, if you wish to play this game with me, then do not blame me for what follows. In the vast grand hall, two figures kneel before the emperor seated upon the dragon throne. One by one they speak. This son greets imperial father. This subject greets your majesty. The emperor accepts tea brought by a palace maid and casually asks, my son, Chancellor, was your trip to the Jessamine Kingdom a smooth one? Upon hearing the emperor's question, the prince in blue robes immediately rises, his face twisted with fury. Imperial father, the Jessamine Kingdom is far too insolent. Not only did they show no respect to anyone, not an ounce of regard for our Sky Eagle Kingdom, they even struck down Senior Kaio Jian. We nearly could not escape the Imperial Palace of the Jessamine Kingdom alive. After hearing his son's report, the emperor's face darkens instantly. He turns to the chancellor beside him and demands in a stern voice, Chancellor, are my son's words true? Did the Jessamine Kingdom truly act in such a manner? The chancellor lowers his head even further. Reporting to your majesty what the second prince has said is largely true. The Jessamine Kingdom indeed showed no regard for our Sky Eagle Kingdom. Moreover, Senior Kaio Jian was slain by their men, and in the end, they even intended to keep our delegation imprisoned there permanently. Before the words even settle, the emperor cannot contain his rage. He crushes the teacup in his hand to pieces and roars, preposterous. The Jessamine Kingdom is truly asking for its own destruction. A white-haired elder statesman, standing beside the chancellor, hurriedly clasps his fists and speaks up. Your Majesty, the Jessamine Kingdom is certainly a minor player. However, we must first investigate the Qin Emperor Kingdom that stands behind them. Hearing this, the emperor's fury subsides slightly. He sits back down and slowly takes a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Beloved minister, you speak the truth. Chancellor, have you investigated the relationship between the Jessamine Kingdom and the Qin Emperor Kingdom? The chancellor does not hesitate and immediately reports. Reporting to your majesty, his majesty of the Jessamine Kingdom himself does not know why the Qin Emperor Kingdom suddenly came to their aid. This old minister surmises that most likely the 5 protector state masters of the Qin Emperor Kingdom happened to pass through on their way to train. The emperor merely snorts coldly upon hearing this. As I expected. With that, he shoots to his feet and roars at the officials arrayed below. Who is willing to raise the Jessamine Kingdom on this sovereign's behalf? Meanwhile, in the Jessamine Kingdom, the Emperor of Jessamine is questioning Bai Dao in the Grand Hall. Bai Dao, I hear you have met Xiangshan before. Bai Dao hears this and replies respectfully, Your Majesty. That is correct. Then the Emperor continues, Bai Dao, could you persuade young Master Ma or convince him to hasten his marriage to my daughter? Your Majesty, this matter Bai Dao scratches his head in hesitation. Suddenly, a thunderous boom rings out. The Emperor asks in alarm, what is happening? The instant the sound erupts, Bai Dao spins around and dashes off. He does not forget to advise the Emperor, Your Majesty, please retreat to the inner palace first. This subordinate will go investigate. With that, he soars out of the Grand Hall. The moment he exits the Grand Hall, a sight before him makes him gasp in disbelief. What? In the distant sky, a group of figures hurtles toward the Imperial Palace. Bai Dao fixes his gaze on the approaching group and demands, Who are you people? Why have you come to the Jessamine Imperial Palace to act so brazenly? A cunning-faced man at the head of the group steps forward and replies on their behalf. We are men of the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Hand over the Emperor and Princess Yaoyu of the Jessamine Kingdom. Along with Zhangyang Xiangshan at Ansi otherwise, we will obliterate you all. Hearing their demands, Bai Dao immediately furrows his brows. Sky Eagle Kingdomdo, you think our Jessamine Kingdom is still the weak, easy-to-bully nation it once was. The cunning-faced man does not hesitate to affirm. Precisely. In the eyes of the Sky Eagle Kingdom, your Jessamine Kingdom is nothing but a rabble. Seeing the man dare to insult his kingdom in such a manner, Bai Dao immediately draws his saber and charges straight at the group. You push me too far, taste my saber. With a shout, he immediately executes his saber technique, the Bitch Dao saber technique, first form opening the heavens. The cunning-faced man sees this and freezes for a moment. A heaven-tier battle technique. You possess a heaven-tier battle technique. As the blade closes in, he instantly unleashes his power, not forgetting to sneer at Bitch Dao. Hand over that technique, and I'll grant you a swift death. Hearing this, the boy swings his saber at the man and shouts, "Don't you dare." To his shock, the man actually manages to dodge. Bitch Dao glances behind him and silently realizes it's over. Too late, the man channels all his power into his fist. Then he drives a devastating palm strike into Bitch Dao's stomach, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. "You're too weak." The palm strike sends Bitch Dao flying, crashing hard into the ground. He then seizes Bitch Dao's arm and begins draining every ounce of power from the boy's body. A manic grin stretches across his face as he murmurs, "Heaven-tier battle technique. Heaven-tier battle technique." Pill bottles tumble from Bitch Dao's person and scatter across the ground. But the man pays them no mind, continuing to drain every last drop. "No matter the cost, I will have this heaven-tier battle technique. Until you hand it over, I won't let you die." Elsewhere, inside the Grand Hall, a soldier rushes in to report to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, Bitch Dao has been captured by the Saint Master of the Sky Eagle Kingdom. They are heading straight for you. Please, Your Majesty, flee at once." Hearing this, the Emperor urgently commands, "Hurry, escort Princess Yaoyu to the Zhangyang residence, now." The soldier rushes to obey. "Yes, Your Majesty." The words barely leave his lips when a deafening explosion tears through the air. The cunning-faced man gazes down from above and speaks in an indifferent tone. "Emperor Jessom, His Majesty the Emperor of the Sky Eagle Kingdom extends an invitation for tea. Come along quietly." Seeing this, the soldier draws his sword in a flash and rushes to shield the Emperor, swearing to defend His Majesty to the death. Enraged, the man unleashes his power. A bunch of ants who dare show such insolence. One by one, they fall. The Emperor watches the carnage unfold and screams, "Stop!" Amidst the devastation, Emperor Jessom shows not a trace of fear, glaring straight at the Sky Eagle Kingdom's men. "The Sky Eagle Kingdom will pay a heavy price for what you've done today. Do you even know who you've just captured? He is the maternal uncle of the Protector State Master of the Qin Emperor Kingdom." Hearing this, the Sky Eagle Kingdom's Saint Master bursts into laughter. "This is truly killing me with laughter." He grabs Bitch Dao's collar with one hand and sneers. "What kind of status does the Protector State Master of the Qin Emperor Kingdom even hold? How could his uncle be captured by me like a dead dog? Your Majesty of Jessom, if you're going to lie, at least think it through first." Seeing that the man not only disbelieves him, but dares to spout such arrogant words, Emperor Jessom furrows his brows even deeper and snorts coldly. "Sooner or later, you will regret this." The Saint Master descends before the Emperor and barks his orders. "Summon the princess and Zhangyang Xiangshan. Don't refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit." The Emperor hears his demand and utters only 2 words, "In your dreams." Seeing that Emperor Jessom remains so stubborn and unyielding, the man abandons all pretense of civility and drives a fist into the Emperor's stomach, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. As the Emperor collapses face first to the ground, the man plants his foot on the Emperor's head. "If you won't cooperate, don't blame us." With that, he delivers another vicious kick to the Emperor's stomach and shouts, "Let's go. Next stop, the Zhangyang residence." Elsewhere, in an elegantly furnished room, 2 women sit conversing. The woman in golden-brown robes speaks, "Princess Yaoyu, stay here for now. When that brat returns as his mother, I will personally discipline him." Hearing this, Princess Yaoyu can only stammer a reply. Then the woman who claims to be Xiangshan's mother produces a wooden box from within, revealing a jadeite bracelet. She holds it out toward Princess Yaoyu. "Yaoyu, this is a gift for you. Try it on and see if it fits." Seeing this, Princess Yaoyu hastily waves her hands and says bashfully, "This is far too precious. I cannot possibly accept it." Suddenly, a thunderous roar booms through the air, startling the 2 of them. "Zhangyang Xiangshan, come out this instant." Hearing this, Xiangshan's mother wastes not a single breath. She rushes outside alongside Princess Yaoyu, not forgetting to warn her along the way. "Yaoyu, be careful." Princess Yaoyu asks in alarm, "What's going on?" The moment she steps outside, the ghastly sight before her wrenches a scream from her throat. "Father!" She sees it that Saint Master, one hand clamped around the Emperor's throat, snarling, "Zhangyang Xiangshan, come out, or I will reduce this Zhangyang residence to scorched earth, where nothing shall ever grow again." Paralyzed by the sight, Princess Yaoyu can only stand rooted to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Hearing his daughter's voice, the Emperor can only manage a feeble whisper, "You run." Seeing that it is Princess Yaoyu who emerges, A sinister grin curls across his lips. So Princess Yaoyu was hiding here all along. I knew it, no wonder I couldn't find her anywhere in the imperial palace earlier. With that, he hurls the emperor to his subordinate and lunges toward Princess Yaoyu. Watch the Jessamine Emperor. I'm going to seize Princess Yaoyu. The subordinate behind him swiftly seizes the Jessamine Emperor and answers in haste. Yes, sir. Done speaking, he rockets toward Princess Yaoyu, who stands frozen in terror. Princess Yaoyu, forgive my discourtesy. He surges forward at blinding speed, trailing plumes of white smoke in his wake. Just as he is about to reach her, a streak of azure light slams into his path, blocking him cold. He skids to a halt in shock and demands, "Who goes there? How is it possible to block my attack?" Two men have materialized from thin air, standing as an impenetrable wall before Princess Yaoyu and the others. Good thing I made it back in time. Where did you stray dogs crawl out from? Once she recognizes the arrivals, Princess Yaoyu calls out, "Young hero Ming Dong, they are from the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Be careful." Hearing her words, the red-robed man glances back and replies, "I should have killed that prince when I had the chance." The other man quickly addresses the two of them. "Imperial Ant Bitch, take Princess Yaoyu and go now." They are all Heavenly Saint Master Sans. The battle erupts. Even the energy shockwaves alone could prove lethal to you. Imperial Ant Bitch wastes no words. She turns, grabs Princess Yaoyu by the arm and runs. "Understood. I'll take Yaoyu to the underground shelter at once." Seeing this, the Saint Master extends his hand and surges forward once more. "Where do you think you're running?" Seeing him charge again, the red-robed man channels his power into his fist. He fixes his burning gaze on the Saint Master and snarls, "You are courting death." The Saint Master hears this and shoots a sidelong glance. "What now?" He sees the red-robed man unleash a devastating kick. As the man channels his power once more, the Saint Master is sent hurtling through the air. His mind reeling, how is this possible? This brat is clearly not a Heavenly Saint Master. How can he unleash a strike this powerful? Azure flames erupt across the red-robed man's entire body. He points at the Saint Master and declares, "A mere third-cycle Heavenly Saint Master dares to bark like a dog before me." Sensing the situation has turned dire, the Saint Master bellows to the group behind him, "Everyone listen up. The Zhangyang residence has allies. Attack with everything you've got." The group answers in unison. Then, as one, they unleash a torrent of fire upon the Zhangyang residence, reducing the entire estate to rubble and ash. Ant Bitch pulls Princess Yaoyu through the raging sea of flames. Suddenly, a burning beam snaps in two and plummets down, striking Princess Yaoyu squarely, knocking her unconscious on the spot. All that remains are Ant Bitch's desperate, hopeless cries. "Yaoyu!" She cradles Yaoyu in her arms, shaking her relentlessly. "Wake up, please, wake up." Ming Dong stands amid the wreckage, surrounded by the smoldering ruins of the Zhangyang residence. Smoke billows in every direction. Rage consumes Ming Dong entirely. A crimson aura of violent energy engulfs his body, radiating fury. He fixes his burning gaze on the enemy before him and roars, "You beasts of the Sky Eagle Kingdom, you have sealed your own doom." With those words, Ming Dong charges at Chiang Elder from the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Seeing the ferocious momentum bearing down on him, he jolts in alarm. Chiang Elder crosses both arms before his chest to block the strike, then whips around and bellows, "Help Menno. There's something wrong with this brat." The others hear his cry and surge forward to aid him. But before they can take a single step, a wave of golden sword chi cuts them off. Dugu Feng stands high above, gazing down upon them. "Neither of you is going anywhere." One of them snarls, "You are courting death." A figure draped in a hooded cloak turns to the others and orders, "The two of us will handle this brat. You lot go reinforce them below." Two of them acknowledge the command, then rush toward Ming Dong and Chiang Elder. Chiang Elder's eyes light up the moment he sees reinforcements incoming. "You little whelplets, see you run now." Ming Dong surveys the enemies surrounding him and sneers, "Run. Why would I run? You lot are the ones who should be fleeing." Ming Dong activates his Battle Technique Heaven Tier Battle Technique Gale Phantom Remnants. Two phantom clones of him materialize instantly at his flanks. Chiang Elder's eyes widen in shock, then blaze with excitement. If he kills Ming Dong, he can seize that technique for himself. Yet another Heaven Tier Battle Techniquetidae. Old Man strikes the jackpot. Ming Dong's two clones lunge at Chiang Elder simultaneously, but he dodges both strikes in a single fluid motion. The cultivator from the Sky Eagle Kingdom activates his own battle technique. A burst of green light erupts outward from his body, blasting Ming Dong's two clones away. He looks at Ming Dong with contempt. Petty tricks. But then a blood-curdling scream pierces the air, startling him. Dugu Feng has severed the arm of one of their companions, a clean, decisive strike. The man screams in horror, Elder Pingyun. Without missing a beat, Du Gufeng lunges toward another enemy, his sword already swinging. Die. Du Gufeng cleaves the man in two from crown to waist. Chiang Elder trembles with rage, his fists clenching until his knuckles turn white. You dare kill men of the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Ming Dong ambushes him from behind, fist already cocked. His voice is ice cold. Where exactly are you looking? He realizes Ming Dong has circled behind him, but it is far too late. Not good. Ming Dong drives a devastating palm strike into his back. The blow sends his organs into violent upheaval as he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Only the swift intervention of two comrades catching him prevents Chiang Elder from collapsing to the ground. Chiang Saint Master, are you all right? He continues to retch blood. These two brats, something is deeply wrong about them. Chiang Elder's face twists in agony, sweat pouring down as blood still trickles from his mouth. He hisses, drop those two burdens, retreat, now. The subordinate responds, yes. They abandon the hostages and immediately flee. Du Gufeng catches the hostages, ensuring they land safely on the ground. Du Gufeng glares at the fleeing enemies, his eyes burning with fury. You think you can just leave? How naive. Ming Dong grabs his shoulder and pulls him back. Hold on, let's check on Aunt Bai and your sister-in-law's injuries first. Du Gufeng scoffs, his lips curling. Consider yourselves lucky. A short while later, Du Gufeng and Ming Dong stand inside the room. Ming Dong turns to Duck Thuck and asks, Uncle Duck, how are Aunt Bai and the princess's injuries? The old man replies, merely superficial wounds, nothing to worry about. Ming Dong exhales a long breath of relief. Good, otherwise I truly would not know how to face Jian Chen. Du Gufeng immediately moves toward the door. If they're fine, then I'm going after those bastards to settle the score. Ming Dong quickly blocks his path. No, absolutely not. The moment we leave, what happens if those scoundrels circle back? Du Gufeng's fury only intensifies. Are you saying we just swallow this insult like nothing happened? Ming Dong shakes his head firmly. Wait for Jian Chen to return. Our top priority right now is ensuring the safety of his family. Du Gufeng hears this, and though reluctant, can only agree. Fine, by nightfall, Xiangshan has returned home. Gazing down from above, he sees an entire corner of the Zhangyang residence collapsed into rubble. I was only gone a few days, how did the Changyang clan manor end up like this? He touches down on the ground. What on earth happened? Instantly his senses flare. Someone is approaching. He sweeps his gaze around and calls out. Who goes there? Ming Dong approaches from the distance. Jian Chen, you finally returned. Xiangshan looks at Ming Dong in surprise. Ming Dong, how did the Changyang clan manor end up in such a state? Weren't you out on a training expedition with Du Gufeng? He replies, don't even get me started. It's fortunate I returned today. Ming Dong recounts what transpired this morning. At dawn today, 5 heavenly saint masters from the Tianying kingdom descended upon the Changyang clan manor, spouting arrogant threats. They demanded to take your sister-in-law by force. Du Gufeng and I fought them. The aftershocks of our battle reduced the manor to ruins. He then grabs Xiangshan's hand. Jian Chen, hurry go see Aunt Bai and your sister-in-law. Both of them are injured. Hearing this, a jolt runs through him, followed by a surge of fury. His brows knit together as killing intent erupts. Tianying Kingdom, you are courting death. The young man standing before Changyang Xiangshan, Ming Dong, wears a remorseful expression. I'm sorry, Du Gufeng and I failed to protect your family. Changyang Xiangshan pats his shoulder consolingly. This is not your fault. What about my mother and the others? The young man strides directly into the room ahead. She's resting inside. Follow me. The moment he sees his mother, Changyang Xiangshan joyfully calls out. Madame Jiangrong opens her arms to welcome him. Xiangshan, you've returned. Seeing the bandaged wounds covering his mother, he cannot help but feel a searing pang of heartache. Mother, your unfilial son has caused you harm. His mother's eyes glisten with tears. I'm fine. Hurry and go see Yuer, she's gravely injured. Xiangshan gently reassures his mother. Mother, rest easy. Now that I've returned, everything will be fine. His mother leads him into a room where a young woman lies motionless on the bed. He sits at the bedside, his expression sharpening with scrutiny. Xiangshan softens his gaze, trying to set his mother's heart at ease. Mother, don't worry. The princess's injuries will heal quickly. Let me treat her first. A weight visibly lifts from his mother's shoulders. You're not deceiving me, are you? He suddenly reaches out and gently touches the wound on his mother's forehead. Having assessed his mother's condition, he advises, Mother, please go rest. Let me treat Princess Yue. His mother nods. Very well, then I won't trouble you any further. Xiangshan channels his saint force and presses his palm upon the princess. Princess Yue, forgive my offense. After finishing Yue's treatment, He steps outside and begins making inquiries. Uncle De, how severe are the Changyang clan manor's losses? The silver-haired elder furrows his brows slightly. Fourth young master, the current tally shows the death toll has exceeded 200, with countless more wounded. Furthermore, the homes of many guards and servants have been buried under rubble. Efforts to rescue the survivors are still underway. As for the buildings, every last one has been utterly destroyed. Xiangshen's face darkens as he clenches his jaw, fury radiating from every pore. Tianying Kingdom, you brought this upon yourselves. The Emperor speaks with a warm smile. Dear son-in-law, leave the matter of rebuilding the manor to me. I shall summon the finest craftsmen from Liuer City to reconstruct the Changyang clan manor in the shortest time possible. Xiangshen clasps his hands and bows. Your Majesty is too kind. The Emperor waves his hand. AI, we are family now. There is no need for such formality, dear son-in-law. He continues, since that is the case, I shall entrust the matter of the Changyang clan manor to your Majesty. The young man in crimson robes rolls his wrists, his fighting spirit blazing. Jian Chen, how about the two of us storm the Tianying Kingdom and raise some hell? Xiangshen shakes his head. No, I'm heading to the Qinhuang Kingdom. The young man's expression shifts instantly. The Qinhuang Kingdom. Jian Chen, surely you don't mean to annihilate the Tianying Kingdom. Xiangshen's gaze turns sharp as a blade of ice. Indeed, I will make the Tianying Kingdom vanish from the Tianyuan continent entirely. The young man slams the table excitedly and leaps to his feet. Ha, first time I've ever witnessed the annihilation of a kingdom. Let's go. The two of us will wipe the Tianying Kingdom off the map. Xiangshen maintains an expression of calm composure. Don't be hasty. Let me summon Xiaoshen and the others first. The scene shifts to a desolate stretch of open land. Xiangshen reunites with Xiaoshen and his group. He asks Xiaoshen, is there any way for the space gate to connect to the Jessun Kingdom? Xiaoshen replies, in that case, we must first create a location beacon for the gate to lock onto. Xiangshen presses, can you accomplish this? Xiaoshen answers respectfully, no problem at all. He hands Xiaoshen a scroll of paper. Good, go and forge the beacon 10 miles from Liuer City at once. Xiaoshen acknowledges the order. He then turns to Tianla. Tianla, you and your people will remain here to defend the Changyang clan manor. Especially my family, under no circumstances are they to come to harm. Tianla grins and slaps his fist into his palm with a resounding crack. Ha, National Protector, Master. If those spineless turtles dare show their faces again, we'll sever their heads without hesitation. Xiangshen clasps his hands. The matter is urgent. Please relay my words to everyone. The kindness you have all shown I, Jian Chen, will remember it in my heart. I will surely repay every one of you. Tianla immediately drops to his knees. To serve the National Protector, Master, is our greatest honor. The sky gradually darkens as the space gate materializes, tearing open a rift in the void. Xiangshen steps forward and asks, is everything ready? Xiaoshen answers respectfully, my lord, it has just been completed. Xiaoshen produces a crystal from within his robes. My lord, please give this crystal to the one who operates the space gate in the Qinhuang Kingdom. Through it, he will be able to sense this location. Xiangshen accepts it. Very well, then first take me to the Qinhuang Kingdom. Xiaoshen acknowledges the order and swiftly steps into the space gate. Before the gates of the Qinhuang Kingdom, a space gate has also been established. Xiangshen slowly steps through the shimmering portal. The two guards stationed outside spot Xiangshen and immediately drop to their knees in unison. Greetings, National Protector, Master. He immediately raises his hand to grant them leave to stand, then wastes no time asking his questions. Rise, I have urgent business with His Majesty. Where might the Emperor be? The guard obediently leads the way. Please follow me, my lord. They arrive at the Emperor's study. A eunuch's voice rings out to announce the arrival. The National Protector, Master, requests an audience. The moment they meet, the Emperor immediately inquires, I did not expect the National Protector, Master, to return so soon. Has the crisis in the Jessun Kingdom been resolved? Xiangshen respectfully reports, I thank your Majesty for your aid. The Jessun Kingdom has been freed from the flames of war. However, I have returned this time with a request. I wish to borrow an army from your Majesty. His Majesty, upon hearing this, is visibly startled. He shouts, what? The military, what has happened? Author's note, that's all for now, dear readers. If you wish to continue following this story, smash that subscribe button and throw a quick like while you're at it. Author's note, thank you all for reading up to this point. Author's note, bye-bye, love you all.